The man suddenly reincarnated back to his high school days. The first thing to do is tell my parents that I want to become a monk. Even though his loving parents beat him into a pig's head, he still could not stop his determination to become a Taoist monk. His name is Vong Sun. I'm 17 years old this year, but I already have 8 abs, and I still have to persevere in doing 1,000 push-ups every day. Young people his age should usually stay home to play games or buy some snacks to pass the time, but he did not dare because he was a reincarnated person, knowing that not long after, the rocket launched in the news will bring back something from the moon, causing the spiritual energy that has been sleeping for thousands of years to awaken again, causing the earth to enter the era of all people cultivating. In his previous life, he was just a small monk. When he was 31 years old, he encountered the Luong Ho Ganning fight for territory, and as a result, he died in an inexplicable way. He did not even know who killed him, but luckily God gave him a chance to be reborn again. In this life, he cannot live absent-mindedly and then die like that. Something must come up during this time. Relying on the exercises he acquired from his previous life, he slightly improved his physical condition and trained 8 abs. But unfortunately, the exercises were defective. Now he has reached the bottleneck stage. There is only one way to break through. That is to worship a master. So he simply got dressed and went out to the living room, telling his parents that he wanted to go to Wudang Mountain to become a Taoist monk. His loving parents also understood his thoughts very well. Just beat him into a pig's head and let him go. Although the price was a bit dire, Vong Sin finally went to Wudang Mountain to worship the master. In his previous life, Wudang Mountain had a certain position among the experts of Thian Bang Immortal Tao. It's just a pity that he could not worship the master. In this life, he must seize the opportunity. But when he struggled to climb the mountain to Tutu Palace, he was informed by a fellow who was playing on the phone that the Doist called Su Han he wanted was fine on the mountain. He had gone abroad to perform, and in recent months he was afraid he would not be able to return. Vong Sun was immediately stunned. He originally wanted to worship this Taoist leader Kao Su Han, who in the future would be an expert ranked 30th on the heavenly table. Before the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality, he could also be considered a representative of Wudang martial arts, but now he and several other Taoist leaders are not here. Vong Sin could only carry his luggage in despair, preparing to go down the mountain and change to another cultivating sect to worship a master, to learn the art. At this time, a voice suddenly came from a nearby stall, telling him that he should study properly. Do not be deceived by stories and novels. If you really want to learn martial arts, I'll introduce you to some martial arts secret books of Wudang. The wholesale price of one book is only 300. This is the inheritance of genuine Wudang martial arts. It will definitely make you stand alone in the world from now on, laughing arrogantly. If you have a need for internal medicine, you can also join the intensive internal medicine class led by me. Looking at the middle-aged leader, who did not follow the rules before him, Vong Sun was so excited that his whole body trembled. Without hesitation, he chose to worship the monk, expressing his willingness to follow the leader to seek guidance, just because he recognized this Taoist leader as Doist Bat Ningon Than Nam Tu, who had firmly stood in the top 5 of the heavenly list in his previous life. Great Cultivator. Is not this a stroke of luck? But when Than Nam Tu heard his words, he felt a bit helpless. If you said you came here to learn martial arts, kid, it would be a bit more trustworthy. Opening your mouth and closing your mouth is cultivating immortals and cultivating the Tao. Have you seen anyone who knows magic? But Vong Sun thought that this was Than Nam Tu testing him. He immediately said incessantly that the disciple felt that Tao was a kind of spirit, a different perception of heaven and earth in the universe. I could not find a master in Wudang Mountain that I wanted to worship, but as soon as I saw him I knew he was not a mortal. As soon as Than Nam Tu heard him talking, he quickly stopped. This kid of yours is also interesting. I spend all day talking and preaching worshipping my master and still being picky about what I choose. I'm in Wuding Mountain, and I'm just a celebrity. In recent years, I've only accepted one disciple, and I usually do not care much about it. Are you sure you want to worship me as your master? Besides, you keep asking to worship a monk like this. Do your parents know? Vong Sin quickly said, my parents are coming with me. My Doist really wants to follow him to practice. After hearing this, Than Nam Tu determined that Vong Sin did not watch too many movies and novels and then ran away from home, so he told Vong Sin, you answer me 3 questions. If the answers satisfy me, then let your parents come and talk to me. After that, the 2 questions that Than Nam Tu asked were both related to Tao. Vong Sin answered fluently, but to the 3rd question, Than Nam Tu showed an unkind smile, giving Vong Sin a fatal question. If you worship me as your master, so your father and I both fell into the water, and were about to drown, who would you save first? After hearing this, Vong Sin was immediately stunned on the spot, thinking that saving his master first would be disrespectful to his parents. There is a saying in the Taoist school that an unfilial person cannot admit it. Saving his parents first would be lowering his master 1 level. The so-called master is like a parent. It's just empty talk. Vong Sin hesitated and finally said the answer to save your father. But what made him extremely unexpected was that he actually succeeded. Not only that, Than Nam Tu also convinced his parents to let him stay in Wuding Mountain, but Than Nam Tu still has to tell Vong Sin, right now you are only my temporary disciple. Wait till the assessment period passes before deciding whether to officially accept you as a disciple or not. This is where I live. Normally, only me and your senior sister are here. This time you can stay here with us. Vong Sin followed behind, panting and saying, yes, master, then went to Than Nam Tu's residence and introduced his sister Mok Van Hyen to Vong Sin. When Vong Sin heard this name, he was first stunned for a moment, then immediately could not calm down. His whole body was excited, just because the senior sister Mok Van Hyen was called Teen Tu Bugo in her previous life, and Daoist Batnam Than Nam Tu are both experts in the top 10 Thean Bang. Now he has 2 such experts protecting him. Would not he want to pass by later? Seeing Vong Sin standing next to him, smiling innocently into the air, senior sister Mok Van Hyen asked the master suspiciously, is there anything wrong with his mind? Than Nam Tu was silent for a while, but quickly relaxed. If he was a normal child, who would have the heart to send him to the mountain to suffer? Mok Van Hyen nodded. Then several people went into the house. Than Nam Tu solemnly said to Vong Sin, although you call me master, before teaching, you still need a period of testing. You must prepare yourself mentally well. If you cannot stand it, I will not force you to stay in the mountain either. You know, Vong Sin immediately straightened his back and expressed that as long as the master did not chase the disciple down the mountain, the disciple would not give up no matter what he said. Then Nam Tu arranged for him to grind 2 bags of wheat into flour. Vong Sin took off his jacket and immediately started working, first adding a handful of wheat. Then he started pushing the mill, step by step. This expression of not being impatient or hasty was also seen by Than Nam Tu. Very quickly the sunlight penetrated the clouds, dispelling the cold around him. Than Nam Tu called Mok Van Hyen out to practice. The 2 of them directly sat down cross-legged to begin practicing, surrounded by a cloud of spiritual energy. This scene made Vong Sin extremely admiring. Indeed, even though there was always a lack of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the inheritance of spiritual practice was never interrupted, even if it was just the process of calming down and concentrating. This practice accumulated year after year is extremely terrible. No wonder, after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth recovered, the speed of practice of these cultivators far exceeded that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Vong Sin became even more enthusiastic, thinking that once he had passed the initiation, his master would definitely teach him some methods of practice. After all, it's easy to get some cool air under the shade of a big tree, but in the end, everything is not as good as your own strength. Even if you're not as good as your senior sister, You cannot live too badly in the future. But for now, it's still a matter of taking one step at a time. Seeing this scene of Van Nam 2 meditating, he also nodded with satisfaction. Very soon it was noon. Vong Sin finally finished grinding 2 bags of flour, but he was tired enough, although he had been doing physical training for several months. After all, he had never done this hard work since he was a child. The first time doing it was a bit unfamiliar. At this time, Sister Mok Van Hoyen carefully brought him a bowl of water. Vong Sin quickly accepted it and thanked her sister. After resting for a while, Van Ham too immediately arranged a room for him, at the same time explaining that her room was right next door. So, what's the matter normally? Can come find me. In addition, after taking a nap, he can go down the mountain to meet his parents to reassure them. After saying that, Van Nam too then left leisurely, but not long after he returned, and waved his hand at Mok Van Hoyen, who was playing with snakes, signaling her to come here for a moment. The two of them poked their heads into the room, saw Vong Sin seriously meditating, then withdrew their heads in satisfaction. Van Nam too did not forget to praise, seeing that his junior brother seemed to be in good shape, but unexpectedly in the next second there was suddenly a thump sound in the room, followed immediately by a series of rough gasps. It turned out that Vong Sin was meditating and fell asleep. Both disciples could not help but laugh out loud. It was truly beyond praise. The man was originally a small casual cultivator in the era of aura recovery, but he unexpectedly was reincarnated before the aura recovery, successfully, to worship Taoist Than Nam 2 in the top 5 Thien Bang as his future master, and to have a beautiful sister in the top 10 Thien Bang as his friend. In the future, would not he want to go back and forth? Just now Vong Sin went down the mountain to tell his parents that he was safe, and then brought the blanket back to the mountain. But what made him feel strange was that it was clearly on the mountain. There was spring water for them to use. Why did the master also tell him to specially buy 2 barrels of the cheapest mineral water from the mountain? But Vong Sin did not think too much, feeling that no matter what his master did, he definitely had a profound intention, so he just needed to follow suit. But when he returned to his residence, he immediately turned to stone on the spot. Not daring to believe, I asked my master what he was doing. I just saw Van Nam 2 holding a brush and writing on those mineral water bottles. After finishing writing, a bottle of mineral water that was originally the cheapest turned into the holy water of Wuding Mountain. Vong Sin was immediately stunned on the spot. After a while, Van Nam 2 noticed him and proudly introduced his side job. This is reserved for lay people who come to pray for blessings. Each bottle ranges from 20 to 100, and more than 10 bottles can be sold every day. This also caused the image of his master in Vong Sin's heart to completely collapse. Then Van Nam 2 called Vong Sin to the backyard. He wanted to demonstrate a set of boxing techniques as an introductory benefit for Vong Sin. Vong Sin was full of surprise. He did not expect to be able to practice so quickly. Soon the two of them arrived at the backyard. After Van Nam 2 finished demonstrating a set of boxing techniques, he was next to instruct Vong Sin to practice. After finishing the entire set of punches, Vong Sin felt his whole body heat up, as if there was an air current moving in his body. The set of martial arts taught by the master is simple, but it contains profound Taoism. Vong Sin also did not expect that he could learn such a subtle thing when he just started. This made him extremely happy. He decided that today he would practice this set of martial arts until he became proficient, so Vong Sin unintentionally practiced until late at night. When he turned around, he discovered that his sister was leaning against the edge of the door, dozing. Having no choice, Vong Sin could only go up to wake up his sister and tell her to go back to bed. Mok Van Hoyen replied dreamily, then staggered towards the house. Looking at the back of her senior sister, Vong Sin thought of what his master once said. His sister had a serious illness when she was young, and because of that, she was not good at speaking. I am a junior brother. From now on I must take good care of my senior sister. But thinking about it again, A shirt suddenly fell on his head, only to see his sister dreamily preparing to take off the last shirt. Revealing an unseemly image, Vong Sen quickly closed his eyes and returned the shirt to his sister, telling her to go inside and change clothes, say good night, and then slam the door shut. Afterwards, Vong Sun returned to his room, but his face was still red, remembering what had just happened. I did not expect my senior sister to be completely defenseless in front of me, but as my junior sister, I could not take advantage of her. It's just that my current senior sister is so different from the image of impressionless fairy in my previous life. At this time, she suddenly felt pain in her arm, seemingly caused by practicing boxing during the day. Sure enough, today's official practice was not that simple, but Vong Sun, her eyelids could not help but droop. And then she fell asleep directly, not knowing how long it took. In her dream, she seemed to see someone in front of her, asking if she was awake. Vong Sun rubbed her eyes and looked at the person coming, immediately sat up in surprise. It turned out to be her master Than Nam Tu coming. Than Nam Tu told Vong Sun to lie down and sleep peacefully. She came so late because Vong Sun entered the door late. Her meridians were blocked, and her body was a bit too stiff, so she prepared to help Vong Sun push the bones to stimulate blood flow. While talking, Than Nam Tu placed both hands on Vong Sun's stomach. Vong Sun could feel that his master's palm seemed to carry an alternating stream of hot and cold air. This must be the internal energy that martial artists always pursue. Right now, the Earth's vitality has not recovered. Master must have spent a lot of effort to achieve this achievement by relying on hard training from a young age. Now the master uses internal energy, which is not easy to cultivate, to help him push the bones and stimulate the blood. How can this not make him moved? In that case, he could not disappoint his master. So the next day, Vong Sun woke up early to practice, not knowing if it was due to psychological effects or not. Since getting out of bed, Vong Sun immediately felt that his body was as light as a swallow, and his spirit was much stronger than yesterday. Than Nam Tu saw this and nodded slightly. Not bad, show off. Yesterday was just for you to adapt. Today I would not give you too much time to rest. You must be mentally prepared. Than Nam Tu became more serious. Although the master said he would increase his magic power, he did not give him tasks beyond the limit of his endurance. He just let him exhaust his physical strength and feel deep fatigue, and the master would also help him push his bones and blood every 3 days, because he had the remnants of his master's internal energy in his body. After 2 or 3 times, he was able to feel the general location of the meridians throughout his body. Taking this opportunity, Vong Sun also began to practice the basic exercises he had acquired from his previous life. Although still ineffective, the frequency and quality of eliminating impurities in the body were clearly improved. The only thing that was not good was the impurity. The effect was extremely obvious, causing the senior sisters to cover their noses in disgust and quickly run out of his room. However, Than Nam Tu showed a smile, feeling that Vong Sun was truly a good seed. A month quickly passed. Than Nam Tu called Vong Sun in front of him, said, "It's been a month since you've been here. Now that you've entered the magical power sect, you've performed well. The teacher will invite a sect head monk to testify for your initiation into the Dharma. Tomorrow morning you will get up early to pick incense and bathe, and at noon you will officially enter the sect." At noon the next day, Than Nam Tu invited Uncle Lee to testify, letting Vong Sun kneel in front of the patriarch's painting, and then officially began the transmission. "You have entered the sect. You must have a famous master to inherit. Our lineage comes from immortal master Lu Dongtan. After you entered the sect, you took the name Faivu. Your senior sister's Dharma name was Batngu. Your Dharma name changed to Faivu. Today I pass on to you the True Sutra, a book left by the immortal Thuan Duong sect. I will give you half a month to copy it. This is the basis for your future practice. You must follow this scripture." Vong Sun respectfully accepted the scriptures, with a look of surprise and gratitude to his master for imparting the Dharma. Uncle Lee invited Than Nam to eat vegetarian food, and asked Vong Sun to clean up the place. As the two of them left, Vong Sun out of habit asked his sister if she wanted to go get some breakfast. When she turned around, she discovered that her sister had long since disappeared. Turns out she had already eaten. This also made Vong Sun unable to help but exclaim her sister's body style was truly ecstatic, worthy of being a top 10 boss in the Thean list. But seeing her like that, it was really difficult to relate to the image of that immortal. After eating breakfast, Vong Sun began reading the scriptures his master had given him. At this moment, his sister suddenly patted him on the shoulder, took out a grape, and wanted to feed him. As soon as Vong Sun turned his head, the grape went into his mouth. He smiled shyly and said thank you to his sister. After that, Mak Van Hoyen sat on a chair while eating grapes while listening to Vong Sun recite the scriptures. She could not help but think of her master's previous instructions telling her to take good care of her junior brother and decided to try even harder to take care of her junior brother in the future. What kind of fairy master is this? Even because of the cold weather, I told my younger disciple to help my senior sister warm the blanket, and every moonlight period, the two of them slept in the same room. It would be a little warmer, and my senior sister seemed to be very happy. After paying his respects to the master, Dan Namtu began imparting knowledge about cultivation methods, scriptures, etc. For Vong Sun, there is naturally no lack of focus on the practice of the current sect, because it has been 2 months since Vong Sun entered the sect. Therefore, Dan Namtu told Mak Van Hoyen to explore his strength, and cultivating enlightenment, to be exact, is practicing the Dharma of protection. When heaven and earth's vital energy is still abundant, cultivating is in addition to cultivating the path to find the true path and greed for the great path. But also practice the Taoist Dharma. Use it to protect the body to act righteously on the great path. The Taoist technique of Kaiman Shield, Double Doubt, 8 trigrams, Taoism, talismans to refine these Tao methods. That year was also glorious for a time, but unfortunately later on, the vital energy on Earth gradually ran out. In the end, if you're skillful, you'll be clever. If you do not have powder, it's hard to wash off. Tao magic is only a decoration. Cultivators who do not have vital energy want to protect themselves, so they strongly promote the part of Tao art that's good at fighting and killing. This is the origin of martial arts, also known as martial arts. After competing with senior sister Mak Van Hoyen, Vong Sun was directly abused to the point of being autistic, and even had some doubts about life. He practiced so hard, he could not even touch the hem of his senior sister's shirt. Is the gap between him and the boss really that big? So Vong Sun asked his sister in a crying voice, if I am bullied in the future, you must help me get justice. Senior sister smiled and nodded. At this time, Master Than Namtu called Vong Sun over. Today, he wanted to teach Vong Sun a set of martial arts could be compared to senior sister Mak Van Hoyen's Luong Ning Bat Bat Kui. This sword array is called the 7 Stars Sword Formation. They use the technique to transform all demons if cultivated to great success. People will not see the sword in the heart. The Big Dipper spiritualist will sweep away the demons, and then only see Than Namtu gently touch his toes and transform into countless afterimages. His feet stepped on the 7 stars to fight continuously, and finally the 7 swords merged and converge at one point. After watching it, Vong Sun was extremely shocked. It was the image of the sword, the 7 swords united, the mysterious idea. This is the luck of the Tosa, fueled by the heaven and earth's vitality. Is not the heaven and earth's vitality still not recovered yet? What did Master do in the end? Just as Vong Sun was still stunned, Than Namtu had finished demonstrating the sword technique, placed the tree branch in his hand and said, you practice this sword technique. If you can have some achievements in 3 years, then you are already of superior quality. There is no need to be impatient. Let's start with the basic moves. Vong Sun nodded very seriously. I will definitely not disappoint my master. As long as I strive to rise and pursue constantly, one day I will be able to touch the hem of my sister's shirt. Than Nam too heard him say that he had no such ambition, so he directly gave him a slap on the forehead. Look at your appearance with no future. Vong Sin held his head and smiled innocently. This is just a short-term goal. Right now, I am still far behind my senior sister, and having such a lovely senior sister is, of course, used for protection. After listening, Than Ham too also smiled. What you said is okay. After that, Vong Sun continued to practice the 7 stars sword formation with the help of more than 40 years of self-cultivation experience in his previous life. In just one afternoon, he memorized more than half a set of sword techniques, but he had no intention of relaxing at all, because in his previous life he was miserable. He did not have a cultivation system. In this life, everything was laid out before him. If he still did not make an effort, then he would really be sorry for this rebirth. Moreover, he was still very far behind his senior sister. So keep practicing with all your heart. Soon the cold winter will not be far away. Unconsciously, Vong Sin has already been up the mountain for half a year. Through this time of living together, he has come to understand his master and sister more clearly. The more he feels like a little tiger chopping, who accidentally mixed into the fairy's nest. Fairy nest, because his master and senior sister were both true demons. His sister's spirit was pure without any distracting thoughts, and his understanding of the Tao was almost engraved deep into his bones. If it is said that a worldly person like him can only follow the Tao and cannot rest, then his sister is the one who accompanies the Tao in the human world. It's just that this senior sister does not seem to understand men and women, does not understand why there must be a difference between men and women. This makes him very miserable. But compared to his senior sister, Master Than Ham too is clearly more cruel. Whether it is talking about Doist scriptures, talisman, weapons, or catching ghosts and exorcisms, or refining alchemy, he is proficient in everything. Vong Sin also did not know how his master had managed to master so many skills in just a short life of 40 years, with such a cruel master and sister above him. During this time, every day Vong Sin, in addition to meditating and practicing, studying Taoist sutras, and listening to his master's teachings, the remaining time and energy were devoted to practicing the 7 stars sword formation. In half a year, he had memorized all of the 7 stars sword formation, but in front of his senior sister, he still had no qualifications to be proud. Now all he can do is constantly push himself, try to keep up with his senior sister's footsteps, and not let himself be left too far behind. And then Nam too saw that Vong Sun had practiced the 7 sword formation for half a year to a successful level, and was extremely happy, feeling that Vong Sun's qualifications were perhaps even higher than he expected. But because the weather is cold now, falling leaves are colder than falling snow, so then Nam too suggested that Vong Sin start sleeping in the same room with his sister from tonight, so it would be a little warmer. Vong Sin quickly blushed and waved his hand. Master, just let sister sleep. I'm fine. However, then Nam too showed an evil expression and leaned close to him. Why? Do you even have your own senior sister's intentions? Vong Sin smiled shyly. How is that possible? Is the disciple that kind of person? Then Nam too put his hand on his shoulder and said meaningfully, be a little more pure, young man. This can also be considered as training your character. That's right, remember to change new blankets for me. And my sister, that blanket of his had been used for 7 or 8 years and soon could no longer keep him warm. Vong Sun looked helpless, but at night he could only sleep in the same room as his senior sister, then huddled alone under the blanket. I do not know what the master means. Is it because he wants to cooperate with him and his sister? At this moment, the senior sister suddenly raised her hand and poked him in the face. Vong Sin turned his head and saw his sister's expression. That person is sad. She's not happy. It seemed that his senior sister seemed to be looking forward to him moving in, so his reaction was indeed a bit inappropriate. So Vong Sin somewhat embarrassedly expressed, I'm just a little shy. At this moment, the senior sister seemed to suddenly think of something, so she took out a chessboard and prepared to play Go with Vong Sin. Only then did Vong Sun realize that he had thought wrong. Sister is as simple as a blank piece of paper. She has absolutely no concept of that, but he still had to remind his sister to only play for half an hour. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll definitely be nodding off all day. Master scolded us again. Fast forward to the full moon day of the first lunar month, the Lunar New Year, and Vong Sun was practicing his sword in the yard. During this time, he had a famous master by his side preaching the teachings, and the harvest was much stronger than in his previous life. According to past life memories, today is the day the vitality is restored. Therefore, he always practiced his sword in the yard and always paid attention to the changes in the aura of heaven and earth. Prepare to notify master and senior sister immediately, so they do not miss this opportunity. At this time, the two teachers and students who were eating floating cakes suddenly stopped. Van Nam-tu's eyes widened even more. The original energy of heaven and earth has finally arrived. The original energy of heaven and earth has recovered. The earth is about to welcome the era of all people cultivating immortals. Van Nam-tu's teachers and students at Vodang Mountain immediately felt the change in their vital energy. Just as Vong Sin turned around to prepare to remind his master and sister, Van Nam-tu suddenly appeared behind him, telling him not to talk and to meditate and practice the mind's magic. Do not miss the opportunity. Sister, your meridians are clear and you are now in meditation. I will help you clear the meridians of your whole body. Vong Sin is extremely moved. You must know that the first flow of vitality to recover after 1,000 years of silence is priceless. If you miss this time, perhaps you will never have such a chance again in your whole life. But in this situation, the master still remembered that his little disciple's meridians had not been completely cleared. How should he repay this favor in the future? Very quickly, with Than Nam-tu's help, Vong Sun's entire body's meridians were opened. The speed of the celestial cycle is more than 10 times faster than the original. This is the elevation that the natural energy of heaven and earth brings to true cultivators. It seems that after today, the earth will welcome a new era. A moment later, Vong Sin finished practicing and opened his eyes, discovering that his sister was looking at him with concern. Vong Sin instinctively wanted to ask senior sister if she was done controlling her anger, but the senior sister raised her hand to stop her and pointed at Master Than Nam-tu. Only seeing Than Nam-tu's position was a column of light rising straight into the sky. Than Nam-tu is breaking through, moreover, breaking through several realms. Vong Sin was full of surprise, seeing that his master was already a giant god about to break through Hudan. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim that although the natural energy of heaven and earth was good, it was just a little purer. Ordinary cultivators cannot rely on it to break through realms, but people can rely on it to break through realms. It was clear that he had only been cultivating for decades before breaking out today. His master's accumulation was terrifying, and his sister was more talented than others. Needless to say, even her cultivation level had taken a step forward. In just one night, the true essence in her body was several times purer, and the harvest was even richer than the years of hard work in her previous life, thanks to the promotion of true essence in her body. His understanding of the key heart sword formation has also entered another realm. Now the wooden sword used for practice can no longer withstand his true essence and sword intent. As for the master, since the awakening of heaven and earth's vitality, he has always been in a state of meditation. It was not until 3 days later that the master left the prison. After resting for a while, the master began to tell them about the event of cultivating the Tao thousands of years ago, and also warned them that what the world was about to change, and chaos would naturally follow. As cultivators, they naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the religion. But after brief instructions, the lives of the 3 teachers and students returned to peace. As before, everything did not seem to have changed much, but under the blessing of true essence, they had truly improved. Not long after that, Vong Sin practiced the 7 stars sword formation to the point of going into retreat, using only a wooden sword to pierce the wall. Than Nam-tu saw that and was also extremely happy. But now Wang Xing's problem is not this sabotaging the public works of Wudang Mountain. Van Nam too smiled and said, "It does not count. It does not count." Soon spring and autumn came, and without knowing the time in the mountains, Vong Sen had also spent 3 years in Wudang Mountain. But today, the normally peaceful days of practice were also paused by the appearance of a monk, and the person who came was Uncle Li, whom he had previously asked to testify when teaching the Dharma. It turns out that since the recovery of Aura, most sects have regained their inheritance and naturally are not willing to be lonely. Not long ago, more than 20 famous sects planned to open a meeting in Mao Sun to explore each other. It was also because of this exchange that Uncle Li came to ask for help from Brother Nam too. Regarding this matter, Uncle Li was also very helpless, from the sect master brother to the 2 monk uncles. They all said that cultivating was important, but instead pushed this matter to him. But his cultivation level was low. In case someone intentionally probes, I'm afraid I would not be able to control the situation, so I can only invite senior brother Than Nam to help. Knowing the end of the story, Than Nam too said in a deep voice, "If you want to find a monk of the conception realm to take control of the situation, I'm afraid I cannot go." When Uncle Li heard this, he immediately panicked. "Senior brother, has your realm fallen? How is that possible?" Than Nam too turned around and smiled faintly. "It was not because he failed, but because I broke through the Void Dan realm a few months ago. It might not be appropriate to go." While speaking, Than Nam too did not forget to condense a group of true essence in his hand. Such Versailles words also caused Uncle Li to be shocked a lot. He could not help but burst out in his heart. "Are you a bit hypocritical? Do not be like Versailles. Is the high realm really terrible? Is the void and really terrible, old man? I just entered the giant god realm. Can you consider my feelings for a moment?" Then Than Nam too said, "Although I cannot go, my 2 disciples are very suitable for your request." Hearing these words, Uncle Li gasped in surprise. Have Bugu and Feevu already broken through the conception stage? Than Nam too sighed full of Versailles. "It's just okay. Van Hoyen just broke through to the conception stage a few months ago. Tiu Sin is serious about swordmanship and was late to worship the master, so his level is not as good as his sister's, barely reaching the late stage of the giant god realm." Master Lai was directly attacked to the point of crying. "I know your realm is high and your disciple has good qualities, but is there a need to brag like that? If it were not for the fact that I'm not as good as you, I would really like to have a life with you right now. But at this moment, Vong Sin is hiding outside the door, eavesdropping and trying to hold back his laughter, thinking to myself, my master's still Chun P-Day practice is becoming more and more proficient." Soon it was evening. Uncle Li and Than Nam too finished deciding on related matters and then said goodbye. Next, Than Nam too began to instruct Vong Sin and his senior sister on things to pay attention to when following Uncle Li to the exchange. But compared to Vong Sun, Sister Mok Van Hoyen grew up in the mountains from a young age, with a pure soul without any distracting thoughts. Naturally, her master inevitably told her hundreds of things. For example, after going down the mountain, do not leave your cell phone alone. If the battery runs out, use a backup charger. Do not casually talk to strangers, and do not casually get into someone else's car. Men in the mountains are not trustworthy. If anything happens, you must take care of your younger brother." Mok Van Hoyen nodded in agreement. Vong Sin also smiled at his master's kind words of advice, but he also knew that people's hearts were cruel and ultimately not as peaceful and carefree as on the mountain. But the sister has a simple mind and has the passive attribute of being as beautiful as a fairy, so it's really possible to be deceived. But having said it again, Vong Sin has improved quite a bit in recent years and has now reached the level of helping his sister clean up her underwear without changing her expression. But there are also exceptions. There are some things that seeing too much can really easily make the spiritual mind unstable. Early the next morning, Vong Sun packed his luggage and waited at the door. Than Nam too told him to remember to be humble this time when he goes out, not to rely on the strong to bully the weak, and not to boast about the Dharma. Try to stay humble. You know, Vong Sen patted his chest and assured, Master, rest assured, being humble is my fort. At this time, Sister Mok Van Hoyen walked out wearing a robe, making Vong Sen stunned. Van Nam Tu pushed Vong Sen and smiled. Go over there quickly. Let the teacher take a picture of you too. Post it to show off to your friends to make them jealous. Vong Sen is a bit helpless. Did not your master say you should be humble? But he still cooperated to take a photo. The natural energy of heaven and earth recovered. The world entered the era of cultivating immortals. The great sects boasted of their inheritance. Gathered at Maosun to compete, Vong Sen and his sister represented Wooden de Guard. As soon as they got off the mountain, their outfits attracted passers-by to watch and take photos. Vong Sen reluctantly laughed it off and told her sister that if anyone took a picture of something, she should just pretend she did not see it and do not hurt anyone. Senior sister nodded as she ate and agreed. Seeing her innocent and adorable appearance, Vong Sen could not help but smile bitterly. Sister is so beautiful. If someone were to act like a scoundrel and receive a slap in the face from her, that scene would be hard to imagine. At this time, Senior Uncle Le waved to the two of them. Vong Sen led Senior Sister to greet Senior Uncle. Then Senior Uncle Li introduced them to several other third-generation disciples of Vodang, the Sword Cultivator Chu Ung Long, the Sword Cultivator Hak Lin, and Manhwa respectively. Vong Sen saw that their auras had clearly reached the giant god realm. I could not help but exclaim in my heart, Vodang's strength truly cannot be underestimated. It's just that the core of Vodang's inheritance belongs to Chan Vu Nut Match. The Dharma is largely similar to martial arts. In this day of recovery, I'm afraid martial arts will be looked down upon or even ignored by other sects. While thinking, Vong Sen and his sister immediately got into the car with everyone. Getting in the car, Vong Sen saw his sister keep looking out the window and could not help but ask, "Are you looking forward to it?" Unexpectedly, his sister immediately sent him several emoticons. This action really made Vong Sen feel a little helpless. He bought the phone for his sister when he went down the mountain. After changing phones, Senior Sister's skill in playing emoticons also became higher and higher. Now, if we talk about fighting ability, I'm afraid the people here are all trash. At the same time, Vong Sen also secretly made up his mind. In his previous life, he only lived to be 31 years old. So many things he could not really see with his own eyes. This time, everything is different. Moreover, he must protect those around him. Not long after, the bus arrived at the hotel at the foot of Mount Mao Mountain because the Immortal Tao Conference would not officially begin until tomorrow afternoon. So Uncle Lee told them to take advantage of this time to rest well and also walk around and visit. Do not be too tired. So everyone rested one night in the hotel. But the next morning, Sister was alone in her room, playing on the phone, angry. Vong Sen carefully opened the door and asked, "Is Sister waiting for me? Are you angry?" Unexpectedly, his sister threw him an emoticon to quickly comfort the old lady. It turned out that when checking into the hotel last night, the senior sister originally wanted to sleep in the same room as Vong Sen, like in the mountains. But after all, this was outside. Vong Sen felt it was a bit inappropriate, so he refused. Sister was angry because of that. So today, he came to comfort his sister early in the morning, preparing to take her out for a walk. After all, it was very difficult to make a trip to Maoshan, so I had to buy some local specialties for my master. At this moment, the other monk brothers were also preparing to go out to buy some things. You guys decided to go out for a walk together, to take in the scenery of Mount Mao, but just as you were walking, a voice suddenly came from behind. "I wonder which family you belong to. At Liu Van Chai Mao Sun, we met a few fellow monks." Everyone turned around and announced their names. At Chu Ung Long Vodang Sun, he met his friends. After a simple polite ceremony, both sides said goodbye. This action made Vong Sun also a bit bewildered. I wonder what these Mashan people are playing. Are they simply coming to say hello? But he had not gone far when he suddenly heard a round of taunts coming from behind. Now they are all cultivating and realizing the Dharma. Why are the Wudang disciples coming to join the fun? Do they want to perform sword dancing and boxing? Vong Sun turned around and immediately understood. It turned out they were looking for someone to compare tricks with. Seeing them so arrogant, someone quickly could not help but give one of them a yellow head. The yellow-headed man was suddenly beaten and shouted, who was secretly sending the merchant. Vong Sun turned his head to look at his sister. Without thinking, he knew that this was definitely what his sister did, so he held his sister's hand and turned around to leave. After all, he did not run away after doing bad things. Could he stay here and fight? The two Mao Sun disciples were on the spot screaming angrily. Who is it in the end? Dare to do it, but do not dare to accept it. What kind of ability does a dark arrow merchant have? If you see that my Mao Sun disciples are not pleasing to your eyes, please come out here and teach me. At this time, Liu Vanqi bent down and opened his mouth to interrupt them. If you two had not been talking nonsense behind their backs, this would not have happened. As he spoke, Liu Vanqi picked up the thing he had just used to sneak attack the yellow-headed man from the ground, only to discover that it was a tiny sewing needle, and it was intact. Even the skin on his leg was not torn. Seeing this, Liu Vanqi could not help but think to himself, this exquisite strength shows off his cultivation level, better than the arrogant bastard of Long Ho Sun, worthy of being Wudang. The younger generation certainly has powerful characters. Soon it was afternoon. In front of the Mao Mountain Palace Square, all the sects and immortals sent people to gather here. Uncle Lei walked in the front, enthusiastically greeting everyone, but there are still many immortal sects talking about Wudang. These days are no longer the era of fists and swordsmanship. Wudang still comes to join in the fun, even looking for a beautiful female disciple to come and gain fame. Could it be that he used the money to buy entrance tickets? Hearing these rumors, Vong Sin felt a little helpless. Dao City had just recovered, and it was understandable that Dao martial arts was not respected. But Taoists, can you discuss in a quieter voice? Otherwise, I'm afraid I will not be able to keep my sister. Sure enough, as soon as he turned around, Vong Sin saw that his sister had sent him an emoticon of wanting to beat 10 people, making Vong Sun not know what to do. At this time, Uncle Lei sighed. Everyone should understand the current situation. All the sects are preparing to look at us with embarrassment. Later, when the exchange between sects comes, there will be a chance that someone will ask you guys to go down to the field to compete. Speaking of this, Uncle Lei suddenly had bright eyes and looked towards Mok Van Hoyen, revealing a kind smile. Bu-ing. As long as you take action to guard the battlefield a little later, we can watch the show in peace today. Hearing that, Vong Sun was about to say that his master told them to be humble, but before he could finish his words, his sister directly nodded in agreement. This also gave Vong Sun a headache. He could imagine what the scene would be like. Later, it seems that the Taoist friends can only pray for blessings. The vitality of heaven and earth has recovered. The decaying immortal cultivating sects have once again flourished. But Wudang, which is famous for its fists and swordsmanship, is looked down upon by people, even feeling that Wudang has come to join the fun. He also specially used the money to find a beautiful female disciple to seek fame. No one knew that this female disciple of Wudang could crush everyone here. At this time, an old Taoist of the Mao Sun sect, as the host, announced the official start of the conference. First, the disciples of the sects took to the stage to display their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Vong Sin immediately understood that this sect exchange conference was essentially a conference to test the strength of the sects. Right? But before going on stage, he still had to remind his sister if he really had to go on stage later, it was not necessary. Do not show too much of his skills. Just show off his cultivation. And his sister nodded. Then a Mao Shan disciple stood up, and that was it. So Mao Sun, I asked for permission to start first, just like the bricks and tiles leading to the jade. Immediately after that, I saw him step onto the stage, take out a talisman and say a word asking permission to be embarrassed, and began to pour spiritual energy into it. The talisman also gradually virtualized into shape. Only a rustling sound was heard. That talisman actually turned into a sword, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. After watching the performance of this Mao Sun disciple, Vong Sun and the senior sister were speechless. As expected, they could not share their own dharma. At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind. Is this the famous Mao Sun Dharma? That's awesome. When I was a kid, I could read 7 lines for 1 coin under the bridge, and you can still give me a few more coins in return. Truly glorifying the name of our Tam Fucklock, Vong Sin and his senior sister followed the sound and looked over. Immediately saw a young blonde man lying on a chair not far away. It seemed that he was also a member of Tam Fucklock, but they did not know if he was a descendant of Long Ho Sun or Cat Tao Sun. But when Vong Sin listened to his tone, he probably had some trouble with Taoist Mao Sun. At this time, the old Taoist presiding over the competition stepped forward to mediate. Each family of the 3 Tong flock families naturally had their own bright spots. Please invite the next Taoist clan to come up and perform. As soon as the words ended, Chuang Long, representing Vodang, took the sword to the stage, preparing to demonstrate the Vodang Thayat sword technique. But before the performance had even begun, there was a burst of laughter from under the stage. Vodang's sword was sword marvelous, but as in day, everyone was talking about Taoism. The sword method seems not very satisfactory, right? Does Vodang not have the method of using swords? Oh, right, before, the original energy of heaven and earth was completely absent. Vodang naturally despised the so-called method of sword control. Hearing the taunts of the people on the stage, Chu Long on the stage could not help but break into a cold sweat. At this time, that blonde young man spoke up again. Do not talk nonsense. Be careful, this senior brother Vodang can kill you all with just 1 sword. As soon as he said these words, everyone immediately burst into laughter. Chuang Long was a bit at a loss, standing in place, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Vong Sun stepped forward. At this time, senior brother Chu let me go. Chuang Long thought, senior uncle said that junior brother's swordsmanship is profound. It is indeed more suitable for him to be on stage than me. So he immediately offered the sword to Vong Sin with both hands. Senior brother's skills are not good. Bothering junior brother, Vong Sin accepted the sword and humbly replied, senior brother's sword was wonderfully hidden within, so some ordinary people did not recognize it. It turned out that I had some flashy sword skills, and it was quite suitable for performance. Then I saw Vong Sin close his eyes and stand in place, muttering, the sword energy picks up the spirit. The sword falls to call the bright moon. How can the sword technique not be considered a Tao method? As he spoke, Vong Sin jumped into the air. The sword energy around his body rose up in all directions. The old priest who presided over it could not help but exclaim in surprise, clever sword heart. This is absolutely the clever sword heart, recorded in ancient books. Next, Vong Sin began to demonstrate the 7 stars sword formation, continuously transforming the 7 stars Dudo, and finally a sword stabbed towards the sky, actually piercing several holes in the sky above. Everyone was surprised by this scene. What sword technique is this? Is it possible to have such amazing understanding of swordsmanship? Is this person a sword fairy? But he was only a 3rd-generation disciple, and he was still at the giant god level. After performing, Vong Sin collected his sword and prepared to leave the field. It seemed that this time no one dared to look down on Vodang anymore. Vong Sun returned the sword to senior brother Chu when he got off the stage, but Chuang Long received the sword and felt the same thing now. Calling Vong Sin junior brother Vong is a bit wrong. Is it still time for Vong Sun to change his mouth to call senior brother? Vong Sun was at a loss for words. His senior brother was joking. Then the presiding leader announced that next was a good opportunity for fellow monks to exchange and learn from each other. Fellow monks do not need to be strict. Just feel free to ask each other for advice." As soon as these words came out, Mok Van Hyen immediately became excited. Her whole body was eager to try, making Vong Sun helpless, so she had to ask her sister if she really wanted to go on stage. There was no longer any doubt. Sister's eyes lit up and she nodded, then pointed to a corner signaling Vong Sun to look over. Vong Sun turned his head and looked back, discovering that the blonde-haired young man just now was staring at them, then stood up from his chair and was walking towards them. At first, Vong Sun suspected that this guy had intentions with his senior sister, but when the blonde young man approached, he realized something was wrong. The person this guy was looking for was actually him. Fortunately, Liu Yunji of Mao Sun sent over to divert the attention of the blonde-haired young man, only to see Liu Vanqi taking the initiative to speak, daring to ask for instructions on the few luck great path of Long Ho Sun. "You have Doist Thean Chong. Can you compete with your disciples again?" The Thean Chong laughed inside, scratched his head helplessly and said, "Why? You're still not convinced that you lost last time? But anyway, do not be afraid of that sword-dancing guy from Wudin running away. It would not take much time to defeat you. Go ahead." But hearing Thy Thean Chong call him a sword dancer, Vong Sun immediately turned black and wanted to beat him up, but still held back. After that, the two of them went up to the ring. Liu Vanqi still had no expression, and the Thean Chong smiled and asked him what he wanted to compare this time. Liu Vanqi pulled out his sword and said decisively, "Of course it is still the Fu Luck method and the Tam Tong Fu Luck method. The descendants of Mao Shan and Long Ocean compete. In the end, who will win?" At this moment, I only saw the Thean Chong laughing loudly. "I do not obey anyone. I just talk and show my skills, or else I will become an object." This scene made Vong Sun from the stage also praise strangely. He did not expect that there was such a magical Fu Luck in the Fu Luck method, but Liu Vanqi has been cultivating since he was a child and was diligently trained by the Mao San sect. It is not strange that he has a mid-stage giant god cultivation level, but this Thean Chong guy has reached the late giant god stage. Nowadays, the vitality of heaven and earth has just recovered, and the young people who can enter the giant god realm are all people with potential. If this name Thy Thean Chong is not pure natural talent, then it must be the Tao body of Longho Mountain that has something magical. At this moment, I only saw Liu Vanqi placing his hand on the sword, then lightly drawing it. Immediately countless talismans revolved around his body. I only saw him raising the sword in his hand and shouting loudly, "Upper Green Order Lightning." The next second, 3 talismans flew out from the clouds. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud explosion. A shocking thunder fell straight down. The Thean Chong put his hands in his pockets, not hastily taking a step back and laughing. Again, this move, it really did not mean anything. But Liu Vanqi's attack still did not stop, but continued to use Thunder Light Shine counter. A sword slashed out, combined with the double buff Shensing Talisman and Pill Jump Talisman, causing countless lightning strikes towards the Thean Chong. But the Thean Chong still had both hands in his pockets, as if leisurely strolling, easily dodging these attacks. Having had enough of playing around, he also decided to show some real skill, took out 2 Fu Luck, virtualized into a fairy crane and a spirit snake to attack Liu Vanqi. Liu Vanqi swung his sword to cut 1 snake and 1 crane in half, but the Thean Chong just smiled and hit it, split. Otherwise, it would create many different attribute Fu Luck. Suddenly, 4 types of elemental attacks rushed towards Liu Vanqi. The Thean Chong directly said arrogantly, "Today, if you force me to use Fu Luck, which costs over 100 yuan, can I lose?" Liu Vanqi felt humiliated, shouted loudly and shut up, immediately deciding to use all his strength. Immediately, countless Fu Luck surrounded his body, forming a yellow protective layer, blocking the 4 elemental attacks of the Thean Chong. Seeing this, the Thean Chong was still not confused, one hand feeding. The bag took a few steps back, pulled out 2 black Fu Luck cards. The next second, the 2 Fu Luck cards turned into countless butterflies. In just a blink of an eye, they surrounded Liu Vanqi, then were completely engulfed. But at that moment, A bright light suddenly emitted from the black butterflies. Dazzling, Liu Vanqi's hands formed a Dharma seal, exploding a brilliant golden light, dispelling all the black butterflies. Seeing this scene, Vongsun under the stage was also a bit surprised. He did not expect that robe was a Dharma weapon. Although it looked like the rank of that robe was not high, needs to consume a large amount of true essence and spiritual mind, but to be able to see the true Tao Gate Dharma, this trip is not in vain. And the senior sister next to him also has bright eyes. Looking up at the stage, his face eager to try, there was a thought that I wanted to take off this Taoist robe for my junior brother to wear. At this time, the Thean Trong suddenly laughed on the stage, and the magic weapon that had been passed down for thousands of years was given to a disciple of the giant god realm. Mao Sun was truly shameless, but our Dragon Tiger Mountain elders are also very shameless. Unfortunately, they also gave me such a small toy before. While speaking to Thean Chong, he took out a crescent moon-shaped pearl, then laughed and said, "What's wrong? Now everyone is shameless." Although Liu Vanqi does not know what effect this has, that jade is clearly also a magic weapon. But he has used up all his trump cards. There is no reason to lose in this competition. So he firmly decided to make the first move, unleashed a huge golden light to hit the Thean Chong. The Thean Chong still had both hands in his pockets, just a few random left and right swings to avoid these attacks. Immediately after that, he lightly threw the crescent-shaped pearl up, and the pearl immediately stuck to his forehead. In just a blink of an eye, the aura on Thean Chong's body exploded, his hands formed a magic formula, and his mouth chanted a spell. The great crane spoke, and a layer of blue protection immediately arose around him, blocking Liu Vanqi's lightning-fast attack. Then Thean Chong turned into several black Fu Luck, continuously pointing out, all Fu Luck together attacked Liu Vanqi. Liu Vanqi saw that the situation was not good and quickly set up a yellow protective layer to defend, but did not expect the black Fu Luck was about to crash into him. Suddenly a bunch of red liquid dripped out. Then it stuck to the yellow protective layer. Seeing this scene, the Maotian disciples below the stage all shouted loudly. The black dog's blood was also used. Do you still feel ashamed? As for Liu Vanqi on the stage, after being protected by the black dog's blood, he was suddenly careless when a black Fu Luck flew in and scratched his face. Touching the blood on his face, Liu Vanqi put down his sword and with difficulty said 3 words, "I lost." This battle is still one step higher than the Thean Chong. Vongsun could not help but sigh. This descendant of Long Ho Mountain is indeed not simple. Suddenly, Lai Suthu's voice came from the side. The name Thean Chong is not simple. Vongsun is a little doubtful. Do you know him, Suthu? Lai Suthu nodded with a serious face. He heard that 5 or 6 years ago. He went to Long Ho Mountain to practice. Before the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality, he had mastered the basic talismans. After the return of heaven and earth's vitality, he had mastered Fu Luck Thean in a short time, though Lai Suthu evaluated him from top to bottom. At a young age, he created his own stone door magic. Now he is the young leader of Long Ho Sun, directly taught by the heavenly master Long Ho Sun. His future can be said to be immeasurable. After listening to Lai Suthu's introduction, Vongsun could not help but ponder. In theory, if this psalm chapter has such potential, why have I never heard of this person in my previous life? Could it be that he encountered some accident that caused him to die prematurely? If it were not for his mouth and positive personality, how could he be quietly anonymous? At this time, the Thean Chong had just finished the competition and suddenly laughed loudly. That sword dancer from Wudang Sun, let's compete a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on Vongsun in the crowd, and Vongsun himself was bewildered. Remembering what his master told him before leaving to be humble, he glanced at the expectant eyes of his senior sister and the few fellow students next to him. If he did not fight and retreated, it would only leave Wudang with a reputation of cowardice and fear of death. So he decided to fight, standing up from his seat. Senior brother Ung Long, let me borrow his precious sword for a moment. He is the intelligent future sword fairy of Vodang. Normally he uses a wooden sword. Now that he is about to compete, he does not even have a sword. Listening to Vong Sen on stage, he had to borrow someone else's sword. The other Taoist disciples below the stage were discussing how much Wu Dang did not value this future sword fairy, to the point that he did not even give him a sword. Look at the disciples of Mao Sun and Long Ho Sun throwing Fuluk as if they do not need money. At this moment, the senior sister suddenly pulled the hem of Vong Sun's shirt, her face full of worry. Vong Sin held the senior sister's hand and gently comforted her. Sister, do not worry, it's okay. Hearing that, the sister's face suddenly turned red. After that, he started cheering for Vong Sin. Before going on stage, Uncle told Vong Sun to pay attention to safety. Even if he lost, it was okay. This reputation was worth nothing. After that, Vong Sun officially went on stage. After the two teachers gave each other signals, the Thien Chuang suddenly pointed at Mok Van Hoyen under the stage and said, "Can you give me your senior sister's contact information? Or we can make a bet. When you lose, then give me your senior sister's contact information." Vong Sun only replied faintly. After finishing the fight, he spoke, but in his heart he was already angry. It was not easy for this guy to be able to tease the flower like this. Then the competition officially began. The Thien Chung first launched 3 Fuluk attacks. Fuluk turned into 3 large groups of fire and rushed straight towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin leaned to the right, leaving behind an afterimage, easily avoiding this attack. A giant shadow suddenly covered him. Looking up, it turned out to be a giant fairy crane transformed by Fu Luck, raising its giant claws to pounce on him. Vong Sin jumped up to avoid this move, then stepped on 7 Stars' back jaw, instantly defeating the fairy crane. And the next second appeared in front of the Thien Chung. The Thien Chung was startled, hastily cast the jumping talisman to jump into the air, preparing to distance himself from Vong Sun, using the Vu Luck to kill Vong Sun. But before he could touch the ground, Vong Sun appeared behind him. The Thien Chung quickly turned around to try to distance himself from Vong Sun again, but this time Vong Sun did not give him a chance. Directly transformed into countless afterimages surrounding him, then he found the right opportunity to decisively draw his sword. The speed was so fast that the Thien Chung had no time to react. The sword was already on his neck. Victory and defeat have been decided. The Thien Chung directly admitted defeat. Big brother, do not get excited. I absolutely have no intentions towards your senior sister. Vong Sun, admitting defeat, also pulled his sword back, turned around and prepared to get off the stage, but was stopped by Thien Chung. Then the Thien Chung chuckled and said then brother, I'm a bit unconvinced. How about we have another fight? Otherwise, in the future, I will be like Liu Van Chi pestering me, going to Vodang Mountain every day to look for my brother to compete. Vong Sin turned his head to look at the Thien Chung speechless, not understanding why the experts of Long Ho Sun did not pay attention to this name. As for the Thien Chung, he boldly continued to say, "Come Than brother, from now on you will be my brother. Oh, okay, let's have another match. If we lose this quickly this time, in the future I absolutely will not mention competing with Brother Than anymore. As long as you beat others, you cannot let others beat you." This is so awesome. As soon as these words were said, even the audience below the stage could not bear to listen anymore. They shouted for Thien Chung to come down quickly, not to lose face anymore. As for Vong Sun, in order to no longer be entangled by this name, he reluctantly sighed and agreed. The Thien Chung was so excited, he immediately closed his eyes, formed a magic spell, and recited the magic spell to accumulate power, using up all Fu Luck could use, preparing to unleash a big move. As for Vong Sun, to convince him to lose his heart, he only pulled out his sword and did not interrupt him. But he was still little worried that he would continue to meddle in the future. So I decided that if that was the case, let him go all out, then pour a bucket of cold water down, let him experience a little what is called despair. At this time, The Thien Chung suddenly opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I'm ready, come." After speaking, he immediately launched his strongest move towards Vong Sun. The three giant beasts drawn by few luck rushed straight towards Vong Sun, but Vong Sun just threw out a sword energy and cut the three giant beasts in half. The Thien Chuang was surprised, but still unwilling to admit defeat. He launched a multi-element attack again. Vong Sin transformed into several afterimages to dodge the attack. Step by step walking towards the Thien Chung, the Thien Chung hastily built a clay wall to defend himself, but before he could erect the clay wall, a gust of wind suddenly blew past him. And immediately after that, the Fuluk bag on his waist was cut into two halves. The next second, Vong Sun appeared behind him. The sword energy was flying around his body. Seeing this scene, a cry of surprise was immediately heard from under the stage. Just now it was the sword energy that had left his body. It could not be. How old was that young man? As for Vong Sun, he looked regretfully at the broken sword in his hand. He did not expect that even senior brother Chu's sword could not withstand his true essence. Then he turned around, clasped his hands towards Thai Thien Chung, and seriously told his sister that he had won. Senior sister immediately sent him a "so cool" emoticon. Vong Sin smiled shyly and thanked his sister for cheering for me. But in my heart I thought, showing up today seems a bit too much, but after all, he will be on the mountain in meditation in the following days. So it should be okay. At this moment, the senior sister's eyes suddenly flashed. She pulled Vong Sen behind her to protect her. When she turned around, it was the Thien Chung holding the ruined Dharma uniform. He was walking towards them with a gloomy expression. Vong Sen placed his hand on his sister's shoulder, signaling to leave this place to him. Then he stepped forward and asked the Thien Chung if there was anything else going on. Hearing this, the Thien Chung gritted his teeth and rushed forward with a swoosh sound. Everyone was startled and quickly reminded Vong Sin to be careful. But unexpectedly the next second the Thien Chung started crying again. "Big brother, cannot you carry me directly? Why do I have to carry my blessings? The materials to make these uniforms are so expensive. One set costs 30,000. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. At this moment, a large foot kicked forward, cutting off the Thien Chung's intention to continue speaking. After that, he angrily shouted, "Okay, do not embarrass yourself anymore. Go back to the sect to compensate you with double the ingredients." But I did not expect that the Thien Chung guy would be asked by an elephant. After getting an inch, he wanted to move forward a meter, saying, "Uncle, please give me a few dozen more leaves of Thong Than Luck Order and Thunderbolt. I will not be able to use them all." Before he could finish speaking, his uncle interrupted him. "You go back and obediently stay there for me. Otherwise I will take your magic weapon back there." Having finished speaking, he pulled the Thien Chung and turned around to leave. But even so, the Thien Chung still did not forget a shout of Vong Sin. "Brother Sin, I admire your swordsmanship." The Thien Chung, "Add us on WeChat. Let's eat together later." Vong Sin was speechless, completely admiring this crazy guy. The natural energy of heaven and earth is restored. The sects and immortals gather together. Mao Sun exchanges fighting techniques, and the young man representing Wu Deng fights the #1 genius of Long Ho Sun. Faced with countless talismans, he only swung his sword and slashed, but directly beat the #1 genius of Long Ho Sun to tears. After sending the Thien Chung away, this exchange conference finally got on track, thanks to Vong Sin's move. After that, no one came to cause trouble anymore. Next, they just need to quietly observe, and they can calmly go through the entire conference. Soon, when it came to the Cathay Realm competition round, the people from other sects were a bit hesitant to step up, afraid that if they lost, they would lose face as their masters. But Mok Van Hyen was not afraid at all. She was crushed. The whole process had no expression on her face and did not say a word, causing the other Taoist disciples below the stage to gasp in surprise, while Vong Sun had a calm expression, thinking in her heart, indeed the normal conception realm was not her senior sister's opponent at all. After the competition ended, Mok Van Hyen immediately walked towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin gave her a thumbs up. Great sister. Hearing that, Mok Van Hoyen breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the voices of other Taoist disciples came from behind, so young and already in the middle of conception. Boss, this is the real boss? As soon as she finished speaking, Mok Van Hoyen opened her full embrace stage atmosphere again. Her expression also became serious. In an instant, everyone around was surprised. Seeing the difference between her sister in front of her and in front of others, Vong Sen smiled helplessly. Senior sister, this is really making it difficult for you. But after today, the great sects must have groped their way. As long as the natural energy of heaven and earth continues to exist, the great event of cultivating the Dharma will come again. I'm afraid this time of peace and prosperity will not last much longer. Although the Taoist sect can restrain its disciples, what about the wandering cultivators, evil cultivators, or demonic beasts who step onto the path of demonic transformation? The path of spiritual practice may be easier to follow, but how should conflicts in this human world be handled? Thinking to the end, Vong Sin decided not to think anymore. After all, thinking too much is useless. No matter how much strength you have, you can do as many things as possible. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to support it. No matter what, he can continue on his path of cultivation in the future and be righteous. After that, the exchange conference ended. Vong Sen led his sister and a group of fellow students to prepare to go down the mountain. But unexpectedly, just a few steps away, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Son, brother, wait a minute, son, brother. When Vong Sen heard this voice, he could not help but shiver. With a stiff face, he turned around and asked, Is there something wrong, sir? Then he saw the Thian Chong excitedly pick up the phone and say, Add friends, we've said it before. Everyone will inevitably have to communicate in the future. Please take more care of me. Vong Sen had no choice but to be friends with him. Then the Thian Chong offered to take this opportunity to talk kindly to him. Vong Sen replied, Okay, it's okay to talk, but I cannot pay for those roads. The Thian Chong chuckled. It's okay, it's okay. At that time, I just wanted my uncle to help me find some ingredients and lie a little. Those talismans only cost a few thousand yuan. Vong Sen was sweating profusely. He could only use 2 words to evaluate him. You are evil. But just as several people were about to go down the mountain together, Liu Van Chai's voice came from behind. Fiu Vudao brother, please slow down and wait for me. Today, thank you for teaching that scoundrel Luong Ho Bang. It really made my heart feel extremely refreshed. I could not help but chase after you to thank you 1 or 2. Vong Sin clasped his hands. Brother Liu is being polite. As for Thian Chong, he contemptuously picked his nose, who is talking so poetically. What era is it? What about you and me? Liu Van Chi immediately responded, That's better than being rude when you open your mouth. The Thian Chong laughed. Even a defeated general still dares to act in front of me. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Vong Sin quickly came out to reconcile. You're both hungry. Let's go down the mountain to eat something together. I'll invite you to dinner tonight. After that, the few people went to a restaurant to eat. During the conference, everyone represented different sects, so they naturally seemed to be formal. But after entering the private room, did not take long for everyone to get used to each other. Through conversation, Vong Sin also learned about the situation of the Thian Chong and Liu Van Chai. It turned out that the Thian Chong was the same age as him and was mischievous, so his family sent him to relatives in Longho-sun to be placed under house arrest because he had extraordinary talent in talismans. That's why he has today's glory. As for Liu Van Chi, he is no stranger to him. After all, the other person in his previous life was one of the 36 island sects of Mungayan Kayat. Since childhood, he has followed his elegant master and practiced, combined with his extraordinary temperament, so he has a large number of fans online. As for how the two of them became unjust families, then it must be said that a few years ago, Liu Van Chi came to the elegant Longho Mountain, was hit with a stick by Thian Chong. And from then on, the two of them had a grudge. Later, Liu Van Chi's cultivation level had some achievements. He wanted to take revenge but failed many times. So there was a scene at today's conference. Today, at the conference, Vong Sin and his sister have made many sects admire. It is reasonable for the two of them to come here to make friends. But of course he will not be arrogant because he also does not want to incur enmity with this world. Making friends, practicing peacefully is the correct principle. Fast forward to the evening. A woman was reviewing the recording of the Mao Shan sect exchange conference, telling her subordinates to quickly pick out the useful information inside. At this time, an employee seemed to discover something and said, "Team leader, you watch." Then the image of Vong Sin fighting was brought up. The audience at the scene all shouted, "Whoa, who is that?" Sword fairy. This is a sword technique that only appears on television. Looking here, that the group leader picked up the cup and asked, "Who is he?" The employee immediately responded, "This person's name is Vong Sun. His Dharma name is Phi Vu. According to the information we collected, his master's name is Than Ham too, and it is said that his cultivation level is already at the conception stage." Then, this person gave the group leader photos of Vong Sun and Than Ham too. After the team leader finished watching, he was lost. The cup in his hand fell to the ground. He turned around and asked, "Who do you say his master is?" The man worked as a Taoist monk in Wuding for 3 years. He did not expect that when he returned home, he would bring a daughter-in-law for his parents, making his parents so happy that they almost brought out the bride price. After the exchange conference ended, Uncle especially gave Vong Sun a few days off. These past few days, Vong Sun brought his sister home to visit his parents. As expected, his parents were very pleased with this daughter-in-law. Dad even secretly called Vong Sin aside, asking how far he and his sister had progressed and if they needed help preparing the bride price. Vong Sin smiled and told his father to rest assured, "One day I will definitely let my parents hold me." During this time, Vong Sun lived very comfortably. The only thing that was not good was that every night he received bombarding text messages from the Thian Chong, making it completely impossible for him to sleep well and say goodbye to his parents. Vong Sin and his senior sister finally returned to Vodang. Seeing them return, soon there were Vodang disciples chatting. "Are not those senior brother Phi Vu and senior sister Bat Nhu?" I heard senior brother Ung Long say that they had a great exchange at the conference. It turned out that a few days ago, Chu Ung Long and the others had returned and spread the news about the exchange conference throughout Wuding Mountain. Currently, the temples on the mountain already know the cultivation level of Vong Sun and his sister. But even so, Vong Sun will not feel that he is superior. After all, everyone is a cultivator. Even though in his previous life he had to endure the faces of some noble people many times, in this life he did not want to become the kind of monk he once hated the most. But waiting for the two of them to return to their residence, the master asked with a serious face, This time we went to Mao Mountain. Did not I tell you to be a little humble?" After hearing this, the sister immediately got scared and hid behind Vong Sin. Vong Sin smiled shyly, just about to explain the reason to his master, when he saw his master puff a laugh, then put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Good job. Although we are guests in Wuding, not belonging to the lineage of Emperor Chan Wu, but also considered a monk of Wuding Mountain, this time you will not make your master lose face. But next time you still need to quickly surrender and continue to practice in the mountains with peace of mind. Junior brother Lai sent some things yesterday. There were 2 good things inside, as a reward for you two on this trip, because I still have to go to the Ho Palace to discuss things and bring dinner home for you guys at night." Having finished speaking, Than Nam too turned around and left. At this time, Vong Sin suddenly discovered that after several days of not seeing him, he felt like his master was about to break through. After that, the two returned to their room and began to look at the things that Master Lei sent, perhaps to thank them for their efforts during the exchange conference. Uncle Lei specially prepared many gifts for Vong Sun and senior sister. Among them, the gifts prepared for him clearly took a lot of thought. This ancient sword named Van Iron looks ordinary, but when you hold it, you will know it. The sword contains sword pellets, clearly a specialized weapon made for sword cultivators. Although it is not as magical as Liu Van Chi's, Kim Gu, and Thythene Chong's Moonfang Muk, it is still a truly rare item. It's acceptable to consider it as revenge for this trip to Mao Shan. After trying it, Vong Sun returned to his room and showed Van Iron's sword to his sister. Sister received the sword and gently caressed it, but shook her head. Vong Sin quickly said, "Sister, do not worry, I will not intentionally use it to kill people." Vong Sin knew that Van Iron's sword was the master of killing, so his sister was definitely worried that he would be affected by this sword. Then he saw his sister rummaging through the chest again, taking out a piece of good quality jade and giving it to Vong Sin. Vong Sun quickly waved his hand. "My senior sister already has this sword. This soul-soothing jade pendant is of course for my senior sister." Unexpectedly, the senior sister directly sent an emoticon, "This man is invincible in the world," wanting to give this jade pendant to him. But Vong Sun still waved his hand and refused. "This is a gift from my uncle to my sister. How can I accept it?" Sword Vong Sun does not need it. Sister immediately showed a pitiful expression, tears rolling around in her eye sockets. How could Vong Sun bear it? He quickly said, "Sister, wait for me a moment," and ran out of the room. Not long after returning, his face turned red, and he gave his senior sister a flute, saying that he originally intended to wait until her birthday to give it to her as a gift. "Now take it out first. If sister wants to give something to me, she must accept what I give her." Sister happily received the flute. After resting a bit, their lives became peaceful again. Now what Vong Sun needs to do is to take advantage of the opportunity to improve his realm, the conception realm, within 1 year. He also wanted to feel what bitch cockbat Thuck was, but such peaceful days did not last long. They had not been back to the mountain for a month, but Uncle Lee, with a worried face, ran to their small courtyard and shouted loudly, "Brother Then Nam to hungry ghosts harm people. Please save me, senior brother." Hearing the ghost, Vong Sin's face was full of curiosity, while senior sister was so scared that her face turned pale. At night, Vong Sin still slept as usual, but woke up midway and discovered that his sister was sleeping next to him. Vong Sin's face turned red. He was startled and prepared to sit up, but was held back by his sister. At this time, the senior sister also looked at him with a red face, then pointed at the window next to her. Vong Sin heard the sound of wind whistling outside the window and immediately understood. Sister was scared by the wind, so she lay down and helped her cover herself with a blanket to comfort her. "Do not be afraid. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we have to get up early to leave." Then, under Vong Sin's comfort, senior sister finally closed her eyes and slept peacefully. Looking at his sister sleeping, Vong Sun thought about how during the day Uncle Lee came to invite them to help catch ghosts. The older sister's face looked scared and hid behind him. He also did not expect that his sister, a monk of the conception stage, would be afraid of ghosts. Suddenly, Vong Sun remembered what his master had told him. Back then, when his sister would open her mouth to speak, she used ghost stories to conduct stimulation therapy. As a result, my sister almost became autistic and also suffered from fear of ghosts. To this day, it still has not healed, yet it can still scare my sister to the point that the wind blows the grass. Can we see how strong the medicine the master used that year? But at this moment, comforting the frightened senior sister is also his responsibility, a junior brother. Have you ever met a Taoist who catches demons like this? The left hand holds the golden body of the Buddha. The right hand holds a painting of a deity and a cross and garlic around his neck. America's nickname is combination of East and West, but in fact he does not want that. It turned out that these were all given to Vong Sun by her sister before leaving. After all, it's the sister's intention. How could Vong Sun throw it away? So I immediately brought these things and followed Uncle Lee to this location. I just did not expect that this place would be the secular home of Uncle Lee. No wonder my uncle had always hidden it before. This matter had a bit of a scheming for power feel to it. Before opening the iron altar, Vong Sun also learned that the owner of this family was named Lai Suthian as the big brother of Uncle Lei. Because these past few years he has been sponsoring Vodang, Vodang also tacitly allowed them to come and help exorcise demons. But what makes Vong Sin feel strange is that his uncle clearly has a rich family background, so why did he still choose to become a monk and practice Buddhism? Did he encounter some accident? That's why I'm depressed and disappointed with the secular world. Very quickly, the monk began to open the altar. Gods from the 5 directions, heaven and earth, left and right protect the Dharma. Quickly go and disperse the evil and evil here. As soon as he finished speaking, Vong Sun and Chu Ung Long transformed into 2 golden lights. It turned out that before the exorcism, Senior Uncle Lei had already discussed it with them. In the beginning, he was just pretending, and he and Senior Brother Chu were the main forces in actually exorcising the demons. Such an arrangement is mainly because outsiders' understanding of Buddhist monks is still limited to some movie content. Therefore, although the actual person doing the work is a disciple, honor and achievement still need to be attributed to the old master. At this moment, Vong Sun opened a bedroom door, countless sounds roared out from inside, and then 2 pairs of red eyes appeared in the darkness. 2 ghosts immediately appeared in front of Vong Sin. Vong Sin's face was expressionless. His hand pressed the magic spell to his mouth and recited the magic formula, emitting a dazzling light. In just a blink of an eye, the ghost in the room was completely cleansed. A moment later, Vong Sun went out to reunite with Senior Brother Shu. Brother Chu said he went around and encountered more than 20 ghosts, and Vong, could it be that the Feng Shui layout here had the opposite effect? Having said this, Senior Brother Chu seemed to think of something, but just as he was about to say it, Vong Sin signaled him to be quiet. Be careful that the walls have ears. Do not mention this first. Go find your uncle to reunite with. No matter what, this place is still considered the uncle's house. If there is really someone behind it, they cannot just sit still and ignore it. At the same time, Uncle Lai was in unspeakable pain, still raising his sword to cast spells. After all, everyone around him was looking at him, and he had no way to say stop. In my heart I was thinking, is not it just about exorcising a few demons? Why has it been so long? Have not come back yet. Are those 2 kids really trustworthy? Fortunately, at this time Vong Sin and Senior Brother Chu finally returned. Uncle Lei breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and told Big Brother to prepare a quiet room for them to restore their spirits. Soon it was evening. Vong Sin told his uncle about the situation they encountered today, and at the same time gave his guess, suspecting that it was very possible that another monk was playing tricks. After hearing this, Uncle Lei frowned. There are other monks, so it's troublesome. Vong Sin, as a reincarnated person. Thanks to what he saw and heard in his previous life, his knowledge is now even broader than that of his uncle. Of course, he also knows some of the dark sides of the world of cultivating immortals. Today's incident is probably because the Lei family's assets have caused the greed of some evil cultivators, or perhaps Lai Suthian offended someone, inviting evil cultivators to take revenge. At this time, Uncle Lee, who was having trouble thinking, finally raised his head, looked at Vong Sun and asked, "Fai Vu, in your opinion, what should we do?" Vong Sun thought, if we suddenly exposed it, I'm afraid it would lead to the other side, being the dog at the end of the fence. We could just do this, and that, and then like that, and like that. Half an hour later, Uncle Lee and his eldest brother walked around the manor, and while chatting, asked the eldest brother if he had offended anyone in the past few years. Lai Suthian said he just stayed at home and did not offend anyone. After hearing this, Uncle told him to think carefully. Now, I am afraid that someone wants to harm his whole family, but Lai Suthian still said that there is absolutely no such thing. At this time, Vong Sun was in the true essence transport room, eavesdropping on the 2 people's conversation. At the same time, he learned from the 2 people's conversation that the Lei family seemed to have done something against their conscience in the past. The feng shui of the manor and the monk's renunciation seem to have happened more than 10 years ago. Do these things have any connection? The next day, after dealing with the ghost problem, Uncle Lee immediately prepared to go back to the mountain to report, telling his elder brother to let him know if anything happened. But at night, Vong Sin and Brother Chu returned to the Lei family manor. It turned out that they pretended to leave to let the other party relax their guard, then returned at night to ambush them. Brother Chu asked Vong Sin how long they had to wait. Vong Sin said perhaps we have to wait until the middle of the night, because the middle of the night is when the yang energy is weakest, and also when the evil cultivators raising ghosts are most confident. The Lysuthian family is rich and powerful, has security, plus a complete surveillance system with no dead ends. Even so, the number of ghosts they eliminated today was 70 or 80, clearly not a matter of just 1 or 2 days. If there are no outsiders to disturb it, there is no reason not to leave traces, so the perpetrator who released the demon is most likely an insider, even though he said that this person who released demons was also very cruel. This kind of evil cult that uses ghosts to absorb positive energy and to destroy people's entire families is truly intolerable. At this time, Brother Chu asked Vong Sin again, "Is it helpful for us to just stand here and wait?" Vong Sin said that if it was an insider, if it took too long, there would be changes, and he would definitely take action today. Now it's just a matter of seeing who is more patient than who. Having said that, Vong Sin sat cross-legged and began to release his spirit, covering the entire Lei family manor. Seeing this, Senior Brother Chu could not help but exclaim, not expecting Fai Vu's spiritual induction to cover the entire manor. Do not say that my cultivation level is not as good as his, even in the same realm. I'm afraid I still cannot do it. In that case, let me escort Fai Vu thoroughly. Suddenly, Vong Sin's spiritual senses sensed that someone was walking towards the upstairs where Lysuthian was resting. Just at this moment, outside Lysuthian's upstairs, a security guard was holding a flashlight, secretly looking east and west, then took out a small pin from his pocket, bit his finger, and dripped blood onto the pin. The next second, the first time Vong's son went down the mountain to help someone, from that small peak a cloud arc green dark smoke flew out, turning into a huge, screaming demon hovering above the guard's head. Then the human and the ghost walked together towards the upstairs building where Lysuthian lived. Just as the Lee ghost raised its sharp claws, preparing to break through the door and rush in, the door suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. The Lee ghost was burned by the golden light, emitting a pitiful cry. The guard was also startled. It turned out to be Vodang's fucklock talisman. Lysuthian was indeed prepared, but charms can protect against ghosts, but can they protect against living people like us? The vitality of heaven and earth is restored. The gun-toting policeman who does not believe in evil encounters a real Taoist cultivator, but sees the other person as a liar. Rushing forward, I bumped into a real ghost and almost peed my pants. The first time Vong's son went down the mountain to help people exorcise evil spirits, he cut down 70 or 80 ghosts, but no matter how powerful the magic spells were, in the end they could only prevent ghosts, not insiders. Just as the guard was about to push the door in, a cold light suddenly flashed. Vong Sin swung his sword and stabbed at the guard, but what made him unexpected was that the guard concentrated his intelligence, pushed down the door, and avoided this sword strike, and the demon was hovering above the guard's head. At this time, he appeared behind Vong Sin, raised his giant fist, and fiercely smashed down on Vong Sin, but what was hit was only an afterimage. The next second, Vong Sin appeared in front of Li Kuai, decisively pulled out his sword, and slashed at Li Kuai's neck. Only hearing a kung sound, this sword slash was like cutting into a rock, not hurting Li Ghost at all. Suddenly, there was a noise in Lysuthian's room. Vong Sin immediately realized something was wrong, immediately stepped on Li Ghost's back, and jumped to the second floor. At this time, Lysuthian was waking up from a dream. The guard was holding a small knife, preparing to kill him. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Vong Sin promptly saved him, but the guard did not intend to let him go. Jumping back, he threw the poisonous raspberry needles at Li Suthian. Right at this moment, Vong Sun used Chan Guyan to control the poisonous needles, then swung his longsword, knocking out all the poisonous needles. Looking at the falling poisonous needles, Vong Sun discovered that the needles contained evil true yuan. As long as they were slightly attached to the old man's Menmun, I'm afraid it would be difficult for the gods to save them. This evil cultivator is really cruel, and the guard is holding a small knife, saying cruelly, Wudang disciples, do not talk too much. Vong Sin held a sword and pointed at him, inciting ghosts to harm people, using demons and evil to act arrogantly. Worth killing. Seeing that threats were ineffective, the guard decided to take action and struggled with Vong Sun, but after a few moves, the guard suddenly stopped and began chanting spells. The next second, the demon broke through the window and rushed straight towards Li Suthian. Seeing this, Vong Sun could not help but think to himself, this person would rather pull me back himself and also want to use the ghost to take Li Suthian's life. In the end, there was no hatred between them. But no matter what, saving people was still the most important thing. Vong Sun instantly came to Li Suthian's side. One sword repelled the ghost. At the same time, he also calculated in his heart, just now I felt an aura approaching. Brother Chu must have also discovered it, and is coming. In that case, before brother comes, just let me pull the legs of these people. And ghosts. The other guards saw that Vong Sun was shielding himself in front of Li Suthian and decided not to stay any longer. Immediately controlled the demon to attack Vong Sun again. Vong Sun was also not willing to be weak. He followed the 7 stars method to avoid the attack of the ghosts, while also looking for opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, Vong Sun jumped up, put all of his true essence into the sword, and one sword slashed down on the devil's tears, cutting the devil's tears in half. Just hearing a whoosh sound, the small top in the guard's hand also exploded. Vong Sin took advantage of the victory and rushed forward, slashing 3 swords of energy. The guard did not have time to dodge and was directly sent flying out. As the guard fell, the tear demon gradually disappeared, but unexpectedly at this time, the guard was at the end of his tether and directly sacrificed his soul to fuse with that demon tear. Immediately, the demon's body grew several times larger, sharp spikes sprouted from its body, and a pile of skulls surrounded it. Vong Sin could not help but think to himself, how many souls did that evil cultivator use to refine this demon? At the same time, senior brother Chu finally brought the security guard and ran over, loudly calling into the house, is brother Fi Vu okay? Upon hearing the sound, Vong Sin immediately jumped out of the window, then threw Li Suthian to senior brother Shu, telling him to protect Li Suthian well, take the Li family members as far away from here as possible, and then swung his sword again to slash at Li Ghost, but Van Iron's sword's fort is not a magic weapon to exorcise demons. Dealing with this type of ghost spirit is not very effective. It is even more effective to use talismans like Thai Thian Chong and Liu Van Chi. Thinking of this, Vong Sun immediately had an idea, used the 7 stars technique while avoiding the attack of the ghost, while calling out loudly, senior brother, quickly give me my uncle's talisman. Upon hearing that, Chu Long quickly searched for talismans. Li Suthian also turned around and instructed his subordinates to quickly get all the talismans pasted in other places and bring them. And at this time, Vong Sun, facing this ferocious monster, also had a plan to deal with it. If he could not kill it, then he would die. Immediately use the 7 stars technique, virtualizing countless afterimages, opening the 7 stars sword array to encircle the demon, using spells to consume soul power, using the sword array to encircle its body. At this time, senior brother Chu finally brought the talisman over. Vong Sin grabbed it, preparing to use the talisman to exorcise and exterminate demons. I saw Vong Sun wave his hand and throw it. Countless talismans flew out. Vong Sun used Chan and Guyan's sword energy to penetrate the talisman, adding buffs, launching an attack with swords and talismans towards Li Kuai in the center of the Great Formation. He saw the talisman hit Li Ma's body and burst into flames, until finally Li Ghost's entire body burst into yellow flames, emitting a cry of pain. Seeing this, Vong Sun felt a little nodded. The talisman was indeed effective. The evil cultivator in that attic must have lost his mind. Otherwise, the Lee ghost could not leave Layman lie alone. In that case, if consumed like this, he would definitely be able to destroy the Lee ghost. But just as Vong Sun and Lakwai were arguing, something happened on senior brother Chu's side. A group of policemen with guns in hand suddenly rushed in, saying they had received a report that someone wanted to cause harm to Mither. Lion had come to investigate. Vong Sun, through his spiritual senses, sensed these people and quickly shouted, "Senior brother, stop them. Do not let them get involved. Give me another 15 minutes. This thing will not last long." At the same time, Suthian was standing at the door explaining to the fat captain that there really were ghosts. They really were not fooling people. But the fat captain did not believe it at all. Frankly, what era is it? Why are there ghosts? At this moment, just hearing a whoosh sound, Chu Ung Long suddenly appeared next to him, smilingly explaining, "Uncle Police, my junior brother only needs 20 minutes to dispel the evil tears. Please rest assured." But the fat captain just thought he was a scammer, was coaxing the old man, told a few people to guard the side door, and immediately rushed in. Chu Ung Long quickly dodged the person who wanted to stop him, but this fat captain not only did not listen to the advice, but also pulled out the pistol from his waist, pressed the muzzle directly to his forehead, then used the excuse of obstructing official duties, telling people to temporarily detain him. The reason why this fat captain dared to do so was because since his vitality was restored, the Daiho government ordered the police to carry guns when on duty, and in special cases they were allowed to shoot. Seeing that Chu Ung Long could not stop these people, he could only sigh helplessly. That's it. Just let them in and open their eyes, just waiting for these policemen to enter the door. They were scared by the scene before their eyes. Their whole body was weak. They were screaming in horror. There really was a ghost. As for Lee Ghost, after seeing the living people, he immediately picked up a rock and threw it towards them. Seeing that the rock was about to hit a few people, Chu Ung Long quickly ran forward, circled in front of the fat captain, used a Tai Chi Shui hand move to use force, threw the rock in another direction, then turned around and smiled and said, "You police officers are hot-tempered. Please do not provoke it." Hearing that, the fat captain was immediately stunned. His subordinates asked the captain what to do now. This matter was beyond their scope of handling. The fat captain tried to act calm and said something in a hurry. "You guys quickly contact the headquarters to report the situation here." The others maintained their positions and coordinated with the leader inside to shoot at the ghost. Chu Ung Long heard this and quickly spoke up to stop. "Wait, regular bullets cannot hurt Lap Devil. They only trigger its ferocity. The devil is trying to attack you. If you want to destroy it, you must find things that belong to the positive energy. Can I get some chicken blood? The best one is Oya blood." Fat Captain Van Ian quickly told people to look for him, but not long after, Vong Sun's talismans were used up. Seeing Lap Kwai attack again, he was suddenly at a loss. Fortunately, at this time senior brother Chu threw out a large pile of chicken blood, all of it on Lap Kwai's body. Immediately after, he saw the thick layer of spiritual armor on Lap Kwai's body gradually melt, turning into strands of smoke. Seeing that the heroic chicken's blood was indeed effective, everyone was very happy, but Lap Kwai was not completely defeated at this time. On the contrary, he was still injured, so the danger was fully triggered and rushed towards them. In an urgent situation, Chu Ung Long decisively took action, summoning Chan Vu Great Emperor's Dharma body, blocking Lap Kwai's attack, and at the same time sending it flying out. But he was also sent flying a few meters away. After all, it seemed to have created an opportunity for his younger brother. I saw Vong Sin jump up, put all his true essence into his sword, and use the 7 stars sword technique to stab Lap Kwai's acupuncture points. After a set of swordsmanship was performed, he saw 7 sword energies on Lap Kwai's body instantly connect with each other, then suddenly explode, emitting a blinding white light. Lap Ghost also gradually disappeared in the white light, But not long after destroying Lap Ghost, Vong Sen also lost all his strength and fainted because of the true essence in his body. Although he was not in a coma for too long, he still felt a bit exhausted after waking up. After a little breathing, his state gradually recovered. Through this great battle, he also obtained unexpected harvests, now standing on the threshold of the conception realm. It seems like this trip was not in vain, but at this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Vong Sen opened the door to see, but it was two people he did not know. The two claimed to be members of the Special Investigation Team, specializing in handling cases of injuries caused by Li Kuai. The female's name was Mu Ingayat. The male's name was Daegu, and Mu Ingayat was also a fan of Vong Sen. After Vong Sen agreed, she immediately picked up her phone to take a few photos with Vong Sen. After being reminded by Vong Sen, she remembered there was something important to discuss. She smiled amiably 2 times and said, "Actually, our team leader wants to talk to you. Please wait a moment. Someone will video call you. I will wait outside. After you finish talking, just call me." Sure enough, not long after, Vong Sen received a video call, but when he clicked to listen and saw the person on the other end, he gasped in surprise and called out, "Master, do you know that monks who have become monks can actually get married and have children?" For example, the Taoists of Wuding Mountain. Looking at the woman opposite in the video, Vong Sen remembered the Trung Duong New Year, the first year he went up the mountain, at which time he was dragged by his master to drink once. The master drunkenly told him, "In the future, if you want to get married, go ahead and get married. If you want to have children, go ahead and have children." The teacher is very open-minded. As long as you have the same heart and mind for your wife, nothing will happen. Vong Sen was confused and did not understand why his master suddenly said this. The master took the opportunity to borrow wine to tell a story from the past. It turned out that year Van Nam too once loved a girl, but what was opposed by his master. At that time, he originally intended to beg his master, but that girl had a strong temper and immediately left, and since then disappeared for more than 10 years without any news. It was not until 2 years ago that someone sent 2 photos. At this time, Van Nam too knew that he had a child and Vong Sen was about the same age, and this woman in front of me is the monk in the photo. Seeing that the other person did not say anything, Vong Sen hesitantly called out, "Master." The woman opposite in the video sighed softly, You can call me aunt, but there is something I want to ask your help with. Can you please convey the message to your master on my behalf? Tell him, if he still cares about his daughter, he should come see me soon." Van Ian immediately thought that the little junior sister might have encountered some difficult problems when she took out her phone, so she called the master, then turned on the speakerphone, thinking happily, as long as we could have a face-to-face conversation, the master certainly has a way to save the master. But not long after, the other end of the line heard a familiar reminder. "Sorry, the phone number you just dialed is currently unavailable." Vong Sen asked for a moment, hastily explaining to the master, "Maybe the signal at master's place is not very good. Please contact senior sister." "Do not worry," Vong Sen said while sending a message to senior sister, asking senior sister where master had gone. Senior sister quickly sent an emoticon, indicating that the master left a letter, and then left without saying a word. "I took a photo of the letter and sent it to you. You can see for yourself." Vong Sen just saw the content of the letter. It turned out that the master was to be promoted to Kim Dan and needed to be in seclusion for a while, so he ran to Chung Namsun and said that after returning, he would help them get dressed and take them flying. Looking at the content of the letter, Vong Sen only felt nonsense. "Master, is this the fate of being alone for the rest of your life? The timing for promotion is also too good." Thinking of this, he sighed, briefly explained this situation to my senior sister, then walked out of the room and asked Muungayat when we were leaving, "My senior sister will also participate in this action. Let's go back to Vodang to pick her up first." At the same time, Vong Sen also thought in his heart that if something happened to his own daughter, the senior sister would naturally not stand by and watch. But the senior sister took the initiative to contact us. It seemed really a bit troublesome, but even though it was a dragon and tiger acupuncture point, I also have to save my sister. After that, several people immediately prepared to go to Wuding Mountain to pick up their sister. Vong Sin also learned from Moon Gaiet's mouth that the evil cultivator's father and brother had long died in a mine accident. Because that mine was the property of the Lei family, he targeted Lei Su Thien for revenge. At this time, Moon Gaiet suddenly received a text message from her colleague. Just now the security guard who intended to kill that person died, and died very miserably. Vong Sin looked at the way the guard died in the photo, along with the mark on his arm that looked like a Tai Chi, and judged that the guard died from yin-yang blood loss gu. This type of gu worm is influenced by yin and yang. Ancient books record that they can increase the sensitivity of the person hit by the neck and can also cause the opponent to die thousands of miles away. There was also this symbol that looked like a Tai Chi pattern. In fact, it was not. It was most likely a pattern of the organization behind him. So he told Moon Gaiet that he could start investigating from this aspect. At the same time, from the yin-yang blood loss gu, the Tai pattern, there was also the wooden top magic weapon that he destroyed before there. These three things are enough to prove that a certain evil cult organization has become large-scale. I'm afraid they have to quickly contact the big mountain sects. After hearing this, Moon Gaiet also realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly told Vong Sun to wait a moment. She went to inform her colleagues, while Vong Sins stood there with a sullen expression. After all, it was related to the secrets of his past life, so he did not want to reveal his spirit completely. He only hoped that this time he could prevent anything from happening. After all, this time they had to face the Yin-Yang sect, an evil cult organization that almost overthrew the entire world in their past lives. Vong Sun had to be cautious. The next day, Vong Sun successfully picked up his sister and officially set out to rescue her. In the car, Moon Gaiet looked at Mok Van Hoyen, her eyes shining. Fairy to Bat Gu is so beautiful. Her figure is beautiful and her skin is white. There really are no dead ends. Seeing that Moon Gaiet was a bit too enthusiastic, Vong Sun quickly explained, "Senior sister, she is the junior sister's subordinate, not a bad person." Sister ate the food and said yes. The statement also slightly attacked Moon Gaiet. However, on the way, Vong Sin finally learned the truth of the special investigation team from Moon Gaiet's mouth. It turns out the Code the Heap used martial arts to ban chaos and immortal medicine, and now the Tuchan civilization in the New World, of course, also needs a special organization to maintain world order, and the special investigation team is led by the monk. It is considered one of the special departments established by Dai Ho Kwok aimed at the religious world, specializing in supervising the religious world and reconciling conflicts between the religious and secular world. But because this matter related to their team leader's biological daughter, it was not convenient for them to say much. Hoping that Vong Sin would not pay attention, Vong Sin smiled and said, "It's okay. This matter is also a personal matter for us. After all, it's not only your group leader's daughter, but also our junior sister." Van Ngun, Moon Gaiet, and Dang Gu were both stunned. After reacting, they guessed the relationship between their team leader and Director Then Ham, too. Moon Gaiet was so excited. She did not expect there to be such a super big Milan. Not long after, the few people finally arrived at the mission location this time, which was also the university where little sister was studying. Next, they had to hand it over to Vong Sin and senior sister. The teenager who had just entered college had become the enemy of all the male students just because he not only had a beautiful senior sister as his girlfriend, but also had a beautiful senior sister who was flirting with him. According to the intelligence provided by Moon Gaiet, there are monks who have infiltrated the university campus to spread religious practices in a multi-level form. Little junior sister is also one of the students who was lured. Now that heaven and earth's vitality has just recovered cultivating the path is still a secret to the outside world. During this time, they were trying to scam the students, but what Vong Sin and the others had to do was disguise themselves as a couple of international students and infiltrate the school, investigate the monk's whereabouts, and rescue the younger sister. Not long after checking in, senior sister sent a text message. She discovered remnants of Fu in junior sister's room, probably caused by Fu luck, asking Vong Sun what to do next. Vong Sin told senior sister not to fight snakes or grass for the time being. If possible, give her a chance to get to know little junior sister first. Senior sister quickly sent an emoticon. It seemed like she was already in character, playing happily, and Vong Sun looked at little sister's photo. The younger sister's name is Trivan. This year she is a second year majoring in economics and commerce. According to documents provided by Moon Gayet, there were monks who infiltrated the university campus to preach. The little junior sister was also one of the people who was deceived. Because of this, there was a conflict with the senior sister and they cut off contact. Perhaps that's why the teacher had to contact her master, hoping he could help her save her little sister. After that, Vong Sun and her senior sister went to the student cafeteria. They originally planned to have their senior sister come up and start a conversation, but this made it difficult for her senior sister, who is not good at speaking. Vong Sin advised his sister not to put psychological pressure on her. She is the master's daughter. Do not consider her an outsider. Suddenly, Vong Sun noticed that on the little junior sister's body, true essence appeared. This type of true essence is very similar to the true essence that she cultivated from the miscellaneous techniques in her previous life. It seemed that things were not that simple, so she told her senior sister to change her plan. She would try to contact her senior sister first. Hearing that, the senior sister breathed a sigh of relief. Vong Sun also turned his head and slowly approached the junior sister, preparing to open his mouth to start a conversation, when suddenly he heard someone calling his name from behind. He was so startled that he dropped the phone to the ground. Vong Sun turned his head to look, but it was his former sister Thien Lam, who could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that the next second his sister jumped directly into her arms with an excited expression on his face and said, "It's really you. Why are you here?" Seeing this scene, the senior sister's face immediately turned black. At the same time, the surrounding boys also looked at Vong Sin in surprise, then turned to contempt. Who is this person? Sister them also had time to develop a little lover. I just saw that kid seems to have a girlfriend. Right? Cannot help it. Kill it. Seeing that the surrounding boys were about to attack Vong Sun, the older sister quickly explained, "Do not cause trouble. This is my high school student. He once saved my life." It turned out that in her previous life, she was disabled because of a car accident, and after being reborn, Vong Sun at first at the scene to help her overcome the danger, although it was a bit risky, but now seeing her in such good health, Vong Sin feels it was worth it. At this time, Vong Sun suddenly placed his hand on his sister's shoulder, smiled and greeted him. His small face turned slightly red, but in fact Vong Sun was not being sexually harassing, but was feeling the aura on his sister's body. Discovering that her sister had no aura, she determined that her and her junior sister's affairs were unrelated. At this time, someone next to me suddenly asked, "Classmate, your phone fell." Vong Sin turned his head to look, and it turned out that his junior sister picked up her phone that had just fallen and handed it back. She quickly took the phone, said thank you, and then enthusiastically said, "Classmate, can I have a WeChat, please? To thank you, I'll invite you to dinner later." But the junior sister gracefully refused. Seeing that the junior sister could not help but smile, "What? Did you intentionally throw the phone behind someone's back?" Vong Sin smiled shyly, quickly changed the subject, introduced his girlfriend to his sister, so that the two of them could get acquainted. But the senior sister looked at her with a gloomy expression, as if saying, "Are not you going to find out about junior sister's situation? Who is this girl? high-status student sister or high-status senior sister. How should I communicate with her? Vong Sun's face was covered in sweat, and he advised his sister to calm down a bit. After that, Vong Sun immediately took the student and senior sister to the small forest and told the student about the general situation, saying that he came to investigate some unstable elements hiding in the school, hoping that the student could provide some clues. My sister heard about the unstable element, thought for a moment, and felt there probably was not this type of person in the school. So Vong Sin asked again, has anyone recently invited you to join any strange clubs? For example, dancing, magic, longevity, and even cultivating immortals. Hearing this, my sister suddenly remembered the posters she had seen before, which seemed to be related to what Vong Sen said. Immediately sent to Vong Sen, it was a poster recruiting members of a club called the Supernatural Inspiration Club. Vong Sen looked the advertising slogans on it and felt that this was exactly what they were looking for. Immediately get up from the ground and tell your sister that's enough. I'll send someone to secretly protect you. Next, just pretend you've never met me and seen your sister. Sister Hawk nodded and watched the backs of Vong Sin and her sister leave, but their backs were strangely lonely. Thinking in my heart is that the sisters she always mentioned in her messages, no wonder being in the mountains happily forgets heaven and earth. If I had not met your senior sister today, I would have thought you were planning to become a monk. The natural energy of heaven and earth recovered. The era of cultivating the people began, but unexpectedly, even the hidden rules spread to the cultivator world. After learning information about the Supernatural Inspiration Club from his sister, Vong Sun and his sister immediately began investigating. That night, in the small forest outside the school, a dozen students surrounded a circle, surrounding a yellow-haired guy in the middle. The yellow-haired guy is still brainwashing them. Do not blame the members for being bad ghosts. Doing anything requires investment. Now you are investing in yourself. Only then can you truly step up to the top and start practicing. At this time, Vong Sun and his senior sister were standing on a tree not far away. Thanks to their profound cultivation, they heard the conversation just now clearly. Vong Sin could not help but lament, are they preaching or multi-level marketing? The leader does have cultivation in him, but if it's just practice, these people will not violate the rules. Thinking for a moment, Vong Sin still decided to send the photo to Muingai at first, so they could investigate. At this time, the senior sister suddenly reminded Vong Sin to look over there. Vong Sin raised his head and asked the senior sister, is something wrong? Sister shook her head. Vong Sun looked suspiciously at the direction she was pointing. I only saw the yellow-haired guy just now. Right now he was saying something to a girl, with a cunning look on his face. When Vong Sin heard what he said, he immediately lost his words. Now, given cultivating the Tao have hidden rules. After that, she told her sister to stay here, and I followed to see. Very quickly, the yellow-haired man took the girl to a deserted alley, held out his hand and said to the girl, if you follow my wishes, do not say you are a member of the Ghost Killing Association. I can even get you even a sidestep medicine technique. The girl's face turned red, and she was a bit hesitant. The girl's face turned red, and she was a little hesitant. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in front. Shut up, you scoundrel! You lost face! An old man with an angry face came out of the alley. The yellow-haired man saw this and quickly explained, second uncle, no elders. This is someone I just met. Do I want to introduce him to you? But he had not finished speaking yet. Another voice sounded overhead, unexpectedly. The paranormal club even has secret rules to be sneaky. Vong Sin held a sword and rushed down from the sky. He casually said one sentence, and the sword's energy immediately slashed the old man to death. The yellow-headed guy just saw that even the second uncle of the giant god realm was hacked to death. Decided to run away. At this moment, a cold light flashed. Vong Sun's sword was placed on the yellow-headed man's neck, telling him to tell the truth about where their lair was. Early the next morning, Vong Sun beat the yellow-headed man to a pulp and then went to a small house. In the yard, there were 4 old men and women making tea and chatting, but at this moment, Vong Sin suddenly walked in to say hello, good morning, super spiritual elders. Having their identities exposed, the old men looked at each other and immediately joined forces to throw the table they were using to make tea towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin did not panic at all. He slashed down with one sword, splitting the table into 2, and then unleashed several sword energies, killing the 3 old men in the blink of an eye. At this time, the old woman hiding behind suddenly swung a Fuluk 5 flame, attacking Vong Sin, but unfortunately what hit was only the afterimage of Vong Sin. The next second, Vong Sin appeared behind her and recklessly used a sword to knock her unconscious. After dealing with those 4 psychic elders, Vong Sin immediately handed over the scene to Mu Ngayat. Waiting until she got back to school, Mu Ngayat called again saying that those wandering cultivators had already confessed. The founder of the Super Psychic Club called himself Holy Fire. They hired dozens of wandering cultivators as guardians and had now created a reputation in the world. As for the junior sister, because her family was rich, there was a small spiritual treasure, like a lucky mascot in there. Vong Sin told Mu Ngayat to send me a copy of their documents, so I will pay attention to their movements. At the same time, he also had some doubts. The Holy Flame, the Paranormal Club, such an organization, was indeed a criminal gang with a religious background. What is their goal after all? Could it be that they simply want to promote a scam? But no matter what, I still have to quickly pull my junior sister out of this quagmire, otherwise I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Just as Vong Sin was thinking, a finger suddenly poked his forehead. Vong Sin turned his head and saw his senior sister pointing at him, as if saying, "Senior brother is a bad guy. Do not let me fight." Vong Sin smiled, picked up a piece of potato chip, and put it in his sister's mouth. "It's time to find my sister." In the evening, the two asked their junior sister out and explained to her the general situation as well as their identities. But the younger sister did not believe it at all. "My father has passed away 20 years ago, so why do I have any disciples?" Vong Sin did not explain much, but directly gave her the photo that his master kept with him. In the photo are him and her mother. After that, Vong Sin showed his junior sister a previous video call with his nun. Knowing the truth, the junior sister had a hard time accepting it, holding her head and sobbing. Seeing this, the senior sister next to her immediately panicked. She did not know how to comfort others at all. But at this moment, in the grass not far away, a crossbow was aiming straight at them. With a whoosh sound, the arrow shot out. Luckily, the senior sister reacted in time, swung her hand and easily blocked it. But the other person saw that the attack failed and decisively ran away. Vong Sin told his senior sister to protect his junior sister, while he chased after him, at the same time thinking to himself, "Can these rats disguised as humans finally be unable to endure it anymore?" The natural energy of heaven and earth recovered. The entire population opened an era of cultivating immortals, and there was a pagan cult organization that used the name of the club to recruit people. From the university, Vong Sin discovered and destroyed a nest in there. His junior sister was suddenly assassinated, and the shadow behind the scene finally appeared. While chasing, Vong Sin also informed Mu Ngayat on the other side. Upon receiving the news, Mu Ngayat immediately ordered the staff to prepare for combat, blockade the entrances and exits of the school, and be sure not to let the enemy escape. Not long after, Vong Sin unleashed a sword energy that knocked the opponent to the ground, but unexpectedly, as soon as the opponent got up, he threw out a series of poison needles. Vong Sin easily waved his hand to block it, but toxic smoke rose from his hand. "This needle is poisonous." Next, he saw the other person trembling as he took out a medicinal pill and drank it. Seeing the other person continuously take out medicinal pills, as well as needles, can cause the conception stage to temporarily lose the ability to act. Vong Sin knew this woman's background was not small, so he decided to capture her to get information. So he immediately went behind the woman, squeezed her neck, directly lifted her up, removed all her meridians and cultivation base, then casually threw him to the ground, leaving the rest to the monk. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt a murderer. This was a murderous aura that conflicted with the Taoist method. Vong Sin turned his head to look and immediately saw two masked people, one tall and one short, appearing in the distance, slowly walking towards him. This little brother, this woman stole something that was originally ours. Maybe seeing the tattoos on the two people's necks, he immediately recognized that they were members of the Yin-Yang sect, and firmly stood in front of the woman. No way. The short man of the two scratched his head. Do you know that today you will poke the person who should not be poked the most? As he spoke, the murderous aura on the two people's bodies began to materialize, rushing straight towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin was not willing to be weak and condensed a sword energy to destroy. He said coldly again, "If I say no, I cut not." While talking, the sword energy around Vong Sin was rampant, instantly dispelling the incoming murderous aura. And this also aroused the tall man's interest. Inserting his sword into the ground, he rushed straight up, swung his hand to slash at Vong Sin's afterimage. The attack failed. The tall man immediately changed direction, slashing towards Vong Sin's body again. Vong Sin also did not expect the other person to be able to keep up with his 7 stars footwork. It seems that the other person not only has a big voice, but actually has some real skill. Immediately condensing the sword thread in his hand, he swung out the sword energy to slash vertically in response. After a few moves, Vong Sin also realized that if the opponent was not able to deal with him with his bare hands, then he was afraid that it would be really difficult for him to resist. But just as the two were struggling, Vong Sin's eyes suddenly glanced that the dwarf was preparing to take the woman away. Vong Sin silently cried that something was wrong, immediately launched a fierce attack towards the tall man, as if he wanted to decide victory or defeat in one move. The tall guy indeed fell into the trap and began to accumulate great moves, while Vong Sin this opportunity to turn and rush towards the short guy. The short man did not dare to welcome the tough guy, so he quickly turned around to defend and was pushed back several meters. Vong Sin hugged the woman from the ground, looked at the two masked people in front of him, and silently lamented that there were experts in the conception realm. The Yin-Yang sect is certainly not ordinary, but this woman is an important clue to the Supernatural and Inspiration Club. We cannot let her die here. At this moment, the tall man suddenly said a sentence, "Enough of playing," then grabbed it with his hand. The sword, as soon as it was planted on the ground automatically left the sheath and came into his hand, only to see him placing the sword horizontally in front of him and coldly saying, "Speed battle, quick victory," as he said. He jumped into the air and swung the sword down. The murderous aura turned into 3 giant snakes that attacked Vong Sin. Vong Sin hugged the woman and quickly dodged. At the same time, he saw that this knife and the murderous aura complemented each other. It was impossible to welcome, but while avoiding the knife and defending against the dark arrows, just as Vong Sin dodged the tall man's attack, he was suddenly attacked again. It turned out that this dwarf played a bad trick and secretly attacked him. Vong Sin had no time to dodge and could only welcome it, but was directly sent flying out. At this moment, the tall man suddenly appeared in front of him, slashed straight at his face, and right at the moment when 1,000 pounds of hair hung, a tree branch covered with true essence suddenly flew forward, hitting the tall man's sword-holding hand. Next, a pair of white, jade-like hands appeared in front of the tall man's chest. A palm strike directly sent the tall man flying out. It turned out that the senior sister was coming. Vong Sin also breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, his sister brought a tree branch to show that they were bad people. Hearing that, the senior sister's eyes immediately became sharp. She rushed forward to directly fight. Using Tai Chi fist, her right hand displayed the Tai Chi pattern, blocking the dwarf's murderous attack. At this time, the tall guy behind wanted to sneak attack. Vong Sin held a tree branch in his hand and rushed forward. The tall guy quickly pulled out his sword and turned around to slash at Vong Sun's afterimage. Then the two of them struggled with each other. No longer worried, sister started to attack with all her strength. The true essence turned into each hand and hit the dwarf, directly knocking him out. But at this moment, the dwarf aimed at the little junior sister. The condensed murderous aura turned into a pair of large hands that grabbed the little junior sister. The little junior sister was frightened and screamed loudly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the senior sister promptly deployed the yin and yang 2-ki good aura great formation, blocking this murderous aura outside. Seeing that he could not fight back, the short guy shouted at the tall guy to go quickly. If he did not go, he would die here today. After hearing this, the tall man immediately slashed his sword, forcing Vong Sun to retreat, then did not forget to say cruel words, "Junior, your swordsmanship is not bad. One day I will fight with you for 300 rounds. As soon as the sister heard it, she could not help but rushed forward prepared to give them 2 more slaps, but was stopped by Vong Sin. Senior sister, our most important job is to protect little junior sister. Mu Engayat has obtained the intelligence. Next is their mission. But as soon as Vong Sun turned around, the sister's eyes were filled with tears, as if saying the sister was useless. She could clearly hold them back. Master will definitely scold you. Vong Sun rubbed his sister's head and comforted him. Senior sister not only defeated the enemy, but also protected junior sister. It's too powerful. Finished comforting her sister, Vong Sun looked at the branch in his hand and thought, I hope that after this fierce battle, a junior sister can understand something. After that, because of the demons in the Lee family, and the special investigation team began to come up with countermeasures against the yin-yang sect. But even so, they still failed to capture the 2 evil cultivators, only shooting one of them. As for the nun captured by Vong Sun, her name is Nigok Trai Vu. She was originally an outer disciple of the Kok. Half a year ago, she was bribed by the yin-yang sect to steal the secrets of the sect. When the incident was revealed, she was hunted down and killed. When she was about to be arrested, Ngok Trivu was saved by the Holy Fire. Taking advantage of the opportunity to join the psychic club, the 2 sides continued to resent each other. Last night's scene also came from there, but for Vong Sin and the others, now the trouble began. But after knowing the details of the matter, the teacher directly gave the younger sister a slap in the face, wishing that iron could not become steel, and said, "Why did I give birth to an idiot like you? Are you really that stupid, or are you trying to make me see this on purpose? All those years of studying seem like it's all gone down the drain. If those 2 were not there, I would be dead now. You know?" As she spoke, the corner of the monk's eyes could not help but shed a few tears. She raised her hand and prepared to strike again. But this time she was stopped by Vong Sun. "Senior lady, please calm down. Junior sister is just being bewitched by others." The teacher gritted her teeth, let go of Vong Sin's hand, turned around and wanted to leave, and at the same time instructed the team member guarding the door to give her the results of the interrogation to the junior sister within 2 hours. Regarding this, Vong Sin could only sigh helplessly. As the saying goes, raising a child is not as good as the father's country, and this matter is not completely irresponsible. After that, he smiled and squatted down in front of the little junior sister to comfort him. As senior sister, when I give a clear statement, then follow us back to the mountain, experience a bit of real practice, and by the way, meet my biological father. Hearing that, little sister stopped crying, and the nun probably also wanted to let the junior sister stay away from Haiyan Vu. Very quickly agreed to Vong Sin's proposal. Wuding Mountain has fresh aura, plus enthusiastic hospitality from fellow students. The junior sister's mood also gradually became happier, but at night, she still could not help but ask Vong Sun, "Senior brother, when will my dad come home?" Vong Sun thought, "This is very difficult to talk about. Master's breakthrough to the golden pill is the Thean Dao Thean Keep. It is not easy to overcome. What's up? If anything happens, just tell me." And sister bowed her head and whispered, "Now I am making amends for my sins. I do not want to embarrass my mother too much, and I do not want to affect her work either. If possible, I want to quickly learn some bravery to work in that special investigation team. As soon as Vong Sin heard that the little sister had this heart, it was not in vain that they tried to advise her. Then expressed in Cultivating the Path, focus on cultivating virtue first, then cultivating the mind, then cultivating the Dharma. Your father once taught me, cultivating the way is pursuing the realm of the way, not the powerful magic. You yourself are the foundation. You should not abandon the roots and follow the branches. Confuse the point. After saying that, Vong Sun turned around, picked up the dishes, and prepared to leave, at the same time thinking to himself, even though he has withdrawn from the vortex, his junior sister still has unresolved questions. He hopes that his master can return soon and use both calm and humorous words to warm his junior sister. I do not know how things are progressing with the special investigation team. At the same time, in a certain university dormitory, a guy wearing glasses was surfing the web looking for good games when he suddenly saw a game called Holy Fire, which prompted him to click to enter. The natural energy of heaven and earth recovered, and the cultivation of immortals and civilization flourished again. Long Ho Sun intends to announce to the whole country through the network to publicly auction Thean Su Fu Luck, temporarily ending the outside matter. Vong Sin does not have too many problems. The next day, continue to practice the attack of the conjuration stage. The giant god realm is to use your spiritual mind to comprehend heaven and earth and begin to let yourself initially integrate with heaven and earth. As for the conception stage, you can autonomously control the relationship with heaven and earth, absorbing vital energy from heaven and earth. When the inner celestial cycle and the outer celestial cycle connect with each other, the conception realm can immediately be achieved. How to complete the inner cycle perfectly without loopholes is the direction that Vong Sun is currently striving for. But right at this moment, he suddenly heard Senior Brother Chu's voice. When he opened the door, it was indeed Senior Brother Chu, along with Dao Master Cao Su Han. Vong Sun quickly bowed to Cao She Han, and Cao She Han came this time because he heard that Vong Sun was the master of swordsmanship and prepared to give him some instructions. This also made Vong Sun unable to help but exclaim that year he originally went up the mountain to worship Cao Su Han as his teacher. Unexpectedly, through fate, I met my master and sister. Life is basically like that, gain and loss in just one magical word. After watching the 7-star sword formation that Vong Sin performed, Cao Su Han stepped forward and began to comment, "Your level of swordsmanship is very deep, and you and I are not on the same path, so I cannot point you in the right direction. But since the founding of the mountain, Wuding has passed down a set of 7-star sword formation, which has many differences with your 7-star sword formation set. Look closely here." Cao Su Han began to perform the 7-star sword formation. After Vong Sin watched, he turned his face in surprise. Although this sword formation has something in common with the 7-star sword formation, it is not the same sword formation. The mind is careful to guard the middle gate. The mind is carefree in all directions. Cao Su Han is truly an expert who has reached the realm of 2nd, 3rd generation swordsmanship. Compared to him, his understanding is too shallow, the teacher's education is too complicated, and he does not go all the way. Master Uncle follows the path of pure swordplay. With his guidance, I can definitely go one step further. So after Master Uncle finished performing, Vong Sin immediately came forward to ask for advice, hoping that Master Uncle could guide him in his practice. But Master humbly said, "It's okay for you and me to compare moves. Your current cultivation base may not be below mine. Come try some tricks." Seeing this scene, the little junior sister in the room opened her eyes in excitement, asking in disbelief, "Is Senior Brother that powerful?" Sister smiled and nodded, and from that day on, Master Uncle came here every few days to compare tricks with Vong Sin. The two learned from each other and complemented each other. In recent days, Vong Sin has also benefited a lot, until one day, when the two of you were halfway through comparing moves, Suddenly, there was a loud burst of laughter from outside the door. It's okay for the two of you to compare moves, but if you fight like this, do not hurt anyone. Vong Sin and Uncle Cowmaster turned their heads to look back. Uncle Cowmaster exclaimed in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" Next, I just heard that person stroking his beard and laughing. Your uncle and teacher said that Than Nam too was lucky enough to pick up a peerless sword. I have been practicing swords all my life, so naturally I had to come watch and enjoy it. Vong Sin quickly bowed to his master, but his heart was confused. Is not your uncle's master the former sect leader with the highest status on the mountain? The master smiled, told Vong Sin not to be so formal, then sat down on the chair next to him and began to point out the two of Vong Sin. You two are too attached to the sword and underestimate the way. If you compare moves, but do not hurt each other too hard and it will break. A small mistake will hurt the opponent's Dao. Okay, let's start. After that, Vong Sun and Uncle Kao Su began to continue to compete, at the same time thinking to themselves, the seniors on the Thean board are said to be taboo for the entire cultivating world, but seniors like the master rarely appear. Naturally, they are not on the board and can receive his pointers. Truly the creation of juniors like me. At this time, the master began to point out Vong Sun next to him. Heaven and earth did not have me to have a square inch of land to live in peace. Heaven and earth should have me to honor the body, soul, and spirit, with the master pointing out. At this moment, Vong Sin seemed to realize, in the blink of an eye, the surrounding vital energy converged towards him. Arrive. He just took a deep breath. The vitality then entered his body through the aura, finally reaching a peak. Vong Sin shouted loudly, breaking through the small citadel of conception realm. After breaking through, Vong Sin could feel the spirituality in his body continuously growing. The true essence is also more pure. This must be the conception stage, but the urgent task at hand is to immediately strengthen the realm and prepare well for the Golden Dan attack. At this time, the master looked at Vong Sin, who was sitting cross-legged to consolidate his realm. In his hand, a stream of true essence condensed, directly pressing down on the top of Vong Sin's head. As soon as Uncle Ka saw it, he immediately understood that his master intended to stay and instruct Phi Vu, so he took the initiative to leave. And then the master spoke again, gathered his thoughts, calmed down his mind, and focused on realizing the Tao. The old man has been using the sword for many years, and today he gives this sword to you. I hope you understand well the 6 levels of swordsmanship. The first 3 levels are sword form, sword intent, and sword position, are the foundation of swordsmanship. As for sword cultivators who have achieved achievements, most first realize these 3 steps, then meditate on their own. But in the 4th stage, Ngukiam, you need to choose a sword embryo. Use your spiritual mind, train day and night, and achieve the flying sword technique. The 5th realm, the heart of the sword, is a sword with sword energy, visible and invisible. The sword can also be endlessly hypnotic, and can also be infinitely sharp. As for the 6th stage, sword support, the heart sword is used as the sword's soul, and the Tao is taken as the sword's soul. Once you show off your talent, you will be amazed by the world. Not long after, Vong Sin opened his eyes again, comprehending the 6 realms of swordsmanship that his master had just taught. Perhaps it was not the end of the swordsmanship, but it clearly showed him a very long path in the future. Then just slowly experiment. At this moment, his master's voice rang in his head again. The old man gave you a sword intention. Well understood. This was his master's inheritance. Vong Sin could hardly contain the excitement in his heart, opened his eyes wide, and then fainted. Luckily, his sister appeared in time to help him. Then the senior sister held her junior sister in one hand, hugged Vong Sin, and walked towards the room, while the junior sister gradually turned into a young man, excitedly holding the phone to record the precious moment of the princess hugging her second senior brother. Then, after entering the conception stage, Vong Sin acknowledged his understanding and slept for a day before waking up. But what he did not expect was that the sword intent that the master casually gave to him was actually a dual sword intent, strong and soft, yin and yang, spring and autumn, and horizontal changes could all be called dual minai. The master only passed down sword intent, because Vong's son had entered the world of swordsmanship, suddenly had the extremely mysterious Long Nai sword dharma, and clearly understood the path of swordsmanship that he had to follow in the future. After returning to the mountain for only 20 days, Vong Sin took a big step forward on the path of swordsmanship. Later, the sword was his magical weapon, and at the same time, his magical guardian, and even more so, the staff that allowed him to stand between heaven and earth. But those peaceful and calm days did not last long. Moon Gayat called again, Director Vong. Something bad is happening. A few hours ago, the Holy Fire One announced to the whole country through a deep encryption network that they wanted to auction off the second volume of Dragon Tiger Mountain Dao Than at the auction. When Vong Sin heard it, his eyes widened in surprise, instinctively asked, "Where is Thean Su Fu Luck sold? How much? Is there only the upper and middle 2 volumes?" But as soon as he said it, he immediately realized that he was a bit out of control. Now is not the needy days of his previous life. What is the use of having Thean Master Fu Luck? So he quickly cleared his throat twice to relieve his embarrassment and asked, "How did Long Ho's son over there react? Have you been in contact yet?" Moon Gayat answered while looking for documents, "Yes, moreover, we also determined the identity of the Holy Fire person, who was the Thean Chong of Long Ho's son, a monk from Thean Chine Dao, leader of Long Ho's son, who was discovered a year ago for his attempts to steal the Thean Su Fu Luck lower layer, injured a disciple, and fled. Now Thean Chine Taoist leader has already brought someone, but I'm afraid other sects will also send people." After listening, Vong Sin instinctively thought, the other person's sect is Thean Han, and the monk to Thean Chine is Dao leader. Is he the senior brother of Thy Thean Chong? As for people from other sects sending people, it's not surprising. After all, Heavenly Master Mat Luck is the foundation of Long Ho Mountain. Surely there are many sects secretly watching, and this is what Monungayat and the others are worried about. Once they get out of control, I'm afraid that the entire cultivating world will be in trouble. To prevent this, they can only go to Vong Sin to help stabilize the situation, but this matter is too involved. Vong Sin can only say that he will think of a way. If Dao Than Taoist leader of Long Ho son comes forward, neither he nor his senior sister could say anything. Since that was the case, the only way was to invite the master to come forward. So Vong Sun arrived at Trung Nam's son not long after. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he met an old Taoist. He opened his mouth and asked him if he was Than Nam Tu's disciple. Vong Sun respectfully replied, "That is, Senior, have you ever met Than Nam Tu's tutor?" Hearing that, the old Taoist picked up his phone and dialed a few times, then sent a recording to the chat group. "Have you ever met Taoist Than Nam Tu? His disciple Vong Fei Vu came to look for him." Very quickly, someone in the group answered. Apparently his friend Than Ham Tu was at Dao Tun Nam's place. Director Tin Nam also quickly responded, "What about him staying with me? Where is Fei Vu now?" As soon as Vong Sin heard the female voice, he immediately realized that this Tun Nam Doist was Kun Dao. The so-called Kun Dao was an honorific title for the female monk. Thinking of this, he could not help but flash such an image in his mind. He always felt that the master's wife here had a bit of a taste of the step. The young man originally came to Zhongnanshan to find his master who was in seclusion to break through, but unexpectedly discovered his master's rival. The two were still living together. At this time, Vong Sin followed the old man to the residence of Master Tin Nam, but what made him feel confused was, I heard that Doist Tin Nam's cultivation level and aptitude were both extraordinary. Why was there no such character in the previous Thean table? But the master chose this place, so Doist Tin Nam must be a fellow Doist that he trusts the most. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out in the yard. Was Fei Vu coming? If you follow the small path west of the yard, you can reach me. Vong Sin followed the voice's instructions to the west side of the yard, thinking that this place must be the practice area of Doist Tin Nam. Suddenly he discovered a cave that had his master's aura. It seemed that his master was in seclusion inside. Vong Sun immediately prepared to go in and take a look. Look, at this moment, a voice came from behind. Fivu, condensing Kim Dan is quite dangerous. Now you absolutely must not disturb senior brother than Nam too. Is there something wrong with you coming to find him this time? It turned out that Doist Tin Nam came out of the yard, and looking at his strength, he reached the Void Dan realm. Vong Sun recounted the situation from 1 year to 10 to Director Tin Nam. Knowing the story, Director Tin Nam was also a bit embarrassed. In this situation, it was really difficult for you to comfort the elders of those sects, but that year Tri Lin's sister-in-law said to go. Senior brother Than Nam is depressed and unhappy because of her and the child in her belly. Now he has to work hard for her. What is the logic of this? As soon as Vong Sun heard these words, he was stunned. Looking at Master Tin Nam's appearance, could it be that he also had feelings for his master? At this time, suddenly there was a loud noise in front. I saw a large black cloud gathering above the place where Then Ham too was in retreat. Vong Sun was so excited. This is a heavenly disaster. Master has broken through the Golden Dan. Uncle Tin Nam placed his hand on his shoulder. Tell him not to panic. Senior brother Kim Dan has just finished, then needs to proceed with the breakthrough of understanding. Cannot be disturbed. Right now only I will take you on a trip, and also recently met Tri Lin's sister-in-law, asking her why she left that year, causing senior brother Than Nam to separate father and son for 20 years. Hearing that, Vong Sun could not help but smirk. It seemed like this trip was probably not going to be peaceful. After that, Vong Sun and senior uncle Tun Nam set off. In the car, Vong Sun told Mu Gayet to explain the specific situation. Mu Gayet said that currently the last few core members of the paranormal club have not yet found their whereabouts. But according to documents, there are evil cultivator organizations behind the scenes, such as the Inter-sect, Inter-sect. Vong Sun thinks among these organizations, only Inter-sect has some scale. In his previous life, the Five Gods sect could be said to be a typical organization of evil pagans. He did not expect to encounter them this time. But he was more interested in the news of the Yin-Yang sect, but Mo Ungayat said that the Yin-Yang sect did not show its face. On the contrary, the Five Gods sect had a large number of experts mixed into the city. They even loudly announced their determination to take over Heavenly Master Fu Luk. Hearing that, Vong Sun could not help but secretly complain in his heart. This Five Gods sect actually helped the Yin-Yang sect attract firepower. Should I praise them for sacrificing their lives for others? Meanwhile, Master Tin Van, who was next to him, looked out the window, frowned, and said, although it is not on a large scale, it is still an evil cultivator. Fivu, later you and I will go out for a walk. If we encounter evil cultivators that harm people, we have to take care of it. Regarding this matter, Vong Sun was also a bit helpless. He did not expect that his uncle was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with a kind heart, so he could only laugh and say, I have a friend who's been paying attention to the surrounding movements lately. Go find her first. And the friend that Vong Sun was talking about was naturally his student sister them. The three of them met at the restaurant while eating and chatting. Vong Sun asked her if there was anything unusual about school now. She was a little uncertain and took out her phone and said, I do not know if this counts. Take a look. Vong Sun took the phone and looked at it, then saw some comments on the school forum. Based on what reason can only monks practice? We can still only be ordinary people. This is all a conspiracy of famous and political factions. Even if we do not have natural talent, is it still possible to prolong our life and be disease-free? Everyone is qualified to practice, so why are the practices and resources occupied by monks? Vong Sun looked at these comments and responses. knowing clearly that this was someone blowing the wind to light a fire. Moreover, it was very likely the holy fire. The super psychic club auctioning the exercises, and now inciting ordinary people. What exactly do they want to do? But just as Vong's son was thinking, Uncle Tine Van on this side had indeed discovered the situation. Vong Sin and Munungayat turned around and saw an evil cultivator put his hand on the girl's shoulder and go out, then immediately took the girl to the hotel, entrusted to a despicable old man, obviously wanting to carry out a euthanasia with the girl. At this time, Vong's son and Master Tin Van were hiding outside the door, decisively choosing to break through the door and rush in. Master Tin Van quickly came behind the old man, using both hands to use true essence to send someone flying. Vong Sin also followed closely behind, brandishing his sword to receive enlightenment, directly killing that evil cultivator. And having resolved this side, Vong Sun immediately prepared to help his uncle and deal with the despicable old man. Although his uncle was now pressing down on the old man to fight, Vong Sen knew that his uncle usually only practiced in the mountains. I do not have much experience in actual combat. Now I just have to rely on my cultivation to suppress it. I'm afraid that problems will arise after a long time, so I immediately reminded my uncle that he should show no mercy to his enemies. After hearing this, he resolutely condensed his true essence and hit the old man's chest with a palm, sent the old man flying out, smashing the glass room. But unexpectedly at this time the old man suddenly launched a spiritual attack, roaring, "You have done me a good deed. I want to destroy your entire family, kill your entire family, and humiliate the female family related to you to death." As soon as these words were spoken, Vong Sen's anti-scale instantly touched him. He immediately lifted his sword and jumped down from a 100-meter building. He cultivated the Tao and cultivated the sword, just to protect his family. If even this could not be done, even if he was reborn again, what did it mean, seeing Vong Sin desperately aiming at him with a sword falling from the sky? The old man was also a little panicked. He also did not expect that Vong Sin was still young and had just entered the conception realm. But he could not be afraid of his spiritual attack, even more difficult to play than that void pill. The current one condensed his whole body's murderous aura, turned into countless ghost hands, and grabbed Vong Sin. Vong Sin decisively used his strongest move to destroy countless ghost hands, piercing the old man's stomach. Next, I heard a loud sound as the two of them fell to the ground together. Immediately, rubble and dust scattered throughout the area. When the smoke cleared, the old man was completely cold, while Vong Sun lay face down on the ground, looking at the broken sword in his hand and saying sorry. Immediately his eyes darkened, and he fainted. If Long touched the scale, he would die. Even if he jumped from the 18th floor, Vong Sin still wanted to kill this evil cultivator who threatened his family. At this time, within a month, Gayat was reporting to the group leader the identity of that evil cultivator. It turned out that that evil cultivator was once a wanted criminal who had committed countless crimes, burdened with more than 10 murders. After the natural energy of heaven and earth recovered, he relied on the evil method of eliminating yin and replenishing yang to become expert. Not long ago, he became an elder of the martial god sect, with the Dharma name Mokem then Thien Ho Dao Nan. Hearing that, the teacher side turned to look at Vong Sin and said, "Having discovered the whereabouts of that evil cultivator, there are hundreds of ways to deal with him. On the contrary, you are a socially responsible person who feels inadequate, jumping down directly from the 18th floor to give someone a sword." Vong Sin shyly scratched his head. At that time, I did not think so much. At this time, Master Tin Van came over and coldly snorted, "Fee Vu, if it were not for the bald mountain, would you have been injured?" Seeing that the master and the master were about to fight, Vong Sen quickly reconciled in the middle. The two then snorted and turned to leave. Went seeing that Vong Sen also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fight, but the student next to him reminded Vong Sun, "Do not worry about others. The injury will take 100 days. You should rest well. I have to go back to school. Tomorrow I'll bring you a pot of bone broth." Vong Sin nodded his thanks to Sister Hawk. Then Sister Shu walked out of the hospital. On the way was a car that had been waiting for a long time. In front of the car was also equipped with 2 bodyguards. At this time, the car door slowly opened. From the car came an old voice. "We were having a hard time looking for you, young sect master." It was inconvenient for the old man to get out of the car and apologize. Seeing the old lady in the car, the younger sister was also a bit surprised. "Third Madam, why did you come here?" But Third Madam expressed, "We do not feel secure, so we came to protect you. Young sect master is afraid that tonight will not be peaceful." At the same time, in front of the hospital, all the special investigation team staff are ready based on the information from the investigation. The auction will take place at midnight this morning. Can use cash to trade, can also use martial arts to exchange. Thien Su Few luck belongs to the peak of Fop's martial arts, naturally attracts many cultivators, and because they have the martial arts, they are more likely to kill people and escape from prison or injure countless ordinary people. Because Vong Sun was injured, he could not go. But fortunately, Uncle Kim Van came forward to help the teacher stabilize the situation. With him here, the cooperation of the special investigation team and Long Ho Sun can also proceed smoothly. Now they have arranged a net of heaven and earth, just waiting for Saint Fire to appear and capture him. But at this time, Vong Sen in the hospital room suddenly asked Moon Gayet, "What day and month is today?" Moon Gayet instinctively replied, "October 18th, what's wrong?" Hearing this answer, Vong Sin could not help but fall into thought, recalling what he had done in his previous life at this time. Always feeling that this event had something to do with his previous life. Suddenly, Vong Sin suddenly remembered, could it be that the holy fire person is... At this moment, the door to the hospital room opened with a pop, also interrupting Vong Sun's train of thought. Immediately after, he saw the Thien Chuong hugging his thigh and crying, "Holy Song, I miss you so much." Holy Song, Vong Sun looked at Thien Chuong's sudden appearance and was a bit surprised, but still waved his hand to signal Mua and Gayet to go out first, waiting for Mua and Gayet to observe the door and go out. Vong Sun immediately turned around and told the Thien Chuong what was being said directly. "What is the point of wanting to die and wanting to live? You are a disciple of Long Ho Sun. Do not let people laugh at you," the Thien Chuong replied while wiping her tears. "Saint brother, do not teach me anymore." But the next second Vong Sin directly asked, "You came for Holy Fire Master Quach Thien Han, right?" It turns out that Vong Sin had long guessed their relationship, but he did not expect Thien Su Few luck to be the Thien Chuong passed down to him. The Thien Chuong bowed his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth as he said he wanted to do something big, told me not to go out and trace his whereabouts. But I really did not know he would do such a big thing, and I did not know how many people would die tonight. I have a way to find him, but I do not dare. He is my best brother. Him, please tell me what I should do. My heart is choked with discomfort for this Vong Sin's expression. In public, you must protect the master's martial arts. In private, you must save your brother. You must prevent him from making mistakes. The auction is about to start. If you still hesitate, things will be difficult to save. After a while of struggling with thoughts, the Thien Chuong finally thought clearly. Must go stop that guy before he causes big trouble. Vong Sen also smiled reassuringly. But at this moment, an attack suddenly came. Fortunately, Vong Sun was able to pull Thien Chuong away in time to barely avoid it. Then 3 people came in from outside the door, one of which was the tall man from before. Then only heard the young man in charge laughing and saying, "The Thien Chuong, where are you going? Thien Han, Deo Thien is about to do something big. Do not bother him." The Thien Chuong took Vong Sun's back and asked the other person, "Who are you?" And Vong Sun looked at them and was also secretly worried. The young man's status is unknown, but his 2 followers are both in the conception stage. It seems we are in trouble. At this time, The young man once again smiled and said, "Since Vong Dao Truong has escaped, do not put your hands in this murky water anymore. We just wanted to find Doist to talk." But before the words were finished, the nurse behind reminded us that the special investigation team had sent someone over. The young man's eyes immediately flashed. "If so, we can only let Doist risk his life." Taking action, following the young man's command, the two of them simultaneously rushed towards the Thien Cheung. The nurse held 2 daggers in her hand and immediately placed them on Thien Cheung's neck. Fortunately, the Thien Cheung promptly used the Vajra body protector sword, which was invulnerable, but in the end, 2 fists were difficult to defeat with 4 hands. In order not to involve Vong Sun, the Thien Cheung decided to jump out the window and leave. The 3 people also followed closely behind and went out. Right after that, Vong Sun saw 2 concubine realms surrounding and fighting the Thien Cheung downstairs. He knew that these people were only targeting the Thien Cheung. As long as he does not get involved, most people can overcome this crisis, but can he really see death and not save him? At this time, the Thien Cheung was fighting with the tall man. Suddenly, he had a pair of high heels on his shoulder. The next second, a nurse appeared on top of his head, holding 2 daggers in his hand, wanting to put him to death. Vong Sun promptly took action, threw the wheelchair out, and sent the nurse flying. Next, he swung his sword again to hit the tall man, then slowly sat down in the wheelchair, resolutely holding the sword to face the 3 people. Although my friend Thien Cheung and I were not very close, we could not let him die here. Seeing that Vong Sun wanted to intervene in this matter, the young man smiled and told the tall man to deal with Vong Sin. The tall man jumped up directly to Vong Sun and rushed down. The kid had not won or lost last time. Today he continued, but Vong Sin did not panic at all. Even though his legs were injured, he could not use the 7 stars sword formation. But now he knows how to use more than just a set of 7 stars sword array. His strength has also broken through to the conjuration stage. He has long been startled. Facing the tall man's slashing sword, he directly used the double Mai sword intent of 4 ounces and 8,000 pounds, used the cunning mirror to throw the opponent out, then used the double Nai 4 symbols 8 trigrams protection. But at this time the Thien Cheung here is really a bit invincible. Seeing that he was about to be killed by that nurse, Vong Sin suddenly shouted loudly. Master Tin Van directly used the Gu Kiem technique to kill the person. After hearing this, the nurse quickly dodged away. Only then did she realize that she had been deceived. It was just sword energy, not imperial sword art at all. The Thien Cheung also took advantage of this gap to once again use Vajra body protection, preparing to continue the great battle with the opponent for 300 rounds. But before he could finish his words, his chest was suddenly pierced by a blow. The one who struck was that young man. Vong Sun pushed the wheelchair and quickly stepped forward to take a look. Fortunately, the Thien Cheung was not injured and was not dead. At this moment, not far away, suddenly there was a burst of footsteps. The people of the special investigation team finally chased away. The nurse and the young man saw this and immediately prepared to retreat, but the tall man who had just been blown away by Vong Sun had lost his reason, not paying any attention to the wound on his body. He walked towards Vong Sun, seemingly still wanting to continue. Seeing this scene, the young man immediately turned around and decided to ignore it. Their goal had been achieved. It was time to leave. Then the tall man, covered in blood, swung his sword and prepared to rush towards Vong Sun. Especially, the investigation team saw his condition and directly took out the chain, tied his limbs at extremely fast speed, instantly subdued him, and also informed the situation here to colleagues in other places. 1 evil cultivator was controlled, and 2 evil cultivators ran into the hospital building. The first group blocked the entrance, the second group went into search, and when protesters appeared, they allowed them to be killed on the spot. Vong Sun looked at these people and thought that the special investigation team had heard that in a previous life there had been an organization of cultivating soldiers. It seemed like they were them. This is where someone suddenly asked Vong Sin if he needed help with his treatment. Vong Sin patted the Thean Chong next to him, said, "This is the Thean Chong's Taoist leader of Long Ho Mountain. If you have a solution, you should cure him first." But up to now, Vong Sin also seems to know. Why did not he hear Thai Thean Chong's name in his previous life? Because if it were not for him this time, the Thean Truong would have really died young, so he had not heard of Thean Chong in his previous life. Not long after the wound on the Thean Chuong's body was bandaged, the injury also stabilized, he immediately took out a green talisman. The next second the talisman suddenly blinked. The Thean Chuong gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Thean Han. In your next life, I will let you be a buffalo and a horse." After speaking, he threw the talisman in his hand and turned into a rotten crow and flew out. When the special investigation team saw the situation, they immediately notified headquarters and used all means to lock up that rotten crow. While the Thean Chuong lay on the ground, covering her face and crying. After crying, he waited with Vong Sin for the outcome of the incident. Heaven and Earth's vitality was restored. Long Ho Sun borrowed the name of Saint Fireman, publicly auctioned Thean Master Few Luck online. The purpose being for everyone on Earth to be able to practice. At 2-0 Holy Fire, Quach Thean Han finally fell into the trap, and Vong Sun also came to the interrogation room. At this time, I only saw Quach Thean Han cough twice, telling Vong Sun and the others to ask whatever they wanted. After all, he was seriously ill and did not have much time left, so there was no need to bother tormenting him anymore. Hearing that, the teacher told him to explain the process of the Thean Su Few Luck auction. Unexpectedly, Quach Thean Han said that he had no auction at all. Even though he is a member of Long Ho Mountain, he cannot hand over Thean Su Few Luck into the hands of evil cultivators. As for the exercises they were planning to use to exchange, he had already given them to someone he trusted. Next, they will use online methods to spread these exercises out. Hearing this, the teacher immediately ordered to immediately contact the network department and monitor the entire network. At this time, Quach Thean Han suddenly asked, "Why cannot the vitality return to Earth for everyone to practice? I am just a pioneer. There will definitely be more behind." But before he could finish speaking, his teacher immediately shouted and interrupted him. "That's enough. Put him down and guard him closely." But Cao Su Han laughed at this moment. "There's no need to worry. My time has come." After speaking, his hand slowly dropped, along with the cigarette falling to the ground. Holy Fire Saint Quach Thean Han completely left the human world. The teacher used her strength to smash the wall, then ordered the news that the Holy Fire Man had died. "Quickly quell the riot. The monks are causing trouble outside. If they should be arrested, then they should be arrested. If they be dealt with, then they should be dealt with." As for Vong Sun, looking at the dead Cao Su Han, he could not help but feel a little emotional. "In my heart, I thought that the martial arts that I practiced in my previous life were indeed taught by the Holy Fire Master. Stealing the holy fire given to living beings, Gao Shiheng, in a certain sense, truly deserves the title of Saint Fire Person. But even though the Saint of Fire is dead, the storm he caused at the auction has not subsided. Fortunately, under the combined oppression of many parties, those cultivators who used the excuse to cause trouble did not cause too much trouble. After this battle, Master Tin Van declared that he was not used to the filth of the world and returned to the mountain to wait for his master to leave the customs. As for Vong Sun, he stayed in the city to recuperate, hoping to take this opportunity to regenerate his bones and temper his flesh. But the monks seemed to have other arrangements for him. That day, Vong Sun was in a wheelchair visiting the Daocheng Research Institute when he suddenly received a text message from his sister. "Bao Vong Sin is waiting there. She will come soon. Look at the series of angry emojis sent by my sister." Vong Sin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Previously, my senior sister took my place and went down the mountain to protect my master. Surely my senior sister had returned to Chung Nam's son and told him my story. This time it's really done. But just as Vong Sun was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Turning around to look, it turned out to be the master of Tam, Tong Fuck Lok. Vong Sun quickly bowed to the three people. At this moment, a professor walked out. Since Doist Xiaowang has arrived, let's start the conference right away. Today's topic is the secret of the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality. Vong Sun's face was full of surprise. Was he finally exposed to this secret? Then the workshop started. The professor stood on the podium and explained to everyone, 1 year ago, we probed the back of the moon, which can be said to be a miracle for our country. After conducting preliminary exploration, we encountered an unbelievable discovery. Next, please this watch confidential video. This video was filmed on New Year's Eve that year. The night before the vitality was restored, and inside the sealed compartment is something we brought back from the back of the moon. But what everyone did not expect was that thing was a woman, and it seemed that the woman's body seemed to radiate vitality, and her cultivation could be sensed from the screen. It's so terrible. And the woman wearing it is also a Thean Pham immortal doctor. Who is she anyway? Face everyone's doubts. The professor softly coughed twice, signaling everyone to be quiet, then said that this fairy was discovered by us when we explored the back of the moon. She was always in a coma. Then all of our lunar research revolved around her until we brought her back to Earth. After the conference ended, Vong Sin could not help but have some speculations in his heart. On the 30th night of the new year, almost every family worships heaven and earth, making offerings to gods. Could it be that the fairy awakened because of that and awakened the earth's vital energy? But what is the moon hiding? Why was that fairy able to summon vital energy? Also, why do I always feel that fairy is very similar to the world? Just as Vong Sen was thinking, Professor May suddenly appeared in front of him, inviting him to come to the office to sit and play. Once he entered the office, Professor Ma then started rummaging through everything. It turned out that his wife and the nun had been close friends for decades, and today Vong Sen came again. As an elder, he naturally had to find some good things for Vong Sin. He just found a sword from a classmate and gave it to Vong Sin. Vong Sin received the sword box with some doubts, not knowing what kind of sword this was. Professor May explained with the code on the box. This is one of the results of our research. Unfortunately, the cost is too high to be popularized. Using relatively advanced composite materials, the manufacturing cost is nearly 3,000 yuan per gram. Hearing this price, Vong Sin could not help but silently lament in his heart, more than 3,000 yuan per gram. Am I spending the state's money? Then, with the click sound of opening the box, Vong Sen also saw the entire shape of this sword, then picked up the sword and gently caressed it, discovering that pouring true essence into it was very smooth. The manufacturer even considered the sword to enhance true essence for cultivators, but unfortunately it does not have any spirituality. It's useless for practice and can only be used for fighting. So he asked Professor Ma what the name of this sword was. Professor Ma smiled and said, "It's not yet. How about you give it a name?" Vong Sen thought, if that's the case then, just call it Vo Lin. Afterwards, Vong Sin and Moon Gayet went to the airport to pick up senior sister, but what Vong Sun did not expect was that this time it was Uncle Tun Van who arranged the plane for senior sister. Vong Sun did not understand what the senior uncle wanted to do. Could it be that he wanted to please the senior sister to rekindle the old feelings with the master? This trick is very good to scare people. Not long after, the senior sister got off the plane, put on sunglasses, and walked over with her suitcase. When Vong Sin saw that the senior sister was about to say hello, the senior sister directly took off her sunglasses and looked at him with a fierce expression. Vong Sin quickly explained, "Sister, I'm really okay. Maybe the wound will heal tomorrow." At this moment, senior sister turned around and said thank you to Mu and Gayet next to her. Vong Sen also took the opportunity to change the subject. "Senior sister, You have also started applying makeup, but in fact he was thinking senior sister still seemed angry. He had to quickly appease her. At this time, not far away suddenly came a voice. Pailu the thief is indeed you. The founder also appeared. Let's go back with the poor bandits. Saving the mountain is like saving a life. I only saw a middle-aged Taoist monk wearing a Taoist robe leading his young disciples running towards Vong's son and the others. Seeing this, the senior sister immediately protected Vong's son behind her. This scene made Vong's son think of the mother chick game. At the same time, he also heard the voice of this Taoist priest who seemed to have a Sichuan accent. He thought to himself, could it be that he was a Taoist priest of the Maosan sect? Immediately asked the leader's name, then saw the other leader holding his fist. I'm so excited, I forgot to introduce myself, a poor Taoist Phi Loyan II of Sword Sect Maosan. This time specifically came to find you. Vong Sin also quickly returned the favor, and at the same time had some doubts in his heart. Why did the people of Kiem Tong come to him? After that, several people in the car had a brief exchange, and Vong Sen finally learned about the purpose of Director Phi Loyan to this time. It turns out that before the source of heaven and earth's cut off, the Sword Sect once established a trial called Swords 7 and 12 for the sect. After the heaven and earth's vitality was restored, the trial began again. According to the records in the Sword Sect's classics, as long as one could pass the trial, one could receive the entire foresight technique. But the problem is that up to now, no Sword Sect disciple has been able to pass this trial. Most disciples cannot even step into it. So Phi Loyan Tu came to Vong Sin. Knowing the end of the story, Vong Sin still said very humbly, this junior's morality is shallow. I'm afraid he may not be able to pass the test. But Phi Loyan Tu was very confident in him. Why cannot you? Phi Loyan Tu, you are truly the leading sword cultivator of the new era. Look at this sword slit. Look at this sword body. You are truly a swordsman. As soon as he said these words, Vong Sin's face turned pale. He doubted whether Phi Loyan Tu had done it on purpose or not, but after all, this was the sword art of the Sword Sect, something that many people have sought but failed to obtain for thousands of years. Vong Sen did not want to miss this opportunity, so he agreed to go there and try it out, saying that in 2 days his leg wound would be completely healed, and then he could go to Kim Mun Quan. Hearing that, Phi Loyan Tu immediately said, this is easy, I always bring the sect's healing medicine, but was rejected by Vong Sun. The Doist is kind, I accept your kindness, but with my current cultivation level, this small wound is not difficult to completely heal. Although the wound on my legs looks serious, it is actually not difficult to heal. I just intend to take advantage of this opportunity, reconstructing the body and refining the bones to be able to go one step further. Saying this, the sister suddenly grabbed his ear. Looking at this expression, it was clear that she was saying, do you still dare to mention your legs? Vong Sin was grabbed to the point that tears were about to flow. He quickly apologized to his sister, but at that moment the car suddenly stopped. Muin Gayat turned around and asked Vong Sin if his legs could recover now. She had just received the news that one of their branches had been infiltrated by evil cultivators. The casualties were extremely catastrophic. The vitality of heaven and earth was restored. The evil cult organizations lurking in the darkness rose again, and even attacked the Special Investigation Team's branch, leading to extremely catastrophic casualties. Upon hearing this news, Vong Sin immediately boarded a plane to assist. On the plane, Vong Sun also learned from Muin Gayat's mouth that the group of evil cultivators had now fled to an island. They relied on hundreds of hostages. They said they wanted to discuss with the government the issue of order in the religious world. Moreover, they also asked Vong Sin and the nun to come and negotiate, otherwise they would kill a hostage every 3 minutes. Now they have started to attack the hostages. Knowing the end of the story, Vong Sun asked his sister to help him apply the ointment, then said, I know, Mo Am then died in my hands. They told me to go there. There is nothing else but revenge to gain prestige. Later I will protect my teacher well and last a long time. Everyone improvises. At the same time, Vong Sun also secretly thought to himself, if it is said that the holy fire is just causing trouble, then this time it is the evil cult that is provoking the government. The Five Gods sect is so arrogant. No wonder it was swept away in one wave in my previous life. Then Vong Sin said to his sister, as long as I neutralize the medicinal power, my legs will be completely healed. After a while, you will just wait in the camp for me. Then you do not need to take action. But the senior sister stood up directly and said word by word, I'll go with you. Seeing that his attitude was extremely determined, Vong Sun reluctantly agreed. Not long after, several people came to the Special Investigation Team's branch to meet with the monk and ask about the current specific situation. The teacher said, the current situation is not very ideal. The opponent has several people in the Hudan realm alone, and there are hundreds of evil cultivators under his command. The important thing is that they still have hostages in their hands, making us in a dilemma. Hearing that, Vong Sun suggested, let me go there alone. At least I have the cultivation base in me, so I can think of a way to prolong it for a while. But the monk patted his shoulder and advised him, now is not the time to act on emotions. The other side wants both of us to go there, not to mention using my life to exchange for the safety of two more people. Then my sacrifice is also meaningful. At this time, a team member rushed in to report. The head of the information team responded. The evil cultivator agreed to our video call. The monk listened and nodded. Okay, also want to see what tricks they are up to. According to the documents obtained by the Special Investigation Team, the identity of the person talking to them has been determined to be the martial god, sect's patriarchs. They knew then, as soon as the video was connected, they knew then across from him let out a strange cack laugh. As expected, he was not just casually looking for someone to deceive old then. The elder of the Stone Spirit clan, the new then also thought, if the person appearing in the video is not you, we will kill everyone here, and then leisurely leave. Hearing these words, all three of Vong Sun were startled, but the monk still did not change her face and replied, if you really have the confidence to face us, why do you have to kidnap innocent people? At this time, the new then in the video let out a strange laugh. You are wrong. Humans are inherently sinful. Those who die in the hands of old then are just fate. Seeing that the other person despised life like that, the monk did not say anything more. Directly said that she would come in 3 hours. But they must stop killing innocent people. They knew, then smiled and responded, okay, but if you do not show up in 3 hours, I will kill everyone one by one in front of you. Now Olden wants to meet someone with as much courage as the sky. Killed my fourth brother, Kim Hung. Hearing that, Vong Sun resolutely took a step forward. I'm here, I killed that rapist. Seniors, if you want revenge, just find me. Why do you have to take out your anger on someone else? Moreover, I'm not only brave, but also kind-hearted. Later, I'll do a free almsgiving for my senior. How about that? After hearing that, the new then laughed loudly. What a great spirit. If it were not for you killing Olden's fourth brother, Olden really would not have the heart to destroy you like that. If you're afraid, do not come. Old then himself will come looking for you later. But Vong Sun rubbed his ears unconcernedly. It's not that bad. Should I go empty-handed, or should my hands be tied? After all, I'm also a sword cultivator. If I'm not careful and injure my senior, then my senior probably will not have the face to continue cultivating the Kaithai path, right? As soon as he said these words, he immediately angered, though he knew then he laughed again. You brat is only good at talking. Do not say bring your sword, even if you bring both people beside you. What does Olden have to fear? Hearing these words, Fivu and senior sister both took a step forward and coldly snorted. Fivu also directly announced his identity. Sword tongue Fivu. Fivu will definitely receive your high-tech teachings. But they knew then did not say anything more, leaving only one sentence. If you do not appear in front of the old god 3 hours later, today everyone will die and the family will be gone. If a mortal dares to interfere with cultivating religion, he will bring dishonor to himself. After speaking, the video call was immediately interrupted. Phi Vu gave Vong Sun a thumbs up. Phi Vu used a good trick to provoke the generals. Vong Sin scratched his head a bit shyly. Thanks to the director's quick reaction, we increased the number of people on the island to 4. At this moment, the monk coughed twice, reminding everyone to get ready. She just spent an extra half hour, enough for the war team to gather all the major sects in this city to prepare for battle. Hearing that Phi Vu was a little doubtful, the war group was fought by major sects. Were not there several ancestors of the Void Dan realm? Are these evil cultivators really that stupid, shooting themselves into their own guns? Vong Sin explained, those seniors came here just to participate in some exchange, and just happened to encounter this. But having said that again, if we use experts to launch a surprise attack, is it likely to succeed? Phi Vu let out a sigh. Even if you are an expert at the Golden Core, I'm afraid you cannot guarantee that you can defeat too many Void Core realm monks in the blink of an eye. Moreover, to be promoted to the Golden Core at this time, that would be a perverted enlightenment. Vong Sin smiled shyly. Taoist Phi Vu is right, I'm too naive. But in my heart I thought, there are indeed Kim Dan monks with us, but I'm afraid we will not be able to get here in time. At the same time, in Chung Nam's Sun, in a small anonymous hut, Uncle Tynevan and little sister are guarding the outside of the cave and preparing boiling water to cook rice. Suddenly receiving a message from Vong Sun, Uncle Tynevan immediately realized something was wrong. Is not Egu then sect an evil cult? So are not Phi Vu and Batengu dangerous? At this time, Van Nam Tu's voice came from inside the cave. It's so fragrant. Has the junior sister cooked rice for me? Next, Van Nam Tu, who had been in seclusion for many days, finally left the seclusion. At this time, his body was covered in rags. He yawned as he walked out of the cave, saw the little junior sister sitting by the fire, and instinctively thought that she was Tyne Van's newly acquired disciple. But when he looked closely, the other person, Mapperch, the person he had longed for day and night for so many years. So Van Nam Tu immediately came in front of her and asked excitedly, "Are you Tiu Van?" The little junior sister did not have time to react and was stunned on the spot. Van Nam Tu looked at his little junior sister, who was stunned on the spot, quietly bowed his head and said, "Tiu Van, I am your father. Perhaps you have never met me. Let me go take a bath and clean myself first. I'll see you again soon." Having finished speaking, Van Nam Tu turned around to go take a shower, but was told by Tyne Van, senior brother, "I'm afraid you do not have time to slowly be with Tiu Van right now. Phi Vu, Bat Ingu, and sister-in-law Tri Lin are in trouble." Hearing that both father and son were startled, and at this time, Vong Sin on this side, with the helicopters landing, everyone had gathered. Currently, they not only have the help of Tam, Tong Fuck Lok, but also 2 trainers from the Special Investigation Team. The person on the left is the monk Nhan Chai Nam. The person on the right is Trong Tu Kong of Long Ho Sun. Vong Sin could see that these cultivation level instructors seemed to all be Void Core realm cultivators. Suddenly, Nhan Chai Nam walked over and smiled to greet Vong Sun. "Are you Phi Vu? The plan is very simple. You guys go to the meeting point and attract each other's attention. Do not worry, we will protect you in the dark." Vong Sin and his senior sister quickly clasped their hands and bowed. "Thank you, seniors." At this time, Nhan Chin Nam took down the sword from his back, gave it to Vong Sin and said, "Phi Vu, I heard your sword is broken. This sword is given to you." Vong Sin quickly waved his hand. "Senior, this is too polite." But Nhan Chai Nam did not care about these things, directly put the sword in his hand, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "Take it. This is the meaning of the sword. Otherwise, that guy Van Nam Tu will definitely play tricks on me again." Hearing that, Vong Sun could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had to accept it and thank his senior. At the same time, I thought to myself, it seems that this senior is also an old friend of the master. Career Tam Tong Fucklock went to battle together, in addition to 2 Hu Dan Can coaches, along with the cultivation team ready to fight. With such a majestic lineup, at the appointed time, Vong Sin and his wife immediately boarded the speedboat to the island. On the way, the monk explained the battle plan again. Phi Vu, when we attract the evil cultivator's void and realm expert, the team will launch a surprise attack from 3 other directions, quickly rescuing the hostages, although a bit reluctant, but later we will still try to attract evil cultivators towards us. Vong Sin nodded to show he understood. We can delay it a little later. Hearing that, Phi Vu was a little worried. If we directly kill evil cultivators later, will not we anger them? Vong Sin drove the speedboat and looked ahead. They said that the matters of the religious community are handled by monks. The safer we are about to reach shore, act according to plan. After getting ashore, Vong Sin and the others heard a strange crack cackle. Kid, were you the one who killed Elder Mok Am of my Vothan sect? Sure enough, a large number of evil cultivators from the martial god sect were already here waiting for them. But Vong Sin just pulled out his sword and smiled. It's me. So what? Then, without waiting for the evil cultivator on the other side to finish screaming, Vong Sin immediately swung out a sword energy, leaving him no chance to speak again. Then he held his sword and said coldly, "You guys said that the matters of the religious world are handled by monks. Now that I'm here, you still use ordinary people to threaten me. If you want to kill people, just kill them. After all, I came today to eliminate demons. If I let you go, I do not know how many people will be harmed." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the forest behind the evil cultivator. "Disciples of the church, whoever kills this person, rewards for 10 years of cultivation and 3 secret dharmas. Kill these 3 people. Bring that Patriarch Trilun here." Hearing these words, the evil cultivators were as if injected with chicken blood, rushing towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin just smiled slightly, then stood on tiptoe, brandishing countless sword energies. It's like chopping melons and chopping vegetables while killing all the evil cultivators who rush forward. In just a moment, dozens of evil cultivators were eliminated. Seeing this scene, Phi Vu and his sister who were watching the battle next to them were also a bit surprised. They did not expect that Phi Vu would be so scary once he decided to give up. Just looking at this, I really do not know who is a mortal who has no ability to resist, and who is an evil cultivator who kills people like crap. At this time, there was finally an evil cultivator in the forest who could not stand it anymore, shouted loudly and rushed out, preparing to join forces to kill Vong Sin and share the credit equally. Vong Sin saw this and knew the other side had fallen into a trap. The next thing they needed to do was gradually increase their weight and lure more evil cultivators. After that, Phi Vu also used the Ingu Kigam technique to join the fight, instantly defeating the 2 evil cultivators. Vong Sin and he looked at each other, then looked towards the forest ahead, immediately deciding to rush in and kill. But just as the 2 of them were fighting with the evil cultivators, the monk's command to immediately retreat was suddenly heard in their ears. "There is a pair of experts coming towards you. The opponent in the Void Dan realm has not yet acted. You should protect yourself first. If they really hold hostages, we will directly begin the attack." Vong Sin and Phi Vu received the order and immediately returned to the beach to meet. Compatible with Senior Sister. At the same time, Vong Sin also told Senior Sister to stay to fight. Sister nodded in agreement. Sure enough, not long after, more evil cultivators rushed out from the woods. Phi Vu immediately reminded Vong Sin to be careful. These are all true Conception Realm monks. Each of them has a murderous aura wrapped around their body. I'm afraid there are a few who actually practice magic. At this moment, I saw the Senior Sister put her hand in front of her chest, then cast Yin Yang Tu Kai Hao Nian Kwai Nat. The Yin Yang Hao Gaian formation was immediately opened, immediately formed a whirlwind of true essence that swept countless evil cultivators inside. Vong Sin and Phi Vu looked at each other and immediately began to cooperate in killing these evil cultivators. The evil cultivators saw that they were no match and prepared to retreat, but it was too late. The natural energy of heaven and earth here has been disturbed by Tri-Lin's yin-yang dual Kwai, making it impossible for them to develop any power at all, and can only become goats waiting to be slaughtered. And at this time, deep in the island, a group of high-ranking members of the martial god sect were gathering here. They knew then, as the leader of the sect opened his mouth in a cold voice, these useless things, even the juniors cannot collect them. Everyone, let's work together to capture Tri-Lin, then take them away directly. But the words are not yet finished. Immediately someone raised a question. It's easy for us to go, but what about those disciples? They knew, then jumped directly on Hointhiet, then and smiled. After capturing Tri-Lin, we will immediately escape. Let them attract the attention of the soldiers. The chaos is coming. Are you afraid that you will not be able to recruit your subordinates if you have the strength? At this time, Vong Sun's 3 people were still killing evil cultivators in the Great Array. A few evil cultivators were still hiding in the woods. Seeing that these 3 people were too powerful, they prepared to turn around and run away. But before they could turn around, a skull flew from deep in the woods. Out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of his sister. Fortunately, Vong Sun promptly appeared with a sword to slash at that skull. Only then was he barely able to stop it. Then when he saw someone coming, Vong Sun directly mocked, "Do you still feel ashamed to deal with 3 of us at the conception stage? Do we need to bring out 4 Hu Dan?" Though I knew then smiled coldly and said, "Kid, you have to die here today. I say, everyone, if you succeed tonight, do not hesitate at all costs to capture Tri-Lin and kill everyone else." With a command from Thainu, then all the evil cultivators seemed to have gone crazy and rushed towards Vong Sin and the others. At this time, the monk here also received news that the rescue team had arrived at the center of the island. We can enter the second phase of the battle. So she directly opened her mouth. Everyone, let's do it. As soon as the words fell, behind the monk's back a column of water rose into the sky, and 4 experts of the Void Dan realm instantly appeared before everyone. Though I knew, then immediately realized that he had been tricked and scolded Vong Sin for being cowardly. But before he finished speaking, Nin Chine Nam held his sword and slashed at him. Bun did not care about lying, flirting with Nan Chine Nam to receive the high tricks of They Knew then. They then only confronted Nan Chine Nam with 1 move, immediately knew that Nan Chine Nam's cultivation level was not below him. In a short time he could not escape, so he resolutely ordered Hyen Thiet then to capture the enemy and capture the king. Quickly go catch Tri-Lin. Seeing Hyen Thiet then coming towards them, Vong Sun and Fivu immediately held their swords and waited seriously, but did not expect, at this time their sister suddenly grabbed their shoulders, then like Lam Tiuko threw them behind them, alone facing the tall Hyen Thiet. Then before his eyes, Hyen Thiet then looked at his sister and said coldly, "You are very strong, but you are only a concubine. It is impossible to resist Hu Dan. You must die today." Having finished speaking, Hyen Thiet then immediately rushed towards his sister. Senior sister fearlessly performs the yin and yang dual yin dharma. Yin and yang depends on the mind and controls the direction. Faced with Hyen Thiet then's thunderous attack, the senior sister easily neutralized it with softness and hardness, then struck Hyen Thiet then in the chest with a palm, forcing him to take a step back. But this time there was a shadow. Black quietly crawled behind the teacher's back. Fortunately, Vong Sun promptly discovered a sword slashing towards him, but this person's realm was clearly higher than Vong Sin's. With just a random wave of his hand, he blocked Vong Sun's sword, even scratching Vong Sun's face. Vong Sun quickly brandished a sword to retreat. The sword hit Fivu and immediately decided, telling Vong Sun to take his teacher and leave first. He was there to stop her. Vong Sun did not hesitate, picked up the monk and ran towards the forest. The situation here also attracted the new then's attention, thinking to himself, has Lao Tam failed again? But the other side is just 2 Conjuring Realm guys. With just a little delay, he can definitely capture Sich Lin. Now we have to disturb these people's minds to gain time for our old Tam. so they knew, then directly shouted loudly. The martial god sect listens to orders and kills all those mortals, leaving no one behind. But the words had not yet finished. Not far away, there was a series of rapid footsteps, followed by an announcement from the special operations team. All hostages on the island have been rescued. They knew then, and the others immediately panicked, and the people running over officially entered phase 2 of the plan: synthesize all combat forces to completely destroy evil cultivators. As for Vong Sin here, after making arrangements for the teacher, he took Vu Lin from behind, preparing to return to help. At this time, the person who had just fought with Fai Vu suddenly used the control kill technique, blocking Fai Vu's flying sword. Fai Vu lost his flying sword, his strength plummeted, and he could only quickly retreat. Luckily at this time, Vong Sin finally calmly came to the rescue with Vu Lin in hand, slashing his sword towards the murderer. I just did not expect the other person to use kill to condense a set of armor, then with just one hand grab Vu Lin. Vo Dang's taunting of 7-star sword was nothing, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. Vong Sin used his true essence power. One blow broke through his defense, letting out a scream, but this also completely angered the opponent. He shouted loudly, "Get out!" and immediately burst out the powerful true essence of the Void Dan realm, sending Vong Sun flying out. Vong Sin gradually fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Vong Sun was injured, his sister who was fighting immediately separated. Vong Sin quickly shouted, "Senior sister and disciple are okay, just concentrate on fighting." After the senior sister heard this, she immediately turned around and became serious, and the murderer was completely enraged by that attack. Just now, he shouted loudly and wanted to kill Vong Sun, but luckily people from the special investigation team surrounded him. Now Vong Sun and Fai Vu just need to join forces to control him and not let him escape. Not long after, people from the special forces group gathered around, saying that this place should be left to them. Letting Vong Sun rest first, the new then saw that the situation was lost and immediately signaled Hyoyen Thiet then to retreat. But he did not expect that. As soon as he jumped into a Tai Chi formation. Not far away, the senior sister raised her hand and controlled him on the formation so he could not move. Ningiam Chai Nam also seized the opportunity, jumped into the air, stabbed a sword at Thay Nu, then successfully killing her. Thay Nu then was cursed. The overall situation was decided. The remaining evil cultivators no longer had the strength to resist. As for the remaining leaders, the seniors also joined forces to exterminate them. Among them, Hyen Thiet then was surrounded by 7 or 8 spears and died miserably. All his bones were broken, destroying his protective energy. On the other hand, in order to raid to save people, with the experts of the Hu Dan realm paving the way, all humanity was saved. And with the appearance of the combat team personnel, the logistics work was also carried out in an orderly manner. As for Vong Sun, he sat on the beach, closing his eyes and leaning on his sister's lap. At this time, the nun came over and asked Vong Sun if he wanted to stay in the special investigation team. After all, Ningiam Chin Nam and their group are mainly protecting the border. The investigation team here needs Vong Sin's help. The senior sister looked at Vong Sin and signaled for her to decide. Vong Sin thought about it and said, "Senior sister, wait for me to tell the master about this matter before deciding." Not to mention the disciple also promised Senior Fai Vu to go to Kim Tong. The monk let out a sigh and was just about to ask Vong Sin what reward he wanted. Ningiam Chen Nam and Trung Tu Kong immediately walked towards them. It turned out they were also fighting for people, wanting to drag Vong Sin to join their battle group. At this time, several people suddenly felt someone in the air. They immediately became alert and shouted loudly for those cultivating under the Void Pill realm to quickly move away. This is the master of the Golden Pill realm. The Golden Pill boss suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone entered a state of alertness. The 2 teachers even directly ordered the missile to lock on the target, but at this time Vong Sun raised his hand and smiled shyly. The person above seemed to be the disciple's master. Next, I only heard Than Nam Tu shouting loudly in the air, Where is the evil cultivator? Vong Sin quickly shouted, Master, the evil cultivators have been completely destroyed. You should go down first. Van Nam too saw that his efforts were in vain, so he turned his face directly. Macha, besides becoming better, Tu Hoyan, Tu Sin. Are you injured? Your cultivation base is still low. Do not cause trouble. Hearing these words, Trung Tu Kong could not help but smirk. Those two kids are still at a low level of cultivation. Neam Chai Nam smiled. This actually made sense. After all, their master was Mr. Kim Dan. Next, he shouted towards Than Nam Tu in the air. Why do not you say a word, brother Than Nam? Than Nam Tu said he came in a hurry. His clothes were torn and torn by the strong wind, making it difficult for him to appear. He told Vong Sin that if there was nothing wrong, he should go talk to him. After that, Vong Sun and his senior sister went to visit their master, but seeing their master like this, Vong Sin still could not help but burst out laughing, only to see Than Nam Tu's hair messy, his whole body ragged, not a single piece of cloth on his body, looking like a beggar. At this time, Vong Sun suddenly took off his shirt and walked towards Than Nam Tu, intending to bring his clothes for his master to change to meet his wife. Unexpectedly, Than Nam Tu covered his eyes and opened his mouth to say words like a hungry tiger. You, this child, have unrighteous intentions towards your master. Your sister is so beautiful. Why do you have this kind of hobby? These words made Vong Sun want to cry without tears. Sure enough, the master was still the master, but Vong Sin still quickly took off his clothes and handed them over. Master must have met Junior's sister, right? Sister, my sister's mother is right here. Than Nam Tu sighed. That's it. We still have to meet. The teacher changes clothes first, so you guys stay away for a while. Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately told his sister to call his wife. Than Nam Tu also quickly changed his clothes. No longer looking like he was struggling before, the two people who had been separated for many years met again. The teacher still kept a cold face and said, I still have a lot of work to do. If you have anything you want to say, say it, but keep it short. Before Than Nam Tu finished speaking, he hugged her tightly. She hid from me for 20 years, tormenting me to the point of going crazy. I do not want to lose her anymore. The monk immediately turned away. Her eyes also became softer. It was truly your fault that my father left that year. You do not have to treat me like that. What's more, right now we do not have much energy to manage things outside of work. Than Nam Tu smiled. I know, the special investigation team. Are you still recruiting people now? I do not want to be away from you anymore. What's more, this way we can also find some resources for Tu Sin and the others. After listening, the teacher, of course, directly agreed. Okay, I'll give you the highest treatment and will not let you run errands. Tu Sin and Tu Hoyan over there follow Ingiam Chain Nam's standards and give out a few prescriptions and snacks every month. At this time, Than Nam Tu suddenly asked a question. What about me? Who would have thought that in the next second? The teacher grabbed his ear. You let me do it for free. Than Nam Tu smiled. Yes, yes, yes. So what if the lady works for nothing? Seeing that the master and the teacher had begun to make love, Vong Sin, hiding behind, was immediately stunned. So is it over? Master is indeed master, but as soon as he finished speaking, the voices of three people were heard from behind. As I said, Fivu is usually called the patriarch's wife. There will definitely be Melon inside. Mom, the leader of the investigation team, a monk of the Golden Core realm. This matter may also be involved. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. This Melon has a mind. Vong Sen is a bit speechless when he sees this. Seniors, are you so free? But that's good. My master's wish for many years has finally come true today. A few days later, after dealing with the affairs of the Vothan sect, Vong Sun and Fivu went to Thuksun. This time, although he was nominally there to help Kiem Tong, in reality it was also an important part of his practice. In his previous life, in search of opportunities, he had come to Kiem Tong several times, but did not expect that when he was reborn and returned, he would use his identity to help and come here. Again, waiting for the two of them to arrive at Thuksun Sword Sect, the Great Elder had been waiting for a long time. When he arrived, he immediately praised Vong Sin. He was still young, but had two sword intentions. Phi Vu was indeed a sword genius. Vong Sin quickly came to pay his respects. The senior praised it too much. The 2-year-old sword meaning on the junior's body was given to him by Master Vian Fak. Hearing this, the great elder was a bit surprised. Fellow Doist Vian Fak, he did not expect that he had this understanding of swordsmanship and could teach it to others. Phi Vu coughed twice to remind the elder. Should we talk about politics? The great elder smiled. No hurry, we also have to prepare a little. Phi Vu should rest for one night, rectify properly, and then talk about the test later. So Vong Sin was placed in a small courtyard. At this time, he was cultivating in the small courtyard. The Shu Mountain Sword sect took the sword as its inheritance. Dao Yun and Wu Dang also had clear differences and seemed to be able to guide him. So why should he draw his sword in the future? Suddenly he remembered what his master had told him on the island, risking his life to kill evil cultivators. His injured leg had not healed, yet he forced himself to save people. Impatience is a common disease of youth, but cultivating the religion first cultivates the mind, becoming an immortal first becoming a human being. Sword 712 is also my destiny. I cannot stop you, but after the trial is over, I want you to return to the mountain to seclude yourself for 3 years and focus on cultivating, concentrating on summarizing what had been achieved during this time, writing down the word Dao in his heart, recalling these things. Vong Sin also felt that from the time he came down from the mountain until now, he was truly too confused, and in the end, he still lacked all for the original Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang out. Vong Sin also immediately woke up from his cultivation state, discovering that this was the sound of meditation. Next to the Kiem Tong there was a Buddhist temple. Next to the Thuksun Kiem Tong there was a Buddhist pagoda. After Vong Sin discovered it, he immediately went to Phi Vu to ask what happened. It was then that he learned that the pagoda was called Tu Viem, had existed for more than 1,000 years, and was already in decline, but because there was a complete lineage of Buddhist teachings, after the natural energy of heaven and earth recovered. It gradually recovered, but Vong Sin still had some doubts. So why did not Kiem Tong let them move? Phi Vu said he also asked the sect master, but he heard that there were many demons suppressed there for thousands of years. Now that the vitality of heaven and earth has recovered, it is unknown whether those demons will be resurrected or not. Hearing that, Vong Sin raised his head and looked up at the sky. He could not help but feel emotional. This land has too many secrets. If you have the opportunity, you still have to open your eyes more. Next, he turned his head to look at Phi Vu and asked, "Can the director take me to Tutuvium to see?" Phi Vu smiled. "Okay. In the morning, I originally planned to take you for a walk around. Later, we will change into clothes and go to the temple to see a Buddha statue thing or some." Vong Sin thought about it. Kiem Tong suspected that he had to delay for a while, so he should report to his master an hour first, then go with Phi Vu to director Tutu VM to check it out. But after he told the master about the situation, the master just casually said one sentence, "It's okay, you can stay at Kiem Tong as a guest. Do not think too much." In addition, at 2VM2 there is a monk named Nu Feng. You can let him teach you 20 years of pure martial arts power. After hearing this, Vong Sin could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Master, are you serious?" Van Nam Tu massaged his shoulders and smiled, saying, "Of course I was joking with you, but 2VM2 is not far from Kiem Tong. If you are free, please ask monk Nu Feng instead." Vong Sin smiled. He did not expect his master's friendship to be so generous. He even had acquaintances from the Buddhist sect. But in order to avoid eating his master and his wife's dog food, he still quickly hung up the phone. At the same time, I thought to myself, after the natural energy of heaven and earth recovered, the famous mountains and cities of the Taoist sect quickly emerged. The Buddhist sect was completely different. Only in a few small temples did a few high monks appear. I wonder if this Tuvium temple is also a place where a hidden dragon crouches. Not long after, Vong Sun and Phi Loyan 2 arrived at 2VM2. As soon as he arrived at the door, Zen Master Nu Feng enthusiastically greeted Vong Sun. Are you Phi Vu? Than Nam 2 has mentioned you to the poor monks a lot lately. Say, has your master found a wife yet? Vong Sin smiled and clasped his hands in response, thanking Zen Master Nu Feng for remembering his master and his wife. They had just reunited a few days ago. Nu Hu Feng also felt happy for Tham too after hearing this. Then he looked at Fuong Hai and Ho behind him and said, if that matter is true, Kim Tong is nearby, and I'm afraid it will be implicated. It's hard to get Phi Luan 2 and Fu to come. So let's have a look at it too. Truong Huan Ho sighed. It was fate that the two donors came today. That's all. Please come with me to the well behind the courtyard. After that, several people went to a well at the back of the hospital. According to the introduction of Fuong Hoyan Ho, this place is called Wind Demon Well. It is said that inside contains a great wind demon formation, suppressing 1,000-year ancient demon. Before the heaven and earth vitality recovered, a cave could be seen at the bottom of the well, but after the heaven and earth vitality recovered, the great array in the well started, and the cave disappeared. But last month, this place changed again. As he spoke, Nu Feng immediately reached down to the well to grab one, and the next second there was another batch of demonic energy in his hand. Then, with a solemn expression, he said that the great formation could no longer endure after thousands of years and could collapse at any time. At that time, the suppressed ancient demon inside will probably awaken again to destroy the world. Hearing that, Vong Sun and Phi Luan 2 were both scared and broke out in cold sweat. That ancient demon has gone through thousands of years of suppression and still has not died. A Jin Dan monk in a situation of abundant vitality only has a lifespan of 800 years. In a situation where the vital energy is exhausted but still survives for thousands of years, what realm must this ancient demon be? If it really escapes trouble for the world, it will definitely be a great calamity. Therefore, after learning that 2VM2 had suppressed ancient demons for thousands of years, Vong Sun immediately contacted the special investigation team. As for Phi Loyan 2, this side also informed the elders of the Sword Sect to assist in the investigation. Currently, although the ancient demon has not yet wakened, everyone does not dare to take the risk of stimulating it. After all, when it comes to the 1,000-year ancient demon, even the special investigation team can only improvise. Finally, the investigation team decided to invite high monks to help bless the great formation and purify the demonic energy. At the same time, they conducted surveying of the surrounding area to come up with a battle plan. On the other hand, Kim Tong here also made a commitment. Once ancient demon has a movement, he will immediately come to support. Precisely because of this, Sword That 12 became even more of a top priority for the Sword Sect. After all, with one more Dao city, they also had one more chance of dealing with the ancient demon. Therefore, the Great Elder ordered the Kiam sect superiors and subordinates to begin escorting Vong Sin from today, wishing him perfect swordsmanship and success in breaking the barrier. But Sword 712 has been passed down for thousands of years after all. The point is to test whether the sword intent of the person entering the court is perfect or not. In order to increase the success rate, Vong Sin only honed the 7-star sword intent that he had the strongest grasp of. After thousands of sword intent collisions, he had almost exhausted all his spirit. According to the method of Keen Tongue, this is the time when it is easiest to have insight and breakthrough. Seeing that Vong Sin had reached his limit, the Great Elder said he would just come here today so that Vong Sin could come back and understand for a day. The next day, the discussion continued at noon. Vong Sin tiredly returned to his residence and began to comprehend today's harvests. Although the leader of the Sword Sect used his own sword intent to imbue his 7-star sword formation, what exactly is their so-called perfection? Could it be that it refers to the extreme of swordsmanship? 7-star sword's meaning is in transformation, but what if this is just one of the realms and not the true limit? The 7-star Big Dipper uses the Z-Way star as the axis to move, and the sword formation also uses this as its base. Suppose he is at the Zi Earthstar's position, controlling the 7-star Big Dipper. Then he can make the sword array move according to his body, according to his will, without any move to defeat the sword intention. But how should a sword like that be used? After suffering for a long time, Vong Sen finally realized that heaven and earth are one sword. The sword is a weapon. No matter how exquisite the moves are, using the sword is to kill the enemy. Suppose he completely omitted the changes in the moves, keeping only the sword intent. Thinking of this, Vong Sen reversed the 7 stars sword formation, turning all the moves into pure sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the powerful sword intent rushed straight into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the sword sect above and below. And Vong Sen also completely realized at this time, living in the Big Dipper, commanding 7 stars, this is the true 7 stars sword intent. Not long after, Phi Loyan II and Great Elder rushed over. Ask what happened just now. Vong Sen shyly scratched his head. 2 seniors, my 7 stars sword formation seems to have accidentally completed consummation. Vong Sen then told his master about how he reversed the 7 stars sword formation and comprehended the 7 stars sword intent. After hearing this, Van Ham too did not hesitate to praise Vong Sen, but after hanging up the phone, he felt a bit unbelievable. The 7 stars sword formation can actually be practiced in reverse. Could this formation really be modified by the Patriarch based on the 7 stars sword formation of Wuding? Thinking of this, Van Nam too took out a box from his pocket. Originally, he wanted to wait for Tu Sin and Tu Hoyan to condense the golden pill, and then together open the sect's treasures. But now he wanted to open it and see what the Patriarch had left behind that year. People who practice the 7 stars sword formation remove all variations of the moves, leaving only the sword formation. Unexpectedly, he realized the true meaning of the 7 stars sword formation and thoroughly cultivated it into a perfect sword formation. The next day, Vong Sen experienced a night of turmoil and completely mastered this 7 stars sword formation. The Great Elder also arrived at the right time. Not bad. It seems that Fu has completely mastered the 7 stars sword formation. But we've been discussing all morning, and we still want to let you decide. Are you planning to go into battle now? Or should we consolidate for 2 months and then leave? Vong Sen clasped his hands and asked the Great Elder if Sword That 12's research was only about the realm of swordsmanship. He received an affirmative answer. Vong Sen decided to go to the Mandarin today. And soon he arrived at the location of that 12 swords. Above the entrance is written a huge word, sword. With just this one word, one can see the monk's sword intent. It is even possible to refuse Kendo monks, whose cultivation level is not enough, but Vong Sen's sword intent was already perfect. With just one deep breath, he burst out with powerful sword intent through this barrier. But even though it was easy to pass, Vong Sen still could not help but sigh. As expected, each sect's inheritance made people admire, not knowing if he could complete this entrustment or not. Right after that, Vong Sen pushed the big door and entered the first level. Immediately there was a sword intention that transformed into a human form to attack. But for Vong Sen, who had cultivated the 7 stars sword intent to perfection, it was easy to break it with just one sword. After that, he continuously passed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels until the 5th level. Vong Sen's 7 stars sword intent wiped out all opponents, but his improvement was very limited. Therefore, he decided to take this opportunity to own the realm of Longyai sword intent that still remained at Longyai. Therefore, behind him he deliberately suppressed 7 stars sword intent, always using 2 stars sword intent to deal with the hurdle. Gradually, he also understood Lo Ongni sword intent more thoroughly, reaching the 2i stage, depending on the mind, attack and defense at will. At the feet of the clear Taiji, the fish appears as a group. Seeing that Lo Ongni's sword intent has improved enough, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with the next level. Vong Sen feels that once he has accepted someone's offer, he must do it right, and next he should still be a little careful. Very quickly, he reached the 54th gate. After passing this level, he could reach the next floor, But just as he raised his hand to open the door, a voice suddenly came from inside the door. Is Thu Sun left unattended? Vong Sun quickly jumped back, questioning who the other person was. At this time, a voice came from inside the door. This seat is the sword spirit of Thanfeng Doist, the founder of the sword sect, serving orders to guard this place. You are not a disciple of Thu Sun. Why do you appear here? As sword spirit finished speaking, the two swords behind Vong Sun's back began to tremble. Vong Sun also quickly grabbed his fist and said, Senior Vong Sun, sword cultivator Vu Dang, was invited by Senior Thu Sun to come to Kiem Tong to search for the Ngok sword technique of Thu Sun that had been lost for thousands of years due to the loss of spiritual energy. At this moment, the sword spirit suddenly flew out from the door, gradually transforming into the form of an old man, wishing that iron could not become steel, and said, Jade sword technique is the foundation of the sun. These infilial descendants can lose it, let alone what evidence do you have? Can it be proven that spiritual energy has disappeared for thousands of years? Hearing that, Vong Sun suggested, Senior, how about I tell you the things that have happened in these 1,000 years? Kim Lin gently stroked his beard and looked at Vong Sun. When this seat fell asleep, the vitality of heaven and earth was truly constantly weakening. Okay, just go ahead. So Vong Sun began giving a history lesson to this 1,000-year-old sword spirit since the Tang dynasty nonstop, and the sword spirit kept nodding and listening very attentively. Speaking at the end, Vong Sin shyly said, That's why Dao Than Thu Sun has been preserved relatively completely for thousands of years. But Kim Lun looked at him with suspicious eyes. So you are Lu Dong Tan's descendant, but why are you cultivating not the pure Dong Kim technique, which is Tu Vi Thien sword? Hearing that, Vong Sun was immediately stunned. But before he could answer, Sword Spirit opened his mouth again. That's it, go ahead and go into battle. I will not be merciful to you if you hurt your Dao. Do not resent my Thu Sun people. Vong Sin thanked his predecessor, lightly touched his toes, and welcomed him, turning into an afterimage of a tree that sword around Lion's back. Sword Spirit turned around and swung his sword to slash at Vong Sin. After exchanging a few moves, he could not help but applaud. Not bad. Everyone who enters Sword 712 has the highest aptitude for enlightenment at the time, just like that. The two people turned into two sword lights and began to fight fiercely, but still inconclusive. At this moment, the two suddenly separated. If you were my disciple of Thu Sun, I would have let you pass the test long ago. But unfortunately, you are not. Vong Sin held his two swords and stood firmly. Thank you for your compliments, Senior, but I still have one sword left. Today, I take the liberty to ask for your blessings from my Senior. As he said this, Vong Sin immediately performed Tu Vien Hat Kim while comprehending. Kim Lin also used his strongest sword. Rushing straight towards Vong Sun, he only heard a loud sound. Victory and defeat were decided. Vong Sun had won. Sword Lin's sword was broken. Before disappearing, he said to Vong Sin, the sword technique is in levels 61 to 63. There are a total of 3 volumes. If you want to take them all, you still have to put some thought into it. After saying that, he immediately disappeared on the spot, and Vong Sun also quickly reached the 7th level of the trial, the gate containing the Imperial Sword technique. But just as he entered, Sword Spirit's voice rang out again. If the people of modern Thu Sun agree to let you do as you please, cultivating, why do not you stay here and accompany me for a while? Wait until you master the Imperial Sword technique, and then try the next 9 tests. It will definitely be useful for you. Hearing that, Vong Sun quickly said, But seniors, the disciples of true Nhan Thanfeng are still waiting for the Imperial Sword technique to reappear. But Sword Spirit ignored these things, who says they do not try. Immediately swinging his sword again and rushing towards Vong Sun, Vong Sun was momentarily speechless. He had just finished fighting and still came, but could only hastily respond. However, in subsequent competitions with Sword Spirit, Vong Sun also gradually understood. It turned out that in Sword 7 and 12 Spirit, the difficulty of the next level is naturally a bit higher than the previous level, and the strength that Sword Spirit develops in each level is based on the upper limit set by the Great Formation. Perhaps after understanding each other in level 54, Sword Spirit's attitude towards him also became much friendlier. He also often pointed out a few sentences to him. The intention of the sword has 3 directions, heaven and earth. People take people as the base. Earth takes the sword as the head. Your Tuvai is a sword that belongs to the sword way of heaven, transformed by the power of heaven and earth, but compared to the pointers, every time Vong Sin was beaten back, Kim Lin liked to tease a few words even more. The proverb says the sword is like its master. Vong Sin was really skeptical. Otherwise, how could the sword he brought take pleasure in mistreating people? Fast forward a year past, Vong Sin finally passed the Sword 712 trial. At this time, he had many more wounds on his face. His clothes were also torn. One can imagine what he went through this year. But as soon as he stepped out of the main gate, a pill suddenly flew towards him, followed by Sword Lin's voice, "Kid, do you have something you forgot to take?" Vong Sin grabbed it, looked suspiciously at the Sword Spirit floating in the air and asked, "Senior, who are you?" Sword Spirit said, "Using the words of you young people now, how can you not have a reward after passing customs? This is the finished Fikim sword. Keep it carefully. The sword is a type of sword in Ngukim technique. It is the sword energy forged from the treasure of immortality as the basis. On weekdays, you can collect it in the Dao area for maintenance. Can also transform into flying sword to kill enemies." Upon hearing this, Vong Sin quickly hugged his fist to thank his senior, but Kim Lin said very impatiently, "Quickly go away. You young people are still lacking in patience. It took a long time to go into seclusion for a year. Which disciple did not stay for 3 or 5 years that year?" Vong Sin smiled and scratched his head. "Senior is right. Junior, please remember." But in his heart, he secretly resented. "Very well said. Do not you want to continue to abuse me?" After that, Vong Sun returned to Kim Tong. After returning to Kim Tong, he went into seclusion for a year in Sword that 12, and after going out this time, he also told the story of Kim Lun to the seniors of Kim Tong. Surely in the future there will be many more young disciples coming to the temple. Sword Spirit is not too boring, but the great elder, to thank Vong Sin for helping so much this time, decided to give Vong Sin an item. It was this golden token of honor and life imprisonment as an elder. Looking at this token, Vong Sin could not help but curl his lips. But after all, it was a kindness from someone, so he still chose to accept it, and from now on, this junior will also be considered half of the Sword Sect. If the Sword Sect is in trouble, our juniors will definitely come to help. After the trial ritual ended, Vong Sin did not stay long, so he said goodbye to everyone from Keen Tung and returned to Vodang. But when Vong Sun returned to that familiar small house, he discovered that his master and sister were not there, and he did not know how they were living now. At this moment, the cell phone he left on the wooden chair suddenly rang. A message he sent to his sister earlier had a response. But looking at these last few angry emoticons that his sister sent, Vong Sun immediately realized something was wrong and quickly explained that he had been secluded. His phone was out of battery, so he could not contact him, and at the same time he thought to himself, "It seems that senior sister has a very big opinion about the fact that she lost contact for a year, so she has to quickly change the subject and make her happy." So Vong Sun quickly sent his sister a message saying that he had learned a new skill at Kim Tong and would show it to her someday. Later, Vong Sun also learned from the conversation with his sister. During this year, the master became an official celebrity and a beacon to ward off evil, but most of the time she was still leisurely cultivating or keeping company with the master. Compared to that, senior sister having to go out at least 3 times a month is much more difficult. It seems that senior sister has a great opinion of master, but that's also why, every time she does a mission, her sister can receive a huge remuneration. Not only did the cultivation speed during this year not slow down, but it was even possible to advance to Hudan within half a year. Regarding his sister's cultivation speed, Vong Sin could not help but exclaim in his heart, "Sister's speed is exactly the performance that Big Boss Thien Bang should have. I do not know when I will be able to catch up with her. There is also a sword made from 5-colored gold. If I successfully refine it, I'm afraid I will not need to change my flying sword before reaching the flying immortal realm. But Tu Vithian Kiem must first rely on flying swords. These things, no matter how powerful or precious, are just protective measures. Thuan Duong Tien Quiet is my true path to becoming an immortal. Next, you should still practice well, but because Vong Sen returned to the mountain, this time too quietly, he did not attract the attention of others. If it was not for the time when receiving items from the special investigation team that alarmed senior brother Chu, I'm afraid no one would have known. After a year of separation, some fellow students naturally could not help but exchange a few words. In addition, on weekdays, Vong Sen is still in Kiem Shuat, receiving the mission of retreating on the wall. It was not until another year had passed that his master called him, making him a little distracted. The teenager Vu Dang entered the Thuxun sword sex trial site, not only helping Thuxun find the complete Ninggu Kiem art inheritance, but also obtaining a finished sword. But after returning to the mountain to practice for a year, he suddenly received a phone call from his master. On the phone, he learned from his master that, in just these 3 days, the Dao city of 5 Doist families had been stolen. Dan Nam Tu also knew that Vong Sin seemed to have encountered a similar incident before, so he asked him if he had any clues. As soon as Vong Sin heard it, he immediately thought that these things might have something to do with the Yin-Yang sect, so he immediately brought up the things he had encountered before. After telling his master a little bit, Dan Nam Tu nodded slightly after listening. Okay, do not think too much about this matter. Focus on cultivating the religion. You must follow the example of your senior sister. Vong Sin said he understood, just as he was about to say that he did not enter the Golden Dan or go down the mountain. But the master suddenly changed his tone and said, "Not really, I still have other things to leave for you to do." Vong Sun was stunned when he heard it. It was not until the next his day that he learned that it turned out that the special investigation team wanted to organize the first Immortal Dao conference. His master told him to attend a preparatory meeting, but as soon as he connected the video call, Vong Sen immediately saw his senior's sister's fierce eyes, as if saying that his junior brother would not come, his junior would be angry. Unhelpfully, Vong Sen could only be embarrassed, but still politely greeted. Mok Van Hyen also quickly pushed her sister aside and began to explain this matter. It turns out that although this meeting was held for the first Immortal Dao Congress, the teacher actually organized this conference to destroy the Yin and Yang sect, borrowing the power of the righteous path to suppress evil cultivators. This was the policy they had planned for a long time, but they just did not know if they lure the Yin Yang sect out. The video conference lasted until late at night. Vong Sun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, looking at the arrangements of the monk. The Yin Yang sect would probably kick the iron plate this time, but right at this moment, an alarm sounded in Wuding Mountain, followed by the shouts of many disciples. "The hidden palace is on fire. Quickly come to the rescue. A Thukak disciple is injured. 3 volumes of Dian Tich buried underground have been stolen. Feng Sun, quickly search Feng Sun. There are disciples who are seriously injured and about to die. Who has the means to save lives? Come help quickly." When Vong Sin heard the sound, he immediately ran towards Dao Tang Pavilion. At the same time, he secretly thought that the Yin-Yang sect had indeed taken action against Vo Dang. But he quickly realized something was wrong. This fire was probably just to create chaos. The thieves knew that Wuding Mountain had many experts and would definitely take advantage of the chaos to blend in with the pursuers, so Vong Sun immediately called the monks and uncles back, telling them to quick stop the disciple who were searching in all directions. The opponent was most likely already mixed in. Next, Vong Sin and his uncle Ka looked at each other and decided to split up their actions. But after searching for half a day, he continuously encountered several groups of people, but could not see any sign of the thief. Suddenly, he felt the true essence fluctuating from his uncle Kao. At this time, Master Kao was in a fierce battle with two evil cultivators. Suddenly, a giant hand of true essence descended from the sky, accompanied by an angry shout, "Destroy my Tang Kun pavilion, injure my disciples. How can Vodang tolerate you guys continuing to act recklessly?" Only a boom was heard. This palm directly created a whole hole several meters large on the ground, and the two evil cultivators were also knocked unconscious. Master Ngai in fact instructed his disciples to arrest two evil cultivators, the remaining people to inventory the losses of the Tang Kin pavilion. In addition, the elders who had not been in seclusion should go to Tu Palace. This time, although Master Gai in fact took action to restrain the thief, the damage was already caused. Not only were Vodang's classic books stolen, but 4 people guarding the temple were also attacked to death, and senior brother Chu, who was lucky enough to survive, was poisoned by fire and suffered severe external injuries. Even with the help of a master, I could only barely hold my breath. Therefore, Vong Sun also took out the medicine specially prepared by the investigation team, hoping to stabilize brother Chu's injury. In this era, lives are not cheap. The Yin-Yang sect, tonight's actions have made enemies with Wu Ying, and this time the other side killed people to steal the secret. Burn the Tang Kun pavilion. The time before and after was really too short. If Vong Sun had not reacted quickly, I'm afraid that the two thieves really have the ability to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but the stolen secret is not on the two thieves. Is probably hidden somewhere else. Master Ein Ant Fak guessed that the thieves, clearly been plotting for a long time, had a detailed plan, and there were no records on them. So they must have had helpers hidden in Vodang. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized that Vodang had an insider. Master Enyan Fak turned his head to look at Vong Sin and asked, "You and the Special Investigation team have quite a close relationship. Do you know the situation?" Vong Sin held his fist and said, "In recent years, the Yin-Yang sect has been stealing classic books from different sects. Their methods can roughly be inferred. The stolen classic books are probably hidden on insiders. As for how to dig him out, as long as senior brother wakes up, the other side will definitely have nowhere to hide." So early the next morning, Vong Sin immediately told the sect leader to summon all the Vodang disciples, then sat alone in the corner with his eyes closed, using his spiritual eyes to observe everyone at the scene. At this time, news suddenly came from the main hall. Senior brother Chu woke up and said who the ghost was. The news instantly spread among the disciples. With a glance, Vong Sun discovered a panicked-looking disciple in the crowd. Immediately after, that person pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and kidnapped a female disciple. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flashed, directly cutting off that person's arm. This sword light is the masterpiece of Vong Sun's sword art. After the insider was arrested, several Vodang leaders, without worrying about details, interrogated him on the spot. Of course, he was not surprised at all when he confessed. It turned out that last night, after he led a few evil cultivators up the mountain, he always carried the stolen classics hidden in the mountain. The two evil cultivators took advantage of the opportunity to escape, but they only intentionally dropped smoke bombs. In fact, classic books have always been hidden among insiders, preparing to take the opportunity to release them later. In front of me, there is a disconnection. But 4 Wuding disciples died tragically. Senior brother Chu was seriously injured, and the subsequent effects certainly would not end here. Brother Chu was then taken to the hospital for treatment. In addition, Master Nguyen Fu also contacted Duth and Koff over there, inviting them to help so that Vong Sun would not have to worry too much. After hearing this, Vong Sin felt reassured and decided to meet with the special investigation team first. Anyway, with Vodang's influence, Duok and Kok probably will not refuse. Since that's the case, you can focus on the Immortal Dao Conference first. Arriving at the appointed location, Mu and Gayat had been waiting for a long time. Vong Sen followed Mu and Gayat to get in the car, preparing to go to Tam Than Sun, and also make some more preparations. This Immortal Dao Conference, although on the surface it wants to unify the ashrams, In reality, it wants to lead the yin-yang sect to appear. It seems that at that time there will be another storm, but just as Vong Sun was thinking, a package of potato chips suddenly came from the side. Vong Sin turned his head to look, was surprised to discover that it was his sister, and immediately happily ate the potato chips. The senior sister happily took out a small bag, then poured out a large pile of snacks from inside and poured it towards Vong Sin. It's like saying, junior brother has lost weight, eat more, and when you're full you will not have to worry anymore. Sister invited guests without being polite. Vong Sen was buried in a pile of snacks and smiled shyly. Senior sister at the same time could not help but exclaim, that brocade bag is a newly developed magical storage device. But the senior sister took it out to put snacks in it. Unexpectedly, during this year of seclusion on the mountain, senior sister has firmly broken through the Void Dan realm. But for senior sister, the biggest benefit is that eating snacks can free up both hands to play on the phone. This also made Vong Sun remember his previous life. The first 10 years of vitality recovered, monks rose, and every year there were all kinds of changes. But as the desires and tricks of evil cultivators became increasingly excessive, the government gradually stopped showing mercy. The yin-yang sect reappeared in the rivers and lakes, and after 3 days, it was inevitable that even Vodang would be able to avoid it. In order to destroy the yin-yang sect, the government organized the first Immortal Dao Conference at Tam Than Sun. This Immortal Dao Congress is the first time the government has proactively launched a raid targeting evil cultivators to fish out this yin-yang sect crocodile. The monk prepared heavy bait. At this time, what was hanging on the plain was the stone marble altar brought back with the female body on the moon that year. Legend has it that the supreme immortal Dharma is recorded inside. In order to attract the yin and yang sect, the monk did not hesitate at any cost, and Vong Sen naturally became the executive leader of the referee team. After several days of preparation, Mu, Ingayat, and the others were fully prepared for the Immortal Dao Conference. Very quickly, the conference gradually approached. Vong Sen held a loudspeaker and became a tool to maintain order. At this time, Phi Liam too suddenly rushed up to give him a big hug. Thank you, Vong Sin, for helping the sword sect regain the Jade Sword art. This time, they will definitely cooperate well. Vong Sen somewhat reluctantly pushed Phi Liam 2 away and said, I'm satisfied. At this time, Uncle Ka also came over. Vong Sen quickly hugged him and bowed. Ask how Brother Chu is doing. Master Uncle took off the wooden box on his back and said, thank you to the Special Investigation Team for inviting the seniors of Duok and Kof to help. Ung Long has now woken up. Before I left, my master told me to give this to you. Thank you for everything you did for Vodang. This sword is called Banglai. It is an ancient sword passed down from thousands of years ago. I believe you will not humiliate it. Vong Sun picked up the neck of the sword and gently stroked the body of the sword. He could feel that the sword contained a chill that penetrated his bones. Even his sword ring was influenced by it. It seems that the rank of this sword is already worthy of being a magic weapon, but Phi Liam 2 on the side could not help but feel emotional. This sword is a good sword, but it does not suit you, Phi Vu. It's better to let Vodang Sun exchange you for another one. But Master Kao does not think so, because according to him, swords are inherently foreign objects. Holding a sword in hand can be said to be a sword cultivator who can use it at will. Is there anything that does not fit? Phi Liam 2 immediately objected. This statement is wrong. Although the sword is a weapon, it is compatible with the self. Only then can the sword cultivator reach the ultimate level of transformation. Just like that, the two of them started arguing because of disagreements, and eventually even arranged to directly fight each other. Vong Sin quickly advised, you two are just communicating, please do not start a true fire. After that, the two of them found an open field and directly started fighting, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers. Although Vong Sun knew that the two seniors would not risk their lives, he still decided to say something to Mu and Guayet to avoid being led around by this group of people. Next, he turned his head to look at Bang Like Kiem, thinking to myself, This icy sword has the effect of increasing true essence, but for my moves, it does not improve it much. It turns out that senior sister does not have a suitable weapon yet, so this sword is still for her. Suddenly, the Thean Chung's voice was heard not far away. Vong Sin trembled and turned his head to look with difficulty, only to see the Thean Chung wiping his nose and tears as he ran and cried, "You are so unscrupulous, son brother. Last time I was injured so seriously, and you did not come to visit me." But following closely behind him were several chains flying. Next, the chain instantly contracted, tying the Thean Chung into Ban Chung. It turned out to be the Thean Chung's uncle. The most afraid thing was that this guy here would embarrass Long Ho Sun. After all, although cultivating religion preaches tranquility and indifference, does not mean that monks do not value their religion. Become famous as Dragon Lady, therefore letting the disciples in the sect become one of the most famous people, establishing a famous hall, is also a great opportunity to promote one's Tao city. Therefore, the monks participating in the Immortal Tao Conference were all highly enthusiastic. Not to mention this was the most solemn religious conference, since it's the restoration of heaven and earth's vitality. This Immortal Tao Congress mainly values the strength of young disciples. The competition is calculated by the disciples, and the final total score is used to rank the sects. Any sect with a total score in the top 8 will receive a reward, which is the qualification to participate in Tianxin Bai. Although this proposal was a bit risky, the monk arranged it like this, not only to deal with the yin-yang sect, but also hoping to use the power of the cultivating world to see if she could further analyze the secret on the stone stele. After that, the first Immortal Tao Congress officially began under the announcement of Van Nam Tu. As for Vong Sun, while taking on the role of referee, he also became a tool to distinguish evil cultivators. He quickly discovered a suspicious monk. When reviewing the surveillance camera, Mu Viet was a little suspicious. Is this a Buddhist monk in Tichko? What's wrong with him? Vong Sun nodded. Indeed, only the elderly have difficulty swallowing. As for his situation, one is that he has been in Tichkok for a long time and is not used to eating rice, and two, it is difficult to swallow this authentic Buddhist vegetarian dish without any oil. So very quickly, Vong Sin came before the monk, using the reason his opponent gave to reevaluate Tichkok, so he invited him to go on a trip with him. The monk smiled and agreed to let Vong Sun lead the way. Vong Sun asked the monk as he walked. Confirming that the monk had a problem, he glanced at his sister and led the monk to a deserted alley. At this moment, an attack suddenly hit the monk's back. The monk waved his hand to block the attack. The cultivation level also increased from the Giant God realm to the Void Dan realm in the blink of an eye. But the next second, the disguised senior sister circled behind him. Vong Sun's sword energy is also ready. Even though the monk had the Hu Dan realm cultivation level, under the cooperation of Vong Sun and his senior sister, he was still quickly defeated and fell to the ground. Vong Sin stepped up and tore off the human skin mask on his opponent's face. He had long heard that yin-yang sect thieves specialized in wholesale human skin masks for many years. Looks like the product has finally been upgraded. After that, Vong Sun asked his sister to contact Mu Viet so they could come get this person's clothes. Hearing that, the senior sister was immediately stunned on the spot. Vong Sin quickly explained, "What I meant was to check to see if he had the criteria of the yin-yang sect." Then lead the special investigation team to the interrogation room. Through their newly researched through Chan Kai, they learned that the name of this evil cultivator was Van Lin Thean, a minor leader of the yin-yang sect. Through his testimony, the special investigation team also got more information about the yin-yang sect. It turns out that the full name of the yin-yang sect is Yin-Yang Van Thing sect, with 2 yin-yang sect masters. In addition to the 9 great elders under the sect leader, there are also new experts joining, like Van Lin Thean. To gain a position in the yin-yang sect, not only do you need to have a high enough cultivation level, but you also need to be absolutely loyal to the yin-yang sect. Later, Vong Sun also learned during the interrogation that the Yin-Yang sect had stolen the classic book of Wuding Mountain. This also reminded him of the Yin-Yang family, where Tintan was chased by Daomon, an ancient silver pearl 1800 years ago. Unexpectedly, the Yin-Yang sect has such a profound background and has endured for thousands of years. It seems that the government still does not value him enough. If they want to destroy the Yin-Yang sect, they must rely on both government forces and righteousness. Afterwards, Vong Sun told his master about the background of the Yin-Yang sect, but when the master knew that the classic book that the Yin-Yang sect had been looking for was the secret book of Yin and Yang, he waved his sleeve, put a pile of things on the ground, and began rummaging. Finally, looking at the small notebook, he said solemnly, "It's troublesome to you, son. Quickly go and call your sister here." Vong Sin looked confused, not knowing what happened. At this time, Van Nam Tu turned around and showed the front of the small notebook to Vong Sin. "I only saw 4 big words written on it, Yin-Yang Secret Luck." Van Nam Tu said this was given to him by a Trung Nam Sun Sin senior named Lam Trung Thux. The Yin and Yang Dharma that senior sister practices is the same practice that is written down there. After hearing this, Vong Sin was immediately frightened. So is not senior sister in danger? The man also did not expect that the book he would arbitrarily give to his disciple. It is the inheritance of the ancient Yin-Yang immortal Kun family, but now it also leads to opportunities for evil cult organizations, which can even put disciples in danger. Very quickly, senior sister was called by Vong Sin. After that, she saw Vong Sin and Dan Nam Tu constantly walking around in front of her. At this moment, Vong Sin's face was filled with worry, thinking to myself, my sister who practices the Yin and Yang Dharma is actually the Yin and Yang secret luck. If this story spreads out, the Yin-Yang sect will risk their lives to steal the secret and even kill the senior sister. Thinking of this, Vong Sun asked his master, should he let his sister temporarily stop performing this exercise? But then Nam Tu said, my sister has been going down the mountain often for the past few years. Perhaps she has been noticed. So Vong Sin proposed again, should we let the senior sister go to the mountain to seclude herself for a few years? Wait until these evil cultivators are eliminated. Can they still crawl up from the ground to find us and cause trouble? Then Nam Tu nodded slightly. I called a line first and asked how large the Yin-Yang sect was. At worst, I would deceive several major sects, join forces to destroy the Yin-Yang sect thoroughly. Listening to the two people's conversation, the senior sister looked bewildered, completely unaware of what was going on. I feel that my master and younger brother are really scary. Why cannot I understand what they are saying? Obviously, I'm very smart. Actually, I can help think of that way. The stomach is so hungry. The child is autistic. Very quickly, the teacher over there sent a message. After reading it, Van Nam Tu said, the Yin-Yang sect has now almost recruited half of the experts of the evil Tao. My teacher has long wanted to collect them. But now we still need an opportunity to stimulate the factions and make them unite. The teacher wants to do an article on Yin-Yang's secret road, but that will still involve Tu Haiyan. If we connect Yin-Yang's secret law with Teen Bai, we can probably attract the Yin-Yang sect to come out. But at this moment, the more sister listened, the more she did not understand and was impatiently looking for her phone. Not long after, Vong Sun and Than Nam Tu received messages at the same time. Master, if a disciple cultivating the practice is targeted by evil cultivators, please let the disciple face them. The junior brother is still young. The master's family has not been reunited for long. The disciple has no problems. And he also understands what the path of exorcism is. Then Nam Tu smiled and patted his sister's head, telling her to rest assured that it was not a big deal. Master can solve it, right? But just as the senior sister was about to leave, Vong Sen suddenly held her shoulder. Please explain a little. May I ask, where is the small one? The senior sister rolled up her sleeves and immediately burst out with the aura of the elder Hu Dan realm. Vong Sun was immediately discouraged. The next day, after a day of competition, Then Nam too stood on the stage and announced that although the immortal Dharma Immortal Compassion could only be for the top 8 to participate in, but because everyone was so enthusiastic, the poor monk still shared a few sentences in advance that were not related to the practice. One energy turns yin and yang, 2 levels transform into mist, the universe jade, the sun and the moon try the mystical tortoise. These are the baits that Vong Sin and their team threw out. Now that the bait has been spread, it's just a matter of seeing if the fish will bite or not, but right now it's somewhere in the arena. A dark shadow hiding in the darkness also heard that this was the general outline of Yin-Yang Secret Road. On the second day of the conference, although the schedule was said to be random, there was actually a hidden operation. It was just that the suspicious contestants would all be paired with known masters of the righteous path. Definitely do not let evil cultivators get into the top 8. Have the opportunity to encounter Tian Bai. In addition, the teacher also prepared many backup plans, because only then can the plan to lure the crocodile be guaranteed. Very quickly, the match started. Vong Sen at a glance recognized a monk among them. Probably Venerable Hoi Kim of Thien Long to Van Nam. It was said that he had become a monk at Thien Long too since childhood, which was the seat of Buddhism, this time participating in assisting the investigation team to solve the case very early. His seniority was second only to Vong Sin, but looking the middle-aged man on the other side. From a family of scattered cultivators, under 35 years old, who Dan Can was an unknown pawn, this loophole was obvious enough. So right when the other person was gathering strength to prepare to launch an attack, the Vong Sin, the referee, suddenly shouted, "Slow down," interrupting the other person's magic, then continued to say, "The match does not prohibit the use of bows and arrows, but you cannot accumulate strength first, otherwise the opponent will become buffed." The other guy immediately objected. "What's the point? Using few luck that was prepared in advance, cannot I?" Vong Sin did not say much, directly bursting out of his consciousness. Could this be doubting the referee's professionalism? The powerful divine consciousness instantly suppressed that guy. Then Vong Sen turned around and announced, "The match continued. Remember not to charge up your bow and arrow too early." That guy was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he could not do anything to Vong Sin. Vong Sin whispered smugly in his heart. His morale was dampened by me. His heart was affected by my consciousness. "I do not believe you can still win." And this is also their second fishing plan. Pretending to be dark. Thinking of this, Vong Sun turned around and winked at Venerable Hoi Kim. "Come on, I'll protect you." Venerable Hoi Kim was bewildered, not knowing what was going on. In order to attract evil cultivators, that night, the organizers specially allowed 16 newcomers to view part of the content of Teen Bai, including tuple with suspicious identities that they intentionally left behind. Everyone looked at Teen Bai and praised her strangely. The destiny above is indeed a fairy tale, not a mortal thing. The scriptures on it do not seem to be the normal path of yin and yang. Weird, really weird. Filian too saw Vong Sin so calm and asked him if there was anything shady. Vong Sin laughed. I had indeed seen it before, but what was recorded on this stone stele was not swordsmanship, so it was useless to me. But in fact, he still had half a sentence left unsaid, which was that this stone stele was actually Than Nyam too, who stayed up all night making fake goods. Above is just a normal stone board. The so-called Taoist fortune is because Teen Bai is actually hidden under the stone board. At this time, Venerable Hoi Kim of Thien Long too proactively went up to greet Vong Sun. Vong Sen also politely responded. After that, the two of them immediately talked about blowing the whistle today. Even Phi Lian too had such a clear and straightforward discussion that he could not stand it. Coughing twice reminded them there were also outsiders here. Suddenly, Vong Sun discovered that someone was secretly holding a phone to take pictures of content on Teen Bai. Looks like the fish is about to bite. It turns out that Thien Long too actually has 6 veins divine sword. Even the monks inside play axe. On the third day of the Immortal Tao Conference, The monk stood in front of the surveillance screen, reminding all staff to stay focused. Today, their jobs is not simply to protect Teen Bai's retreat. At this time, another employee came to report there were dozens of low-level cultivators appearing below Tamthan Mountain. There are also more than 10 evil masters on the way. The monk nodded slightly. As long as the fish is heavy enough, no matter how careful the fish is, it will not be able to hold it. Yin Yang sect must finally rise to the surface. It's up to us to take action next. At this time, Vong Sun was sitting in the car cleaning Van Ian. This time, as long as they bring Teen Bai to the location, they will consider completing the mission. However, this road will definitely not be peaceful. Vong Sin guessed that at that time, he would have to let Venerable Ho Kim put on Kim Chung Trao and defend him for a while. But Venerable Ho Kim let out a sigh. Phi Vu, please do not be harmed by that damn online game. People in Buddhism are not tankers. Our Thean Long Temple at least has the Six Veins Divine Sword named after them. Is it still an axe? Vong Sun was stunned. Do you mage still like to play games? Venerable Hoi Kim scratched his head and only played a little from time to time. The little monk was bored in the mountains, so he would often go down the mountain to the internet shop to sit for a while. After hearing this, Phi Lian too also said something. It's true. In the past, I've gone to the internet shop under the mountain many times to arrest people. As soon as these words came out, the two immediately started arguing. Hoi Kim asked Phi Lian too, what kind of spirit is this after walking 10 miles of mountain road and not playing for long? Phi Lian too replied politely, I'm addicted to the internet. Now who dares to go to an internet store? The poor man slashed their network line with a sword. Not long after, the team escorting Teen Bai to a valley was suddenly attacked. Vong Sin and his sister resolutely jumped out of the car, discovering an evil cultivator rushing towards the plane transporting Teen Bai. With just one kick, he kicked the tail of the plane, causing the plane to fall. That evil cultivator also rushed directly towards the falling Teen Bai. Seeing this scene, Phi Lian Tu's face became solemn. This evil cultivator's cultivation base is at the Golden Core realm. At this time, that evil cultivator had also arrived in front of the box containing Teen Bai. A loud laugh tore through the iron shell, but in the next second a sword light suddenly flashed and stabbed straight into his chest. The person who took action was Uncle Tine Van, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Vong Sun, who was fighting fiercely with evil cultivators, was also a bit surprised. He did not expect that his uncle would hide in a barrel. Master, this security job is really good. Then, with the coordination of his sister and the Yang Hao Nian Great Formation, Vong Sun used the Defying Seven Stars Sword Formation to quickly turn the situation around, killing more than 10 evil cultivators. Next, he and Phi Lian Tu joined forces to use Jade's sword technique to sweep away the lowly evil cultivators on the front lines. But unfortunately, the number of evil cultivators was too large, so Vong Sin and the others could only gather in front of the box to avoid being sneaked in by evil cultivators. But seeing that his juniors had not been able to defeat Vong Sin and the others for so long, the evil cultivator Kim Dan, who was entangling with Uncle Tine Van, became completely angry, screaming loudly. A purple light burst out in his eyes. Uncle Tin Van realized something was wrong, quickly distanced himself from him, then used both hands to circulate the power of condensed true essence of Huan Mun, waving his hands to turn into two giant waves of water to attack the evil cultivator. At this moment, a layer of purple protection suddenly appeared around the evil cultivator, not only blocking Master Tin Van's attack, but also his aura skyrocketed, swinging his huge fist. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Master Uncle Tin Van. With just one punch, he sent Master Uncle Tin Van flying out. Then he lowered his head and looked down, landing directly on the ground with a bang. Vong Sun and the others waited in strict formation. Together they launched an attack towards that evil cultivator. But this evil cultivator seemed to have used some kind of forbidden magic, using the draining of his origin as a price to increase his power in a short time, added to his golden core cultivation level. All attacks were almost useless. Even his protection layer had no way to break through. Vong Sen was also punched until he vomited blood and was directly sent flying out. At the same time, because this force is too overpowering, it must be released immediately, otherwise it will definitely explode and die. The senior sister opened the Tai Chai Hao Mungian Day formation to help Vong Sen release his strength, but at this time the remaining evil cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect rushed up, preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Luckily, at the critical moment, a sword light flashed past, causing the evil cultivators to rush forward and kill them. Uncle Tine Van has returned, and at the same time brought reinforcements, and once again entangled with the enemy. Kim Dan evil cultivator saw this and also realized Tien Bai's trap, but it was too late. In the end, under the siege of reinforcements, the evil cultivators faithfully acquiesced, passing through this battle without incident. The entire army of the Yin-Yang and 10,000 Things sect's evil cultivators was destroyed, but the righteous sects also suffered many losses. Vong Sen could not help but exclaim, "Perhaps this is the brutality of the struggle between good and evil." Following the end of the First Great War of Good and Evil, Tien Bai was also able to smoothly retreat, and from today onwards the Yin-Yang sect also became the mortal enemy of the righteous path. But the righteous sects were still amazed at the power displayed by the Yin-Yang sect and reached a consensus to jointly exterminate the Yin-Yang sect. After that, Venerable Hoi Kim proactively sought out Vong Sen and expressed his desire to join their team. Although Vong Sen felt that this great master was restrained by Vong Tiu Miu, he still let Hoi Kim join. After all, if he cooperated with Hoi Kim, he and his senior sister would still have the strength to fight against even the expert Kim Dan. A few days after the Great War, Uncle Tine Van took his sister and Vong Sen back to Trung Nan, telling them to temporarily put aside worldly matters and peacefully retreat here. But what makes Uncle Tin Van difficult to understand is, why does Vong Sen have to carry a large rock? It turns out that this stone is the sword pressure stone that the sword sect previously lent to Vong Sen for practice. After entering the Void Dan realm, monks can only continue to accumulate true essence, but cannot condense it. Once promoted to the Golden Core realm, true essence will completely transform into magic power and cannot be condensed. Kame Tong lent Vong Sen the sword pressure stone so that Vong Sen could use it to condense his true essence and then replenish it for himself. Thus, when Vong Sen is promoted to Kim Dan, his magic power will be even more precise. But what Vong Sen did not expect was that the little sister's cultivation had reached the initial stage of the giant god realm. But as her cultivation increased, she seemed to gradually transform into Than Nam too, becoming more and more like her master. As for Vong Sen, he should try the effect now, but just carrying the stone pressure sword for a few simple steps, he felt that nearly half of his true essence had been withdrawn. But the greater the drain, the more clearly the effectiveness of the stone pressure sword became evident, so he still decided to persevere in performing a new set of swordsmanship. But he wants to persevere, but the true essence in his body may not be able to persevere. Just after performing for a while, the true essence in his body was completely consumed, so he fell from the sky, being crushed to the ground by the stone pressing the sword. Using personal experience to tell us, sword training is risky. Carrying the stone and dancing with the sword, applying swords without rules, both disciples shed tears, but although the process seemed tragic, Vong Sen actually felt that the true essence in his body became purer, so he always carried the pressure stone with him, repeatedly being crushed and preparing to be crushed, making senior sister feel sad, but also making senior sister not worry. Vong Sen also unlocked many new positions because of that. 1 month later, the true essence and meridians in his body were significantly enhanced, and he also reached the full conception stage, with just one chance to enter the Void Core stage. But on this day, he suddenly received a phone call from his father. He only heard his father on the other end of the phone with a serious face saying, "There's a big problem at home. I need to ask your opinion." Vong Sen was startled when he heard it, but quickly smiled foolishly into the phone. This scene made the senior sister next to him bewildered, wondering if the senior brother had gone crazy from cultivating too much. At this moment, the senior sister placed an emoticon appa in front of her, and the senior sister immediately shouted excitedly, "What? Brother is about to be you?" It turns out that in the past, in order to improve the living environment of Vong Sen's three teachers and students, Vong Sen's parents often sent money to Than Nam Tu. Later, then Nam Tu joined the investigation team and regularly sent them medicinal pills to express his gratitude. Although these medicinal pills are not precious, they are effective in regulating the body and increasing opportunities. Perhaps for this reason, Vong Sen's parents finally conceived a second child, but this had never happened in Vong Sen's previous life. Obviously, his fate in this life has changed, and then his sword has another person to protect, so he concentrates even more on practicing his sword, determined to become stronger. After all, when he was young, he had his master and senior sister to protect him. In the future, his younger brother or younger sister, even if he became an older brother, would be able to carry the weight of the sky. A man has been away from home for 2.5 years before bringing home a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, his parents are more anxious than him, and even the brat has practiced it. Not knowing when the new year was approaching, his uncle took his junior sister to find his master, and Vong Sen took his senior sister home to celebrate Tet. When he got home, he saw that his parents' attention was no longer on him. Vong Sen also felt a lot more secure. Fortunately, his parents still cared for his sister as before. It's just that 2 days ago when he arrived at Kiem Tong, the situation was a bit of a mixed bag. It turned out that just 2 days ago, Vong Sen brought his senior sister to Kiem Tong to celebrate the new year. As a result, the disciples on the other side directly shouted, "Elder Fiangok brought the elder's wife back to celebrate Tet." There was a bit of a misunderstanding this time. His relationship with his senior sister was still unclear. Not long after, Vong Sen received news from Muangayat, a letter from the government sent to a large number of cultivators, and the first Thean Bang ranking. But what surprised Vong Sen was that his master did not make it into the top 5, but with his mid-stage Kim Dan cultivation, he ranked 6th. Very soon, Vong Sen brought good news to his sister. When he turned around, he saw his sister also put the phone in front of her. Unexpectedly, she also entered the rankings. It's only ranked 101st on the heavenly list, and it's still temporary, also taking first place on the earthly list. Even the senior sister could not help but laugh. After that, many friends also sent congratulatory messages. Some even jokingly asked her how much money she deposited in the next few days, so that the mother can rest well and rest assured to take care of the pregnancy. The senior sister will also proactively take on all the housework. As for Vong Sen, since the conception stage was completed, his spiritual veins were not damaged, his soul was fine, and for some reason he always felt sleepy. Listening to the master, from the Void Dan realm onwards, when one's cultivation breaks through, there will often be a phenomenon, but sleeping so much is a bit too much. But the moment the sleepy Vong Sen closed his eyes, his sister, who was doing housework outside, immediately discovered something unusual and ran directly into Vong Sen's room, but did not know what to do. What to do? Junior brother is about to break through Hudan. Be careful that mixed spiritual energy is not good for breaking through. Seeing that Vong Sen was about to enter an important moment of breakthrough, the senior sister gritted her teeth and immediately came to his side. Operate the method of yin and yang, transform your purest true essence into spiritual energy, and provide all of it to Vong Sen. Vong Sen finally broke through to the Hudan realm, but when she woke up, it was dark, and she did not know how long she had been asleep. The senior sister was sitting on the chair next to her, and dozing sleepily. Seeing Vong Sen wake up, the senior sister rubbed her eyes and prepared to stand up. Vong Sen quickly told his sister to sleep for a while. She stayed here to keep watch. Sister instinctively responded, then lay down on the bed and immediately fell asleep. Seeing my sister so tired, Vong Sen knew that his sister must have wanted her to break through smoothly, so she transported her true essence and converted it into vital energy for her to absorb. Doing so was very draining. This also made Vong Sun extremely touched. The elder sister gave him too much care. Then, waiting for her sister to fall asleep, Vong Sun began to consolidate her cultivation. Currently, her true essence is extremely vast, able to directly blend with the essence of heaven and earth. It's just that Hu Dan has this enhancement. I do not know what kind of landscape Golden Dan will be. A few months later, she just needed to slowly wash away the marrow, letting the energy get rid of the mortals. Wait until your realm is complete, and then you can break through the Golden Core realm. But the most important thing is, now she can practice the Void Dan realm's magic of expecting flying ascension. Just thinking that when his sister woke up, he could immediately take her to heaven, Vong Sin could not help but smile naively. Soon it was New Year's Eve. Vong Sin's whole family happily sat in front of the TV watching the spring celebration program. The old lady even gave the senior sister a lucky money envelope. At this time, Mu and Gai's phone suddenly rang. Vong Sin thought she was calling to wish him a Happy New Year. Unexpectedly, the other end of the line transmitted Mu Gai's voice. "Director Vong, we need your help." The woman brought back from the moon suddenly became active and rushed out of the research institute. "It's currently flying quickly towards you. It's estimated that it will soon fly over the area where you are. We surmise the enemy's target is an archaeological site in the same direction. Now she has about 25 minutes to go to his place. The car to pick him up is about to arrive." Upon hearing this, Vong Sin immediately agreed and found an excuse to let his sister stay at home with her parents. I put on my clothes and went straight out, but when he got to the door, I discovered that my sister was already dressed and waiting for him here. Sure enough, he still could not hide it from his sister, so Vong Sun had no choice but to take his sister with him. On the way, Myung-Gayat transmitted the news that the combat team's trainer had arrived at the scene, expected to arrive at the same time as the target. They have also sealed off the surrounding area and will try their best to minimize the impact of the incident. But not for long. The special investigation team transmitted news again that the target had landed first and even entered Vong Sun's house. After hearing this, Vong Sun was frightened and quickly asked how his parents were. Were they okay? At this time, Vong Sun's father also called Vong Sun, saying that they were okay. There was an immortal guest at home, saying they were looking for Tu Hoyan. The original text basically said, "Ancient people are hard to find, not a lonely soul, happy in heart," etc. After hearing this, Vong Sun immediately told his father to pass the message on to his senior, and they would return immediately. At the same time, he also thought, according to records in ancient books, during the Qin dynasty, there were immortals who were about to leave Dao City. Most monks followed the immortals to fight. The natural energy of heaven and earth was cut off, and no one practiced the Dao anymore. Let's not discuss where the fairies fought, or whether that fairy was the only survivor, but the opponent is a god, so it probably would not cause any disadvantage to senior sister. However, there is such an old person. It seems that senior sister is a fairy who descended to earth, leading to the recovery of the earth's vitality. Miss Gayeka suddenly awakened, and even flew to Vong Sun's house, and it seems that she is still senior sister's old friend. At this time, Vong Sun and his sister had returned home and discovered that more than a dozen silhouettes of people were hovering above their house, which were people from the special investigation team who had come with Than Nam 2. Suddenly, the female artist in Gayatko appeared behind Than Nam 2. With just a wave of her hand, Than Nam 2 and the other experts were blown away. Next, the female scholar landed in front of Vong Sun and her senior sister. Vong Sun covered her senior sister's back and asked tentatively, "Senior just now entered the junior's house. If you want to meet an old friend, why not come back and hang out with my senior sister?" After listening, the lady immediately transmitted her voice and said, "I'm sorry." Vong Sun was startled when he heard the sound transmission, but soon discovered that the dark energy in her heart seemed to be death energy. Could it be that this fairy has not yet fully revived? Then the three of them entered the house, sat down on the ground, and started chatting. Vong Sen said, "Senior, do you have something to say to my senior sister?" "My sister cannot say much. She needs words and images to express." Unexpectedly, that woman transmitted the sound and said, "If the divine soul is damaged, can the six paths of samsara not be able to completely compensate?" Hearing this, Vong Sen quickly asked, "Senior, why is my soul damaged? Did you and your senior sister meet in previous lives?" But before he could finish speaking, the woman directly interrupted him. "It's useless to ask too many questions." At this moment, the senior sister took out her phone and sent an emoticon asking, "Who am I? Where are we?" The woman was silent for a moment and then looked at her sister and slowly replied, "You can return here. Maybe there are other fellows who have also returned here, but I do not have much time left, and I do not know if I can find anyone else. I have opened the heavenly spirit wind mirror, and I feel that this place still has Tao City passed down. From now on, you can rest assured to practice. This world is still considered peaceful for the time being." Hearing this, senior sister placed the phone in front of Vong Sin. Vong Sin took a look and conveyed what he wanted to say on behalf of senior sister. Senior sister, I want to ask, can you restore it to the way it was before? Is there anything seniors can do to help?" At this moment, the woman suddenly raised her hand, gently caressed her sister's face, and said, "In your previous life, you were the pure ice fairy. In this life, you are Mok Van Hyen," and so on. Sentient beings praying alone. The past has passed. The old people have passed away. This life has come. Why should they be reborn? You are now just entering the path of practice. Keep practicing. First enter the immortal path, and then look for the answer you want to know. The Moon Palace can answer all your doubts, but those who do not become immortals cannot find the Moon Palace. Use your purple Thean sword to protect him well. In the future, there will naturally be no shortage of good things for you. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I must go search for the reincarnation of this world. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of life left. Do not let him get in my way. If he asks, just say I've reincarnated, waiting for this moon fairy to leave. The group of men and horses outside quickly chased after her. As for Vong Sin's parents, they were protected by the warrior clan and asked to move out at night. Although for their parents, this time leaving is like giving up their current life, but for their safety, this is also forced. Early the next morning, Magayat, with two large dark circles and bulls and blood in her eyes, came to ask Vong's son, Doist Vong, "Where do you think the female fairy will fly to?" Vong Sin was also startled by Mai Guayat's appearance. He quickly said that she was just a remnant soul and wanted to go to the land of Samsara till she could find a trace of vitality. According to the route, she should go to Bundu Sun. Hearing about Bindu Sun, May and Gayat's brain moved at high speed, thinking about related information. Koyu Du Bindu Sun. But there is no Tao then passed down there. Only a few scattered cultivators. Thinking again and again, Magayat stood straight and dozed again. Seeing this scene, Vong Sin also felt a bit helpless. If you're tired, go home and sleep for a while. In the next second, Magayat directly took out a pill and threw it into her mouth, as if injected with chicken blood, full of fighting spirit. Regarding this, Vong Sin felt a bit speechless. You can bear it. However, after receiving the fairy's gift, senior sister was always in a state of enlightenment. Although it sounds unbelievable, senior sister seemed to have broken through again. Could it be that she became a Golden Dan Taoist, just like that Kim Dan was in his 20s? If those Taoists knew, would not they commit suicide by collective negotiation? From then on, Vong's son would give part of the information that the fairy gave to the investigation team, focusing on protecting the Dharma for his senior sister. After the senior sister's state of enlightenment lasted for several days, her cultivation level also firmly stopped at the peak of the Void Dan realm. However, the biggest joy is that my sister's aphasia seems to be a little better. From the initial one word turned into two words. There was an intellectual leap. After the Lunar New Year, Vong Sin immediately prepared to go with his sister to Wuding Mountain. As another person who received a gift from the fairy, he also unlocked a new skill and could finally carry his sister's sword and fly into the sky. This is the romance of sword cultivators. In the future, he and his senior sister can fly freely, becoming a pair of junior sisters who can both fly and fight. But after just a few hours, the problem suddenly came. It turned out that the sister's phone was out of battery. At this moment, he was looking at Vong Sun with a pitiful expression. Vong Sin turned his head and smiled and said, "Senior sister, let's go down and rest a bit. Charge your phone, by the way." As he spoke, Vong Sun pointed to a village not far away, preparing to go around to a place where no one would land and avoid being captured. But right at this moment, he suddenly discovered that in front of him there was someone leading a feng shui direction, taking the essence of the sun and moon. Is there someone here who cares for you? Turns out that after the natural energy of heaven and earth is restored, plants, animals all open up their spiritual wisdom, among which things that do not cause harm and practice wholeheartedly can be called pure. If you want to be attracted to people, have humanity, or have a personal identity, this is love. But now in front of them, a demon cultivator has just appeared that absorbs the essence of the moon. However, having met him, Vong Sun naturally could not stand by and watch. Immediately follow the direction of the moon's essence to find a factory. Then he turned around and instructed his sister, "If we do it, we will try to capture it alive. After all, love is quite rare." Then the two of them found a window, peeked in, and discovered that there was another group of people raising demons. Moreover, it seems that these monsters already have resentment surrounding them. Vong Sin saw this situation and immediately sent a message to Manhwa. Manhwa only answered 10 minutes. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, someone from the special investigation team came to arrest all of these demon breeders. After preliminary interrogation, according to the testimony of these people, they were hired to work as farmers, but there was a boss behind them. But about 10 minutes ago, that boss drove away. As he spoke, the investigation team employee took out a phone and said, "We have not stopped chasing." This was discovered at the scene. Vong Sun put on white gloves. As a result, when he looked, he discovered that there was a piece of paper inside with the unlock code attached, indicating that it was left for him. So when he saw the paper, he immediately understood, "It's probably because I was not flying high just now and was discovered by the evil cultivator's accomplices first. The enemy thought they were about to come and encircle them, so they simply ran away." Vong Sun then opened a video on his phone. In the video, when I saw the young sect master of Yin-Yang sect, I only saw him teasingly greeting Vong Sun. Meeting under the moon is so romantic. We met again, Dao Vong, and ordered Sister Bat Ingu to learn. It seems to be the yin and yang secret of our Van Things sect. Now some extreme masters in the discipline will probably put you two at a disadvantage. I admire you two so much. I wish you would give me the secret of yin and yang. I can be skillful, and I can also help the two ancestors of those hot-tempered scholars. Van Ian immediately sent this emoticon directly to the other person. The next second, the opponent deleted it. Vong Sun also immediately reported this matter to his master, wanting to ask his master and his wife if there was any way. Van Nam too knew about this and felt he should stimulate them a little more. See if you can lure them into the bait. During this time, although the investigation team has been purging the branch of the Yin-Yang sect, wanting the other party to appear again is not simple, unless we find something else that can stimulate their nerves. But last time they knew part of the content of Yin-Yang's secret road. This time I'm afraid it will be difficult to take effect. But Vong Sun thought of a place that could attract them, immediately asked the master if he still remembered coma in Tutu VM. As soon as Van Ham too heard it, he understood what Vong Sun meant. The teacher has already told them to do this, so you do not need to worry. But the initial creation process probably takes 2 or 3 months, so the children wait patiently. Vong Sun seemed to understand, but still hoped that the teacher could spread the news. Said she and her sister were out on a mission. After all, she and her sister were about to return to Wuding for seclusion, trying to avoid leading the fire to Daoching Wuding. After hearing this, Van Ham could not help but praise Tu Sin. I'm very happy to think of these things, but my sister's mentality is too simple. In the future, you have to take care of her. More, do not let her be deceived. Do you understand my teacher's meaning? Vong Sun broke into a sweat after being talked about and quickly said, Did your master do something wrong? Are you too close to your senior sister? But Than Nam too did not say anything more and directly hung up the phone. This made Vong Sin feel extremely confused. What does the master mean in the end? Could it be that we take the initiative to cooperate with her and senior sister? The global vitality has recovered. Monks in other countries are moving, and some people even want Daiho Nation to publicly disclose its practice method. After Vong Sin and senior sister returned to Vodang Thuthian, explosions continuously sounded in the backyard of the mountain, making senior Uncle Lei angry. Not knowing who was so lacking in morality, every day he practices violence behind the mountain, and this sound is coming from Vong Sun's yard. At this moment, he was cheerful, cherishing a Hon Fi Kiem sword that had just been refined, and offered it to his sister as a precious gift. It turned out that after resolving the demon cultivation incident, he and his sister returned to Wudang Mountain to concentrate on cultivating. The first thing he did after returning to the mountain was to refine a Hon Fi sword for his sister. Although he had experienced countless failed attempts at refining, now seeing his sister so happy, Vong Sun felt that these days of failure were worth it. The immortal Dao can deceive and walk side by side with his son. Now that he thinks about it, God is really not bad for him in this life. If the senior sister does not care about men and women, he can continue practicing like that with the senior sister. If senior sister suddenly felt moved one day, even if he was exhausted, he would not let senior sister feel lonely even a little bit. While he and his senior sister were in retreat, the master's fishing plan was also being carried out in an orderly manner. According to his request, the investigation team is building a fake Tutuvium, preparing to set a trap for the army. When the fake Tutuvium was built, all kinds of nonsense rumors also appeared. These news unintentionally led everyone's eyes to Tutuvium, more than 100 miles away from Qiantong. Currently, Tutuvium not only has a large number of armed police guarding it, the war group is stationed. From time to time, there are also Jindan realm experts showing their pressure. In addition to the professional team of the government monitoring the network, it has truly reached the level of being fake and real. On the other hand, the master led the investigation team to continue attacking the Yin-Yang sect. Anyway, only when the pressure is great enough will the opponent dare to take risks. Free the ancient demon and ask for its help. Just like that, 2 months passed. Vong Sun received a call from Munahak again, but before Munahak could explain this matter clearly, Vong Sin directly impatiently asked for the time and location, indicating that he could depart at any time. After hearing this, Munahak looked bewildered. Do you already know? It's okay. Fairy Toongu is currently attacking Kim Dan Do leader Vong. You should just keep an eye on her. This matter can be changed to someone else. The opponent's strength is not very strong. Vong Sin heard that the opponent's strength was not strong and suspected that the investigation team was a bit arrogant. Then he looked at his sister who was cultivating and showed that she was not in seclusion. The opportunity to form the pill has not yet come. On the contrary, in this battle, I do not want anyone to replace me. Muan-ak immediately agreed, indicating that he would immediately send someone to pick them up. Vong Sin also turned around and excitedly said to his senior sister, Quickly pack up your things. We have to go compete with the Yin-Yang Van Viet sect. But when the two of them finished packing their things and were ready to leave, Moonhack's phone call came again. He said a little embarrassedly, Honestly, Director Vong, did you know what I just said specifically? Vong Sin instinctively said the 3 words to VM2. Unexpectedly, Moonhack sighed, immediately knowing that he had misunderstood. That plan has not yet had the time to launch. In fact, the 3 countries of Yindao, Greenland and Golden Tower are planning to come to our Daiho Nation to organize a monk exchange. See if you want to come. I heard him. Dao sighed, is a bit arrogant, saying that we do not have anyone in Dai Ho. Vong Sin is a bit embarrassed. International Exchange Association. How come he never heard of it in his previous life? But after agreeing, Vong Sin still decided to go down the mountain with his sister to participate in this international exchange. As soon as he arrived, he met Venerable Hoi Kim, as well as the 16 branches of the unjust family, who seemed to have come to participate in this international exchange. Mu Ak then led everyone to the meeting room and started talking about the situation of this exchange. The most gratifying recovery of vitality is our Dai Ho. All countries have had their own cultivation methods since ancient times, but because of their management problems, the overall development has not been as smooth and peaceful as ours. That's why in recent years there has been an international theory from Monk Dai Ho, the purpose of which is to make us publicize our practice methods. To put it bluntly, they are jealous. This time the other party actually came to test our strength. So if this exchange conference can win, there's no need to intentionally lose to them. After all, this is not table tennis. There is no such thing, Dao Leader Vong. You usually have a calm personality. This time it's okay to stand out a little. Hearing this, Thien Chong immediately became excited. Bragging is his fort, and told Vong Sen that if he did not understand, he should just ask him. Vong Sun nodded to show he understood. Time quickly arrived at the International Exchange Festival. The participating teams this time were representing Greenland, the team representing An Dao, and the team representing Kim Da. And then Nam too stood on the competition stage as a referee to announce the rules this time. At this time, the captain of the British island nation was a bit dissatisfied because he was slapped by Thanam yesterday. So, in the first match he wanted his eldest disciple to compete with Thanam 2's disciple to regain face. So Vong Sin became the first person to go on the floor, faced with a waiting sword from the British islander. Vong Sun easily neutralized it with just one sword. Next, he casually swung out a sword energy to send the opponent flying out. As a result, Vong Sun clasped his hands together and said please yield and prepared to leave the stage. Unexpectedly, this British player would shamelessly play a sneak attack. Vong Sun reluctantly picked up his sword and easily neutralized this move. Next, he swung out several swords of energy, directly breaking the opponent's sword. But even so, the opponent still shamelessly wanted to rush forward. This time, even his master could not bear to look at him anymore, gritting his teeth and telling him to turn back. Then a female Greenland swordsman came up to the stage, preparing to receive Vong Sun's swordsmanship lesson. Vong Sin held the sword and smiled, please. Next, the female swordsman held the sword with both hands in front of her chest, shouted loudly, and began to accumulate strength. Then, raising the sword above his head, a giant yellow sword energy formed and directly shouted the name of this move. Looking at this posture and swordsmanship, full of neutral temperament, Vong Sin could not help but burst out laughing. But very quickly the female swordsman slashed her sword. Faced with this move, Vong Sin still only used one sword to break it. The sword move was broken. The female swordsman's sword slipped from her hand, and her whole body fell to the ground. At this moment, the sword rotated in the air, unexpectedly falling right between her legs. The female swordsman stood up a bit embarrassed. Her face turned red. She said, admit defeat to Vong Sin, and then got off the stage. The third match was the Kim That Kwuk player's turn to go up to the stage. But as soon as he got up, he held his head and knelt on the ground, making everyone bewildered. It was as if he had come to harass them, but Hoi Kim saw the trick. It turned out in just a few seconds. The opponent used magic to attack Vong Sun, but was destroyed by Vong Sun's sword. So the two of them looked like they were standing still, but in fact they had already finished fighting. Afterwards, Vong Sun went down to the stage to bow to his master. You are lucky not to have disgraced your mission. Than Nam too happily said, you've worked hard. Go back to the team. The senior sister smiled and gave Vong Sun a thumbs up. Thang is very beautiful. Vong Sun also smiled and gave a thumbs up. Thank you, sister. Never underestimate your opponent's shamelessness. because he may be truly shameless. After Vong Sun won 3 matches and returned to the team, Than Ham too said to the captains of the 3 countries, "Just now the disciples have passed the axe. Today is a learning exchange. What better way than this? 5 young disciples behind me. You guys just choose who to compete against. How about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Thean Chuang smirked and raised his hand. "That Doist Batnon. Can I introduce myself?" Everyone who heard that was bewildered, not knowing what kind of trick this guy wanted to play. Than Nam too turned his head to look at Thai Thean Chuang. Let him say whatever he wanted to say. After hearing this, the Thean Chuang pretended to clear his throat, then said loudly, "This junior takes the liberty to say a few words. Actually, the positions of the 5 of us all have meaning. You can choose your opponent based on your strength. This is also a little bit of concern that our day Ho Nation has for you. To put a bit more graphically, I'm just talking about the easy difficulty level. The little brother next to us is on normal difficulty, and the other Zen master is on hard difficulty. That sword cultivator, handsome, with extraordinary martial arts skills, has hellish difficulty, and the fairy next to him has heavenly difficulty, the type that can easily take you to heaven. Even if your master comes up together, I'm afraid the fairy will hang you up and beat you." Speaking of this, the Thean Chong could not help but laugh, but Liu Van Chai and Hoi Kim next to him looked at him angrily, knowing that this guy clearly wanted to rely on the 2 of them to attract firepower. After all, no one would be that shameless. Go challenge the weakest, the Thean Chuang. But just as the 2 of them were about to go on stage, the Thean Chuang became the first person to be chosen. As expected, they still underestimated the level of their opponent's shamelessness, but even though Thean Chuang is not the strongest on his side, killing this Yin Dao Nation player is no problem. As soon as he came up, he directly launched a big move, giving the opponent a shower of green fire spells, making the opposing captain not have time to admit defeat. The player was directly knocked unconscious. After winning, the Thean Chuang did not forget to sarcastically say a few words. "Sorry, I'm just a difficult person." Sun brother was able to withdraw his hand in time, but I was unable to withdraw the move, injuring you. But winning and losing is a normal thing for soldiers. Young heroes can start over. That's not right. You cannot even pass my level of difficulty. It's best if you start your life over again. After that, in the second match, the opponent unexpectedly found a way to die by choosing the Jioi. This is completely using a secondary account to attack the main account. The result, of course, goes without saying. That person was directly murdered without any hesitation. After many failed battles, the Mdao Nation people began to whisper, seemingly planning some big move. Then, their captain spoke out his request through the interpreter. Being able to meet such outstanding young practitioners today is an extremely rare opportunity, although it is not in accordance with our principles. We have a request. Hopefully this swordsman monk can go on stage again and compete with 2 of our talented players. We do not want to win or lose, so even if we win, it would not be a glorious victory. We just wanted to test whether our magic could gain any advantage over this swordsman monk. Regarding this operation of the Dao Nation, Vong Sen only sneered, "So, this is the trick. It's really stealing while doing it shameless." At this time, Than Nam to put his hand on Vong Sen's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Tu Sen, you estimate how many people you can deal with at once. Just let them all attack together. If I want to lose face, I'll do it for them and use Tu Vithian's sword to attack them." Vong Sen looked at his master and nodded, then went directly to the stage, took out the sword Hon Fakim and said, "It's just an exchange. There's no need to be formal. You do not need to discuss age. Just come up together." Having finished speaking, he immediately showed off his mid-stage Void Dan Realm aura. Although the leader of the Yin Dao Nation did not show anything on his face, he clenched his fists. His heart was extremely shocked. I did not expect that this young man's cultivation level is not inferior to me. Chinese monks are truly not to be underestimated. After that, 2 young girls wearing kimonos went up to the stage to challenge, but what Vong Sen did not expect was that as soon as they got on the stage, They took off their shirts, revealing black stockings and fishnets inside, leading to a scene of seduction with their uniforms. Is this pose really for a competition? Seeing this scene, the senior sister's face immediately darkened, as if saying, "Dare to seduce junior brother? Shameless. Want to do them too much? Can you change me to go on stage?" As for Vong Sun, who was on the stage, facing the attack of the two people, he felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered. It turned out that, like the nurse at the hospital last time, that nurse was from the Yin-Yang sect, so the high-ranking Yin-Yang sect must have had a relationship with the Yin-Yang sect. Since that was the case, he did not need to hold back anymore. With a grudge in his heart, today he just wanted a little profit first, and after dealing with the two women, Vong Sen turned his head directly towards the Yin-Dao Nation captain and sneered, "Is that all the magic you mentioned? Is there any more profound magic? These steps are just a simplification of our Dahua Nation's 8 trigrams release technique. That year you learned a lot of practice methods in Dahua Nation. Have they all been lost?" As soon as the Yin-Dao Nation captain heard that, he was immediately excited, immediately prepared to personally compete with Vong Sen on the stage. But no matter how small or big the fight, he was still not Vong Sen's opponent. After only exchanging a few moves, Vong Sen immediately used the 7 stars Jade Sword technique, causing the opponent to jump up and struggle. Moreover, this was still Vong Sen's deliberate mercy, otherwise he would have been lying down a long time ago. Then Vong Sen directly said, "If you can force me to use the strongest sword move, today I will admit defeat." How about, unexpectedly, this group of people from the Amdao Nation were truly so shameless, directly pulling all of them onto the stage to challenge Vong Sen. But facing countless flying swords, Vong Sen should not show mercy. Although Daiho pursues peace, the blood feud between Amdao and Daiho should not be forgotten. Therefore, I want to check to see if there are people from the Yin 10,000 Things sect among the people of this Yin Dao Nation. Speaking a little bigger, I now represent Daiho Quoke, representing the predecessors who committed themselves to the war against the enemy in the past. The vitality has been restored. The ninjutsu martial artists have also revived. You guys thought you were okay again? You are moving again. Trying to cause trouble again, revealing that I'm the wolf form. Today I should also let you know that the monks of Daiho Nation will be the real powerhouses standing firmly on this earth in the future. Thinking of this, Vong Sen faced the ninjas who were besieging him. He just waved his hand and slashed countless swords, sending all the besiegers flying. But after dealing with the first wave of ninjas, the Yin Dao Nation captain immediately ordered the people behind him to continue, preparing to use the wheel tactic to kill Vong Sen. The Thian Chuang was so irritated by the shamelessness of these people, he could not stand it and immediately wanted to rush to help Vong Sen. But the senior sister slapped her and fainted, then only saw the senior sister slowly open her mouth. Trust junior brother. As for Vong Sun, facing the monks of the Amdao Nation, he rushed forward, still unafraid to welcome him. But during the fight, he discovered that there was a person hiding in the darkness, specializing in harassment, causing those ninjas to surround him, making the opponent think that he could no longer be distracted to use unsword technique. The opponent was also hooked. One person flashed behind him, the other swung a knife at him, preparing to attack front and back. The corner of Vong Sen's mouth slightly raised, then directly used Ingu Kim technique and to Vinahat Kim. Not only did they defeat the two of them in an instant, even the wall of the guild hall was punched with a large hole. Looking at the large hole in the wall behind him, the Yin Dao Nation captain was secretly a little scared. If this move hit him, I'm afraid his end will be the same as that wall. And Vong Sun, after achieving his goal, firmly chose to admit defeat. I'm still too young. My cultivation level is still a bit lacking. I used my strongest move. According to the rules, you lost. Congratulations on your win. This time admitting defeat is really a slap in the face, killing someone to win hearts. Even Thai Thian Chuang next to him could not help but laugh. Is this the highest level of admitting defeat? I've learned it, senior brother. This move is too toxic. After admitting defeat, Vong Sin did not look back, turned around, and went down to the stage, transmitting the discovery he had just made to his master. After that, Vong Sun returned to his position and sat down. Suddenly, there was a text message on his phone, which turned out to be sent by their fixed cultivator team in the group. Everyone was talking about Vong Sin's recent beating of Vagina Ba, but Hoi Kim was a little suspicious. Why did Vong Sin aim at Vagina today? Vong Sun did not intend to hide it and directly told everyone his discovery, but just now, he intentionally injured them, and when he returned, he reminded his master. It was so that the master used his name to heal them and test their techniques. But senior sister feels that if that's the case, would not it be better to force them to use a small whip? Why such trouble? For a moment, everyone fell silent. After a while, Vong Sun immediately sent the information he had received to the group. That guy just overheard a bit of the yin-yang, thousand things sect's techniques. Now just let them go first. We to gather enough intelligence before taking action. Maybe we need to organize an exchange group to go to the Yang Thousand Things sect. Pay attention to keeping it a secret. Hearing Vong Sin say that, everyone had some expectations. Only Thai Thien Chung was different, demanding to perform a 1,000-person drama, and was directly removed from the chat group by Vong Sin. It turns out that Earth really did have fairies. Before Lu Dongtan died, he left behind a book to warn the world. If anyone can fly, do not reveal Earth's location. After the exchange conference ended, Vong Sin and several people stayed in the hotel, playing cards and chatting. The Thien Chuang asked Vong Sin what his plans are next. Is it appropriate for senior sister to return to the mountain to practice? If you are looking for an evil cultivator to do housework, you must include him. The Kahoi Sutra tells the naked truth. Amitabha Buddha. First of all, Thien Chung's cultivation base is a bit lacking. Be careful of being swept away by a wave. Vong Sin smiled shyly. Look at the master's arrangements. If Hoi Kun is not urgent, wait a day or two. We have a great show to watch. As soon as Thai Thien Chung heard that there was a good student, he immediately rushed up. Brother, what are you good at? Vong Sin glanced at him. Guess what? Keep it a secret. At this moment, there was suddenly a knocking sound outside the door. Moon Gayat went in and gave the documents to Vong Sin and said, the matter of 2VM2 has been decided. Although the Master and Master Liu were not included in the plan, their masters were also participants in the action. So you two should listen together. Through the plan, we have made many false statements about 2VM breaking out in a great war with Coma, making the evil cultivators believe that the righteous monks suffered heavy losses due to the Great War, causing them to take action. According to the plan, in the next few days, we will launch a nationwide campaign to punish evil cultivators. And right at this moment, there will be a riot on the other side of 2VM Temple. At that time, you will receive information asking for help. Support 2VM to start the plan. The plan capital is like that, but for some reasons, the plan needed to be changed a bit, and this change belonged to Vong Sun and his sister. So the next day, Vong Sun and his sister were immediately taken to Daodan Research Institute by Mu Ingayat, waiting for Vong Sun to come to the meeting room. Everyone had been waiting for a long time, but this time they called Vong Sin and his sister. The main reason was still the matter of Fairy Tu Boon Gu's previous contact with the two people. Vong Sin nodded, indicating that he would definitely say everything without leaving anything out. At this time, Van Nam Tu suddenly coughed and interrupted his words. My two disciples did not talk about the things related to that immortal, even some information that that immortal does not know. The poor Taoist can add, but I also hope that after listening, you will not be too pessimistic and negative. Seeing the tome box that Than Ham Tu took out, Vong Sin and his sister were both surprised. Is not this the secret treasure that the female ancestor passed down to our sect? Then I saw Than Nam Tu slowly open the tome box. Inside placed an object like a token, emitting a dazzling golden light. Immediately after that, Lutu's phantom image appeared above and slowly opened his mouth. Is there someone behind Vo Trinat match? Half an hour later, Van Nam to closed the tome box. Professor Ma quickly asked, Van Nam, so that is the immortal Lu Dong Tan. What is this image material? Why do we only hear him talking there, but do not understand his language? Van Nam too said that this must be the jade amulet used by the immortals and cannot be opened without the golden core realm. Luda used the language of Kothatingia. I have already prepared the translation. After speaking, he immediately waved his hand for Mu and Gayat to give everyone the translation content. But what people did not expect was that the content on it was Lu Dongtan's will. It turns out that a long time ago, the universe was a chaos. Under the guidance of the Great Path, the immortal Saint Jade gradually took shape, along with the birth of the spiritual life clans. The primitive fairies also appeared and expelled a clan from the immortal Saint Jade. Millions of years ago, immortal Emperor Hao Thean, after merging Teen Thangok and Teen Gok into Teen Jioi, attempted to assimilate the cosmic path, but unexpectedly encountered sanctions from the Great Path, so not only him, but also countless immortals who are still lost. The immortals were in chaos, and countless strongmen who had been expelled by them took the opportunity to kill them. Finally, the immortal world was forced. At that time, the leader of the immortal clan, to the great emperor, along with the fairies in heaven, protected immortal Emperor Hao Thean's children and rushed into a fairland. And this place is Earth. Initially on Earth, there was a race with the same roots as the immortals, named Yu, and after the immortals discovered the Earth, they immediately used a magic formation to hide it, and at the same time passed it down to the Dao, Than clan, Uu, and clan, leading to the great Dao's resonance. However, although Dao Than was passed down, the immortals were not willing to continue to fail. Plus, time passes on Earth 100 times slower than outside, so they cannot afford to delay. So 1,300 years ago, the immortals decided to rush out to the immortal world, completely sealing it off, to avoid enemies finding this place. But after the alien clan learned of the reappearance of the ancestors, they immediately united with all their strength to surround the ancestors. The fairies suffered heavy casualties, in which the 13th princess died from severe injuries on the way back to Earth. But Lutu, before the last great battle, brought this Ho-Thebic block back to Earth. It is to warn the world, if among them there are people who can fly, do not reveal the location of the Earth to avoid causing disaster. Knowing all of this, Vong Sin could not help but exclaim, Is not it true that immortals seek eternal life? Why must we control all things in heaven and earth? For personal gain, Emperor Canon Thean caused the fairy world to disintegrate. The fairies have tragic endings. Perhaps heaven is not as good a place as we imagine. On the way back, Van Nam too saw that Vong Sin seemed absent-minded, so he asked him what was wrong. Were you mentally shaken by the content of the meeting? Just now, Vong Sun regained his composure. Although he did not say anything, Van Nam too knew that he was mostly like that. So, consolingly, I originally intended to wait until you were ready to pass the tribulation before publicly revealing the story of Lutu's will. But wanting to become an immortal is not an easy thing. Just practice with peace of mind. After listening, Vong Sen also understood clearly and nodded to show that he understood. The senior sister smiled and patted his head, then took a stance again. Vong Sun immediately understood when he saw this stance. Sister wants to say, let's overcome tribulation and ascend together, then go out and see the world. But the senior sister in her previous life knew that Heavenly Princess, my status is definitely not low. With this level of relationship, 8 out of 10 times I would not enter any obstacles in this life. But I'm just immortal. What if my sister becomes an immortal, and I cannot keep up? But soon he laughed at himself. What's there to be confused about? We have the Dao city of Emperor Tuvai and Ludu, and we have our master and sister to lead us. If you still cannot become an immortal, then just stab your head into your sister's heart and die. But thinking about this, he seems to have a little bit of no desire to become a fairy anymore. In the evening, the action began. The Thean Chung 3 people ambushed at a factory, preparing to stop and kill Tattoo. Sure enough, Tattoo quickly rushed out. Hoi Kim took the lead, blocking Tu's front. Daehak roared and directly launched a great move. Liu Vanchai and the Thien Chong also followed closely behind and began to attack crazily. In the end, under the coordination of the three people, T2 fell continuously, but at some unknown moment, it suddenly appeared above, directly launched a surprise attack towards Liu Vanchai. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a sword energy flew forward, blocked this attack, and at the same time conveniently took care of that Tattoo. The one who took action was Vong Sun, who came to the rescue and saw that Tattoo on this side had almost everything resolved. Hoi Kim told Vong Sun to quickly go inside and help. They should stay here and guard, but Vong Sin smiled and said, "No need, my senior sister has already come in." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise behind him. Senior sister directly punched through the roof, at the same time sent up a tornado of true essence. Seeing this scene, Vong Sin and the Thien Chuong could not help but swallow their saliva. That said, we do not need to compensate for any architectural damage, right? After that, everyone came to the meeting room. The interrogation results were out. The guy Tattoo who was captured alive was just a random guy. The male Tattoo who was killed by Vong Sun was a core member of the Yang sect carrying intelligence, which was a bit embarrassing. Vong Sin could only sigh helplessly. Sometimes acting too quickly is not a good thing. After listening, Mu Ungayat quickly explained, mainly that we did not say before that we must keep people alive, and because of the current lack of manpower, the Yin-Yang sect no longer has high requirements for core members, but rather to see if he is agile enough or not. Everyone who heard that suddenly understood. So that's it. You just need a quick mind to be a core member. But it's also true, one can improve one's cultivation level, but it is more difficult to open one's mind. From there, it can be seen that the Yin-Yang sect has begun to gradually weaken. Then Mugayat shared with everyone tonight's results. Up to now, they have arrested 32 people, killed 642 people, including more than 260 people from the Yin-Yang sect, most of whom are from the Ketai realm. Hearing this, someone who had risked his life to become a concubine could not help but pout. Is the conception stage no longer worth that much now? But Vong Sin knew that tonight's harvest seemed not bad, but he was afraid that he had exhausted all the intelligence that the investigation team had collected during this time. The Yin-Yang sect over there will probably also come up with new arrangements. Then the conference ended. Everyone was just about to leave. Mu Ungayat returned worriedly saying, "You guys, there's an emergency situation. Something happened to Tutu VM. Just now we received information that Tutu VM's high-ranking monks are joining forces to suppress Code Demon. We need some people to come and support us." After listening, Vong Sun reminded Mu Ungayat to try to inform more experts, so there will be a little more assurance. Mu Ungayat made an ox stance, telling him to rest assured they were already mobilizing their men. But I do not know why, Vong Sin always feels a little uneasy, but inside the lair of the Yin-Yang sect a few hours ago, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect received a report from his subordinates. There were 14 core members killed or captured, and they lost 1.5 miles of combat power. Daihoa Nation has been preparing for a long time, and the next attack will definitely continue. They fear that it will be difficult to find a place to hide, but the head of the Yin-Yang sect said that he had received accurate information. Daiho Kwok just wants to entice them to gather their forces to take action. Let the parts continue to hide. Keep it under wraps. No matter what happens, do not reveal even the slightest bit of movement. Waiting for the two subordinates to retreat, the phone of the head of the Yin-Yang sect suddenly rang. After picking up the call, a rough voice came from the other end of the line. "I've changed my mind. Let's use this trick this time to destroy some of the living forces of the righteous path. To prepare for our future plans, this time is not a bad opportunity. Even if we fail, it will not consume too much of our forces. I have come to Tutuvium to observe the arrangements there. Code Demon should have recovered some strength by now." We just need to find an opportunity to release Code Demon. Those righteous people will naturally rush to the death. The head of the Yin-Yang sect nodded. If you have already decided, then just do it. Another sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect appeared. Unexpectedly, it was a Buddhist monk. Then Nam too was almost assassinated. Because of that, at this time, in 2-2 a group of monks were pretending to join forces to fight against a demon several dozen feet tall, only to hear that the Thean Chong's uncle pressing the magic spell with his hands and shouting loudly. The people under the Void Dan realm retreated. They could not let this ancient demon cause harm to sentient beings. Great Fomare open. As the Great Formation opened, ancient demon was immediately suppressed. A group of righteous monks joined forces to suppress it in a certain corner. Vong Sin and others who watched this video also praised it and directly called out this special effect. Moon Gayat smiled and said, "This is a video that we intentionally released to the outside world. The purpose is to show that the righteous path has suffered heavy casualties. If we still cannot lure those evil cults, we can only give up." Currently, the entire mountaintop area has arranged a large fungi formation up and down the mountain. Many people are ambushed. Once the Yin-Yang sect enters, we will immediately open a large formation, and at that time they will be in a dilemma. Hearing this, even the 13th chapter could not help but fall into contemplation. To lure to 2, not only did they set up a fake 2-VM, but they also made it so real. This trap costs a lot of money, but will those T2 people finally fall for it? Vong Sin said, "If the plan fails, at best the opponent will not take the bait, but the real 2-VM on the other side cannot be ignored." Mu Ngayat told him to rest assured. The war team would immediately rush there, and the strength of those high monks could not be underestimated. But I do not know why. Vong Sin always has a bad premonition in his heart. After going up the mountain, he still could not feel his master's breath, nor did he know where he had gone. At this time, deep underground at 2-Tunum, Than Nam Tu was looking at the surveillance screen and discovered that more than 60 monks of the Hu Dan realm cult had appeared at the foot of the mountain and gathered at the rear of the mountain and had begun. This paragraph was cut. But what makes Than Nam Tu suspicious is that there are no Kim Dan monks. Are they mixed in with the crowd? At this time, news came from the demon wind well, and the demonic energy suddenly increased. Than Nam Tu told Tin Van to stay here and continue working as planned, and he used the earth to see what happened. By the way, he also called Venerable Nu Feng. After all, Venerable Nu Feng's Buddhism has the effect of restraining demons. Not long after, the two came to 2-2 Nam's side. At this time, several high-ranking monks at the Wind Demon Well were trying to suppress the demonic energy. It seemed that the ancient demon was about to break the seal. Than Nam Tu's fastest guess is probably the full moon tonight, but there's no rush. Just take some well water and try it first. But just as Than Nam Tu took the water, the monk Nu Feng behind him suddenly showed a fierce look. With a bang sound that shattered the great formation, Than Nam Tu immediately looked around cautiously, but missed monk Nu Feng behind him, resulting in the next second a sword directly pierced his chest. I only saw that monk Nu Feng smiled coldly and said, "To find a sword that can destroy your Thuan Duong magic power, I spent more than a year and a half. You can rest assured." Than Nam Tu widened his eyes and let out an angry roar. At this moment, green light flashed in monk Nu Feng's eyes. He jumped up and jumped into the sky, laughing loudly. Than Nam Tu silently cried out. The next second, the bodies of the monks, suppressing the ancient demons around him, quickly swelled up, then directly exploded with a bang. Seeing this scene, Than Nam Tu gritted his teeth. He did not expect Nu Flank Code Demon into the bodies of high monks, immediately roared in anger and rushed towards monk Nu Feng, but monk Nu Feng clearly had a plan in advance. As soon as Than Nam Tu took action, 2 monks rushed out from the side to shield monk Nu Feng. Than Nam Tu was already seriously injured. Under the combined attack of the 2 people, he was repeatedly beaten and retreated, but before he could stand, the second ambush arrived. Than Nam Tu quickly turned around and punched the ground. then quickly retreated a few meters, standing still in fear. Although we always pay attention to Giap Tunam 2, we also do not ignore monitoring 2 Nam. Unexpectedly, the opponent still slipped through such a big loophole. At this time, Venerable Nu Feng ordered the surrounding evil cultivators. This Doist Batngon's heart has been injured. Now we just have to try to support it. You guys kill him. I'll go release code Demon. Following Monk Nu Feng's command, the evil cultivators simultaneously rushed forward to attack Than Nam 2. Facing the oncoming evil cultivators, Than Nam 2 struggled to circulate the remaining true essence, condensing a Taichi pattern, and glared at Monk Nu Hu Feng, today I must chop you up. At the same time, Giap Tunam 2 finally received news that Tunam had an incident. Like Zen Master Feng, the Yang sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, is currently planning to liberate ancient demon. All the Golden Core Realm monks went with all their strength to provide reinforcements, not sparing any costs to prevent the enemy from destroying the Wind Demon well. The remaining monks immediately opened a large defense formation and waited on the spot for orders. But right on the way to reinforce, a murderous aura suddenly blocked everyone's path. The insect master of the Yin-Yang sect appeared in front of everyone and said coldly, "You all rushed to leave the battle so early. It's not following the rules." Also coming with him was a large group of the evil cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect, which seemed to have been prepared in advance. Just listen to Sect Master Yen's order. Stop them. Buy time for Sect Master Dong. No need to hold back. Kill them all for me. Following his command, the war between good and evil completely broke out. Vong Sen here also received news. Knowing that Monk Nu Feng was a member of the Yin-Yang sect, his master was also seriously injured. Currently fighting alone at 2 Nam, Vong's son resolutely moved the sword hone to fly the sword, called his sister to step on the flying sword together. The two of them immediately rode the sword towards 2 Nam. This part seems to be missing, preparing to release Komai at 2 Nam. At this time, Vong's son was using the sword to take his sister to help her master, but the evil cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect blocked their way. Luckily, there were many seniors protecting them, so Vong's son and his senior sister were able to break through the siege. Afterwards, Vong's son applied a true essence talisman and a quiet Ngayan talisman to his body, and told his sister to infuse him with true essence to increase his speed. But in her heart she still felt very guilty. If I had not proposed the plan to use ancient demon to attract evil cultivators, I would not have the situation I have today. Master will also not be injured. The senior sister saw Vong Sen's thoughts at a glance and comforted her. Master, it's definitely okay. Vong Sen also firmly nodded. Master definitely will not give up that easily. At the same time, next to 2 Nam, Monk Nu Feng was sitting on the ground laughing. Than Nam 2, you must die here. At this time, Than Nam 2 was injured and fought, killing several evil cultivators who were almost exhausted. But the evil cultivators still rushed in like a tide, trying to destroy him. Than Nam 2 gathered true essence in front of his chest. Opened the Yin Yao Hao Yo one great formation on the spot, and at the same time could not help but exclaim, I did not expect that as a master. There would be a day when I would steal my disciples' things. And after the great formation opened, the 2 evil cultivators were immediately killed. This part is missing at the same time. Accompanied by Than Nam 2's loud scream, a beam of light went straight up to the sky. Seeing this scene, Monk Nu Feng was terrified. He did not expect Than Nam 2 to be seriously injured, yet we can still force them to this step. It seems that if Than Nam 2 is not eliminated for a day, they will never have a peaceful day. At this time, Than Nam 2 suddenly bypassed the 2 evil cultivators and directly used the technique of apparition to escape. The evil cultivators originally intended to chase, but were stopped by Venerable Nu Feng. There is no need to chase. Our purpose is to release the ancient demon. The 2 elders will go and destroy the righteous group that has come as reinforcements. The others collected the blood of those monks and put it into the well. Quickly, after speaking, the monk Nu Feng began to light his true essence, preparing to break the ancient seal. while Van Nam too also tried to keep himself awake on the way to escape, but still could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Luckily at this time, Vong Sin and his sister with the sword ran over, helped him under a tree to heal, and waited for his injury to stabilize. Van Nam too told Vong Sin to quickly inform the others if he could not stop Koma from leaving. Even using modernized weapons would not be able to deal with Koma. Only the host of Tutunam, using his Buddha statue to reverse a Sariputta, can subdue it. But Vong Sin said, "Master, reinforcements are coming. Please tell them," then slowly stood up, looking towards Tutunam. If Koma was released, Nu Feng would most likely leave directly. I would not let him escape. Even if I'm not my opponent, I still have to pull him back and create more opportunities for my seniors. After listening, the senior sister raised her hand to move the true essence, opening the Yin-Yang Hao Nun Great Formation to trap Vong Sin. Then M2 also struggled to support his injured body and stood up from the ground, advising Vong Sun not to try too hard. He was not dead yet, but Vong Sun clenched his fist just a little more. The other sword is a little wider. "Master, your heart is completely broken. The person who taught me is cultivating the way of immortality, but my parents and my sister are not allowed to touch it. If the heart is broken and secluded for decades, it can be compensated for. If the master is gone, where will I find him again? Master, today I want to be immortal again before cultivating the way, repaying evil with evil. If I cannot kill Nu Feng, tomorrow I must chase him to the ends of the earth. I must kill him." Hearing the decisiveness in Vong Sin's words, the senior sister also slowly put down her hand, opened the Yin-Yang Hao Yuan Great Formation. Then Vong Sin immediately flew away with his sword towards the Wind Demon Well, but ended up encountering the evil Kim Dan Cultivator of the Yin Dao Nation on the way. After a short battle, Vong Sin found the right opportunity to use a sword to pierce the evil cultivator's body, but did not kill him. On the contrary, he completely angered the evil cultivator, directly swinging a sword to slash at him. Luckily, Chiambi's people arrived in time to reinforce him and fought with that evil cultivator, shielding him so he could retreat first. After that, Vong Sin coughed out a mouthful of blood. After resting for a while, his internal injuries were almost completely healed, but next he had to kill a Jin Dan monk, so he had to stay calm. Only when he was in the best condition could he be able to avenge his master. At the same time, at the monitoring center, the monk also received a report from the frontline war group. Doist Bat Ning was on his way back. He had escaped danger to his life. 3 minutes later, our reinforcements will arrive near Feng Ma Well. The missile site has locked Feng Ma Well. The second effective reinforcement is the 2 Golden Core Realms who will arrive after 6 minutes. The mountaintop near Jiep Tunam 2 has opened a great defense formation and can continue for more than an hour. Receiving the news, the nun immediately gave the order to temporarily abandon the blockade near Feng Ma Well and transfer 80% of the attack firepower, aiming at target number 2 Jiep Tunam 2. When bombers bombed this area, used a lot of firepower to attack, using aerial missiles to attack the Kim Dan monks. If one shot does not work, then 5 or 10 shots. In addition, please ask your superiors for permission to use the Thean Kiem system. Hearing this, the old man next to him advised, Group Leader Thach Lin, the threat of the ancient demon is much greater than that of the cultivators. Is such an arrangement too risky? But the nun still persisted. All risks are borne by me. Letting the enemy's spies infiltrate the investigation team is my responsibility. I'm ready to resign and accept all the organization's handling, but the Dao Nation practitioners in Daiho must all stay. At this time, another staff member reported, Team Leader, the drone detected a large group of enemy ninjas gathering towards the main gate of Tutu Nam. Daoist Tuvu has arrived at Tutu Nam and is surrounded by ninjas. After hearing this, the teacher felt a little helpless. Why does not this pair of disciples make people worry less? At this time, Vong Sun was fighting with the ninjas of the 9th Dao Nation, dealing with these lowly little guys. Vong Sun, 1 man and 1 sword, soon killed most of them. At this time, Vong Sein also received news that Mok Van Hoyen, his master, had been brought back to the base. His sister was still transmitting true essence to him. Now that the wound is stable, knowing that his master is okay, Vong Sun breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take a risk. At this time, 2-2-VM's golden, light grape formation had been activated. The evil cultivators outside were screaming. The so-called righteous paths turned out to be turtles with their necks shrinking, and Thythean Chuang inside was sighing deeply. This time, the government really slapped itself in the face, setting up such a big battle. But as a result, that person knew Fong turned out to be a spy. I wonder what happened to Than brother. Hoi Kim also exclaimed that evil cultivators are not idiots and know how to infiltrate the government. They rely on the British Dao Nation to cause trouble. Perhaps this is the British Dao Nation's covert action against us. The Thean Chong strongly agreed and decided that after this matter, he would go to An Dao Kwok to beat him. At this time, Liu Vanchai in front signaled silence, and then from afar came the roar of a fighter plane. I only saw several large warplanes screaming and flying in, starting to bombard the evil cultivators near 2-2-VM. But according to the news, after the first bombardment, there were still 7 evil cultivators left alive. These evil cultivators clearly rely on their vigilance to withstand the bombardment. But their true essence probably will not last long, so the monk immediately ordered the second round of bombardment to begin, absolutely not letting them escape. There's nothing a missile cannot solve. If so, 5 results, 10 results. In order to destroy evil cultivators, the government directly sent fighter jets to bomb. If one bombardment fails, then the second time. At this time, inside 2-2-VM, Venerable Fong ordered his men to throw the entire body into Fong Ma well, pretending to be compassionate and chant Amitabha Bud. Senior, if you do not break the barrier now, how long will you wait? Following Monk Fong's voice, it came down to the well. A fox locked tightly by several chains suddenly opened its eyes. Killing stone sword, a column of purple light transformed by demonic energy rose straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Venerable Fong could not help but laugh. His subordinates were at the side reporting that sect master, the enemy's reinforcements, were about to rush in. After hearing this, Venerable Fong stopped laughing and told them to run away first and find a chance to leave. Then he rubbed his palm and smiled. I used blood to lure the senior out of customs. Those people who claim to be righteous will definitely be rude to the senior. It's just a pity that Junior Thaidan Loy back could not do much. At this time, there was suddenly a loud explosion in the sky. New Fong, pay your life. Vong Sun used 2 vine hat sword and stabbed straight at Monk Fong. Venerable Fong clasped his hands together and directly summoned an illusory image of a great Buddha, turned his head and sneered. I still like you very much, but since you've committed murder against me, I cannot let you live. Die. Having finished speaking, he clapped his palm down, and immediately the rubble flew everywhere. Vong Sin dodged this attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Venerable Fong and swung his sword to slash down, but was blocked by a lotus magic weapon of Venerable Fong. Immediately after that, 2 illusory shadows of evil monks appeared behind him. Attacking him, Vong Sun quickly retreated, then slashed the waist of 2 evil monks with 1 sword. While Vong Sin and the 2 evil monks were struggling, Venerable Fong, Vong Sun, everyone here must die, so he did not need to stay anymore. Not long after, the Fong demon well completely collapsed, starting to devour the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. Monk Fong laughed madly. The ancient demon broke the seal. The big thing has been accomplished. Today is the end of the world for you. Those called the righteous path. But just as he was proud, a sword light suddenly passed by. Even though he dodged in time, he still had a cut on his face. Immediately after that, Vong Sin swung out countless sword energies and slashed the lotus flower. Only a crack sound was heard. The lotus flower shattered. Monk Fong was forced to the ground and looked at Vong Sen angrily. Do you want to die here with me? This ancient demon was released by me and also sucked 3 drops of my blood essence. It cannot kill me, But Vong Sen did not care about these things. In his heart, at this moment, there was only one thought: to kill the demon monk in front of him. But Venerable Fong still despised Vong Sen. While avoiding Vong Sen's sword energy, he sneered, "Do you really think you can kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden lotus in his hand suddenly turned into vital energy, which was absorbed by the ancient demon in the wind demon well. Seeing this scene, Venerable Fong secretly cried out, "The ancient demon is sucking the vital energy of heaven and earth, even swallowing my magic power. I cannot continue to mess with this brat anymore. I have to quickly kill him and leave." Thinking of this, Venerable Fong immediately roared, "I've been practicing since I was 3 years old. Now I have reached the Golden Dan realm. I hold countless assets in my hands. The yin-yang Van Viet sect in my hands is getting closer and closer. At today's peak, you lucky little Doist. Why would you trade your life with me?" But right as the two fought, the ancient demon in the well broke through the seal and appeared between the two at the same time. The next second, the ancient demon opened his mouth like a basin of blood and bit down, but the target was Venerable Fong. The Venerable Fong quickly defended, was sent flying out, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unwillingly saying, "Senior, it was my junior who let you go," immediately falling to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing Venerable Fong die like that, Vong Sen was also a little panicked. At this moment, a column of light suddenly fell from the sky, shining straight at Coma. This pillar of light was from the Thean system in space. Ancient demon was hit and let out a scream of pain. Vong Sen knew that the power of this Thean sword was too strong. Once it broke out, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He decided to temporarily avoid the spearhead, then took action, so he immediately jumped into the rubble. But when he opened his eyes again, he saw a golden ball as big as a pot calling him. Asked him if he was a disciple of Mao Shan. When Vong Sen saw this, he was frightened. Could this be the Saraputra that his master had talked about before? So he hastily took out his Life of Honor honorary elder badge. This junior is considered a half-disciple of Mao Shan. This was given to me by the Mashan sword sect at the time. Sao Loitu looked at the order writing Honorable Elder Imprisoned and clicked his tongue. It seems Mao Sun is also caught up with the times. But this is not the main point. Vong Sen quickly bowed and asked for help. "Senior, we need to deal with the demons first, which is the real deal." Unexpectedly, when Saritu heard it, he became a little angry. "You are the demon. That is the fairy beast raised by the poor." At that time, he was in a bad state because of some things, but rest assured, the poor monk left Saloitu here just to comfort him in time. It's been so many years since heaven and earth's vitality has been restored. Why are you only in the Void Dan realm? The cultivation level has restored the natural energy of heaven, earth, and a little bit of the Void Dan realm dares to deal with Tute Lion. My family has gone through a heavenly tribulation. But your suggestion is not bad. Listening to Saritu's constant questioning, Vong Sen was bewildered. This monk must have said a lot before he died. But Saritu did not care about these things and continued to ask, "You just fought with that fake monk to avenge that Taoist Kim Dan, right?" Vong Sen nodded. "That is my master." After hearing this, Saritu was quite satisfied. Master is very virtuous. His conduct is commendable. The important thing is to have a willingness to risk his life. 20-something years old, if he is predestined, he can become a Hudan in 6 years, and Thean Kim's suggestion is not bad either. Hearing this, Vong Sen was immediately speechless. "Senior, is this you choosing a son-in-law?" At this moment, Saritu suddenly transformed into the form of an old monk, clasped his hands and opened his mouth to say, "Consider it a chance for you. Your potential is no less than that of a poor monk, and it is not considered humiliating. Talion, come here, little friend, take an oath." At this time, after experiencing Thean Kim's precise attack, Feng Ma Well had disappeared, leaving only a large hole several dozen meters wide. At the same time, strong black smoke was constantly rising from inside. Koma's entire body was covered in blood and was seriously injured, but the wound was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. but the Thean Keem needs time to cool down before it can fire again, so the monks of the righteous path need to hold off the ancient demon during this time and cannot let him escape. Otherwise, the world could truly be in chaos. At this moment, Koma looked up to the sky in pain and laughed. The warden of the cult order resolutely ordered. Everyone except Kim Dan left. The surrounding area quickly evacuated. This monster is feared to have become a fairy. Nuclear bombs may not be able to destroy it. But at this very moment, a yellow figure descended from the sky and arrived in front of Koma. Very quickly, someone among the monks recognized that this was Vong's son. Fivu, your brat is truly miserable. But if you're not dead yet, why run away? Why run in front of Koma? At this moment, a voice that did not belong to him came from Vong Sin's body. Tay Lion, do not make a big mistake. The poor monk has waited 1,000 years just to tell you the truth of the past. Hearing this, Vong Sin could not help but interrupt. Senior, please subdue this fairy beast as soon as possible. Now, unlike in the past, if the country really takes action, this mountain will be leveled in the blink of an eye. The old monk told Vong Sin not to panic. The resentment in his heart had dissipated a lot after a long sleep. The old monk would comfort him. While talking, the old monk controlled Vong Sin's body and placed his hand on Koma's head, gently comforting. They just want to protect a peaceful area. After comforting Tay Lian, the old monk began to introduce himself to the government people. I am Tam Thong, abbot of Tutu Viam. This demonic beast has never caused harm to the people. I hope the benefactors raise it high and hit lightly. Tay Lian harbors hatred in his heart. I have tried to appease him for more than 300 years, but still cannot dispel him. To the old man, he was like his son. The old man cut off his cultivation base to protect him. Having said this, Tam Thong began to instruct Vong Sans that the Sarira will soon be put into Tay Lian's body, so that he and you can form the great seal of life and death. If his demonic nature awakens, you can rely on the great seal to control his soul and prevent him from causing harm to the good people. Vong Sen was a little doubtful. Senior, do you trust me that much? After listening, Tam Thong was quite satisfied. Just this heart of yours is enough. Follow me and swear your oath. First, do not force Tay Lion to do anything he does not want to do. Second, if I can become a fairy in the future, I must do my best to help him dispel his demonic nature and give him back his freedom. Third, if Tay Lian becomes a demon again, you must try your best to restore his sanity, not directly destroy his soul. Waiting for Vong's son to finish his oath, Tam Thong revealed a satisfied smile. Amitabha Buddha, follow the old man. After speaking, he just waved his hand, and the two of them arrived at the same space. This is Tay Lian's natural talent, and is also the place where his soul is deposited. At this time, a small fox with 9 tails was nestling in Tam Thong's lap. Tam Thong gently caressed the little fox and said, Tay Lian, from now on you will stay by this, Mr. Vong's side. After he becomes an immortal, he will help you root out demons. At that time, you can go find Than Lin's whereabouts. Old Na met countless people in his life, but he would never misunderstand anyone. I do not have much time left. In the past, the three of us were traveling around the world. You had feelings for Than Lin, but Than Lin was unable to reciprocate because of taking on the position of head of the sword sect. This is truly a pity. Later, the immortals intended to exterminate the demon clan. Than Lin had no choice but to personally seal you. Before leaving, he warned 100,000 times to wait until the storm passed and then release you. It's a pity that old Na could not get rid of your demon nature in the end, making you hold on to hatred until now. Now that he entrusts you to Mr. Vong, old Na should also go. Having finished speaking, Tam Thong's illusion gradually disappeared, and at this time, the competition between good and evil at Jieptunum too had not ended. But an evil cultivator discovered something unusual. Did not Sect Master Yang say he wanted to liberate ancient demon? Why do not these righteous monks pay any attention to that side? At this moment, a red great seal descended from the sky with a loud bang, suppressing most of the evil cultivators, only to see 2 figures jumping down from the sky. It turned out that the person who had just taken action was Tai Lion. He had suppressed most of the evil cultivators. But because the demons had not yet been eliminated, if he continued to attack, he was afraid he would not be able to control the demon energy and would fall into the demon path. Vong Sin quickly said, "Thank you, Senior. Leave the next thing to us." Tai Lion turned and looked at him. "My life is in your hands. No need to be so polite to me." Vong Sin forced a smile and could not help but think, just looking at the appearance, it's pure and cold, but when you open your mouth, your voice is soft and pleasant to listen to. Who can stand it? Taoist leader Than Lin's cultivation level was truly extraordinary, and thanks to Tai Lion's help, the battle quickly ended. Vong Sen also came to Jeptunum temple with Tai Lion and could not help but exclaim, "Hundreds of miles away in just a moment," raising his hand in one move to subdue hundreds of monks, half fairy body, half demon heart. This is a humanoid time bomb that can explode at any time, and this expert's life and death are in my hands. The pressure is too great. At this time, the senior sister, after taking care of her master, quickly ran over and threw herself into Vong Sen's arms, tears falling uncontrollably. Vong Sin gently caressed his sister's head and comforted him. "It's okay, sister. This will not happen again in the future." She is a nine-tailed fox demon with half a fairy's body and half a demon's heart. In this era, it can be said to be a humanoid time bomb, but who would have thought that her biggest demonic heart is resentment towards herself? After the Battle of 2M2T, except for a few high-ranking people like in Tung, evil cultivators were all arrested. Because Tai Lion took action, the process of arresting evil cultivators was quite smooth, but how to deal with Tai Lion became the investigation team's biggest headache. Investigation team, Tai Lion has reached the semi-immortal realm. The government will of course not ignore this powerful combat power, so they all focus their eyes on Vong Sin. Vong Sin resolutely refused everyone. "I used my own great way to swear that I would not force my seniors to do things they do not want to do." Saying these words, Vong Sun was also secretly happy in his heart, thinking he had kicked the ball out of the field. Who would have thought that as soon as he turned around, he saw Tai Lion transformed into a pitiful little Mo, saying, "Now I can only rely on you. Do not you even need me?" Vong Sun was immediately speechless. "Senior, do we know each other very well?" Saying these words had a bad impact, and the senior sister did not know when she was standing behind Vong Sun smiling. But this smile contained a trace of coldness. Hoi Kim and Liu Vanchi next to him gloated and advised Vong Sun not to be too polite. This senior really needs someone to take care of him right now. The Thian Chong also excitedly raised his hand. "Than Kai see," Vong Sun glared at her, forcing her to swallow her words. Then everyone concluded Tai Lian's arrangement, temporarily following Vong Sun and senior sister. But after many hardships, Comax's plan to attract evil seems to have achieved a relatively satisfactory result. Not only were the evil cultivators suppressed, but they also took control of the Yin Dao. The religious sects were also extremely angry, intending to go to An Dao Kingdom to take revenge, but it seemed that they were dissuaded by the Daiho government and were still unable to set out. As for Tai Lian, he began to come into contact with modern things, especially extremely curious about mobile phones. He felt that this thing was like a magic weapon, and he could even hold one, which was truly miraculous. Perhaps it's because women's nature emerges. Just a moment later, Tai Lion started to take a selfie and even pulled his sister along to take it, making Vong Sun next to him feel a little helpless. That's it. Another person has fallen. After that, Tai Lion and his sister played on the phone on the balcony. Vong Sun went to visit his master. Then them two held a tangerine and said to Vong Sin, "My master is afraid he is about to resign. I can finally relax a little." But Vong Sin said, "Master, I'm afraid you will not be able to resign. The government wants to establish a new department, an investigation team, to supervise each other. In fact, it's just a distortion of revoking part of your rights." Then Nam Tu let out a sigh. The happy life that was about to end vanished into thin air. Vong Sin felt a bit helpless. "Master, people with ability can do a lot. There are very few people in the cultivating world who can both cultivate and have a career and love. Hearing that, Van Nam too also calmed down. That's it, your monk cannot sacrifice her life for the country all her life. When her spirit weakens, I will take her back to Hermitage in the deep mountains and valleys. What about you? Having said this, Van Nam too used his phone to send a text message to Vong Sin. It turned out that he felt that the voice transmission in front of Tay Lian was not safe, so he prepared to chat on the phone, then asked, "Is this senior considered single or widowed now?" Vong Sin said, "It's unclear whether Director Than Lin is alive or dead right now. This is difficult to say, but Master, remember to delete the chat history in the future. So when do you plan to tell her the information? After Thien Din leaves? Wait a little longer and then speak. Furthermore, it's unclear if Doist Than Lin is still alive or dead. What if this half-fairy great minister was taken advantage of by you? And what if he meets Doist Than Lin in the future? This half-fairy is a lover. This is no joke. So is not he cheating on him?" Seeing Vong Sun respond so instinctively, Van Nam too glared at him. Vong Sin quickly edited the message. "Senior sister will always be with you. Master, do not think nonsense. My thoughts will absolutely not go astray." Seeing this answer, Van Nam too was satisfied and patted Vong Sin's head and laughed. This kid is finally understanding. Vong Sin finally understood what his master meant, thinking to himself, it seems that the previous master really had the intention of cooperating with senior sister. Okay, now I can be considered to have obeyed my sister's orders. Let's see what my sister's thoughts will be in the future. As for Tu Nian, because Tay Lion took action to clean up the battlefield and minimize losses for our side, the government gave Vong Sin a mountainside villa as a reward. But even though he changed the environment, Tay Lion did not seem to care much. Once he became a demon, because of a misunderstanding, his demonic nature has not been completely eliminated for thousands of years. The resentment in his heart is imaginable, and this love story, it is better to open the door than to prevent it. But who can open up an existence with a cultivation level close to that of an immortal? If you think about it, if you want to truly move her heart, I'm afraid you can only invite a secret weapon that has the same interests as your predecessor. A few days later, because Vong Sin was about to completely move out, Senior Brother Chu and a group of fellow students held a farewell party for him, deciding not to get drunk tonight. At midnight, after Senior Brother Chu and the others left, Senior Sister took care of the drunken Vong Sin. And now only Mu and Gaiet outside was still awake. Although Tay Lion has a half-elven cultivation level, drinking too much alcohol also makes him a bit drowsy. At this time, Mu and Gaiet suddenly asked her sister, "When will you be able to practice with Dao Leader Phi Vu?" But the senior sister was bewildered, not knowing what the matter between men and women was. "Did you think," Mu Ungayat asked, "when you will become a sage?" But this topic also aroused interest in Taylene nearby. She stood up lazily and asked, "Are you two considered childhood sweethearts? Tu Hoyan Hyan, are you moved?" But the senior sister still bewilderedly replied, "Is my relationship with my junior brother not good now?" As for Moon Gayat, she sarcastically said, "Can you still go one step further? Is not it moral to practice religion? Surely a moral relationship is closer than a sister and brother." But the senior sister's answer was still bewildered. "Are not junior brother and I the closest now? Closer than a junior brother? Could it be that they are siblings who have been lost for many years? If siblings fight, we do not fight, okay?" Mu and Gayat smiled crookedly. "Of course not. That being said, you guys probably have not kissed yet, right? So is it still considered close?" As for Tay Lian, he also saw that his sister was born without a talent, so telling her these things was incomprehensible. But according to the current situation, it seems that she is about to be moved. Senior sister was a little curious and asked Tay Lian if she could be more specific. Tay Lian picked up a glass of wine and shook it. "I'm not comfortable explaining this. After all, I have not really experienced it in the past. It's just that I was moved by love at that time. I was burned by love day and night. I could not rest. Take me as an example. A man unexpectedly reincarnated back to his high school days. The first thing he had to do was tell his parents that he wanted to become a monk. Even if his kind parents beat him until his face was swollen and his eyebrows were bruised, it still could not stop his determination to become a Taoist. His name is Vong Sun. He is 17 years old, but has 8 abs and has to persevere in doing 1,000 push-ups every day. Logically speaking, young people his age would usually stay at home to play games or buy some snacks to pass the time. But he did not dare, because he was a reincarnated person, knowing that not long after, a rocket would be launched in the news, will bring back something from the moon, causing the aura that has been sleeping for thousands of years to recover once again, causing the Earth to enter an era of universal cultivating. In his previous life, he was just a small wanderer. When he was 31 years old, he encountered the Long Ho gang fighting for territory. As a result, he died in an inexplicable way. He did not even know who killed him. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to be reborn again. In this life, he can no longer live by day, in a vague way. He must make a success of it. During this time, thanks to the exercises he acquired from his previous life, he slightly improved his physical condition and developed 8 abs. But unfortunately, the exercises were defective. Now he has reached the bottleneck stage. There is only one way to break through. That is to worship a master. So he resolutely got dressed and went to the living room, telling his parents that he wanted to go to Wudang Mountain to become a Taoist monk. His parents beat him into a pig's head before letting him go. Although the price he had to pay was a bit tragic, Vong Sin finally reached Wudang Mountain to worship the monk. In his previous life, Wudang Mountain had a certain position in the heavenly table of immortals, but unfortunately he was not able to worship his master. This time he must grasp the opportunity, but when he struggled to climb the mountain to Tutu Palace, he was notified by a fellow who was playing on the phone. The director Cao Su-han he was looking for was not in the mountains. He had gone abroad to perform, and in recent months, he was afraid he would not be able to return. Vong Sun was immediately stunned. Originally, the Taoist leader Cao Su-han that he wanted to worship was an expert ranked 30th on the future heavenly table. Before the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality, he could also be considered a representative of Wudang martial arts. But now he and the other Taoist leaders are not here. Vong Sin could only carry his suitcase in despair, preparing to go down the mountain and change to another cultivating sect to learn the art. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a nearby stall. You should study hard while you're still in school. Do not be deceived by the stories in that novel. If you really want to learn martial arts, I recommend you some martial arts secret books from Wudang. The wholesale price is only 300 yuan per book. This is the true martial art of Wudang. It will absolutely make you stand alone in the world from now on, laughing arrogantly inside and out. If you have a need for internal medicine, you can also join the intensive internal medicine class led by me. Looking at the middle-aged Taoist leader, who did not practice border blessings in front of him, trying to invite him, Vong Sin was so excited that his whole body trembled. Without any hesitation, he chose to worship the monk, expressing his willingness to follow the Taoist leader to seek enlightenment. Just because he recognized this Taoist leader as Doist Bat Ningon Than Nam Tu, in his previous life he was firmly in the top 5 Thean list, a great cultivator. Is not this just luck? But when Than Nam Tu heard him say that, he felt a bit reluctant. If you talk about learning martial arts, kid, it still makes sense. Opening your mouth means cultivating immortality. Have you ever seen anyone who knows how to use magic? But Vong Sun thought that this was Than Nam Tu testing him and immediately spoke incessantly. The disciple feels that Tao is a kind of spirit, a different understanding of heaven and earth in the universe. Previously, I could not find a master who wanted to worship me at Wudang Mountain, but as soon as I saw him, I knew he was not immortal. As soon as Than Nam Tu heard him talking endlessly, he quickly interrupted. Your kid is also interesting. All day long I preach this and that principle, worship in the master and still being picky. I am in Wuding Mountain, just a name and no reality. These past few years, you've only accepted one disciple, and usually do not care much about it. Are you sure you want to worship me as your master? Besides, if you pray to the master like that, do your parents know? Vong Sin quickly said, your parents came with you here. My Doist sincerely wants to follow you to practice. After hearing this, Van Nam Tu determined that Vong Sin did not watch too many novels and movies and then ran away from home. So he said to Vong Sun, you answer me 3 questions. If you answer me satisfied, then let your parents come over here and talk to me. Then the 2 questions that Van Nam Tu asked were both related to Tao. Vong Sin answered fluently, but when it came to the 3rd question, Van Nam Tu showed an unkind smile and gave Vong Sin a deadly question. If after you worship me as your master, your father and I both fall into the water and are about to drown, who will you save first? After hearing this, Vong Sin was immediately stunned on the spot, thinking to himself that saving his master first would be unfilial to his parents. The Taoist school has a way of saying that people cannot be filial. Saving their parents first would be lowering their master 1 level. The so-called master is like a parent is just a lie. After hesitation, Vong Sin finally said the answer to save his father, but what he did not expect was that he was actually accepted as a disciple. Not only that, Van Nam Tu also convinced his parents let him stay at Wuding Mountain, but Van Nam Tu still has to tell Vong Sin, right now you are just my registered disciple. Wait until the assessment period passes, and then decide whether to officially accept you as a disciple or not. This is where I live. Normally, it's only me and your senior sister here. For now, please stay here with us. Vong Sin followed behind, breathing heavily and saying yes, then went to Van Nam Tu's residence and introduced his sister Mok Van Hyen to Vong Sin. When Vong Sin first heard this name, he was stunned, then immediately could not calm down anymore. His whole body was excited, just because the senior sister Mok Van Hyen was called Teen Tu Bugu in her previous life, and Doist Batten and Than Nam Tu were both experts in the top 10 Thean Bang. Now he has 2 such experts protecting him. Would not he be able to walk by in the future and see Vong Sun standing next to him, smiling innocently into the air? Sister Mok Van Hyen asked his master in doubt. Was there anything wrong with his mind? Then Naham Tu was silent for a while, but quickly relaxed. If he was a normal child, who would have the heart to send him up the mountain to suffer? Mok Van Hyen nodded. Then several people went into the house. Van Ham Tu once again solemnly told Vong Sun, although you call me master, before preaching, you still need a period of time to test. You must prepare mentally well. If you cannot resist, I would not force you to stay on the mountain, you know. Vong Sun immediately straightened his back and expressed that as long as the master did not chase the disciple down the mountain, the disciple would not give up no matter what he said. Then Van Nam Tu arranged for him to grind 2 bags of wheat into flour. Vong Sin took off his coat and immediately started working, first putting in a handful of wheat, then starting to push the mill, step by step. This expression of not being arrogant or hot was also seen in Van Nam Tu's eyes. Soon the sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone down, dispelling the cold air around them. Van Nam Tu called Mok Van Hyen out to practice. The 2 of them sat cross-legged and began to practice, surrounded by a group of spiritual energy. This scene made Vong Sun extremely admiring. Sure enough, even though there was always a lack of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the inheritance of practice is still unbroken. Even if it is just the process of calming down and condensing the mind, the accumulation of this practice year after year is extremely terrifying. No wonder, after the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality, the speed of practice of these cultivators far exceeds that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Vong Sun became even more enthusiastic, thinking that when he passes the introductory test, his master will definitely teach him some practice methods. Although it is easy to make good wood under the shade of a big tree, in the end, nothing is as important as his own strength. Even if he is not as good as his sister, he cannot live too badly in the future. But for now, we're still going step by step. Seeing this scene of Than Ham Tu meditating, he nodded with satisfaction. Soon it was noon, and Vong Sin finally finished grinding 2 bags of flour, but he was still so tired that he was out of breath. Although he had been doing physical exercises for several months before, after all, he had never done this hard work since he was a child. The first time he did it, it was really a bit uncomfortable. At this time, Sister Mok Van Hoyen took care of him and brought him a bowl of water. Vong Sin quickly took it, said thank you to his sister. After resting for a while, Than Ham Tu immediately arranged a room for him and said that his room was right next door. Normally, if there is anything, he can come find him. In addition, after taking a nap, he can go down the mountain to meet his parents. To reassure them after speaking, Than Nam Tu left leisurely, but not long after, he returned, waving to Mok Van Hien, who was squatting and eating instant noodles, signaling her to come over here for a moment. The two of them leaned their heads into the house. Seeing Vong Sin seriously meditating, he was satisfied and withdrew his head. Than Nam Tu did not forget to praise him. He looked at his junior brother, but he did not expect that in the next second there would suddenly be a thump sound in the room. Next was a series of rough gasps. It turned out that Vong Sun had fallen asleep while meditating. Both disciples could not help but burst out laughing. They really could not stand being praised. The man was originally a small casual cultivator in the era of aura recovery. Unexpectedly, he was accidentally reincarnated back to the time before his aura recovery. Back when he successfully worshipped Than Nam Tu, the leader of the top 5 Thian Bang, as his teacher in the future, and also had a beautiful sister in the top 10 Thian Bang as his friend in the future. Would not he be able to go back and forth? Just then, Vong Sun went down the mountain to report the peace to his parents and immediately brought the blanket and pillow up the mountain. But what made him feel strange was that there was clearly spring water on the mountain for them to use. Why did his master also tell him to specially buy 2 barrels of the cheapest mineral water from the mountain? But Vong Sin did not think much of it, feeling that, after all, his master must have done so with deep intentions. All I had to do was follow. But when he got back to his residence, he immediately turned to stone on the spot. I could not believe it and asked the master what he was doing. I only saw Than Nam Tu holding a brush and writing on those bottles of mineral water. After writing, the cheapest bottle of mineral water turned into the holy water of Wuding Mountain. Vong Sun was immediately stunned on the spot. After a while, Than Nam Tu noticed him and proudly introduced his side job. This is specifically for lay people who come to pray for blessings. Each bottle costs from 20 to 100 yuan. Can we sell more than a dozen bottles a day? This also caused the image of the master in Vong Sun's mind to completely collapse. Afterwards, Than Nam Tu called Vong Sin to the backyard. He wanted to demonstrate a set of boxing techniques as an introductory benefit for Vong Sin. Vong Sin was full of surprise. He did not expect that he could practice the exercises so quickly. Very quickly, the two arrived at the backyard. After Than Nam Tu finished performing a set of boxing techniques, he was next to instruct Vong Sun to practice. After completing the entire set of boxing, Vong Sin felt his whole body heat up, as if there was an air current moving in his body. The set of martial arts that the master taught was simple, but it contained principles. Vong Sin did not expect that he could learn such a subtle set of martial arts just after entering the sect. This made him extremely happy. He decided to practice this martial arts set today. Unknowingly, Vong Sun practiced until the evening, but when he turned around, he discovered that his sister was leaning against the door and dozing. Vong Sun had no choice but to go forward and wake up his sister, telling her to go back to bed. Mok Van Hien replied dreamily, then staggered back into the house. Looking at his sister's back, Vong Sun thought of the words his master had said before. His sister had suffered from a serious illness since he was. That's why he was not good at speaking. He was a junior brother, In the future, he must take good care of his sister. But thinking about it, a shirt suddenly fell on his head, only to see his sister Driamli preparing to take off the last shirt. Revealing that rude scene, Vong Sin quickly closed his eyes and returned the shirt to his sister, telling her to go inside and change clothes, saying good night and slamming the door. Vong Sun then returned to his room, but still blushed remembering what had just happened. He did not expect that his senior sister would be completely defenseless in front of him, but as a junior, he could not take advantage of her. It's just that his current senior sister and the image of Fairy Tugu in his previous life are very different. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. It seemed to be caused by boxing during the day. As expected, formal practice is not that simple, but Vong Sun was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he prepared to meditate for a while and then go to sleep. But as soon as he sat cross-legged in the meditation position, his eyelids could not help but droop, and then he fell asleep directly for an unknown amount of time. In his dream, he seemed to see someone in front of him, asking if he was awake. Vong Sun rubbed his eyes and clearly saw who was coming. He was immediately startled and sat up. It turned out that his master Than Nam too had come. Than Nam too told Vong Sun to rest assured and lie down to sleep. He came so late because Vong Sin entered the sect a little late because his meridians were clogged. The body was also a bit too stiff, so he prepared to help Vong Sun push the bones to life. While speaking, Than Nam too pressed both hands on Vong Sin's stomach. Vong Sin could feel the master's palm seem to carry an alternating flow of cold and hot air. This was probably the internal energy that martial artists always pursue. Right now, the Earth's vitality has not recovered. The master must have put in a lot of effort to achieve this achievement by relying on hard training from a young age. Now the master uses his internal energy, which is not easy to cultivate, to push his bones to happiness. How can this not make him moved? If that's the case, he cannot disappoint his master. So the next day, Vong Sun woke up very early to practice. I do not know if it was due to psychological effects or not. Since waking up, Vong Sin feels that his body is as light as a swallow, and his spirit is much better than yesterday. Than Nam too sees this and nods slightly. Not bad. Looks good. Yesterday was just for you to get used to. Today, I would not give you too much time to rest. He had to prepare himself mentally. Vong Sin became even more enthusiastic. Even though the master said he would increase his magic training, he would not give him tasks that were beyond the limit of his tolerance. He would just let him exhaust his physical strength and feel deep fatigue. And the master would also help him move his bones every 3 days, because he had the help of his master's internal energy. So after 2 or 3 times, he was able to feel the general location of the meridians throughout his body. Taking this opportunity, Vong Sin also practiced the basic techniques he had acquired from his previous life. Although it was still ineffective, the frequency and quality of eliminating impurities in the body had clearly improved. The only thing that was not so good was the impurities. The effect was extremely obvious, causing the senior sisters to cover their noses in disgust and quickly run out of his room. But Than Nam too showed a smile, feeling that Vong Sin was indeed a good seed. Quickly a month passed. Than Nam too called Vong Sin in front of him and told him, "It's been a month since you came here. Now that the entrance exam has passed, you're performing quite well. The teacher will invite a Doist head monk to witness the transmission of your punishment. Min Gayet, wake up early and take a shower, and at noon you will officially enter the sect." The next day, at noon, Than Nam too invited Uncle Lay to witness and let Vong Sun kneel in front of the patriarch's portrait, and then officially began the transmission. "You have entered the sect. There must be a famous master to teach you. Our lineage comes from Master Lu Dong Tan. After I entered the sect, my Dharma name was Phi Vu. My senior sister's Dharma name was Bat Ngu, and my Dharma name was Phi Vu. Today, I will pass on to you a book of true scriptures left by immortal Thuan Duong of this sect. Give me half a month to copy it. This is the basis for future practice. You must follow this scripture. Vong Sen respectfully accepted the scriptures and thanked his master with a joyful expression. Then Nam Tu went with Uncle Lee to have a vegetarian meal and told Vong Sen the two of them to clean up the place. As soon as the two left, Vong Sen out of habit asked his sister if she wanted to go get some breakfast, but as soon as she turned around, she discovered that her sister had long since disappeared, turning out to have already eaten, which made Vong Sen unable to help but exclaim, "Senior sister's body is truly ecstatic, worthy of being a big man in the top 10 of the Thean list, but looking at senior sister like that, it's hard to think of the image of the unspeaking fairy." After eating breakfast, Vong Sen began reading the scriptures his master had given him. At this moment, his sister suddenly patted him on the shoulder and took out a grape to feed him. As soon as Vong Sen turned his head, the grape was already in his mouth. He stupidly smiled and said thank you to his sister. Afterwards, Mak Van Hoyen sat on a chair while eating grapes while listening to Vong Sen recite the scriptures. She could not help but think of her master's previous instructions to take good care of her junior brother and decided to try even harder to take care of her junior brother in the future. What kind of fairy master is this? Even because it was cold, he told his little disciple to warm up a blanket for senior sister, saying that the two of them sleeping in the same room would be warmer, and that senior sister looked very happy. After paying his respects to the master, then Namtu began to impart all the teachings, scriptures, and knowledge to Vong Sen. Of course, there was no shortage of the cultivation focus of today's Taoist sect because Vong Sen had already entered the sect for 2 months. Therefore, then Namtu told Mak Van Hoyen to explore and practice the Dharma of protecting Tao. The heaven and earth vital energy is still awake. Monks, in addition to cultivating the path to find the true path and wounding things, must also practice the Toe Dharma and Tao techniques used to protect themselves in order to practice righteousness on the great path. Tao techniques cavalry the armor of the Tumingus and the 8 trigrams of the great path. Few luck Dan Tao refinement of Kui I, and these Tao methods were once glorious in the past, but unfortunately, later on, the vital energy on Earth gradually ran out. In the end, even if you are good at suing, you will hardly have enough to eat, and Tao techniques will only become waste. People who practice Tao do not have vital energy, but want to protect their bodies, so they bring out the Tao art that they are good at. This is the origin of martial arts, also known as Tao martial arts. After going through competitions with his sister, Vong Sen was directly abused to the point of autism. I even had some doubts about life. He practiced so hard, yet he could not even touch the hem of his senior sister's shirt. Is the gap between him and the big boss really that big? So Vong Sen choked up and asked his sister, "If in the future I am bullied, you must help me get justice." Senior sister smiled and nodded. At this time, Master Than Ham Tu called Vong Sen over. Today, he wants to teach Vong a set of Taoist martial arts that can be compared to senior sister Mak Van Hoyen's 2 Mingibat Triyu. This sword formation is called that star sword formation. The method of transforming people is not punishable by demons. If one cultivates to great success, one does not see the sword in the heart. The backdaw spiritual body of the demon remains quiet, then only sees Than Nam Tu gently touching his toes, turning into countless afterimages, his feet stepping on 7 stars to fight continuously. Finally, the 7 swords merged together at one point. Vong Sen was extremely surprised after watching. Again, the mysterious opinion of the 7 swords and shadows is that this is due to the heaven and earth's vitality, promoting Tao's luck. Is not the heaven and earth's vitality still not recovered yet? What did Master do in the end? Just as Vong Sen was still stunned, Than Nam Tu had finished demonstrating the sword technique, placed the tree branch in his hand and said, "If you practice this sword technique, if you can achieve some success in 3 years, then you have excellent aptitude. There is no need to be impatient. Let's start with the basic moves first." Vong Sen was extremely grateful and nodded seriously. I will definitely not disappoint my master. as long as I move forward enthusiastically and chase unceasingly. One day I will be able to touch my sister's hem. Van Nam too heard him say that he does not have such ambition, directly rewarded him with a flick of the forehead. Look at you, that look of no future. Vong Sun held his head and smiled foolishly. This is just a short-term goal. Right now you are still far behind senior sister. I do not want to always be inferior to senior sister in the future. After all, of course, I have such a lovely senior sister. In order to protect, Van Nam too also smiled after hearing that, saying that is okay. After that, Vong Sun continued to practice the 7-star sword formation. With more than 40 years of self-cultivation experience in his previous life, in just one afternoon, he memorized more than half of this sword technique, but he had no intention of relaxing, because in his previous life he suffered, because he did not have a cultivation system. In this life everything was laid out in front of him. If he still did not try, he would really be a bit sorry for this rebirth, and he was still very far behind compared to his senior sister, so he tried his best to practice. Soon the autumn passed, and the cold winter came. Vong Sun had been on the mountain for half a year. Through this time of living together, he understood more about his master and sister, and felt more like a little tiger chopping wood that accidentally mixed in fairy lair. Because his master and senior sister are both real demons, the sister's heart is like a pure white piece of paper, without any distracting thoughts. A thorough understanding of the Tao is almost deeply engraved into the marrow of the bones. If it is said that a secular person like him can only follow the Tao and not practice, the senior sister is the one who accompanies the Tao in the human world. But this senior sister does seem to understand men and women, does not understand why there must be a difference between men and women. This makes him very miserable. But compared to the senior sister, Master Van Nam too was clearly even more cruel. Whether it was talking about sutras, talismans, weapons, or catching ghosts and exorcisms to practice Dan Dao, he was proficient in everything. Vong Sun did not know how his master had mastered so many skills in just a short life of 40 years. With such a cruel master and sister above him, Vong Sun during this time every day, in addition to meditating and cultivating, studying Doist scriptures, and listening to his master's teachings, the remaining time and energy were devoted to cultivating the 7-star sword formation. In half a year, he became completely familiar with the 7-star sword formation, but in front of his senior sister, he still had no right to be proud. What he could do now was to constantly push himself, trying to catch up with his senior sister's footsteps, not to be left too far behind, and seeing that Vong Sun had been practicing the 7-star sword formation for half a year was extremely impressive. Feeling happy, feeling that Vong Sun's qualifications were probably even higher than he expected, but because it was cold now, the falling snow was colder than the melting snow, so Van Nam too proposed to let Vong Sun start sleeping in the same room with his sister from tonight. That will be warmer. Vong Sun quickly blushed and waved his hand. Master, just let sister sleep. I'll be fine. But Van Nam too smiled crookedly and leaned close to him. Star, do you even have your own senior sister's intentions? Vong Sun smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Is the disciple that kind of person? Van Nam too put his hand on his shoulder and said deeply, just a little, young man. This can also be considered as training your character. That's right, remember to change new blankets for me and my sister. Her blanket, which has been used for 7 or 8 years, will soon no longer be able to keep her warm. Vong Sun looked helpless, but at night he could only sleep in the same room as his senior sister and then huddled alone under the blanket. He did not know what his master meant. Could it be that he wanted to cooperate with him, his senior sister? At this moment, the senior sister suddenly raised her hand and poked him in the face. Vong Sun turned around and saw his senior sister looking like he did not pay any attention to me, saying he was unhappy. It seemed like his senior sister was really looking forward to him moving in, so his reaction was indeed a bit inappropriate. So Vong Sun somewhat embarrassedly expressed that he was just a little shy. At this moment, the senior sister seemed to suddenly think of something, then immediately took out a chessboard, preparing to play air chess with Vong Sun. Only then did Vong Sun realize that he had thought wrong. Senior sister is as simple as a blank piece of paper, with absolutely no concept of that aspect, but he still has to remind her that she can only play for half an hour, otherwise tomorrow she will definitely be dozing all day. Master scolded us again. Very quickly, on the full moon day of the first lunar month, Nun Tiu Lunar New Year, Vong Sun was practicing his sword in the yard. During this time, he had a famous master by his side to preach, and the harvest was much better than in his previous life. According to past life memories, today is the day the vitality is restored. Therefore, he always practiced his sword in the yard, and always paid attention to the changes in the aura of heaven and earth. Prepare to notify master and sister immediately, so they do not miss this opportunity. At this time, the two teachers and students, who were enjoying their tea, suddenly stopped their movements. Van Nam too opened his eyes even wider. The heaven and earth's vitality had finally arrived. The heaven and earth's vitality had recovered. The earth was about to welcome the era of all people cultivating immortals. Van Nam too was at Wuding Mountain trying to feel the change in vitality immediately. Just as Vong Sin turned around to prepare to remind his master and sister, Van Nam too suddenly appeared behind him, telling him not to talk and to meditate and operate the mind's core method. Do not miss the opportunity. Sister, your meridians are clear and you are now in Samadi. I helped you clear your entire body's meridians. Vong Sun was deeply moved. You must know that the first ray of spiritual energy recovered after 1,000 years of deep sleep is a priceless treasure for practitioners. If you miss this life, you will probably never have such a chance again. But in this situation, Master still remembers that the meridians of a young disciple like him have not been completely cleared. How can he repay this kindness in the future? Very quickly, with Than Nam Tu's help, Vong Sun's entire body's meridians were opened. The speed of the heavenly cycle is more than 10 times faster than the original. This is probably the enhancement that the heavenly and earthly energy brings to cultivators. It seems that after today, the earth will welcome a new era. A moment later, Vong Sin finished practicing and opened his eyes, discovering that his sister was looking at him with a concerned expression. Vong Sun instinctively wanted to open his mouth and ask senior sister if she had finished calming her anger, but the senior sister raised her hand to stop her and pointed at Master Than Nam Tu. I only saw the position where Than Nam Tu was standing, a straight column of light rushing up into the sky. Than Nam Tu was breaking through, moreover, continuously breaking through the 4 realms. Vong Sin looked surprised, seeing that his master was already a giant god, about to break through Hudan. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim that although the origin of heaven and earth was good, it was just a little purer. Ordinary cultivators cannot rely on it to break through realms, but people can rely on it to break through realms. It was clear that he had only been cultivating for decades and had only recently broken out. His master's accumulation was truly terrifying, and it was needless to say that his sister had an exceptionally high natural talent. Even his cultivation base had gone one step further. In just one night, the true essence in his body became several times purer, and the harvest was even richer than the years of hard work in his previous life. Thanks to the promotion of true essence in his body, his understanding of the 7 stars sword formation had also entered another realm. Currently, the wooden sword practiced could no longer withstand his true essence and sword shadow. As for the master, ever since the awakening of heaven and earth, he has always been in a state of meditation. It was not until 3 days later that the master left the prison. After a short rest, the master began to tell them about the event of cultivating the religion thousands of years ago, and also warned them that the world was about to change, and chaos would naturally follow. As cultivators, they of course also have to shoulder the responsibility of eliminating demons and protecting the path. After a short time of entrustment, the lives of the 3 teachers, stews, and students returned to the peaceful days as before. Everything seemed unchanged, But thanks to the blessing of true essence, they have truly attained cultivation. Vongsen soon practiced the 7 stars sword formation to the point of going into retreat, using only a wooden sword to pierce the wall. Then Nam Tu saw that and was also extremely happy. But Vongsen's problem now is not this sabotaging the public property of Wuding Mountain. Then Nam Tu smiled and said, "It does not count. It does not count." Very quickly, spring passed and autumn came. Time passed like a shuttle. Vongsen also spent 3 years in Wudang Mountain. But even today, the normally peaceful days of practice were temporarily broken by the appearance of a monk. And the person who came was Uncle Li, who had previously come to witness when he took over the boat. It turns out that since the recovery of Aura, most sects have regained their inheritance and naturally are not willing to be lonely. Not long ago, more than 20 famous sects planned to hold a meeting in Mao Sun to test each other's strength. It was also because of this exchange conference that Uncle Li came to ask for help from Brother Than Nam Tu. Regarding this matter, Senior Uncle Li was also very helpless. From the senior brother to the 2 senior uncles, they all said that practicing is important, but instead pushed this matter to him. But his cultivation level was low. If someone intentionally tried to probe, he was afraid he would not be able to control the situation, so he could only ask senior brother Than Nam Tu to help. After hearing the end of the story, Than Nam Tu said in a deep voice, "If you want to find someone with the conception stage to come to the town, I'm afraid I will not be able to go." When Uncle Li heard this, he was startled. "Could it be that your realm has fallen? How is this possible?" Than Nam Tu turned back and smiled faintly. It was not because he failed, but because I broke through the Void Dan realm a few months ago. It might not be appropriate to go. As he spoke, Than Nam Tu did not forget to condense a bunch of true essence in his hand. These boastful words immediately attacked Uncle Li to the point of being unbearable. He could not help but curse in his heart. "You, a Doist, can you not brag like that? Is the High Realm very good? Is the Void Dan realm very good? My old man has just reached the Giant God realm. Can you consider my feelings a little?" After that, Than Nam Tu opened his mouth again. "Although I cannot go, my 2 disciples are very suitable for your request." As soon as he heard this, Uncle Li opened his mouth wide in surprise. Bu Gyun and Vongsen had already broken through the conception stage. Than Nam Tu let out a sigh full of boastfulness. "It was just okay. Van Hoyen just broke through to the conception stage last month. Tu Sin has good talent but was late to join his master, so his level is somewhat lower than that of his sister. Reluctantly reached the late stage of the Giant God realm." Hearing that, Senior Uncle Li was directly shocked to the point of crying. "I know senior brother's level is high and the disciple has good qualities, but is there a need to brag like that? If it were not for the fact that my realm is not as good as yours, I really want to decide to live with you right now." At this time, Vongsen was hiding outside the door, eavesdropping and trying not to laugh, thinking in his heart, his master's both profound and profound kung fu is truly becoming more and more proficient. Soon it was evening, and after discussing matters related to Than Nam Tu, Master Li said goodbye. Next, Than Nam Tu began to advise Vongsen what to pay attention to when accompanying his sister to the conference. But compared to Vongsen, Sister Mok Van Hoyen grew up in the mountains from a young age, with a pure soul without any distracting thoughts. So naturally she could not avoid being told everything by her master. For example, after going down the mountain, "Do not let your phone leave your body. If the battery runs out, use a backup charger to charge it again. Do not casually talk to strangers, and do not arbitrarily get into someone else's car. Men in the mountains are not trustworthy. If there's anything, you have to take care of your younger brother." Mok Van Hoyen nodded in agreement. Vongsen could not help but smile at his master's kind words of advice, but he also knew that people's hearts were cruel, and in the end they would not be as peaceful and carefree as in the mountains. The senior sister is simple-minded and has the passive attribute of being as beautiful as a fairy, and is really capable of being deceived. But having said it again, Over the past few years, Vong Sun has also improved a lot and has now reached the level of helping his sister clean up her underwear without changing her expression. But there are also exceptions. There are some things that seeing too much can really easily make the spiritual mind unstable. Early the next morning, Vong Sun had already packed his luggage and was waiting at the door. Van Nam too told him to be humble this time. When he went out, not to be arrogant and hot-tempered, not to speak insolently, and not to flaunt his dharma everywhere, to try to maintain a humble attitude. You know, Vong Sun patted his chest and assured, "Master, you can rest assured, I can do this kind of modesty." At this time, senior sister Mok Van Hoen walked out wearing a robe, making Vong Sun stunned. As for Than Nam too, he pushed Vong Sin and said with a smile, "Go over there quickly and take a picture of the two of us." Letting his master post on his friend's circle to make them jealous, Vong Sin felt a little helpless. "Master, did not you say you should be humble?" But he still cooperated to take a photo. Heaven and Earth's vitality recovered. The world entered the era of cultivating immortals. The great sects of cultivating immortals in turn found their inheritance. Gathered at Mao Sun High and Low of Vong Sin and his sister representing Vodang came to the town. As soon as they got off the mountain, their outfits attracted passers-by to take pictures. Vong Sin reluctantly smiled and told his sister that if someone took a photo of something, just pretend they did not see it and do not hurt anyone. The senior sister nodded in agreement. While eating the food, seeing the senior sister's innocent appearance, Vong Sin could not help but smile bitterly. The senior sister was so beautiful. What if someone acted like a scoundrel and was beaten by the senior sister with a single palm? That scene is truly unimaginable. At this time, Master Lei waved his hand at the two of them. Vong Sin led his sister to greet him. Then Master Lei introduced them to a few other third-generation disciples of Vodang, respectively Sword Cultivator Chuang Long, Body Cultivator Ho Lin and Man Hong. Vong Sin looked at their aura and clearly had reached it. Giant God Realm, I could not help but exclaim in my heart, Wudang's strength truly cannot be underestimated. It's just that Wudang's core inheritance belongs to Chan Vu Nat Circuit. The Dharma is largely similar to martial arts. In today's era of restoration of Tao City, martial arts are feared to be looked down upon, or even ignored by other sects. While thinking, Vong Sun and his sister immediately got into the car with everyone. After getting in the car, Vong Sin saw that his sister kept looking out the window and could not help but ask, "Are you looking forward to it?" Unexpectedly, senior sister sent him a few emoticons. This operation really made Vong Sin feel a bit helpless. The phone was bought for senior sister before. After changing the phone, senior sister's skill in playing emojis also increased. Now, if we talk about shadow fighting abilities, I'm afraid the people here are all trash. At the same time, Vong Sin also secretly made up his mind in his heart. In his previous life, he only lived to be 31 years old. Many things have not been truly witnessed. This time, everything is different. Furthermore, he must protect those around him. Not long after, the bus arrived at the hotel at the foot of Mount Mao Mountain. Because the religious practice conference would not officially begin until tomorrow afternoon, Master Lei told them to take advantage of this time to rest well and also walk around and visit. Do not be too tired. So everyone rested one night in the hotel. But the next morning, sister was alone in the room playing on the phone angrily. Vong Sin carefully opened the door and asked, "Are you waiting for me? Are you angry?" Unexpectedly, his sister gave him an emoticon, "Come quickly and comfort the old lady." It turns out that when checking into the hotel last night, sister originally wanted to sleep in the same room as Vong Sin, like in the mountains. But after all, this was outside. Vong Sin felt it was a bit inappropriate, so he refused, and his sister got angry because of that. So today, he came to comfort his sister early in the morning, preparing to take her out for a walk. After all, it was very difficult to make a trip to Maoshan, so I had to buy some local specialties for my master. At this moment, the other monk brothers were also preparing to go out to buy things. They decided to go for a walk together to absorb the atmosphere of Mao Mountain. However, while they were walking, a voice suddenly came from behind. I wonder which Dharma temple you are friends of. At Lower Chu Yinglong, Wuding Mountain, I met my friends, and after a simple politeness, both sides said goodbye. This action made Vong's son a bit bewildered. He did not know what tricks these people in Mao's son were playing. Did they simply come to say hello? But he had not gone far when he suddenly heard a round of taunts coming from behind. Now is the time to cultivate and realize the Dharma. Why are Wuding disciples coming to join the fun? Do they want to perform sword dancing and boxing? Vong's son turned around and immediately understood that they were looking for someone to compete with. Seeing them so arrogant, someone quickly could not help but give one to one of them. The yellow-headed guy was suddenly beaten and shouted loudly, who was playing the game of secretly sending merchants. Vong's son turned his head to look at his sister. Without thinking, he knew that this was definitely what his sister did, so he grabbed his sister's hand and turned around to run away. After all, if he did bad things and did not run away, could he stay here and wait for someone to attack him? As for the two Mao Sun disciples, they stood there angrily screaming, who exactly were they? Dare to do it, but do not dare to accept it. What kind of bravery does it count to play the game of secretly sending merchants? If you feel that my Maotian disciples are not pleasing to your eyes, please advise. At this time, Liu Vanqi bent down to interrupt them. If you two are not talking nonsense behind their backs, you would not be like this. As he spoke, Liu Vanqi picked up the thing he had just used to secretly attack Hong Mao and discovered that it was a tiny needle, and it was intact. Even the skin was not torn. Seeing that Liu Vanqi could not help but think, this skill shows the level of cultivation. Compared to that arrogant bastard of Longho Mountain, it is not inferior, truly worthy of Wuding. The younger generation certainly has powerful characters too. Very quickly, the time came in the afternoon. In front of Mao Sun Palace Square, people from all sects and immortal sects gathered here. Master Lei walked in front, enthusiastically greeting everyone, but there are still many sects that practice immortals and talk about Vo Dang. This is no longer the time for fists, kicks, and swordsmanship. Wu Dang actually came to join the fun, and even deliberately found a beautiful female disciple to gain fame. Could it be that he spent money to buy it? Hearing these rumors, Vong Xin felt a bit helpless. Dao City had just recovered, and it was understandable that Dao martial arts were not respected. But Daoists, could you please keep your voices down? If not, I'm afraid I will not be able to keep my sister. Sure enough, as soon as Vong Xin turned around, he saw his sister send him an emoticon of wanting to beat 10 people, making Vong Sun not know what to do. At this moment, Uncle Lei sighed. Everyone must have understood the current situation. The sects of all sects are preparing to see us humiliated. When the exchange between sects comes soon, 8 out of 10 people will tell you to go down to the field to compete. Speaking of this, Uncle Lei suddenly lit up his eyes and looked towards Mok Van Heuen, revealing a gentle smile. No matter who, as long as you take action to guard the battlefield. Today we can breathe a sigh of relief, hearing that Vong Sun was about to say that his master told them to be humble, but before he could finish his words, his sister directly nodded in agreement. This also gave Vong Sun a headache. He could imagine what the scene would be like. Later, it seems that you can only pray for blessings. Heaven and earth's vitality recovered. The fallen immortal cultivating sects rose again, but Wuding, which was famous for its fists and swordsmanship, was looked down upon by people. Even feeling that Wuding had come to join the fun, he even deliberately spent money to find a beautiful female disciple to gain fame. Who knew this female Wuding disciple could crush everyone here? At this time, an elderly monk of the Mao Sun sect stood up to announce the official start of the conference. First, in the first round, the disciples of the sects went up to the stage to demonstrate their cultivation. Hearing this, Vong Sun immediately understood that this exchange conference between the Sex was essentially a conference to explore the strength of the sex, but before going on stage, he still had to remind his sister that if he really had to go on stage later, there was no need to show too much skill. Just show off his cultivation, and that would be enough. Senior sister nodded, then a mouse and disciple stood up. If that's the case, then Mao-san, I would like to ask permission to go first. It was like throwing stones to find the way. Immediately after seeing him step onto the stage, take out a Fu Luck card and say sorry for the risk. Starting to inject spiritual energy into it, Fu Luck also gradually took shape, just hearing a whoosh sound that Fu Luck actually turned into a sword, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. After watching the performance of this mouse and disciple, Vong Sin and his sister were both speechless. Cultivating wisdom, it is true that families cannot share their own dharma. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Is this the Mao Mountain Dharma that is famous in the world? How beneficial. When I was young, I saw a coin under the overpass once, and you could still give me a few more coins back. It really brings glory to our Tam Tung Phuc Lock. Vong Sin and his sister followed the sound and looked back, immediately seeing a young blonde man lying on a chair in the distance. It seems that he is also a member of Tam Tung Phuc Lock, but I do not know if he is a descendant of Long Ho Sun or Cat Toe Mountain. But when Vong Sin listened to his tone, he probably had some problems with Taoist Mao Sun. At this time, the old priest presiding over the contest stood up to mediate. Each of the three sects of Phuc Lock has its own strengths. Naturally, it also has its own outstanding points. We would like to invite the next Dao Than family to perform. As soon as the words ended, Chuang Long, representing Vodang, held the sword on the stage, preparing to demonstrate the Vodang They at sword technique. But before the performance had even begun, a burst of laughter came from the stage. Wu Dang's swordsmanship is truly exquisite. But today everyone is competing to demonstrate Taoism and swordsmanship. It does not seem very appropriate, right? Does Vodang not have the method of using swords? Oh yes, before, the natural energy of heaven and earth was completely absent, so Vodang naturally despised the so-called method of sword control. Hearing the taunts of the people on stage, Chu Long on stage could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At this time, the blonde young man spoke again. Do not talk nonsense. Be careful, brother Wuding. With just one sword, he will kill you all with 3,000 sword energies. As soon as these words were said, everyone immediately burst into laughter. Chu Long was a bit at a loss, standing in place not knowing what to do. Luckily, at this moment, Vong Sin stepped up. Senior brother Chu, let me go. Chu Long thought for a moment. His uncle had said that his junior brother's swordsmanship was profound, so it was much more suitable for him to be on stage than me. So he immediately offered his sword to Vong Sun. Ying Long is not good at studying and is bothering his junior brother. Vong Sun received the sword and humbly replied, Senior brother's sword is filled with inner light, so there are some things mortals do not know, but it's good that I have some beautiful sword skills, and it's good to use for performance. After that, he saw Vong Sun close his eyes and stand in place, muttering in his mouth, the sword arises to extract the spirit. The sword is illusory and bright moon. How is the sword technique not considered Taoist? As he spoke, Vong Sun Lang Kong jumped up, his whole body surrounded by four-winged sword energy. The old man presiding over it could not help but exclaim in surprise, Smart sword star. This is definitely the clever sword essence recorded in the book. Next, Vong Sin began to perform the 7 stars sword formation, transforming into countless afterimages, his feet stepping on the 7 stars to fight continuously, and finally one sword stabbed towards the sky, actually piercing several holes in the sky above. Everyone was shocked by this scene. What exactly is this sword? Is it possible to have such amazing understanding of swordsmanship? Is this person a sword fairy? But he is only a 3rd-generation disciple. Yet it's still a giant god realm cultivation level. After the performance, Vong Sin put away his sword and prepared to leave the field. This time, no one will dare to underestimate Vodang anymore. After getting off the stage, Vong Sin returned the sword to senior brother Shu, but Chuang Long took the sword and felt that calling Vong Sun his junior brother now was a bit wrong. Ask Vong Sun, is it still time to change his voice and call his brother? Vong Sun was speechless. Senior brother, you were joking. After that, the presiding elder announced that the next time would be a good opportunity for the Dao members to share their with each other and confirm each other. Fellow monks do not need to be strict. Just ask each other for advice. As soon as these words came out, Mok Van Hoyen immediately became excited. Her whole body looked eager to try. Seeing that Vong Sun was speechless, he had to ask Sister if she really wanted to go up. There was no longer any doubt. Sister's eyes lit up and she nodded, then pointed to a corner to signal Vong Sun to look that way. Vong Sun turned his head and looked back, discovering that the blonde-haired young man just now was staring at them, then stood up from his chair again and was walking towards them. Vong Sun initially suspected that this guy was paying attention to his sister, but when the blonde-haired young man approached him, he realized something was wrong. The person this guy was looking for was actually him. Fortunately, at this time Liu Van Chai of the Maosan sect came forward, diverting the attention of the blonde young man, only to see Liu Van Chi proactively speak up. Want to ask for instructions on Fu Luk Dai Dao of Long Ho Sun? You have the Taoist master Tri Thu Thien Chung. Can you reunite with your disciples once? Tri Thien Chung smiled and sighed, scratching his head helplessly and said, why, was not the loss last time not miserable enough? But anyway, do not be afraid of that Wu Dang sword-wielding guy running away. Defeating you will not take much time, so go ahead. But hearing Tri Thien Chung call him a sword dancer, Vong Sun immediately turned black and wanted to rush forward and give him a sword, but still held back. After that, the two went into the ring. Liu Van Chai remained expressionless, and Tri Thien Chung smiled and asked him what he wanted to compare this time. Liu Van Chi pulled out his sword and replied decisively, of course it is still the Fu Luk method, the same as Fu Luk Tam Tong. The descendants of Mao Shan and Long Ho Shan compete to see who can be one step higher. At this moment, I only saw Tri Thien Chung laughing loudly. I do not admire anyone. As he spoke, he demonstrated his bravery, or else he would become a creature. This scene made Vong Sun below the stage also feel strange. He did not expect that in the Fu Luk method there was such a magical Fu Luk, but Liu Van Chai has been cultivating since he was young, and the sect has worked hard to train him. It's not strange to have a mid-stage giant god. But this guy Tri Thien Chung has actually reached the late stage of giant god. Nowadays, the vitality of heaven and earth has just recovered, and the young generation that can enter the giant god realm can create miracles. If this name Tri Thien Chung is not of pure natural talent, then perhaps the Dao city of Long Ho Sun has something magical. At this time, I only saw Liu Van Chi placing his hand on the sword, then gently stroking it. Immediately, countless talismans swirled around his body. I saw him holding up the sword in his hand and, shouting loudly, Thongthang Green Command level thunder. The next second, 3 talismans flew out from the clouds. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud explosion, and a bolt of lightning fell straight down. Tri Thien Chung put his hands in his pockets, slowly taking a step back and smiling. This is another trick, it's really nothing new. But Liu Van Chi's attack still did not stop, but continued to use thunder. Quang Chine Ban slashed with one sword, combined with then hand fuck and Vian Nei Fu to double buff on top of each other, causing countless lightning strikes to a Tri Thien Chung. But Tri Thien Chung still had both hands in his pockets, seemingly leisurely listening to the rain, easily dodging these attacks. Having played quite a bit, he decided to show some real skill, took out 2 talismans, virtualized into a first crane and a spirit snake to attack Liu Van Chi. Liu Van Chi swung his sword to cut the snake and crane into 2 halves, but the Thien Chung just smiled softly and snapped his fingers. Created countless other attribute talismans. Suddenly 4 types of elemental attacks hit Liu Yunji like a storm. The Thien Chung directly and arrogantly declared, today if you force me to use talismans worth over 100 yuan, I will lose, okay? Liu Van Chi felt humiliated, shouted loudly and shut up. immediately deciding to use all his strength. Countless talismans immediately surrounded him, forming a golden protective layer, blocking the four elemental attacks of Thai Thien Chong. The Thien Chong still did not panic, one hand in his pocket, take a few steps back, wave out two black talismans. The next second, the two talismans turn into countless butterflies. In just a blink of an eye, they surround Liu Vanqi, then completely engulfed. But at that moment, from the group of black butterflies, they spread out thread by thread. Golden light, Liu Vanqi's hands formed a magic seal, emitting a dazzling golden light, dispelling all the black butterflies. Seeing this scene, Vong Sun under the stage was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the robe was a magic weapon. Although it looked like the rank was not high, it required a large amount of true essence and spirit stone to support it. But to be able to see the true Doist Dharma artifacts, this trip was not in vain. And the senior sister next to him also looked up at the stage with bright eyes, an eager expression on his face. It seemed like he wanted to go up and take the robe and force his junior brother to wear it. At this time, the Thien Chong on the stage suddenly laughed. The 1,000-year-old magic weapon was handed over to a giant god realm disciple. Mao Sun was truly shameless, but we old men from Long Ho Sun were no better. Unfortunately, they also gave me one before that, such a small toy. While saying the Thien Chung, he took out a piece of jade in the shape of a crescent moon, then smiled and continued, "How is it now everyone is shameless?" Liu Vanqi, although did not know what effect this item had, but that piece of jade is clearly also a magic weapon. But he had already used his trump card. This match could not be lost, so he decided to make the first move, conveniently emitting a huge golden light towards the Thien Chong. Very chaotic. The Thien Chong still had his hands in his pocket, just casually swaying left and right a few times was enough to dodge these attacks. Next, he gently threw up the crescent moon-shaped magic weapon. The jade stone immediately stuck to his forehead. In just a blink of an eye, the aura on Thien Chong's body increased. His hand formed a magic spell, and he recited the spell. As soon as the great crane appeared, a layer of blue protection immediately emerged around it, blocking Liu Vanqi's lightning-fast attack. Then the Thien Chong turned into several black talismans, continuously pointing out. All the talismans attacked Liu Vanqi together. Seeing that the situation was not good, Liu Vanqi quickly put up a golden protective layer to defend himself, but unexpectedly, when the black talisman was about to hit him, it suddenly dripped out a large pile of red liquid, then stuck to the golden protective layer. Seeing this scene, the Mao Sun disciples below the stage all shouted loudly, "Damn, even black dog blood is used. Do you still feel ashamed?" Liu Vanqi on the stage, after having his protection layer destroyed by the black dog's blood, suddenly had his face torn by a flying black talisman. Touching the blood on his face, Liu Vanqi put down his sword and with difficulty said 3 words, "I lost." In this battle, in the end, the Thien Chong still had the upper hand. Vong Sin could not help but exclaim, this descendant of Long Ho Mountain was indeed not simple. Suddenly, the voice of Uncle Lei came from the side. That Thien Chong was not just not simple, right? Vong Sun was a little suspicious. Did his uncle know him? Master Lei nodded with a serious face. He heard that he went to Long Ho Mountain to practice the religion 5 or 6 years ago. Before the return of heaven and earth's vitality, he had mastered the basics of practicing the Dharma. After the natural energy of heaven and earth returned, he quickly understood the Thong Hasach of Phu Luk Thien, the Long Tiger Sun. At a young age, he created the Thach Thumun Phuk Dharma. Currently, he is the leader of the younger generation of Long Ho Sun, directly taught by the heavenly master Long Ho Sun, and his future can be said to be limitless. After hearing Uncle Lei's introduction, Vong Sun could not help but ponder, if this psalm chapter should have such potential, why have I never heard of this person in my previous life? Could it be that he encountered some accident that caused him to die prematurely? Otherwise, with just his mouth and positive personality, how could he be anonymous? At this time, the Thien Chong had just finished his essay and suddenly laughed loudly. Little brother danced with the sword on Wuding Mountain. Let's compete a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on Vong Sin in the crowd, but Vong Sin himself looked bewildered, remembering his master's instructions before leaving to be modest, but glanced at the expectant eyes of his senior sister and several fellow students next to him. If he continued to retreat without fighting, it would only leave Vodang with a reputation of cowardice and fear, so he decided to fight. Standing up from his seat, "Senior brother Ung Long, let me borrow his precious sword for a moment." He is the intelligent future sword fairy of Vodang. Normally he uses a wooden sword, but now when he competes on the stage, he does not even have a sword. Hearing that Vong Sun was on stage and had to borrow someone else's sword, the other Doist disciples below the stage were shouting. Vodang did not value this future sword fairy so much that he did not even give him a sword. Looking at the disciples of Mao Sun, Long Ho Sun throwing talismans if they did not need money. At this moment, the senior sister suddenly pulled Vong Sin's shirt. Her face full of worry, Vong Sin held the senior sister's hand and gently comforted, "Sister, please rest assured. It's okay." Hearing that, senior sister's face immediately turned red, then she started cheering for Vong Sun. Before going on stage, senior sister told Vong Sin to pay attention to safety. "Even if you lose, it's okay. This reputation is not worth anything." After that, Vong Sin officially went on stage. The two of them took the signal. The Thien Chuang suddenly pointed at Mok Van Hyen under the stage and said, "Can you give me your senior sister's contact information? Or let's make a bet. If you lose later, give me your senior sister's contact information." For me, Vong Sin only replied faintly. After finishing the fight, he spoke, but in his heart he was already angry. It was not easy for this guy to be so rude. Then the competition officially began. The Thien Chuang first released 3 talisman attacks. The talismans turned into 3 large groups of fire and rushed straight towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin leaned to the right, leaving behind an afterimage. He easily dodged this attack. A huge black shadow immediately covered him. Raising his head to look, it turned out to be a giant crane transformed by an illusionary talisman, raising its giant claw towards him. Vong Sun jumped up to avoid this attack, then stepped on the 7 stars back Dao, instantly defeating the fairy crane. The next second he appeared in front of Thitha Thien. Thitha Thien was startled and quickly used the jumping talisman to jump into the air, preparing to distance himself from Vong Sin and using the talisman to kill Vong Sun. But before he could land, Vong Sun appeared behind him. The Thien Chuang quickly turned around and wanted to close the distance with Vong Sin again, but this time Vong Sin did not give him a chance, directly transformed into countless afterimages surrounding him, then found the right opportunity to decisively draw his sword. The speed was so fast that the Thien Chuang had no time to react at all. The sword was already on his neck. Victory or defeat was clear. The Thien Chuang directly admitted defeat. "Big brother, do not get excited. I absolutely have no intentions with your senior sister." Seeing him admit defeat, Vong Sin also withdrew his sword, turned around, and prepared to get off the stage, but was stopped by the Thien Chuang. Then Thien Chuang chuckled and said, "Son brother, I'm a bit dissatisfied. How about we compete again? Otherwise, in the future, I'll be like Liu Van Chi pestering me every day going to Wuding Mountain looking for you to compete." Vong Sin turned his head to look at Thien Chuang and was speechless. He did not understand why the experts at Long Ho Sun did not take care of this name, but Thien Chuang had the boldness to continue speaking. "Come Sin brother, can you be my brother from now on? Let's have another match. If we lose so quickly this time, I will absolutely not mention the competition with your brother Sin in the future. As long as you win against others, do not let others beat you." Is this logic overbearing? As soon as these words were said, even the audience below the stage could no longer listen. Everyone shouted for the Thien Chuang to get down quickly, not to embarrass himself anymore, but Vong Sin, in order not to be entangled with this guy again in the future, could only helplessly sigh in agreement. The Thien Chuang was extremely excited. immediately closed his eyes, formed a magic spell, and recited the spell. He used up all the talismans he could use, preparing to launch a big move, but Vong Sun let him lose his heart, only pulled out his sword and did not interrupt him. A basin of cold water was thrown at him, making him experience something called despair. At this time, the Thian Cheong suddenly opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I'm ready, come here." Having finished speaking, he unleashed his strongest, moved towards Vong Sun. The three giant beasts turned into talismans, rushed straight towards Vong Sun, but Vong Sun just randomly emitted a sword energy, cutting the three giant beast heads into two halves. The Thian Cheong was extremely frightened, but still unwilling to admit defeat like that, unleashed a multi-element attack that hit Vong Sun like a storm. Vong Sun transformed into several afterimages to avoid the attack, step by step moving towards the Thian Cheong. The Thian Cheong quickly used the earth wall to defend, but before he could erect the earth wall, a gust of wind suddenly blew past him. Then the talisman bag on his waist was cut into two halves. The next second, Vong Sun appeared behind him. The surrounding sword energy was flying. Seeing this scene, there was immediately a cry from below the stage. Just now it was the sword energy that had separated. It could not be. How old was that young man? Vong Sun looked regretfully at the broken sword in his hand. He did not expect that even senior brother Chu's sword could not withstand his true essence. Then he turned around, clasped his hands towards the Thian Cheong, said a word of concession, then went directly down the stage to find his senior sister. Seriously, told his sister that he had won. His sister immediately sent him a nice emoticon. Vong Sun smiled shyly, thanking his sister for cheering for him, but in his heart he thought that today's acting was a bit too much. But anyway, in the following days, he was also on the mountain quietly cultivating, so it should not have been a problem, right? At this time, sister's eyes suddenly lit up, covering Vong Sun's back. Turning her head to look, it was the Thian Cheong holding the destroyed amulet bag, walking towards them with a gloomy expression. Vong Sun put his hand on sister's shoulder, signaling to just leave this place to him. Then he went up and asked the Thian Cheong if there was anything else going on. The Thian Cheong heard this and gritted his teeth. He rushed forward with a loud noise. Everyone was startled and quickly reminded Vong Sun to be careful. But unexpectedly, the next second the Thian Cheong started crying again. "Cannot you hit me? Big brother, why do you have to keep hitting my talisman? The ingredients to make these amulets are so expensive. It costs 30,000 yuan to make one set." Everyone was stunned after hearing this. At this moment, a big foot kicked over, interrupting what the Thian Cheong wanted to continue speaking. They angrily scolded, "Stop being a laughing stock to the people here. Go back to the sect to compensate. You double the ingredients." But I did not expect this, the Thian Cheong guy, to be asked by an elephant. But if he gets an inch, he wants to advance another meter. "Master Uncle or Master Mun Thian Hong, please give me a dozen or so." Master Uncle waved his hand and gave him a slap in the face. "Get lost. I cannot even use that. You go back and let me be obedient there, otherwise I'll confiscate your magic weapon." After saying that, he pulled the Thian Cheong and turned around to leave. But even so, the Thian Cheong still did not forget to grin at Vong Sun. "Son, brother, I'm satisfied with your swordsmanship," the Thian Cheong, adding, "Let's wechat friends, let's have a meal together later." Vong Sun was speechless, completely worshipping this crazy guy. Heaven and earth vitality recovered. Cultivating Immortals sect gathered. The young man representing Wudang took on the #1 genius of Long Ho Mountain. Facing the continuously appearing talismans, he slashed everything with one sword. Even the #1 genius Long Ho Sun cried. After sending the Thian Cheong away, this exchange conference finally entered the political system. Because of Vong Sun's action, from now on, no one will come to embarrass themselves anymore. Next, they just need to quietly observe, and they will be able to pass peacefully. During this entire conference, it quickly came to the Ket Thai realm competition round. The other members of the Taoist sect were a little afraid to step up, afraid that if they lost, they would lose face to their masters. But Mok Van Hyen was not afraid at all. She went up and crushed her, the whole process with an expressionless face and not saying a word, making the other Taoist disciples below the stage gasp in surprise, while Vong Sen had a calm expression. In my heart, I thought that the normal conception realm was not my senior sister's opponent at all. When this finished, Mok Van Hyen immediately walked towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin gave her a thumbs up. Great sister. Hearing that, Mok Van Hyen breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the voices of other disciples of the sect came from behind. They were so young and already in the middle of the conception period. Boss, this is the real boss. As soon as she finished speaking, Mok Van Hyen opened entire cauldron stage atmosphere again. Her expression also became serious. In a blink of an eye, everyone around was surprised, looking at the contrast between her sister when she was in front of her and when she was in front of others. Vong Sin smiled helplessly. Her sister was really making it difficult for her, but from today onwards, the major religious sects will have already groped their way. As long as the natural energy of heaven and earth continues to exist, the great event of cultivating the path will come again. I'm afraid this peaceful prosperity will not last much longer. Although the Taoist sect can restrain its disciples, what about some wandering cultivators or demonic beasts who step onto the path of demonic transformation? The path of spiritual practice can be managed, but how should these human disputes be handled? In the end, Vong Sun decided not to think anymore. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless. No matter how much strength you have, you can do as many things as possible. When the sky falls, there will still be someone carrying the burden. No matter what, he can continue on this path of cultivation in the future. After the exchange conference ended, Vong Sun led his sister and a group of fellow students prepare to go down the mountain. Unexpectedly, after only walking a few steps, I suddenly heard a familiar voice, Sun Ka, wait a minute, Sun Ka. When Vong Sin heard this voice, he could not help but shiver, his face stiffened, and he turned around to ask, is there something wrong? So Thai Thien Chong happily picked up the phone and said, add friends. There will definitely be opportunities to cooperate in the future. I hope to be taken care of more. Vong Sen reluctantly added him as friends. Afterwards, the Thien Chong offered to take this opportunity to talk more closely with him. Vong Sen replied indifferently, it's okay to talk, but I cannot pay for those talismans. The Thien Chong laughed. It's okay. It's okay. At that time, I just wanted my uncle to help me find some ingredients. Declare the amount a bit. Those amulets only cost a few thousand yuan. Vong Sen was sweating profusely and could only use 2 words to evaluate him. You are evil. But just as everyone was about to go down the mountain, Liu Vanchai's voice rang out behind them. Brother Fai Vu Dao, please stop and wait for me. Today, I thank you for teaching that scoundrel. It really made me so happy that I could not help but chase after you to thank you. Vong Sin clasped his hands. Brother Liu is being polite. As for psalms, Chong contemptuously picked his nose. Who are you talking like this for? In what era are there still brothers and sisters? Liu Van Chi immediately responded. That's better than your vulgar language. The Thien Chong sneered. Even a defeated person dares to act in front of me. Saw 2 people about to fight. Vong Sin quickly came out to mediate. You 2 must be hungry, right? Let's go down the mountain and eat something together. Tonight we cover. After that, everyone went to a restaurant to eat. During the conference, people representing different sects naturally wrote in separate rooms. Before long, everyone became familiar with each other. During the conversation, Vong Sin also better understood the situation of Thai Thien Chong and Liu Van Chi. It turned out that the Thien Chong was the same age as him and was mischievous, so his family took him to Long Ho Sun to have his relatives take care of him. Because of his extraordinary talent and few luck, he has achieved today's glory. As for Liu Van Chi, he is no stranger to him. After all, the opponent in his previous life was also one of the 36 original masterpieces. Since childhood, He has followed his elegant master to practice. Combined with his extraordinary temperament, he has a large number of fans online. As for how the two of them became unjust families, it must be said that a few years ago, Liu Van Chi went to Longho Mountain to visit the Thianchuang. The two of them also had a grudge from then. Later, Liu Van Chi's cultivation level had some achievements. He wanted to take revenge but repeatedly failed, leading to today's scene in the conference. And today, Vong's son and his sister have suppressed many sects in the conference. The two of them obeyed the order to make friends. He took in his eyes, but of course he would not be complacent because of that. Anyway, in these times, using good relationships to practice peacefully is the right path. Soon it was evening. A woman was reviewing the video recording of the Mashant's sex exchange conference, telling her subordinates to quickly pick out useful information in it. At this time, a staff member seemed to have discovered something and said, "Team leader, look at this." After that, the scene where Vong Sin fought was brought up. The audience at the scene shouted loudly, "Mom, who is that sword fairy?" This is a sword technique that only appears on TV. Seeing that, the team leader picked up the glass and asked, "Who is he? Who is he?" The employee immediately replied, "This person's name is Vong's son. His name is Fai Vu. According to the information we overheard, his master's name is Than Nam Tu. I heard that the cultivation base is already above the conception stage." As he spoke, the staff pulled out photos of Vong Sin and Than Nam Tu. After watching, the group leader was lost. The glass in his hand fell to the ground, turned round and asked, "Who do you say his master is?" A man in Wuding became a monk for 3 years. But he did not expect that when he returned home, he would bring a daughter-in-law with him, making his parents so happy that they almost brought out the bride price. After the exchange conference ended, Uncle Lei specially gave Vong's son a few days off. These days, Vong's son took his sister home to visit his parents. As expected, his parents were very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Dad even secretly called Vong Sin aside, asking how far he and his sister were progressing, and did he need Dad's help in preparing the bride price. Vong Sin smiled and said, "Dad, do not worry, I will try to let my parents hold my grandchild." During this time, Vong's son lived very comfortably. The only thing that was not perfect was that every night he received bombarding text messages from the Thianchuang, making it completely impossible for him to sleep well. Saying goodbye to his parents, Vong Sin and his sister finally returned to Wuding. Seeing the two returning, soon there were Vodang disciples chatting. "Are not those senior brother Fai Vu and senior sister Bat Nu? I heard senior brother Ung Long say that they were very powerful at that exchange conference." It turned out that a few days ago, Zhou Ung Long and the others had returned and spread the story of the exchange conference throughout Wuding Mountain. Currently, the temples on the mountain already know the cultivation level of Vong's son and his sister. But even so, Vong Sen does not feel that he is superior. After all, everyone is a cultivator. Even though in his previous life he had to endure the faces of some noble people many times, in this life he did not want to become the kind of monk he once hated the most. But waiting for the two of them to return to their residence, the master asked with a serious face, "This time we went to Mao Sun. Did not I tell you to be a little humble?" After hearing this, the sister immediately became afraid and hid behind Vong Sin. Vong Sin smiled shyly, just about to explain the reason to his master. He saw his master laugh, then put his hand on his shoulder and said, Good job, although we are guests in Wuding. Does not belong to the lineage of the great emperor Chan Wu, but is also considered a monk of Wudang Mountain. This time you will not make your master lose face. But next time you still need to quickly surrender. Continue practicing with peace of mind. On the mountain, Junior Brother Lei sent some items yesterday, 2 of which were not bad, as rewards for your trip. The teacher still has to go to Thy Ho Palace to discuss business, and when he comes home in the evening, he will buy food for his children. After speaking, Than Nam Tu turned around and left. Vong Sin discovered that after just a few days of not seeing him, His master was about to break through. After that, the two returned to their room and began to look at the items that Uncle Lee sent. Perhaps it was to thank them for their efforts at the exchange conference. Uncle Lee specially prepared a lot of gifts for Vong Sin and his senior sister, among which the gifts prepared for him clearly took a lot of thought. This ancient sword, named Van Iron, looks normal at first glance, but you only need to pick it up to know it. The sword contains sword intent. Clearly the weapon was made specifically for sword cultivators. Although not as magical as Liu Van Chi's Kim Luai and the Thean Chong's Moonfang Mak Lu, they are still very rare. Consider it a worthy reward for Vong Sin's trip to Mao Mountain. After trying it out, Vong Sun returned to his room and showed the sword to his sister. Sister received the sword and gently caressed it, but shook her head. Seeing this, Vong Sun quickly said, "Do not worry, sister, I will not intentionally use it to kill people." Vong Sin knows that the sword master kills and punishes, and his sister is definitely worried that his mentality will be affected by this sword. Afterwards, he saw his sister rummaging through the chest again, took out a block of jade of good quality, and gave it to Vong Sin. Vong Sun quickly waved his hand. "Senior sister, I already have this sword. This and then trans-soul jade pendant is of course for you." Unexpectedly, the senior sister sent an emoticon. This lady is invincible in the world, insisting that she give him this jade pendant, but Vong Sun still firmly refused. "This is a gift from my uncle to you. How can I take it?" Seeing that Vong Sun did not accept it, sister immediately showed a pitiful expression. Tears threatened to flow. How could Vong Sun bear it? Hastily said senior sister, "Wait for me a moment," and ran out of the room. Not long after returning, with a red face, he gave his sister a flute and said, "I originally planned to wait until my sister's birthday to give it as a gift. Now take it out first. Since senior sister wants to give me something, she must accept my gift." The sister happily received the flute. After a little repair, their lives were once again stable. Currently, what Vong Sun needs to do is try to raise his realm to the conception realm within a year. He also wanted to feel the feeling of unreal harmony with the bones, but such peaceful days did not last long. Less than a month after they returned to the mountain, Uncle Lei ran to their cottage with a sullen face, shouting, "Senior brother Than Nam Tu, hungry ghosts harm people. Please help me." Hearing that there was a ghost, Vong Sen was full of curiosity, while his senior sister was so scared that her face turned pale. At night, Vong Sen slept as usual, but woke up midway to find his sister sleeping next to him. Vong Sen's face turned red. He was startled and tried to sit up, but was pulled back by his sister. At this time, the senior sister also looked at him with a red face, then pointed at the window next to her. Vong Sin heard the sound of wind whistling outside the window and immediately understood. Sister was scared by the wind, so she lay down and helped her cover the blanket and comfort her. "Do not be afraid. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we have to get up early to leave." Then, comforted by Vong Sun, the senior sister finally closed her eyes and slept peacefully. Looking at his sister sleeping, Vong Sun remembered the story of Uncle Le coming during the day to invite them to help catch ghosts. Sister was scared and hid behind him. He also did not expect that his sister, a monk of the conception realm, would be afraid of ghosts. Suddenly, Vong Sun remembered what his master had told him that year to get his sister to open her mouth to speak. Having used ghost stories to stimulate therapy, the sister almost became autistic and also had a fear of ghosts. To this day, she still has not recovered. Yet she can still scare her sister to the point that she gets startled every time she makes a movement. Can you see how terrible things the master threatened that year? But right now, comforting his frightened senior sister is also his junior brother's responsibility. Have you ever seen a Taoist catch demons like that? The left hand holds the golden body of Buddha. The right hand holds a painting of Mun. Then around his neck is a cross and garlic. Beauty's name is to combine East and West. But actually he does not want that. It turns out that these were all given to Vong Sun by senior sister before leaving. After all, they were senior sister's thoughts. How could Vong Sin throw them away? So I immediately brought these things and followed Uncle Lei to this location. I just did not expect that this place would be the secular home of Uncle Lei. No wonder my uncle has always hidden it. This matter has a bit of an abuse of power. Before setting up the altar to cast the spell, Vong Sen also learned that the owner of this family was named Lai Su Thian. As the big brother of Uncle Le, for the past few years he has always sponsored Vodang, so Vodang also tacitly agreed to let them come and help exorcise demons. But what makes Vong Sen feel strange is that his uncle clearly has a rich family background, so why did he still choose to become a monk and practice Buddhism? Did he encounter some accident? Therefore, we are completely disappointed with the secular world. Very quickly, the monk began to set up an altar to perform magic. God of martial arts, the sky is clear and the earth is bright. Left and right protect the Dharma. Quickly go to exercise this place. As soon as the words fell, Vong Sin and Chuang Long transformed into two golden light shields. It turned out that before the exorcism, Senior Uncle Lei had already finished negotiating with them. In the beginning, he was just pretending, and he and Senior Brother Chu were the real main forces. In exorcising the demons, such an arrangement is mainly because outsiders' understanding of Buddhist monks still stops at some movie content. Therefore, although the actual person doing the work is a disciple, the praise and achievements still need to be attributed to the master. At this moment, Vong Sin opened a bedroom door, countless sounds roared out from inside, and then two pairs of red eyes flashed in the darkness. Two demons immediately appeared in front of Vong Sin. Vong Sin's face did not change color. His hands pressed the Dharma seal, his mouth recited the Dharma technique, emitting a dazzling light. In just a blink of an eye, the demons in the room were cleared away. A moment later, Vong Sin went out to reunite with Senior Brother Shu. Brother Chu said he went around and encountered more than 20 ghosts, and Vong Sin's situation was similar. This made Brother Chu feel very strange. Could it be that the Feng Shui arrangement here has been counterproductive? Speaking of this, Senior Brother Chu seemed to think of something, but just as he was about to speak, Vong Sin signaled him to be quiet. Be careful that the walls have ears. Do not mention this first. Go find your uncle to reunite with. After all, this place is considered my uncle's house. If there really is someone playing tricks behind their back, they cannot just stand by and watch. At the same time, Uncle Lai was in unspeakable pain, still raising his sword to cast spells. After all, everyone around him was looking at him, so he could not say stop or stop. In my heart I was thinking, is not it just exorcism? Why has it been so long? Have not come back yet. Are those two brats trustworthy or not? Fortunately, at this time Vong Sin and Senior Brother Chu finally returned. Uncle Lei breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to tell Big Brother to prepare a quiet room for them to recover their spirits. Soon it was evening. Vong Sin told his uncle about the situation they encountered today, and at the same time gave his conjecture, suspecting that it was most likely another monk playing tricks. After hearing this, Uncle Lei frowned. There are other monks, so it's troublesome, as Vong Sin is a reincarnated person. Thanks to the knowledge from his previous life, his knowledge is now broader than that of his uncle. And naturally, he also knows some of the dark sides of the world of cultivating immortals. This was probably because the Lei family's assets had attracted the attention of some evil cultivators, or perhaps Lei Suthian had offended someone, leading to revenge from evil cultivators. At this time, Uncle Lei, who was suffering with no results, finally raised his head, looked at Vong Sin and asked, Fei Vu, in your opinion, what should we do? Vong Sin thought about it. If he suddenly exposed it, it would probably make the other person's dog come out of the fence. We would not be like this. Then it would be like that. Half an hour later, Uncle Lei and his elder brother walked around the manor. While chatting, they asked the elder brother if he had offended anyone in the past few years. Lai Suthian said he just stayed at home and did not offend anyone. After hearing this, Uncle told him to think carefully. Now this matter might mean someone wanted to harm his whole family, but Lai Suthian still insisted that there was absolutely no such thing. At this time, Vong Sun was in the true essence transport room, eavesdropping on the two people's conversation. At the same time, he learned from the two people's conversation that the Lei family seemed to have done something immoral in the past. The manor's feng shui and the monk's renunciation seem to have happened more than 10 years ago. Are these things related to each other? The next day, after dealing with the ghosts, Uncle Lee immediately prepared to go back to the mountain to report, telling his big brother to tell him if anything happened. But at night, Vong Sun and senior brother Chu returned to the Lei family villa. It turned out that they pretended to leave to let the other person relax their guard, and then returned at night to ambush them. Brother Chu asked Vong Sin how long they had to wait. Vong Sin said that perhaps we have to wait until the middle of the night, because the middle of the night is when the yang energy is weakest, and is also the time when evil cultivators raise ghosts with the most confidence. Lysuthian's house is large and has a nanny and security, in addition to a complete surveillance system that covers no dead ends. However, the number of demons they exorcise today told 70 or 80, clearly not something that could be done in a day or two. If it was not for outsiders causing trouble, there would be no reason why no traces would be left behind. So the perpetrator who released the ghost could very well be an insider. Although that is said, the person who released the demon can also be said to have a cruel heart. This kind of evil religion that uses ghosts to absorb positive energy and destroy people's doors is truly intolerable. At this time, senior brother Chu asked Vong Sin again, "Is it helpful for us to just wait here?" Vong Sin said that if it was an insider, to avoid a long night of dreams, he would definitely take action today. Now it's just a matter of seeing which of us is more patient. Having said that, Vong Sin sat on cross-legged and began to release his spirit, covering the entire family manor. Seeing this, senior brother Chu could not help but exclaim. He did not expect that 5Vu's spiritual sense could cover the entire courtyard. Do not say that my current cultivation level is not as good as his. Even if I were, I still would not have such a spiritual sensing technique. If that's the case, then let me fully assist 5Vu. Suddenly, Vong Sin's spiritual senses sensed that someone was approaching the upstairs where Lysuthian was resting. I only saw at this time outside Lysuthian's upstairs. A security guard was holding a flashlight, secretly looking east and west, then took out a small tip from his pocket, bit his finger, and dripped blood onto that small tip. The next second, a cloud of dark green smoke flew out from inside the top, turning into a huge, ferocious demon hovering above the security guard's head. Then one person and one ghost headed towards the upstairs building where Lysuthian lived. Just as the tier ghost stretched out its sharp claws and was about to directly break through the door suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. The tier ghost was burned by the golden light and let out a shrill scream. The security guard was also startled. It's few luck Vodang again. Lysuthian has indeed prepared a defense, but although few luck can prevent ghosts, can it protect against me, a living person? The vitality of heaven and earth is restored. The gun-wielding policeman does not believe in evil when he encounters a real Taoist cultivator, but sees the other person as a scammer. I thought I was leaning back, but I actually bumped into a ghost. I almost peed my pants. The first time Vong Sun went down the mountain to exorcise evil spirits, he cut down 70 or 80 ghosts, but no matter how powerful the fuck lock Dharma was, in the end it could only prevent evil spirits, not internal demons. Just as the guard was about to push the door in, a cold light suddenly flashed. Vong Sin swung his sword and stabbed at the guard, but he did not expect that the guard would cleverly crash into the door and avoid this sword strike, and the devil's tear was originally floating above the guard's head. At this time, he appeared behind Vong Sun, raised his giant fist, and fiercely smashed down on Vong Sun. But what a hit was only an afterimage. The next second, Vong Sun appeared in front of Lee Ghost, decisively swung his sword, and slashed towards its neck, only hearing a king sound. This sword strike was like cutting into stone, not causing any harm to Lee Ghost. Suddenly, a noise came from Lysuthian's room. Vong Sen immediately realized something was wrong, immediately stepped on the demon's back, and jumped straight to the second floor. At this moment, Lysuthian was waking up from a daze. The guard held a dagger and intended to kill someone. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Vong Sin promptly took action to save him, but that guard did not intend to let him go. Stepping back, he threw poisonous needles, made from raspberries, at Lysuthian. Right at this moment, Vong Sun used Chan Guyan to control the poisonous needles, then swung his sword to knock them all down. Watching the poisonous needles fall, Vong Sin discovered that this needle contained yin, an evil true essence. As long as it got a little bit into the old man's Menman, I'm afraid it would be difficult for the gods to save. This evil cultivator is so cruel. The other guard held a dagger in his hand and said fiercely, "Disciple Vodang, do not talk too much." Vong Sin pointed his sword at him, inciting the devil to harm people. Using it as a threat, deserves to be beheaded. Seeing threats does not work. The guard resolutely took action and struggled with Vong Sun, but after a few moves, the guard suddenly stopped and began chanting a spell. The next second, the demon broke through the window and rushed straight towards Lysuthian. Seeing this, Vong Sun could not help but think, this person would rather pull my leg himself than let the devil take Lysuthian's life. What enmity is there between them? But no matter what, we still have to save people first. In the blink of an eye, Vong Sin came to Lysuthian's side, swung his sword, and stabbed the demon's stomach, forcing it to retreat. At the same time, he also calculated in his heart, just now I felt a fluctuation in True Yuan, so I quickly ran over. Senior brother Chu must have noticed it too. He's on his way. In that case, before senior brother comes, just let me hold off this one person and one ghost. The other guard saw that Vong Sin had once again protected Lysuthian and decided not to stay any longer. Immediately controlled the Li Ghost to attack Vong Sin again. Vong Sun was not willing to be weak, following the 7 stars method to avoid the Li Ghost's attack, while also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly Vong Sin jumped up, put all of his true essence into the sword. One sword slashed down on the demon's tears, cutting it in half, only to hear a puff. The dagger in the guard's hand also exploded. Vong Sin took advantage of the victory and rushed forward, slashing 3 swords of energy. The guard had no time to dodge and was directly sent flying out. With the guard falling, the ghost's tears gradually disappeared, but unexpectedly, the guard was at a dead end and directly sacrificed his soul to fuse with that demon. Immediately, Li Ghost's body grew several times larger. Sharp spikes sprouted from his body, and a pile of skulls surrounded him. Vong Sen could not help but think to himself, how many souls did that evil cultivator use to create this demonic demon? At the same time, senior brother Chu finally ran over with the security staff and loudly called into the room, "Feivu, are you okay?" Vong Sin heard the sound and immediately jumped out of the window, then threw Lysuthian to brother Chu, telling him to protect Lysuthian well and take the Lei family as far away from here as possible. Next, he swung his sword again to slash at Li Ghost, but Van Ian's fort was not to defeat demons. Dealing with this type of ghost spirit is not very effective. It is more effective to use Fu Luck like the Thian Chong and Liu Van Chi. Thinking of this, Vong Sin immediately had an idea, used the 7 stars technique, avoiding the attack of the ghost, while loudly shouting, "Senior brother, quickly give me your uncle's Fu Luck." Chu Ung Long heard that and quickly searched. Lysuthian also turned around and ordered his subordinates, quickly go and get all the Fu Luck leaves pasted in other places here. And at this time, Vong Sin already has a countermeasure when facing this ferocious demon. Since he cannot kill it, then destroy it to death. Immediately use the 7 stars technique, virtualize countless afterimages, open the 7 stars sword formation to surround the Li Ghost, use spells to trim its soul power, and use the sword formation to imprison its body. At this time, senior brother Chu finally brought Fu Luck over. Vong Sun grabbed it, preparing to use Fu Luck to destroy the ghosts, only to see Vong Sun wave his hand. Countless Fu Luck leaves flew out. Vong Sun used Changyun's sword energy to penetrate Fu Luck, launching the sword and Fu Luck to attack together. Next, he saw Fu Luck hitting the Li Ghost's body, causing a fierce fire to flare up. Finally, the Li Ghost's entire body burst into golden flames, emitting a pitiful scream. Seeing this, Vong Sun nodded slightly in his heart. Fu Luck is indeed effective. The evil cultivator in that attic must have also lost his sanity. Otherwise, the Li Ghost could not leave Layman Lai alone. In that case, as long as he keeps consuming like this, he will definitely be able to destroy the Li Ghost. But just as Vong Sin and Laquai struggled, something happened to senior brother Shu on this side. A group of policemen suddenly rushed in with guns in hand, saying that they had received a report that someone wanted to cause harm to old Mr. Lai. Vong Sin sensed these people through his spiritual thoughts and quickly shouted loudly, "Brother, stop them, do not let them get involved. Give me another 15 minutes. This thing would not last long." At the same time, La Suthian was standing at the door explaining to the fat captain, "There really are ghosts, they really do not fool people." But the fat captain did not believe it at all and said, bluntly, "What era is this? What's so weird about it?" At this moment, he only heard a whoosh sound. Chu Ung Long suddenly appeared next to him, smilingly explained, "Uncle Police, I only need 20 minutes to dispel the ghost tears. Please do not be hasty." But the Faptin just thought he was a charlatan. While coaxing the old man, telling a few people to guard, he immediately wanted to rush in. Chu Ung Long quickly dodged the people who wanted to stop him, but he did not expect that this fat captain not only did not listen to the advice, but also pulled out the pistol from his waist and directly pressed the muzzle to his forehead. Then, using the excuse of obstructing official duties, he ordered people to temporarily detain him. And the reason this fat captain dared to do so, because since Inyan Kai I recovered, the Dai Ho government ordered police to carry guns when on duty, and in special cases were allowed to shoot. Seeing that Chu Ung Long could not stop these people, he could only sigh helplessly. That's it. Just let them in and open their eyes. Just waiting for these policemen to walk through the door. The sight before them scared them so much that their legs went weak. One by one they screamed in terror. There really is a ghost. As for Li Ghost, after seeing the living person, he immediately picked up a rock and threw it at them. Seeing that the rock was about to hit several people, Chu Ung Long outside the door quickly unlocked the handcuffs, quickly dodged around in front of the fat captain, performed a Tai move to use force to attack, threw the rock in another direction, then turned around and smiled and said, "Officers, the devil is hot-tempered. Please do not provoke it." The fat captain heard this and was immediately stunned. His subordinates asked the captain what to do now. This matter was beyond the scope of their handling. The fat captain tried to act calm and said, "What are you panicking about? You guys first report the situation here to headquarters. The others hold their position. Coordinate with the leader inside to shoot the demon." Chu Ung Long heard this and quickly spoke up to stop. Slowly, regular bullets cannot hurt the demon. It will only stimulate its ferocity. The ghost is afraid of positive energy. To destroy it, we must find some objects that carry positive energy. Can I get some rooster blood? The best thing is evil chicken blood. The fat captain heard this and immediately sent someone to look for him. But not long after, Vong Sen's few luck here had been used up. And when he saw the ghost attacking again, he immediately had no choice. Fortunately, at this time senior brother Chu threw out a large pile of chicken blood. All of it fell on the demon's body. Immediately after, he saw the thick layer of spiritual armor on the demon's body gradually melt, turning into strands of smoke. Seeing that the rooster's blood was indeed effective, everyone was very happy, but at this time the leprechaun was not completely defeated. On the contrary, because of the injury, it was completely ferocious, rushing towards them. In an urgent situation, Chu Ung Long decisively took action, summoning the Dharma body of Chanvu Great Emperor. He blocked a blow from the demon, and at the same time sent it flying out. But he was also thrown several meters away. But it seemed to have created an opportunity for his junior brother, only to see Vong Sun jump up, pressing Chan Nigian's entire body into the sword, using the 7 stars falling sword technique. It stabbed into the acupuncture points on Ghost's body. After performing a set of sword techniques, he saw 7 sword kai on Ghost's body instantly, connected to each other, then suddenly exploded, emitting a blinding white light, and Ghost also gradually disappeared in the white light. But not long after defeating the demon, Vong Sun was also overexhausted by the true yuan in his body. He suddenly lost his strength and fainted. Although he did not stay in a coma for too long, after waking up he still felt a bit exhausted. After a little breathing, his state gradually recovered. After going through this great battle, he also gained unexpected gains. Now he was standing in front of the door of the conception realm, and it seemed like this trip was not in vain. But at this moment, there was suddenly a knock outside the door, and Vong Sin opened the door to look. They were 2 people he did not know. 2 people claiming to be members of the special investigation team, specializing in handling the incident of evil spirits, causing injuries. The female name was Mu Ngayat, the male name was Dayangu. Moreover, Mu Ngayat was also a fan of Vong Sun. After Vong Sin agreed, he immediately picked up his phone and took a few photos with Vong Sin. Then, when reminded by Vong Sun, he remembered that there was still something important to discuss. He hummed twice to indicate, "Actually, our team leader wants to talk to you. Please wait a moment. Someone will send you a video call. I'll be waiting outside. When you finish talking, you can call me." Sure enough, not long after, Vong Sun received a video call, but when he pressed listen and saw the appearance of the person opposite, he gasped in surprise and called out, "Master, do you know that monks who have become monks can actually get married and have children? For example, Wuding Mountain Taoist is possible." Looking at the woman in the video opposite, Vong Sun remembered the Chonggyang festival the first year he went to the mountain. At that time, he was dragged by his master to drink a bunch of wine. The drunk master told him, "In the future, if you want to get married, just get married. If you want to have children, just get married. The teacher is very enlightened. As long as you are faithful to your wife, nothing will happen." Vong Sun wondered why the teacher suddenly said this. The teacher then borrowed alcohol and told story from the past. It turned out that that year, Van Nam too once loved a girl, but was opposed by his master. At that time, he wanted to beg his master. But that girl had a strong temper and left directly, and since then disappeared for more than 10 years without any news. It was not until that year that someone sent 2 photos to Then Hiam to that Nam 2 actually found out that he and Vong Sin were about the same age. The woman in front of him was the monk in the photo. When Vong Sin saw that the other person was not saying anything, he hesitated and called out, "Master." The woman in the video opposite sighed softly. You can call me aunt, but there's something I want to ask you for help with. You can send a message to your master on my behalf, telling him if he still cares about his daughter, he should come see me soon." Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately thought that the little junior sister might have encountered some monks who were entangled with her. She immediately took out her phone, called the master, then turned on the speakerphone, happily thinking if only she could have a direct conversation. The master certainly has a way to get back to the teacher, but just a moment later, a familiar reminder sound came from the other end of the line. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable." Vong Sun asked for a moment, then quickly explained to the teacher, "That's probably because master's signal is not very good. Please contact senior sister. Do not be in a hurry." Having that, Vong Sin immediately sent a message to senior sister, asking senior sister where master was going. Senior sister quickly sent an emoticon. Master said he left a letter and then ran away without saying a word. "Take a photo of the letter and send it to me. See for yourself." As soon as Vong Sun looked at the contents of the letter, it turned out that his master was about to be promoted to Kim Dan and needed to be in seclusion for a while. So he ran to Zhongnanshan and said that, after returning, he would lead them to show off and take them flying. Looking at the content of the letter, Vong Sun only felt speechless. "Master, this person is destined to be alone forever. The opportunity to be promoted is too coincidental." Thinking of this, He sighed, briefly told the situation to the senior sister, then walked out of the room and asked Mu and Gayet when they would depart. My senior sister will also participate in this action. Let's go back to Vodang to pick her up first. At the same time, Vong Sen also thought in his heart, my master and his wife and children will naturally not stand by and watch when something happens to their sister. But the teacher took the initiative to contact us. It seems like it's really a bit of trouble. But even if it's a tiger's den and a dragon's mouth, I still have to save my sister. After that, several people immediately prepared to go to Wuding Mountain to pick up their sister. Vong Sen also learned from Mu and Gayet's mouth that the father and brother of the evil cultivator guard had died in a mine accident years ago. Because that mine was the property of the Lei family, so he immediately targeted Lei Suthian for revenge. At this time, Mu and Gayet suddenly received a text message from her colleague. Just then, the security guard who intended to kill that person had died, and his death was extremely tragic. Vong Sin looked the way the guard died in the photo, along with the Taiji-like mark on his arm, and judged that the guard must have died from yin-yang blood loss. This type of goo worm depends on the mutual induction of yin and yang. Ancient books record they can increase the sensitivity of the person hit by the go, and can also cause the opponent to die thousands of miles away. As for this symbol, it looks like a Tai-Chi pattern, but it's not. It's most likely the pattern of the organization behind it. So it said that Mu Gayet can investigate from this aspect. Moreover, from the yin-yang goo worm, the Tai-Chi pattern, and also the wooden dagger magic weapon that it destroyed before. These three things are enough to prove that a certain evil cult organization has become large-scale. I'm afraid they have to quickly contact the big mountain sects. Hearing that, Mu and Gayet also realized the seriousness of the matter, quickly told Vong Sun to wait for her to notify her colleagues, while Vong Sun stood there with a solemn face. After all, it was related to the secret of his past life, and he was not comfortable revealing it completely. I just hope this time we can prevent it in advance. After all, what they were facing this time was the Yin-Yang sect, which in their previous life had almost overthrown the entire world, so Vong Sun had no choice but to be cautious. The next day, Vong Sun successfully picked up his sister and officially set out to rescue her. In the car, Mu and Gayet looked at Mok Van Hoyen with glowing eyes. Fairy Tubat Nungu was so beautiful. Her figure was beautiful, her skin was white, there really were no dead ends. Seeing that Mu and Gayet was a bit too enthusiastic, Vong Sen quickly explained that the senior sister was a person under the master's command, not a bad person. While eating the food, the senior sister said, This statement was a bit offensive to Mu and Gayet, but on the way, Vong Sen finally learned the truth of that special investigation team from Mu and Gayet's mouth. It turns out that ancient martial arts used martial arts to suppress chaos, but now they use Dharma to overturn the sky. Cultivating civilization is rising. The secular natural world also needs a privileged organization to maintain worldly order, and the special investigation team, led by the monk, is considered one of the privileged departments that Dai Ho Kingdom established to deal with the religious world, specializing in supervising the religious world to reconcile the conflict between the religious and secular worlds, but because this time the incident involved the biological daughter of their group leader, so it was not convenient for them to say much. Hoping that Vong Sen would not mind, Vong Sen smiled and said it was okay. This matter is also a personal matter for us. After all, it is not only your leader's daughter, but also our junior sister. Hearing that, Mu and Gayet and Daengu were both stunned. After reacting, they guessed the relationship between their group leader and leader Than Nam too. Mu and Gayet was so excited, he did not expect there to be a melon this big. Not long after, the few people finally arrived at the mission location this time, which also the university, where little sister was studying. Next, they would be assigned to Vong Sun and senior sister. The teenager who had just entered college had become the common enemy of all the male students just because he not only had a beautiful senior sister as his official girlfriend, but also a beautiful senior sister to give him an embrace. According to the intelligence provided by Moongayat, there are monks who have infiltrated the university campus, spreading religious practices in a multi-level form. Little junior sister was also one of the students who was enticed. Currently, heaven and earth's vitality has just recovered. Cultivating the path is still a secret to the outside world. At this time, trying to propagate religious practice, it is difficult to say that there are no other intentions. What Vong Sin and the others had to do was disguise themselves as a couple of international students to enter the school, investigate the whereabouts of the other monk, and save the little junior sister. Not long after enrolling, the senior sister sent a message. She discovered the remnants of the spirit pill in the junior sister's room, probably caused by the talisman. Ask Vong Sun what to do next. Vong Sin told senior sister not to fight snakes or grass for the time being. If possible, give her a chance to get to know little junior sister first. Senior sister quickly sent an emoticon over. It seemed like she was already playing the role and had a lot of fun. As for Vong Sun, he looked at little sister's photo. The younger sister's name is Trivan. This year she is a second-year majoring in commercial economics. According to documents provided by Moongayat, there were monks who infiltrated the university campus to preach. The little junior sister was also one of those who were deceived. Because of this, she also had a conflict with the senior sister and cut off contact. Perhaps that's why the teacher could not help but contact the master, hoping she could help save the little sister. After that, Vong Sun and his sister went to the student cafeteria. They originally planned to have their sister come up and start a conversation. This made it difficult for their sister, who was not good at speaking, to talk. Vong Sin advised his sister not to put psychological pressure on her. She is the master's daughter. Do not consider her an outsider. Suddenly, Vong Sun noticed that on the little junior sister's body, true essence appeared. This type of true essence is very similar to the true essence that she cultivated from the miscellaneous techniques in her previous life. It seems that things are not that simple. So she told senior sister to change her plan and let me try contacting senior sister first. Hearing that, the senior sister breathed a sigh of relief. Vong Sin also turned around and slowly approached the junior sister, preparing to open her mouth to start a conversation, when suddenly she heard someone calling her name from behind. So startled, she dropped the phone to the ground. Vong Sun turned around to look back. It turned out to be his former student, Sister Them Thien Lin. He could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that in the next second, the student jumped directly into her arms, with an excited look on his face and said, "It's really you. Why are you here?" Seeing this scene, the senior sister's face immediately turned black. At the same time, the surrounding male students also looked at Vong Sin in surprise, then turned angry. Who is that? Although studying with Sister Them, I still had time to develop a little lover. I just saw that boy seemed to have a girlfriend. I could not help it. I killed him. Seeing that the surrounding boys were about to attack Vong Sun, the older sister quickly explained, "Do not make a fuss. This is my high school student. He once saved my life before." It turned out that in her previous life, her sister was disabled because of a car accident, and Vong Sin helped her overcome danger. Although it was a bit risky, but now seeing her so healthy, Vong Sin feels it was worth it. At this time, Vong Sun suddenly placed his hand on his sister's shoulder, smiling and greeting. His sister's small face was slightly red, but in fact, Vong Sin was not groping him, but was feeling the aura on his sister's body. After discovering that the younger sister had no aura, it was determined that she had nothing to do with little junior sister's affairs. At this moment, someone suddenly asked classmate, "Your phone fell." Vong Sun turned her head to look back. It turned out that her little sister had picked up her phone that she had just dropped and returned it to her. She quickly took the phone, said thank you, and enthusiastically asked, "Classmate, is it convenient to make WeChat friends? To thank you, I'll invite you to dinner later," but was politely refused by the younger sister. Seeing that, the younger sister could not help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. "What's wrong? Did you intentionally throw the phone?" behind someone's back. Vong Sin smiled shyly, quickly changed the subject, introduced his girlfriend to his sister so that the two of them could get to know each other. But senior sister looked at her with a gloomy expression, as if saying, "Are not you going to find out about junior sister's situation? Who is this girl? Is the senior sister's status higher or the senior sister's status higher? How should I communicate with her?" Vong Sun's face was covered in sweat, and he advised his sister to calm down a bit. Afterwards, Vong Sun led the student and senior sister to the small forest, briefly explained the situation to the student, and expressed that he had come to investigate some unstable elements lurking in the school, hoping that the student could provide some clues. When my sister heard the unstable element, she thought for a moment and felt that the school probably did not have this type of person, so Vong Sin asked again, "Has anyone recently invited you to join any strange clubs, for example, related to practicing martial arts, magic, longevity, and even cultivating immortals?" Being asked about this, she suddenly remembered a poster she had seen before, seemingly related to what Vong Sun said, immediately sent to Vong Sun. "This is a poster recruiting members of a club, Supernatural Inspiration Club." Vong Sin looked at the advertising slogan on it and felt that this was exactly what they were looking for. "Immediately get up from the ground. Tell your sister that's enough. I'll tell someone to silently protect you. Next, just pretend you've never met me." And senior sister, Sister Hawk nodded and sent Vong Sin and her sister away, but their backs were strangely lonely. I thought to myself, is that the sister he always mentioned in his messages? No wonder being in the mountains is so fun that you forget heaven and earth. If I had not met your senior sister today, I would have thought you were planning to become a monk. Heaven and earth's vitality was restored. The era of cultivating people began, but unexpectedly, even the hidden rules spread to the cultivator world. After learning information about the Supernatural Inspiration Club from his sister, Vong Sun and his sister began to investigate. That night, in the small forest outside the school, a dozen students gathered in a circle, surrounding a yellow-headed guy in the middle. The yellow-headed guy was still brainwashing them. In this circle, do not criticize the expensive membership fees. Doing anything requires investment. Now you are investing in yourself. Only then can you truly step up to the top and start practicing. At this time, Vong Sun and his senior sister were standing on a tree not far away, with increased cultivation. They heard the conversation, just now clearly. Vong Sun could not help but mutter, "Are they spreading religion or are they spreading multi-level propaganda? The leader does have cultivation in him, but if it's just practice, these people do not violate the rules." Thinking for a moment, Vong Sin still decided to send the photo to Moon Guy at first, telling them to investigate a bit. At this time, senior sister suddenly reminded Vong Sin to look over there. Vong Sin raised his head and asked senior sister, "Is something wrong?" Sister shook her head. Vong Sun looked suspiciously in the direction the sister was pointing, only to see that yellow-haired guy, who was now saying something to a girl with an evil look on her face. Vong Sin heard the content of what he said and immediately lost his words. Can even cultivators play with the hidden rules now? After that, he told the senior sister to continue watching here. He followed to see how it went, and soon the yellowhead led the girl to a deserted alley, extended his pig hand to the girl, and said, "If you follow my wishes, do not talk about the membership fee. I can even find extra medicinal herbs for you. Here we come." The girl's face turned red, and she hesitated a bit. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the front. Shut up, you corrupt sect. You will lose face and shame." An old man with an angry face walked out from the alley. The yellowhead saw this and quickly explained, "Second uncle, no elders. This is the person I just met. Do I want to introduce him to you?" But before he finished speaking, another voice came from above. "Did not expect that the paranormal club even has secret rules to be secretive." Vong Sin swung his sword and rushed down from the sky. Thuan Fat said the sword energy had killed the old man in the blink of an eye. Hong Mao saw that even the second uncle, Ketekan, was killed and immediately ran away. At this time, a cold light flashed. Vong Sin's sword was placed on Hong Mao's neck, telling Hong Mao to reveal their lair, where, early the next morning, Vong Sin beat Hong Mao and then went to a small building. In the small house, there were 4 old men and women making tea and talking, but at this moment Vong suddenly came in to say hello. Elderly elders, good morning. Phi Vu broke his identity. The old men looked at each other and immediately joined forces to throw the tea table at Vong Sin. Vong Sin did not panic at all. Slashing his sword down, the stone table was divided into 2 halves, and immediately after that, he unleashed several sword energies, killing the 3 old men in the blink of an eye. At this time, the old woman hiding behind suddenly threw out a fire talisman, attacking Vong Sin, but unfortunately only hit Vong Sin's afterimage. The next second, Vong Sin appeared behind her, directly used a palm to knock her out, and finished off those 4 overage elders. Vong Sin immediately handed over the scene to Mao Viet, waiting for him to return to school. Mao Viet called again and said the other cultivators had confessed everything. The founder of the Superline Club called himself the Holy Fire One, and they hired a dozen or so cultivators as guardians. Now he is famous in the world, but because of his rich family background, he is like a small mascot, a small leader. Vong Sin told Mao Viet to send me a copy of their documents. I will pay attention to their moves. At the same time, he also had some doubts that the Holy Fire, the super spiritual club, such an organization was no different from a criminal gang with a religious background. What is their goal after all? Do you simply want to make money? But no matter what, I have to quickly pull my junior sister out of this mud, otherwise I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Just as Vong Sin was thinking, a finger suddenly poked him in the face. Vong Sin turned his head and saw his senior sister pointing at him, seemingly saying, "Junior brother is a bad guy, do not let me fight." Vong Sin smiled, picked up a piece of potato chip, and put it in his sister's mouth. "Senior sister, it's time to find junior sister." In the evening, the 2 of them invited their junior sister out and explained the general situation as well as their identities. But the younger sister did not believe it at all. "My father has passed away 20 years ago. There are no disciples." Vong Sin did not explain much, but directly gave the photo his master kept with him to her. In the photo are him and her mother. After that, Vong Sin showed his junior sister a previous video call with his nun. Knowing the truth, the junior sister had a hard time accepting it, so she covered her face and sobbed. Seeing this, the senior sister next to her immediately panicked. She did not know how to comfort others. At this moment, in the grass not far away, a bow and arrow was aimed at them. A whoosh sounded and the arrow shot. Fortunately, the senior sister reacted in time, swung her hand and easily blocked it, but the other person saw that the attack failed and immediately wanted to run away. Vong Sin told his senior sister to protect his junior sister. He went to chase after him, at the same time thinking to himself, can this group of people finally not be able to hold back anymore? The natural energy of heaven and earth was restored, and the entire people opened an era of cultivating immortals. There is also a pagan religious organization called Jepgeoixadone that recruits people from universities. Vong Sin discovered and destroyed a nest of them. His sister was suddenly assassinated. Seeing that the person behind the scene finally appeared, Vong Sin chased after and informed Mao Viet. Upon receiving the news, Mao Viet immediately ordered the groups to prepare for battle, blocking the school's exits, making sure not to let the enemy escape. Not long after, Vong Sin unleashed a sword energy that knocked the opponent to the ground, but unexpectedly, as soon as the opponent got up, he directly threw a series of poisonous needles from the tree roots. Vong Sin easily waved his hand to block it, but toxic smoke rose from his hand. There was poison on this silver needle. Immediately after that, I saw the other person trembling and took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. I saw the other person continuously taking out medicinal pills that also had poisonous needles that could temporarily cause the conception stage to lose the ability to move. Vong Sin knew this woman's background was not small, so he decided to capture her to exploit information. After that, He immediately came behind the woman, squeezed her neck, lifted her up directly, removed all her meridians and air Cs, then casually threw her to the ground, leaving the rest to the teacher. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. This is a murderous aura that conflicts with the Doist practice. Vong Sin turned his head and saw two masked people, one tall and one short, appearing not far away, slowly moving towards him. This little brother, this woman stole something that originally belonged to us. Can you give her to us? We will definitely not mistreat you. Vong Sun looked at the tattoos on their necks, immediately realized that they were members of the Yin-Yang sect, and firmly answered the woman. No way. The short man among the two, Van Ian, scratched his head. Do you know that today you will poke the person who should not be teased the most? Having said that, the murderous aura on the two people rushed in. Vong Sen was not willing to be weak. He condensed a sword aura to destroy it. He said coldly again, if I say no, I cut not. While talking, the sword energy around Vong Sun was rampant, instantly dispelling the surrounding murderous aura, and this also attracted the tall man's interest. He planted his sword in the ground, then rushed forward, swinging a palm to slash at Vong Sun's afterimage. The attack failed. The tall man immediately changed direction and slashed towards Vong Sun's body. Vong Sun also did not expect the opponent to be able to keep up with his that ton bow. It seems that the other person not only has a loud voice, but actually has some real bravery. Then he condensed the sword point in his hand, launching a high-speed sword energy counterattack. After a few moves, Vong Sin also realized that if the opponent could not deal with him barehanded, I'm afraid he's really hard to resist now. However, just as the two were struggling, Vong Sin's eyes suddenly glanced. The short man was about to take the woman away. Vong Sin silently cried out that something was wrong and immediately launched a massive attack towards the tall man as if preparing a move to determine victory or defeat. The tall man was indeed caught in the trap and began to accumulate great moves. Vong Sin took this opportunity to turn and rush towards the short man. The short man did not dare to confront him head-on, so he quickly turned around to defend and was knocked back several meters. Vong Sin picked up the woman from the ground, looked at the two masked people in front of him, and silently lamented in his heart that there was already an expert in the Thai realm. The Yin-Yang sect is certainly not ordinary, but this woman is an important clue to the super spiritual club. I cannot let her die here. At this moment, the tall man suddenly said, enough of playing, then grabbed it freely. As soon as the sword was planted on the ground, it automatically left the sheath and reached his hand, only to see him placing the sword horizontally in front of him and speaking coldly. Speed battle wins. Having said that, he jumped into the air and swung his sword down. The murderous aura turned into three giant snakes that attacked Vong Sun. Vong Sun carried the woman and quickly dodged. At the same time, he also saw that this knife and the murderous aura complemented each other and could not be welcomed. But while avoiding the knife, he was also secretly attacked. Just as Vong Sun avoided the tall man's attack, he was suddenly attacked again. It turned out that the short man had secretly attacked him. Vong Sun did not have time to dodge and could only welcome him and was directly sent flying out. At this moment, the tall man suddenly appeared in front of him, slashing straight down at his face. Right at this moment, a tree branch covered with true essence suddenly flew forward, hitting the hand of the tall man who wanted to swing his sword. Then a pair of white, jade-like hands appeared in front of the tall man's chest, and a palm strike directly sent the tall man flying. It turned out that the senior sister had arrived. Vong Sen also breathed a sigh of relief, accepted the tree branch that the senior sister gave her, expressing, they are bad people. Hearing that, the senior sister's eyes immediately became sharper. She rushed forward to directly, performing Tai Chi Quan, her right hand showing the Tai Chi pattern, blocked the short man's murderous attack. At this time, the tall man behind him wanted to sneak attack, so Vong Sin grabbed a tree branch and rushed forward. The tall man quickly pulled out his sword and slashed back at Vong Sin's afterimage. Immediately after that, The two of them fought fiercely. No longer worried, the senior sister started to use all her strength. True essence turned into each hand and hit the dwarf, directly causing him to vomit blood and fly back out. But at this moment, the dwarf aimed at the little junior sister. The murderous aura condensed into a pair of large hands that grabbed the little junior sister. The little junior sister cried out in fear. Luckily, at the critical moment, senior sister promptly deployed the yin-yang Tukigood aura great formation, blocking this flow of murderous aura from outside. Seeing that he could not fight back, the short guy told the tall guy to go quickly. If he did not go, he would have to pay for his life here today. Hearing that, the tall man immediately slashed his sword and forced Vong Sun back. Then Lang Kong jumped up. Before leaving, he did not forget to say cruel words. Your junior swordsmanship is not bad. Another day, I will fight you for 300 rounds. Hearing that, the senior sister could not help but rush forward and prepare to give them 2 slaps, but was stopped by Vong Sin. Sister, the first thing we need to do is protect little sister. Moon Guyat has received the intelligence. The next is their mission. But as soon as Vong Sun turned around, his sister's eyes were filled with tears. It seems to say that the senior sister is useless. She can clearly hold them back. Master will definitely scold me. Vong Sun rubbed his sister's head to comfort her. Senior sister not only defeated the enemy, but also protected junior sister. So powerful. I finished comforting my sister. Vong Sun looked at the branch in his hand and thought to himself, I hope that after this fierce battle, junior sister can understand something. After that, because the Lei family had demons, the special investigation team began to deal with the yin-yang sect, but even so, they still could not capture the 2 evil cultivators, only beating one to death, and the female monk captured by Vong Sun was named Nigok Tri Vu, originally an outer disciple of Then Kok. Half a year ago, he was bribed by the yin-yang sect to steal secrets from the sect. When the story was exposed, he was hunted down and killed. Just when he was about to be arrested, Ningok Trivu was saved by the holy fire, having the opportunity to join the psychic club. The 2 sides continued to feud. Last night's scene also came from there, but for Vong Sin and the others, now is just the beginning of trouble. But after knowing everything, the teacher directly gave the younger sister a slap in the face. Hate to beat iron and not become steel. Why did I give birth to an idiot like you? Are you really that stupid, or are you trying to make me see this on purpose? Are so many years of studying useless? If they were not there, you would be dead now. Do you know? Having said that, the corners of the monk's eyes could not help but tear up, and she raised her hand to attack again. But this time Vong Sin stopped her. Master, please calm down your anger. Sister is just being fascinated by people. The nun gritted her teeth, let go of Vong Sin's hand, turned around to leave, and at the same time ordered the deputy team member to guard the door. Within 2 hours to give her the results of the interrogation of the junior sister. Regarding this matter, Vong Sin could only sigh helplessly. As the saying goes, raising a child is not as good as a father. In this matter, the master and wife are not without responsibility. After that, she smiled and squatted down in front of her little sister to comfort her. Junior sister, wait for me to explain clearly, then come back to the mountain with us. Experience true practice, and by the way, meet your biological father. Hearing that, the little junior sister stopped crying, and the junior sister probably also wanted to keep the junior sister away from the quagmire. So she quickly agreed to Vong Sin's proposal. Wuding Mountain's aura was pure and fresh. In addition to the enthusiastic reception from fellow disciples, the junior sister's mood gradually became happier. But at night, she still could not help but ask Vong Sun, senior brother, when will my father come home? Vong Sin thought about it. This is very difficult to talk about. The Kim Dan that the master broke through is Thean Dao Thean Kiem. It is not easy to overcome. What's up? If there's anything wrong, just tell me. And senior sister bowed her head and said in a low voice, right now you're working to atone for your sins. Do not want to embarrass your mother, and do not want to affect her work. If possible, I want to quickly learn some bravery to work in that special investigation team. As soon as Vong Sin heard that the little sister had such a heart, it was not in vain that they worked hard to persuade her. Then it is said that cultivating the path focuses on cultivating virtue first, then cultivating the mind, and then cultivating the Dharma. Your father once taught me that cultivating the Tao means pursuing the realm of the Tao, not powerful magic. Your own Tao is the foundation. Do not confuse the point. Having finished speaking, Vong Sen turned around, picked up the dishes, and prepared to leave. At the same time, he thought to himself that, although he had left the quagmire, his junior sister still had unresolved questions, hoping that his master could return soon and use warm words to warm her up. Do not know about this special investigation team over there. How is it progressing? But at the same time, in a certain university dormitory, a guy wearing glasses was surfing the web, looking for interesting games, and suddenly saw a game called Holy Fire, which reminded him to click to join. The natural energy of heaven and earth is recovered. The civilization of cultivating immortals has risen again. Long Ho-sun intends to inform the whole country through the internet, wanting to publicly auction Thean Su Fu Luck. After temporarily ending the outside matters, Vong Sin does not have many problems. The next day, he continued to practice. Entering the conception stage, the giant god stage was to use his spiritual mind to perceive heaven and earth, and begin to make himself initially in harmony with heaven and earth. The conception stage was able to autonomously control the relationship with heaven and earth, thereby absorbing vital energy. When the inner cycle and outer heaven connect with each other, the conception realm can be achieved. How to complete that perfect and leak-free cycle is the direction that Vong Sin is trying, but at this moment, he suddenly heard Senior Brother Chu's voice. He opened the door to see that it was indeed Senior Brother Chu, along with Doist Cao Su Han. Vong Sin quickly bowed to Senior Uncle Cao. This time, Senior Uncle Cao also came to hear that Master Vong Sin came, practicing Taoist martial arts, prepared to give him some pointers. This made Vong Sin unable to help but exclaim. That year, when he went up the mountain, he originally wanted to worship Master Uncle Cao as his teacher, but he did not expect that fate would lead him to meet Master and Sister. Perhaps life is like that, gain and loss in the midst of just one wonderful word. After watching the 7-star sword formation that Vong Sin performed, Uncle Cao stepped forward and began to comment, "Your kendo realm is very deep. Moreover, your path and mine are not the same. It is not convenient for me to point out, but since the founding of the mountain, Vodang has passed down a set of 7 stars sword formation. There are many differences with your 7 stars sword battle set. Please look carefully." Master Uncle Cao began to demonstrate the 7 stars sword formation. After watching, Vong Sin's face was filled with surprise. Although this sword formation had something in common with the 7 stars sword formation, it was not the same sword technique. Tam Koi kept the middle gate. A Tam Thu wandered in all directions. Master Uncle Cao is truly an expert who has immersed himself in swordsmanship for 20 or 30 years. Compared to him, my understanding is too shallow. Master learns too many random things, does not follow one path. Master follows the pure path of sword cultivation. With his guidance, I can definitely go one step further. So after Uncle Cao finished performing, Vong's son immediately came forward to ask for advice, hoping that his uncle could guide him in his practice. But Master Cao humbly said, "It's okay if we exchange moves. Your current cultivation level may not be below mine. Try the trick." Seeing this scene, the little junior sister in the house opened her eyes in excitement, asking in disbelief, "Is Senior Brother that powerful?" Senior Sister smiled and nodded, and from that day on, every few days Senior Uncle Cao would come here with Vong Sen to discuss and compliment each other's shortcomings. These past few days, Vong Sin also benefited a lot until one day, when the two of you were in the middle of a discussion, there was suddenly a burst of laughter from outside the door. "It's okay for you two to discuss, but if you fight like this, do not hurt anyone." Vong Sin and Master Cao turned their heads to look back together. Master Cao exclaimed in surprise. Master, why are you here? After that, I just listened to the people stroking their beards and laughing. My uncle and teacher all said that guy Van Ham too was lucky enough to pick up a famous sword. I have been practicing swords all my life. Of course I had to come and see, comment. Vong Sin quickly bowed to his master. But in his heart he was extremely panicked. His master, is not he the senior sect leader, with the highest status on the mountain? The master smiled, told Vong Sin not to need to be formal, then sat down on the chair next to him and began to give instructions to Vong Sin and the two of them. The two of you are too attached to the sword. Let's talk about it. Do not hurt each other. If it's too tight, it will break, and a mistake will damage the opponent's props. Okay, let's go. So Vong Sun and his Uncle Ko began to continue discussing, at the same time secretly thinking in their hearts, former Grandmaster Tian is a person who is declared by the Thean board to be taboo for the entire cultivating world, but seniors like the master rarely appear and naturally do not appear on the board, so they can receive his guidance. Truly the creation of seniors like me. At this time, the master began to point out to Vong Sun next to him, heaven and earth do not have me, given the square inch of land, to accommodate myself. Heaven and earth should have me, to accommodate the spirit and spirit of my life. Receive instructions from a tutor. At this moment, Vong Sin seemed to realize something. In an instant, the surrounding vital energy gathered towards him. He just took a deep breath. The vital energy immediately entered his body through the aura, finally reaching a peak. Vong Sin immediately shouted loudly, breaking through to the conception realm small city. After breaking through, Vong Sin could feel the spirituality in his body continuously growing. The true essence was also more pure. This was probably the conception realm, but the urgent task at hand was to immediately consolidate the realm. Prepare well for the attack on Kim Dan. At this time, the master looked at Vong Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, consolidating his realm. In his hand, a stream of true essence condensed, directly pressing down on the top of Vong Sun's head. Master Cao immediately understood that his master wanted to stay and instruct Fivu, so he took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. After that, the master spoke again, gathered his thoughts, calmed down his mind, concentrated on enlightenment. The old Taoist had been using the sword for many years. Today he gave this Tao to you, hoping you would understand it well. The 6 realms of sword Tao, the first 3 stages: sword form, sword intent, sword world, which are the foundation of sword Tao. Most people who achieve sword cultivation practice by following these 3 steps first, then calm themselves down. As for the 4th realm of New Kim, they need to choose a sword embryo and use their own spiritual thoughts to nourish them under the moonlight at night to achieve the technique of flying swords. The 5th realm of the sword heart, before leaving the sword, leaves the sword. The visible becomes invisible. The sword can be endless and can also be infinitely sharp. As for the 6th realm of sword support, take the heart sword as the sword soul and the Dao Q as the sword bone. Once he left the heaven-defying retreat, not long after Vong Sin opened his eyes again, comprehending the 6 realms of swordsmanship that his master had just taught. Perhaps not all of the swordsmanship, but it clearly showed him a long way to go. From now on, he should slowly understand it. At this moment, his master's voice rang out in his head again. I gave you a piece of sword intent. Please understand it well. This was his master's Tao realm inheritance. Vong Sin could hardly contain the excitement in his heart, opened his eyes wide, and then fainted. Luckily, his sister appeared in time to hug him. Then the senior sister signaled the junior sister to keep quiet, hugged Vong Sin, and went into the house, while the senior sister happily muttered, excitedly holding the phone to record the precious moment of the eldest sister holding the princess and the second senior brother. After that, Vong Sun entered the conception realm, acknowledged his understanding, slept for a whole day before waking up. But what made him unexpected was that the sword intention that the master casually gave to him was actually a dual knee sword intent, strong and soft, yin and yang, spring and autumn, horizontal and vertical, could be called dual Ni. The master only passed down sword intent, also because Vong Sen had entered the world of Sword World, and for no reason had the extremely mysterious Long Ningkai sword Dharma. He also clearly understood the path he had to take in the future. After returning to the mountain in just 20 days, Vong Sen had taken a big step forward on this path of swordsmanship. From now on, the sword would be his magic weapon, and also his Dharma protector, and even more the support for him to stand between heaven and earth. But such peaceful days did not last long. Muangayat called again. Chief Vong, things are not going well. A few hours ago, the Holy Fire made a nationwide announcement through a deep encryption network. They want to auction the Thian Su Fuck Lockdao city of Long Ho Mountain, upper middle 2 volumes. Upon hearing this, Vong Sen opened his eyes wide in surprise, unconsciously asked, "Where is Heavenly Master Fuck Lock sold? How much?" Is there only 2 upper middle volumes? But as soon as he said it, he realized that he was a bit out of control. Now it was no longer the needy days like in his previous life. Why did he need Thian Master Fuck Loff? So he quickly cleared his throat twice to relieve the awkwardness and asked, "What is Long Ho Sun's reaction? Have you been in contact yet?" While searching for documents, Moon Gayet replied, "Yes, moreover, we have also determined the identity of the Holy Fire person, which is Xich Han, the person who intended to gain the Dao name of Long Ho Sun, once worshipped Thian Chine Dao of Long Ho Sun as a teacher, but a year ago was discovered because of his intention to steal the authority of Thian Master Fuck Loff, seriously injuring a disciple and then fleeing. Now Thian Chine Dao leader has already brought someone, but I'm afraid other sects will also send people." After hearing this, Vong Sen unconsciously thought the other person's Dao name is Xich Han, and also from Thian Chine Dao leader. Is he the senior brother of the Thian Chong? As for people from other sects sending people, it's not strange. After all, the Heavenly Master Secret Luck is the foundation of Long Ho Mountain. Surely there are many sects secretly looking at it, and this is also what Mu and Gayet and the others are worried about. Once they get out of control, I'm afraid the whole cultivating world will be affected. We'll be in trouble. As a precaution, they can only go to Vong Sin to help stabilize the situation, but this matter is too involved. Vong Sin can only say that he will think of a way if Taoist Hokak and Dao Than Dao come forward. Neither he nor his senior sister could say anything. If that was the case, then he could only invite his master to come forward. So not long after, Vong Sun arrived at Trung Nam Sun. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he met an old Taoist priest. He opened his mouth and asked if he was Than Nam Tu's disciple. Vong Sun respectfully replied, "Yes, senior, have you ever met my master Than Nam Tu?" The old Taoist picked up his phone and typed a few times, then sent an audio clip to the group chat. "Have you met Taoist friend Than Naham Tu? His disciple Vong Favu has come to find him." Very quickly, someone in the group replied, "Friend Than Ham Tu seems to be staying with leader Tin Van." Director Tin Van also quickly responded, "What about him staying with me? Where is Phai Vu now?" As soon as Vong Sen heard the female voice, he immediately realized that this Doist Tin Van was new. Kundao, the so-called Kundao, was a way of honoring female monks. Thinking of this, he could not help but flash image in his mind. I always felt that the master's wife had a bit of a prairie aura around him. The young man originally came to Zhongnanshan to find his master who was in seclusion to break through. But unexpectedly, he accidentally discovered his master's rival. The two of them were still living together. At this time, Vong Sin had come to the residence of Toist Tin Van under the guidance of the old Taoist. But what made him feel suspicious was that he heard that Taoist Tin Van's cultivation level and qualifications were both extraordinary. Why was there no such character in the Thian table in the previous life? Perhaps because the master chose this place. Doist Tin Van is definitely a Dharma friend whom he trusts. At this time, a voice suddenly echoed in the yard. "Is it Phai Vu coming? If you follow the small path west of the yard, you can reach me." Vong Sun went to the west of the yard, following the voice's instructions, thinking that this must be the practice place of leader Tin Van. Suddenly he discovered that in a cave there was the aura of his master. It seemed that the master was in seclusion inside. Vong Sun immediately prepared to go in and take a look. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Fivu condensed into Kim Dan is quite dangerous. You absolutely must not disturb senior brother Than Nam too now. Is there anything you came to find him this time? It turned out that Doist Tin Van came out from the yard, and considering his strength had reached the Void Dan level, Vong Sen recounted the situation of 1 year and 10 with Doist Tin Van. Knowing the details, Doist Tin Van was also a bit awkward. In this situation, it is indeed difficult for you two juniors to comfort the elders of those sects, but that year Tri Lin's sister-in-law said to go. Brother Than Nem was depressed because of her and the child in her belly. Now she wants senior brother to do his best for her. What logic is this? As soon as Vong Sin heard these words, he was immediately stunned, looking at the appearance of Master Tin Van. Could it be that she also had feelings for her master? At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the front. I saw a large black cloud gathering above the place where Than Nam too retreated. Vong Sin excitedly said, "This is a heavenly tribulation. Master has broken through the golden Dan." Uncle Tin Van placed his hand on his shoulder. "Tell him not to panic. Senior brother Kim Dan has just finished, then needs proceed with the understanding after the breakthrough. Cannot be disturbed. For now only I will take you on a trip, and just recently met Tri Lin's sister-in-law, asking her why she left like that year, causing senior brother Than Nam to separate father and son for 20 years. Hearing that, Vong Sun could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this trip would not be peaceful. Then Vong Sun and senior uncle Tin Van set off. In the car, Vong Sun told Mu Ngayat to explain the specific situation. Mu Ngayat said that currently the last few core members of the Supernatural Inspiration Club have not been able to find their whereabouts. But according to documents, behind the Holy Fire there are evil cultivators secretly manipulating organizations, such as the Thean Ho sect and the Martial God sect. Vong Sun thought for a moment. Among these organizations, only the martial arts cult has some scale. The Martial God sect in his previous life could be said to be a typical pagan organization. He did not expect to encounter them this time. But he was even more concerned about the news of the Yun Yang sect, but Mu Ngayat said that the Yin Yang sect did not show its face. On the contrary, the Martial God sect had a large number of experts mixed into the city. They even loudly announced that they were determined to get the Heavenly Master few luck. Hearing that, Vong Sun could not help but secretly complain in his heart. This Martial God sect actually helped the Yin Yang sect attract firepower. Should I praise them for sacrificing their lives for others? Master Uncle Tin Van next to him looked out the window and said with extreme disgust, "Even though it's not on a large scale, it's still an evil cultivator. Fivu, you and I will go out for a walk later. If you encounter an evil cultivator that harms people, you have to take care of it." Regarding this, Vong Sun is also a bit helpless. Unexpectedly, his uncle had the type of personality that was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with a chivalrous heart, so he had to smile gently and say, "You have a friend who has been paying attention to the surrounding movements lately. Go find him first." And the friend that Vong Sun was talking about was of course Sister Them. The three of them met at the restaurant while eating and chatting. Vong Sun asked her sister if there was anything unusual in school recently. She was a little uncertain and took out her phone and said, "I do not know if this counts. Take a look." Vong Sun took the phone and looked at it, then saw a few comments on the school forum. On what basis can only monks practice? We can still only be ordinary people. This is all a conspiracy of famous mountain righteous factions. Even if you do not have any natural talent, is it still possible to live 100 years without illness or disease? Everyone has the right to practice, so why are the practices and resources being appropriated by monks? Vong Sin looked at these comments and responses. knowing clearly that this was someone blowing the wind to light a fire. Moreover, it was most likely the holy fire. The supernatural inspiration club auctioning the exercises, and now inciting ordinary people. What exactly do they want to do? But just as Vong Sen was thinking, his Uncle Tin Van here actually discovered the situation. Vong Sen and the evil monk put their hands on the girl's shoulders and went out, then immediately took the girl to the hotel and handed it over to a despicable old man who wanted to perform the girl's treatment. At this time, Vong Sen and his uncle Tin Van were hiding outside the door, determined to break down the door and rush in. Master Uncle Tin Van quickly came behind the old man, using both hands to move the true essence to launch an attack, at the same time reminding Vong Sen not to let anyone escape. Vong Sen also followed closely behind and swung out his Thu Dao sword Kai, directly killing that evil cultivator. After settling this side, Vong Sen immediately prepared to help his uncle and deal with that despicable old man. Although his uncle is currently pressing down on that old man to fight, Vong Sen knows that his uncle usually only practices in the mountains and does not have much experience in actual combat. Now he only relies on his cultivation to suppress it. In the long run, I'm afraid there will be problems, so he immediately reminded his uncle, do not show mercy when dealing with the enemy. After hearing this, the uncle resolutely condensed the true essence and hit the old man's chest with a palm, sending the old man flying out, smashing the glass door of the room. But unexpectedly at this time the old man suddenly launched a spiritual attack, roaring, "You ruined my good deeds. I want to destroy your family, kill your entire family, and humiliate to death the female relatives related to you." As soon as these words were spoken, he immediately touched Vong Sen's inverse scales. He immediately picked up his sword and jumped down from a 100-meter-high building. He cultivated the religion to protect his family. If he could not even do this, then what would be the point of being reborn again? Seeing Vong Sen desperately swinging his sword to stab him, the old man was also a little panicked. He also did not expect that Vong Sen, at such a young age, had just entered the conception stage, that he could not be afraid of his spiritual attacks, and that he was even more difficult to deal than that guy named Hu Dan. Immediately condensed his whole body's murderous aura, turned into countless ghost claws, and pounced on Vong Sen. Vong Sen decisively used his strongest move to destroy countless ghost claws, stabbing the old man with a piercing blow, then only heard a loud noise and the two fell to the ground together. Immediately, debris flew everywhere, smoke and dust covered the entire area. Waiting for the smoke to clear, the old man completely died, and Vong Sen lay face down on the ground, looked at the broken sword in his hand, and said sorry. Then his eyes darkened and he fainted. If the dragon touches the scale, he will die. Even if he has to jump from the 18th floor, Vong Sen must also kill this evil cultivator who is threatening his family. At this time in the hospital, Mu Ngayat was reporting the identity of the evil cultivator to the team leader. It turned out that the evil cultivator was once a wanted criminal who had committed countless crimes. He had more than a dozen murders on his body. After the natural energy of heaven and earth recovered, he relied on the evil method of eliminating yin and replenishing yang to become an expert. Not long ago, he became an elder of the martial god sect, Doist Muk and then Thien Ho. Hearing that, the monk breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Vong Sen, and said, "Since the whereabouts of that evil cultivator have been discovered, there are hundreds of ways to deal with him. You really have a sense of social responsibility. Directly jumping down from the 18th floor to give someone a sword." Vong Sen shyly scratched his head. At that time I did not think so much. At this time, Uncle Tin Van came over and coldly snorted. If Faivu had gone down the mountain to help you, how would he have been injured? Seeing that his uncle and his wife looked like they were about to fight, Vong Sen quickly made peace in the middle. The two of them then snorted to each other and turned away. Seeing that, Vong Sen also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fight, but the sister next to him reminded Vong Sen, "Do not worry about others anymore. Your tendons and bones have been injured for 100 days. You should rest well. I have to go back to school. Tomorrow I will stew a pot of bone soup and bring it to you." Vong Sin nodded and thanked his sister. Then he immediately walked out of the hospital. On the main road, a car had been waiting for a long time with 2 bodyguards in front of the car. At this moment, as the car door slowly opened, an old voice came from inside the car. "We've had a hard time finding you, young sect master. It's not convenient for me to get out of the car to pay. My respects, please forgive me." Seeing the old woman in the car, the younger sister was also a bit surprised. "Grandma, why are you here?" But third grandmother said, "We do not feel secure, so we came here to protect you. Young sect master, I'm afraid tonight will not be peaceful." And at the same time, in front of the hospital, all the special investigation team staff were getting ready. According to the information from the investigation, the auction will take place at midnight this morning. Transactions can be made in cash, can also be exchanged through exercises. Thean Master Fucklock belongs to the peak practice of Fuckfap. Of course, it has attracted many practitioners, and because they want to obtain the practice, they are even more likely to kill and rob people, causing injuries to countless ordinary people. Because Vong Sin was injured, he could not come. But fortunately, Uncle Tine Van came forward to help his wife stabilize the situation. With her there, the cooperation between the special investigation team and Long Ho Sun could also proceed smoothly. Now they had already set up a net, just waiting for the holy firemen to appear and capture them in one action. But at this time, Vong Sin in the hospital room suddenly asked Mu Ngayat, "What day and month is today?" Mu Ngayat unconsciously replied, "October 18th. What's wrong?" Receiving such an answer, Vong Sin could not help but fall into thought, recalling what he had done in his previous life at this time. He always felt that this event had something to do with his previous life. Suddenly, Vong Sin suddenly remembered, holy fire, could it be? At this moment, the door to the hospital room suddenly opened, also interrupting Vong Sin's thoughts. Immediately after, he saw the Thean Chuong hugging his thighs and crying, "Sin brother, I miss you so much, Sin brother." Vong Sin looked at Thean Chuong's sudden appearance and was a bit surprised, but still waved his hand to signal Moon Gaiet to go out first. Waiting for the special investigation team, military officers to leave, Vong Sin immediately turned to tell the Thean Chuong to speak frankly about anything. And what does it matter whether he lives or dies? After all, you are a disciple of Longho Mountain. Do not let people laugh at you. The Thean Chuong wiped his tears and replied, "Cern brother, do not scold me anymore." But the next second, Vong Sin asked directly, "You came for holy fire fake Quach Thean Han, right?" It turned out that Vong Sun had long guessed their relationship, but he did not expect Thean Su Fu Luck to be the one the Thean Chuong passed on to him. While the Thean Chuong lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "He said he wanted to do something big, told me not to go after him, but I really did not expect him to do such a big thing, and I did not expect so many people to die tonight. I have a way to find him, but I do not dare. After all, he is my best brother, Sin brother. Please tell me what to do. My heart is confused." Regarding this matter, Vong Sin said, "In terms of justice, you must protect your master's Taoism. In terms of personal feelings, you must save your brother. Prevent him from making mistakes. The auction is about to start. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid everything will be difficult to save." So after a long battle of thoughts, the Thean Chuong finally thought clearly, decided to find Quach Thean Han, stop him before making a big deal. Vong Sin also showed a comforting smile. But at this moment, a sudden attack came. Luckily, Vong Sun promptly pulled the Thean Chuong away. Only then could he barely avoid it. Then 3 people walked in from outside the door. One of them was the tall guy from before, and then only heard the young man in the lead laugh and say, "Where is the master poet going? Thean Han Dao Thean Han's big event is about to happen. It's better if you do not bother him." The Thean Chuong shielded Vong Sin from behind, questioning the other person, "Who are you?" As for Vong Sun, looking at them, he was also secretly worried. The young man's status was unknown, but his two followers were both in the conception realm. It seemed like we were in trouble. At this time, the young man smiled and said, "The Vong Dao leader has escaped. Do not dip your hands into this murky water anymore. We just want to find the Thai Doist to talk." But before he finished speaking, the nurse behind him reminded, "Young master, the special investigation team has sent someone over." Hearing that, the young man's eyes suddenly flashed. If that's the case, then we can only let the Thithian Truong Vanguard risk his life and take action. Following the young man's command, the two of them simultaneously rushed towards the Thien Chung. The bodyguard held two daggers in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, they were already on the Thien Chung's neck. Luckily, the Thien Chung promptly cast Vajra body protection. The sword was difficult to penetrate, but in the end, two fists were difficult to beat with four hands. In order not to involve Vong Sun, the Thien Chung resolutely jumped out the window and left. The three people also followed closely behind. Right after that, Vong Sin saw two Cathay Realm guys surrounding and fighting the Thien Chung downstairs. He knew that these people were only targeting the Psalms. As long as he did not get involved, most of them could overcome this crisis, but could he really see death without help? At this time, the Thing was struggling with the tall man when a pair of high heels suddenly appeared on his shoulder. The next second, the bodyguard appeared on top of his head, holding two daggers in his hand, wanting to push him to death. Hanging by a thread, Vong Sun promptly took action, threw the wheelchair to knock the guard away, then swung a sword to repel the tall man, then slowly sat down in the wheelchair, resolutely holding the sword to face the three people. Even though Doist, Thien Chung, and I are not very familiar, we cannot let him die here. Seeing that Vong Sun wanted to get involved in this matter, the young man smiled, telling the tall guy to deal with Vong Sun. The tall guy jumped up directly, aimed straight at Vong Sun from above, and swooped down. "Kid, last time we did not win or lose. Let's continue today." But Vong Sun was not panicked at all. Although his legs were injured, he could not use the 7 stars sword array, but now he knows how to use just one set of 7 stars swords. In the battle, his strength had also broken through to the conjuration stage, which was already different from before. Faced with a sword slash from the tall man, he directly used the double knife sword intent, used softness to overcome hardness, used cunning to knock the opponent away, and then cast the double knife 4 symbols and 8 trigrams to protect his body. But at this time, the Thien Chung on the other side was indeed a bit invincible. Seeing that he was about to be killed by that guard, Vong Sin suddenly shouted loudly. Uncle Tun Van directly used Jade sword technique to kill people. After hearing this, the nurse quickly dodged, only to realize that he had been deceived. Just now that was just sword energy, not Jade sword technique at all, and Thien Chung also took this opportunity to use Vajra body protection again, preparing to continue the 300-round battle with the opponent. But before he finished speaking, his chest was suddenly pierced by a blow. The one who took action was the young man. Vong Sun pushed the wheelchair and quickly stepped forward to investigate. Fortunately, the Thien Chung was not injured in a vital point and was not dead for the time being. At this time, not far away, a series of rapid footsteps suddenly rang out. The people of the special investigation team finally arrived. The nurse and the young man saw this and immediately prepared retreat, but the tall man had just been sent flying by Vong Sin. He had lost all reason, not caring about the wound on his body, walking towards Vong Sun, seemingly still wanting to continue. Seeing this scene, the young man decisively turned around and decided to ignore him. Their goal has been achieved. It's time to go. After that, the tall man covered in blood raised his sword, preparing to rush towards Vong Sin. The special investigation team saw this, directly took out an iron chain, and with extremely fast speed tied his limbs. In the blink of an eye, he controlled him, and at the same time informed the situation here to colleagues in other places. Having controlled an evil cultivator, there were 2 evil cultivators who ran into the hospital building. The first group blocked the entrance, the second group went in to search, and if any opponents appeared, they were allowed to kill on the spot. Vong Sin looked at these people and thought of the special investigation group that he had heard about in his previous life, who had organized a police training team. It seemed like they were them. At this time, someone on one side suddenly asked Vong Sin if he needed their help to cure him. Vong Sin patted the Thian Chong's shoulder next to him. This is the Thian Chong's Taoist leader of Long Ho Mountain. There is a way to find the holy fire. You guys go cure him first. But only now did Vong Sin seem to know why he had never heard of Thai Thian Chong's name in his previous life, because if it were not for him this time, the Thian Truong would have truly died prematurely. So he had never heard of Thian Chong in his previous life. Not long after, the wound on the Thian Chong's body was bandaged, the injury stabilized. He immediately took out a green talisman. The next second, the talisman immediately burned itself. The Thian Chong gritted his teeth and said, "Thian Han, I apologize to you. In my next life I will be your buffalo and horse." Having finished speaking, he threw up the talisman in his hand, turned into a talisman, and flew away. The special investigation team saw this, immediately notified headquarters, and used every means to lock the bird, while Thai Thian Chong lay on the ground, covering her face and crying. After crying, he and Vong Sin waited for the outcome of the incident. Heaven and Earth Yuan Kwai recovered. Long Ho Sun plotted to incarnate the Saint Fire person, publicly auctioning Heavenly Master Fuluk online, in order to let everyone on Earth be able to practice. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Holy Fire, fake Quach Thian Han, was finally caught, and Vong Sin also came to the interrogation room. At this time, I only saw Quach Thian Han cough twice, telling Vong Sin and the others to ask whatever they wanted to ask. After all, he is seriously ill. There is not much time left. There is no need to waste time tormenting him anymore. Hearing that, the teacher asked him to explain the process of the Thian Su Fu Luck auction. Unexpectedly, Quach Thian Han said there was no auction at all, even though he is a disciple of Long Ho Mountain. He cannot hand over Thian Su Fu Luck into the hands of evil cultivators. As for the exercises they intended to exchange, he had already entrusted them to a trustworthy person. Next, they will use online methods to spread these exercises. Hearing this, the teacher immediately ordered, "Immediately contact the network department and monitor the entire network." And Quach Thian Han suddenly asked, "The source energy has returned. Why cannot Earth let everyone practice? I am just one person in front. There will definitely be others behind." But before he could finish speaking, the teacher loudly scolded him and interrupted him. "That's enough. Put him down and guard him, strictly." But Quach Thian Han smiled at this time. "No need to waste your effort. My time has come." After saying that, his hand slowly dropped, along with the cigarette falling. Saint Fire Quach Thian Han completely left the world. Seeing this, the master used her strength to punch the wall, then ordered, "Spread the news that Saint Fire has died with the fastest speed. Calm down the chaos. Those cultivators who are still causing trouble out there should be arrested. If they should be arrested, then if they should be detained, then they should be detained." And when Vong Sin looked at the dead Quach Thian Han, he could not help but feel a little sad, thinking to myself, the martial arts that I practiced in my previous life were indeed taught by the Holy Fire One. The Tao from the Holy Fire is given to sentient beings. Quach Thian Han, in a certain sense, truly deserves the name of this Holy Fire person. However, although the Holy Fire Man is said to be dead, the storm that he and the auction caused has not subsided. Fortunately, under the combined suppression of many parties, those cultivators using excuses to cause trouble did not cause too much trouble. After this battle, Master Tin Van immediately declared that he was not suitable for the dirty world and went back to the mountain to wait for his master to leave the customs. As for Vong Sin, he stayed in the city to recuperate, hoping to use this opportunity to regenerate his bones and stop exercising his physical body. But the master seemed to have other arrangements for him. Today, Vong Sin was in a wheelchair visiting the Daocheng Research Institute when he suddenly received a text message from Senior Sister. "Bao Vong Sin is there waiting. She will come over soon." Looking at the series of angry symbols sent by senior sister, Vong Sin felt that something was wrong. Before that, senior sister, on behalf of senior uncle, went down the mountain to protect master. Surely, senior sister had already returned to Chung Namsun and told everyone about my story. Is it really over this time? But just as Vong Sun was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. He turned his head and looked back. It turned out to be the master of the Inter-sect. Vong Sun quickly bowed to the three people. At this time, a professor walked out. The Taoist Xiaowang has arrived, so let's start the discussion right away. Today's topic is the secret of heaven and earth Yuan Kai recovery. Vong Sun's face was full of surprise. Did he finally come into contact with this secret? Then the workshop started. The professor stood on the podium and explained to everyone, 1 year ago, we probed the back of the moon, which can be said to be a miracle for our country. After conducting preliminary exploration, we came across an unbelievable discovery. Next, please watch confidential video. This video was filmed on New Year's Eve that year, before Nguyen Key's recovery. Inside the sealed compartment is what we brought back from the back of the moon. But what surprised everyone was that thing was a woman. Moreover, it seemed that the woman's body seemed to radiate Yuan Kai. Through the screen, she can still feel her cultivation level. It's truly terrible. Moreover, the fairy clothes on that woman were still of heavenly quality. Who is she anyway? Face everyone's doubts. The professor coughed softly twice, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then say that this fairy was discovered when we explored the back of the moon. At that time, she was always in a coma. After this, all of our moonlight research revolved around her until we brought her back to Earth. After the end of the conference, Vong Sin could not help but have some speculations in his heart. On the 30th night of the new year, almost every family makes offerings to heaven and earth, worshipping gods. Could it be that the fairy awakened and at the same time awakened the Earth's vital energy? But in the end, what is hidden on the moon? Why was that fairy able to summon vital energy? Also, why do I always feel that fairy is very similar to the world? Just as Vong Sin was thinking, Professor Ma suddenly appeared in front of him, inviting him to come to his office and hang out. Waiting until he entered the office, Professor Ma immediately started rummaging through everything. It turned out that his wife and the nun had been close friends for decades. Today, Vong's son came again. An elder like him naturally has to find some good things for Vong Sin. Just found out that he found a sword from a classmate and gave it to Vong Sin. Vong Sin received the sword box with some doubts. Not knowing what kind of sword this was, Professor Ma opened the code on the box and explained that this is one of the results of our research. Unfortunately, the cost is too high to make it popular. Using relatively advanced composite materials, the manufacturing cost is nearly 3,000 yuan per gram. Hearing this price, Vong Sin could not help but groan in his heart. More than 3,000 yuan per gram? Am I not eating away the government's wool? Then, followed by the click sound of the box opening, Vong Sin also saw the entire appearance of this sword, then picked up the sword and gently caressed it, discovering that true essence poured into it very smoothly. The creator even considered increasing the sword cultivator's true essence, but unfortunately it does not have the slightest bit of spirituality, is useless for practice, and can only be used for fighting. So he asked Professor Ma what the name of this sword was. Professor Ma smiled. It's not there yet. Maybe you should give it a name. Vong Sin thought about it, then call it Vo Lin. After that, Vong Sun and Mu Viet went to the airport to pick up senior sister. But what Vong Sun did not expect was that this time it was Uncle Tun Vu who arranged the plane for senior sister. Vong Sin did not understand what his uncle wanted to do. Perhaps he wanted to please his junior sister first to increase his feelings for him. This trick is good enough to scare people. Not long after, the sister got off the plane, put on sunglasses, and walked over with her luggage. When Vong Sin saw that his sister was about to say hello, she immediately took off her sunglasses and looked at him with a fierce expression. Vong Sen quickly explained, "My sister is really okay. Maybe the wound will heal tomorrow." At this moment, the sister turned her head and said thank you to Mu Viet next to her. Vong Sen also took the opportunity to change the subject. Sister has also started applying makeup. But in reality, she thought in her heart, sister still seemed angry. We had to quickly comfort her. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from far away. "Fee cheats the bandits. Is it really you? The patriarch has truly shown his spirit. Quickly return with the poor people. Saving the mountain is like saving a life." Seeing this, his senior sister immediately protected Vong Sen behind him. This image made Vong Sen think of the cat and mouse game. At the same time, he also heard that this Taoist priest just spoke with a rural accent. He thought to himself, could it be that he is a Taoist priest of the Mao Mountain sect? I immediately asked the leader's name, then saw that the leader held his fist and smiled. Too excited, I forgot to introduce myself. Poor Taoist Phi Lian Tu, Sword Sect Mao Sun, this time specially came to find you. Vong Sen also quickly returned the favor, and at the same time had some doubts in his heart. Why did the people of Kiem Tong come to him? After that, the few people in the car had a brief conversation, and Vong Sen finally knew the purpose of Director Phi Lian Tu's visit this time. It turns out that before Heaven Earth's vitality was cut off, the Sword Sect once set up a test called Sword the 12 for the sect. After Heaven and Earth's vitality was restored, the test began again. According to the records of the Sword Sect, as long as you can pass the test, you can receive the entire foresight technique. But the problem is that up to now, no Sword Sect disciple has been able to pass this test. Most disciples could not even step inside, so Phi Lian Tu came to Vong Sen. Knowing the situation, Vong Sen still said, very modestly, his younger generation's morality is shallow. He may not be able to pass the test. But Phi Lian Tu believes in him very much. He is indeed a swordsman. As soon as these words came out, Vong Sen's face turned pale, doubting whether Phi Lian Tu did it intentionally or not. But after all, this is the sword art of the sword sect, something that many people have sought but failed to obtain over the past 1,000 years. Vong Sen did not want to miss this opportunity, so he immediately agreed to give it a try. In about 2 days, the wound in his leg would be completely healed, and then he could leave for Kiem Man Quan. Hearing that, Phi Lian Tu immediately said, "This is easy, I just brought the sect's healing medicine," but Vong Sen refused, so the leader kindly accepted it. However, with my current cultivation level, this small wound is not difficult to heal, although the wound on my leg looks like a floor. Speaking of this, senior sister suddenly grabbed his ear. Looking at this expression, it is very clear that she is saying, "Do you still dare to mention your leg?" Vong Sen was grabbed to the point that tears were about to flow. He quickly apologized to his sister, but at that moment the car suddenly stopped. Mu Viet turned around and asked Vong Sen if his legs could recover now. He had just received news that one of their branches had been infiltrated by evil cultivators. The casualties were heavy. Heaven and Earth's vitality had recovered. Evil cult organizations lurking in the darkness had risen again, yet they had attacked the Special Investigation Team's branch, leading to heavy casualties for the branch. Upon hearing this news, Vong Sen immediately boarded a plane to assist. On the plane, Vong Sen also learned from Mu Viet that the evil cultivators were from the Five Gods sect and had now fled to an island. They believed they had more than 100 hostages in their hands. They said they wanted to negotiate with the government about the order of the religious community. Moreover, they also asked Vong Sen and the monk to come to negotiate, otherwise they would kill a hostage every 3 minutes. And now they have started to attack the hostages. Knowing the situation, Vong Sen let his sister help him apply the ointment, then said, "I know Mo Emnen died in my hands. They told me to go there just to take revenge and gain prestige. Later I will protect my sister well, and for a long time, everyone will take action." At the same time, Vong Sen also secretly thought in his heart, if it is said that the holy fire is just causing trouble, this time it is the evil path that provokes the government. The Five Gods sect is so arrogant. No wonder his previous life was wiped out in one go. After that, Vong's son told his sister, as long as I neutralize the medicinal power, my leg will be completely healed. Later, you will stay in the barracks and wait for me. You do not need to do anything about this matter. But senior sister stood up directly, saying word by word, I'll go with you. Looking extremely determined, Vong's son could only reluctantly agree. Not long after, several people came to the Special Investigations branch to meet with the monk and ask about the current situation. The teacher said that the current situation is not very ideal. The opponent has several people in the Hudan realm alone, and there are dozens of evil cultivators under his command. The important thing is that they still hold hostages in their hands, making us helpless. Vong's son suggested, let me go there alone. At least I have the cultivation base in me, and can think of ways to buy time. But the monk patted his shoulder and advised him, now is not the time to act on emotions. The other side wants the two of us to go there together. Not to mention using my life to exchange 2 more hostages for safety, then my sacrifice is also meaningful. At this time, a team member rushed in to report. The head of the information team responded. The evil cultivator agreed to have a video call with us. After listening, the teacher nodded. Okay, I want to see what the other person wants to do. According to the documents held by the special investigation team, the identity of the person making the video call with them has now been determined. It is the leader Thanu of the Inter-sect. As soon as the video connected, Thanu then on the other side let out a strange laugh. As expected, he did not just randomly find someone to deceive the old god. My Stone Spirit clan elder still thinks that if the person appearing in the video is not you, we will kill everyone here, then leisurely leave. Hearing these words, all 3 of Vong's son were startled, but the monk still did not change her face and replied, if you really have the confidence to face us, why do you have to kidnap innocent people? At this time, Thai knew then in the video let out a strange laugh. You were wrong. You were inherently guilty. The person who died in the old god's hands was just fate. Seeing the other person despise life like that, the nun did not say anything anymore, directly said that she would come in 3 hours. But they must stop killing innocent people. They knew, then smiled and agreed, okay, but if you do not show up in 3 hours, I will kill everyone one by one in front of you. Now the old man wants to meet the bold guy who killed my 4th brother of the conception stage. Without hesitation, Vong's son took a step forward. I'm here. I killed that lewd thief. If you want revenge, just find me. Why take your anger out on someone else? Besides, I'm not only brave, but also kind. Later, I'll do the magic service for my senior for free. What do you think? After hearing this, the new then laughed out loud, very arrogant. If it were not for you killing my 4th brother, I'm really afraid I would not have the heart to destroy you like that. If you're scared, then do not come. I'll find you in the future. But Vong's son looked indifferent and scratched his ears. Pop, it's not that bad. Should I go empty-handed, or should my hands be tied? After all, I'm also a sword cultivator. If I'm not careful and injure my senior, then my senior probably would not have the face to continue cultivating and getting married. As soon as he said these words, he immediately angered their new who then laughed loudly. You brat is only good at talking. Do not say bring your sword, even if you bring both people beside you. What do you have to fear? Hearing that, Phi Lian Tu and senior sister both took a step forward and coldly snorted. Phi Lian Tu even directly reported to the family, Came Tong Phi Lian Tu will definitely receive your high-tech teachings in the future. But they knew then did not say anything more, leaving only one sentence, if you do not appear in front of the old man 3 hours later, today the house will be ruined, and profane people will dare to interfere in the affairs of the religious world and bring shame to themselves. After speaking, the video call immediately ended. Phi Lian Tu gave Vong's son a thumbs up. Fei-vu, the method of enchantment is not bad. Vong's son scratched his head a bit shyly. Thanks to the director's quick reaction, The number of people on the island increased to 4. At this moment, the monk coughed twice. Remind everyone to prepare well. Enough battle squads and major sects are staying in this city to prepare for battle. Hearing that, Phi Lion too was a little doubtful. War formations, major sects, are not there a few Hudan realm seniors? Are not these evil cultivators stupid? They ran directly into their guns. Vong Sin explained, those seniors came here before just to participate in some exchange, and coincidentally encountered this. But we have to say it again, if we use experts to launch a surprise attack, is it likely to succeed? Phi Lian too let out a sigh. Even if you are an expert at Golden Core, I'm afraid you cannot guarantee they can defeat the too many Void Core stage monks in the blink of an eye. Moreover, at this time of promotion to Golden Core, then how much of a perversion do you have to be? You still have to be enlightened. Vong Sin smiled shyly. Doist Phi Vu was right, I was too naive. But in my heart I was thinking, there is indeed a Kim Dan monk on our side, but he probably will not get here in time. At the same time, on the unnamed Chung Nam Mountain, Tin Van's uncle and junior sister were guarding the cave entrance, preparing. While cooking, he suddenly received a text message from Vong Sin. Uncle Tin Van immediately realized that something was wrong. Is not Vu then sect the sect of that evil cultivator? So are not Phi Vu and Bat Gu in danger? At this time, Than Nam Tu's voice came from the cave. It's so fragrant. Has junior sister cooked rice for me? Next, I saw Than Nam Tu, who had been secluded for many days and finally came out. At this time, his body was covered in rags. He yawned as he walked out of the cave, seeing his younger sister next to the fire. He instinctively thought that he was Tin Van's newly acquired disciple. But when he looked closely, the other person coincided with the person he had always thought about for many years, so Than Nam Tu immediately walked up to her and asked excitedly, "Are you Tiu Van?" The little junior sister could not react for a moment, and was stunned on the spot. Than Nam Tu looked at the little junior sister, who was stunned on the spot, quietly bowed his head and said, Tiu Van, I'm your father. Maybe you've never met me yet. I'll go and clean myself up a bit first. After a while it will be clean, and then I will come see you. Having finished speaking, Than Nam Tu turned around to prepare to take a shower, but was stopped by Tin Van's senior brother. I'm afraid you do not have time to slowly be with Tiu Van right now. Phi Vu and Bat Nungu and Aunt Tri Lin are in trouble. Hearing this, both father and son were startled. But at this time at Vong Sin's place, with several helicopters landing, everyone had gathered. Now they not only have the support of the cause from Tam Tong Fucklock, but also have 2 more special investigation team officials joining in. The one on the left is the cultivator Ninium Chai Nam. The one on the right is Trong Tu Kwong of Long Ho Sun. Vong Sun could recognize that these cultivation realm teachers seemed to all be monks of the Void Dan realm. Suddenly, Ingiam Chin Nam came up and smiled and greeted Vong Sin. You are Phi Vu, right? Do not worry. We will protect you in the dark. Vong Sin and his senior sister quickly clasped their hands and bowed. Then thank you, seniors. At this time, Ningiam Chin Nam took down the sword from his back, gave it to Vong Sin and said, Phi Vu, I heard that your sword was destroyed before. The sword is given to you. Vong Sin quickly waved his hand. Senior, this is too polite. But Niam Chin Nam does not care about those things. He put the sword directly into his hand, patted his shoulder and smiled. Take it. This is a sword courtesy. Otherwise, that guy Than Nam Tu will definitely play tricks on me again. After hearing this, Vong Sin could not help but twitch his mouth, could only thank his senior. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that this senior is also an old acquaintance of the master. Uncle Tam Tong Fuck Lock led the way, with 2 more Hudan Can teaching officials, along with the prepared police team, with such a luxurious formation. When the appointed time arrived, Vong Sun and the nun immediately took the speedboat to the island. On the way, the nun repeated the battle plan again. Phi Vu, when we attract the Void Dan realm expert of the evil cultivator here, the combat team will launch a surprise attack from the other 3 sides as quickly as possible to rescue the hostages. although it is a bit reluctant. But later we should still try to attract evil cultivators towards us. Vong Sen nodded to show he understood. We can extend a little more time later. Hearing that, Fi Lian too was a bit worried. Monk Vong Sun drove the speedboat and looked forward. They said that the affairs of Tudao world are handled by monks. The more we show no concern for the hostages, the safer they are, having to act in secret, with secret plans. After getting ashore, Vong Sin and the others heard a strange cackle laugh. Brat, you killed the elder Mok Am of my Vuthan sect, right? Sure enough, a large number of evil cultivators from the Vuthan sect were already here waiting for them, but Vong Sen just pulled out his sword and smiled. It's me, so what? Then, without waiting for the evil cultivators on the other side to finish screaming, Vong Sun directly waved a sword energy, giving him no chance to speak anymore, then held the sword and said coldly, "You guys said that the affairs of the cultivation world are handled by monks. Now that I'm here, you still want to use ordinary people to threaten me. If you want to kill, then just kill. After all, today I came to eliminate the demon guards. If I let you go, I do not know how many people will be harmed." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the forest behind the evil cultivator. "Disciples, whoever kills this person, enjoy 10 years of cultivation. 3 sets of secret techniques. Kill these 3 people, take that Patriarch Tri Lun." Hearing that, the evil cultivators were as if injected with chicken blood, rushing towards Vong Sin. Vong Sin just smiled slightly. Then the tip of his foot touched the ground slightly, brandishing countless sword energies, like splitting bamboo, slashing and killing all the evil cultivators who came. In just a few moments, more than a dozen evil cultivators were defeated. Seeing this scene, Fi Lian too and his senior sister standing next to him were also a bit surprised. I did not expect that Fi Vu would be so terrifying once he was determined. Just looking at this scene, I really do not know who is a mortal who has no power to resist, who is an evil cultivator who kills people. At this time, there was finally an evil cultivator in the forest who could not stand it anymore, shouted loudly and rushed out, preparing to join forces to kill Vong Sun and share the credit equally. Seeing this, Vong Sun knew that the other party had fallen into a trap. The next thing they had to do was gradually improve themselves. This side attracted more evil cultivators. Then Fi Vu also used Imkim technique to participate in the fight, immediately eliminating the 2 evil cultivators, Vong Sin and he glanced at each other, then looked towards the forest ahead, immediately decided to rush in and kill. But while the 2 of them were fighting the evil cultivator, the headset suddenly transmitted the teacher's order to retreat. "There is a pair of experts coming towards you. The opponent of the Void Dan realm has not yet a move. You should first protect yourself. If they really defend the hostages, we will immediately begin the attack." Vong Sin and Fi Lian too received orders to immediately return to the beach to reunite with senior sister. At the same time, Vong Sun also told senior sister not to stay. The sister nodded in agreement. Sure enough, not long after, more evil cultivators rushed out from the forest. Fi Lian too immediately reminded Vong Sin to be careful. These guys are all real conception stage, and they also practice evil magic. Everyone was filled with murderous aura. I'm afraid there were a few people who had actually practiced magic. At this moment, seeing the senior sister put her hand on her chest, then use Yin-Yang Tu Kai Hao Gain Kwai Nat. The Yin-Yang Hao Gain formation immediately opened, immediately forming a whirlpool of vitality that swept in countless evil cultivators. Inside, Vong Sun and Fi Lian too looked at each other and immediately began to coordinate and kill these free monks. The group of free monks saw that they were no match and prepared to retreat. But by this time it was too late. The natural energy of heaven and earth here had been stirred up by the yin and yang of the senior sister's energy, making them unable to use anything at all. They could only become lambs waiting to be killed. At this time, deep inside the island, the high-ranking leaders of the 5 gods sect were gathering here. "Thai Nu then, the leader of the religion, said coldly, 'These useless things. The juniors still cannot handle it. Everyone, why do not we join hands to capture that Trilin guy? Then retreat directly. But as soon as we finish speaking, someone immediately asked the question, it's easy for us to leave, but what about the disciples? They knew, then jumped directly on Huan Thayet then and smiled and said, after capturing Trilin, let's immediately escape. Let them attract the attention of the soldiers. Chaos is coming. Are you afraid that you will not be able to recruit your subordinates if you have the strength? At this time, Vong Sun's 3 people were still killing evil stars in the big formation. A few evil stars were still hiding in the woods. Seeing that these 3 people were too powerful, they immediately prepared to turn around and run away. But before they could turn around, a skull flew from the depths of the woods. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of his sister. Fortunately, Vong Sun appeared in time, swung his sword and slashed at the skeleton. Only then could he barely block it. Then, when he saw someone coming, Vong Sun directly sarcastically said, do you still feel ashamed to deal with the 3 of us at the conception stage? Why would there be a need for 4 people from the void core stage? Thy Nu then sneered and said, you kid, you have to die here today. I say, everyone, if you succeed tonight, do not hesitate at all costs to capture Trilin and kill everyone else. According to Thay Nu then's orders, all the evil cultivators seemed to have gone crazy and rushed towards Vong. The new divine team had already entered the center of the island and could enter the second phase of combat, so he directly opened his mouth. Everyone, let's do it. As soon as the words finished, behind the monk, a column of water rose into the sky. 4 masters of the Void Dan realm instantly appeared in front of everyone. They knew then immediately realized that he had been tricked and scolded Vong Sin for being despicable. But before he could finish his words, Ngiam Chai Nam held his sword and slashed at him. Bun did not care about lying, flirting with Ngiam Chai Nam, receiving Thy Nu then's high-tech teachings. Thy Nu then only fought 1 move with Ngiam Chai Nam. Immediately that knew that Ngiam Chai Nam's cultivation level was not below him. In a short time, he could not escape, so he firmly ordered an Hoyanthiath to capture the leader. Quickly go and capture Trilin. Seeing Hoyanthiath then walking towards him, Vong Sin and Phia Liam too immediately held their swords and waited seriously, but unexpectedly at this moment the sister suddenly grabbed their shoulders. Then, like Lam Tiu, Ko threw them back, alone to face the tall Hoyanthiath. Then in front of them, Hoyanthiath then looked at his sister and said coldly, you are very strong, but you are only a concubine. You cannot withstand Hudan. You must die today. After speaking, Hoyanthiath then immediately rushed towards his sister. Senior sister fearlessly used the technique Yin and Yang double I, controlling the direction of Yin and Yang at will. Faced with Hoyanthiath then's thunderous attack, senior sister used a soft and strong hand to hit Hoyanthiath then's chest, forcing him to take a step back, but at this time there was a dark shadow silently groping. Came behind the monk. Fortunately, Vong Sun promptly noticed the sword swinging and slashed, but this person's realm was clearly higher than Vong Sun's. Just swinging his hand at will, he was able to block Vong Sun's sword, even tearing Vong Sun's face. Vong Sun quickly brandished a sword and retreated behind. Philiam too was decisive, telling Vong Sun to take his teacher and leave first. He was there to stop him. Without hesitation, Vong Sun picked up the monk and ran towards the forest, and the situation here also attracted the Nu then's attention. In his heart, he thought that the old man had failed again, but the opponent was only 2 people of the conception realm. If he just lasted a little longer, he could definitely catch Trilin. Now we have to disturb the spirits of these people a bit to gain time for Lao Tam. So they knew then directly shouted loudly. The Vu then sect obeyed and killed all those mortals. No one was spared, but as soon as he finished speaking, not far away, there was a rush of footsteps, followed by an announcement from the special operations team that all the hostages on the island had been rescued. They knew then, and the others immediately panicked. And everyone running over officially entered the second phase of the plan. Summarizing all the evil cultivators on the entire island, Vong Sin on this side, after settling the monk's position, immediately took Vu Lin from his back and prepared to return to help. At this time, the person who had just fought Phi Liam Tu suddenly used his control and killing technique, blocking Phi Liam Tu's flying sword. Phi Liam Tu lost his flying sword and his strength plummeted, so he could only hastily retreat. Fortunately, at this time, Vong Sin finally held Vu Lin in his hand to help, stabbing a sword at the assassin. But I did not expect the other person to use murderous aura to condense a set of armor, then grabbed Vu Lin with just one hand, mocking Vodang that tin sword was only that much, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Vong Sun used his true essence to exert power, forcing him to break through his room and let out a scream, but this also completely injured the opponent. With a loud scream, "Get out," and the powerful true essence of the Void Dan realm erupted, causing Vong Sun to fly out. Vong Sun slowly fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Vong Sun was injured, the fighting sister immediately became distracted. After hearing this, the elder sister turned around seriously, and the assassin was completely angered because he had just been hit. He screamed and wanted to kill Vong Sun. But luckily, people from the special investigation team surrounded him. Right now, Vong Sun and Phi Lian Tu just need to join forces to hold him back and not let him escape. Not long after, people from the Special Forces group surrounded it, saying that this place should be left to them. Bao Vong Sun went to rest first. They knew, then saw that the great situation was lost, immediately shouted for Hyoyan Thiet then to retreat, but did not expect him to jump into a Tai Chai formation. Not far away, the senior sister waved her hand and controlled him on the formation so that he could not move. Ningiam Che Nam also grasped the opportunity. Lang Kong jumped up and slashed a sword at Thewai Nu, then successfully killing him. They knew who then knew that the overall situation had been decided. The remaining evil cultivators no longer had the strength to resist. The remaining few leaders were also destroyed by their seniors. Among them, Hyan Thayet then, surrounded by 7 or 8 instructors, died extremely tragically. His bones were broken, and his protective energy was destroyed. On the other hand, because when raiding to save people, there was a Kithai realm expert who opened the way, all humanity was saved, and with the appearance of the combat team personnel. Logistics work was also carried out in orderly manner. As for Vong Sun, he sat on the beach, closing his eyes and leaning on his sister's lap. At this time, the nun came over and asked Vong Sun if he wanted to stay in the special investigation team. After all, Ningiam Chin Nam and their group are mainly protecting the border. The investigation team here needs Vong Sin's help. The senior sister looked at Vong Sin and signaled for her to decide. Vong Sin thought about it and still said, "The senior sister will wait for us to tell the master about this before deciding to go. Not to mention you also promised senior Phi Liam Tu that you will go to Kiem Tung." The teacher let out a sigh and was just about to ask Vong Sin what reward he wanted. Ningiam Chen Nam and Trung Tu Kong immediately walked towards them. It turned out that they also came to compete for people wanting to drag Vong Sun to join their reserve combat team. At this time, several people suddenly discovered that there were people in the air. They were immediately alert and shouted loudly for those with cultivation levels below the void pill stage to quickly move away. This is the master of the Golden Core realm. The master of the Golden Core suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone entered a state of combat readiness. The two teachers even directly ordered the missile to lock on the target, but at this time Vong Sin raised his hand and said embarrassedly, "That seems to be my master." Next, I only heard Than Nam Tu shouting loudly in the air, "Where is the evil cultivator?" Vong Sin quickly shouted, "Master, the evil cultivators have been completely destroyed, or you should go first." Than Nam Tu saw that he was running for nothing and went directly to Versailles. The demons had been eliminated. Are Tu Hoen and Tu Sin injured? Your cultivation level is still low. Do not cause more trouble for others. Hearing that, Truong Tu Kong could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Those two brats were still at a low level of cultivation. Ningiam Chine Nam smiled. What he said made sense. After all, their master was also the great Kim Dan. Then he immediately shouted towards Than Nam Tu in the air. Director Than Nam was blown to pieces by the strong wind and was unable to appear. He told Vong Sin that if it was okay, go talk to him. Afterwards, Vong Sun and his senior sister went to visit their master, but seeing their master like this, Vong Sun still could not help but laugh out loud, only to see Than Nam Tu's hair messy, his whole body ragged, not a single piece of cloth on his body, looking like a beggar. At this time, Vong Sun suddenly took off his clothes, then walked towards Than Nam Tu, originally wanting to bring his clothes for his master to wear to meet the master, but did not expect Than Nam Tu to cover his eyes. And when he opened his mouth, he said, "Wolf and Tiger, this child, do you have unrighteous intentions towards the teacher? Your sister is so beautiful. Why do you have this strange hobby?" These words made Vong Sen a little want to cry, without tears. Sure enough, the master is still the master, but Vong Sen still quickly took off his clothes and handed them over. The master must have seen his sister. "Master, his mother is right here." Than Nam Tu sighed. "That's it, we still have to meet after all. I'll change my clothes first, so you guys can avoid me for a bit." Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately told his sister to go call his wife. Than Nam Tu quickly changed his clothes, no longer looking like he was struggling before. After many years of separation, the two of them met again. The teacher still said with a cold face, "I still have a lot of work to do. If you have anything to say, say it, but keep it short. Keep it." Before the words were finished, Than Nam Tu hugged her tightly. "You hid from me for 20 years, torturing me to the point of going crazy. I do not want to lose you anymore." The teacher immediately fell in love. Her eyes became softer. "It was really your fault that your father left that year. You do not need to treat me like that anymore. Not to mention, I do not have much energy to manage things outside of work now." Than Nam Tu smiled. "I know, the special investigation team, right? Are you still recruiting people now? I never want to be away from you again. Not to mention that I can also find more resources for Tu Sin and the others." After listening, the teacher, of course, directly agreed. "Okay, I will give you the highest treatment and will not let you run errands." Tu Sin and Tu Hoyan on the other side followed Neum Chan Nam's standards and gave out several prescriptions and snacks every month. At this time, the Nam Tu suddenly asked a question. "What about you?" Who would have thought that in the next second? The nun grabbed his ear, and "He worked for me for free." Then Nam Tu smiled. "Yes, yes, yes. What about working for your wife for free?" Looking at the master and the teacher who had begun to exchange glances, Vong Sen, hiding behind, was immediately stunned. "Is that enough? Master is indeed a master." But as soon as he finished speaking, 3 voices from the crowd were heard behind him. "I already told you, Phi Vu is usually called the patriarch's wife. There must be melons in here." Mom, the leader of the investigation team, the monk of the Golden Core realm, this could also be involved. Immeasurable heavenly lords. This melon has a mind. Vong Sin feels a bit speechless. "Are you seniors so free? But that's good. My master's wish for many years has finally come true today." A few days later, after dealing with Inter-sect's affairs, Vong Sen immediately followed Phi Liam to Thuksun. This time, although he was nominally helping the sword sect, in reality it was also an important link in his practice. In his previous life, in search of opportunities, he had come to sword sect several times, but he did not expect that when he was reincarnated, he would use his identity to help and come to this place. Again, waiting for the two of them to arrive at Thuksun Kiem Tong, the great elder had been waiting for a long time. When he came over, he praised Vong Sin. He was still young, but had 2 sword intentions. Phi Vu was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Vong Sin quickly held his fist and bowed. "Senior has praised me too much. The Luong Ninggi sword intent on my body was given to me by Master Vien Fak." Hearing this, the great elder was also a bit surprised. Fellow Doist Vien Fak, he did not expect that he had such understanding of swordsmanship that he could give it to others. Phi Liam to coughed twice to remind the elder. "Should we start talking?" The great elder smiled. "No hurry. We also have to prepare a little. Phi Vu should rest one night first. get properly prepared, and then talk about testing later. So Vong Sun was arranged in a small courtyard. At this time, he was cultivating in the small courtyard. Thuk Sun Kiem's sect took the sword as its inheritance. The path of destiny also had similarities with Vodang. It seemed that he could also guide him, so why would he draw the sword in the future? Suddenly he remembered the words his master had told him on that island, risking his life to kill evil cultivators. His leg wound had not healed yet. He forced himself to save people. Impatience was a common disease of young people. But cultivating the Tao first cultivated the heart, becoming immortal first, becoming a human being. Sword 712 was also my destiny. I cannot stop you, but after the trial is over, I want you to return to the mountain to seclude yourself for 3 years, practice subconsciously, summarize what you have achieved during this time, and write the word still in your heart. Remembering these things, Vong Sun also feels that since he came down from the mountain until now, he has indeed become a lot more frivolous and impatient. After all, it still lacks the respect for heaven and earth in early religious practice. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang out. Vong Sun immediately woke up from his cultivation state and discovered that this was the sound of meditation. Next to the Kiem Tong, there was a Buddhist temple. Next to the Thuk Sun Kiong, there was a Buddhist temple. When Vong Sun discovered it, he immediately went to Phi Liam Tu to ask what happened. It was then that he learned that the pagoda was called Tu Viem, had existed for more than 1,000 years, and had already declined, but because had a complete lineage of Buddhist teachings. After the heaven and earth vitality recovered, it gradually recovered, but Vong Sun still had some doubts. So why did not Keen Tong tell them to move? Phi Liam Tu said that he had also asked the sect master, but he heard that there were many demons suppressed there for thousands of years. Now that heaven and earth's vitality has been restored, he does not know if those demons will be resurrected. Hearing that, Vong Sun raised his head and looked up at the sky, unable to help but feel emotional. This piece of heaven and earth has too many secrets. If there is a chance, we still have to open our eyes more. Then he turned his head to look at Phi Liam Tu and asked, "Can the director take me to Tu VM to see?" Phi Liam Tu smiled. "Okay, originally wanted to take you for a walk around in the morning. Later, let's change clothes and go to the temple to see a Buddhist statue or something." Okay, Vong Sun thought about it. The sword sect ceremony would probably have to be delayed for a while, so he should report to his master an hour first, then go with Doist Phi Liam Tu to Tu VM to see what happened. But when he told the master about this, the master just casually said one sentence, "It's okay. You're a guest at Kim Tong, so you have to be polite." In addition, there is a monk named Nu Fongin Tu VM. You can ask him to teach you 20 years of pure success. After hearing this, Vong Sin could not help but smirk. "Master, are you serious?" Van Nam Tu was helping his wife massage her shoulders and laughingly said, "Of course, I'm just joking with you, but Tu VM is not far from Kien Tong. If you're free, please ask Monk Nu Fong for me instead." Vong Sin smiled. He did not expect his master to be so sociable. Even the Buddhist sect had acquaintances. But in order not to eat his master and his wife's food, he still quickly hung up the phone, at the same time secretly thinking, after the natural energy of heaven and earth recovered, the famous families of the sect's mountain and toy cities quickly emerge. Buddhism is completely opposite. Only in a few small temples can there be a few high monks. I do not know if this Tu VM is also a place where a hidden dragon crouches. Not long after, Vong Sun and Phi Liam Tu immediately arrived at Tu VM. As soon as they arrived at the door, Zen Master Nu Fong enthusiastically greeted Vong Sun. "Are you Phi Vu? Van Nam Tu has mentioned you many times to this poor monk recently. Honestly, has your master found a wife yet?" Vong Sin smiled, clasped his hands, and replied, "Thank you, Zen Master Nu Fong, for taking care of my master and mother. They just reunited a few days ago." After listening, Nu Fong also felt happy for Than Num Tu. Then he looked at the staff Hoyanku behind and said, "If that story is True, Kim Tong is nearby and will probably be implicated. Phi Lim 2 and Phi View are unlikely to come, so it's best to let them take a look too. Fuong Haoyan Ku let out a sigh. It was fate that the two Donners came today. That's all. Please follow him to the well in the backyard for a trip. Then, several people approached a well in the backyard, according to the introduction of staff Haiyan Ku. This place is called Feng Demon Well. It is said that inside contains the great Feng Demon formation, suppressing 1,000-year ancient demon. Before the vitality of heaven and earth was restored, one could see a cave at the bottom of the well. But after the vitality of heaven and earth recovered, the great formation in the well was activated, and the cave disappeared. However, last month, a change occurred here. As he spoke, New Feng reached into the well to grab one. In the next second, there was another batch of demonic energy in his hand. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, "The great formation that had been going on for thousands of years could no longer support it and could collapse at any time. At that time, the suppressed ancient demon inside would probably awaken again, causing disaster to the world." Van Ian, Vong Sun, and Phi Loyan Tu were all afraid of breaking out in cold sweat. That ancient demon has undergone thousands of years of suppression and still has not died. The Golden Dan Monk, in a situation of abundant vitality, only has a lifespan of more than 800 years. In a situation where the original energy is exhausted and still survives for thousands of years, what realm must this ancient demon be? If it really escaped trouble for the world, it would definitely be a great disaster. So after learning that Tutu VM had suppressed the ancient demon for thousands of years, Vong Sun immediately contacted the special investigation team, and Phi Loyan Tu here also informed the Sword Sect elders to come and assist in the investigation. Even though the ancient demon has not awakened yet, everyone does not dare to take the risk of stimulating it. After all, it involves the 1,000-year ancient demon. Even the special investigation team can only improvise. In the end, the investigation team decided to invite high-ranking monks to help strengthen the Great Array and evolve the magic weapon. At the same time, they conducted survey of the surrounding area to prepare a battle plan. On the other hand, the Sword Sect here also made a commitment that once the ancient demon moves, we will immediately come to support. Precisely because of this matter, the practice of Sword 712 became the top priority of the Sword Sect. After all, with a bit more Tao City, they were also more confident in dealing with ancient demons. Therefore, the Great Elder ordered the Kiem Sect's superiors and subordinates to begin escorting Vong Sen from today, wishing him a perfect sword intention and a smooth passage. But after all, Sword 712 has been passed down for thousands of years, and the main point lies in testing whether the sword intent of the person attacking the official is perfect or not. In order to increase the success rate, Vong Sun is only honing the 7-star sword intent that he has the strongest grasp of. After thousands of sword intent collisions, he had almost exhausted all his spirit. According to the method of Kim Tong, this is the time when it is easiest to have insight and breakthrough. Seeing that Vong Sun had reached his limit, the Great Elder said that he would come here today so that Vong Sun could come back and understand for a day. The next day, the battle continued at noon. Vong Sun returned to his residence exhausted and began to realize today's harvest. Although the leader of the Sword Sect uses his own sword intent to water his 7-star sword formation, what exactly is the consummation they talk about? Could it be that it refers to the extreme of swordsmanship? 7 stars sword's meaning is changing. But what if this is just one of the realms and not the true limit? The 7-star Big Dipper uses the purple star as the axis to move, and the sword array also uses that as the base. But suppose he is in the position of the 2 star, controlling the unconscious sword intent of the Big Dipper. But with a sword like that, how should he execute the moves? After thinking for a long time, Vong Sun finally realized that heaven and earth are one sword. The sword is a weapon. No matter how sophisticated the move is, using the sword is to kill the enemy. What if he completely eliminated the changes in the move, only keeping the sword intent? Thinking of this, Vong Sun reversed the seven stars sword formation, turning all his moves into pure sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the powerful sword intent rushed straight into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the sword sect above and below. At this time, Vong Sin also completely realized that, while in back Da commanded the seven stars, this was the real seven stars sword formation. Not long after, Phi Luyan Tu and the Great Elder rushed over, asked what happened just now. Vong Sin shyly scratched his head. Two seniors, my seven stars sword formation seems to have accidentally completed. Afterwards, Vong Sin told his master about his reversal of the seven-starred formation and his comprehension of the seven stars sword formation. After listening, Van Nam Tu did not hesitate to praise Vong Sun, but even when he hung up the phone, he felt a bit unbelievable. The seven-star sword formation can actually be practiced in reverse. Is this formation really modified by the patriarch on the basis of Wu Dang's seven-star sword formation? Thinking of this, Van Nam Tu took out a box from his pocket. Originally, he wanted to wait for Tiu Sin Tiu Hoyan to condense the Golden Dan and then open the sect's treasure together, but now he wanted to open it to see what the patriarch had left behind that year. The man practiced the seven stars sword formation in reverse, removing all the moves variations, leaving only the sword formation. Unexpectedly, he realized the true meaning of the seven stars sword formation and thoroughly cultivated it into perfection. The next day, Vong Sun experienced a night of turmoil and completely mastered this seven stars sword formation. The Great Elder also came at this time. Not bad. It seems that Fu has completely mastered the seven stars sword formation. But we've been discussing all morning today, and we still want to let you decide. Are you planning to go into battle now? Or should we consolidate for 2 months and then leave? Vong Sin held his fist and asked the Great Elder. Sword 712's test. Did the old person only meet sword spirit? And received an affirmative answer. Vong Sin decided to go to the Mandarin today, and soon he arrived at the place where Sword 712 was tested. Above the entrance was written a huge word, sword. With just this one word, one could see the monk's sword skills and could even reject the monk's insufficient cultivation level. But Vong Sun's sword intent had already reached perfection. With just one deep breath, a powerful sword intent burst out and passed through this door. But even though it was easy to pass, Vong Sin still could not help but sigh. As expected, the inheritance of each sect made people admire, not knowing if he could complete the assignment this time. Right after that, Vong Sun pushed open the door and entered the first level of the trial. Immediately, a sword intent transformed into a human form attacked, but for Vong Sun, who had cultivated the seven stars sword intent to perfection, it was easy to destroy it with just one sword. After that, Vong Sun continuously passed the second, third, and fourth stages straight to the fifth stage. Vong Sun's seven stars sword intent swept away all obstacles, but his advancement was extremely limited. Therefore, he decided to take this opportunity to sharpen a bit of the realm of the two yin sword intent that was still remaining at the two-star sword intent. So behind him, he deliberately condensed the seven-star sword intent, always using the two-star sword intent to cope with the trial. Gradually, he also understood Long Ni's sword intent more thoroughly, allowing Long Ni to attack and attack at will. At his feet, Song Nu struggled to resist. Seeing that Long Ni's sword intent has advanced enough, it is estimated that it will be difficult to cope with the trial. Vong Sin feels that when receiving what others have received, you have to do it right, and then you should still be a little more careful. Very quickly, he reached the 54th position. After passing this level, he could reach the next floor, but just as he reached out to prepare to open the door, a voice suddenly came from inside the door. Mao Sun no longer had anyone to shout. Vong Sin quickly jumped back, questioning who the other person was. At this time, a voice came from inside the door. This seat is Kim Lam, the sword master of Patriarch Than Feng Dao Nan Kiem sect. Following orders to guard the Great Formation. You are not my Mao Sun disciple. Why do you appear here? Along with Kim Lam's words, the two swords on Vong Sin's back began to tremble. Vong Sun also quickly grabbed his fist and said, Junior Vong Sun, sword cultivator Wudang, was invited by Senior Mao Sun to come to Sword-sect to search for Mao Sun Jade's sword technique that had been lost for thousands of years due to the loss of spiritual energy. At this moment, Kim Lam suddenly flew out from the door, gradually transforming into the shape of an old man, saying, Jade's sword technique is the foundation of Mao Sun. These unfilial descendants actually lost it. Let alone what evidence do you have, proving that spiritual energy has disappeared for thousands of years? Hearing that, Vong Sin suggested that Senior should let Junior tell you the things that have happened in these 1,000 years. Kim Lam gently stroked his beard and looked at Vong Sin. When this seat fell asleep, the essence of heaven and earth was truly constantly diluting. It's okay, you just say it. So Vong Sun began giving a history class to this 1,000-year-old Kim Lam, who had been talking about it since the Tang Dynasty, talking endlessly. And Kim Lam also kept nodding and listening very passionately. Speaking at the end, Vong Sin shyly said, That's why Mao Sun Dao Citadel has been preserved relatively complete for thousands of years. But Kim Lam looked at him with suspicious eyes, saying that you are Lu Dongtan's descendant, but why are you cultivating not Thuan Duong Kiem Ka, which is Tu Vi Thien sword? Hearing that, Vong Sun was immediately stunned, but before he could answer, Kim Lam spoke again. Okay, you just try to break the battle. I will not be lenient with you. If it hurts your morality, do not blame me. A person of Masun Mun. Vong Sin thanked his predecessor, and with a light tip of his foot, he rushed forward, turning into an afterimage like wind that swirled around Kim Lam's back. Kim Lam turned around, swung his sword, and slashed at Vong Sin. After a few fighting moves, he could not help but praise, not bad, anyone who steps into Sword 712 has the same understanding and aptitude as you when you were young. So, the two people turned into two streams of sword light and began a fight fiercely, but the winner was still undecided. At this time, the two suddenly separated. Kim Lam could not help but admire, Good boy, if you are my Masun disciple, I should have let you pass the test long ago. But unfortunately you are not. Vong Sin held two swords in his hand and stood firm, thanking the seniors for the praise, but the junior still had one sword left. Today he had the courage to complete it in front of the senior. After speaking, Vong Sun immediately displayed the Tu Vi sword that he had just comprehended. Kim Lam also displayed his strongest sword. Will rush straight towards Vong Sin. Just heard a loud explosion. Victory and defeat were clearly determined. Vong Sun won. Kim Lam's sword broke. Before dissipating, he told Vong Sun, the sword technique is in levels 61 to 63, divided into 3 volumes. If you want to take it all, you need to put some thought into it. Having finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Vong Sin quickly went to the 7th floor of the trial, where Ngu Kim technique was stored, but just as he entered, Kim Lam's voice rang out again because the people of Mei Sun have now agreed to let you practice at will. Why do not you stay here a little longer with me? Wait until you master the sword art, and then try the next 9 stages. This will certainly be very beneficial to you. Hearing that, Vong Sun quickly said, but the predecessors and disciples of the true Danfeng were still waiting for the revival of the Jade Sword technique. But Kim Lam does not care about these things, who says they do not try. Immediately he swung his sword and rushed towards Vong Sin. Vong Sun immediately became helpless. He had just finished fighting and came again. But we can only respond hastily. Vong Sun also gradually understood that, in Sword that 12, the difficulty of each level is naturally higher than the previous level. A little bit. The strength that Kim Lam develops at each level is based on the upper limit established by the Great Formation. Perhaps at the 54th level, they already understand each other clearly. Kim Lam's attitude towards him also became much more friendly and often gave him a few pointers. The intention of the sword has 3 paths, heaven and earth. People take people as the base, and earth takes the sword as the head. Your Zi Wei sword belongs to the sword of heaven. transformed by the power of heaven and earth. But compared to the tipster, every time he waited for Vong Sin to be beaten back, Kim Lam liked to tease him even more. As the saying goes, the sword is like the master of the action. Vong Sun really doubts whether Patriarch Thantong Vong Sun has a tendency to abuse or not, if it were not for the sword he brought out. How could he take pleasure in mistreating people? A year quickly passed, and Vong Sin finally passed the Sword 712 test. At this time, he had many more wounds on his face, and his clothes were also tattered. One could imagine what he had gone through in this year. But as soon as he stepped out of the gate, a medicinal pill suddenly flew towards him, along with Kim Lam's voice. "Kid, did you forget your stuff?" Vong Sen quickly caught it, looked suspiciously at Kim Lam floating in the air and asked, "Senior, this is—" Kim Lam said, using the words of today's youth, "After clearing customs, how could there be no reward? This is the finished sword and flying sword. Put it away carefully." Sword ring is a type of sword magic in Jade's sword technique, created based on immortal treasures. On weekdays, it can be stored in the Dharma area for incubation, and can also be transformed into a flying sword to kill enemies. Upon hearing this, Vong Sin quickly clasped his hands to thank his predecessor, but Kim Lam looked extremely impatient and said, "Go away quickly. Young people today are still impatient. They have only been in retreat for half a day. For a year. In the past, which disciples did not stay for 3 or 5 years, Vong Sin smiled and scratched his head. Senior is right, juniors are taught, but in his heart he secretly thought, sounds good. It's just that you want to continue torturing me. After that, Vong Sun returned to Kim Tong's residence. It turned out that half a year ago, he had sent away all the Jade sword techniques, then secluded himself for a year in Sword 712. This time when he went out, he also told the story of Kim Lam to the predecessors of the Inter-sect. Surely in the future there will be more young disciples joining the ranks. Kim Lam was not too boring, but the great elder, to thank Vong Sin for his help this time, decided to give Vong Sin an item. It was this bright yellow honorary elder's badge. Looking at this token, Vong Sin could not help but curl his lips, but after all, it was someone's heart, so he still chose to accept it and speak. In the future, this younger generation will also be considered half of the sword sect. After the trial ritual ended, Vong Sin did not stay long, immediately said goodbye to everyone from the sword sect and returned a Wuding Mountain. But when Vong Sun returned to the familiar small hospital, he discovered that his master and sister were not there, and he did not know how they lived now. At this moment, the cell phone he placed on the wooden chair suddenly rang. It was his sister replying to the text message he sent earlier. But looking at the angry emoticons that his sister sent at the end, Vong Sen immediately realized something was wrong, hastily explained that he had always been in seclusion. His phone was out of battery, so he could not contact him. And at the same time, he was thinking, it seems that senior sister has a very strong opinion about my 1-year trial, so we have to quickly change the subject and coax her into being happy. So Vong Sun quickly sent another message to his sister, saying that he had learned a new skill at Kiem Tong, and promised to show it to her. Later, Vong Sun also learned from the conversation with his sister. Over the past year, the master has become a full-fledged celebrity and a beacon to ward off evil, but most of the time he still leisurely practices Buddhism or spends time with his master. Compared to my sister, who has to go out at least 3 times a month, it's much more difficult. It seems that senior sister has a great opinion of master, but because of that, every time she completes a mission, her sister receives a significant remuneration. Not only will the speed of practice during this year not slow down, it is even possible to advance to Hu Dan within half a year. Regarding his sister's cultivation speed, Vong Sin could not help but exclaim in his heart, "Sister's speed is indeed the performance that big man Thean Bang should have. I do not know when I will be able to catch up with her." There is also a sword made from 5-color star crystal. If I succeed in training, maybe I would not need to change my flying sword before reaching the flying immortal realm. But Tuvaithian sword, immortal grade flying sword, These things, no matter how powerful or precious, are just a protective dharma. Thuwen Duong Tien quiet is the true path for us to become an immortal questioner. Next, we should still practice well. But because Vong Sin's return to the mountain was too discreet, it did not attract the attention of others. If it had not been for receiving something from the investigation team that particularly shocked senior brother Chu, perhaps no one would have known. After a year of separation, their classmates naturally, inevitably gathered a few times. In addition, on weekdays, Vong Sin is still in Kim Truong, receiving the mission of seclusion. It was not until another year had passed that his master called him, making him a little distracted. The teenager Vo Dang entered the Thuk Son sword sex trial site, not only helping Thuk Son find the complete imperial sword technique inheritance, but also obtaining a finished sword. But after returning to the mountain to practice for a year, he suddenly received a phone call from his master. On the phone, he learned from his master that, within these 3 days, the Dao citadel of 5 Taoist families had been stolen. Dan Nam Tu also knew that Vong Sin seemed to have encountered a similar incident before, so he asked him if he had any clues. As soon as Vong Sin heard it, he immediately thought that these things were probably related to the Yin-Yang sect, so he told his master about the things he had encountered before. Then Nam Tu listened and nodded slightly. Okay, do not think too much about this. Dedicated to cultivating the way, you must learn from your sister. Vong Sin said he understood, just about to say that he did not enter the Kim Dan and did not go down the mountain. As a result, the master suddenly changed his tone. That's not true. I still have other things I want you to do. When Vong Sin heard it, he was stunned. It was not until the next day that he learned that the investigation team specifically wanted to organize the first Immortal Dao conference. Master told him to attend the preparatory conference, but as soon as the video call was connected, Vong Sin immediately saw his senior sister's fierce eyes, as if saying, "Senior brother, if you do not come over here, junior brother will be angry." Reluctantly, Vong Sun had to be embarrassed, but still politely greeted. Mok Van Hyen also quickly pushed her sister aside and began to explain this matter. It turns out that although this conference was held for the first Immortal Dao Congress, the teacher actually organized this conference to destroy the Yin and Yang sect, to borrow the power of the righteous path to suppress evil cultivators. This is the policy they have long established, but they just do not know if they can bring out the Yin-Yang sect or not. The video conference lasted until the evening before ending. Vong Sun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, looking at the arrangements of the monk, the Yin-Yang sect would probably kick the iron plate this time. But at this moment, on Vu Dang Mountain, an alarm sounded again, followed by the shouts of many disciples. The hidden cack is on fire. Hurry and rescue the fire. Several monk brothers are injured, and 3 classic books on the ground have been stolen. Block the mountain. Quickly block the mountain and search. There is a disciple who is seriously injured and is about to die. Whoever has the means, save the survivors. Come help quickly. Vong Sin heard the sound and immediately ran towards the Dao Tang Pavilion, at the same time silently screaming in his heart that something was wrong. The Yin-Yang sect had indeed taken action against Wuding, but he quickly realized something was wrong. This fire must have been just to create chaos. The thief knew very well that there were so many experts on Wuding Mountain. In that situation, they would definitely take advantage of the chaos to blend into the pursuing crowd, so Vong Sun immediately called the monks and uncles back, telling them to quickly stop the disciples who were chasing everywhere. The opponent was most likely already mixed in. Next, Vong Sin and Uncle Ka looked at each other and decided to split up, but after searching for half a day, he continuously encountered several groups of people, but found no trace of the thief. Suddenly, he felt the true essence fluctuations coming from Uncle Ka. At this time, Master Uncle Ka was fighting with 2 evil cultivators. Suddenly, a palm of true essence exploded from the sky, followed by an angry shout, "Destroy my Dao Tang Pavilion! Injure my disciples! How can Vodang tolerate you guys continuing to act strangely?" Only a bang was heard. This palm hit the ground directly, creating a hole several meters large, and the two evil cultivators were also knocked unconscious. Then Gaian-fact the Jia ordered the disciples to arrest the two evil cultivators, the remaining people to inventory the losses of the Dao Tang Pavilion. In addition, the elders who had not been in seclusion should go to the Vong Tu Tu Pavilion. This time, although Gaian-fact the Jia took action to restrain the thief, the damage was already caused. Not only was the Vodang classic book stolen, but also 4 of the guards were attacked and killed, but senior brother Chu did not die in the disaster. The fire poisoned his heart, and his external injuries were too severe, even with the Jia's support. He could only barely hold his breath. Therefore, Vong Sun also took out the medicine specially prepared by the investigation team, hoping to stabilize senior brother Chu's injury. In this era, life is not cheap. Tonight's actions of the Yin-Yang sect have made enemies with Wuding. But this time, the other party killed someone to steal the secret book and burn the Dao Tang Pavilion. The time before and after was really too short. If Vong Sun had not reacted quickly, I am afraid that the two thieves would have really been able to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But the stolen secret book was not in the hands of the other two thieves. It was probably hidden somewhere else. In-fact, the Jia speculated that the thief had clearly been scheming for a long time, had a detailed plan, and since they had no records on them, they certainly had helpers hidden in Vodang. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized that Vodang had an insider. In-fact, the Jia turned to look at Vong Sin, clasped his hands, and said, "The Yin-Yang sect in recent years has been stealing the classic books of the sects. Our methods can roughly be guessed. The stolen passport is estimated to have been hidden on an insider's person. As for how to get him out, as long as senior brother wakes up, the other person will definitely be able to transform." So early the next morning, Vong Sun immediately told the sect master to summon all the Vodang disciples, then sat alone in a corner with his eyes closed, using his spiritual eyes to observe everyone at the scene. At this time, news suddenly came from the main hall. "Senior brother Chu is awake. Tell me who the ghost is." The news instantly spread among the disciples. With a glance, Vong Sun discovered that there was a disciple in the crowd who was panicking. Immediately after that, that person pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and controlled a female disciple. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flashed, directly cutting off the other person's arm. This sword light is the masterpiece of Vong Sun's swordplay. After the insider was arrested, several Vodang leaders interrogated him on the spot without being fussy about details. Of course, he has nothing to hide and confess everything. It turned out that last night, after leading a few cultivators up the mountain, he was always carrying the stolen manuscript hidden in the mountain. The two cultivators took advantage of the chaos and fled, but they only intentionally let go of the smoke bag. In fact, classic books are always hidden on insiders, prepared to take the opportunity to be released later. Currently, although the insider has been assigned to the special investigation team, this incident is temporarily over, but 4 of the Wudang disciples died tragically, and senior brother Chu was seriously injured. The effects that followed certainly did not stop here. Brother Chu was also taken to the hospital for treatment. In addition, Master Nguyen Fu also contacted Doist and Koff, inviting them to help, so that Vong Sin would not have to worry too much. After hearing this, Vong Sin felt reassured and decided to meet with the special investigation team first. Anyway, with Wudang's influence, Doist and Koff probably would not refuse. In that case, he can focus on taking care of the Immortal Dao Conference. Arriving at the appointed location, Mu and Gayat had been waiting for a long time. Vong Sin followed Mu and Gayat to get in the car, preparing to immediately leave for Tam Than Sun, and also took the opportunity to prepare more. This time, the Immortal Dao Conference was ostensibly to unify the ashrams, but in reality it was to lure the Yin-Yang sect to appear. It seemed that by then there would be another storm, but just as Vong Sin was thinking, a package of potato chips was suddenly brought from the side. Vong Sin turned his head to look, was surprised to discover that it was his sister, and immediately happily ate the potato chips. As for the senior sister, she happily took out a small bag, then poured out a large pile of snacks from inside, pouring it towards Vong's son, as if saying, "Junior brother has become thinner. Eat a little more, and when you're full you will not have to worry anymore." Senior sister does not need to be polite when inviting guests. Vong Sen was buried in a pile of snacks, smiling shyly. Did senior sister prepare these things to give rewards to the winners of the Congress? At the same time, I could not help but exclaim. That handbook was clearly a newly developed magical storage device, but the senior sister actually took it out to put snacks in it. Unexpectedly, after a year of seclusion in the mountains, senior sister has steadily broken through to the Void Dan realm, and the biggest benefit for senior sisters are probably that eating snacks can free her hands to play on the phone. This also made Vong Sen remember his previous life. The first 10 years, when the vitality was restored, the monks rose, and every year there were all kinds of changes. But as the desires and tricks of evil cultivators become more and more excessive, the government gradually no longer holds back. Yin and yang. Vong Sen automatically became the executive leader of the jury. After a few days of preparation, Muan Gayet and the others built Tin Dao, and Vong Sen automatically became the executive leader of the jury. The Congress was fully prepared, and soon the Congress gradually approached. Vong Sen held the loudspeaker and became a tool to maintain order. At this time, feeling too suddenly rushed up and hugged him, thanking Vong Sen for helping the Kiem Tong regain the Jade Sword technique. This time they will definitely support well. Vong Sen somewhat reluctantly pushed Phi Lian Tu away, saying that he was satisfied. At this time, Uncle Ka also came over. Vong Sen quickly held his fist and bowed, asking how Brother Chu was doing. Master Uncle Ka took off the wooden box behind him and said, "Thank you to the special investigation team for inviting Senior Duok Then Kok to help. Ung Long is awake now. Before leaving, Master told me to give this to you. Thank you for everything you have done for Vu Dang. This sword is called Bang Lai. It is an ancient sword passed down from thousands of years ago. I believe you will not humiliate it." Vong Sen picked up the neck of the sword and gently caressed the body of the sword. He could feel that the sword contained a chill that penetrated his bones. Even his sword ring was moved by it. It seemed that the grade of this sword could already be considered a magic weapon, but Phi Lian Tu beside him could not help but sigh. This sword is a good sword, but it's not suitable for Phi Vu. It's better to let Vu Dang exchange you for another one. But Master Cao thinks that's not the case, because according to him, a sword is inherently a foreign object. Holding a sword in your hand can be called a sword cultivator. So why is there something wrong with it? Phi Lian Tu immediately objected. This statement was wrong. Although the sword is a weapon, it is compatible with the self. Only then can one reach the transformation of the sword cultivator. Just like that, the two people started arguing because of disagreements and eventually even arranged to fight. Vong Sen quickly advised, "The two of you are just exchanging and learning. Do not fight for real." After that, the two people found an open space and directly started fighting, quickly attracting a crowd of people watching. Although Vong Sen knew that the two seniors would not risk their lives, he still decided to say something to Mu and Guayet to avoid this group of people from leading public opinion. Then he turned his head to look at the Bang Lai sword, thinking to myself, although this Bang Lai sword has the effect of increasing true essence, it does not have much effect on my moves. It turns out that senior sister does not have a suitable weapon yet, so this sword is still for her. Suddenly, the Thian Chung's voice was heard not far away. Vong Sen's back stiffened, and he turned around to look with difficulty, only to see Thai Thian Chuang crying and running, calling out, "You unscrupulous thing! Dan brother, last time I was so seriously injured and still did not come to visit me." Following closely behind him were several chains flying, then the chains immediately contracted, tying Thean Chong like Ban Chung. It turned out that Thean Chong's uncle acted, afraid that this guy here would disgrace Long Ho Sun. After all, although cultivating religion preaches tranquility and indifference, it does not mean that monks do not value the reputation of their monastery. Therefore, allowing disciples in this to surprise and an established reputation is also a great opportunity to promote one's ashram. Therefore, among the monks who participated in the Immortal Tao Conference, everyone was enthusiastic. What's more, this is the most solemn religious practice conference since the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality. This time, the Immortal Tao Conference mainly focuses on the strength of young disciples. The disciples compete in scoring, using the final score to decide the ranking of the sect. The sect with the final score reaches the top 8. One of the rewards is to be qualified to participate in the stone stele. Although this proposal is a bit risky, the monk arranged it like this, not only to deal with the yin-yang sect, but also hoping to borrow the strength of the religious community. See if you can further analyze the secret on the stone stele. After that, the first Immortal Tao Congress officially began under the announcement of Van Nam Tu. As for Vong Sun, while taking on the role of referee, he also became a tool to identify evil practices. He quickly discovered a suspicious monk when reviewing surveillance cameras. Muangayat is a bit confused. Is this but a cultivator who has not yet closed the valley? What's his problem? Vong Sun nodded. Indeed, only the elderly have difficulty swallowing. As for his situation, one was that he had retired early and had not eaten for a long time, so he was not used to it, and 2, it was hard to swallow this authentic Buddhist vegetarian rice without any oil. So very quickly Vong Sun came before the monk and used the reason his opponent gave for wanting to reevaluate the match to invite him to go on a trip with him. The monk smiled and agreed to let Vong Sun lead the way. Vong Sun asked the monk as he walked. Confirming that the monk had a problem, he glanced at his sister and led the monk to a deserted alley. At this moment, an attack suddenly hit the monk's back. The monk waved his hand to block the attack. The cultivation base also increased from the giant god realm to the void Dan realm in the blink of an eye. But the next second, the disguised sister had circled behind him. Vong Sun's sword energy is also ready. Even though the monk had the Hu Dan realm cultivation level, under the cooperation of Vong Sun and his senior sister, he was still quickly defeated and fell to the ground. Vong Sun stepped up and tore off the human skin mask on his opponent's face. He had long heard that the Yin-Yang sect had been selling human skin masks for many years. Looks like the final product has been upgraded. Vong Sun then asked his sister to contact Muangayat so they could strip this person's clothes. Senior sister heard that and immediately froze on the spot. Vong Sun quickly explained, "I meant to check to see if he had the mark of the Yin-Yang sect, nothing else." The elder sister breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Not long after, that fake monk was taken to the interrogation room by the special investigation team. Through their newly researched Chan Kai, they learned that this evil cultivator was named Van Lin Thian, a small leader of the Yin-Yang sect. And through his testimony, the special investigation team also obtained more documents about the Yin-Yang sect. It turns out that the Yin-Yang sect's full name is Yin-Yang Van Thing sect, with 2 Yin-Yang sect leaders. In addition to the 9 great elders under the sect leader, there are also experts who joined recently like Van Lin Thian. To gain a position in the Yin-Yang sect, not only do you need to have a high enough cultivation level, but you also need to be extremely loyal to the Yin-Yang sect. Later, Vong Sun learned more during the interrogation that the Yin-Yang sect stole the classic books of Wooding Mountain, turning out to be looking for the Yin-Yang secret lux. This reminded him of the Yin-Yang family of Teen Tan being chased by Daomon to ancient Silver Pearl 1800 years ago. Unexpectedly, the Yin-Yang sect has such a deep background and has been hidden for thousands of years. It seems that the government still does not value him enough. If they want to destroy the Yin-Yang sect, they must rely on both government forces and righteousness. After that, Vong Sun recounted the background of the Yin-Yang sect to his master, But when his master learned that the classic book that the yin-yang sect was always looking for was the yin-yang secret luck, he waved his hand, threw a pile of things on the ground, and began rummaging. Finally, looking at the small book, he said with a solemn face, "There's trouble to you, son. Quickly go and call your senior sister." Vong's son looked bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Than Nam Tu turned around and showed the front of the small book to Vong Sin. "I only saw 4 big words written on it. Yin-yang mat luck." Than Nam Tu said that this was a gift given to him by Chung Nam Sun Senior Lam Trung Thach. "The yin-yang dharma that my sister practices is the same practice that is written down there." After hearing this, Vong Sin was immediately frightened. So is not senior sister in danger? The man also did not expect that the book he would arbitrarily give to his disciple. It turns out that it is the inheritance of the yin-yang family during the first kin period, but now it can lead to the intervention of an evil cult organization and can even put the disciples in danger. Very quickly, senior sister was called by Vong Sin. Then she saw Vong's son and Than Nam Tu constantly walking around in front of her. At this moment, Vong Sin's face was filled with worry. "In my heart, I thought the yin-yang dharma that my sister practiced was the yin-yang secret luck. If this story spreads out, the yin-yang sect will risk their lives to steal the secret and even kill the senior sister." Thinking of this, Vong Sun asked his master, what if he temporarily stopped practicing this exercise? But then Nam Tu said, "Your sister has often gone down the mountain these past few years. Most likely she has been noticed by them." So Vong Sin suggested, "How about letting senior sister go to the mountain to seclude herself for a few years? Once we destroy these evil cultivators, can they still come up from underground to find us and cause trouble?" Then Nam Tu nodded slightly. "I called a line first and asked how large the yin-yang sect was. Let's just say we're fooling around with the big sign again. Join forces to destroy the yin-yang sect cleanly." Listening to the two people's conversation, the senior sister looked bewildered, completely unaware of what was going on. "I feel that my master and younger brother are really scary. Why cannot I understand what they are saying? Obviously, I'm very smart. Actually, I can also help think of a way. The stomach is so hungry, the child is autistic." Very quickly, the nun sent a message. Than Nam Tu finished watching and said, "The yin-yang sect has now gathered almost half of the experts of the evil sect. The teacher has long wanted to collect them, but now we need an opportunity to stimulate the factions so that they can unite together. The teacher wants to do this on yin-yang secret low, but that will still involve Tu Haiyan. If we combine yin-yang secret low with Teen Bai, surely we can attract the yin-yang sect." At this moment, the more she listened, the more she did not understand and was impatiently looking for her phone. Not long after, Vong Sun and Than Nam Tu received messages at the same time. "Master, if because of the martial arts that a disciple cultivates, he is targeted by evil cultivators, please let him face them. The disciple is still young, the master's family has not been reunited for long, the disciple has nothing to worry about, and the disciple also understands what it means to exercise demons." Then Nam Tu smiled and patted his sister's head, telling her to rest assured that it was not a big deal. Master can handle it. But just as the senior sister was about to leave, Vong Sen suddenly held her shoulder. "Could you please explain to me, my junior brother, why is it so small?" The senior sister rolled up her sleeves, instantly emitting the aura of the elder Hudan realm of Vong Sen immediately shrank back. The next day, after a day of competition, Than Nam Tu stood on the stage and announced that although Teen Fap Teen Bai can only give enlightenment to the top 8, but because everyone is so enthusiastic, the channel will still share a few sentences in advance that do not design the above practice method. These words were the bait that Vong Sun and the others released. Now that the bait has been dropped, let's just see if the fish will bite or not. And somewhere in the arena, a dark shadow hiding in the darkness also heard that this was the general outline of Yin-Yang Mat Lo. On the second day of the conference, although the competition schedule was said to be random, there was actually some hidden manipulation. It's just that suspicious participants will all be paired with known masters of the righteous path. Definitely do not let evil cultivators get into the top 8. Have the opportunity to encounter Tian Bai. In addition, the master and mother also prepared many backup plans because only then can the crocodile extermination plan be guaranteed. Very quickly, the competition began. At a glance, Vong's son recognized a monk, probably Monk Ho Kim of Thian Long Temple in Yunnan. It is said that since he was young, he became a monk at Thian Long Temple, is the seat of Buddhism in this time, and very early participated in supporting the investigation team to solve the case. Seniority is second only to Vong's son, but he also looked a middle-aged man on the other side from a family of scattered cultivators, under 35 years old, who Dan realm without a name. This loophole is obvious enough. Therefore, when that person was gathering forces to prepare attack, Vong's son, as the referee suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait," interrupted that person, then continued to say, "The competition does not allow the use of bows and arrows, but do not accumulate strength first, otherwise your opponent will be buffed." Hearing that, the other person immediately objected. "What logic is this? You can prepare it in advance using talismans. Cannot I?" Vong Sin did not say much, directly unleashed his internal force, suppressing the opponent. "Are you doubting the referee's professionalism?" The strong sword intent instantly suppressed the other person. Then Vong Sen turned around and announced, "The contest continued. Remember carefully not to accumulate forces for bows and arrows first." That person gritted his teeth angrily, but there was no way to deal with Vong Sen. Vong Sen whispered proudly in his heart, "Your attitude is wrong. Your heart is affected by my sword energy. I do not believe you can still win." This is also their second plan of action. Pretend there is a black referee. Thinking of this, Vong Sen turned his head and gave Monk Hoi Kim a look. "Come on, I'll protect you." Venerable Ho Kim looked bewildered, not knowing what was going on. To attract more pagans, that evening, the organizer specially allowed 16 newcomers to visit part of the contents of Hien Vian. That includes 2 people with suspicious identities that they intentionally left behind. Everyone looked at Hien Vian and praised him endlessly. The destiny above is indeed Tien Bai's, not a mortal thing. The above scriptures do not seem to be the normal path of yin and yang. Strange, really strange. Fairy Tu Bu Nog saw Vong Sin so calm and asked him if he had any secrets. Vong Sin laughed. "I have indeed seen it before. But what is recorded on this stone stele is not swordsmanship. It has no effect on me." But actually he had half a sentence left unsaid. That stone stele was actually Than Nam Tu, who faked it all night. Above is just a normal stone board. The so-called Taoist fortune is because Tien Bai is actually hidden under the stone board. This is Venerable Hoi Kim of Thian Long Temple proactively stepping up to greet Vong Sun. Vong Sen also politely responded. After that, the two of them immediately talked about blowing the whistle today. Even Phi Liam too had such a clear and straightforward discussion that he could not stand it anymore. Coughing twice reminded them that there were still outsiders here. Suddenly, Vong Sun discovered that someone was secretly holding a mobile phone to take pictures of content on the Tian boat. Looks like the fish is about to bite. It turns out that Thian Long Temple actually has the 6 veins divine sword. Even the monks inside are all playing Ach. Immortal Tao conference on the 3rd day. The nuns stood in front of the surveillance screen, reminding all employees to be alert. Today their job is not simply to protect the immortal ship's retreat. At this time, another employee came to report there were dozens of low-level cultivators appearing below Tam Than Mountain. There are also more than 10 evil masters on the way. The monk nodded slightly. As long as the fish was heavy enough, no matter how careful the fish was, it would not be able to hold it. Yin Yang sect will eventually rise to the surface. Next, we should take action. At this time, Vong Sun was sitting in the car cleaning Van Ian. This time, we just need to bring the ferry boat to its destination. They seem to have completed their mission, but this road will definitely not be peaceful. Vong Sun estimated that when that time came, he would have to let Venerable Hoi Kim put on Chung Trao and defend him for a while. Venerable Hoi Kim sighed again. Boongu, you must not be harmed by that crazy online game. People in Buddhism are not tankers. Arthean Long Tu at least has the 6 veins divine sword, so is it considered an axe? Vong Sun was stunned for a moment. Wizard, do you still like playing games? Venerable Hoi Kim scratched his head and only played a little from time to time. The little monk was bored in the mountains, so he often went to the internet cave down the mountain to sit. Philiam too heard this and said, yes, back then I also went to the internet cave under the mountain many times to arrest people. As soon as these words came out, the two immediately started arguing. Hoi Kim asked Philiam too. Not long after walking more than 10 miles on the mountain road, he was arrested and detained. What kind of spirit is this? Philiam too responded politely, saying he was addicted to the internet. Who dares to go to an internet cave now? The poor man slashed their lifelines with a sword. Not long after, the team escorting the ferry ship to a valley was suddenly attacked. Vong Sin and his sister resolutely jumped out of the car and discovered an evil cultivator rushing towards the plane transporting the ferry boat. Just one kick broke the plane's tail, causing the plane to fall. That evil cultivator also rushed directly towards the falling ferry boat. Seeing this scene, Philiam II's face became solemn. This evil cultivator's cultivation base is at the Golden Core realm. At this time, that evil cultivator had also arrived in front of the box containing the ferry boat. A loud laugh tore through the iron shell, but in the next second, a sword light suddenly flashed and stabbed straight into his chest. The person who took action was Uncle Tine Van, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Vong Sun, who was fighting fiercely with the evil cultivators, was also a bit surprised. He did not expect that his uncle would hide in the barrel. Master really keeps it a secret. Afterwards, under the coordination of his senior sister and the Yin-Yang Hao-Gaian Great Formation, Vong Sen deployed the Defying 7 Stars sword formation and quickly turned the situation around, killing more than 10 evil cultivators. Next, he and Philiam II joined forces to perform the Imperial Sword technique, sweeping away the low-level eel cultivators on the front lines. But because the number of evil cultivators was too large, Vong Sin and the others could only gather in front of the barrel to avoid being taken advantage of by evil cultivators. But seeing that his juniors had not been able to defeat Vong Sin and the others for so long, the evil cultivator Kim Dan, who was fighting with his uncle Tin Van, finally let out a useless roar, his eyes immediately shooting out purple light. Master Uncle Tin Van realized something was wrong, quickly distanced himself from him, then used both hands to circulate the power of condensed true essence. He waved his hand and turned into 2 giant water waves rushing towards the evil cultivator. At this moment, a purple protective layer suddenly appeared around the evil cultivator, not only blocking the attack of Uncle Tin Van, but also his aura skyrocketed, swinging his huge fist. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Uncle Tin Van. With just one punch, he sent Uncle Tin Van flying out. Then he lowered his head and looked down. There was a loud explosion, and it fell to the ground. Vong Sin and the others seriously took action and rushed towards the evil cultivator. But this evil cultivator seems to have used some kind of forbidden magic, using the loss of his own vitality as a price to increase his strength in a short time. Added to that was his golden core cultivation level. Almost all of everyone's attacks were ineffective, and even his protective layer could not be broken. Vong Sen was also punched when he vomited blood and was directly sent flying out. At the same time, because this force is too powerful, it must be immediately initiated, otherwise it will definitely explode and die. The senior sister opened the Tai Chai Hao Nungiande formation to help Vong Sen lead the way, but at this time the evil cultivators of the other yin-yang sects rushed up, preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos. Luckily, at the critical moment, a swordlight rushed in and killed these rushing evil cultivators with one sword. Uncle Tin Van chased back and also brought reinforcements and once again fought with the enemy. Kim Dan Tu saw this and realized that this was a trap of Thoyan Tian, but it was too late. Finally, under the siege of reinforcements, the evil cultivators were finally destroyed. Through this battle, the ferry boat was protected. The entire army of the yin-yang and 10,000 things sect's evil cultivators was destroyed, but the righteous sects also suffered many losses. Vong Sin could not help but exclaim, perhaps this was the brutality of the war between good and evil. With the end of the first battle of good and evil, Hien Vian also retreated safely. From that day on, Hien Vian became an implacable enemy of the righteous path, but the main sects were still shocked by the power that the Yin-Yang sect demonstrated and reached a consensus on destroying the Yin-Yang sect. Afterwards, Venerable Hoi Kim proactively sought out Vong Sun and expressed his desire to join their team. Although Vong Sin felt that this great master was addicted to the internet, he still let Hoi Kim join them. Anyway, if he cooperated with Ho Kim, even if he and his senior sister faced off against the expert Kim Dan, they would still have a battle. A few days after the Great War ended, Uncle Tin Van took his sister and Vong Sun back to Trungnam San, telling them to first put aside worldly distractions and seclude themselves here with peace of mind. But what made Uncle Tin Van confused was why Vong Sun had to carry a large rock. It turned out that this stone was the sword pressure stone that the sword sect predecessor borrowed for Vong Sun to practice. After entering the Void Dan realm, monks could only continue to accumulate true essence, but could not condense it. Once promoted to the golden core stage, the true essence will completely turn into magic power and cannot be condensed. Kame Tong gave the sword pressure stone to Vong Sun, so that Vong Sun could use it to condense his true essence and then replenish it for himself. So when Vong Sin is promoted to Kim Dan, his magic power will be even more precise. But what Vong Sun did not expect was that the little junior sister's cultivation had reached the early stages of the giant god realm. But as his cultivation increased, he seemed to gradually transform into Than Nam too, becoming more and more like his master. According to the cultivation method, Vong Sin poured true essence into the sword-suppressing stone, then needed to use sword intent to condense it. Now it's worth trying to see if it's effective. But just by carrying the sword pressure stone for a few simple steps, he already felt that nearly half of his true essence had been removed. But the greater the drain, the more clearly the effectiveness of the stone pressure sword became evident. So he still decided to persevere in performing a new set of swordsmanship. But if he wants to persevere, the true essence in his body may not be able to persevere. Just after performing for a while, the true essence in his body was completely consumed, so he fell straight from the sky, being crushed to the ground by a stone pressing a sword. Using personal experience to tell us, practice sword pressing is risky, carrying rocks regardless. Pressing the sword is not against the rules. Both of us shed tears, but although the process was a bit harsh, Vong Sin did feel that the true essence in his body became purer. Therefore, he always carries the pressure stone with him, repeatedly being pressured, preparing to be pressured. Seeing her sister's heartache, Vong Sun also unlocked many new positions to help her not worry. 1 month later, the true essence and meridians in his body were both significantly improved, and he also reached the full conception stage, with just one chance to enter the Void Dan stage. But also that day, he suddenly received a call from his father. I only heard his father's voice on the other end of the phone saying seriously, "Something big happened at home. I need to ask your opinion." Vong Sun was startled when he heard it, but quickly smiled foolishly into the phone. This scene made the junior sister next to him bewildered, wondering if the senior brother had gone crazy from cultivating too much. At this moment, the senior sister placed an Oni-chan expression in front of her. Immediately, the little sister exclaimed excitedly, "What? Senior brother is about to become a senior brother." It turns out that in the past, Vong Sun's parents, in order to improve the living environment of the 3 teachers and students, often sent money to Than Nam Tu. Later, Than Nam Tu joined the investigation team and often sent them some medicinal pills to express his gratitude. Although these medicinal herbs are not precious, they are still effective in regulating the body and increasing the chances of having children. Perhaps for this reason, Vong Sin's parents finally conceived a second child, but this had never happened in Vong Sin's previous life. It's obvious that his fate in this life has changed. After that, the person he needs to protect is another person. Therefore, he focused even more on practicing his sword and decided to become stronger. After all, when he was still weak, his master and senior sister protected him. Later, when his younger brother or sister became weak, he, as an older brother, also had to bear the weight of the sky. A man leaves home for 2.5 years before bringing home a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, his parents are more anxious than him, and even Tiu Hao has practiced. I do not know when the new year was about to come. My uncle brought his junior sister to find his master, and Vong Sin took his senior sister home to celebrate Tet. When he got home, he saw that his parents' attention was not on him. Vong Sin also felt a lot more reassured. Fortunately, his parents still cared about his sister as before. It's just that 2 days ago he went to Keen Tung. The situation was a bit of a mixed bag. It turned out that 2 days ago, Vong Sin brought his sister to Keen Tung to celebrate Tet. As a result, the disciples there directly shouted, "Elder Phi Ingok brought the elder's wife back to celebrate Tet." This time there was a bit of a misunderstanding. The relationship between him and his senior sister was still unclear. Not long after, Vong Sin received news from Mu Nu Gayet, which was a letter from the government sent to a large number of cultivating intellectuals, along with the first Thean Bang ranking. But what made Vong Sin feel surprised was that his master did not make it into the top 5, but was ranked 6th with a mid-stage Golden Dan cultivation level. Very soon Vong Sin saw his sister on the board again. Excited, he just wanted to tell his sister the good news, but when he turned around, he saw his sister also put her cell phone in front of him. Unexpectedly, he also got on the list, only ranked 101st in the Thean list, and it was still temporary. Also number 1 in the Earth list. Even the senior sister could not help but laugh. After that, countless friends also sent congratulatory messages. Some even teasingly asked him how much money he had deposited in the following days so that the mother can rest well and rest assured to take care of the pregnancy. The sister also proactively takes on all the housework. As for Vong Sin, since the conception stage was completed, his soul was not damaged, his soul was unharmed, and he did not know why he always felt sleepy. Listening to the master, from the Hu Dan realm onwards, when one's cultivation base breaks through, there will often be omens. But what is the omen of falling asleep? But right when Vong Sin fell asleep and closed his eyes, his sisters, who was sitting outside the door doing housework, immediately felt something unusual and immediately rushed into Vong Sin's room, but did not know what to do. What to do? Junior brother is about to break through Hu Dan. The spiritual energy in the world is mixed. It is impossible to get close. Seeing that Vong Sin was about to enter an important breakthrough stage, the senior sister gritted her teeth, went to her temple, applied the yin and yang method, turned her purest true essence into spiritual energy, and provided it all to Vong Sin. Vong Sin finally broke through to the void Dan realm, but when she woke up again, she discovered that it was already dark, and she did not know how long she had been asleep. The senior sister was sitting on the chair next to her, nodding sleepily. Seeing Vong Sin wake up, the senior sister rubbed her eyes and prepared to stand up. Vong Sin quickly told his sister to sleep first. She would stay here and watch. Sister instinctively responded, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Seeing her tired appearance, Vong Sin knew that his sister must have returned his true essence to him to absorb it in order for him to break through smoothly. Doing so is extremely wasteful of energy. This also made Vong Sin extremely touched. The elder sister gave her too much care. After that, waiting for his sister to fall asleep, Vong Sin immediately began to stabilize his state. Currently, her true essence is powerful and can directly blend with the essence of heaven and earth. It's just that Hu Dan has this enhancement. I do not know what kind of landscape Golden Dan will be. Over the next few months, she just needed to slowly purify her marrow and refine her body to remove mortal impurities. Wait until the realm is complete, and you can attack the Golden Core realm. But the most important thing is, now she can practice the magic anti-ascension of the Void Dan realm. Thinking that when his sister woke up, he could immediately take her to heaven, Vong Sun could not help but be overjoyed. That night, the whole Vong Sin family happily sat in front of the TV watching the spring celebration program. The mother also sent her sister a lucky money envelope. At this time, Mu and Gaiet's phone suddenly rang. Vong Sun originally thought she was coming to wish him a happy new year. Unexpectedly, there was a worried voice on the other end of the line. Director Wong, we need your support. The object brought back from the moon suddenly became active and rushed out of the laboratory, now flying in his direction at lightning speed. It is estimated that in a moment we will pass through the area where you are staying. We surmise that the object's target is an archaeological site in the same direction. Currently, she has about 25 minutes to go to his place. The car to pick you up is coming soon. After hearing this, Vong Sin immediately agreed. Find an excuse for sister to stay home with her parents. Get dressed and go straight out the door. But wait for her to come to the door. Then she discovered that her sister had already dressed and was here waiting for her. Sure enough, I still could not hide it from my sister. Having no other choice, Vong Sun had to take his sister with him. On the way, Mu Ungayet passed on the news. The combat training team has arrived at the site. It is estimated that the same target will arrive at the same time. They have also completed the blockade of the surrounding area. We will try our best to minimize the impact of the incident. But it has not been long yet. The special investigation team immediately transmitted the news. Target landed ahead of schedule and even entered Vong Sun's house. Vong Sun was frightened when he heard it. I quickly asked how my parents were. Are they okay? At this time, Vong Sun's father, also called Vong Sin, say they're okay. There is a fairy guest in the house. Said he wanted to find Tu Hoyen. The original text seems to be, old friends are hard to find, no longer a lonely soul. All kinds of joy in my heart. After listening, Vong Sun asked his father to pass the message to this senior. They will be back soon. At the same time, he also thought, according to ancient records, during the Qin dynasty, there were immortals who led troops to leave Daothan. Most monks followed the immortals on the expedition. The natural energy of heaven and earth is cut off, and there is no more cultivating the Tao. For now, we will not discuss where the immortals fight, so is the fairy the only survivor. But the opponent is an angel. Surely it will not harm my sister. But there is such an old friend. Sister Fairy's descent to Earth seems to be true, causing the Earth's vitality to recover, and Lady Gaiet suddenly woke up, yet he flew to Vong Sun's house. Moreover, he seems to be an old friend of his senior sister. At this time, Vong Sun and his sister had returned home. I discovered that above my house there were more than a dozen silhouettes of people wandering around. It was the special investigation team staff who came with Than Nam too. Suddenly, that female artist Gaiet appeared behind Than Nam too. Just swing it by hand. Than Nam too and the experts were blown out by the fan. Then the female scholar landed in front of Vong Sin and her sister. Vong Sin protects his sister from behind. Probe asked, the senior just now entered the junior's house. If you want to meet an old friend, why do not you come home and sit down with my senior sister? The female soldier listened to the audio transmission and said, it's disturbing. When Vong Sin heard the sound transmission, he was also surprised, but she quickly discovered that the black gas in the middle of her chest seemed to be death energy. Could it be said that this fairy has not fully recovered yet? Then 3 people entered the house. Sitting on the ground started talking. Vong Sin said, Senior, do you have anything to say to my senior sister? My sister cannot say much. She needs words and images to express herself. Unexpectedly, that woman transmitted her voice again. It's because the soul is damaged. Cannot the six paths of samsara completely compensate? Hearing that, Vong Sun quickly asked, Senior, why is my soul damaged? Did you and my sister meet in previous lives? But she was not finished speaking yet. The woman directly interrupted her. Asking too many questions is useless to you. At this moment, the senior sister took out her phone and sent asking emoticon. Who am I? Where are we? The woman was silent for a moment. Then he looked at his sister and slowly responded, You can return here. Perhaps there are other Dharma friends who also return to this place, but we do not have much time left. I do not know if I can find someone else. I have opened the heavenly spirit wind mirror. It is to feel that this place still conveys Trandauthan's heart. From now on, you can practice with peace of mind. This world is still considered peaceful for the time being. Hearing this, senior sister placed the phone in front of Vong Sin. Vong Sin glanced over and conveyed what he wanted to say on behalf of his sister. Senior sister, I want to ask, can he restore it to its original state? Can seniors help? At this moment, the woman suddenly raised her hand, gently caressed sister's face. In your past life, you were a pure ice fairy. In this life, you are Mok Van Hoyen. One person seeks the way among 10,000 sentient beings. The past has passed. The old man has passed away. In this life and beyond, there is no need for a response. You are now just entering the path of practice. Just practice, go deep into the immortal path, then find the answers you want to know. The Moon Palace can answer all your doubts, but people have not become immortals, cannot find the Moon Palace anywhere. Use your Tuvaithian sword to protect him. Well, from now on, there will naturally be no shortage of good places for you. Now the wish is complete. We must search for the samsara of this world. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of vitality left. Do not let him get in your way. If he asks, just say I have reincarnated. Waiting for the Moon Palace fairy to leave, people and horses quickly chased after him. As for Vong Sin's parents, they are protected by the special investigation team and asked to move out that night. Although for parents, this time leaving is like giving up my current life. But for their safety, this is also a reluctant thing. Early the next morning, Magait had two large dark circles under her eyes. With blood in his eyes, he asked Vong Sun, Doist Vong, where do you think the female fairy will fly to? Vong Sin was also scared by Maya Ngayat's appearance, hastily said that she is a remnant soul. I want to go to the place of reincarnation to see if I can find a glimmer of vitality. If she followed the route, she should have gone to Bun Du Sun. Hearing about Bun Du Sun, my Ngayat's brain, not right. Think about related materials. Ancient Yu Du, Bun Du Sun, but there is no Tao city passed down there. There are only a few scattered practitioners. Thinking about it again and again, Mangayat went straight to sleep. Seeing this scene, Vong Sen also felt a bit helpless. If you're tired, go inside and sleep for a while. Yet in the next second, Mangayat directly took out a pill and threw it into her mouth. It's like being injected with chicken blood and filled with fighting spirit. Regarding this, Vong Sin felt a bit speechless. It's good that you can handle it. However, after receiving the gift from that fairy, Sister was always in a state of enlightenment. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, Senior Sister seems to have broken through again. Could it be that he became a Kim Dan Taoist? Just like that. Kim Dan is in his 20s. If those Taoists knew, would not there be a stir? From then on, Vong Sun immediately gave part of the information that the fairy provided to the investigation team, focusing on protecting the law for his sister. After the senior sister's state of enlightenment lasted for several days, her cultivation level also firmly stopped at the peak of the Void Dan realm. However, the greatest joy is that sister's aphasias seems to have improved a little, from the original one word turned into two words. There was a qualitative leap. After the Lunar New Year, Vong Sin immediately prepared to set out with his sister to return to Wudang Mountain. As another person who received the fairy's favor, she also unlocked a new skill and was finally able to carry her sister's sword flying into the sky. This is the romance of sword cultivators. Later on, she and her senior sister can fly freely and become a pair of junior sisters who can fly and fight at the same time. But after only a few hours, the problem came. It turned out that the sister's phone was out of battery. At this moment, he was looking at Vong Sun with a pitiful expression. Vong Sin turned his head and smiled and said, "Senior sister, let's go down and rest a bit and charge your phone by the way." Having said that, Vong Sin pointed to a village not far away, preparing to circle around to an uninhabited place and then descend, avoiding being captured by others. But right at this moment, she suddenly discovered that someone in front of her was leading a feng shui direction, taking the essence of the sun and moon. Is this someone here harboring love? It turns out that after the natural energy of heaven and earth is restored, plants, animals gain spiritual wisdom. They do not create harm, and practice wholeheartedly can be called pure. If you want to be attached to people's reputation, human nature, or human body and mind, this is love. But now in front of them appeared a demon cultivator that absorbed the essence of the moon. However, having encountered this, Vong Sun naturally could not sit idly by. He immediately followed the direction of the moon's essence and found a factory, then turned around to instruct his sister, "If we do it, we try to capture it alive. After all, love is quite rare." Then the two of them immediately found a window and looked inside, discovering that it was a group of people harboring demons, and it seemed that these demons already had resentment surrounding them. Vong Sin saw this situation and immediately sent a message to Muin Gayet. Muin Gayet only replied with one sentence, 10 minutes. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, people from the special investigation team came to arrest all of these demon-rearing people. After preliminary interrogation, and according to the testimony of these people, they were hired by someone, but behind them there was a boss. But about 10 minutes ago, the boss drove away. After saying that, the investigation team employee took out a cell phone and said, "We have been tracking and chasing." This was discovered at the scene. Vong Sin put on the gloves, and as soon as he looked, he discovered that there was a piece of paper inside with the password to unlock it, clearly showing that it was left for him. So when he saw the piece of paper, he immediately understood. It's probably because I was not flying high just now and was discovered by the evil cultivator's accomplices first. The enemy thought they wanted to come and encircle them, so they simply ran away. Vong Sun then opened a video on his phone. In the video, we saw the young sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, only seeing him in the video teasingly greeting Vong Sin. Meeting under the moonlight was so romantic. Meeting again, Dao Vong, your senior sister learned the immortal of no language. It seems that the Yin and Yang secret road of our Van Viet sect, currently some of the extreme masters in the sect, will probably be disadvantageous for the two of you. I have the utmost respect for you too. If only you two could bring Yin and Yang, I could also help you stop that group of hot-tempered people. Hearing that, Vong Sun turned around and told his sister to give him a photo to scold someone, the cruelest kind. Then directly send this meme to the other person. The next second, the other person deletes it. Vong Sun also later reported this matter to his master. Want to ask if master and teacher have any solutions? Van Nam too knew about this and felt he should stimulate them a little more to see if he could lure them into the bait. During this time, although the investigation team here has been purging the Yin-Yang sect's lair, getting the other party to appear again is not such a simple matter, unless we find something that can stimulate their nerves. But last time they already knew part of the content of Yin-Yang secret road. This time I'm afraid it would not be effective. However, Vong Sun thought of a place that could attract them. I immediately asked my master if he still remembered 222 VM's Comac. As soon as Van Ham too heard it, he immediately understood what Vong Sin meant. The teacher has already told them to do this. So you do not need to worry too much, but the initial creation probably takes 2 or 3 months, so you guys wait patiently. Vong Sin seemed to understand, but still hoped that the teacher could spread the news, saying that she and her senior sister were outside carrying out their mission. After all, she and her senior sister were about to return to Wuding for seclusion, trying to avoid leading the fire to Wuding Dao City. After hearing this, then Namtu could not help but pray this to you, Sin. You can think of these things as a teacher who is very happy. But your sister's mentality is too simple. In the future, you have to take care of her more. Do not let her be deceived. Do you understand my teacher's meaning? Vong's son, whose head was covered in sweat, quickly said, Master, did I do something wrong? Is it too close to senior sister? But then Nanham too did not say much and directly hung up the phone. This made Vong Sin feel extremely confused. What does the master mean in the end? Could it be that he took the initiative to cooperate with her and his senior sister? The global vitality has recovered. Countries are starting to cultivate, and they cannot do it themselves, so they want the Daeho nation to publicly practice the Dharma. After Vong Sin and his senior sister returned to Wuding Mountain, there was a constant explosion in the yard behind the mountain, so loud that even senior Uncle Lei was on fire. He did not know who was so virtuous, making alchemy and exploding behind the mountain every day, and this sound was coming from Vong Sun's yard. At this moment, he was happily holding a handful of flying sword rings that had just been refined and offered to his sister as a treasure. It turned out that after solving the demon cultivation incident, he and his sister returned to Vodang Mountain to practice. The first thing he did after returning to the mountain was to refine a flying sword for his sister. Although he had experienced countless failed attempts at refining, now seeing his sister so happy, Vong Sun felt that these days of failure were worth it. Immortal Tao can deceive and accompany too. Now that I think about it, God is really not bad for him in this life. If the senior sister did not care about men and women, he would just continue practicing with the senior sister. If senior sister suddenly felt moved one day, he would spare no effort to make senior sister feel half lonely. While he and his senior sister were dedicated to seclusion, their master's fishing plan was also being carried out in an orderly manner. At his request, the special investigation team is building a fake 2VM pagoda, preparing to set a trap to invite people in. When the fake 2VM pagoda was completed, all kinds of nonsense rumors also appeared. These news intentionally or unintentionally led everyone's eyes to 2VM pagoda, more than 100 miles away from Kiem Tung. Nowadays, sometimes there are Jindan Jing masters showing off their power. In addition to the government's professional team monitoring the network, it has indeed reached the level of pretending to be real. On the other hand, the master led the special investigation team to continue suppressing the yin-yang sect. Anyway, only when the pressure is great enough will the opponent dare to take risks. Free the ancient demon and ask for its help. Just like that, 2 months passed. Vong Sun received a phone call from Mok Van Huyen. But before Mok Van Huyen could clarify this incident, Vong Sun immediately eagerly asked for the time and place, indicating that he could leave at any time. Mok Van Huyen looked bewildered after hearing this. You already know. It's okay. Fairy Tu Bunungyu is now at the peak of conception stage. Duo Vong, you can guard her. It's okay to change to someone else this time. The opponent's strength is not very strong. Vong Sin heard that the other side was not strong and suspected that the investigation team was a bit arrogant. Then he looked at his sister who was cultivating, indicating that she was not in seclusion. The opportunity to conceive has not yet come. But in this battle I do not want anyone to replace me. Mok Van Huyen immediately agreed, indicating that she would immediately arrange someone to pick them up. Vong Sin also turned around and excitedly said to his senior sister, Quickly pack your things. We have to go compete with the Yin-Yang Van Viet sect. But waiting for the two of them to pack their things and prepare to leave, Mok Van Huyen's phone call came again. She said a little embarrassedly, to be honest, Director Vong, do you know what I just said specifically? Vong Sin instinctively said the 3 words to VM2. Unexpectedly, Mok Van Hoyen sighed again. I knew right away that you misunderstood. That plan has not yet had the opportunity to launch. In fact, the three kingdoms of Yin Dao, Aslan, and Kim Thap, they plan to come to our Dai Ho kingdom to organize a monk exchange conference. See if you want to come. I heard that Island is a bit extravagant, saying that we Dai Ho have no one. When Vong Sun heard it, he felt a bit embarrassed. International Exchange Association. How come he never heard of it in his previous life? But after agreeing, Vong Sin still decided to go down the mountain with his sister to participate in this international exchange. As soon as he arrived, he immediately bumped into Hoi Kim and Thatch Lu. As for this group of unjust families, it seems they all came to participate in this international exchange. Then Mok Van Hyen led everyone to the meeting room and started talking about the situation of this exchange. The most proud recovery of vitality is of course this Dai Ho. Every country has had its own cultivation methods since ancient times, but because of their management problems, overall development is not as favorable and peaceful as ours. That is why, in recent years, the theory of intimidation of monk Dai Ho has arisen internationally. The purpose is for us to make our practice methods public. To put it bluntly, they are jealous. This time the opponent actually came to test our strength. So if this exchange can win, there's no need to intentionally lose for them. Anyway, this is not table tennis, nor does it have such strict requirements. Director Vong, you are normally quite calm. This time it's okay to be a little high-key. Hearing this, the Thien Chung immediately became excited. Embellishing is what he does best. If there's anything Vong Sun does not understand, just ask him. Vong Sun nodded to show he understood. Very quickly the time came for the International Exchange Festival. The participating teams this time include Catchland Team, Mdao Team, and Kim Thap Team. And then Nam Tu was the referee standing on the competition stage to announce the rules this time. At this time, Mdao's captain was a little dissatisfied because he was slapped by Than Nam Tu yesterday. So in the first match, he wanted to let his eldest disciple compete with Than Nam Tu's disciple to regain face. So Vong Sin became the first person to go on the floor. Faced with a sword from the waiting Mdao player, Vong Sun easily neutralized it with just one sword. Next, he casually swung out a sword energy to send the opponent flying out. Victory and defeat have been decided. Vong Sin clasped his hands and said concession, then prepared to step down from the stage. Unexpectedly, this Mdao player would shamelessly sneak attack. Vong Sun reluctantly picked up his sword and easily neutralized this move. Next, he swung out several swords of energy, directly breaking the opponent's sword. But even so, the opponent still felt shameless and wanted to continue. This time, even his master could not watch anymore. Gritting my teeth, I told him to return. Then a female swordsman from Scotland came onto the stage. Prepare to receive Vong Sin's swordsmanship teachings. Vong Sin held the sword and smiled slightly. Please instruct. Next, Catchland's female swordsman held the sword with both hands in front of her chest, screamed loudly, and began to accumulate strength. Then, raising the sword above his head, a giant yellow sword energy formed. Also directly shouted the name of the move. Look at this trickster stance and sword move. Vong Sun could not help but laugh out loud. But very quickly, the female swordsman slashed with her sword. Faced with this move, Vong Sun still just waved his sword to solve it. The sword move was broken. The female swordsman's sword slipped from her hand. The whole person fell to the ground. At this moment, the sword rotated in the air, cleverly landing right between her legs. The female swordsman stood up a bit embarrassed. His face turned red, and he said admit defeat to Vong Sun, and then got off the stage. The third match was the turn of the Kim Thap country's players on the stage, but as soon as he got up, this guy held his head and knelt on the ground. It made everyone bewildered, as if this guy had come to pick a fight. But Hoi Kim saw a clue. Turns out it was just a few seconds ago. The opponent used magic to attack Vong Sin. As a result, it was destroyed by Vong Sun's sword, so the two of them looked like they were standing still. But actually, they had already finished fighting. After that, Vong Sin came down from the stage and bowed to his master. The disciple was lucky not to disgrace his fate. Then Nam Tu consoled him by saying, "It's been hard. Go back to the team." The senior sister smiled and gave Vong Sun a thumbs up. "Thang is very beautiful." Vong Sun also smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Thank you, sister." Never underestimate your opponent's brazenness, because maybe he really is brazen. After Vong Sin won 3 matches and returned to the team, Than Nam Tu told the captains of the 3 countries, "Just now, the disciple swung the axe past the workers' eyes. Today was an exchange and competition. How about this? 5 young disciples behind me. You guys just choose who to compete with. How about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Thian Chung smiled crookedly. "Can I introduce myself a bit?" Everyone who heard that was bewildered. I do not know what kind of trick this guy wants to play. Then Nam Tu turned his head to look at the Thian Chung. Just let him say whatever he wants to say. After hearing the Thian Chung, he pretended to clear his throat, then spoke loudly. The junior ventured to say a few words. "Actually, the positions of the 5 of us all have meaning. You can choose your opponents based on your strength. This is also a bit of concern for our Dai Ho Nation. Let's talk a little bit about the image. I'm just simple difficulty. The little brother who conquered the country and the city next to me is of normal difficulty, and the Zen master next to him is difficult. The sword cultivator, handsome, with extraordinary martial arts skills, was at a hellish level of difficulty. The fairy next to him is of heavenly difficulty. It's the kind that can easily take you to heaven. Even your master came up together. It was estimated that he was also hung up and beaten by the fairy. Speaking of this, the Thian Chung could not help but laugh, but Liu Van Chai and Ho Kim next to him looked at him angrily, knowing that this guy clearly wanted to rely on the 2 of them to attract firepower. Anyway, no one would be that brazen. Go challenge the weakest Thian Chung. But just as the 2 of them were about to go on the field, the Thian Chung became the first person to be chosen. As expected, they still underestimated the level of their enemy's brazenness. Although I say the Thian chapter on my side is not the strongest, but killing this opposing underworld player was still no problem. I just saw that as soon as he came up, he directly launched a big move, gives the opponent a meteor shower of green fire, making the opposing captain not even have a chance to admit defeat. The player was directly knocked unconscious. After winning, the Thian Chung did not forget to make a few sarcastic comments. "Sorry, I'm just a simple difficulty. Senior brother can still withdraw his hand in time. As for me, I could not take back the move and injured you guys, but winning and losing is a normal thing for soldiers. Young heroes can start over." "That's not right. Even the difficulty is as easy as mine. You still cannot pass it. It would be better if you guys start over with your life." After that, in the second match, the opponent unexpectedly found a way to die and chose the world. This is purely using a small account to play a full account. The result, of course, goes without saying. That person was directly killed in seconds without any suspense. After experiencing several consecutive defeats, the underworld suddenly gathered to discuss. "Looks like he's planning some big move." Then, their captain spoke out his request through the interpreter. Being able to meet such outstanding young practitioners today is a very rare opportunity. Although it is not in accordance with our principles, we have a request. Hopefully this swordsman monk can take the stage again, compete with 2 of our good chess players. We have no intention of competing, so even if we win, it would not be glorious. We just wanted to test whether our skills could gain any advantage over this swordsman monk. Regarding this operation of Andao Kwok, Vong Sin only smirked. So this trick is really just acting and pretending. It's shameless beyond words. Then Nam Tu put his hand on Vong Sin's shoulder and spoke in a low voice. "Little master, estimate how many people you can handle alone. Just let them come up together. If you want to lose face, just give them their wish. and use the two Vythian sword to deal with them. Vong Sin looked at his master and nodded, then went directly to the stage. Take out the sword and not the sword. It's just communication. There's no need for formality. You do not need to differentiate between big and small, old or young. Just go up. Having finished speaking, he immediately revealed his mid-stage Void Dan Realm aura. Although the British Dao Quoc captain's expression did not change on the outside, he clenched his fists. His heart was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, this young man's cultivation level is not inferior to me. The Chinese monks were certainly not to be underestimated, and then two young women wearing kimonos went up to the stage to challenge. But what Vong's son did not expect was that as soon as they got on stage, the two of them took off their shirts, revealing black socks and fishnets inside, even seducing with uniforms. Is this image really a competition? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the senior sisters on the stage immediately sank, as if they were saying that they dared to seduce their junior brother. Shamelessly, I wish I were them. Could I be on stage instead? As for Vong's son, who was on the stage, facing the attack of the two people, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered, it turned out to be the same as the nurse at the hospital last time. That nurse was from the Yin-Yang sect, so the high-ranking An Dao must have had a relationship with the Yin-Yang sect. If that's the case, he does not need to hold back anymore. Hate in my heart. Today I want to get some profit first. After dealing with the two girls, Vong's son immediately turned around and mocked the captain of An Dao Quoc. Your so-called magic techniques are just that. Is there any more profound magic? These steps are just simplified from the 8 trigrams release technique of our Dai Ho nation. In the past, how many cultivation techniques did you learn in Dai Ho Kingdom? Have they all been lost? Hearing this, the captain of An Dao Quoc immediately became angry, immediately prepared to personally compete with Vong Sin on stage. But no matter how small or big, it's still not Vong Sun's opponent. After only exchanging a few moves, Vong Sin immediately used the 7 stars Jade Sword technique, causing the opponent to run east and west in a difficult battle. But this was still Vong Sin's deliberate mercy, otherwise he would have been lying down long ago. After that, Vong Sun declared even more directly, if you can force me to use the strongest sword move, I will admit defeat today. How about, I did not expect that this group of British Taoists would be so shameless. Directly pulled the whole group onto the stage to challenge Vong Sin, but facing countless swords rushing in, Vong Sun did not panic. Thinking that evil practice should be destroyed, with evil cultivators being your mortal enemy, you should not show mercy. Although Dai Ho pursued peace, but the blood feud between An Dao and Dai Ho should not be forgotten. By the way, I want to find out if there is anyone from the Yin-Yang 10,000 Things sect among these British Dao Nation people. Today, Vong Sun represents Dai Ho Quoc, representing the ancestors of the past who committed to the war against O. The vitality has been restored. The martial art of martial arts has revived. You guys thought you were okay again? You're moving again. You're trying to cause trouble again, revealing that insidious wolf face. Today, I should also let you know, the monks of Dai Ho Quoc are the real powerhouses standing firmly on this earth. Thinking of this, Vong Sin faced the people who were besieging him, just waved his hand at random, and immediately slashed countless sword energy, sending all the people who were besieging flying. But as soon as he finished dealing with the first wave of people, and Dao Quoc's captain immediately ordered the people behind him to continue, preparing to use the human wave tactic to kill Vong Sin. The Thian Chuang was infuriated by the shamelessness of these people and immediately wanted to rush to help Vong Sun. But the senior sister slapped her palm and fainted, then saw the senior sister slowly open her mouth and believed the junior brother. And at this time, Vong Sun, facing the An Dao Quoc monks, rushed forward, still not afraid to welcome them. But during the fight, he discovered that there was a person hiding behind the British Dao Nation captain who was still not taking action. So he deliberately sold an opening, only using the 7 stars sword formation to entangle the ninja group, making the opponent think that he could no longer be distracted from using the sword technique. The opponent was indeed hooked. One person appeared behind him. The other swung his knife forward, preparing to attack front and back. Vong Sin slightly smirked, then directly used Ungukim technique and Tu Vine Hakim, not only defeating the two people in the blink of an eye. Even the wall of the guild hall was punched with a large hole under this blow. Looking at the large hole in the wall behind him, the British Dao Nation captain was secretly a little scared. If this blow hit him, I'm afraid his end will be the same as that wall. And after achieving his goal, Vong Sun also resolutely chose to admit defeat. I'm still too young. My cultivation level is still a bit lacking. I used my strongest move. According to the rules, I failed. Congratulations to the winners. This time admitting defeat is truly a face-slapping, heart-slapping murder. Even Thai Thien Chuang next to him could not help but laugh. Is this the highest level of admitting defeat? I've learned it. Then brother, this trick is so poisonous. Pass the discovery to your master. After that, Vong Sun returned to his seat, and suddenly there was a text message on his phone, which turned out to be a text message from their fixed cult group. Everyone was talking about Vong Sin's recent attack on Andao, but Hoi Kim was a little suspicious. Why did Vong Sin target Andao like that today? Vong Sin did not intend to hide it, directly telling everyone his findings, but just now he intentionally injured them, then returned to remind his master. It was so that the master would use his name to heal them and examine their cultivation methods. But the senior sister felt that if that was the case, then why would it be so troublesome to catch them and use a whip? Suddenly everyone, a moment later, Vong Sin immediately sent the information he had collected to the group. The guy who had just been beaten had learned a few techniques from the Yin-Yang 10,000 Things sect. Now just let them go first. Wait to gather enough intelligence before taking action. It is possible that an exchange group will be organized to visit Andao, paying attention to keeping it secret. Hearing Vong Sin say that, everyone had some expectations. Only the 13th chapter is different, demanding drama. Directly removed from the chat group by Vong Sun, it turns out that there really were fairies on this earth. Ludong Tan also left a book to warn people before he died. If someone can fly, do not reveal the location of the earth. After the exchange conference ended, Vong Sin and several people played cards and chatted in the hotel. The Thien Chuang asked Vong Sin what his plans are next. Are you going back to the mountain to practice with your senior sister? If you're looking for an evil cultivator to kill, you must include him in your portion. And Hoi Kim said something sincere. Amitabha Buddha, the Thien Chuang's cultivation level is a bit weak. Be careful of being pushed by the opponent. Vong Sin smiled shyly. Let's see what the master arranges. If Hoi Kun is not urgent, wait a day or two. We have a great show to watch. As soon as Master Thien Chuang heard there was a good game, he immediately approached. Vong Sun, what are you doing? Vong Sin glanced at him. Guess? Secret. At this moment, a knock was heard outside the door. Moon Gayat went in and gave the documents to Vong Sin and said, the matter of 2VM2 has been decided. Although the master teacher and the master Liu were not in the planning list, but their master was also a participant in the action. So you two should listen together. Through the plan, we spread a lot of fake news about 2VM2 breaking out in a great war with Koma, making the evil cultivators believe that the righteous monks suffered heavy losses after the Great War, causing them to take action. According to the plan, in the next few days, we will launch a campaign to punish evil practices nationwide. And right at this moment, 2VM2 will riot. At that time, you will receive information asking for help. Support 2VM2 start the plan. Originally, the plan was like that, but for some reason, the plan needed to change, and this change lies with Vong Sin and his sister. So the next day, Vong Sun and his sister were taken by Mu Gayat to Daodan Research Institute. When Vong Sun arrived at the meeting room, everyone had been waiting for a long time. This time, they called Vong Sin and his sister to come. The main reason is still the fact that the moon fairy had contact with the two people before. Vong Sen nodded, expressing that he would definitely know what to say. At this time, Than Nam Tu suddenly coughed and interrupted, regarding the matter of that immortal not telling my two disciples. There was even some news that the immortal did not know. Poor religion can supplement. But I also hope that after listening, you will not be too pessimistic and negative. Seeing Than Nam Tu take out a wooden box, Vong Sen and his sister were both surprised. Is not this a secret treasure passed down to our sect by Patriarch Lu? Then I saw Than Nam Tu slowly open the wooden box. Inside is an object that resembles a token, emitting dazzling yellow light. Immediately afterwards, Lu Tu's phantom image appeared above, slowly opening his mouth. Votry's lineage, is there someone behind? Half an hour later, Than Nam Tu closed the wooden box. Professor Ma quickly asked, Than Nam, is that Mr. Lu Dong Tan? What is this image material? Why do we only hear him speak and not understand his language? Than Nam Tu said this was probably a transmission talisman that only immortals could use. It cannot be opened if it is not in the golden core realm. Luda used probably the language of ancient ancestors. I have already prepared the translation. Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and told Mugayat to give everyone the translation content. But what surprised everyone was that the content on it was Lu Dong Tan's will. Turns out that a long time ago, the universe was still chaotic. Under the guidance of the Great Path of the Immortal Saint domain gradually took shape, and various clans of creatures were born. The first fairy also appeared and expelled a clan from the Immortal Saint realm. Millions of years ago, Immortal Emperor Hao Thean merged Immortal Saint domain and Immortal domain into Immortal World, intending to assimilate the cosmic path, but unexpectedly was punished by the path. Therefore, not only him but countless immortals also remained lost because of that. In it, the Immortal World was forced. The leader of the Immortal clan at that time, to the Great Emperor, and the fairies in heaven, escorted the children of Immortal Emperor Hothayan to rush into a fairyland, and this place is Earth. Initially on Earth there was a tribe with the same origin as the fairies, named Vu, and after discovering the Earth, the Immortals immediately used a formation to hide it, and at the same transmitted the Dao Than to the Vuan clan, leading to a resonant great path. Although Dao Than had been passed down, the Immortals were not willing to accept such defeat. In addition, time on Earth passes 100 times slower than outside, so they cannot delay. So, 1300 years ago, the fairies decided to rush out of the Immortal realm, and the place of the fairies was restored to its former glory. Before leaving, they completely sealed off Earth's energy to avoid enemies finding this place. But after knowing that the Immortals had reappeared, the alien races immediately united and used all their strength to surround the ancestors. The fairies suffered heavy casualties. Among them, the 13th princess died from serious injuries on the way back to Earth, and Luda sent this box back to Earth before the final great battle. It is to warn the world, if any of them can fly, absolutely do not reveal the location of the Earth to avoid causing disaster. Knowing all of this, Vong Sin could not help but exclaim, "Is not what immortals pursue the freedom of eternal life? Why must we insist on mastering all things in heaven and earth? Immortal Emperor Hao Thean caused the immortal world to disintegrate for personal gain. The fairies have tragic endings. Perhaps heaven is not as beautiful as we imagine." On the way back, Than Nam Tu saw that Vong Sin seemed unfocused and asked him what was wrong. "Were you deeply shaken by the content of the meeting just now?" Vong Sun regained his composure. Although he did not say anything, Than Nam Tu knew that he was mostly like that, so he consoled him. The teacher originally intended to wait for you prepare for the next life before publishing the story of Lu Tu's will. But becoming an immortal is not that easy, so practice with peace of mind. After listening, Vong Sen also understood clearly and nodded to show that he understood. The senior sister smiled and patted his head, then gave him a hand gesture. Vong Sun immediately understood when he saw this stance. Sister wants to say that let's go through life and ascend together, then go out and see the world. But the senior sister in her previous life knew Princess Thien Din. My status is definitely not low. With this level of relationship, I will not encounter any obstacles in this life, but I am just a mortal. What if my sister becomes an immortal, and I cannot keep up? But very quickly he laughed at himself. What is there to be confused about? We have the Tao city of Great Emperor Tuvai and Luda, and the protection of our master and senior sister. If you still cannot become an immortal, then just stab your head into your sister's heart and die. But thinking about this, he suddenly did not want to become a fairy anymore. At night, the action began. The Thien Chung 3 people ambushed at a factory, preparing to stop and kill Tatu. Sure enough, Tatu quickly rushed out. Hoi Kim took the lead and rushed forward. Blocking Tatu, Daihak shouted loudly and immediately opened a big attack. Liu Vanchai and the Thien Chung also followed closely behind and began to attack crazily. In the end, under the coordination of the three people, Tatu fell continuously, but at some unknown moment, it suddenly appeared above, directly launched a sneak attack towards Liu Vanchai. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a sword energy flew forward, blocked this attack, and at the same time conveniently killed that guy too. The one who took action was Vong's son, who had just arrived. Seeing that there was support here, it was fine for them to stay here and guard, but Vong Sin smiled and said no need. My senior sister is already inside. Before he finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind him. Senior sister directly punched through the roof, at the same time sent up a tornado of true essence. Seeing this scene, Vong Sin and the Thien Chuang could not help but swallow their saliva. That being said, we do not need to compensate for construction damage, right? Then everyone came to the meeting room. The interrogation results were out. Tu was captured alive and was just a traitor. The male Tatu who was killed by Vong's son was a member of the Yin-Yang sect's intelligence line, which is a bit embarrassing. Vong Sin could only sigh helplessly, sometimes thinking that going too fast is not a good thing. After listening, Mu and Guayat quickly explained, mainly that we did not say before that we had to save our lives. Moreover, because of the current lack of manpower, the Yin-Yang sect no longer requires any cultivation level for its members, but rather to see if he is agile enough or not. Everyone who heard that was suddenly awakened. So that's it. As long as you have a flexible mind, you can become a line member, but it's also true that you can improve your cultivation level, but it's relatively difficult to open your mind. From there, it can be seen that the Yin-Yang sect has begun to weaken. Then Mu Ungayat shared with everyone tonight's results. Up to now, they have arrested 32 evil cultivators and killed 642 people. Most of them were in the conception stage. Hearing this, a person who had fought hard to reach the conception stage could not help but make a soft hiss sound. Is not the conception stage worth that much now? But Vong Sin knew that tonight's harvest did not look bad, but he was afraid that he had exhausted all the intelligence the investigation team had collected during this time. The Yin-Yang sect over there will probably also come up with new arrangements. Then the conference ended. Everyone was just about to leave. Moon Gayat returned, worriedly saying, "You guys have an emergency. Something happened to Tutu VM. We recently received intelligence that Koma in Tutu VM showed signs of violence. Now there are dozens of great masters working together to suppress demonic Kai. We need a few to come and support." After listening, Vong Sun reminded Mugayat to try to notify more experts so there would be more assurance. Mu Ngayat signaled Doc, telling him to rest assured. They had already mobilized their people, but they did not know why. Vong Sen always felt a little uneasy, but just a few hours ago, in the lair of the Yin-Yang sect, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect received a report from his subordinates that 14 members of the line were killed or captured, and they had lost 1.5 miles of combat power. Daihoa Kwok has been preparing for a long time, and will definitely continue to attack next. They fear that it will be difficult to find a place to hide, but the Yin-Yang sect's patriarch said that he had received accurate information. Daiho Kwok just wants to concentrate their forces to take action. Let the parts continue to hide and keep secret. No matter what happens, not the slightest movement can be revealed. Waiting for the two subordinates to retreat, the cell phone of the yin-yang sect leader suddenly rang. After picking up the call, a rough voice came from the other end of the line. I've changed my mind. Let's just follow the plan this time, destroy some of the living forces of the righteous path, and prepare for our next plan. This time is a good opportunity. Even if we fail, it will not consume too many of our forces. I went to 2VM to observe the arrangements there. Koma should have recovered some of his strength by now. We just need to find a chance to release Koma. Those righteous people will naturally go up there to die. The leader of the yin-yang sect nodded. If you have made up your mind, so just do that. Another patriarch of the yin-yang sect appeared. Unexpectedly turned out to be a Buddhist monk. Than Nam too was tragically assassinated. At this time, at 2 Nam, a group of monks were pretending to join forces to fight against a demon several tens of meters tall. They only heard the Thathian Chung's uncle, his hand forming a magic spell, shouting loudly, "Great Battle of Foma, open." As the great formation was activated, the ancient demon was immediately suppressed. A group of righteous monks joined forces to imprison it. And at this time in a corner of 2 Nam, Vongsin and others looked at this video and also clicked their tongues in praise, directly shouting that this special effect was awesome. Moon Gayat smiled and said, "This is a video that we intentionally released to the outside world. The purpose is to show that the righteous path has suffered heavy casualties. If even that cannot deceive those evil cultivators, we can only admit defeat." Now the entire mountaintop area has arranged a large Fengma formation. Up and down the mountain there are many people in ambush. Once the yin-yang sect enters, we will immediately start the big formation, and at that time they will be in a dilemma. Hearing this, even the Psalms chapter could not help but ponder. To lure evil cultivators, not only did they build a fake temple, but they also made it so real. Does not this trap cost a lot of money? But will those evil cultivators finally take the bait? Vongsin said that if the plan fails, at best the opponent will not take the bait. But the real 2VM over there could not be ignored. Mu Ngayat told him to rest assured. The war team would immediately run there. Moreover, the strength of those high monks cannot be underestimated. But for some reason, Vongsin always had a bad premonition in his heart. After going up the mountain, he still could not feel his master's breath, nor did he know where he had gone. At this time, deep underground in 2 Nam, and Thanam 2 was looking at the surveillance screen and discovered that more than 60 evil cultivators of the Voidan realm had appeared below the mountain and were gathering at the back of the mountain, already starting to prepare to attack the mountain. But there are no Jindan monks. Are they mixed in with the crowd? At this time, news came from the demon Windwell, and the demon Ki suddenly began to increase. Than Nam 2 told Van to stay here and continue to act as planned, while he apparated over to see what happened. By the way, it is also called Venerable Feng. After all, Venerable Feng's Dharma has a restraining effect on demons. Not long after, the two came to the real 2VM here. At this time, next to the Wind Demon Well, several high-ranking monks were trying to suppress the demon Kwai. It seemed that the ancient demon was about to break the seal. Than Nam 2 guessed the quickest was probably the full moon tonight, but he was not in a hurry. He should still get some well water to try. But just as Than Nam 2 scooped water, Venerable Feng behind him suddenly showed a fierce look, with a pop sound, breaking the great formation. Than Nam 2 immediately became alert and looked around, but only missed Venerable Feng behind him. As a result, in the next second, a sword directly pierced his chest. I only saw Venerable Feng sneered and said, "To find the sword that can destroy your Thuan Duong magic power. My sect has spent more than a year. You can rest in peace." Than Nam 2 widened his eyes and let out an angry roar. At this moment, green light flashed in Monk Nu Feng's eyes. He jumped up and laughed wildly. Than Nam 2 silently exclaimed that something was wrong. The next second, the surroundings turned dark. He did not expect Nu Feng to land on the high monks. Immediately he shouted angrily and rushed straight towards monk Nu Feng, but Nu Feng clearly had a plan in mind. As soon as Than Nam Tu took action, two monks rushed out from the side to protect Nu Feng. Than Nam Tu was already seriously injured under the combined attack of the two people. He was repeatedly beaten and retreated, but had not yet had time to stand. The second ambush had arrived. Than Nam Tu quickly turned around and punched the ground, then retreated a few meters quickly, standing still in terror. Although we always paid attention to the fake Than Nam Tu, we did not neglect to monitor Than Nam Tu, but unexpectedly the opponent still found a loophole. At this time, monk Nu Feng ordered the evil cultivators around him. This Taoist monk Bat Nungan's heart was damaged. Now he just had to try to resist. You guys kill him. I'll go release code Demon. Following the orders of monk Nu Feng, the evil cultivators simultaneously rushed forward to attack Than Nam Tu. Facing the oncoming evil cultivators, Than Nam Tu struggled to circulate the remaining true essence, condensed a Taiji map, angrily looked at monk Nu Hu Feng. Today I must kill you. At the same time, the fake Than Nam Tu on the other side finally received news that something had happened to the foot of Than Nam Tu. Nu Hu Feng, who frequents the Yin-Yang sect, the master of the Yang sect, is currently planning to liberate ancient demon. All Golden Core monks came to the rescue with all their strength, not sparing any costs to prevent the enemy from destroying the Wind Demon well. The remaining monks immediately opened a large defense formation and waited on the spot for orders. But right on the way to support, a murderous aura suddenly blocked everyone's way. The Yang sect master of the Yin-Yang sect appeared in front of everyone and said coldly, You guys have put so much thought into inviting us here. Now I want to leave first. Is not this against the rules? Also coming with him was a large group of the evil cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect, which seemed to have been prepared in advance. Next, I only heard Sect Master Doang's order. No need to stay, kill all of them. At his command, the war between good and evil broke out. Vong Sen here also received news. Knowing that Venerable Nu Feng is a member of the Yin-Yang sect, Master was also plotted against and seriously injured. Now he is fighting alone in Tutuvium. Vong Sen resolutely moved the sword back to the flying sword, calling his sister to step on the flying sword together. The two of them directly wielded their swords and flew towards the real Tutuvium. This monk appears to be a Buddhist monk, but behind him is the evil cult organization Yin-Yang sect, the leader of the Yang sect, collaborating inside and out, secretly attacking their teammates, preparing to release ancient demon, but the evil cultivators blocked their way. Luckily, with many seniors protecting them, Vong Sen and his sister were able to escape the siege. After that, Vong Sen applied a true essence talisman and a Kuai Ngayan talisman to his body, and at the same time let his sister infuse him with true essence to increase his speed. But in her heart she still felt very guilty. If I had not proposed the plan to use Cot Demon to attract evil cultivators, I would not have the situation I have today. Master will also not be injured. The senior sister saw through Vong Sen's thoughts at a glance and comforted her. The master was definitely okay. Vong Sen also firmly nodded. His master absolutely would not give up that easily. At the same time, next to Tutuvium, monk Nu Feng was sitting on the ground laughing. Than Nam Tu was injured fighting, killing several evil cultivators, almost exhausted, but the evil cultivators still rushed in like a tide, trying to kill him. Than Nam Tu gathered true essence in front of his chest and opened the Yang Hao Ondian large array on the spot. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim, but he did not expect that as a master, one day he would be deceived by his disciple. After the great formation was opened, the two evil cultivators were immediately pierced by an attack. At the same time, accompanied by Than Nam Tu's loud scream, a pillar of light went straight up into the sky. Seeing this scene, monk Nu Feng was horrified. He did not expect Than Nam Tu to be seriously injured, but it's still possible to force them to this extent. It seems that if Than Nam Tu does not go away for a day, they will never have a peaceful day. At this time, Van Nam too suddenly bypassed the two evil cultivators and directly used Earth Release technique to run away. The evil cultivators originally intended to chase, but were stopped by monk Nu Feng. There is no need to chase. Our goal is to release Katma. The two elders go destroy the righteous path to support. The others collected the blood of those monks and put it into the well. Quickly, having finished speaking, Monk Nu Feng began to circulate his true essence, preparing to break the seal of the bone formation. While Van Nam also tried to keep himself awake on the run, but still could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Luckily at this time, Vong Sin and his senior sister promptly caught up, helped him lean against a tree to heal, and waited for his injury to stabilize slightly. Van Nam too told Vong Sin to quickly inform the others, otherwise he could not prevent Katma from leaving the customs. Even if we use modern weapons, we cannot defeat Katma. Only the Sariputra in the Buddha statue of the main temple of 222 VM can subdue it. But Vong Sin said, "Master, reinforcements are about to arrive. Tell them to go." Then he stood up from the ground and looked towards 22 VM. If he let go of Katma, Nu Feng would most likely leave directly. I will not let him escape. Even if I am not an opponent, I still have to pull him back, creating more opportunities for the seniors. After listening, the senior sister raised her hand to move the true essence, opening the Yin-Yang Hao Nine Gaian large array, trapping Vong Sin. Van Nam too also struggled to support his injured body and stood up from the ground, advising Vong Sin not to be reckless. He was not dead yet, but Vong Sin clenched his fist just a little closer. Then that sword is a little wider. Master, your veins have been severed. You taught me the way of cultivating immortals, but no one can touch my parents, my master, and my sister. A broken Taoist mind and being in seclusion for decades can make up for it. If the master is gone, where will I go to find him again? Master, today I want to be immortal again before cultivating the way, repaying evil with evil. Today Nu Feng will not die. Tomorrow I must also chase him to the ends of the earth. I must kill him. Hearing the determination in Vong Sin's words, senior sister also slowly put down her hand, opened the great formation of Yin-Yang Hao Goyan. Then Vong Sin directly used his sword to fly towards the Wind Demon Well, but ended up encountering the evil Kim Dan cultivator of the Yin Dao Nation on the way. After a short fight, Vong Sin took the opportunity. A sword pierced the evil cultivator's body, but did not kill him. On the contrary, it made him even angrier, directly swinging a chopping palm at him. Luckily, Tuchianbi's people came to his aid in time, entangling themselves with that evil cultivator, protecting him and retreating first. After that, Vong Sin spit out a mouthful of blood, calmed down a bit, and his internal injuries were almost completely healed. However, the next thing he had to kill was a Golden Dan monk, so he had to stay calm. Only by staying in the best condition could he be able to avenge his master. At the same time, at the command center, the teacher also received a report from the frontline war group. Director Ko Dian was on his way back. He was out of danger of his life. Our reinforcements will arrive near Fengmao Well in 3 minutes. The missile site has locked Fengmao Well. The second effective reinforcement force is the 2 Golden Core Realm monks, who will arrive in 6 minutes. The mountain peak near to Jiep Tunam has opened a large defense formation, which can continue for more than an hour. Upon receiving the news, the nun immediately gave the order, temporarily ignoring the bombardment fire, changing direction, aiming at target number 2, to Jiep Tunam. When bombers bombed that area, they used a lot of bombardment firepower and used aerial missiles to attack the evil monk Kim Dan. If one result does not work, then 5 results, 10 results. In addition, please ask your superiors for permission to use the Thean Kiem system. Hearing this, the old man next to him advised, Group Leader Tri Lun, the threat of Katma is much greater than that of evil cultivators. Is such an arrangement too big of a risk? But the monk persisted. All risks were borne by me. Letting enemy spies infiltrate the investigation team is my responsibility. I am prepared to resign and accept all the organization's measures. But the evil cultivators of the Amity Donation in our Daeho kingdom must all be left behind. At this time, another staff member reported, "Team leader, the drone detected a large number of enemy ninjas gathering near the main gate of 22VM. Thief Lin has arrived at 22VM and is being surrounded and attacked by ninjas." After hearing this, the teacher felt a bit helpless. How come no one made people less worried about this pair of disciples? And right now, Vong Sun is fighting with the ninjas of the Yindao Nation, dealing with this group of low-cultivated shrimp. Vong Sun, one person and one sword, in just a moment killed most of them. At this time, Vong Sun also received news from Mu Viet. The master had been brought back to the base. The sister was still transmitting true essence to him. Now the injury is stable. Knowing that his master was okay, Vong Sun breathed a sigh of relief and decided to give his all. At this time, the Golden Light Great Formation of GEP2 Nam 2 was launched. The evil cultivators outside are screaming. The so-called righteous path turns out to be full of shrunken turtles. And the 13th chapter inside kept sighing. This time, the government really slapped itself in the face, setting up such a large battlefield, but as a result, Nu Feng turned out to be a spy. I do not know how a Sin is doing. Hoi Kim also admired that the evil cultivators were not idiots and knew how to infiltrate the government. They rely on the underworld to cause trouble. Perhaps this is the underworld's covert action against us. The Thean Chong extremely agreed, deciding to resolve this case and go to the Amdao Nation to gift them a cannon. At this time, Liu Van Chi in front signaled them to advance, and then from afar came the sound of fighter bombardment. I only saw several large warplanes roaring in, launching bombardments on the evil cultivators near 22VM, but according to the news, after the first bombardment, there were still 7 evil cultivators left alive. These evil cultivators clearly rely on their realm to withstand the bombardment, but their true essence probably would not last long, so Su Nong immediately ordered the second round of bombardment to begin, absolutely not letting them escape. There was nothing that a missile could not solve. If there is 5 results is 10 results. In order to destroy evil cultivators, the government directly dispatched fighter jets to bombard them. If it did not work once, then try again. At this time, inside 22VM, Monk Feng instructed subordinates to throw all the bodies scattered around into Feng Ma well, while pretending to be compassionate and chanting Amitabha Buddha. Seniors have not broken the crown yet. How long will we wait? Following the monk Feng's voice, it came down to the well. A fox locked tightly by several chains suddenly opened its eyes. In the blink of an eye, a purple light column transformed by demonic energy rose up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Venerable Feng could not help but laugh. His subordinates quickly reported, "Sect Master, the enemy's reinforcements are about to kill us." After hearing this, Venerable Feng stopped laughing and told them to hide first and find a chance to leave. Then he opened his palm and smiled and said, "I used the blood spell to let the senior out of prison. Those people who claim to be righteous will definitely be disrespectful to the senior. It's just a pity that Junior Thaidan Loiba could not do much." At this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. "Nu Feng, pay for your life." Vong Sun used Tu Vine Hat sword and stabbed straight at Monk Feng. Venerable Feng clasped his hands together and summoned a great Buddha. He turned his head and sneered, "I also like you quite a bit, but if you have committed murder against me, I cannot save your life. Die." After speaking, the monk Feng slapped down his palm, and immediately the rubble flew everywhere. Vong Sin avoided this attack, and in the blink of an eye came in front of Venerable Feng and swung his sword to slash, but was blocked by a lotus magic weapon from Venerable Feng. Immediately after that, 2 groups of evil monks appeared behind him, launching attacks towards him. Vong Sin quickly dodged back, then slashed horizontally at the waist of the 2 evil monks. While Vong Sin and the 2 evil monks were entangled, Venerable Feng stepped on the lotus flower and flew into the air, preparing to find an opportunity to leave. Anyway, now the ancient demon has awakened, let alone Vong Sin. Everyone here must die, so there is no need for him to stay. Not long after, Fengma well completely collapsed, beginning to devour the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Monk Feng saw this and laughed madly. The great event of the ancient demon breaking the wind has been accomplished. Today is the end of the world for you, you righteous people. But just as he was proud, a sword light suddenly passed by. Even though he dodged in time, he still had a cut on his face. Immediately after that, Vong Sin swung out countless sword energies and slashed at the lotus stem. Only a crack sound was heard, and the lotus stem shattered. Venerable Feng was forced to land on the ground and angrily looked at Vong Sun. Do you want to die here with me? This ancient demon was released by me, and he still sucked 3 drops of my blood essence. He could not kill me, but Vong Sin ignored these things. In his heart at this moment there was only one thought, kill this demon monk in front of him. But Venerable Feng still despised Vong Sin. While avoiding Vong Sin's sword energy, he sneered, do you really think you can kill me? As soon as he finished speaking, the golden lotus in his hand suddenly turned into vital energy and was absorbed by the ancient demon in the Feng demon well. Seeing this scene, Venerable Feng secretly cried that something was wrong. Ancient demon is sucking up the essence of heaven and earth, yet even my magic power is being swallowed. I cannot mess with this kid anymore. I have to quickly kill him and leave. Thinking of this, Venerable Feng immediately roared, you want to exchange lives with me? What am I afraid of? This seed has been cultivating for 3 years and has now reached the Golden Dan realm, holding countless assets in my hands, and the yin-yang myriad thing sect is in my hands, even reaching its peak like today. You, a lucky little Taoist, why would you trade your life with me? But as soon as the two fought, ancient demon also broke through the barrier and appeared between the two. The next second, Koma opened her mouth as wide as a basin of blood and bit down. But the target was Venerable Feng. Venerable Feng hurriedly defended himself, was sent flying out by a blow, spit out a mouthful of blood, and said unwillingly, Senior is the junior who let you go. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing that Venerable Feng just died like that, Vong Sun was also a little panicked. At this moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot down from the Thean Kim system in the air, and Koma was hit and let out a painful scream. Vong Sun knew that this Thean sword was too powerful. Once it broke out, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He decided to temporarily avoid the tip and think about it later, so he immediately jumped into the rubble. But when he opened his eyes again, he saw a golden ball as big as a pot calling him, asking if he was a Mao Sun disciple. When Vong Sin saw this, he was startled. Could this be the relic that his master had talked about? So he quickly took out his lifelong honorary elder badge and said, this senior is considered half of Mao Shan's disciple. This is what Mao Shan's contemporary sword sect gave to us. Saraputra looked at this plaque that read Honorable Elder for Life and clicked his tongue. It seems that Mao Sun has also caught up with the times, but this is not the main point. Vong Sin quickly bowed and asked for help. Senior, it is only right that we deal with the demons first. Unexpectedly, after hearing the relic, he became a little angry. You are the demon. That is the pet I raised. At that time, he was in a bad state because of some things, but rest assured, the poor monk left the relic here to comfort him in time. Now that the aura of heaven and earth has been restored for so many years, how come you are only at the Void Dan level? Only with the Hu Dan realm would you dare to come and deal with Tu Te Liam, who is already pregnant. But your suggestion is not bad. Hearing the tirade's questioning, Vong Sun was immediately bewildered. Before he died, this noble monk must have been in prison. But the relict son ignored it and continued to ask, did you just fight with that fake monk? It's to avenge that Taoist Kim Dan, right? Vong Sun nodded. That's my master. After hearing this, Sarira was quite satisfied. The teacher respects morality and praiseworthy conduct. The important thing is to have a little bit of talent. The bone spirit is more than 20 years old. And if there is a predestined relationship, it can become Hu Dan in 6 years. And this Thean Kiem swordsmanship is not bad. Hearing this, Vong Sun was immediately speechless. Senior, is this choosing a son-in-law? At this time, the relic suddenly transformed into the shape of an old monk. He clasped his hands and said, "Consider it a chance for you. Your precedent is not inferior to Than Chan, nor does it humiliate Tu Te Liam. Come here, little friend. Take your oath." And now, after Thean Kim's precise attack, Feng Mawel has disappeared, leaving only a hole several dozen meters large. From there, strong black smoke continuously rose. Koma's entire body was bathed in blood and was seriously injured, but the wound is also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the heavenly sword needs time to cool down before firing again, so the right Shus monks need to hold off the ancient demon during this time, not letting it escape. Otherwise, the world could really be in chaos. At this moment, Koma raised her face to the sky in pain and laughed loudly. Teacher Chinbita resolutely ordered everyone except Kim Dan to leave, and the surrounding area was quickly evacuated. This monster is afraid that it has become a fairy, and nuclear bombs may not be able to destroy it. But at this moment, a yellow figure descended from the sky and arrived in front of Koma. Among the monks, someone quickly recognized this as Vong Sin. "Fivu, your kid is truly miserable. But if you're not dead yet, why run away? Why run in front of Koma?" At this moment, a voice from Vong Sin's body sounded that did not belong to him. "Tai Lian, do not make another big mistake. The poor monk waited 1,000 years just because he wanted to tell you the truth of the past." Hearing this, Vong Sin could not help but interrupt. "Senior, please quickly subdue the immortal. Now is not like the old days. If the country really takes action, this mountain will be leveled in the blink of an eye." The old monk told Vong Sun not to panic. He has been sleeping for so long, the resentment in his heart has dissipated a lot. The old man will comfort him. While talking, the old monk immediately controlled Vong Sun's body and placed his hand on Koma's head, softly comforting. They were just protecting a peaceful area. "Tai Lian, do not be afraid." After comforting Tai Lian, the old monk began to introduce himself to the government people. "The old man is Tam Thong, the abbot of Tu Tu Viam. This demon is not a demon and has never caused harm to the people. I hope the benefactors will raise it high and strike gently. The demon in Tai Lian's heart is completely filled with resentment. I cannot expel him for more than 300 years because of him." To the old man, he was like his son. Having said this, Tam Thong began to instruct Vong Sin that this relic will soon be put into Tai Lian's body, so that he and you can form a great seal of life and death. If his demonic nature relapses, you can use the great seal to control his soul and prevent him from causing harm to the people. Vong Sin was a little doubtful. "Does Senior believe in me like that?" After hearing this, Tam Thong was very satisfied. "Just looking at your mentality is enough. Come make an oath with me. First, do not force Tai Lian to do anything he does not want to do. Second, if one day I can become a fairy, I must do my best to help him expel his demonic nature and restore his freedom. Third, if Tai Lian re-enters the devil, we must do our best to restore his sanity, not directly destroy his soul." After Vong Sin took the oath, Tam Thong revealed a satisfied smile. "I'm a Tababuddha. Follow me." After speaking, he just waved his hand, and the two of them arrived at the same space. This is Tai Lian's natural talent, and is also where the soul is deposited. At this time, a small fox with 9 tails was nestling in Tam Thong's lap. Tam Thong gently caressed the little fox and said, "Tai Lian, from now on you will be by this king's side. After he becomes an immortal, he will uproot his demon roots for you. At that time, you can find Than Lin's whereabouts. This old man has met countless people in his life, but he would not be wrong. I do not have much consciousness left. That year, the 3 of us traveled the world, and you developed feelings for Than Lin. But Than Lin was unable to respond because she was the head of the sword sect. This is truly a pity. Later, the immortals intended to purge the demon clan, and Than Lin had no choice but to personally seal you. Before leaving, she warned you 100,000 times, wait until the storm passes, and then let you go. Unfortunately, the old man could not help you get rid of your demon nature in the end, making you hold a grudge until now. Today I will entrust you to immortal Vong. I should go too. Having finished speaking, Tam Thong's illusion gradually disappeared, and at this time, the competition between good and evil at Jieptuum Tun had not yet ended. But an evil cultivator discovered something was wrong. Did not sect Master Yang say he wanted to liberate ancient demon? Why did the righteous path, immortal king suddenly descend from the sky with a bang, instantly suppressing most of the evil cultivators? Only to see two silhouettes jumping down from the sky. It turned out that the person who had just taken action was Tai Lion. He had suppressed most of the evil cultivators. But because his demonic mind had not been eliminated, if he took action again, he was afraid he would not be able to suppress the demonic energy and would fall to the devil. Vong Sin quickly said a word of thanks to his senior and left the next matter to us. Tai Lion turned around and looked at him. My life is in your hands. No need to be so polite to me. Vong Sin smiled shyly. He could not help but think, just by looking at his appearance, he was pure and cold, but his voice was gentle and gentle. Who could stand this? The cultivation level of Doist then line. With Tai Lian's help, the battle quickly ended. Vong Sin also came to Jiap Tunam Temple with Tai Lion. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. In just a blink of an eye, he raised his hand and subdued hundreds of monks, half fairy body, half F-demon heart. This is a nuclear humanoid that can explode at any time, and the life and death of such an expert is in my hands. It is truly a mountain of pressure. At this time, the senior sister, after taking care of her master, quickly ran over and threw herself into Vong Sin's arms, tears falling uncontrollably. Vong Sin gently caressed his sister's head to comfort her. It's okay, sister. There will not be anything like that again in the future. She is a nine-tailed fox demon with half a fairy's body and half a demon's heart. In this day and age, it could be said to be a moving humanoid nuclear bomb, but who would have thought that her biggest demon was resentment towards herself? After the battle at Tutuvium, except for sect leader and the high-ranking members of Cam Dan were all arrested. Thanks to Tai Lian's hand, the process of arresting evil cultivators also went quite smoothly, but how to deal with Tai Lian became the investigation team's biggest headache. Tai Lian has reached the semi-immortal realm. The government will of course not ignore this powerful combat power, so they all turned their eyes towards Vong Sin. Vong Sun resolutely waved his hand and refused. Everyone, I have sworn on my own great path that I will not. Speaking of this, Vong Sun was also secretly proud in his heart. Even if he wanted to give us the soccer ball, he could not. When he turned around, he found that Tai Lion had transformed into a pitiful Mongolian girl and said, Now I can only rely on you. Do not you even need me? Vong Sun was immediately speechless. Senior, do we know each other well? Saying these words will not have a good effect. The senior sister did not know when she smiled behind Vong Sun's back, but this smile exuded a coldness. Hoi Kim and Liu Vanchai on one side gloated and advised Vong Sun not to overfuse. This senior really needs someone to take care of him right now. The Thean Chong also excitedly raised his hand. Brother Sin, I see. Vong Sin glared at him, firmly forcing him to swallow back. After that, everyone decided on the arrangements for Tai Lian, temporarily accompanying Vong Sun and his sister. But after many difficulties, the Jiap Mei Iat plan seems to have achieved a relatively satisfactory result. Not only were evil cultivators suppressed, they also controlled the relationship between the Amity Dao Nation and evil cultivators. The religious sects were also extremely indignant, planning to form a group to go to the Amdao Nation to take revenge. But seemingly dissuaded by the Daiho government, he was still unable to leave. As for Tai Lian, he began to come into contact with modern things, especially extremely curious about mobile phones. I feel like this thing is like a magical weapon, and it can also be used to hold a ninja. It's truly magical. Perhaps it's because women's nature has emerged. Not long after, Tai Lian started taking selfies and even pulled his sister in to take pictures with him, making Vong Sin on the side feel a bit helpless. Well, another person has fallen. After that, Tae Lion and his sister played cell phones on the balcony, and Vong Sun went to visit his master. Then Nam Tu held a tangerine and said to Vong Sun, "Your teacher is afraid she is about to resign. I can finally relax a little." But Vong Sin said, "The master is afraid he cannot resign. The government wants to establish a new department, an investigation team, to supervise each other. Actually, it's just a transformation that takes away part of the monk's rights." Then Nam Tu sighed. The happy life that was about to end just disappeared. Vong Sun was a bit reluctant. His talented master had a lot of work to do, and there were not many people in the cultivating world who could balance both a cultivating career and love. Hearing that, then Nam Tu also calmed down. "That's it. I cannot sacrifice my life for the country, for the sake of the country. When her spirit weakens, I will lead her into seclusion in the mountains and forests. Dao is you." Speaking of this, then Nam Tu used his phone to send a message to Vong Sin. It turned out that he felt that the sound transmission in front of Tae Lian was not safe, so he prepared to talk on the phone, then ask if this senior is now single or widowed. Vong Sin said that Doist Than Lin's life and death are currently unclear. "This matter is difficult to say, but master, remember to delete the chat history. So when do you plan to tell her what happened after leaving heaven? Wait a little longer. Moreover, Doist Than Lin's life and death are still unknown. What if this half-fairy great god was taken advantage of by me and later met Doist Than Lin again? This half-fairy is a lover. This is no joke, so I'm cheating on her." Seeing Vong Sun respond so instinctively, then Nam Tu glanced at him. Vong Sin quickly took back the message and replied that his sister will always be by her side. "Master, do not think nonsense. Your thoughts will absolutely not be wrong." Seeing this answer, then Nam Tu was satisfied and patted Vong Sin's head and laughed. This kid has finally opened up. Vong Sun also finally understood what his master meant. He secretly thought that his previous master really had the intention to cooperate with his son and senior sister. "Okay, now I can consider it as serving senior sister's orders. I'll just look at the state of senior sister's thoughts in the future, and to Ning and to Mini. Because Tae Lion took action to calm the battlefield and reduce our losses, the government gave Vong Sen a set of villas as a reward. But even though he changed to a different environment, Tae Lian did not seem to pay much attention. Everything was over and done with. After all, Ung Vu had also become a ghost. Thousands of years of demonic nature have not been completely eradicated. The resentment in the heart is imaginable, and emotions like this. Blocking the river is better than channeling the water, but who can lead water to a person with a cultivation level close to that of an immortal? After thinking about it, I want to truly move her heart. I'm afraid I can only invite out the secret weapon that shares the same interests as my seniors. A few days later, because Vong Sin was about to completely move out, Brother Chu and a group of fellow students organized a party to see him off, deciding not to go home tonight. At midnight, after senior brother Shu and the others left, senior sister taking care of Vong Sin fell asleep drunk. Now only Mu Engayet outside was still awake. Although Tae Lion had a half-elven cultivation level, he drank too much alcohol and felt a little drowsy. At this time, Mu Engayet suddenly asked her sister, when will she be able to practice with Phi Vu Dao to attain true fruition? But the senior sister looked confused, did not know what men and women were, and thought Muingayat was asking when she would become an immortal. But this topic also aroused Tae Lion's interest. He stood up lazily and asked, "Are you two considered childhood sweethearts? Tu Hyan, are you moved by mortal hearts?" But the senior sister still vaguely replied, "Is your relationship with the junior brother not good now?" As for Muingayat, she stood next to her and encouraged her, "But you can go one step further, right? Does not cultivating religion have a spiritual companion? The relationship between the Taoist companion is definitely closer than that of the younger sister and brother." But the senior sister's answer was still unclear. "Are not you and junior brother the closest now? Closer than a junior brother? Is he the legendary biological brother? If siblings fight, we would not fight." Mu and Gayat smiled crookedly. "Of course not." So it seems like you two have not even kissed yet. Is that still considered close? And Tay Lion also saw that sister was born knave. Even saying these things to her is incomprehensible. But according to the current situation, it seems that she is about to be moved. Sister is a bit curious. Can Tay Lian be more specific? Tay Lian picked up a glass of wine and shook it. I'm not comfortable explaining this matter. Anyway, I did not really experience that year. It's just that at that time my feelings were startling. It is the fire of love that burns restlessly day and night. Take me as an example. That year, if we did not see Than Lin for a few days, we would feel frustrated and upset. When we met her, we would have mixed thoughts. It's a pity that the other person only sees me as a junior. Using my words now, if I could do it again, I would definitely sleep with you. Hearing such domineering words from Tay Lian, Muin Gayat felt her blood boil, but her sister remained unmoved, asking Tay Lian if he had never resented her. At this point, I realized that the root cause of Tay Lian's decline into a demon was resentment towards himself. Hate yourself for not being the one who eventually degenerates into a demon. So after discovering his feelings for Than Lin, he became torn. So do you still want to help me resolve the resentment in my heart through this method? What a dream. After speaking, Tay Lian raised his glass of wine and drank it. Feeling his petty thoughts were seen through, sister and Muin Gayat were also a little embarrassed, but Tay Lian did not pay attention. Instead, she felt like after drinking, she said all the words in her heart. The mood was also much more comfortable. Preparing to continue the previous topic, talking about the sister's emotional problems. At this moment, Muin Gayat revealed a deceitful smile, so continuing the topic, does sister teen tu buk nungu like your junior brother? Senior sister said word by word the two words like, but Muin Gayat was a bit crazy, not that kind of like. But have you ever thought about kissing her? After hearing this, the sister's face immediately turned red and she bowed her head shyly. At this time, anyone with eyes could see that she was moved, but it seemed that she still had not opened her eyes. Suddenly, Vong Sin's laughter was heard in the room. It seemed like he was drunk and dreaming. Tay Lian put his hand on his sister's shoulder, said, my sister is an experienced person. If you see a flower, break it. Do not let the flower wither fall into the devil's path. Tonight, while you're drunk, leave everything to my sister. Two old drivers brought along a girl who did not understand men and women and just wanted to try a kiss. As a result, 3 people lost their lives at the same time. At this time, Vong Sun was still sleeping soundly. In his sleep, he felt someone approaching him, but he could not move. He thought it was his senior sister. Unexpectedly, the next second, Muin Gayat's voice came, see, this is the simplest kiss. In many foreign places, this is a ritual when meeting someone. Senior sister nodded repeatedly. It turned out that just now it was just Muin Gayat the fam. Now it's senior sister's turn. This time it was Vong Sin's turn to explode. What the heck? But he quickly thought clearly. That's it, after all, it's so familiar. Being taken advantage of by Muin Gayat is just like being taken advantage of. Next, it must be senior sister's turn. At this moment, I saw that Tay Lian could not wait any longer and pushed his sister. It's Tu Hoyan Hyan's turn. He aimed directly at her lips. Do not worry, I've already used the concentration mantra on her. She would not bother us. Hearing these words, Vong Sin only felt like crying without tears. Big sister, what are you doing? But as this rhythm continues to develop, will he be able to share a room with his senior sister tonight? But right at the crucial moment, Muin Gayat suddenly shouted loudly, interrupting her sister, who was about to kiss her. Would not that be a good thing to say? The first kiss for a girl is very important. Tay Lian thought about it and saw that it made sense, so he directly threw Vong Sin's tool away with his palm. Today I only teach Tu Hoyan these things. Just remember them. Continue talking, Ms. Muin Gayat. I'm really not as good as you in this aspect. Muin Gayat scratched her head a bit shyly. But her mouth did not stop, seriously teaching her sister the things to pay attention to about men and women. Just like that, after midnight, Vong Sin's concentration technique was finally released, but when he turned around to look back, he discovered that Moon Gayet and Tae Lion, the two old drivers, were sleeping soundly like the dead. Senior sister was hiding next to him. These three people really had no defense against him. Looking at his sister sleeping next to him, Vong Sin could not help but gently caress him. It seemed that his sister was really drunk. He was sleeping so soundly but still had not woken up. After that, she glanced at Moon Gayet and Tae Lian, who were sleeping soundly, and could not help but exclaim. But she did not expect that Moon Gayet was the old driver. The bus was about to run over us. There's also big sister Tae Lian, who seems to have taught senior sister quite a few things. Since that's the case, I must thank you very much. So Vong Sin took off his coat, preparing to give them a surprise tomorrow. Sure enough, early the next morning, a shrill scream rang out in the room. Tae Lion's face turned red and he stammered, "We have ruined Tu Phi Vu's innocence." Moon Gayet regretted it even more, to the point of hitting her head against the wall, and her sister saw Vong Sun naked and seemed to understand something. I could not help but feel cold down my spine. At this time, Vong Sun, also awakened by the noise of the three people, preparing to quietly listen to what they would say next, only to see Tae Lian holding his sister's shoulder tightly with both hands, comfortingly saying, "It's okay, you accept me as your sister, then I will take care of it. Is not it just a little virginity? I am a fox, what is there to fear?" Senior sister blushed and said, "If it does not work, then let me confess to junior brother, saying I did it last night." At this moment, Vong Sin in the room finally could not help but burst out laughing, rolling on the bed laughing. Her father immediately realized that he was being played. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Vong Sin's bed. At this moment, for Vong Sun, a disaster like Mars crashing into the earth was about to strike. At the same time, Liu Van Chai and Ho Kim also went to Wuding Mountain to prepare to say goodbye to Vong Sun. On the way, senior brother Chu and a group of fellow students also said that the senior was very gentle, completely like us young people, without the slightest bit of arrogance. But when senior brother Chu pushed the door open, everyone saw an unpleasant scene, only seeing Vong Sun hanging on a tree. Tae Lion leisurely sat on the chair, continuously whipping him with a whip, saying Master Tam Thong had said before that the more handsome a person is, the more affectionate he is, but he did not expect that Tu Phi Vu, who looks so dignified, is also such a handsome young man. Seeing someone coming in, Mu Gayet also advised big sister Tae Lian should stop. Vong Dao Truong's friends are all looking. As for the senior sister, she felt sad down below and used her true essence to treat Vong Sin. His eyes were filled with tears, as if he was saying, "What if my junior brother is injured and his mind is calm? Junior brother will be in pain. There are people watching." Tae Lian stood up from the chair, looked serious, said, "Do you still dare to bully Tu Hoyen Hyen in the future?" Although she tried to keep a serious look, her heart was already blooming. Vong Sin quickly smiled to make up. "Senior, of course I will not bully my senior sister. It was just a joke before. Please forgive me." Hearing that, Tae Lion gently pointed his fingers, untied the rope tied to Vong Sun's feet, and said that this time he would be forgiven. As soon as Vong Sun touched the ground, he quickly hugged his fist to thank his senior. His senior sister kindly gave him the clothes. But when he finished dressing and preparing to entertain his friends, the bad friends could not help but burst out laughing. The Thean Chuong laughed even more, to the point of tears. "Thinking of me, Sin brother, at the top of the dia list, with my name on the Thean list, a rookie of the Daeho cultivators, was hung up by my seniors and beaten back and forth with a small whip. Son brother, what exactly did you do?" Vong Sin embarrassedly coughed twice. It was just a joke, then showed a fake professional smile, told everyone to hand over their phones, and prepared to destroy evidence. But in the end, it was too late. Hoi Kim next to him laughed and said, "A few minutes ago, the 2 photos they sent were spread out." Vong Sun just looked at the phone messages. Sure enough, everyone knew about him being hung up and beaten, and everyone left comments. For the sake of the peace of the religious world, they did not hesitate to try their own way. Favu was so virtuous that I was impressed. Looking at these comments, Vong Sin just felt like crying, but no tears came out. My virginity. After that, some people started talking about politics. This time, Hoi Kim and the others planned to say goodbye to Vong Sin and then each go back to their own mountains to rest. After this great war, the Inter-sect probably will not be able to cause any more trouble in a short time, but their base is in Amdo-Bobo. I'm afraid they are preparing to call for a counterattack, so a few people discussed and decided that as long as they do not go into seclusion a few months later, they'll go together to Mdao-Bo's meeting of those evil cultivators. Just like that, everyone drank tea instead of wine and drank a glass, just waiting to gather again a few months later. A few days later, Vong Sin and his sister immediately moved into a villa arranged by the government. Vong Sin stretched out on the balcony and could not help but exclaim that following his senior Tae Lian, his benefits and treatment had increased by more than one level. Wall heating system, external defense system, everything is complete. The most important thing is having a network, and the network speed is especially fast. In addition, Mew and Gaiet, in order to control the other two people's addiction to the internet, also specifically set up parental management rights, so that Vong Sin can disconnect the network at any time. But Vong Sin feels this function is not necessary. Do you think I dare interrupt their lives? And now, in the villa's hot springs, Sister and Tae Lian were soaking in the hot spring. Mew Gaiet was holding binoculars to observe Vong Sin's movements. When Vong Sun turned around to call, she quickly ran away. Moon Gaiet put down the binoculars and said, I told you, with my understanding of Vong Dao Truong, he definitely would not peek at us. After listening, Tae Lian turned around and looked at his senior sister and said a word of love. As expected, his personality is similar to that of Than Lin. So Tiu Hoan Hyen, you must be sure of that. Sister instinctively said yes, but looking at the tuples' beautiful bodies, Mu Gaiet could not help but feel self-conscious. Why is the gap so big between the two of them? Tae Lian smiled evilly and teased, but he did not expect Tiu Hoan Hyen to be quite so fleshy. Compared to Tiu and Gaiet, Moon Gaiet immediately got angry when he was poked in a painful spot. Eldest sister, if we say more, we would not be friends, because Tae Lian had previously set up an anti-peeping ban, so her father was not afraid to share his little secret. But they seemed to forget this was just to prevent peeping, not to be inaudible. These words were heard by Vong Sun, but from beginning to end he did not turn back. But having said it again, senior sister seems to always be stuck at the peak of the Void Dan realm, not knowing when she will be able to break through. Just thinking of this, suddenly there was a loud scream from Tae Lian outside. Tiu Favu, Tiu Hyen Hyen are about to break through. Get ready quickly. Vong Sin was almost made to fall on his face by these words, doubting whether his mouth had already been cleared. Whatever he said was right. Do you know when a monk reaches the golden core realm? What shape does the golden core in the body have? This is not necessarily round. It's probably not even a stick. Knowing that his sister was about to break through the golden Dan, Vong Sun immediately flew out with his sword. Because everyone who condensed the golden Dan was inevitably a little dangerous, so no matter what, he had to guard this place, so that his sister could easily break through. But what made Vong Sin feel strange was that the master initially swallowed a large amount of heaven and earth's vitality before condensing the golden Dan. Why did senior sister ascend to Kim Dan, and the surrounding heaven and earth's energy did not change at all? Could it be that senior sister wants to take this opportunity to completely follow the great path of yin and yang Tai Che, then, on the basis of pure yang immortal decision, use yin yang secret low to condense into Kim Dan? But this action was a bit dangerous, so Vong Sun immediately called his master and told him about his sister's situation. Than Nam too found out and was a bit helpless. Why did not this child discuss with the teacher? Well, let's try it and see. Your foundation is all pure Doong Ting Quiet. If Tu Hoyan fails, you will immediately pass your true essence to it so that it has the opportunity to change back to Thuan Duong Tian. Vong Sun nodded and said he understood, then hung up the phone. At this time, Tai Lion also flew over and turned around to instruct Vong Sun. Hyan wants to follow Luong Yini Avenue. I cannot help. You go down and guard it. Mu Ingayat has returned to the villa. I will guard you and will not let anyone get close. Vong Sin hugged his fist to thank his senior, then flew his sword to his sister's side. Yin and Yang, two energies that protect the body, are inherently incompatible. Senior sister was indeed a bit risky this time. But no matter what, he had to protect senior sister well, so Vong Sun immediately sat cross-legged across from his sister, feeling secure in protecting him. Soon it was evening. The senior sister let out a long breath. For the monk, if the first attempt at making the pill was successful, the success rate for the following times would be lower and lower. 1, because it would leave behind evil spirits. 2, because the uncontrolled power would damage the foundation. That's why the master warned Vong Sun, if senior sister fails to form the pill, immediately transmit the true essence to senior sister so that senior sister can quickly condense the pure yang path of Golden Dan, and then conversely deal with the yin and yang dual energy in the body. But what Vong Sun did not expect was that this yin and yang dual energy sucked in all around. Even Vong Sun almost could not maintain his body. But because yin and yang two energies have harmonized, then it proves that sister is on the right path. Just wait for Hu Dan to successfully condense and pass Thean Keep to be able to turn into Kim Dan. However, when everything was going smoothly, senior sister suddenly started condensing the Dan. Upon seeing this, Vong Sin was startled. Senior sister, why did you directly condense from Hu Dan into Kim Dan? Should not Jin Dan be solid and condensed? At this time, her sister's Nguyen An began to separate from her body, rushing straight towards the rolling black clouds of thunder and lightning. Seeing this scene, Vong Sun exclaimed that it was not good. Sister's Void Dan at this time only helps the yin and yang force reach a state of balance. If Thean Keep breaks the balance, then the Void Dan can break at any time. Watching his sister face Thean Keep alone, Vong Sin gritted his teeth, holding a sword in one hand, secretly wanting to rush forward to help his sister overcome Thean Keep. Fortunately, not long after, Thean Keep gradually disappeared, and Sister Nguyen An also returned to her body. We can finally overcome this danger. At this time, Vong Sun used his inner vision to observe his sister and discovered that a large cake in the shape of yin and yang appeared in his stomach. It seemed that this was Kim Dan. Sister indeed succeeded in making the pill. Immediately afterwards, he told Tai Lion this good news, and at the same time curiously asked Tai Lion, does Kim Dan have to be spherical? Tai Lion explains that Kim Dan Taoism refers to full integration. There is no fixed shape. Practicing according to the Buddhist method does not even require forming Kim Dan. Vong Sin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll go tell my master the good news. Then I'll watch over my sister's retreat together. After speaking, he told his master the news of his sister's successful breakthrough. But Kim Dan is a big cake of yin and yang Taiji. Dan Nam too immediately saw what Vong Sun was worried about, saying that as long as it was not a stick, there was no need to worry much. Are you afraid that when you combine pills, you will create a Golden Dan sword? Vong Sin has some doubts, master. You said there is no need to worry, but how can I not worry? If my sister's Kim Dan has a problem, it will most likely affect her future path of cultivating the path, affecting her future path to becoming an immortal. But thinking about it, this path was his sister's choice after all, so he could not say much. If he really encountered a bottleneck, then he would do his best to help senior sister break through the realm and join senior sister in praying for longevity. Vong Sin. After that, Vong Sun always sat there watching over his sister. Now that the senior sister has successfully transcended tribulation, the remaining thing is to understand he has nothing to worry about. Now he must also devote himself to seclusion, the sister's ability to realize the balanced yin and yang path, to enhance the understanding of the two inni sword intent. Just like that, Vong Sun sat for more than 20 days, waiting until his sister left the customs. Kim Dan's realm was completely stable, and he could fly. Tae Lion also specially gave senior sister a magic weapon necklace, a congratulatory gift, which is much more beautiful than using a sword or dagger. Vong Sen also immediately congratulated his sister on entering the Kim Dan realm, and would later become a Kim Dan monk. Senior sister puts her hands on her hips and puffs her chest out. From now on, follow her and eat well and drink well. She will protect me. At this time, Vong Sin smiled and suggested, "What do you want to eat today, sister? We also have to thank Senior Tae Lian for helping us take care of it. Let's go down to the kitchen today, and let's celebrate a little." Sister's face was filled with excitement after hearing this, but Tae Lion's face immediately turned black. "You called me senior. Do you believe me?" As soon as Vong Sin saw this situation, he quickly smiled and corrected himself. "What does big sister Tae Lian want to eat?" Hearing that, Tae Lion's face also softened, saying that I have not eaten bamboo shoots in a long time. Let's try some bamboo shoots. Sister also started preparing a menu, sending Vong Sun the dishes she wanted to eat. In the evening, Vong Sun immediately prepared a table of delicious food. This scene made him feel like he had already become a family with his senior sister. When Tae Lion saw delicious food, he immediately turned into Hunhai Monk's sister, giving Vong Sun the feeling that he was about to raise a daughter. It seems that big sister Tae Lion must have seen some Fox Demon comic, so she played a role-playing game. While eating, Vong Sun asked Tae Lion if he was familiar with this place. Tae Lion replied while drinking Mao Tai, "It's much more comfortable than your original small yard. Mortals now really know how to enjoy it. With so many cartoons, movies, and TV series, to you Hoin remember to come back and share some more resources with me. I'm almost done watching them all." Vong Sen coughed twice, then returned to the topic and asked, "Big sister Tae Lion, do you currently have a way to purify the demonic weapon?" Tae Lion poured a glass. Tae Lion said lightly, "At this stage, as long as you do not touch your magic power, do not get angry, you will not enter the devil. Maybe if I just meet Doist Than Lin again and say one word to her, my demon nature will disappear." Determining that big sister Tae Lian would not easily become a demon, Vong Sen immediately began to talk about Lutu's will. These include the difference in time speed between Earth and the outside world, the current expeditionary force, and falling into trouble. Fortunately, after getting over the initial surprise, the big sister soon regained composure, seemingly feeling that this was no big deal. This also made Vong Sun feel a bit surprised. "Big sister, did you already know about this?" Tae Lion happily clinked glasses with senior sister and replied, "I know. That's why I'm not sure I can find Than. Having suppressed me, I will not need to be so worried and cautious anymore." Looking at the appearance of big sister Tae Lian like that, Vong Sin did not know what to say. Is it possible that I only work half a day because of my worries? But is she really okay, big sister? Very quickly, another peaceful month passed. Today, Vong Sen suddenly ran over happily introducing to his sister, and Tae Lion his newly born sister, Vong Tiu Miu. Seeing such an adorable baby, the two girls' hearts immediately melted. But that's why Vong Sen decided that, from today onwards, she must practice even more diligently, no matter what. She must become an older brother that her younger sister can rely on. This is her minimum requirement for herself. But I have to say it again. Without realizing it has been more than a year since I moved to the villa. My sister has already reached the middle stage of Golden Dan. Although Vong Sen's cultivation level still cannot keep up, his realm has also reached the peak of Hu Dan. According to the master, this is because the yin and yang path of the senior sister made her cultivation speed increase a lot. To confirm this speculation, the master also specifically suggested that they practice together in seclusion. But right as she was practicing, the senior sister suddenly kissed Vong Sin gently, then returned to her position like a dragonfly gliding through the water. Vong Sin shyly opened his eyes, just as he was about to reach out to hold his sister. Suddenly there was a loud explosion outside, followed by a brilliant golden light that seemed to illuminate the entire night. This direction is Bun Du Sun. the source of heaven and earth, restores the demon gate to the world. The sister's background was finally exposed, and she turned out to be a descendant of an immortal. After Vong Sin and his sister noticed the strangeness of Bin Du-sun, they immediately contacted Mu Moongayat on the other side to inquire about the situation. Mu Ngayat said that there was an energy fluctuation in Bin Du-sun, a large earthquake occurred in the surrounding area, and they were conducting rescue operations. It has now been determined that this is energy erupting from underground. Later, she will pull Vong Sin into a group, which will promptly announce intelligence. After speaking, Mu Ngayat immediately hung up the phone. Vong Sin and his sister looked towards Tae Lion together. Suddenly being stared at by two people like that, Tae Lion could not help but blush. What do you two want to do? Tu Fi Vu. Do you want to start evolving from a beast? Vong Sun immediately became speechless. Big sister, let's talk about politics. You know so many things related to the underworld. This news is very important. If possible, I would like to record a video for the government. But before Vong Sun finished speaking, Tae Lian ran upstairs. After a while, he changed into a costume and came down, asking Vong Sun if his first outfit was on camera. Vong Sun was a bit speechless. His sister gave him a thumbs up. Then, following Tae Lian's introduction, Vong Sun also learned that the underworld they were talking about was discovered by Thien Din in the past, a place of reincarnation for mortals, called Little Earth Palace, but it exists in another space. The only entrance is Ghostgate, 300 miles underground. Ghostgate usually has tens of thousands of ghost soldiers stationed. Monks cannot get close at all. But now the ghost soldiers have all followed Thien Din to fight, and there are no ghosts at all. As for last night's incident, if the 13th princess was reincarnated at Christmas, there would definitely be auspicious phenomena, not an outbreak of light. At this time, Vong Sin suddenly received a photo sent by Mu Ngayat. He did not expect it to be the Demon Gate sign. As soon as the sister saw Demon 2, she was immediately scared until her hair stood on end. Then, according to Mu Ngayat's words, this stele just appeared for no reason at the back of Bin Du-sun. Although it looked like there was nothing, any dead or living thing put inside would disappear without being seen, just like a teleportation gate. With the current situation, sending people inside is like telling people to go and die. But now we have to determine the situation inside. So, after discussion, the investigation team finally decided to let a few Golden Core Realm monks go inside to explore, but Vong Sin felt that this Ghostgate pass was certainly extraordinary. Immediately after that, the four elders of the Golden Core Realm slowly walked towards the Ghostgate pass. With just the slightest touch of their fingertips, the four of them were immediately swept inside. Seeing this scene, Vong Sun was a little worried and asked Tae Lian, "Can Big Sister Kim Dan Can go to Little Dia Fu?" Tae Lian said while eating potato chips, thousands of years ago, there were ghost soldiers defending, so Kim Dan should not try to rush past the Ghost Gate. Now, as long as Kim Dan is not too weak, it should be able to resist the corrosion of the Yumin demonic weapon. Vong Sin heard that and could not help but think originally the yin-yang ancient disaster took 5 or 6 years to calm down. But now it's only been 2 or 3 years since it was extinguished. Now that the Ghost Gate appears again, perhaps something big will happen in the future. Looks like my past life memories no longer have any effect. At the same time, the 4 Jindan seniors who entered Ghost Gate Pass finally came out, happy to tell everyone that inside is really the underworld. But at this moment, behind the 4 people suddenly appeared a dark giant demon claw. The 4 Jindan seniors instinctively wanted to turn around and fight back, but found that they could not mobilize the true essence in their bodies and could only hastily run away. Seeing this scene, the senior sister was scared and hid behind Vong Sun. Vong Sun then asked Tae Lian what that was. Tae Lian smiled and explained that must be a remnant left behind by the Prime Minister of Ghostgate, or the power of Ghostgate. Call the other party. Nowadays, the religious world is still too weak. But Tiu Hoen Hyen, you're afraid of ghosts? What's so scary about that thing? The strength of a ghost cultivator is 7 or 8 points weaker than that of a human cultivator of the same level. As he spoke, Tae Lion did not forget to pinch his sister's cheek. A few hours quickly passed, and we saw that Ghost Manhwa still had not made any progress. Tae Lion advised the investigation team not to rush in, although the Thean Dun Chu immortals left and sealed that place, but the negative energy inside is too heavy, and perhaps something powerful and evil will be born. At this time, Vong Sun suddenly received a strange phone call. Unexpectedly, after picking up the phone, I heard my sister's voice. The two simply chatted a few words. Sister Hawk immediately went straight to the topic and talked about the actions of the Ghostgate. Ghost Manhwa appeared in Bind Din Sun. The government began sending people into the small Daya Palace. There are currently 27 people entering Ghostgate Pass. We're almost at the entrance to Hong Choin Lo. Right? After hearing this, Vong Sun looked incredulous, silent for a moment before speaking again. Sister Hawk, are you also traveling back from time to time? Sister Hawk was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, are you still in Nugo Du Sun? Vong Sin honestly replied, I'm in retreat. I have not passed yet. But sister, this is supposed to be confidential. How did you know? Unexpectedly, the younger sister asked her if she had ever heard of Daya An Tong. Vong Sen instinctively thought that this was the name of a film sect. Although it can be understood like that, Daya An sect is not a sect, but descendant of immortals. According to the elder sister, their Daya An sect was founded by the descendants of the ancient Daya Few immortals, and over the years has been in charge of defending the small Daya Few. They have treasures that can monitor the situation of Daya Fu, and also have a sealed place on Hong Choin Lo. As long as the seal is unlocked from afar, thousands of ghost soldiers will appear on Hong Choin Road, besieging and killing the Taoist leaders entering hell. Knowing this news, Vong Sen immediately conveyed the internal situation to his teacher. The teacher nodded, said she would inform the reconnaissance team not to easily step onto Hong Choin Lo, and at the same time send someone to contact the student regarding other matters. Wait until they come into contact with Daya An sect before determining. At the end of the video call, Vong Sun could not help but sigh, thinking that as long as Daya An sect was in Dai Ho Kingdom, finding them would not be too difficult. The problem is that the female fairy failed to reincarnate and is frantically searching for other methods in hell on how to handle it. Big Sister Tae Lian had the strength of a half-elven back then and could still directly resist laser weapons. If a heavenly immortal fell into madness, I'm afraid heaven and earth would fall apart. At this time, the senior sister next to her sent a message to Vong Sun. That senior female fairy only had a trace of her soul left. If she does not reincarnate, will she disappear? Is there any way we can help her? Vong Sun also did not expect that his sister would think the same as him, but he is just a monk of the Void Dan realm, wanting to help a heavenly immortal reincarnate. I'm afraid my heart is too much, but my strength is not enough. So he replied to his sister, all living things must be born and must perish. This female fairy was seriously injured and dying. She judged herself that she did not have long to live. With our current skills, we can only light a stick of incense and pray for her. Seeing that Vong Sin sent him to burn incense to pray, the sister's eyes immediately lit up. Then the two of them actually went to the altar to burn incense and pray, sincerely praying that the fairy could safely reincarnate. This scene made Tae Lion immediately speechless. Are you too serious? Not long after, the investigation team protected the student. However, because the sister did not set out to practice, the middle class did not stop her much, but at the same time, she did not have much right to speak up. So now the only thing she can do is provide the government with part of Daya and Tong's intelligence. But the nun also knew that Vong Sin's apprentice sister was a smart person, intending to use their hands to rectify the internal affairs of Daya and sect. Daya and sect now has some ideas that claim to be orthodox, which is really very dangerous. In the conversation just now, the teacher also discovered that the senior sister mentioned Vong Sun 21 times, more than Daya and Tong and her father combined. Having discovered this, the teacher could not help but tease, "You're welcome. stay by Tiu Huiyan's side forever. A branch of rose almond still extends out the wall. Vong Sin quickly explained, Master, in my heart there is only one bright moon, but the master directly added, who would have thought the night sky was full of stars? Vong Sun immediately felt like he wanted to cry without tears. When this teacher mentioned it, there was nothing about her master anymore. After the nun understood the situation, Vong Sin called her sister again, asking her what she was planning to do next. If she had any ideas, Sister Hawk said shyly, Actually, I still want to ask you to help me with a small matter. You will not be angry, right? Vong Sen did not mind. He immediately cheerfully agreed, letting his sister speak out her ideas. Unexpectedly, the older sister said something shocking and wanted Vong Sen pretend to be her boyfriend to meet her father, so they could use the name of bringing family members to try and convince her father. Hearing that, Vong Sun just finished drinking the can of Coke and immediately spit it out, quickly wiped his mouth and said, Sister Hawk, I'm not very handsome. Your family probably will not believe it. How about I introduce you to a handsome guy? That way everything will not be suspicious. Having finished speaking, Vong Sin quickly asked for help from the Immortal Cultivation team, telling them each send him a few selfies. The kind that were handsome enough. Seeing this request, the Thean Chuong and Hoi Kim became confused, wondering if Vong Sun had changed his taste, leaving fairies like Bat Ungu Fairy unneeded, and even changed to Dragon Chai Good, but this could not be satisfied. When Vong Sin saw the message they sent, his face immediately turned golden. Why do these two guys type so fast? But fortunately, Vong Sun did not hold any hope in these two people, directly choosing to send a private message to Liu Vanqi. Liu Vanqi certainly did not disappoint him. The photos sent were truly comparable to model magazine photos, so the fake boyfriend thing is over. Next, we'll see if we can make an appointment with my sister's father. This man met his father-in-law for the first time and made a request to have a solo with his father-in-law. The important thing is to not talk about martial virtue, invite more reinforcements, and then point your sword at my father-in-law's neck and tell him to be careful with his words. At this time, Vong Sun and others were having breakfast in a tea shop while talking about Inter-sect. Talion said he had never heard of this name, although he knew there were some immortal bloodlines resting in the human world. But he did not expect that they would always be here. When Vong Sin heard that, he could not help but exclaim, he did not expect Dia Antong to hide in a bustling city, hidden in the city. This sentence really makes sense. Not long after, Liu Vanqi and his sister arrived as promised. The two of them standing next to each other truly gave people the feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman. But when standing next to his sister, Liu Vanqi blushed a little shyly and spoke a little stuttered, but in this pose there was absolutely nothing more to say. Pretending to be your boyfriend to meet your parents is probably more than enough. After that, Vong Sun and the others continued to eat breakfast pretending to be guests, waiting for the three sisters to arrive. At this time, the sister asked Vong Sun, what if there is a conflict later? Should we take action against Mies? Them's father? Vong Sun said if necessary, take action, but do not hurt anyone. Inter-sect is not an evil cultivator. It's just that there is a guardian of Dia Fu. We have no choice but to come. Not long after, a smiling middle-aged man walked into the restaurant. The younger sister stood up, turned around, and called out Dad. It seemed that it was the older sister's father, the master them of Inter-sect. As for Talion, at a glance he could see that his cultivation level was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Vong Sun did not pay attention while eating, saying he would let them talk first. Later, the nun will pretend to be Liu Vanqi's elder to meet her, but when Liu Vanqi first met her parents, her expression was a bit too tense. Just a few sentences into the conversation, and I accidentally spilled coffee on my pants. At this time, Patriarch them stepped up and patted Liu Vanqi on the shoulder, saying that the bathroom had a dryer and wanted to take Liu Vanqi to clean it up a bit. But with just that one pat on the shoulder, he directly locked Liu Vanqi's entire body, then smiled and carried Liu Vanqi to the bathroom. Vong Sen saw that Liu Vanqi was not okay, so he picked up his sword and prepared to help. As for Tai Lian, he waved his hand indifferently, telling Vong Sen to call whenever he needed him to act. Suppressing a Jindan monk had no effect on her at all. At this time in the bathroom, Liu Vanqi was being strangled and pressed against the wall by sect master them. It turned out that he had long recognized that Liu Vanqi was Mao's son Doist, and aggressively questioned Liu Vanqi, "Who told you to approach my daughter?" At this time, Vong Sen walked in and began to declare his identity. Vong Sen's younger brother, named Faivu, a monk from Doist Bat Nungon, paid his respects to sect master them, but sect master them looked disdainful. "So it's you, Thienlam mentioned you many times. I also sent someone to collect your information. You 3 teachers and students all seem to be members of the family, so this time the investigation team specifically wants to target my sect." Vong Sen held his fist and explained, "If it were not for the nobles wanting to attack the monks entering the small Daya palace, we would not have come to see our seniors. Daya and sect was originally indifferent to the world. But Ghost Mun Quan suddenly appeared, the government official was most worried about, but had not waited for him to finish speaking, patriarchs them directly threw Liu Vanqi aside, turned his head and snorted coldly, 'Continuous nonsense, I will arrest you first. Tell your master to come to me and explain later.' Seeing that the other side was about to attack, Vong Sen suggested that if you want to fight, why not do this? If this junior is lucky enough to win a trick against the senior, then can you calmly negotiate with us?" Patriarch then freely moved his wrist and looked disdainful. "Do not say you won with 1 move, as long as you can block 10 moves from me. What if I admit defeat?" Hearing that, Vong Sen's expression immediately became serious. Pointing towards the void, he uttered the predetermined signal to Tai Lian. Sect master them was immediately pinned to the spot, and in the next second, Vong Sen immediately put his sword on his throat. With a pompous manner, he said humbly, "This junior's cultivation is too low. He can only block senior for a minute, but senior, do you think my sword can hurt you now?" Sect leader then closed his eyes and sighed. The hero appeared as a young man. "I admitted defeat. Let's exchange." Then the 3 people returned to the official table to start discussing. Seeing this scene, Vong Sen could not help but think, although I borrowed the strength of big sister Tai Lian to restrain uncle them, not only did he not recognize big sister and senior sister, he even thought that the move just now was my strength. From this, it can be seen that the Daya An sect is too high-minded, disdainful of gathering intelligence, or perhaps they feel that if they do not participate in the fight, they can keep themselves clean and free. But for such a power, it was clearly too confident, and soon the monk also arrived. The 2 simply said a few words and then went straight to the topic. The monk first asked the 2 issues that they were most concerned about. 1 is whether there is a threat in the underworld or not, and 2 is whether the Ghostgate can return to where it should be or not. Patriarchs them also quickly gave an answer. The Daya N sect is mostly descendants of the immortal immortals. The only thing they can do is monitor places in Daya Fu. In hell, there are countless landscapes, and there will certainly be threats. Regarding the specifics related to the secret of this sect, he was not comfortable saying much, but the monk said that if something had not happened to Ghostgate Quan, it would be considered a secret of the Daya An sect. But now Ghostgate appears in Bun Du Sun, potentially affecting the stability of social order. Patriarchs them should make a choice, whether it is appropriate for us to cooperate or stand on our opposing side. Hearing that, the sister also advised her side. Sharing intelligence is the premise of cooperation. If it were not for Ghostgate, we would not need to have this meeting. Third, if the things inside Ghostgate Pass come out, we are also responsible for knowing and not reporting. Hearing his daughter's advice, Patriarch then was also a little moved. Now it's time to reveal some secrets. It turns out that hell is actually a parallel world attached to the mortal world. Devil's Gate is the intersection of 2 worlds. Once the 2 worlds collide, Bun Du Sun will be the origin. The surrounding area thousands of miles away will turn into a death zone. In addition, in the 18 levels of hell, there are countless demons and unjust souls, and hundreds of monks who intended to take over hell thousands of years ago are also likely not to die completely. That year, the vital energy of heaven and earth was sealed, but maintained the activity of reincarnation. The immortals left some vital energy in hell, so those pitiful people who were unwilling to turn back into mortals took aim at this thing, intensely attacking Diafu. Sect took on the responsibility of protecting Diafu, and as a result, they were massacred by more than half. It's funny that they are blocked outside the temple's restrictions, unable to approach the place where the reincarnation platform is located. In the end, these monks' whereabouts are unknown, and they likely fell into the 18 levels of hell with their original energy remaining. And this is also the reason Dia and Tong does not want to come into contact with the religious world. Hearing this, the monk also knew that Dia few indeed had a trick to let the immortal reincarnate, so he immediately asked about the fairy's situation. But when it came to that female fairy, Patriarch Them's face was filled with a helpless look. That grandmother almost destroyed Fengdu City. Turned out that when the female fairy rushed into Diafu that day, Sect had an induction. After she entered Hell's Samsara Palace, the fairy light in the hall continued to shine brighter for several days. But a few days later, the fairy suddenly let out a long scream, then continuously broke the prohibition of Diam Lathap Dian. In the 18 levels of hell, Fengdu City everywhere, causing chaos deep in hell. Sect originally wanted to follow the ancient story path to enter Diafu to contact the fairy, but the fairy suddenly broke out. The entire Diafu was filled with fairy light, causing nearby Bindusun to continuously erupt in earthquakes, and Ghostgate also materialized as a result. After saying these things, Patriarch Them shook the teacher's hand, officially reached cooperation, and said that he could invite experts from the Mandarin Palace and the Taoist sect to enter Underworld, but in the clan, her words alone are not effective, nor can she guarantee that she can convince others. After hearing this, the nun immediately consulted and told Patriarch Them if they needed anything to convince the elders to just open their mouths. At this time, Liu Vanqi sat next to him and asked Vong Sin how he felt. How else can Vong Sun see? Of course, sit and watch. No matter how much ability they have, they can do as many things as possible. They just need to listen to the organization's instructions, and that's enough. After that, the teacher immediately turned around and arranged for Vong Sin and his sister to go on another trip to reunite with their master and quickly resolve the matter of Ghostgate. Before leaving, both sides politely said goodbye. Sect Master Them could not help but praise. Today, receiving the high-tech teachings of Director Phi Vu, it's truly miraculous, worthy of being ranked first in the Earth table. If my family of petty kings had 2 or 3 parts of your ability, I could have retired a long time ago. Hearing that, the senior sister next to him was also a bit surprised. First Thean Bang, he did not expect his junior brother to be so powerful. As for Liu Vanqi, he added that this immortal is currently ranked 21st on the heavenly table. The cultivation level is also in the golden core realm, but when still in the Hu Dan realm, it can already be tough against the golden core realm. Hearing that, the senior sister was a bit shy, quickly blushed and said no, and the faces of the mother and daughter were filled with surprise. Sect leader Them could not help but exclaim, "He is truly a heroic young man." Then he hugged Vong Sun and gave him a thumbs up. "Little brother, you are truly powerful. You have surpassed a great realm. With just one touch, half of my body is paralyzed. If it were not for that one point, I'm afraid I would not have directly agreed to cooperate with the special investigation team." Vong Sin smiled shyly, and then turned his head to look at Tin Nahai and said, "That was actually done by the silver-haired sister sitting with her junior. This young girl, who is both beautiful and strong, talent and temperament coexist, possessing beautiful white hair, is a practicing tiger who has followed the Grand Master Mao Shan at that time. That is, the Taoist Than Feng and Gok the Lamb, Feng since 1600 years ago, together with the great wisdom of Tam Tong, Zen Master. The junior's instruction just now was just this senior trying his hand at trying to fix his body. Seniors are cunning. I hope seniors do not blame you. As soon as Patriarch them heard this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat, but still gritted his teeth and said the kid has a future. No, Vong Sun was stunned when he heard that, but still went out with Patriarch them. Waiting for the two of them to go out, Vong Sun realized that Master Them wanted him to advise his younger sister. According to Tung Master Them, because of some past events, my sister was very opposed to cultivating the religion and was willing to be a normal person. But the lifespan of a normal person is only about 60 or 70 years. Patriarch Them does not want the white-haired one to see off the green-haired one, so he hopes Vong Sin can advise his daughter. But Vong Sin feels that since she made the choice, we should respect her. After all, he is an adult and has the right to choose his own way of life. Moreover, he has had an excellent environment since he was young, but he still did not follow the path of cultivating the religion. Surely there is his own reason. If the problem in her heart is not resolved, even if she practices, I'm afraid she will encounter countless difficulties. Cultivate the religion first, cultivate the mind, then cultivate the practice, then practice the Dharma. Seniors must understand this morality better than me. If there is nothing else, I would like to ask permission to leave first. Having finished speaking, Vong Sen leisurely turned around and left. Patriarch Them stood there bewilderedly, looking at Vong Sen's back, a little absent-minded, then could not help but laugh. This kid actually taught me a lesson. Originally planning to give him a few magic weapons, why did he leave in such a hurry? And at this time, Vong Sen has not gone far yet. Hearing these words, his heart is about to be crushed. Is pretending to be cool too much? Why did not that damn old man say something sooner? Is it time to turn back now? People just went to Dai Tong to drink a cup of tea, but did not expect that the tea was poisonous, and because of that, several extramarital affairs broke out. It is said that shortly after Vong's son said goodbye to his teacher, he reunited with his sister and master. At this time, several people were taking the bus to Dai Tong, and there were also a few Taoist friends along. On the way, Van Nam too said that asking them to borrow the sect's secret treasure was already a bit difficult. But anyway, they could not get. It's better to just let it go and have the country's master take care of it. Seeing his master like that, Vong Sin could only reluctantly agree. Fortunately, at this time, my sister received a message from Master Them saying that she had temporarily advised the elders in the clan. The specific matter will wait until they arrive and discuss it later. After hearing this, Vong Sin felt much more reassured. After all, Patriarch Them was also the Patriarch. Temporarily stabilizing those elders was still no problem. Next, let's look at the master and a few fellow monks. But I did not expect the 1,000-year-old inheritance of the Daya Yin sect to be hidden in such an ordinary small town. Daya and sect certainly has its own uniqueness. Not long after, the bus stopped in front of a small house. Patriarch Them led people to wait at the door for a long time, enthusiastically welcoming Vong Sun and the others. Vong Sin got out of the car and looked, discovering that among the people arriving were 6 people from Kim Dan and more than 10 people from PQ Dan. No wonder my sister said Dai and sect was a bit complacent. Descendants of immortals have certain advantages in terms of qualifications in practice, but this strength placed 2 years ago may still cause the government to treat it carefully. And now, it is completely impossible to confront the Taoist anymore. Not long after, everyone arrived at the conference room in the hall. Tong Tong spoke first. Let's go straight to the main topic. Let's talk about the matter of Ghostgate. We have a few elders with different opinions. Everyone should listen to their opinion first. Second elder, you speak first. Say it. Master Them looked at the old man sitting on the side. The old man was also prepared, raised 3 fingers, stated 3 points of disagreement that he believed when cooperating with the government, and at the same time talked about the origin of Daya and sect, as well as old resentments. Vong Sun, sitting opposite, Listening to the second elder talk endlessly, also felt a bit bored, picked up the teacup on the table, and prepared to take a sip. At this time, Tay Lion's voice suddenly came. Do not drink it, it's poisonous. This is God-destroying powder, colorless and odorless, can destroy a person's primordial spirit. In the past, many monks were killed. Hearing this, Vong Sen quickly asked, Big sister, can it be solved? Tay Lion calmly replied, it was not anything troublesome, and they did not drink much. Just a reminder would be enough. Hearing that, Vong Sen immediately looked around, realizing that all the tea was poisonous, but the guys opposite drank more, so it was probably not their fault. Regarding Vong Sen's delay, Taylin only felt a little speechless. Really, it's lucky that I came today. Otherwise, my family, at this time, Vong Sen probed and asked Tay Lion if he could help with something. Tay Lion told him to rest assured that he was usually so obedient. I had locked this place tightly. Anyone who left the village would be placed under my control. Hearing that, Vong Sen immediately cried out in pain, sat down on the ground, pointed at the teacup that fell on the ground, and said, This tea is poisonous. Patriarch then was shocked when he heard it. How could that be possible? As for Than Ham too, his face turned red with anger, his aura burst out and even tore the ground around him. Then he stood up straight from his chair. Sect master them. If anything happens to my disciple today, your hidden sect and I will never be together. Along with Than Nam Tu's anger, the situation became chaotic, and the anger of the seniors from other sects was also completely blown away. Roll up your sleeves and prepare to declare war. And at the same time, order a blockade of the scene. At the same time, they also discovered that there was an ancient poison called God Destroyer in the tea, suspecting that the Daya and sect wanted to keep them here. Sect leader them quickly explained that the Taoist leaders must have misunderstood. Then he glanced at the teacup in his hand and angrily said to the second elder next to him. The second elder was immediately rushed when he looked at him like that. Sect master, how could you suspect us of poisoning? How could I do this kind of despicable thing? After listening, master them did not completely believe it, but still decided to first let everyone check to see if his tea was poisonous or not. After drinking the water, I quickly went to detox, and my sister said tiredly, Thank you, senior sister, for helping me detoxify. I'm okay. But just as I was about to stand up, I felt like I really could not bear to leave my sister's arms. But if we keep going like this, we're about to be discovered. At this moment, the senior sister let out a sigh, her eyes staring at Vong Sen as if to say, It makes me scared. Your acting is too dramatic, and you even dare to deceive people. Ugly thing, are you really okay? Afterwards, Than Nam Tu also came to check on Vong Sen's situation, then asked in a low voice how he found out. Vong Sen honestly answered, It's Senior Tay Lian. Hearing that, Than Nam Tu immediately thanked Tay Lian for saving his life. Then he turned his head and said in a tone that did not allow refusal, Zong Master Shen, tell the people here to stay in place and not move. Senior Chukat and Senior Tutan went up to the sky to guard. If you discover someone running away, immediately arrest them and let them live or die. At this time, the second elder stepped forward. Doist Ko Engon, can you give us Daya and sect a little time? If I do not catch the poisoner, I will kill myself. Consider it an apology to everyone. Than Nam Tu nodded. Okay, so take 20 minutes as the limit. After speaking, Than Nam Tu took out his phone and called Muangayat. Muangayat said the fastest backup would arrive in 2 minutes. They can bombard the outskirts of this village within 30 seconds. Obviously, this is the insurance that the teacher gave to the master, but Vong Sen said there was no need for reinforcements or bombardment. It's okay for now. There's a third force secretly poisoning me. Luckily, it was discovered in time, even though there were no casualties. Let the drones search around. Once detected, immediately notify us. At this time, Tayline was playing on the phone and suddenly spoke. 30 miles southwest, Fongvan Internet Shop has 5 Kim Dan. It seems that the Yin-Yang sect was at Thu Sun first. Than Nam Tu turned his head and asked in doubt, Have you guys joined forces with the Yin-Yang sect? The Daya Shadow sect elder quickly denied. How is that possible? We know that the yin-yang sect are not good people. So how can we collude with them? Patriarchs them also took charge of the overall situation, immediately prepared to bring someone over to inspect. Before leaving, he arranged for the second elder and others to stay and look after the house. Investigate who poisoned you. Van Nam too also knew that those evil cultivators were not easy to deal with, so he went forward with them. Then the second elder told everyone to hand over their phones to check. Anyone who contacts the outside world is a spy. This made Vong Sen unable to help but exclaim, "The yin-yang sect is truly a dispersing soul, right? If it were not for Big Sister Tay Lion, I'm afraid we and Daya N sect would have perished here. But after checking my phone, I still have not found the culprit." But he exposed a few extramarital affairs. First, the atmosphere suddenly changed from the initial tension to chickens flying and dogs barking. Tay Lian saw this scene and was a bit slow to understand. Is the status of men so low now? They are all monogamous. It seems that this era is not bad. Originally, I wanted to be a concubine for leader Than Lin. Now that I think about it, I actually look down on myself a bit. Then asked the sister next to him, "Seeing this scene, do you have any feelings?" The sister who was asked, her face turned red, turned around and said two words to Vong Sin, "Do not be afraid." Vong Sin looked bewildered. What does this mean? Tell me to be bold with girls in the future, or say you will not kill me. Thinking of this, Vong Sin quickly changed the subject. Tell Tay Lian to stop talking about these things. See how the situation is with the master. Tay Lian then began to sense the situation at Than Nam too. While she closed her eyes, Vong Sen was also extremely worried, even though the master is gone. But if the opponent desperately resists, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. If Daya N sect and Yin Yang sect had secretly cooperated long ago. So the master is in danger. At this time, Tay Lian suddenly opened his eyes. Utter out a shocking sentence. A shady act protecting the owner is so unique. Soon she began reporting live from afar, described vividly and lifelike, causing the crowd listening around to be fascinated. Seeing this scene, Vong Sin felt a bit helpless. Tell senior sister to stop letting big sister play those bloody fighting games in the future. Not good for her mental health. But at this moment, everyone's laughter suddenly stopped. It turned out that the enemy had escaped Tay Lian's temporary detection range. There were two people who used the celestial ley line to run away, but Than Nam too still caught one person. Everyone from the Daya and sect quickly stepped forward to express their gratitude. This time, if there were no seniors, the consequences would be unpredictable. "Thank you, seniors, for your support." Tay Lian replied indifferently, "Nothing, no need to keep it in mind." But he turned around and secretly whispered a word to Vong Sin. "These sect hermits who sound very noble, do they only thank them verbally?" Vong Sin smiled awkwardly. Perhaps he had not thought of how to thank her. Then, with everyone's support, the elder of the yin-yang sect and the poisoner were quickly captured, just like what was said before, this time without Big Sister Tay Lian. The enemy's plan has succeeded. Their interrogation also officially began after the special investigation team arrived. But it was also thanks to this action of the yin-yang sect, which directly pushed Daya and sect towards Vong Sin and the others. Then Vong Sin took the three girls out for a walk. After walking for a while, Vong Sin could not help but ask his sister, "Do you still not want to practice Buddhism?" Hawk's sister turned her head and smiled. "I think my current life is very happy. Moreover, from now on, I do not need to worry about housework anymore. From now on, you can rest assured that you will work as a rich second-generation employee, find a trustworthy husband, and have a few children. Such a wish is so nice." But Tay Lian said, "Although you want peace, your appearance does not say that. In the future, your life will definitely encounter many dangerous things. Still be a little careful." As soon as Vong Sin heard it, he quickly stepped forward to explain, "Do not pay attention. Big Sister is reminding you." and look at the back of Tae Lian leaving. Sister Hawk seemed to want to ask something, but she never spoke. Pay attention, this is a painting that can monitor the underworld situation. According to Patriarch them, these two flags combined with the secret technique can summon ghost soldiers. In this painting, Fong Duthan is depicted. Below the crack in the middle is the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. But after watching Tae Lian, he said, "You guys did not see it, or are you pretending to be stupid?" Small black dots appeared above, as if something had crawled out of hell. "Do not you see?" Everyone who heard it immediately exclaimed, "It's gone! In hell, there are indeed undead demons running out. We must go there immediately." At this time, the special investigation team stationed outside Ghostgate Pass also discovered that Ghostgate Gate was again erupting with light. There was a low-intensity tremor in hell nearby, and a large number of demons rushed from the 18 levels of hell and were gathering in the direction of Demon Gate. Everyone was immediately alert. Vong Sun and others also boarded the plane with Patriarch them. On the plane, Than Nam too received a message from the investigation team and informed Patriarch them that the devil's target was probably Demon Mun Quan. After hearing this, Patriarch them immediately intended to unleash the demon soldiers, but was stopped by Than Nam too, advising him not to rush. Based on energy reactions, these demons are only equivalent to truck co-monks. If the current firepower can handle it, then the ghost soldier should keep it. But even so, the senior sister who had reached the Golden Core realm was still so scared that her whole body trembled. Vong Sin quickly stepped forward to comfort his sister, not to be afraid, they were all just monsters. Than Nam too also said that if it really does not work, Tu Hoyan will not go to bind Du Sun for the time being. Rest assured, the teacher can handle it. Although sister was still very scared, she still shook her head. Vong Sin held his sister's hand to comfort her. "I'm here." Senior sister was stunned, then grabbed Vong Sun's hand, nodding with a determined expression. At this moment, the senior sister seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up and looked towards the underworld. Why is Vong Sin doubting his sister? Senior sister took out her phone and quickly composed a text message to Vong Sun. "He was looking for me. He needed help." When Vong Sin saw his sister say he immediately understood that it was that fairy. Than Nam too was next to him and asked, "Tu Hoyan, did you say anything specific? Should not you just tell me to come help?" Hearing that, Vong Sin stood up to explain to his senior sister. Senior sister said that senior was a bit rushed. It seemed like something big had happened. He needs help. At this time, at Ghost Gate, there were countless demons running out from inside. The investigation team also immediately began suppressing firepower on Ghost Mun Quan. But as the demons kept coming out to become stronger and stronger, bullets were no longer effective against these demons. The investigation team also began conducting regular bombing. In the blink of an eye, a large number of demons were destroyed, but there were still many powerful demons that could not be destroyed. If you want to completely destroy these demons, you can only use nuclear weapons. At the same time, the monk also received the latest situation. The female fairy who was surrounded in the underworld was looking outside for help, and her tone was a bit urgent. So now they have to quickly deal with the demons outside and bring the monks inside Fong Duthan. So the teacher gave the order to use small nuclear weapons against Ghostgate. Let them clear the way. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a giant mushroom cloud rose above Ghostgate, instantly destroying the 9 demons gathered inside Ghostgate. This is the strength of the Daeho government. Seeing this scene, Tae Lian was a little curious and asked Vong Sun, "Why did not Tu5 use this to deal with me at that time?" Vong Sun awkwardly explained that after this weapon explodes, it will affect the surrounding environment. Moreover, when you leave the office, there are several more powerful nuclear warheads waiting nearby. Hearing these words, Tae Lian only felt a wave of terror, while Vong Sun continued to ask, "Did the negative energy and ghost energy of the underworld affect Big Sister? A little greed in Western Lion will indeed have an impact, but as long as you do not use too much force, it can still remain relatively stable." But this is also what Vong Sin is worried about. Although among everyone here, Tay Lion is the one most likely to help that female fairy. But Tay Lion still has a devil in her body. In the future, she still has to look at the specific situation. If she cannot take action, then do not take action. But regarding Vong Sin's concerns and ramblings, Tay Lian felt a bit uncomfortable and immediately turned back to his flirtatious form and expressed, "You really are more chatty than Doist than Lin. I have to stabilize my mood first. If the investigation team comes to you to see the situation and then make a judgment, it's fine." After that, Vong Sen looked at her sister again, but before she could say a word, she directly spit out 2 words. "You intend?" Vong Sen smiled awkwardly as expected. With a low cultivation base, he could only be a manager, but after all, he was working for his senior sister. So that was what he did. But watching his sister close her eyes and practice without paying attention to her appearance, Vong Sen could not help but blush. At the same time, he also secretly decided in his heart that when the matter of Ghostgate is resolved, he must find an opportunity, even if he has to drink a little more wine. He must try to confess his love to his senior sister once. No matter what, even if his senior sister later refused, he should have taken this step, and it would continue like this. It was not the job of the big man. Half an hour later, Vong Sin and the others arrived at the investigation team station, and, after a brief discussion, finalized the list of people going to the underworld. After that, the nun began to announce the list of those who committed the act. Even if the sister was on the list, there was nothing to blame. Pure Duong elixir has the effect of restraining yin energy, so it is natural for the master to count it as one person. And the second elder of the Dia Shadow sect has relative strength and can also mobilize ghost soldiers. So of course he has to go. There are also war clans and Golden Dan elders of the sects. But surprisingly, among the 12 people, Vong Sin's name was not there. After all, with his current cultivation level of the Void Pill stage, he was a bit reluctant to go. Just the distance from Ghostgate Pass to Fengduthan costs a lot of true essence, and the yin energy near Fengduthan will be even more intense. To fight against the negative energy requires a lot of mental energy, so even though Vong Sin wanted to help, Than Nam Tu still advised him not to go and wait here with peace of mind. This also made Vong Sin feel unprecedented helplessness. If he had the Golden Core Rare Realm cultivation level, plus the Flying Sword Immortal ship, the government would definitely take the initiative to invite him to take action. If the master cannot protect his sister, him leaving will only be an additional burden. But their purpose this time is to protect the female teacher. What if the opponent loses his mind? Thinking of this, Vong Sin stated his hypothesis. But master, according to your guess, is not it possible that the female teacher is below the 18 levels of hell? So is it possible that he could not resist, so he asked for help? Maybe he did, but he did not wait for Vong Sin to finish his words. Than Nam Tu used a loud shout to bring him back to reality. Tu Sen, your mind is in chaos. If we cannot stop the influence of Little Earth Palace on the human world, have you thought about how big a disaster this will be? What you need to do now is wait here. This world does not stop spinning without anyone. If we cannot do it, then adding you in will not work either. I have told you this principle many times. Do not worry, it's okay. The teacher has already calculated a hexagram. There is no danger. Furthermore, we also have long-range firepower. If that does not work, then drop a few nuclear bombs to level the underworld. Okay, let me go summon the others. You just stay here and do not wander around. Understand? After speaking, Than Nam Tu turned around and left. The senior sister was also behind holding Vong Sin's hand, making Vong Sin feel a lot more secure. Immediately clasp hands with Than Nam Tu, who is leaving. The disciples are here waiting for their master to return triumphantly. Then return to the tent. Vong Sin told his sister to bring along a well-warmed weapon and sword. There's also this fairy-grade flying sword, and told my sister not to try too hard. Just follow the master. Listen to the master. Absolutely do not take risks on your own. Sister hugged Vong's son, pat him on the back to reassure him. At this moment, Vong's son also recalls old memories and moments with his sister, from the moment we first met to cuddling and sleeping together, then come together and fight shoulder to shoulder. Along the way, the two were never separated, but this time I can only let my sister go alone. Very quickly, sister followed the helicopter into the air. His face turned red, and he waved goodbye to Vong Sin. Vong Sen watched his sister leave, standing in place for a long time without moving. In the end, even Tae Lion could not bear to look at it anymore. Tell him not to look anymore. The car has gone far away, but wait for Vong's son to turn around again with a determined look on his face. Do you have any measures to help us quickly break through Kim Dan? Tae Lian said yes, then yes. But now, even though you can force a breakthrough, after 10 years of cultivation, you may not be able to progress any further. But even so, Vong's son still spoke steadfastly. That's better than just standing here blankly. Now I always have a feeling of mental uncertainty. Big sister, please help me break through Kim Dan. Hearing that, Tae Lion felt a bit helpless. Crazy. It's all crazy. Risking your life like that is just to compete for a spot. Then, by the way, just drag me into the team. But that's good too. If Tu Van Hyen is in danger, we can help save her. That said, which quick method has a high success rate and the side effects are low, right? The man wanted to break through Jin Dan in a short time, but he believes in the theory of cultivating mortality in online games by Venerable Vong Din. Take the form of a sword and go to the extremes of swordsmanship, called swordsman for short. Before breaking through Kim Dan, Vong Sin and his teacher paid their salary in advance to get some lucky spirit stones. I just did not expect the person who came to deliver the things to be Hoi Kim. After receiving the spirit stone, Vong Sen directly set up an array on the spot to begin practicing and asked Hoi Kim, does Buddhism have any method to return the demon gate to its original position? Hoi Kim said he had never heard of it, but this is what the heavenly immortal did. We are just like mortals in front of him. What measures are there? Actually, this feeling is very ironic. Risking life and death, practicing until the 3rd century. Suddenly, the 9th century giant descended from the sky. There was also a group of monsters from the 5th or 6th centuries that massacred the new village chiefs. Hearing that, Tae Lion could not help but laugh out loud. Can you still practice like that? What are you playing? Teen online game. When talking about the game Hoi Kun, I am filled with spirit. Amitabha Buddha, you guys think the little monk is playing those fancy games. Actually, the essence of online games lies in the interaction between people, especially when you can meet all kinds of people who like to swear. He scolded people. He scolded me. He was complacent. He's with people. He's with me. Naturally, it's even sweeter. Each time my mind feels a little enlightened, the natural realm has a bit of a breakthrough. Hearing that Vong Sen was a bit speechless. Is that okay? Tae Lian is despised. I feel that he is blaspheming Buddhism. Hoi Kin shouted Amitabha Buddha. This shows that this is a matter of state of mind. But Vong Sen also had some understanding of his state of mind. I feel like this be some help to my breakthrough cultivation level. After all, Teen Quiet Thuandong does not always emphasize cultivating positive energy. It is based on maintaining yin and yang symbiosis. Cultivate your own positive energy without harming your negative energy. Maintain balance in your internal body and energy. Not too strong, not too stiff, not dominant, not unipolar. Extremely powerful and domineering. Like pure thunder and lightning, it can last forever. There are thousands of things growing below that is worthy of the 2 words Teen Quiet. It is also Lu Tu's most satisfying practice. Once he suddenly realized Vong Sun, he continued to practice until the next morning. When I opened my eyes, I was only one step away from the golden core realm. He quickly asked Tae Lion if there was any news coming back. Tae Lion indicates yes. All normal. After entering the Ghostgate, Kwan Tiu Huyen Hoyen received news from the female fairy. Tell the girls to be careful on the road. She will try her best to suppress them and wait for them to pass. When Vong Sin heard the suppression, he was a little skeptical. Suppress what? Tae Lian shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's some kind of ghost. But Hoi Kun indicated that he was definitely not a demon. I heard some of the investigation team members discussing this before. It's very possible that the fairy is oppressing herself. Slow down the rate at which the body disintegrates. Tae Lian listened and thought for a moment. If she used too much fairy power, it was possible that her body that had been dead for many years would be destroyed. Could it be that she needs a new body? Or I do not know if I want to borrow Tiu Hyoin Hoyen's body. Hearing this, Vong Sen could not help but grit his teeth, turn around and start preparing to practice sword play. At the same time, I was thinking in my heart, the world of pill condensation was originally also Teen Quiet Thuan Duong. But the path of yin and yang balance has come out. I am a sword cultivator. Sword intent should also be useful for condensing Golden Dan. Sword and True Fate. Tu Vai Thien Kiem and Teen Quiet Thuan Duong are both part of my toe. Bring the sword and pure Yanggong together. That's the most important point. This is my Tao. Teen Quiet Thuan Duong and 7 stars sword formation. One is internal, the other is external. Although swordsmanship is a different path from Thuan Duong, it seems that it cannot be brought out individually. So how should these two things be combined? How should we integrate? Thinking of this, Vong Sun looked at the sunset of the Tae Duong and felt more enlightened. The sun, Tuvi, and each star contain a different Tao, but it's all spiritual. Tu Vai Thien Kiem is the sword of the Emperor. The light of the purple star is itself. It is also produced by the sword user. Thus the swordsman unites. Hu Dan destroys Kim Dan's citadel. The sword destroys all illusions. From here on, all troubles will go away forever. A sword move that weaves together. Van Kim Kai Lei Crane. Seeing Vong Sin break through Kim Dan, like that, Hoi Kin was completely shocked. But is above. What kind of game hacking mentality is this? Tae Lian smiled with satisfaction. That guy followed the path of Than Lindao. After breaking through Kim Dan, Vong Sin decided to leave the customs, decided to immediately enter Ghostgate Quan. Let's see if we can catch up with their master and sister. Hoi Kin also proactively proposed to be their driver. After all, Buddhism has a restraining effect on negative energy. At a critical moment, it can also provide Buddhist teachings to purify evil spirits. On the way, Vong Sen suddenly received a phone call from his master. As soon as he picked up the phone, Than Nam Tu's screams came from the other side. Are you like that? Kim Dan? What did you end up doing? Did Senior Tae Lion help you? The speed of desire is not achieved. The heart is immediately blocked and the brain is hot. The teacher has reminded you many times. Absolutely do not kill chickens to get eggs, drain ponds to catch fish. How did you end up? As soon as Vong Sin heard it, he wanted to explain, but the other seniors did not give him a chance to explain at all. Also told senior sister to say a few words to Vong Sin, but the senior sister only gently called out senior brother. Vong Sun immediately responded with understanding. I know, sister. At this moment he feels that whatever he does is worth it. As for the seniors, they looked bewildered. That's it. It's over. Then Vong Sun explained, Master, do not worry. I'm really not using my potential. It's just a breakthrough sketch. Tae Lian, who was next to him, also said, you guys can rest assured he follows the extreme sword path, probably using swordsmanship to the extreme to transform the sword, become a swordsman of some kind. Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately changed his expression, but kept reminding himself to stay calm. You cannot beat Big Sister. Do not be foolish. But I heard Tay Lion said so. Van Nam too was also sincerely happy for Vong's son, feeling that this was his destiny. Tell him to simply talk about the situation. When he breaks through, a moment later, Vong's son recounted the entire process of his breakthrough to Van Nam too. Van Nam too could not help but sit on a rock and laugh, losing respect and losing respect. Although there are only 3 people in the poor Doist lineage, the number of Golden Dan Masters is not weak compared to several major sects. Truong Tu Kong glanced at him and despised him. There were only 3 noble people. Only you, this master, is following the old path. It seems so ordinary. But Van Nam too was in the mood right now, still laughing. It's okay, after all, my disciple is powerful. As for the senior sister, she had a worried look on her face and said it was very dangerous. Vong Sin told his sister to rest assured that if this situation ever arose again in the future, he would be careful. Then Van Nam too picked up the walkie-talkie and added one more sentence. Okay, my teacher is worrying in vain. Do not forget your first mind to cultivate the way. The 2 disciples followed such a strange path. I really do not know how to teach them in the future. After speaking, Van Nam too hung up the phone, and Vong Sen was thinking about what his master said in his heart. What about my initial intention of cultivating the way? Compared to that, we value current thoughts more. I just hope that we can live forever together and continue on the path of practice with our master and sister. At this moment, a stream of fairy light suddenly erupted from the front. This was the 3rd time already. We could no longer delay on the road. We had to go there immediately, so Vong's son immediately jumped out of the car and decided to fly Tay Lion over so that she would try to use less magic power and avoid falling into a demon. But as soon as the 2 got out of the car, an even larger stream of fairy light erupted once again. Vong Sin felt the energy contained in the fairy light and could not help but break out in a cold sweat. What is that great fairy doing? Could it be that the process of heaven and earth still falls? The 18th floor of hell broke through. Countless demons rushed Feng Duthan. Unexpectedly, there were still living people rushing out from inside. Seeing the fairy light exploding again, Vong Sin felt that the fairy was related to her sister's past life. So she probably would not take away her sister's body. It's estimated that she could not stand it anymore. So she called her senior sister over to give her some benefits. At this time, Tay Lion's demonic nature also seemed to be stimulated by this environment. Right now, I can only use magic power equivalent to the Yuan An realm, but I cannot maintain it for too long, and I only need to do it. Demonic energy and murderous aura have the ability to stimulate her demonic nature. At this time, news also came from Van Nam too's side. The fairy light just now seemed to have pushed the 18th floor of hell out. Now that crack has formed an arc-shaped mountain, like a crater. Listening to the Daya and sect elder, the 18th floor of hell is an upside-down stupa structure. That place is the first level of hell. After hearing this, Vong Sin quickly asked his master, "Are you guys going to explore the 18th floor of hell?" Van Nam too said he has not decided yet, but the remaining ghosts in Fong Duthan have been almost completely cleaned up. Only a few small ghosts remain. You do not need to worry, just run slowly. After talking about the situation here, Van Nam too hung up the phone, but in fact he did not tell the truth just now. The situation here is not so optimistic. After those ghosts broke out of the 18th floor of hell, they all came to Fong Duthan. At this time, the bottom was pitch black, almost entirely filled with ghosts. The second elder held the 2-sided banner in his hand and used a secret technique to begin summoning the underworld's ghost soldiers. These summoned ghost soldiers all have intelligence and can judge the enemy themselves. Following the demon general's command, the 2 sides began to attack. Fong Duthan immediately turned into a battlefield, but because there were too many demons, the army of ghost soldiers that the second elder had summoned was a bit unable to withstand them. Van Nam too saw this situation and decisively shouted to take action. Immediately, all the accompanying Kim Dan experts jumped down from the high platform to join the battlefield. The first senior sister opened the yin and yang combined great formation to imprison the devil. Then the two teachers brought all the true essence into Than Nam Tu's body. Just hearing Than Nam Tu scream loudly, instantly erupting countless sword energies, destroying most of the demons. At this time, Vong Sun and the others still did not know anything, still listening to soft music, humming and singing, swaying in the car. At this moment, 3 unmanned bombers suddenly flew past from above. Vong Sun immediately realized something was wrong. Something had probably happened to Fong Du Than. Hastily asked about the situation in Fong Du Than at the transfer station. At this moment, I learned that a group of demons had just burst out of the 18th floor of hell. Master chose to rely on Fong Du Than's terrain to destroy them. At this stage, they no longer have any pressure. They just need to wait for the bomber team to arrive at Fong Du Than to end the battle. Before, the master did not want him to worry, so he did not inform him of this relevant information. Knowing that the master over there was okay, Vong Sin also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Tay Lion suddenly poked Vong Sen's face, said he wanted to discuss something, but did not wait for her to say what it was. Vong Sin had already guessed what she wanted to do and said to wait until there was nothing wrong. Big sister wants to go to Zhuan Lun Temple. Just go, pay attention to control. Do not let your emotions fluctuate too much. After hearing this, Tay Lion could not help but tease. No wonder you were able to coax Tu Hoyan to spin like a pinwheel, understanding a woman's heart so well. Vong Sin feels a bit helpless, because Big Sister has all of her thoughts written on her face. But Big Sister, you said if I want to confess my love to the world, which way is better? Hearing that, Tay Lion and Ho Kim immediately widened their eyes, clapped and cheered in the car, and began to plot plans for Vong Sin. Hoi Kim said there must be roses, then found a large square, a star-shaped candle wreath, a bouquet of roses, and having to take care of him for the rest of his life. Fairy Faivu definitely cried until she cried, but this plan was simultaneously despised by Vong Sun and Tay Lian. There is no practical meaning for Tu Hoyan. This type of childish writing can still have the opposite effect, and how can a person who cultivates the toe be so vulgar? Tay Lion then asked Vong Sun, although Tu Hoyan likes you, but only knows half about men and women. I do not know what you think. Vong Sin felt that as long as they were together and understood each other, it was good. After receiving such an answer, Tay Lion also knew and said to leave this matter to him. You cannot call this big sister in vain. But right now, on the Fong Du Than battlefield, senior sister is fighting with a devil, wearing a Bluetooth headset in her ear, playing the song Brainwashing Divine Comedy. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. With this divine comedy to protect her, senior sister was finally able to overcome her fear of ghosts. At this time, 3 unmanned bombers also began to participate in the fight, bombing the devil. Than Nam Tu immediately ordered a group of 3 people to quickly clean up the mess. But when everyone had destroyed all these evil spirits, they discovered that those murderous auras had not completely dissipated, but were gathering towards the 18 levels of hell. According to the second elder, the 18 levels of hell have countless mysteries, and those murderous auras must filled up the destroyed great array of hell. At this moment, the senior sister suddenly looked in one direction. Then Nam Tu thought she heard the senior's call again, but the senior sister shook her head, took out her cell phone to send a message to the master, and the negative fire energy of the 18 levels of hell began to be forced out. 18 levels of hell, almost going up. Seeing his sister say he's about to go up, then Nam Tu was still a little skeptical, but soon a loud bang came from afar. The ground began to shake. Countless devils ran out from the 18 levels of hell. The strength of these demons was equivalent to the Void Dan realm. Not only that, in the 18 levels of hell, a never-before-discovered reactive energy source suddenly appeared. Judging from the aura fluctuations, the strength should be above the golden core realm. A ferocious giant hand suddenly protruded from inside. Then Nam Tu quickly shouted, "It's a big ghost. Everyone be careful." Before the words finished, the giant hand suddenly slammed down with a bang, Truong to Kuong asked then Nam too, what should we do now? Do we need to ask for nuclear weapons support? Then Nam too gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, telling everyone to retreat first. Lead this big guy to Hongqian Lu. And take revenge later. Anyway, if you use nuclear weapons here, it's easy to destroy the landscape below and explode the evil spirits below. So it's best to retreat first. But right at this moment, a dark shadow stood in front of everyone, opened its mouth, and said it wanted to eat them. And this scene was also transmitted to Bin Din Sun headquarters. Professor Ma looked at the black gas, which seemed very similar to the black gas that appeared in 2VM. It was not Yu Mun N gas, it was most likely demonic gas. Sect Master them clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, it's them, it's definitely them. The masters of the Tao sect thousands of years ago risked their lives to rush into the underworld, into the 18 levels of hell, yet they still did not die. The master of the Tao sect thousands of years ago risked his life to rush into the underworld, but he did not expect that after 1,000 years, he would still be alive, even running out of the 18 levels of hell. Then Nam Tu took the lead and clashed with him. Immediately after that, both of them were pushed back more than 10 meters. The other Golden Dan Masters took advantage of this gap to rush forward, and Than Nam Tu also judged from the palm of his hand just now that this person must have been overawed into a demon, but at most his strength was only at the peak of Golden Dan. The real threat was the great devil behind him. Furthermore, this great demon continuously summons demons. Seeing this scene, someone at the headquarters suggested using nuclear weapons, but Professor Ma stopped them. No, if nuclear weapons are used, it might destroy the seal of hell below. Who knows how many evil souls are hidden underneath? So the monk had to choose a compromise option, directly launching the Taifeng missile set up inside the Devil's Gate. The target immediately locked the giant devil and applied an aerial detonation method to destroy the target. At the same time, before the missile arrived, we reminded our monks that the Taifeng strategic missile was quickly launched successfully. Vong Xin here also received news, knowing that Feng Duthan had monsters that could control demons and giant demons on the Golden Core realm. Currently, it is estimated that only Big Sister Tai Lion can confront it head-on, but the premise is that Big Sister does not consider becoming a demon. But in an emergency situation, Vong Xin can only use the sword to bring Tai Lion over there to provide reinforcement first. At this time, Than Nam Tu's battle on this side had also reached a fierce stage, because Buddhist techniques have the effect of restraining demonic energy. Everyone concentrated all their true essence on Master Hoi Kun's body, condensing an illusory image of immovable Min King. A sword slashed towards that great demon, but this sword did not cause much damage to the great demon on the Golden Core realm. Instead, it was sent flying out with a punch. Fortunately, the senior sister caught it in time, and the second elder also took out a two-sided banner to summon ghost soldiers to defend Ingiam Che Nam and Truong Tu Kong. In order to buy more time, both risked their lives to get entangled with the great ghost, but after all, they were one step short of the great realm. Not long after, Truong Tu Kong was immediately slapped and thrown out by the great ghost. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the master once again condensed the illusory shadow of immovable Mun King, stopping that great demon. The senior sister also used yin and yang to destroy the universe to trap the devil, then slowly pressed down with both hands, intending to crush this great devil. But the strength of this great ghost is much higher than that of the Golden Core realm. Even though the senior sister used all her strength, the great ghost still struggled to escape. The broken magic spell was also countered, and a mouthful of blood was spit out. The little ghost on the ground also rushed towards the senior sister at this time. Seeing that the senior sister was in danger, suddenly a sword light flashed, followed by countless sword energies cutting down the oncoming evil spirits. Vong Xin promptly took action to save his sister, carrying his sword to quickly close the distance with the great ghost. At this time, Tai Lion had also transformed into his original form and appeared on the battlefield. Behind him, there was also a missile that Tai Feng had launched. rushing directly towards the great demon. With just one shot, he knocked down the evil demon, whose strength was higher than that of the Kim Dan realm. After a series of bites and bites, the remaining little ghosts saw their boss become like this and immediately scattered like birds. But to prevent Tai Lion from taking over the ghost again, Vong Sin still warned Neum Chai Nam, if Senior Tai Lian's hair starts to turn red, please welcome the sword sex Toot auspiciousness. If Toot Cat Tiet does not work, then use all your strength to use Than Lin's sword technique to let Senior Tai Lian see the strange vision of the sun and moon. These two things are the deepest impression that leader Than Lin left on her. Having finished speaking, Vong Sin immediately used his sword to go to his master's aid. And at this time the battle between Than Nam 2 and Koma had entered a deadlock. Faced with Than Nam 2's ferocious attack, Koma secretly cried out in his heart. He was careless. He thought he could absorb the spirit of these juniors to restore his magic power. I did not expect that this junior cultivating pure yang magical power could actually suppress the negative evil in my body. Seeing that Than Nam 2's offensive was becoming more and more intense, Komai did not dare to continue to interfere anymore, planning to go back first to rest and recuperate. Unexpectedly, Vong Sin suddenly appeared at this time, directly using the combination of Ungu Kim technique and 7 stars sword formation. Countless sword energies instantly penetrated Komai's body, and with just one move, he received a boxed lunch. After that, Vong Sun returned to the master to bow and gave the 2 Vythian sword to the master, so that the master could use it. Than Nam 2 received the 2 Vythian sword and happily smiled. That's it. If you lose face in front of your disciples, then you will lose face. Then the 2 of them ran together to Tai Lion. At this time, Tai Lion's entire body had completely turned red, standing on the great ghost and biting at will. Seeing this scene, everyone at the headquarters felt a sense of fear. Is this the true strength of Koma 22 VM? We let Bo Vu and Phi Vu stay with him day and night. What a shame. What a shame. That's it. Let's wait for this to end and think about how to make it up to them. At this time, Neum Chai Nam also followed Vong Sin's instructions and brought along several other Kim Dan seniors to welcome to Tai Ka quiet. Although Tai Lion stopped biting and tearing, his demonic nature did not dissipate. Luckily at this time, Vong Sun ran over and slowly landed on Tai Lian's nose. Big sister is done fighting. You can stop now. Seeing Vong Sin standing defenseless at Tai Lian's mouth, Than Nam 2 quickly reminded Tu Sin to return quickly, but Vong Sun was not moved. On the contrary, he gently caressed Tai Lion's hair and comforted him. Would not the big sister want to go find Taoist Than Lin? Control yourself. In the future, if I can fly, they'll definitely take you to find Taoist Than Lin. With a flash of red light, Tai Lion gave up his animal form and restored his life, still shouting Tu Phi Vu. Hearing that, Vong Sun held Tai Lion's hand tightly. I'm here, rest assured, big sister. I will definitely practice with all my heart. Soon I will become an immortal and attain enlightenment. But I did not expect Tai Lion to say, quickly give me some mouthwash, that thing is disgusting. And after the Great War ended, the Jin Dan seniors began to sit in place and recover. Tai Lian looked around a little boredly. She seemed to be thinking about something at this time. Looking at Vong Sun was covered in cold sweat, thinking to himself that big sister would not want me to take responsibility for her. Even though I saw her body, I could not see any details. That's not right. I am a person who already has a senior sister. How can I be fascinated by the big sister's beauty? Fortunately, Tai Lion just wanted to take a walk around the Dianla Stone Palace above. By the way, watching the Reincarnation, Vong Sin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at his master and the second elder. The second elder nodded. If you two want to go, just go. But there are restrictions above, so I guess I will not be able to see anything. Than Nam 2 also reminded Vong Sin to remember not to arbitrarily touch the immortals' things. With the two people's agreement, Vong Sun also decided to take the 2 girls to that Diam La. This man really did not do anything right. He actually had sex with his senior sister in the underworld, and even forcibly fed people dog food. He really considered the underworld his home. At this time, Vongsan and the others had already flown not far from the stone Dian Diamla, but outside the circle was only the palace of the stone Dian Diamla. The building in the middle was the legendary Samsara Palace. Talion recommends going directly to Thachdian, but you also have to be a little careful, because all around these palaces have restrictions. Only the frontal restrictions seem to have gaps, so the three people went directly from the Samsara Palace directly. In front of Samsara Palace, there is a stone stele several tens of meters high. Talion looked at the words above and said, "This explains the birth of little Dia Fu. That year, Heavenly Court was attacked, and the immortals withdrew. Before leaving, Great Emperor Tuvi took a corner of the six paths of Samsara and brought it to Earth, and that small corner was the Reincarnation Stone. That's how the little Earth Palace took shape. I'm going inside to find that Reincarnation Stone. You guys should quickly follow me." Having finished speaking, before waiting for Vong Sin to respond, Talion immediately ran in. Vong Sin smiled helplessly. The eldest sister probably wanted to see if Doist Lin had encountered any problems. Sure enough, even when touching Doist Lin, the big sister could not bear it. But not long after, Talion's exclamation was heard in the palace, and the Reincarnation Stone was empty. "That's not right. There are only two names above. Come and see. Tu Huan Hoin, you are a fairy." After hearing this, Vong Sin and his sister were both bewildered, while Talion proudly laughed. "My Ho Immortal actually obtained two reincarnated immortals as my younger brothers." Then Vong Sin and his sister also flew in. Talion turned his head and smiled. Unexpectedly, Tu Five Yu is actually a reincarnated fairy to you. After hearing this, Vong Sin was a little skeptical. "Is not that right? If I were a reincarnated fairy, it would be impossible for that female fairy to not recognize me at first." But Talion said, "What if you are just a small soldier carrying a long spear? It's normal for people to not recognize you." But when Vong Sin saw his past life on the Sin Sin Stone, his eyes widened in surprise. Talion has some doubts. What does this Votuan past life mean? Vong Sin quickly changed the subject. It was probably a mistake. Take a look at the world's resume. The previous life is not important after all. In this life, we must try hard, whether it was possible to become a fairy or not. He could not help but think. Vochuan's past life represents the fact that we do not have a past life. Could it be that we can be reborn? It's thanks to the light of little hell. At this time, Talion also found the sister's background. In the east, there is the immortal Ming Ho Than, the god of Dong Hung Got Chai Mok Ho, the innate creature, the monk from the eastern pole. Then Ho, great emperor, saves Q Thien Tun, once guarded Dong Thien Mon, slashed 76 strong people of Pham Cha Hungok, and defended the heart of Thien Dun's army. In the 12th battle of the immortal Royal Realm, the group fought in battle, continuously slashing the enemy's wall and injuring them, the immortal spears. And the guardian spirit's soul returned to the world. The soul was repaired for thousands of years during reincarnation and has now transformed into Van Hyen. After reading the sister's background, Talion exclaimed in surprise, Tu Hyen Hyen's past life was so powerful. But the senior sister only vomited once, then sent an emoticon to indicate "I am me." As for Talion, he teased Vong Sun, Vochuan, and Tu Fi Vu. "Did you really not have a past life?" Vong Sun scratched his ears and replied indifferently, "What's so strange? The small Earth Palace has not operated for thousands of years. Mortals are not still living, aging, getting sick, and the vast majority of people have no past lives or future lives, living only in the present." Talion listened and smiled crookedly. "You see clearly, right?" At this time, Sister's phone suddenly ran out of battery, and she was so impatient that she was about to cry. She still has something to say to her junior brother, right? Vong Sin held his sister's hand tightly to comfort him. "It's okay, sister. No matter who you were in your past life, now you are the pinnacle of beauty in the cultivating world. The immortal, the disciple of our master." and the senior sister of my Vong Sin. Sister happily nodded, but when I saw the two of you, I smelled it. Talion felt like he was being forced to feed a pile of dog food. His expression gradually turned doggish, baring his fangs and claws angrily. He still had not officially confirmed the relationship, yet he immediately started to forcibly feed people dog food, and in the future he would definitely feed his big sister. Vong Sin smiled proudly. Our eldest sister should still go see the transformation stone. Not long after, the three of Vong Sun returned to Fengdu Than, took a tour of the Zhuan Lun Palace and the Samsara Palace, and discovered the broken Zhuan Sin stone to tell their master. Than Nam Tu and the others were startled. When they heard it, they immediately led everyone to Zhuan Lun Palace and saw the broken Zhuanqing stone. Lion guessed that perhaps the female fairy knew she could not reincarnate, so she got angry and took action, or because on Teen-sect there were only two names, Tu Faivu and Tu Hoyan Hyan. Hearing this news, all the Kim Dan seniors on the spot were shocked. Even Than Nam Tu did not expect that Vong Sun was actually a reincarnated immortal. Vong Sin glared at Lion, originally wanting to tell her to stop talking, but did not expect Lian to smile and continue to say, compared to Tu Hyan Hyan, Tu Faivu is really not simple. As soon as these words were said, it immediately evoked everyone's thoughts. Could it be that Faivu in your past life was a divine general of heaven or a famous angel in Lin Tiu Bao Palace? When everyone said that, Vong Sin and his senior sister blushed a little and quickly waved their hands to explain. My past lives must have been anonymous reincarnations. After all, it was not mentioned on Teen-sect that my past life had any premonitions, but people clearly did not believe it and even started to speculate more boldly. Could it be that Feivu is the reincarnation of great Emperor Tuvai? Considering his knowledge, it seems that he is the person Tuvai leads the star cluster. But this idea is denied by Than Nam Tu. As his master, Tuvai's sword intent is just a set of sword techniques great Emperor Tuvai passed down to our ancestors. Nothing can be concluded. Let's not forget about politics. Let's take this opportunity to go to the 18 levels of hell to explore a little. Seeing that everyone was finally no longer talking about him, Vong Sin also breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone flew together towards the 18 floors of hell. On the way, Truong Tu Kwong also ridiculed himself, saying that mortals are afraid of doing evil deeds, and after death they will be thrown in 18 levels of hell to suffer. We are taking the initiative to go to the door, hoping that this time we will be able to return alive. Ningiam Che Nam sighed. Do not be so gloomy. The 7 floors inside are already empty, and there is also an elder from the Dia Shadow sect helping us. The second elder laughed. Ha! That's right. Coming to the underworld is like coming to your home. Fellow monks, do not be polite. Hearing that, the 3 of them fell silent, but Lian behind Vong Sun was made fun of by them. These guys are so interesting. At this time, Truong Tu Kong suddenly approached Vong Sin and asked, if Feivu is free, let's compete a bit. Also, do reincarnated immortals have special insights? Just drinking water can break through the realm. Vong Sin smiled helplessly. Probably just like other people, the past life does not have any memories, and the physical condition of this life is also predetermined from the mother's womb. Speaking of this, the Namtu could not help but feel emotional. Unexpectedly, Tu Hyan's soul from her previous life had been incubating for thousands of years during her reincarnation before she could barely reincarnate. No wonder she was inherently unfit after birth, making me spend 15 years of effort to preserve her life. At that time, the allowance for picking up shoes was often not enough to buy herbs, so I always had to be busy doing other things. Hearing that, Talion smiled crookily. I heard people from the investigation team say that he was selling martial arts secrets and selling the holy water of Wooding Mountain, right? Having someone expose his past story, Than Namtu could only cough 2 times in embarrassment. At this time, Vong Sun looked at his sister and could not help but freeze his eyes, thinking to himself that his sister was being brought back by the heavenly gods. But why am I confused about reincarnation and resurrection? Could it be that I become 17 years old again overnight? Was it just that day when the memories suddenly awakened? That's it. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that I was reborn through Little Earth Palace. If I continue to think about it, my spiritual mind will probably become chaotic and become a group of cultivating influences. The first thing to do is to show off the front line. But only in the middle, the sword breaks open the eyes. But just as everyone was moving towards the 18 levels of hell, the young man flying in front suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful. Something is about to come out." But when that thing got closer, everyone realized it was just a shock. It turned out that these two were probes dropped by the transfer station, specifically used to keep in real-time contact with them. But because the 18 levels of hell have a special magnetic field that causes communication devices to lose signal, the transfer station could not find the special passages mentioned before, requiring them to search from the outside. Luckily, the second elder knew where the passage was, so he took out a compass and told everyone to follow him. At this time, the sister suddenly pulled Vong Sun's shirt. Her face was full of fear. Only then did Vong Sun react, almost forgetting that his sister was cowardly, so he suggested that he should wait outside with his eldest sister. Sister immediately shook her head and said, "No." Vong Sun smiled slightly, then, "Let's go down together." The senior sister's face turned red, and she nodded. For no reason, she was stuffed with dog food. Taeline could not help but sigh. "If you're old, there's no one to comfort you." Unexpectedly, this idiot Vong Sun would dare to answer the truth, saying that my senior sister is 76,000, 8,400, and several years old. This statement angered the senior sister, while Tae-Lien stood next to him and smirked, then took out a package of melon seeds and bit into them. "Tiu Hyan, do you feel balanced in your heart now? Now you and Tiu Fivu are both reincarnated immortals and are even." Vong Sun was a bit speechless. "You two, are you here to exchange?" Everyone knows that mortals are afraid of doing evil deeds while alive, and after they have to go down to the 18 levels of hell to suffer. But these immortal cultivators took the initiative to come and even followed the group. At this time, everyone arrived at the first floor of the 18 levels of hell. Truong Tu Kong was a little confused and asked, "This place should be the first floor, Ba Thi at hell, right? Why do not you see that your tongue is full of dirt?" The second elder nodded. "That's right. Although little Dia Fu is small, everything is complete. It seems like some sentiment from the immortals of Dia Fu, but Dia Fu has a divine response is, you should still act carefully. Be careful, disaster comes from your mouth." Then the second elder led everyone into a palace. This is a tunnel that monitors the 18 levels of hell and can also be understood as a sightseeing elevator. But after feeling a bit, the second elder suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "This is not good." The heroic spirit guarding here said that someone had once forced their way into this place, and it was unknown whether the arrangements inside had been sabotaged or not. It's possible that the group of monks who broke into hell 1,000 years ago did it. But no matter what, we have to go in and see first. The second elder took out a scroll, recited a spell, and the scroll also opened. The next second, the door in front of him opened with a pop, and several golden lotus petals flew up, carrying everyone slowly down. Soon we reached the 8th floor, extreme cold hell. There are snowy mountains everywhere here, and it seems that there are still many evil spirits that have not been purged. This must be a group of Doists who forced their way into hell. The second elder sighed, "We should continue going down." Not long after, everyone arrived at the final level of the 18 levels of hell, the Hell Knife. According to the second elder, there is an exit below that can directly enter hell, but it has not waited for everyone to get down yet. A shrill scream came from behind. This scream came from the senior sister with the highest cultivation level among them. At this moment, she was truly frightened by the situation below. I saw that at the bottom of the tunnel there were dozens of dry and wet bodies evenly distributed. Most of them had twisted bodies, fierce faces, but still breathing. Even though he was very weak, he was clearly still alive. Vong Sun asked his seniors how to handle them. Truong Tu Kong intended to kill him and finish the matter, but was stopped by Ingiem Chai Nan. After all, everyone inside is from the Dao sect. What if there are seniors from any sect? Hoi Kim's master also felt that Lulu still wanted to live. That year they just wanted to survive. But Vong Sin said, all sects have rules. If for the sake of living you can harm others, then what is it if it is not a demon path? So after thinking about it, Than Nian Tu still decided to leave this matter to the Daya and Tong elders to decide. The second elder clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and said, not killing them is not enough to calm the anger in my heart, but I cannot control this matter. Let's use restraint to capture them, bring them out, and hand them over to the Daya An sect and the religious community for trial. But Vong Sin discovered a problem in this matter. Kim Dan lived for 800 years, but the people below all broke into hell 1,000 years ago. In terms of cultivation, they are definitely above the golden core. If they were to find a chance to restore their cultivation, then the consequences would be extremely disastrous, and the cultivating world would probably be in turmoil because of this. Luckily, the Western Lion semi-immortal stepped in to reinforce the seal, and the monks under the conception stage were unable to escape. Then the second elder held both sides of the table and turned it over to cast a spell, opening the mirror below the 18 levels of hell. As the entrance to the passage opened, a strong stream of pure vitality rushed into his face. At this time, the sister pulled the hem of Vong Sin's shirt and pointed at her head, signaling him to leave quickly. Vong Sin knew that this was the female fairy reminding them, so he immediately shouted loudly, "Master, quickly leave here." As soon as the words fell, the fairy light erupted again. Vong Sin and his sister immediately wanted to go save their master, but were pulled back by Tai Lion, flying directly out of the 18 levels of hell. But in the end, they were still hit by this fairy light. Fortunately, Tai Lion used his body to protect them, bringing them to a safe area. But because of that, his magic power was used too much, and he was afraid that he could not control his demonic nature and was about to enter the devil. Tai Lion said the fairy light outbreak only lasts for a while. When it stops, you should go quickly. Do not worry about me. If I get out alive, kill me. At this time, the senior sister received a message from Nu Tien saying that Thuan Dong Chiai luck could help Tai Lian, so she put on a desperate mentality to try. Vong Sin started to use pure Yang Chai to help Tai Lian suppress the demonic nature. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded in helping Tai Lian suppress the demonic nature. Sister also took the time to charge her phone with a power bank, and then conveyed the words of the fairy. The power of pure Yang overcomes all evil nature. Do you still not know? Vong Sin thought for a moment. Three Thong Zin Master did not mention it. Before, I was just a little Hudan, and I did not know I could help my big sister. This is the message that sister just composed and sent. The fairy said that this outbreak will soon be suppressed by her, but her body will disintegrate at any time and needs my help. Master is okay for now, just being rushed out of the 18 levels of hell. Most of them are seriously injured. The last few times the fairy light broke out, the earth spirit wind mirror was about to be broken. Seeing Dia Lin Fong Kun Vong Sun was also a bit surprised. This is the Thean Dia Nan Tam Lin Fong mirror, used by the heavenly immortals Thean Den to suppress the earth's vital energy. In other words, the recent outbreak of fairy light was not caused by the fairy. On the contrary, because the female fairy always suppressed the earth spirit wind mirror, the little earth palace did not immediately rush to the earthly world. But how can we help with this? At this moment, the sister suddenly kissed him, then slowly uttered two words. I go. Vong Sin blushed and was a bit unable to react. Sister, do you want to help the fairy? So what does this mean? At this time, Tai Lion also walked over with a little blush. The female immortal always calls you over, probably related to your statuses as reincarnated immortals. But now the passage leading to the 18 levels of hell has been destroyed. Let's take you down. Tu Fai Vu continues to transmit the pure Yang power to me. Let's go. But not long before that, the moment of fairy light broke out to Inter-sect. Sister Hawk pushed the door from the ancestral hall out. She saw everything that just happened in hell. The truth is always more cruel than imagination. At the moment when the fairy light broke out, my sister stepped in from the Inter-sect's clan. I did not expect to see the mother in my story here. Mother waved at her and gently said, "Sorry, Theonly, I am your mother, but I am not your mother. Be strong. If little Earth Palace rushes into this world, Daeho Kingdom will fall into misery. Whether you like it or not, you must accept this fate now. If there is resentment, then resin us for being so cruel." Hawk's sister tearfully asked her mother, was it really her father who killed her because of practicing the exercises that year? Mother gently caressed her forehead, telling her the truth about that year. It turned out that she should have had her mother's surname Meng, and her mother's lineage was the sect leader of the Inter-sect. Every generation of the Meng family will give birth to a baby girl. Then they will quietly wait. Once the spirituality of Man-Bai worship in the temple begins to dissipate, they must use their souls to deposit in it. Only then can Man-Bai pass down by immortal Man-Bai retain their spirituality. And once something like today happens, can they suppress little Earth Palace? In the past, her father deliberately let her have the surname them, even leaving the clan, because he wanted to help her escape this cruel fate. Having finished speaking, the mother waved her hand and took the younger sister to the deepest part of the small Earth Palace, then explained, "Above are the 18 levels of Hell of Daohuayan. Below is the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror. You can understand that it seals the spiritual energy produced by this planet over thousands of years." While talking, Mother waved her hand again. The scene changed to the palace of Zhuanlun and saw the fairy standing in front of Samsara. Hawk was suspicious and asked who she was. Mother immediately explained, "A royal highness is looking for a way to reincarnate in Little Earth Palace. She is looking at Inter-sect." At this time, the female fairy standing in front of Reincarnation muttered, "Why are only the two of them back? Hothan is not wrong, so who is she?" Van Ian, my sister, was a little curious and came forward and saw the names of Vong's son and her sister on Samsara. Su, Mother explained next to her, "For some reason, the reincarnation of the small Earth Palace has consumed all of the power of reincarnation, so your highness's dead comrades can no longer be reincarnated, including herself." That day, out of anger and sadness, His Highness crushed the reincarnation event, broke the forbidden rock dim, and also caused the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror to be broken. 18 levels of hell were rushed up by the rushing vital energy, slowly rising. His Highness discovered it and immediately used his body to block the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror. Although it can temporarily suppress the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror, this is not a long-term plan. Once the original energy pushes Little Earth Palace into reality, the 3,000 miles surrounding Bun Du Sun will directly collapse, and the negative energy of Dia Fu will also disrupt the yin and yang balance of this planet. This damage is difficult to estimate. We were shaken when the second elder summoned demon soldiers to wake us up, saying he has not fully recovered yet. This is what makes people most worried. If we woke up sooner, things would not be as bad as they are now. At this time, the senior sister suddenly saw the scene of Helene carrying Vong's son, and senior sister flying away on the screen. Worriedly asked my mother, "How can we help them?" Mom told her not to worry. Man-Bai still has not fully recovered. She still needs to wait another 10 minutes. Come here, my child. Come in front of Bai and wait. From my ancestors until now, I have been a lucky person, but also the unhappiest person. Come here. I will guide you. So what should I do? Use your body and soul to enter Bai. Do you want me to die here? Not wrong, just like me. But the power of our soul will turn into your prohibition. I will be in charge of everything in Bai in the future. So I will not disappear because of that. This is also the only compensation we can make for future generations, knowing that only death can awaken Man-Bai. Sister Hawk looked at the ancient sword in the corner, slowly picked it up, then called her father to say goodbye. "Dad, I'm sorry, I always thought it was you who killed me. Over the years, you have said many hurtful words to me, but I have never scolded you. After listening, Tong Tong frowned. Thinly, what are you saying suddenly? Sister Hawk did not answer, just spoke for herself. Dad, only I can suppress hell, right? After hearing this, Master them immediately panicked and tried to tell his daughter that the outfit was fake, but now my sister has made up her mind and said her final goodbye to her father. Dad, if I'm no longer a child in the future, you have to take good care of yourself. Tong Chu knew that his daughter wanted to do something stupid and kept screaming not to do it, but his sister still hung up the phone. At this moment, her mother's voice rang again in her heart. Honey, I'm sorry, at least we have a longer life, but you do not get to experience anything. After wearing this outfit, you will lose all emotions for a long time, otherwise your soul will not be able to withstand this power. Do you have any regrets now? Sister Hawk reluctantly smiled. There are regrets, but now I do not feel regret anymore. If you can proactively express your feelings that time, maybe there will be a pretty good story that summer. At the same time, Vong Sun and the others once again killed Dao Q Hell. As soon as he landed, Vong Sin quickly used Chan Guan Thuan Dong to help Tai Lion suppress the demonic energy, allowing him to quickly recover. At this time, a group of evil ghosts surrounded them, wanting to suck their blood and take over their homes. Tai Lion told Vong Sun, and then to help the heavenly fairy stabilize the earth spirit wind mirror, which was left to him. Then he transformed into his original form and roared at the surrounding ghosts. Just because of you, do you dare to touch Tiu Fiu View and Tiu Hoyan Hyan? As for Vong Sun, he brought his sister down. At this moment, two devils suddenly circled behind them and launched a direct attack. The senior sister quickly used the yin-yang technique to defend herself, but faced with the combined force of the two demon ghosts, in the end she was still no match and vomited blood and flew back out. Vong Sen supported his injured sister, his face full of worry. He knew that the cultivation base of the demons on the 17th and 18th floors was at least far beyond the golden core. Faced head-on, the two of them working together may not be able to resist, so he directly picked up his sister and flew towards the earth spirit wind mirror. When he approached, he loudly shouted for his seniors, but did not receive any response. I do not know if the female fairy was unable to move because of the earth spirit wind mirror's suppression, but now I cannot control that much. I have to at least get these two demons out first. So, taking advantage of the fairy light to explode again, Vong Sin took the opportunity to fly towards a forest, then temporarily let her sister not mess around under a tree, quickly recover from the wound, and later she will rely on her sister to support her for a while. He rushed directly to Thatch Dawson camp, but did not expect that at this moment the senior sister would suddenly stand up, holding his waist tightly. Vong Sun was a bit unable to react. Why is sister suddenly so proactive? So he asked his sister, if we go there to provide support, what can we do to help the fairy? Sister leaned on his shoulder and did not answer. Vong Sin smiled slightly and did not ask much. Then Vong Sin flew again towards the pyramid-shaped Thatch Dawson. As soon as the two appeared, a group of demons immediately surrounded them. At this moment, the dark clouds above were suddenly torn apart by a bolt of lightning, and a figure descended from the sky. The person who came was transformed into 9 Thean Nguyen Thunder Than Aho Thean Tun, saying in his mouth, the 4 directions are evil ghosts, the 8 directions are ferocious, doing evil is an unforgivable sin. In the blink of an eye, countless thunderbolts descended, instantly turning all the surrounding evil ghosts into ash. Right after that, she slowly lowered herself in front of Tai Lian. Vong Sun knew that his eldest sister was now on the brink of falling into a demon, having difficulty distinguishing right from wrong, so he quickly shouted, "Senior, please be merciful." At this moment, Tai Lian's whole body was red and roared forward. Sister Hawk reached out and pointed right at her eyebrow. In the blink of an eye, Tai Lian's eyes became clear, and his body gradually changed from animal form back to human form. After that, the senior sister whisked in front of Vong Sin, and the senior sister, When Vong Sin saw that this senior's appearance looked so much like his senior sister, he could not help but be stunned. But the sister did not say much and flew directly to the top of the pyramid where the fairy was. Seeing this, Vong Sun also prepared to follow. In his heart, he thought that the fairy suspected that this apprentice sister must have something to do with the underworld. Not only could he solve those evil spirits, but he could even easily subdue Ho Ban Tien, who had been purified. Her strength is certainly that of a first-class immortal. With her here, the situation is definitely in control. But the truth proves that she said this too early. Just a moment later, Manhwa, transformed into her younger sister, was sent flying out by a beam of fairy light. After continuously spinning several times in the air, she bowed towards the top of the tower. "Incompetent old man, please forgive me." The female fairy also quickly responded, "It's okay. The fairy blood you inherited comes from the Innsmouth family, which did not originally follow the path of fighting. Moreover, you only rely on the Yin Soul heavenly clothing to mobilize the power of heaven and earth of the small earth palace to be able to compete with true immortal, which does not mean that you already have true immortal strength." Van Ingun and Vong Sun looked curiously at the senior, who was suspected to be their senior sister next to them, thinking in his heart, "Meng Clan Man Bae." Then the two went to the top of the pyramid. The female fairy's voice rang out again. "Ho Cam, you're here. I'm sorry. I caused trouble and I have to ask for your help." But the senior sister on the side said, "Before your highness entered the underworld, the earth spirit Windmere was already in a state of destruction. But due to the suppression of the 18 layers of hell, no vitality had yet overflowed. It had little to do with your highness." But the female fairy does not have much time left now and does not want to say any more. She opened her eyes, looked at Vong Sun and asked, "Who are you?" She asked, of course, Vong Sin's past life, but Vong Sin said, "My past life was probably not an immortal. Did you have any way to seal the earth spirit wind mirror?" The fairy nodded. "It's just a risky thing." Vong Sin quickly asked, "How?" But before he finished speaking, the senior sister next to him, without warning, waved her palm at him. The next second, Vong Sun turned into a stream of light and flew out, looking at his sister in disbelief. At this moment, the senior sister had sparkling tears in her eyes. She bit her lip as if she wanted to say something, but still could not say it. Only a forced laugh remained. "If you had a choice, would you be willing to die for the person you love?" Just when the female fairy was about to reveal the method to seal the earth spirit wind mirror, Vong Sin was pushed out by her sister's palm. But the moment her sister made a move, a sword that also turned into a rope appeared at her waist. Vong Sin pressed the sword with his hands to control the flying sword, pulling his sister flying into the distance. It turned out that she also had the same thoughts as her sister, wanting to send the other person away first. After sending her sister away, Vong Sun also showed a smile, thinking in her heart, "Even if you suddenly gave me a palm, my sister would still use her cunning and fear to hurt me, and I planned on my sister to not hesitate to hurt her." After that, Vong Sun returned to the cave entrance and said goodbye to his sister. Manbei, transformed into a sister, also had emotions in her eyes at this moment, wanting to stop Vong Sun, but was stopped by the surrounding people. As for Vong Sun, he stood in front of the cave door and gave the final instructions. "Sister Hawk will help me take my sister out later." The princess below probably is not sure about anything. At this time, the female fairy in the cave asked him what he wanted to do. Vong Sun directly flew down from above and replied, "There are two possibilities for you to let senior sister come here. One is that it can help her temporarily restore her previous life's cultivation level, but from her sister's recent actions, this possibility can be ruled out. Second, I want to borrow someone else's body. In the shortest possible time, your peak cultivation level can be released and you can cast a new seal. Last time we met, there was an aura of death between your eyebrows. I'm afraid this body cannot help you unleash your full potential, so you need someone who can completely relax their mind to receive your immortal soul, but that person will definitely turn into ashes in the end. My level is low, and I do not know if my guess is correct. The female fairy did not answer, only transmitted her voice and said, I am only half sure. Vong Sin nodded. I will cooperate with you with all my strength, but I do not understand why you must let my sister come. Cannot I change to someone else? The female fairy said, Mengbei only has a spirit body at this time. If I fail, I will still have to rely on you to clean up the mess. As for other people, as long as there is a glimmer of a stray thought in their hearts, half of that hope is a joke. This is the responsibility of our ancestors. I know you can do the same as Ho Cam, but you do not need to lose your life because of that. Practice well. But Vong Sun asked in return, so can my sister lose her life because of that? Now it's me, a mortal, making a choice between me and my sister. Van Engen, the female fairy, was silent, then closed her eyes. Her body began to radiate a dazzling light. Obviously, he agreed to let Vong Sin and her try their best to see if they could seal the earth, a spirit wind mirror again. Vong Sin also closed his eyes and revealed a smile. In my heart, I thought, fortunately, I did not confess my feelings to senior sister before, so at least senior sister will be less heartbroken in the future. At this moment, the sister finally could not hold back anymore, collapsed in front of the cave entrance, and was pulled back by a group of people, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Do not. At this time, Vong Sun below opened his arms wide. The fairy told him to relax his mind and let go of the decree, not to be greedy for life and afraid of death. But Vong Sin felt that he had nothing to be greedy for in life and fear of death. This life was originally given him by God. Compared to his previous life of dying cowardly, this time, being able to exchange a life for my senior sister is worth it. Master, my mother, to Yumu's parents. There are also those who have arranged to cause trouble in the vagina. Goodbye, if there is a destiny that's not right. Soon they will turn into ashes, with no chance of being resurrected again. Could it be that God gave me one more life to wait for today? But if small Earth Palace were to collide with Day Ho Kingdom, the casualties would definitely be more than half. Such a great disaster is truly worthy of God, allowing me to live again. So now I stick some gold on my face. It probably would not be a problem, right? Thinking of this, the corner of Vong Sin's mouth revealed a self-mocking smile, and the flying sword that sent his sister away was back in his hand. At this moment, the senior sister cried into tears and let out a heart-wrenching scream. After that, the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror was successfully sealed. The Demon Gate sank to the bottom of the earth again, but Vong Sin and the female fairy were nowhere to be found. Everyone thought she was dead, and a stele was built for her, but the senior sister still did not give up, always quietly guarding the place where Vong Sin died. 3 months later, the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror was planted on the ground, a blackened figure lying next to it. On the Volin sword appeared a 3-inch tall little fairy. Looking at the blackened figure on the ground, he muttered in a low voice, It's been 3 months and he still has not woken up. How weak is this guy? Having finished speaking, the little fairy's figure flashed and disappeared into the sword, but not long after the little fairy disappeared, that blackened finger suddenly moved. A bit of black ash on top also shook and began to chant the sword technique of Tuvaithian Kiem, can carry thousands of jade and all living things. The jade direction of virtue can attain enlightenment. Attaining the path is to receive the true Dharma and technique. The 2-word path of Dharma is to receive the number of numbers. Only the virtue and practice of the leisurely path dominate all dharmas that can be determined. At this time, the charred figure lying down suddenly opened its eyes. The black ash on its body also began to fall off, revealing a complete body with light inside. It turned out that this charred body was Vong Sin. At this time, he was also surprised because he did not die, and the little fairy also appeared on the hilt of the sword. Vong Sun immediately stood up from the ground and thanked the fairy for saving his life. But the fairy said, If you want to thank me, then thank this sword. It is more suitable for me to entrust my fairy soul to than you. I used the shortest time to refine it, use the immortal soul and it as an eye array to form the Tamgun Wind Immortal Formation, sealing the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror. so you do not have to die. Even a trace of my immortal soul does not need to be repelled by the earth spirit wind mirror. Everyone seems to have survived. Van Ian Vong Sen breathed a sigh of relief and tried to reflect on himself, discovering that the meridians in his body were broken. Kim Dan was almost broken. This time he was seriously injured, but Lin Dai expanded more than 10 times, and it seems to have received a lot of benefits. At this time, Little Fairy said, "The wound on your body is only due to my soul temporarily staying in your body. This place is full of vitality. You will probably be completely cured in a month or two." After hearing this, Vong Sen once again bowed to the fairy, thanking the fairy for his support. But Little Fairy blushed and said, "You do not need to call me fairy anymore. My name is Diu Van. From now on you can just call me by my first name." Van Ian Vong Sen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he thought about calling out his name. When did our relationship become so close? What kind of talk is there? It's very easy for people to misunderstand you. You know that, Diu Van explained. Since I entered your body, my soul is compatible with yours. You and I have had an unbreakable connection. Using your own words, you do not have any privacy in front of me. The reborn person suddenly had his identity exposed. Vong Sen's face changed greatly, but Diu Van told him to rest assured. "I will keep everything related to you a secret. Moreover, I now know who you are." As soon as Vong Sen heard it, he quickly asked Fairy Diu Van to explain. But Diu Van said at this time with a mysterious look, cannot say. If you can go further in the future, I will tell you. You can practice in peace in the future. Even if your mother asks, I will not tell your secret." Vong Sen was a bit speechless. Who taught her this half-hearted way of talking? But unexpectedly he just thought like that. Diu Van could hear it again and said solemnly, "What my father taught me, he likes to do that the most, making people worried and uneasy." This also made Vong Sen laugh and cry. "We cannot communicate with you like that." Diu Van jumped up from the hilt of the sword. One finger pointed at Vong Sen's eyebrows and said, "Then I would not be able to feel the thoughts in your heart anymore. To seal the forbidden earth spirit, I transformed into a spirit body and merged into this sword, now becoming its sword spirit. But even though I am your sword, I am not your sword spirit. If we have a solution in the future, we will naturally leave." Vong Sen smiled shyly. "Do not worry, Fairy 2, since you have become the sword spirit of Vo Lin Kim. This sword is naturally yours." At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart, "What does this fairy mean? Are you afraid that I will treat you like a servant?" But Diu Van jumped on the hilt of the sword and calmly replied, "No need, yours is yours. The sword spirit of this sword will also do well what a sword spirit should do. In addition, in the future, if you can help me find the heavenly line, I will also try to point out the good points for you. I want to focus on recuperating. You should think of a way to notify Ho Than, who is guarding outside. He thought you were dead before, and there was silence in his heart. In the long run, it's not a good thing. Even though this place is blocked by me, there's no need to worry. We can leave in 2,000 years at the latest." Hearing this 2,000-year period, Vong Sen gasped and was momentarily speechless. 2,000 years, so by the time he gets out, the children of that world can probably run away, right? Just thinking about it made Vong Sen feel scared. Hastily asked Diu Van if he could help him transmit the message, but as a result, this place was banned by him. Unless someone's realm surpasses him, he cannot convey the message. Hearing that, Vong Sen immediately made a thud sound and sat down on the ground. The boss had no choice. What other way could he have? The man trapped in the underworld for 2,000 years finally appeared. Unexpectedly, when he met his lover again, he discovered that the other person was married and had children, and he also became the legendary Old King. Vong Sen woke up startled, panting, wiping sweat from his face, secretly happy that this was just a dream. But although he was trapped in the forbidden earth spirit wind and could not get out, the concentration of vital energy around him was 100 times greater than outside. With just a thought, A stream of vital energy would rush into his body, allowing him to practice in this environment. Vong Sin felt that this could be considered a great tribulation and that if he did not die, he would be greatly blessed. Under the cleansing of the rich vital energy, his wound had unconsciously healed, perhaps because the boss had once entered his body. The QC had expanded several times more, accompanied by each wave of magical enlightenment, constantly arising in my heart, first breakthrough and then enlightenment, no different from first uploading than adding tickets. An extremely irresponsible experience for my spiritual path. He just wanted to say, please come a few more times. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from his body. This was thunder, but why did it appear in his body? Du Van told him to use the internal vision to see. Vong Sin closed his eyes and used the internal vision to carefully perceive. Only then did he realize that his golden pill had been completed. This was overcoming tribulations, but why was the tributary cloud in his body? Du Van explained, this is the golden core tribulation, which marks the completion of your golden core and is being weaponized. You have recently been able to go into seclusion for a while, so you should be able to easily break through to the late stage of the golden core. Meanwhile, Vong Sun was sitting cross-legged on the ground with only a pair of Hulk-branded underwear left on his body. I cannot help but think, does the fairy who does not show herself feel that her current appearance is too unsightly? Then he asked Teen 2 in his heart, yes, Teen 2, do you know how my senior sister is now? Du Van said he was outside guarding. Now less than 100 meters away from you, Van Ian Vong Sin quickly asked, is there any way to inform senior sister that I am still alive? Unfortunately, the answer he received was that unless he broke the wind mirror, there was no other way, but this 100 meters had now become a distance that he and his senior sister could not overcome. At this moment, Vong Sun seemed to suddenly think of something, turned around and started researching. Although he did not know where Keep Van came from, it seemed like it could appear out of nowhere, or they were originally a form of expression of the original energy. The original energy seemed to be able to drive Thean Keep factors. But what are the driving conditions? The perfection of Kim Dan will lead to Keep Van. Is it possible that as long as the quality reaches a certain level, it will lead to Keep Van? But what are qualities? Pure without impurities, strictly arranged and containing hidden rules, or it itself carries different morals. But looking at Vong Sin, who was researching, Du Van appeared again on the hilt of the sword, telling him not to think too much. This was not something his realm could comprehend, but as soon as these words were spoken, a thunderous sound rang out in the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror, and this sound was finally felt by the outside world, making him even more certain that his junior brother was not dead. A flash of lightning covered the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror. Du Van looked at the surprised look on Vong Sun's face, thinking that Theanai was warning. Could it be that this kid has realized something that is taboo? Using Kim Dan realm to trigger the Theanai event. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Du Van would have even felt that this was a myth. At this time, Vong Sin seemed to be repulsed, spit out a mouthful of blood, and lay weak on the ground, but still asking Du Van, how is senior sister now? Du Van said he is now sleeping in his barn. Hearing that, Vong Sun was suddenly a little disappointed. A pair of invisible eyes appeared in the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror. Vong Sun also felt like there was a pair of eyes looking at him in the sky. Du Van next to him explained that it was Theanai, or in other words, the Great Tao's manifestation. Simply put, when you are just the first time, but if you do not know how to repent, if you go more than 3 times, you will summon the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation. This is different from Thean Keep, which decides power according to strength. The power of the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation is fixed. It can easily destroy the entire Milky Way. Hearing this, Vong Sun also roughly understood. Using Hui Kun's words, Thean Keep is an attack that adjusts damage according to level. Dai Dao Loi Keep directly consumed all the ammunition and conveniently bombed the entire server. As for Du Van, he continued to say, Although I do not know what you realized, it led to a great path of lightning and tribulation. But if you want to inform Hothan outside, there's no need to take such a risk. We can slowly unseal the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror, allowing you to leave here within 20 years. But then you will also lose this blessed land of cultivation. Do you really want to do that? Vong Sin grinned. The vital energy in this land is not mine alone. Let's get rich together and aim for Tiu Kang. Right? Hearing that Diu Van also laughed, your analogy is very interesting. However, Vong Sin feels that from 2,000 years shortened to 20 years, this is already a great thing. Although he missed his sister, he could not go out right away. All he could do was continue to practice. Of course, there's also the matter of asking for advice. Being thick-faced is Vong Sin's forte. Of course, he will not ignore the wise master next to him. But after experiencing the previous thunderstorm incident, Vong Sin felt even more that his sister must have known that he was still alive. As long as his sister knows, his master, parents, and friends will definitely know too. Now he has heavenly guidance, plus a large amount of pure vitality provided for him to use. Practicing like this for 2.5 years, his spiritual mind had completed 2 transformations. In Dan Kuchuan, it is divided into 4 realms, Hu Dan Kim Dan Thien Phu Ngai Nan. He is now strong enough to catch up with the Thien Phu Can monks. Therefore, he also placed the focus of his cultivation on understanding the Tao realm. Prepare to wait for the great perfection of the Golden Dan realm to explore Thien Phu. The spirit tower inhabits the gods for Thien Kong. The spirit of the incense burner can reside in Tu Phu. Vong Sin successfully released his soul, temporarily flew out of the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror, and flew towards his senior sister's cottage. Sure enough, his sister was still waiting for him. He was clearly still alive, but everyone thought he was dead. Even Manhwa did not believe it. 3 years later, Vong Sin finally broke through to Thien Phu realm, and his primordial spirit emerged, one step closer to immortality, to being able to quickly ascend to Thien Phu like that. Vong Sin was also a little surprised, but Diu Van said, "There is my guidance, plus pure energy here. Is it difficult to enter Thien Phu?" Vong Sin smiled embarrassedly. "I just felt that nothing was real." Diu Van's small face turned slightly red. "You have just entered Thien Phu realm. You must first convert your spiritual thoughts into spirit stones, then go to Thien Phu to cherish your original soul. Wait until you reach the peak of Thien Phu realm. Then have the opportunity to enter Vian An realm. Do not pay too much attention." During these 3 years, Diu Van and Vong Sin became familiar, and their conversations were no longer as polite as before. Now she is much more comfortable. The topic between the two is gradually opening up, and what she likes most is sharing with Vong Sin interesting stories in Thien Jioi in the past. According to Diu Van, Vong Sin's founder Lu Dongtan, he was usually promiscuous. If it were not for Thien Den's rules, he would have already had many children and grandchildren. Of course, Tathagata Buddha also exists. In the past, her father was helped by Buddha. Emperor Tuvai and Emperor Kotran are indeed siblings. Their mother is the same, unknown. Fairy Prison has many powerful characters. There are many that even Heavenly Court cannot tease. But Thien Den was also once the strongest force. Speaking of this, Diu Van reminded Vong Sun, so you should practice quickly and achieve longevity. Then when I meet those sisters again, they will not laugh at me for being your sword spirit. Seeing that Diu Van could easily say the words sword spirit, Vong Sin felt that she must have seen through it. Immediately asked about the situation of senior sister. Has her cultivation level broken through again? Diu Van nodded. She recently broke through the realm again. You can explore Thien Phu at any time. Hearing that, Vong Sin could not help but think to himself, I intentionally caused divine power before. I wonder if senior sister received my signal. If you knew I was still alive, why would you stay in here and not come out? But just thought of this. The next second, Diu Van said that his sister had left, causing him to withdraw his thoughts again. Thinking to himself, has his sister left? Could it be that something happened to the cultivating world? Or is it said that the master was beaten by someone? That's okay, as long as senior sister does not have to go on a blind date. It's fine. At the same time, the senior sister went to little Dia Fu and met the senior sister transformed into Mong Day. The two of them arrived in front of Ghostgate, and the younger sister said that this little Dia palace did not have a single ghost soul, so she was the only one left who could come and go at will. In the future, if you want to return, just call her name in Bin Du Sun. Hearing that, the senior sister bit her lip and called the junior sister's name, Thianlen. In an instant, the senior sister's eyes also turned from initially blank to sympathetic. Then he slowly calmed down and said his guess. Fairy Ho Than must have noticed it and left. Over the past 3 years, Little Earth Palace's vital energy has increased more and more. I do not know if Fairy still remembers it. Not long after the Earth Spirit Wind Mirror had recovered, a heavenly power suddenly appeared, a heavenly power indicating the great path of the world. If any monk violates the taboo, he will be warned by the great priest. In the land of wind and glass, there is a creature that inspires the power of heaven. There must be someone who goes against the sky. Whether it was the divine power or the earth spirit wind mirror slowly unwinding, it seemed like someone was guiding everything. In other words, Du Van, unclear, but the remnants of the soul are naturally deposited in props that carry Phi Ungu's consciousness. Maybe they're all still alive. Hearing this, the sister's eyes widened. Tears could not be contained but flowed down her cheeks. But when she returned to Earth, she wanted to tell her master the good news, but his master advised her to learn to face reality. Avoiding it could not solve the problem. Even though senior sister recounted the situation of Dia Fu and senior Manba's words once again, Van Am too still thought that she was talking loudly because she was so hurt, although the junior sister hugged her and said he believed he did not have any faith at all. But what other people understand is even more thrilling. I thought that the sister's intention was that Vong Sen would forever live in their hearts, making the sister stunned. Not long after, Tay Lion also ran over, hugged his sister while crying and comforting. Knowing that you were out, I immediately flew to find you. If you feel uncomfortable, you have to say it. Do not be like big sister killing demons. Sister nodded to show she knew. Only then did Tay Lion suddenly remember and ask, "That's right, what are you doing here?" The junior sister waved her small fist and said, "Prepare to fight with Vagina." Tay Lion was interested as soon as he heard it, so he finally stopped fighting. That's right, everyone is a monk. There's nothing the fighting method could not explain clearly. But the senior sister texted and asked the junior sister why she was fighting with M. Vague. Then, according to the younger sister's words, it turns out that 3 years ago, a delegation from Daeho Kwok religious world came to visit and discuss the issue of Yin-Yang sect and M. Dao, but the discussion failed, and a series of friction broke out. After that, the incident began to spread endlessly. In order to restrain the growing power of Daeho Nation, foreign countries also began to openly support the Vagina cultivators. Although Daeho Kwok is always restrained, the more you endure, the more people will feel that you are weak and easy to bully. A year ago, a major television station of the Yin Dao Nation took the initiative to interview a newly appointed elder of the Yin-Yang sect. This elder openly selects young people with good qualities and helps them embark on the path of practice. This behavior is absolutely a serious provocation to the political religion of Daeho Kwok. Therefore, with the tacit consent of Daeho Kwok officials, that day there were more than 10 Dongdu and Daotoists who, during the live broadcast, were close to the elder. After that, they had a big fight under the siege of an Dao expert. Finally leisurely leaving, this slap was extremely resounding, but it also increased an Dao's anger towards the Daeho religious community. After that, an Dao monks continuously provoked him. The Yin-Yang sect received all kinds of support. On the other hand, because of constant provocation by the opponent, Long Ho Sun launched biochemical weapons that caused widespread damage. But Thai Thien Chong single-handedly cursed nearly half of an Dao monks. In the end, the two sides cursed each other for 7 or 8 months, and an Dao monks proactively sent letters of war. The Buddhist monks happily accepted, and today at noon, The experts of the Tao China religion are preparing to go to the central area of the two countries' sea areas, conducting a melee. At the same time, in a sea area in the east, Dai Ho Kwok monks fought with An Dao monks. Senior sister and others also rode military ships toward the battlefield on both sides. On the way, sister told Tai Lian that Vong's son was not dead. Tai Lian looked surprised. How is that possible? In that situation, Tu Faivu had no chance of surviving. Moreover, if he had not died, the soul connection between me and him should still be there, right? Tu Hoyan Hyan, are you too heartbroken? How about you come to the villa and stay with me this time? I'm a bit lonely alone. Having said that, Tai Lian immediately hugged his sister into his arms, but senior sister said, I want to wait for him to come out. He was there alone. His phone could not be used. Tai Lian is a bit helpless. Although Tu Huan Hyan's Taoist heart is unharmed, this aspect already has obsessions. Perhaps in her mind the image of Tu Faivu has already been created. At this time, two giant octopus tentacles suddenly emerged from the sea, creating large waves that rushed toward the two people. When the investigation team saw this, they quickly reminded, Senior, be careful. This is a ferocious sea beast raised by evil monks in An Dao. Tai Lian coldly snorted, red light flashed in his eyes, and the half-immortal's strength burst out in an instant. Directly turned this ferocious beast into blood mist. At this time, the senior sister also got excited, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to fight. Tai Lian smiled helplessly and said, Go, do not hurt yourself. Even though the other party was a fool, a few minutes later the Ying Dao evil cultivator failed. Tai Lian on the deck lay on the blowing, the sea breeze, drinking coconut water, unable to hold back his resentment. Prepare for half a month in advance. The result will be done in a while. Is this the legendary 2-hour, 3-minute call? What kind of business do you guys do? People dare to bully you right to your door, but only kill half and destroy half. If they had changed to Doist Than Line, they would have already murdered him 300 miles away and sacrificed his blood to the heavens. Muck and Guyot massaged his feet and explained, The international situation is different now. The situations are different. We have to build a friendly image. And at this time, senior sister returned to little Dia Fu and went with her to Dia Line Feng Kin. According to what my sister told me, in the 3 days that my sister left, the speed of spreading the vital energy of little Dia Fu increased a bit. It seemed like someone was testing how much of the origin energy shock the Earth Spirit Wind mirror could withstand. Little by little increasing the speed, which the origin energy diffused. Now he needed to return to observe the diffusion of vital energy. Once too much vital energy accumulates in the underworld, it is necessary to take action to guide it. So, she told her sister to call her if anything happened. Sister nodded, said thank you, sat quietly on the Earth Spirit Wind mirror and waited quietly. I thought to myself, brother, are you in there? Did you hear that? I'm here waiting for you to come out. Even if it's 10 years or 20 years, I'll wait for you to come out. Until then, we will not be apart anywhere. As for Vong's son, he was frantically practicing his sword in the Earth Spirit Wind mirror, hoping to be able to go out and meet his senior sister soon. Time passed quickly. That day, Guyot took an envelope and hurriedly ran to Than Nam Tu's office and said, Doist Than Nam Tu, Fairy to Bat Ngu refused to act this time. But she brought you an envelope. After hearing this, Than Nam Tu got excited and stood up from his seat. After receiving the letter in Guyot's hands, her heart was pounding and her hands were constantly shaking, secretly thinking, Tu Hoyan has been confined to Dia Fu for several years. I still want to use this opportunity to let her go out and entertain herself. This letter of yours should not be some kind of suicide note. Fortunately, I was just startled for a moment. On the letter, there was only a drawing of a small worm, along with a sentence, the rescue soldier is tired. The rescue soldier also needs to sleep for a while. If you really cannot fight, then call me, okay? Than Nam Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Being a master was indeed not as good as being a disciple. Raising a daughter or something would eventually mean having to get married. but being able to send this letter proves that she has stepped out. If she felt that she could be happier guarding the small earth palace, then being a master could not force her to do anything. But if Vong Sin heard these words, he would probably cry to death. He really is not dead yet. He only practiced for a few years in Diafu. His family and friends thought he was dead. To commemorate him, they even specially built a statue, then posted it online praising his merits as overusing his images. 10 years after the Great War between Daiho and Yingdao, beneath the 18 levels of hell of the small earth palace, inside the earth spirit wind mirror, Vong Sen was frozen into an ice statue, sitting cross-legged next to the Volin sword. At this moment, the man in the ice statue suddenly opened his eyes and let out a loud scream from inside the ice statue. At the same time, Dao Van also gently flew out from the sword. This time you realized it just in time. The earth spirit wind mirror is almost completely unblocked. We can go out. After hearing this, Vong Sin looked delighted and confirmed again, really? Du Van nodded, perhaps a mortal man, but noticed that I was unsealing the earth spirit wind mirror. Over the years, he has helped regulate the aura outside, thanks to which we have the opportunity to leave this place early. I told you before that the Volin sword is the Eye of the Tam Nugayan Fong Immortal Great Formation. You need to use it to cut out the surrounding immortal realm after it shoots out of the array, and at that moment we will promptly rush out of here. Hearing that, Vong Sun reached out towards Volun, feeling extremely emotional. Having been locked here for a full 13 years, he could finally see the sunlight, not knowing how his master and parents lived. As for my senior sister, at that time she took the initiative to kiss me. When we leave, we must force her to take responsibility for me, practice together, and be together forever. At this time, my sister, who was outside, also discovered the outbreak of fairy energy at the earliest opportunity. A flying sword passed by her side, as if summoned by its owner, flying straight towards the top of the earth seal. This sword was the flying sword left by Vong Sun in the past, and Vong Sin's body also began to gradually appear, finally flying out of the seal. However, due to the huge loss of spiritual energy, Dao Van temporarily needed to return to the sword to rest. As for other matters, she told Vong Sun to let the fairy guard this place. Soon, the senior sister came to the two of them and bowed. Vong Sin saw Sister Hawk, was stunned for a moment, then asked Sister Hawk, my senior sister does not seem to be here. Do you know where she went? Sister Hawk said that the past few days have been volatile. The elder afraid that she was injured, so they found an excuse to take her away. Right now she is in the Dia Shadow sect waiting. There is definitely no need to worry.
这时王生突然想到，对了学姐，瑶云仙子说过，学姐你只要不断修行，几百年后你就能脱离此世魂魄被压制的局面了。
Sister Hawk was a bit lost after hearing this, but quickly regained her composure and responded, Thank you for your concern. Through this door, consciousness can return to the earthly world. Vong Sin clasped his hands and said, Sister, take care. If anything happens, let Dia Antong come find me. After speaking, Vong Sen turned around and left. 13 years have passed, and she is finally out. At the same time, inside the Dia Shadow sect, a strange gate suddenly rose from the ground, immediately attracting everyone. Everyone was waiting attentively. At this moment, Vong Sun stepped out from inside, and his sister immediately burst into tears, so excited that her tears kept falling. But just as the atmosphere was pushed up to the final step, someone suddenly shouted loudly, Oh Mom, I've seen a ghost. The soul of the Vong Dao chief has rushed out from the underworld. Quickly bring Fucklock, prepare to repel ghosts. Do not hurt Dao Vong. Fortunately, an elder promptly stopped them. What are you crying about? Live, be a living person. The king is still alive. After that, everyone enthusiastically gathered around, congratulating Vong Sun on his natural appearance. Senior sister also felt it was a bit unreal. He raised Vong Sun's face and confirmed it back and forth, finally leaning directly into Vong Sun's arms. Seeing this scene, the crowd gathered around to take pictures and post them to their friends. Very quickly, the news that Vong Sun was not dead spread throughout the religious community. At the same time, At the filming scene of the program, listening to the sound of cultivation of a certain TV station in Dai Ho country, the Eagle team ranked 12th on the Dia ranking, used the Thythean Chuong canon as guests, successfully making the two guests from the opposite Eagle Island speechless in surprise. At this time, Thythean Chuong suddenly saw the news on his friend's circle, strongly stood up from his seat, started spitting everywhere, excitedly said, "That man is back." At the same time, deep in a desolate desert in the northwest of Dai Ho Kingdom, Van Nam too was leading an investigation team on a mission, when suddenly a monster opened its mouth like a basin of blood and bit from beside him. The investigation team's people quickly shouted, "Be careful, Doist Covium." Before the words finished, a sword light fell from the sky, falling on the ferocious beast's body. Feeling this familiar sword aura, Van Nam too opened his eyes wide, turned around and saw Vong Sin and his sister. Then they boarded the plane together and returned. On the way, Van Nam too looked at Vong Sin with some confusion. "Strange, why cannot the teacher see through your cultivation level at all?" Vong Sin smiled shyly. "Master, now I am at the peak of the Infu realm, half a step into Nguyen An." Van Nam too was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Master, this time I really cannot teach you anymore." As for the senior sister, she looked curiously at Volin behind Vong Sin. Just as she was about to touch her, Vong Sin turned around and noticed. Senior sister quickly withdrew her hand, and Van Nam too looked at Volin's transformation and curiously asked, "Tu Sen, why does your Volin sword radiate Taoism?" Vong Sin lifted up Volin and told the story of Dao Van becoming a sword spirit in the land spirit wind realm, as well as the story of falling into a deep sleep after breaking the seal. Run out of. However, because Dao Van does not like communicating with people, Vong Sin still hopes that only the three of them know about this matter. At this moment, Van Nam too seemed to think of something, turned around and asked his sister, "Tu Hoyen, you already knew that Tu Sin was okay, right?" Sister angrily pouted. Mok Van Hyen took out her phone and indicated, "I told you, no one believes me." Van Nam too smiled shyly. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Then he immediately took out the latest phone from his pocket, let Vong Sin go online to see the changes in the outside world in recent years, and patiently taught Vong Sin how to use it. Very quickly, Vong Sin saw the changes in recent years online. At the same time, I could not help but exclaim, "Sure enough, more than 10 years have passed and I have become a bit out of step with the times." The senior sister smiled and showed him a post. This post is people online remembering him. It's just that the content is a bit outrageous. Vong Sin could not help but secretly complain, "A demon beast, is this consuming events to repair?" Van Nam too smiled, "For everyone to remember you, the government has spent a lot of effort these years." "That's right. Have you called your parents yet?" Vong Sin smiled and replied, "I called. I feel so sorry for my parents, making them worried and heartbroken." Van Nam too nodded. "The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. I want to raise my child, but my parents are gone. Next, just rest assured and go home for a while. There is something that is temporarily not your turn." At this time, Vong Sin blushed and looked at his master, wanting to ask his master if he could pursue his sister. Van Nam too immediately laughed out loud. "Tu Hoyen, your junior brother, has something to tell you." Vong Sin was immediately stunned, knowing that this was his master's plan. His face became even redder, his heart began to pound, hesitating back and forth. In the end, he decided to risk his life, only to regret that half the time he confessed his love. He failed. This is truly a failure to destroy heaven's plan. Give him a chance and he will be useless. Van Nam too then asked Vong Sin if his kendo level had fallen behind after the years of imprisonment. Vong Sin expressed that other things are okay, especially Nhan Chi Sword Dao has reached the Desire Sword realm. However, the understanding of Tu Vi Thien Kim seems to have reached a deadlock. Perhaps we need to compare moves with more experts. Van Nam too nodded, then talked about the current situation. Right now we do have quite a few strong enemies, but domestically it's better. The free monks brought out from the underworld that year, if they had not committed murder, would have joined Tin Che. Currently, they are controlled by the government and are disciplined in the mountain sects as elders. But Vong Sin still feels that these people are still time bombs. However, Tin Che is in the hands of the government. The government will definitely not let such a group of experts go unused. Than Nam Tu smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. When our cultivation base is high, we do not need to worry about them causing trouble anymore. And Vong Sun also heard from his master's words just now that there seemed to be strong enemies abroad. Than Nam Tu sighed. We currently have troubles on all sides that need to be urgently resolved. The biggest trouble is the legendary races over there. The two most famous legendary races you have probably heard are the Blood Clan and the Werewolves, although they also have a cultivation system. What is truly powerful is because of their bloodline. I once fought a werewolf before, and although I won, it took a bit of effort. Having said that, Than Nam Tu rolled up his sleeve, revealing the scabbed wound inside, and continued. Later I learned that werewolf was a powerful character. However, werewolves have recently been suppressed by the Blood Clan and are no longer as difficult to deal with as the Blood Clan. When you break through, Guy and Anne can go challenge them and build some prestige. Many talented foreign players are also quite interesting. Open your eyes and take your sister on a trip around the world. For such a good thing, Vong Sin could use public money to eat and drink, so there was no reason not to agree. Not long after the plane landed on a rooftop, everyone had been waiting for a long time. Seeing everyone again, Vong Sin could not help but shed tears. Next, we started talking to everyone one by one, but just as everyone was chatting happily, suddenly from far away a familiar shout came, "Where is my brother Sin? Where is Mr. Sin? Mr. Sin, I miss you to death." Then, I saw a man wearing sunglasses and a hoodie rushing forward, crashing into an invisible wall, and then directly hitting the ground. Senior sister protected Vong Sin from behind and looked at the other person warily. Seeing this, the other person immediately took off his hat and sunglasses. Only then did everyone clearly see that it was the Thien Chuong. A group of people immediately started laughing at Thien Truong, preparing to drink a few cups with him. The man who carried a sword in the underworld for 13 years not only broke through half a step of Nguyen and strength, but when he returned home, he also brought home a granddaughter for the old couple. To celebrate Vong Sin's return, everyone held a homecoming party for him after so many years of not seeing each other. Vong Sin feels that everyone has become much more mature. Even Thien Chong has become more trustworthy. His fort of relics finally has a place to be used. These are the achievements of cursing each other with vagina over the years. The Thien Chong is indeed an incomparable merit, and the change of the junior sister is also very great, making Vong Sun unable to help but sigh in his heart. The old crybaby has now reborn and transformed, becoming like his uncle. But as soon as I thought of this, my junior sister smiled and approached. Sister has suffered because of me for many years. This time when she comes back, do not disappoint her. Now that I'm back, the two of you should be reconciled. Vong Sin said he would try harder, and at the same time took back what he had just said in his heart. It seems that junior sister now is not like her uncle, but more like her master. After that, Vong Sin called his junior sister aside, smiled crookedly and began to whisper, saying that he needed her help with a small matter. That made the junior sister blush and stammer, and walk towards his senior sister. Vong Sin was behind cheering. At this time, the nun also brought people from the investigation team to the party, asking Vong Sin if she had any requests when she returned this time. All requests could be said, because they did not know what to reward her. You too? Vong Sin flexed his fingers and thought, if so, can the teacher let the research institute create a black sword for me? The sword box on my back is not very convenient. If conditions allow, give me a few more spiritless swords. I will save them for use. That's right, there's also the popular mobile phone. The larger the storage magic weapon, the better. All kinds of medicinal pills, talismans, and so on. It seems like just putting in a little will do the trick. and in the near future, there may be a place where you need money. Regarding these requests of Vong Xin, the monk only smiled faintly, thinking to herself that Vong Xin is now a peak monk of the conception stage. The government will definitely try to entice him, but he only asked for some of the treatment of a normal peak monk of the conception stage. This not only gives the government enough face, but also cleverly denies many titles and responsibilities. Vong Xin has indeed become much more mature. Thinking of this, the nun took out a card and gave it to Vong Xin, saying that this was the allowance she gave her. It had nothing to do with public funds. Just put it in her phone and use it freely. Time is almost up. We have to go home. After seeing the senior sister go, the senior sister also returned report the situation, saying that the senior sister obviously understood the steps before kissing, knowing that was what couples would do, but after the kiss, she did not seem to understand very well, and besides, she did not blush every time she asked. It was pure confusion. Vong Xin was also a bit helpless about this. Sister, where have you been watching comics all these years? The little junior sister next to her glared at her senior brother. You're not planning on doing that, are you? Vong Xin blushed and quickly waved his hand. How is that possible? Do not think nonsense. Do I look like an animal? At this moment, a familiar voice came from far away. Where is Tu-Fi Vu? Big sister misses you to death. Seeing Tai Lian, Vong Xin's eyes lit up immediately. The big man who could train his sister had appeared, but Tai Lian did not follow the usual path. Directly jumped up and rushed towards Vong Xin. The moment the two of them looked at each other, Vong Xin silently cried out in his heart, Big sister, do you miss me or do you want me to die? If I really collide, I will be shot to death or beaten to death by my sister. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Tai Lian turned back into lowly form and directly bit him on the shoulder, causing Vong Xin to cry out in pain. Big sister, what are you excited about? Tai Lian jumped down from him, smiled happily, and said, Is it really you? You're not dead yet. How wonderful. Vong Xin forced a smile. Heaven will not tolerate. Earth will not forgive. I can only let you return. And his sister pinched Tai Lian's cheek in lowly form, making Tai Lian both comfortable and unable to hold back her laughter. At the end of the banquet, Vong Xin said goodbye to his master and teacher, and said goodbye to the others. He and his senior sister boarded the plane to go home together, and before that he did not forget to call his parents. In the video, there were many more wrinkles on the two old people's faces. Vong Xin knew that for 13 years he was trapped. Everyone outside thought he was dead. His parents were certainly heartbroken. Even though his master and friends occasionally came to visit, they still had a worry in their hearts. After that, Vong Xin saw his younger sister Tu Miu in the video and thought to herself that she is truly her sister. Delicate and delicate, with delicate facial features, there will definitely be many suitors in the future. But after all, this is the first time they meet, and the two are more or less a bit strangers. Vong Xin smiled and said, My years have been a bit complicated. I miss the years you grew up. I will try to make up for it for you in the future. Come on, let me introduce to you. This is my senior sister. Speaking of this, Tai Lian suddenly appeared from behind, feeling anxious and said, You can also call her sister-in-law. Seeing Tai Lian's appearance, Vong Xin's parents on the opposite side directly pushed their daughter away. I thought Tai Lian was the daughter of Vong Xin, and her sister immediately prepared to buy gifts for Tai Lian. Tai Lian also very cooperatively called Mr. and Mrs. saying they wanted the latest games, lots of ice cream, lots of chips, and Coca-Cola. At the same time, in the North Daeho Kingdom, in the air of Salaktu, a plane was flying. On the plane, a girl named Del Sissel looked at the recent hot news and suddenly cried out in surprise. Fivu director was not dead yet. It was the Fivu director who competed with her at the international exchange that year, and she still has not died. Look, but at this moment, something on the plane suddenly emitted a blinding light, followed by a huge explosion. Do you know what you have to do to close the distance with a 13 or 14-year-old girl? At this time, Vong Xin is facing this problem, and he is waiting online very urgently. Hesitating for a moment, she finally opened her mouth. Tu Miu, how are your recent achievements? Tu Miu can just answer one question at will. After hearing this, Vong Sin was so embarrassed that he wanted to hit his head against the pillar, not knowing what the hell he was asking. Just like that, the two fell into silence for a moment, and finally Tu Miu took the initiative to speak. Second brother, are you a very powerful monk? After listening, Vong Sun quickly replied, It's okay, are you interested in cultivating? Tu Miu looked at the flower in front of her and nodded. Okay, the mid-hour physical exercise at school is the cultivation method. It is said that if you have good aptitude, you can even choose to become an immortal. Seeing that his sister was interested in cultivating immortals, Vong Sen curiously asked, Will not my parents let me cultivate immortals? At the same time, he was also a little confused. It's strange, these years around Tu Miu, there should have been quite a few monks. At least the master would definitely have come up with the idea of cultivating Tu Miu. Why does not she practice? But Tu Miu said it's not necessarily a no. A few monks often come to our house and say they want to take you to the mountain to practice. My parents also asked my opinion a few years ago, but I was afraid of disappointing them, so I did not go. Hearing that, Vong Sun was silent for a moment, patted Tu Miu's head and apologized. It's all because of the problems you've had over the past few years that have put me under such great pressure. After hearing this, Tu Miu raised her head and was a little confused. What's wrong with you? I only know that it seems like you heroically sacrificed your life to save the world. Vong Sin laughed. Haha, is not that noble? It's okay, I'm back now. I'll stay and accompany you more. Before we start, let me help you have fun. While talking, Vong Sin summoned Flying Sword, hugged Tu Miu's waist and flew out. Next, he began to pinch his fingers like a sword, and mobilized a dozen more flying swords to revolve around them. Looking at Tu Miu next to him, he could not help but admire. Okay brother, so handsome, you can definitely post on Tu Chen Chai Bang. Hearing that, Vong Sun was slightly startled. What is the list of true cultivation? Is it because I've been stuck here for so long that I'm a bit out of touch with current society? Unexpectedly, Tu Miu patted her chest, said heroically, It's a variety show cultivating immortals. It's been super hot in recent years. It's okay if you do not understand. I'll help you supplement. But brother, is your sister really my sister-in-law? Our conditions do not prevail either, so how can you flirt with her? Being asked here, Vong Sun immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that children now know too much. Fortunately, at this time, his father called them in to eat, so Vong Sun reluctantly finished the matter, flew his sword, and brought Tu Miu back home. Having been imprisoned for 13 years, and now being able to see his healthy parents again, Vong Sun is naturally happy. But what makes him happier is just this short moment. The distance between him and Tu Miu has been pulled very close, and the reason why Tu Miu looks like this is just because she is a little tense in her heart. Her actual personality is also quite open, and even when you guys are eating, the TV next to it reported a plane crash. A passenger plane taking off in the capital Sheilak to seem to have been attacked by a terrorist organization. Exploded and shattered. 192 people on the plane were confirmed dead. The rest are missing. Seeing this news, Vong Sin's father could not help but exclaim, These past few years outside have become more and more chaotic. On the contrary, we have become more and more peaceful. But as soon as he finished speaking, Vong Sin's phone rang. Unexpectedly, it was an urgent mission from the government. The task content is related to the news just posted. To suppress the terrorist organization, the government established a special task force, but this flight had two secrets. First, there were 2 Grantham Empire cultivators on this flight. It is currently unknown whether the enemy's target is them or not. They are currently missing, but feedback shows that they were not captured by a terrorist organization. Second, on this flight were 3 national treasures and antiques that they wanted to send to Dae Ho Quoque, which are now missing. These 2 monks and those 3 ancient artifacts are of extremely important value to us. After reading the mission content, the senior sister next to him asked in a low voice, "Do you accept it?" Vong Sin thought about the matter related to the national treasure and wanted to accept it, but when he looked up and saw the worried faces of his family, he firmly refused, then laughed, Eat, I have just escaped trouble, then I have to recuperate for a few years. Do not bother anything, just let them struggle." At night, Vong Sin alone went to the balcony, turned on his phone, quest posting platforms, Chinkai Alliance Forum, religious consulting platform, 15, at many such platforms. It seems that in these 13 years, the government's management of monks has become more and more perfect. Vong Sen was still worried that when Fighting Kak issued tasks to monks, they would issue tasks with bad intentions. But seeing that there is a master in charge of the pavilion, "I think this will not happen." Taylin in the room called him in to play cards. Stop studying those useless things. But Vong Sen felt that gambling was not good. So how about exchanging some other rewards? Hearing that, the elder sister offered to take medicinal pills. Tu Miu suggested drawing a turtle on her face. But Taylin drew a turtle on her face, not writing the word testimony on her leg. Hearing these words, the senior sister and Tu Miu were both bewildered. Vong Sen was speechless, not knowing what the eldest sister, who had lived online for 13 years, had seen. After playing a few card games, the time was running out. Taylin proactively offered to sleep with Tu Miu so that Vong Sin and his sister could sleep together. Vong Sin immediately understood, shook Taylin's hand. Taylin said, "I have done everything I can do. Next I have to rely on you." Vong Sen nodded and thanked Big Sister wholeheartedly for her help. "If not, I would voluntarily cut off my meridians." Listening to the two people's conversation, the senior sister was bewildered. Tu Miu covered her mouth and laughed. No wonder the old brother was able to chase after the senior sister like this. It turns out he had help. After that, Vong Sun and his sister returned to their room, deciding that today they must begin the first step of a truly moral life with their sister. But just as the atmosphere was pushed to a climax, a phone call suddenly came in, directly cutting off the initially shady atmosphere between the two, and it was the master's call that had to be heard. So Vong Sun could only reluctantly answer the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, Than M2 asked them if they had seen the news that had just been posted. It was the news that the Selak 2 plane had crashed. Vong Sun nodded. "I saw it. We still received the mission issued by Fighting Pavilion. Master, did something happen?" Than Nam 2 replied with a serious face. "Some unexpected things happened, but you do not need to take action." Tu Sun, do you remember the swordswoman Grantham who fought with you that year?" Vong Sin thought for a while and seemed to be a bit impressed. Than Nam 2 continued, "More than 100 years ago, we had many national treasures lost abroad, 3 of which were taken by her family. Because our two sides are now in an alliance, her family decided to return the national treasures to us to avoid being chased by enemy forces. They disguised themselves along the way. Unexpectedly, when they reached Selak 2, something still happened. Currently, the first rescue team has set out to search for their whereabouts." Hearing that, the Vong Sun quickly asked his master, "What treasure did they escort?" "The government seems to be very urgent." Than Nam 2 said that the 3 treasures were originally stored in the Grantham Imperial Museum. The document is said to be a relic, an ancient Buddhist scripture and a painting, of which the highest value is that ancient Buddhist scripture, which seems to be a plagiarized record similar to Tian. That year, the 6-faced fairy Bai followed Fairy Diu Van back to Earth. The Taoist Research Institute never stopped decoding them. Now that clues appear, the government will naturally take it seriously. But after hearing Vong Sun, he lost interest and thought to himself, "Is that what it is?" Than Nam 2 saw the change in his expression and asked, "Tu Sin seems to have some knowledge about those Tu Bai blocks." Vong Sun smiled and replied, "Yes, Du Van Fairy once told me is not what is needed is talent and an enlightenment, but a cultivation level like Great Emperor Tu Vai." As soon as Than Ham too heard it, that's it. So the importance of this matter can be lowered by 2 levels. Tomorrow you will record a video explaining briefly. I will send it to the Research Institute. Having said that, Than Ham too is preparing to contact the rescue team to return, but he did not expect that in the next second, his angry shout came from the other side. Tu Sen, Tu Hoyen, if you start a war, if you invade Ho Ha, no matter how far away, you must destroy it. Once you've arrived, just leave it all behind. Seeing their master suddenly angry, Vong Sin and his sister were also startled. Although I do not know why my master is angry. Something important must have happened, so I immediately packed my things and prepared to help. As for the magic of that teen bai, Vong Sun only learned during a conversation with Diu Van that Tam Than once gave to Thien Dine the original source of 6 yin and yang paths, one of which was immediately included. The 6 Tien Bai stones brought back from the Moon Palace along with Diu Van are the origin of those 6 paths. Those 6 blocks of Tien Bai were the root of all disasters. That year, her father also became crazy because he completely mastered the Great Path. Later, Tu Vai Di Quan risked his life to reclaim the Tien Bai, and only a few people were able to comprehend a small part of the mystery. Diu Van felt that perhaps Tu Vi Di Quan initially saw that Thien Din would eventually fail, so he sent Tien Bai and his body back together. But those 6 great paths are not necessarily extraordinary. Only one's own Tao is the basis of everything. It's still a matter of cultivating effort. Regarding this, Vong Sun also felt that although the 6 paths of immortal compassion contained the great path of the universe, they were indeed not something they could currently touch. I just did not expect that this far-fetched thing could cause international conflict and even make the master so angry. Before leaving, Vong Sen briefly talked about the situation with his parents. Although his parents did not want him to take risks, they still felt that what they were doing was meaningful. If I can contribute a little to protecting the country, what I have learned will not be in vain. Vong Sen then asked his older sister if he wanted to stay here for a few days or go back to the villa over there to wait for their news. Tay Lion replied while eating a hamburger, "Of course you have to bring me with you when you go to fight. You guys go first. It's okay if I finish eating and chase you." So Vong Sun immediately led his sister Nugo Hoyen to set out first. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a shooting star and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Tay Lion could not help but exclaim, "So fast! This guy's strength is starting to make people unable to see through it." Hearing that, Tu Miu next to him curiously asked, "Is your brother really so powerful?" Tay Lion took a bite of the hamburger and replied, "It's okay. Compared to Toy Than Feng that year, it's still far behind, but it cannot be compared like that. Year by year, he's really gotten better. If I do not go anymore, I'll lose them. Thank you for the treatment. Waiting for this side to resolve, I will come with Tu-Fi Vu to eat and drink. Thanks to that." Having finished speaking, Tay Lion also turned into a stream of light and flew away. At this moment, Tu Miu suddenly opened her mouth and called out, "Mom," immediately attracted the attention of his parents. Then his eyes lit up and said, "Mom, do you think it's beautiful for me to dye my hair to big sister's color?" This deception directly caused the couple who were preparing to do life coaching work to almost get dislocated. At the same time, Vong Sun and sister Nugo Hyoyen were sensing their master's position and walking towards it. On the way, Vong Sun contacted Mok Van Hoyen, wanting to know why his master was so angry. At this point, I learned that not long before, more than 600 foreign monks had ambushed the rescue team they sent. Instructor Ningyam Chen Nam risked his life to resist. Even though his body was covered with injuries, he still stood until the end without saying a word and begging for forgiveness. Knowing the cause of the incident, Vong Sun was also completely angry. Just like the master said, this is already the beginning of war. At this time, at the border between Daiho and Salaktukuok, a great war was breaking out, faced with a large number of foreign monks invading. Daiho Kingdom on this side continuously retreated. At this time, Vong Saim finally chased over, brandished a lightning sword. instantly killing the two people, then immediately activated temporary perception. Because senior sister will soon, in Vong Sen's perception, here are Yan Island ninjas, medieval European knights, strong men wearing camouflage clothes, half human, half beast with faces full of fangs, and tribal warriors wearing animal skins wrapped in long fur. There are also Uggs that have ugly, fleshy wings. At a glance, there were more than 10 different enemy forces, and these people were clearly aiming at Daiho Kingdom. Since that's the case, then all of you stay. The moment Vong's son made a decision, thunder lightning immediately covered the entire area, and the team immediately began to counterattack. At this time, Than Nam 2 on this side also slashed the leading werewolf with a sword, but before he could rest, a wolf appeared above everyone's heads. Than Nam 2 immediately saw that this monster's strength was not weak. When dealing with him, he was afraid that he could not be distracted from protecting others. Now we can only forcibly blockade the canyon, then kill him in a landslide. But at this moment, a thunderstorm suddenly descended. Than Nam 2 laughed. Howa, you guys are okay. We have reinforcements coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Vong Sin's sword came in front of the bloodsucker, but unfortunately he only hit an afterimage. The Blood Clan instantly came behind him. Vong Sen realized the danger and immediately changed direction and slashed back. The two also began to compete purely in terms of strength. In the end, Vong Sun still had the upper hand. A beam of sword energy pierced Vong's body, killing several monsters at the same time. Seeing this scene, Than Nam 2 was quite emotional. Although the little student was tormented for 13 years, his physical body was also cleansed by spiritual energy for a full 13 years. The cultivation base is already at the peak of Daiho country's monks. Now it seems that all these years he has not only focused on improving his cultivation, but also used it to the point of ecstasy. His ability was already able to be exerted to the limit, and the little monster was no match for him at all. This was Vong Sin finding the right opportunity. A sword pierced that man's head. The next second, that monster exploded, turning into countless bats that scattered into the distance. Vong Sin laughed contemptuously. What dojujigi, after all, is not it a demon bat? Having said that, he pointed his sword lightly. Countless sword auras flowed out along the wind, killing the flying bats until not a single trace remained. Vong Sin guessed that these small bats must be the original spirit of that man. I just do not know what the vampire inheritance is. The other demon bats saw that their boss was defeated and were also scared and lost their faces. Just as he was about to escape, Than Nam 2 slashed his back with a sword. Just hearing Than Nam 2 scream loudly, the little student had no way to live. Vong Sun nodded, "Yes, master." Then he immediately fell to the ground, preparing to destroy the remaining demon. But at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared and launched a spiritual attack on Vong Sun. In the blink of an eye, Vong Sin turned into a stone statue. Next, I could only hear the girl's rather angry voice. "You dare to waste the prince's eye that my grandfather left me? Who is that Eastern monk? Why is there no information about him?" The demon bat behind him explained. "Lord Phi Luck Duck died in his hands. Your treasures are not wasted. When you return, the ancient king will definitely compensate you. Just want to leave. Today is like going through a nightmare." At this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky. The surface of the stone statue transformed by Vong Sin began to crack little by little. Only hearing a whoosh sound, Vong Sin broke through the wind and came out, then let out a sigh. Just when you were surrounded, he was also worried that these bats would take the opportunity to attack him. Unexpectedly, they turned around and ran away. Then Than Nam 2 also came to Vong Sun and said, "Luckily I arrived in time. Otherwise today is really a bit troublesome. The other branch leaders have chased over. No need to worry anymore." After listening, Vong Sin clasped his hands and said, "Master, I'm sorry. Let those fake hosts escape." Than Nam 2 smiled faintly. That must have been the eyeball that was dug out after the Blood Clan prince died. You can confront him Is it a direct battle between the main clan and the Blood Prince? Daiho's current biggest threat is those Blood Clan princes. You do not need to feel discouraged. Regarding this, the two seniors next to him also expressed deep agreement. Came Phi Vu is truly so powerful. It really makes us, the old people, feel ashamed. After 13 years of imprisonment, Phi Vu is now like a tide dragon suddenly flying into the sky. It's admirable to be praised by our seniors like that. Vong Sen was also a bit shy, but at that moment, the senior sister suddenly reached behind and pinched her hard. That expression seemed to say, "That evil person abandoned me again." Vong Sen quickly admitted his mistake and asked his sister for forgiveness. Then Ham too then expressed, "Let's continue looking around. If you encounter enemies, destroy them all. Good, please protect them on our behalf. You guys can go too, but definitely pay attention to safety." After hearing this, Vong Sin immediately asked his master, "How are the rescue team and senior Dian Chai Nam?" Then Nam too sighed. Even though fellow Doist Nam was seriously injured, he barely managed to preserve his life. As for the others, besides us who returned, they were all killed. Knowing this, Vong Sen's eyes suddenly became fierce. Immediately meet and chase the fleeing monks. Reincarnated again, he was trapped in hell again for 13 years. He still continued to practice with his sword and staff, all because of Daiho Quok. No one dares to despise because the family lives carefree. No one dares to show their fangs to them. Definitely destroy. At this time, he suddenly received a phone call from the government saying that his recent battle with the Blood Clan had alarmed the Salak II government. They asked to talk to him, but as soon as he connected, official Salak II on the other line directly used a commanding tone, telling him to stop killing. Although Vong Sun explained that the people he killed were not Salak II people, the official opposite still said, "You have no right to arbitrarily kill people on our territory. Please stop causing panic. Otherwise, we will make a serious protest to the Great China Nation." Regarding this, Vong Sun just coldly said, holding Volin in his hand, "I am not killing people at will. This is just pure revenge. I do not kill people at will. This is just pure revenge." Following Vong Sun's words, thunder and lightning immediately resounded, and miserable screams came from below the city. After the terrible screams, those Blood Clan had only one set of clothes left. In just this short moment, Vong Sun killed 26 enemies. Senior sister looked at Vong Sun worriedly. Vong Sun turned around and smiled, and said, "It's okay. Do not worry. I'm not yet weak enough that killing a few enemies will give birth to a demonic mind." At this time, the teacher's phone call came in. She opened her mouth and asked Vong Sin if she had already become an immortal. If not, how could she have done the heavenly thing? Just now, Vong Sin smiled shyly. "I'm not 9 and yet. That's just a little magic I've mastered over the past few years. Its power is not great." Where did the teacher see me making progress? The teacher let out a sigh. "You have already attracted attention on my grandmother's network." Basically, our image of gentle and elegant monks was destroyed in an instant. "But you are protecting the dignity of Daiho Kingdom. This is publicly praised, and the credit is also credited to the child. But my recent pursuit of the Blood Clan has successfully attracted the attention of the Blood Prince Kokai Phi Lap Duck. The opponent has just arrived in the capital of the Salak II Empire, asking me to conduct a royal battle. According to the information we have gathered, this Kokai Phi La Duck is the current prince of the Phi La Duck family. Among the known princes, his strength is ranked third, compared to the 3 ancient princes who have not yet been revealed, 1 step lower, and the Blood Clan that you killed before was of the Marquis rank, and was a bit weaker than Kokai Phi Lao a Duck. To be honest, if you had not killed that ancient Blood Clan so easily before, I would have just told you until you Hoyan to return immediately, and would not have said so much to you guys. You guys just stay where you are and wait. I'll go inform your master and a group of experts to come to your aid." Van Ian and Vong Sun quickly asked the teacher, "What is the government's attitude now? Do I need to win this match?" The monk gave an affirmative answer. It is necessary, but I do not hope to put too much pressure on you, whether it comes from me personally or from protecting the pillars of the future religious world. Van Ian and Vong Sun immediately decided, since the country has a need, then we will win this battle. The time we gather is the time the opponent's experts gather. We cannot delay time. If possible, it's best to force the opponent to fight us. Seeing that Vong Sun had made a decision, the nun could only agree, so I try to win quickly. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. As for what you said about stimulating the enemy, I can ask someone to try, but I do not know if it will succeed. After that, Vong Sun put away the phone, turned around and told his sister to take him away for a while. He needed to restore his magic power. The senior sister nodded and began to use the flying sword for Vong Sun, while Vong Sun silently thought to himself. After its vitality was restored, Dai Hoa Quoque never took any repressive action against cultivators from outside, but that did not mean that Dai Hoa Quoque was really a fool, letting others bully him to the door without taking any action. After all, he had stood firmly on this green planet for the past 5,000 years. What kind of battle has I never experienced before? The so-called great powers quickly pass by. Only time and time will prove who is the strongest Eastern master and who is just a passing passerby from history. Cultivating the Dharma is for longevity. It is for the sake of practicing the Dharma freely. It is for the protection of the Dharma. It is to protect yourself and those around you. If a monk was born in the middle of the mountains and forests and grew up in the clouds, there would be nothing to blame for his devotion to cultivating the religion. But I was born in Dai Hoa Quoque, grew up in Dai Hoa Quoque, so for Hoa Ha, just for the soul of the Ant Emperor, we must not only fight, but also win. Very quickly, Vong Sun and his sister arrived at the battle location and met the Blood Clan Prince Kokaifi Lapduk sent by the other side. Before starting the battle, Vong Sun told his sister to stand nearby and watch, then closed his eyes and began interacting with Du Van in the Vo Lin sword. Du Van told him to rest assured that if he encountered an existence above an immortal, I would be able to protect you and Ho Than to escape. After hearing this, Vong Sun immediately thanked Du Van, then opened his eyes again. Holding the sword, he faced the Blood Prince head-on. Then the battle began. The two fought fiercely in the air, but the senior sister on the side looked on in bewilderment. Junior brother, what kind of direct, heart-to-heart attack is this? Vong Sun's fighting style? Where is the adventurous sword technique mentioned before? This is Vong Sun stabbing a sword into Kokai's chest, and Kokai's palm also swung towards his chest at the same time. Immediately after that, the two of them faced each other. In the blink of an eye, he retreated several hundred meters to extend the distance. Then Kokai spread out a pair of wings. His whole body was covered by a large pile of blood energy. Previously, he had heard that this Dai Hoa monk could use lightning magic, and he had been secretly on guard for a long time. But from the recent battle, he felt that it was just a few trivial tricks to deal with miscellaneous soldiers. But as soon as he thought of this, several thunderbolts hit him. It turns out that Vong Sun has finished the warm-up stage. Next, he will teach this monster a bit. The third sword intent he comprehended was when he was imprisoned in hell. Thean keeps sword intent, one sword slashed out. This Blood Clan prince was immediately crippled, lost an arm and a leg, but still did not forget to say cruel words, then turned into a large pile of bats and fled. But how could Vong Sun let him escape so easily? Immediately use sword energy to condense into a large net to encircle these bats that wanted to escape, then rush straight in with a flying sword, chasing and killing in the direction Kokai fled. Very quickly, Kokai fled near the western border of Salak II. As long as he perseveres a little longer, he will be able to reunite with his clan, and then together they will besiege Vong Sun. But at this moment, a sword energy suddenly passed by, directly cutting off his wings. Immediately after that, countless sword energy slashed, and in the next second, Vong Sun appeared in front of him. A sword slashed across his back, but after easily defeating this Blood Clan prince, Vong Sun felt a bit strange. With this bit of strength, How did these blood clans survive from the perspective of the immortals back then? It even became a typical representative of the hostile outside forces of the Daeho kingdom today. But no matter what, these demons that harm people absolutely cannot be kept. Thinking of this, Vong Sen becomes murderous again. Half an hour later, Vong Sen and his sister, after cleaning up a group of monsters, received a text message from their sister. Now there is a large number of blood clan gathering at the border of Salaktu, clearly targeting them. The teacher wanted to ask Vong Sen what idea he had, but Vong Sen still said that, "What does Daeho need me to do? I will try to cooperate." The teacher nodded. This side gave a suggestion that you and Bat Ingu should retreat first, carefully study the next steps, and then talk about how to counterattack. Of course, if you have any strategies that you can implement, just to suggest them directly. We will fully consider your suggestions. Vong Sen thought about it. If we talk about tactics, sister, do you have any ideas? Senior sister took out her phone and said, "Yin and yang transform into life. All things take care of things. Too much yang does not grow. Then yin becomes soft." Looking at these sentences, Vong Sen was bewildered. But the nun understood what the senior sister meant. Tu Hoyan, what I mean is that we can ally with factions opposing the blood clan to restrain the blood clan. This idea is worth considering. But now we need to discuss how to deal the blood clan that is gathering. Van Ian and Vong Sin smiled faintly. "Master, if you say so, I have a way." The man is clearly not even Gian, but he dared to run in front of the half-fairy level blood clan to show off. But in the end, he actually succeeded in scaring the other person away. After Vong Sin finished speaking his way, the remaining blood clans also chased over, besieged Vong Sin and his sister, screaming to avenge their prince, then took advantage of the situation and entered Daeho, making the entire Daeho become a hunting area for their race. At this time, Vong Sin's magic power had almost completely recovered. Senior sister took out her phone and asked Vong Sun, "Must we always fight with cultivators from other countries?" Vong Sun turned around and replied, "Actually, thinking about it carefully, sooner or later there will have to be a battle in this circle. After all, there are only so many cultivation resources on Earth. Right now, the vitality is so thick that nothing can be seen, but when the vitality returns to normal levels, all kinds of conflicts will erupt. Instead of starting the war until then, it's better to fight now and get more cultivation resources for later development." At this time, Du Van also ran out of the Vo Lin sword. It turned out that he was worried that Vong Sin and the others would not know how to operate the formation when they entered the battle. He was preparing for Vong Sun to supervise and give instructions. Vong Sen smiled shyly. This big man was probably expressing his concern for his son and senior sister. "Stop." After that, he told his sister to act according to the predetermined plan. His sister nodded and told him to be careful. Immediately after that, Vong Sin immediately rushed with his sword towards the blood clan, but these blood clan were really too trash. Even consuming his own power could not be done. In just a moment, Vong Sun had dealt with dozens of blood clans, but he also knew that the blood clans that were taking action now were all count level. Although there were a few Marquis, they did not have to rely on numbers to fight hard. He could feel that within this group of blood clans. There seemed to be some hidden power. It was possible that a prince-level attack had launched an attack in recent times, but no matter what was, as long as he could attract all of these monsters. So that is our victory. At this time, I only saw the senior's sister gather the true essence in front of her chest. Immediately, the entire area began to fog up. The 9 mysterious misery spirit formation started to form, a giant vortex, sucking in the surrounding blood clan. Feeling that her fellow clan had been killed, the leading blood clan wanted to rush to the rescue, but was held down by a hand. It turned out that the prince-level blood clan, hiding in the darkness, had appeared, and at the same time told the remaining blood clan that this was Daeho's formation, which could trap people to death without even having to do it themselves. Once you get in, you cannot get out. I have warned you long ago. Anywhere in the world you can come and reproduce. The only place in Dai-Ho Kingdom is now more than 1,000 years ago. We also bared our teeth at Dai-Ho. At that time, our fighting power was dozens of times greater than now. As a result, when we reached the border of that ancient country, only a middle-aged man appeared in front of us. In an instant, we were defeated, and from then on, our blood clan fell into decline and became so corrupt that we were chased away by those missionaries. Even so, the blood clan next to him still said, unwillingly, Sir, is Prince's enemy not reported? Having lost so many clansmen today, the ancient prince shook his head. Even if I went in, I could not guarantee that I could bring anyone out. And I could not even get out? After today, let the Phala duck family become vassals of the remaining 5 families. Their prince's stupidity can only let them pay the price themselves. As soon as the words fell, a dark shadow slowly walked out from the formation. Vong Sen held Vo Lin in his hand and angrily rushed into the sky. The aura on his body was so powerful that it seemed to turn the air into a puddle of mud, making Ko than Vong scared, secretly thinking that this person's strength is probably higher than mine. Damn it, how many monsters Dai-Ho has raised? Then he bowed down to Vong's son and said, Hello, monks of the East, we unintentionally offended. It was all because of Koke Phala Duck's single-minded actions. Now we should have a peaceful friendship, but are covered in a layer of darkness. This makes me extremely regretful. Vong Sin coldly snorted, You and I have already declared war. The ancient prince quickly smiled and made up, No, that was just their individual behavior and could not represent our blood clan. Like right now, are not we talking peacefully? Vong Sen smiled. If that's the case, how about you and I compete, eat both high and low, deciding life and death? As soon as these words came out, Kothan Vong was immediately arrested, hastily explained, Diao leader, right now the blood clan is at peace in their manor. There is no reason to fight with Dai-Ho. The Phi Lap Duck family that came to Dai-Ho's door to provoke Dai-Ho will certainly face severe punishment from within our blood clan. Please calm down. As extraordinary beings on this blue planet, we should not be enemies. But Vong Sin still did not change his face, coldly said, I want you to fight with me. The modern blood prince is too weak. You are not bad. My master is also on his way. If we delay, we will not have a chance to compete. Upon hearing this, King Ko then immediately had a cold sweat on his face, thinking to himself that this person also has a master. So what level of powerhouse must he be? So he quickly shook his head and said, No, these 2 words are too serious to use in battle. It's just a friendly exchange, and I will use the resources of our blood clan so that the whole world can see your heroic and martial side. Hearing that, Vong Sin gracefully turned around and said coldly, Okay, at the time and place you intend to go, if you dare to do anything, then I will have no choice but to personally come and pay respects to your remaining families in the future. Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left, and not long after leaving, the Duvan also flew out from the sword, telling that he could sense that the Western blood clan had retreated. Only then did Vong's son breathe a sigh of relief, then smiled and scratched his head. Thank you for your guidance. I was able to use psychological warfare to silence that old monster. Pretending to be an expert is also a technique in life. I learned this early and studied acting with my master, but Duvan said, that old man's is the Kothan king of the blood clan, and in terms of strength, he is even better than Hobantin, who is with you. If you dare to deal with him alone, you are clearly looking for death. Vong Sin laughed. Is not there no other way? We can only catch ducks on the platform, and our formation can only last for 3 days at most. That prince not going is the biggest trouble for us. Fortunately, you can see that he is a bit afraid of Doist. Otherwise, I would not dare take gamble to see if I can scare him or not. But Duvan said, if you cannot scare the opponent, I'm afraid you will lose the match. Vong Sin smiled. That's okay. Although the victory is small, it is not completely absent. Now it can be considered as temporarily avoiding the spearhead. As for the battle, he said, just postpone the time a little later. Wait until I become Nguyen An, and then fight. It will not be too late. Hearing that, a Du Van reminded him, so you should quickly improve your strength, so that in the future I will not be laughed at by my sisters. Vong Sen smiled shyly. Okay, let's go reunite with senior sister first. At the same time, at a certain military base in Selak 2, a man wearing glasses reported to his superiors. As soon as they received the news, the Blood Clan retreated completely. The superior nodded. You have researched the Daeho Buddhist teachings quite deeply. Do you know who that mysterious master is? The man wearing glasses looked at Vong Sin in the video and said, he must be the young sword cultivator who surprised people more than 10 years ago. A disciple of Doist Bat Nengon. That angel-like Eastern nun was also a disciple of Taoist Bat Nengon. The two of them have been gone for more than 10 years. And monk Daeho likes to hide in very remote places. Once you go into seclusion, it will last for several years or 10, and you do not know when it will all come out again. Therefore, it is said that we should not tease the Daeho cultivators. Hearing that, the superior suddenly opened his eyes wide, seemingly thinking of something. Then he turned around and said, how do you feel about the title Vong Fiengu, Bloodline Destroyer? Now, regardless of whether Daeho wants to sweep this matter under the rug, or whether it wants to use this matter to threaten propaganda, from our standpoint, only by constantly confronting these powerful, cultivating forces can we reap more benefits. What's more, we should know how to repay kindness. At this time, Van Nam 2 and a group of seniors were also on their way to support. Suddenly, two bright spots appeared in front. It turned out that Vong Sin and his senior sister had returned to join them. Then everyone landed together. Van Nam 2 gave the microphone to Vong Sin and asked, Tu Sin, have you fought with King Ko then yet? Vong Sin shook his head. Did not fight directly, but could feel his strength. Let's return quickly. That's right, has anyone seen Ms. Hylian? At this time, someone in the crowd said, Senior Hylian seemed to have started before us, right after you guys entered the Salak 2 Empire. Now we do not know where we went, so we should ask the investigation team. As they spoke, they called Myung Gayet, but Myung Gayet did not know where the eldest sister had gone because the eldest sister's phone was Daeho's commercial network. After entering Selak 2, they directly lost contact, and in recent years they have reduced the level of surveillance on the eldest sister. Also, do not install the location tool. Just now, she was scolded by the team leader. Hearing that, Vong Sin was a bit speechless. Could it be that the eldest sister has lost her way? At this moment, Hylian's louder suddenly came to his mind. Tu Fiengo, where are you? Come here quickly. See what I discovered. This time you will make a fortune. But Vong Sen was almost deafened by this sudden loud laugh. He lay on the ground and screamed in pain, then gritted his teeth and said, I and my sister on the other side risked their lives. Big sister, you actually went looking for treasures in the snow garden. You have to show me your share later. You should pay attention. Please do not arbitrarily use the word old to describe a woman, even if she is over 1,000 years old. Otherwise, you may be attacked by women. At this moment, there was no treasure in front of Hylian, but an ice statue. Seeing Vong Sun bring so many people, he blamed him. Tu Faigu, what are you doing? I asked you and Tu Hyan Hoyan to come over together. Why did you bring so many old men over? There are only 1 or 2 treasures. Vong Sen was almost deafened by her loud voice, but still objected. Big sister, is it appropriate for you to use the word old? At this time, Thachdiu Van's voice also rang out. What happens when you get older? How can a cultivator like me use age as an argument? The so-called appearance depends on the stars. Whether we look old or not depends only on our state of mind. Vong Sin was startled and quickly nodded. Yes, what you said is right. Hearing the voice, Hylian was also stunned and asked, which noble person is in Tu Phi Ingu's Thean Fu Lin Neum? Du Van calmly replied, it was originally a thing of the past, now I am just Phi Ingu's sword spirit. It turns out to be Princess Thean Din. His Highness's noble character is truly admirable. Allowing Tu Phi Ingu to survive, I'm locked in the Vo Lin sword. It's just that it's a good fate. I'm temporarily cultivating here. If I encounter danger, I will sacrifice myself to help you. Seeing two people like that, I kept talking in my head. Vong Sen was also a bit speechless, beastie. The two elders directly considered me a chat software. As for Hylian, he put his arm around her shoulder and smiled and said, Tu Fi Vu, you've done it. After a while, you'll attract a few more big sisters who are mentally tied to you. Maybe in a few years, we can mentally project your talent to play mahjong. Vong Sen was helpless. Big sister, stop joking. What did you discover? Hylian casually spread her hands. Actually, it's not anything good. It's just a relic, a unique scroll of ancient and modern paintings, and two ice statues. But these two people turned into ice statues, not because of Hylian's action, but before you came, they were already here. Moreover, looking at the ice wind, it seemed to be a type of magic that was formed in an instant, seemingly a secret technique of the Grantham country. Looking at the frozen movements of the two people, it seemed like Tyat Lei wanted to kill Del. Van Nam too turned around and asked Vong Sin how he felt about this. Vong Sin feels that the two people are most likely one in danger from outside dark forces, the other finds out, but we are only guessing. It's better to dispel the ice and ask clearly. At this time, Sister suddenly started composing a message, then sent a few lines stating her guess. The person in question is most likely Tyat Lei, because Del was once a special envoy of the Grantham Empire and came to the special investigation team to study for a while. Her background is more trustworthy, and her status in the family is not low. Tyat Lei's identity is probably that of a guardian knight. If Del had a problem, the guard knight's reaction should not be to pull out his sword to force people like that, let alone take the initiative to capture Del Lin like that. To ensure a successful sword, at least a little hesitation is required. After reading her sister's guess, Hylian next to her could not help but applaud. To you, Hoyan, have you changed your job to become a detective? Senior sister composed a text message to reply. When junior brother was in retreat, I also read a lot of detective comics. There were a few books where the logic and drawing were excellent. Hylian immediately knelt down and asked the boss for an introduction. This scene made Vong Sun and his teacher both stunned, but thanks to that, Vong Sun also thought of a way. After discussing it with Than Nam Tu, he decided to unfreeze Del first. Very quickly at the foot of Tham Tu's Thuan Duong Plateau, Del was rescued from the ice, but his entire body was soaked and stuck to his body. After realizing Than Nam Tu's identity, he immediately worriedly said, Director Batningen, this place could be a trap. A dark force is plotting a plot. Than Nam Tu smiled and waved his hand. Do not get excited. Everything has been resolved. Tu Hoyan, take her out and leave here temporarily. Then, watching her sister send people away, Vong Sen and her master looked at each other and decided to unseal the remaining ice statue and verify whether she was lying or not. Not long after, Tyat Lei was also rescued from the ice statue, but when Vong Sun asked about Del, Tyat Lei avoided eye contact, saying that when the incident happened, Del was pushed out by the shock wave of the explosion. This lie was too obvious, so Vong Sin and his master looked at each other and decided to take action to arrest Tyat Lei. After interrogation, they discovered that Tyat Lei was indeed an insider that the dark forces planted in the Cecil family, so that she could continue to hide after the incident. The bomb at that time was even arranged to explode right in front of her, but unexpectedly, the Saraputra suddenly exerted its power, helping a group of nearby passengers and safely bringing them to the ground. Del also immediately alertly tore the protective scroll, took Tyat Lei and 3 treasures and teleported them far away. It was also because of this incident that Tyat Lei thought that the plan had been revealed, immediately attacked Del. Fortunately, Del's reaction was not slow, immediately activated the protective artifact to freeze the two people. In the end, the two of them still maintained this state and were caught by Big Sister Hylian passing by. At this time, at a certain military base, Than Nam Tu stood on the roof looking at the sunset, seriously said, Originally, we did not intend to control many outside matters. Unexpectedly, the other party found us first. We all say that if we live in peace and danger, we will settle down with peace. forgetting that cultivating the path ultimately cannot leave the word truth. Okay, let's go back first. The story behind it was naturally handled by someone from the special investigation team. Vong Sin and his sister hugged their fists and nodded. At the same time, I thought to myself, Master looks calm, but looking at his appearance, it was clear that his anger still remained in his heart. As a disciple, I must share his burden. At this moment, Van Nam too seemed to suddenly think of something. He smiled evilly and said, "That's right. After today's incident, Tu Sin is considered internationally famous. Be careful when going out in the future." After hearing it, Vong Sin immediately opened his phone to look, discovered that every post online is too outrageous. The nicknames they gave him were all kinds of different. But think again, it's okay for them to be happy. Then Vong Sun asked his master again, in the video material he had seen before, who exactly was the ghostly man ambushing senior Ingiam Chin Nam. Van Nam 2's expression became serious again. We have confirmed his identity. He is the young sect master of the Yin-Yang 10,000 Things sect. That year we destroyed the Yin-Yang 10,000 Things sect. The Yin-Yang Dao monks gradually divided into two forces. One is the Inhao and Bang Bang forces that we support. Another force joined the Western Dark Forces. The young sect master is a typical representative. It is said that he even adopted a certain dark master as his adoptive father. After listening, Vong Sin said, with a determined face, "What happened today will definitely make them pay." Van Nam too nodded. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said, "Of course. But I just received the news. There's something I want to tell you. I want to go on a trip soon. Go early and leave early." Next, he immediately told Vong Sun the details of the incident. Vong Sun felt like he wanted to cry without tears. "Master, is this where I have to go?" Van Nam too said, "Of course. You guys, taking a trip as a teacher can also be considered as going to relieve your sadness. Those other people are just being a little careless. Even though he's old, he's still thinking about Nuha dying. No matter what happens today, be sure to make everything clear. Otherwise, married life will no longer be able to continue." Luckily, at this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Vong Sin and his sister have returned. Parents also immediately showed joy, and they gathered together excitedly to ask questions. "Tu Sen, you're finally back. Mom's moments are all about you. Are you an expert at this level now?" Vong Sin smiled shyly. "Those are just a few uses of magic. It's not like you can really control lightning." But Mom still gave him a thumbs up. "My son is the most handsome." Then everyone started chatting. Tu Miu also raised her chin and said, "Brother, you are so cool. Killed the Blood Clan prince. Defeated an old prince of 1,000 years. It also caused such a big commotion in Shalaktu City." Vong Sun laughed. "Has this news also spread?" Unexpectedly, Tu Miu spoke again. "No, there were only 1 or 2 photos of him fighting that were spread. Those news are from the Thian Chuang's moment." Having said that, Tu Miu gave the phone to Vong Sin. Vong Sin took it and discovered that under the comments section of Thian Chuang, there were indeed many friends commenting. Tu Miu's friends who are familiar with him can also see it on his account. It seems that in the years he was not here, his friends always helped him take care of Tu Miu. But to prevent Tu Miu from being spoiled by Thian Chuang, Vong Sen still decided to teach Thian Chuang on his behalf. Then he laughed and said, "Be careful when making friends. That bad friend Thian Chuang, just stay away from him." After that, Vong Sun joined the fixed cultivating group and talked about the task given by his master. Ask if anyone wants to come along. Due to seclusion, Liu Van Chi could not participate in the excitement. Others enthusiastically signed up, responding one after another, and Vong Sun also started talking about the content of this mission. "I was escorting a few senior scientists to Yindo country for an academic exchange. As soon as they heard that they were coming to Mdao, everyone immediately. Not long after, everyone gathered at the airport. Besides Senior's sister and Tae Lion, the others were fully equipped, causing Vong Sun to ask between laughter and tears, "What are you guys planning to do?" Hoi Kim smiled and recited the Buddha's name. Amitabha Buddha, if only we went there would not be so much worry. The important thing is to go with Fivu this time. Senior brother Shu, other Shu, and Hak Lin beside him also nodded in agreement. That's right. We do this just in case. Think carefully. No matter where you go, junior brother Vong, something big will definitely happen there. What's more, this time my friend the Thean Chuong also came along, and the reason for saying so is naturally because of Thai Thean Chuong's special status. After all, with the status of the common enemy of Mdao, the Thean Chuong in Mdao will definitely trigger a series of unique tourism activities such as assassinations, sneak attacks, defamation, etc. Vong Sin was also a bit speechless about this. Then everyone boarded the plane together. Tae Lin excitedly asked, "To you, Fivu, are you planning to destroy Mount Fuji this time? Or go do some work into Great Hidden Village?" Vong Sin felt a bit helpless. "We just went there to bathe in the hot springs and see the cherry blossoms, wait for the scientists to finish their work, and then go home and stay home for a while." But Thai Thean Chuong nonchalantly added, "Senior, do not worry, Sen brother never causes trouble. Trouble only finds him." Vong Sin glared at him. "Can you be a little afraid of me?" At this time, Vong Sin suddenly flashed, smiling, and asked everyone, "Do you dare to bet? This time, if something happens, I will fulfill a request from everyone. But if everything goes smoothly, everyone help me introduce a suitable practice master for Tu Miu." The Thean Chuong grinned. "Sin brother. This is what I said." Everyone also raised their hands to agree with this bet, but what everyone did not expect was that this bet would come true so quickly. The next second the plane began to shake violently. The passenger plane shook due to the rising hot air. This also made Vong Sun a little doubtful as to whether he really had the physical ability to cause trouble or not. Indeed, we cannot talk nonsense. Flags cannot be placed haphazardly and accompanied by the Thean Chuong's puff ladder. The others could not help but laugh out loud. A few hours later, the plane arrived at Yinda's Bumo Airport. Getting off the plane, Vong Sen learned from the accompanying scientists that the previous shaking was actually normal for international flights, because they were built on key veins, leading to near national borders. The flow of QI represented a complex and irregular situation. After hearing the scientist's explanation, Vong Sun reacted. It turned out that the problem was in his blood vessels. These guys were clearly digging a hole for him to jump into. Then he asked the scientists what research they came to Yindao to do this time. The scientist said, "It's just participating in a scientific conference. Although we have the deepest understanding of the principle, the deepest research, and the most achievements in some fields, some scholars who research abroad are ahead of us. Technology is not as good as others. We just humbly learn. We cannot say we have achieved something and then look down on researchers from other countries." Vong Sun nodded, constantly interacting and motivating each other. The spirit is truly commendable. But what Vong Sin did not expect was that in the next second, a few scientists who were still talking about science and technology suddenly changed their tone and asked if he was the reincarnated Tuvai Great Emperor. Regarding this matter, Vong Sin also felt a bit helpless. "You guys talk about science and technology for a long time and finally asked me this question." But the scientist said, "Previously rumors spread that two of Than Nam Tu's disciples were reincarnated heavenly immortals. We already know Bat Nugu's identity, but you have more talent and comprehension power than her. Plus you know the two Vi Thean Kiem can also control Thean Keep. We cannot help but speculate like that." At this time, Vong Sin's voice suddenly rang out in his head. There's no need to guess, just rest assured and practice the way. The answer will be waiting for you ahead. With Diu Van's words, Vong Sin also gave an affirmative answer. "I am not." At the same time, he also silently told Diu Van in his heart, now he does not care if he is a reincarnated fairy or an earth native, he is just Vong Sin. Dao name Phi Vu, from Than Nam to like swordsmanship, practice, and competition. Please do not bother in past lives. Just talk about the present. Then everyone will leave the airport. Hoi Kim suddenly nudged Vong Sin's shoulder and asked, Amitabha Buddha Phi Vu, is your bet still valid? Vong Sin smiled shyly. Of course, everything was done before returning. I still do not believe it. In this era of peace, there are people who call on us for no reason to fight and kill us. However, before he could finish speaking, a sound of bat catching a low was heard from afar. Vong Sin also once again set the record for being slapped in the face the fastest. Then he saw a group of monks from the island nation in the distance shouting that they wanted to fight the demon, the Thien Truong, for 300 rounds. But it turned out they were all aimed at the Thien Truong. Vong Sin glared at him, while Ho Kim next to him continued to ask, what's wrong? Vu, does the bet still count? Vong Sin cleared his throat twice. It counts. Why does not it count? Because this guy caused a commotion and is not within the scope of betting. Let's get in the car first. Just let him handle it himself. Before getting in the car, Vong Sin specially glanced at Thai Thien Chong, telling him to stop talking nonsense and quickly solve everything. Receiving the order, the Thien Chuang bowed to him, then directly used all his strength and turned on the cannon mode to confront that group of people. Cursing a group of people alone, this max level English level is not average. Seeing this scene, Vong Sin could not help but exclaim, this guy has truly found a place to develop his talent. If we talk about the earthly world, I am already at the pinnacle of the younger generation, but in the artillery world, this guy and I are still 999 keyboard warriors apart. At this time, someone suddenly threw a glass of water at Vong Sin. Vong Sin did not even have time to turn around and directly used a lightning sword to smash the glass. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately rang out in shock. It's the one who controls Thien Keep. He's come to the Mdao Kingdom. It's him. The one who just killed the Blood Clan prince, using heavenly thunder to massacre a city of Salak II, someone who single-handedly killed one of the 6 major families of the Blood Clan, a terrifying existence. But hearing these words, Vong Sin was not happy at all, turned his head and glared at Thai Thien Chong, said do not do it again next time, and dare to use me to divert attention. Okay, the Thien Chong grinned, do not worry, brother. I'm just scaring them. Besides, the Mdao nation worships the strong. The stronger you are, the more domineering you are, the more they respect you. Maybe you already have a fan club now. After that, everyone transferred to the big bus to go to No Dia. On the bus, his sister suddenly said the sentence, it's been spread. Vong Sin was a little suspicious. What's been spread? Waiting to check his phone to find out, it turned out that the story of his arrival in the Mdao Kingdom had already been reported in the news. So Vong Sin immediately grabbed the Thien Chuang. His face turned pale and said, am I that scary? It's not like you're involved. The Thien Chong smiled and explained, Sin brother, this really has nothing to do with you. Your side is all about bad reputation. It's just keyboard warriors who are leading public opinion. Think about it rationally. If we really came here to cause trouble, would the Yin Dao Nation government issue us a visa? Hoi Kim was also nearby and advised, Favu, do not worry with such chaos. The Mdao Nation will definitely send people to protect us. What they're most afraid of right now is that the 2 countries' cultivators are fighting each other. After all, the last 2 fights set their economy back more than 10 years. At this time, the big bus suddenly braked, only to see a person in a black ninja outfit appear in front. He shook his hands and prepared to be hit by a bus and flew out. This scene made everyone else bewildered. The driver turned his head even more aggressively and said, it was him who suddenly blocked the road. When the time comes, everyone will have to testify for me. As for Tae Lian, the person who caused the incident looked out the window as if nothing happened. It was very difficult for people to come to TU, not to for a trip, originally intending to go to a few legal stores to consume, but unexpectedly they were caught right on the spot. Then he also radiated a holy light. Looking at the driver, who was inexplicably and aggrieved because he crashed into someone, Vong Sun smiled and explained, "It's okay, let's keep going, he's a monk of good strength. Being stabbed once will not have any effect." The driver breathed a sigh of relief, turned the wheel and continued on his way, but after only a short while, the man in the black shirts stopped him in the middle of the road. At this time, Hoi Kim recited a Buddhist phrase, Amitabha Buddha, accompanied by a giant golden hand, directly fanning the black-clothed man out. This move is a long-distance skill that Hoi Kim has practiced over several years of playing games, but seeing that this Yindao Nation cultivator was so stubborn, Hoi Kim was a little reluctant and decided to definitely break his leg next time. The Thian Chong expressed his agreement. Then several people began to take turns going into battle, launching different types of attacks against this man in black. Vong Sin saw this and sighed, "Does the Yindao Nation government have any department to handle this type of incident? If so, let's report it to the police." The Thian Chong said they had a monk affairs department, so I could contact them. But after Thai Thian Chong contacted people from the Yindao Nation government, the other side said someone had already handled this matter. Previously, we had arranged for someone to pick us up at the airport, but the other person had a slow attitude towards work, so he never showed up. After hearing this, Vong Sin was stunned. "Going to the airport to pick you up, your attitude is slow at work. What does this mean?" Then a few people got off the bus, turned around and saw the black-shirted man who was repeatedly stabbed by them walking towards them. This time, Vong Sun decided to take action himself and do it decisively, so the hand holding the sword only summoned 3 sword energies, continuously pointing out 3 sword energies that stabbed directly at the man in black. Unexpectedly, this man in black burst into tears, making everyone bewildered. Next, I heard the man in black say with a crying voice, "I am Thu Sin Madai, a senior officer in charge of Dai Ho Quok Affairs of the Yindao Nation Special Affairs Province. Greetings, Heavenly Tribulation Executor. The Yindao Nation welcomes you." Having finished speaking, Thu Sin Madai immediately fainted. Vong Sin and the others reluctantly took him to the hotel, then began an interesting discussion. Why did this Yindao Nation monk always have to use such an eccentric method to contact us? Could it be that he wanted to show off, ended up being stabbed, and then became angry and embarrassed, wanting to prove himself several times? Regarding this, Vong Sin thought for a moment and decided that he should still leave him here and leave him a note. When he wakes up, tell him to contact us directly. I have checked the wounds on his body. They're just superficial wounds. Rest for 2 hours and you'll be fine. The investigation team member also nodded. Just leave this place to us. Everyone's room is on the top floor. Please go up and check in first. Then everyone followed the arrangement to the presidential suite on the top floor. The Thian Chong excitedly ran everywhere, constantly screaming "so cool," and preparing to have a barbecue tonight. Seeing the Thian Chong's appearance that he had never seen before, he cried out like that. Tay Lion directly rolled up his sleeves, gave him a punch, then conveniently threw it to Vong Sun, saying the boys should go out on their own tonight. We sisters have to gather to grill meat. Having finished speaking, Tay Lian slammed the door and discussed with his sister what swimsuit to wear tonight. At this time, the Thian Chong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly smiled crookedly and raised his head. "Brothers, let me arrange the arrangements tonight. Do you have any requests?" Hoi Kim smiled and replied, "I heard that there is the largest game experience area in the East. I can go there later to kill time." Senior brother Chu thought for a moment. "I heard there are a few unique pubs here. Maybe I should go check it out." "I heard you two came to Mdao to do these things." The Thian Chuang felt a bit crazy. "Is that all we pursue? There are many shops here that are legal. Tu Liu too does not come along to let loose for a while. So are not you guys going to relax a bit?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and then Tay Lion's cold voice came from behind. "What are you saying that's legal?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Thian Chong directly set up a stele on the spot. Tay Lion warned the remaining 2 people, "If you dare to ruin Tu Faivu, then you too will become like him. Immediately, the atmosphere at the scene became silent, until Thean Chuong crawled out from the tombstone, did Hoi Kim and senior brother Chu sit down to examine, and discovered that at this time the expression of this long Hosun adept was extremely peaceful. His whole body radiated a light of hollowness. His face was full of great enlightenment. His mouth mumbled, "The mind and body are confused, impermanent. The wise have the power to cut off the energy. The self can eliminate heavy suffering. The appearance of many is false. Those are all external appearances, red like a skeleton. Women are yin and yang." Haha, seeing Thean Chong looking like this, senior brother Shu and Hoi Kim both instinctively took 2 steps back, deciding to go back to their room to rest first. Of course, Vong Sen also returned to his room to practice, but not long after entering the state, there was a knock at the door. Vong Sen instinctively said, "Come in," but unexpectedly the person who came was Thu Sin Ma Day. This time he came to apologize to Vong Sun. "Because of our negligence in work, we did not recognize you. You are the hero who killed the Blood Clan prince. Please forgive me. This time I came to ask you more. What is your main goal when coming to our underworld?" Vong Sen smiled and said, "As everyone knows, I am just a young monk of the Dahua Nation religious community. This time I followed the orders of the investigation team and came here to escort some scientists of our Daho Nation." But although Vong Sin spoke the truth, the Sin Madei did not believe it at all and felt that he was being modest or boastful. Otherwise, a strategic expert like him, why would he be arranged to be someone else's bodyguard? Vong Sin smiled and continued to say, "Actually, I also want to take this opportunity to come here to relax my mind, understand the customs and traditions of Amitabha, and walk around by the way." Lucin Madei smiled and replied, "So that's it." And at the same time, I could not help but exclaim in my heart, it turns out this big man came here to enjoy the mountains and water. That's much easier to accept. So he cleared his throat and said very solemnly, "So, because of the uniqueness of your status, as well as some historical reasons that are not convenient to mention, it is possible that your journey in our country will encounter some troubles. We will not affect your interest. We will help you prepare all kinds of arrangements in advance. At the same time, we will also guard against a few extreme cultivators causing disadvantages for you. Please believe that our Yin Dao Nation loves peace and aspires to develop with the Dai Ho Nation. If any unexpected situation occurs, it does not represent that we have any ill will towards you. In fact, we are harboring great goodwill." Vong Sen smiled and replied, "Do not worry. Even if someone attacks me, I will not attack innocent civilians, nor will I call Thean Keep." But actually, he had the last half of his sentence left unsaid, which was limited to normal civilians only. After that, Lucin Madei no longer bothered Vong Sen to rest, telling Vong Sen that if he needed anything later, he could just tell them. But after sending those Sin Madei away with difficulty, before Vong Sen could turn around, Talian's voice came from behind. "Why have not you guys gone out to play yet? Quick, we had to change into our swimsuits to prepare for the barbecue." Hearing that, Vong Sen instinctively thought of his sister's appearance in a swimsuit, but although he wanted to see it, he did not want others to see it. This is because Thean Chung is immersed in a state of aura that pulls him back to reality. Okay, just be obedient and go out to play. The man was originally a disciple of true tradition of Long Ho Sun, but he did not expect that after only staying at Tu Natu's hotel for one night, he would turn into this form. At this time, Tai Lian and the others had changed in their swimsuits, sitting by the pool board, not knowing what to play. Tai Lian let out a sigh. Those people doing scientific research should quickly meet. We can also return quickly. Hak Lin nodded. This place's development is really not as good as in our country. I was still looking forward to it, but now I see nothing. At this time, Tai Lian suggested that we go find fun, but Hak Lin still advised her to be a little more discreet. After all, this is Yin Dao Bai. Although we have nominally made peace with them, it is still not as good as being in the country. But will Tai Lian be afraid of this? Obviously not. She also directly transforms into Loli's form, indicating that she is moving horizontally and vertically here. If those kids were bumped into by me, would not they be just chickens that got killed in a panic? At this moment, a finger poked her in the face, and when she turned around, she saw her sister shaking her head like a drum. Seeing that, Taelion had to sit down on the ground and angrily said, "Okay, I originally thought there was a fight going on, so I had to wait until Faivu appeared. I was not afraid of really losing control. I did not expect there to be no stimulation at all." At this moment, Taelion seemed to feel something, suddenly opened his eyes wide, stood up from the ground, and looked into the distance. Hacklin was a little confused. "What's wrong, big sister?" Taelion raised his eyebrows. "This place is indeed a bit chaotic, and there are still people who dare to openly and righteously overhaul evil methods to nurture demons." As she spoke, she temporarily opened her senses, turned around and smiled at the two girls. "Do you want to go see? Now all evil cultivators in the country are about to be eliminated. This opportunity is not easy to come by." Senior sister and Hacklin were both bewildered. But when Taelion said he could buy some food on the way, senior sister without hesitation said, "Let's go." Hacklin expressed, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid I'll get in your way." At the same time, in a pub, Vong, Sin, and others were enjoying the special dishes of the Am Island nation. But looking at Thaithian Chong's appearance, they always felt a bit awkward. Hoi Kim asked a little worriedly, "Is not this guy going to be like that in the future?" Vong Sin told her to rest assured. Eldest sister acted in moderation. This must be some kind of Tin Tam Gyak magic. It was estimated that at that time it was to reduce her burden a bit. "I did not expect this bastard to have such a poor moral heart." At this time, Thai Thien Chung opened his mouth again. "Brother Sign, what you say is a bit excessive. Although your cultivation base is very low, your heart is like Haungayat Hyoenthian, like Vongan Bakchtayat. As the saying goes, dragon and tiger's friends are like scented incense, a piece of ice heart in Jade Lake. No one praises the beautiful color, only save relatives throughout the universe." Hearing these words from Thien Chung's mouth, the three people immediately burst into laughter, and tears flowed from their eyes. At this moment, Du Van's voice suddenly rang out. "There are monks hundreds of miles away who are practicing Demon Edge, using ancient secret techniques. Do you need to go see?" Vong Sin wiped his tears and asked with some doubt, "Manan, what is that?" Du Van explained, "This is a type of weapon that is nourished by the blood and soul of living beings. If this type of weapon is cultivated to great success, it can harm true immortals and immortals. The demon blade that I have just found, the method of refining the branch is not bad, but it is just a beginner and cannot hurt you yet." But Vong Sin still felt, "It's not appropriate for us to interfere. Let's leave it to the cultivators here to handle it." "That's right. Why are there so many evil practices circulating in the world?" Du Van still used a calm tone to explain. "Half of the evil monks wander in heaven, half of the monks wander on the wrong path of practice. Initially, in order for the monks in this world to learn how to fight and kill enemies, we decided to provide them with a few opponents. The heavenly court is in charge of the three realms, overseeing countless living beings from old age, sickness, and death. Naturally, there are also evil fairies and evil gods. At that time, it was decided to spread some evil methods by Onlin and secretly monitor these evil cultivation sources to avoid causing great disasters. This method of cultivating Demon Edge's original name is Transformation Blood God Dao. It is too harmful to the heavens, and is also one of the evil methods that come from the scattered cultivators of the heavens." Hearing about the Transformation Blood God Dao, Vong Sin glanced at Thai Thien Chung next to him, remembering that more than 10 years ago the Thien Chung was chased by the Yin Yang 10,000 Things sect. At that time, there was an evil cultivator using a strange magic knife. Could that be the method of cultivating Demon Blade? At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was Taelion calling. Vong Sin was a little confused. "Are not Yatyu and senior sister Trine holding a party on the top floor of the restaurant? Why are you calling me?" As soon as the phone was connected, Taelion said excitedly, "Tu Fai Vu, come back quickly. I found a treasure." Vong Sin smiled. Big sister, are not you grilling meat? Unexpectedly, Tae Lion said, I went out to buy Coca-Cola and picked up a weapon on the way. It looked like it had a very good background. Let's go back and see. Hearing that, Vong Sun was immediately stunned, holding his face and somewhat helplessly expressing, if sister, biff ister, that bit evil. Stay away from it and not touch it haphazardly. After listening, Tae Lion was a little curious. How do you know there's something evil? And Vong Sin feels that not only does he have the physical ability to easily subdue demons, but he also has the physical ability to passively cause trouble. At the same time, Yindao Nation's government staff also arrived at the crime scene. A bald man loudly questioned Thu Sin Made. Who gave you the right to kill this murderer? Thu Sin Made lit a cigarette, said nonchalantly he resisted. According to the regulations for handling special events, we have the right to shoot him to death. Moreover, this is a murderous pervert who is involved in more than 40 lives. The victims are all our legal citizens. Hearing that, the bald man still refused to give up and asked, so where is the knife? The murder weapon? Thu Sin Made coldly replied, is the weapon important? How do you know it's a knife? Why do you even know that the perpetrator who committed so many crimes only used one knife? The bald man saw that his thoughts were exposed and immediately threatened, Officer Thu Sin, please recognize your identity. I am a high-ranking official of this country. Immediately tell me where that weapon is, otherwise I will temporarily revoke your position. Thu Sin Made laughed coldly. Are not you going to continue disguising yourself? 6 years of time, 32 similar incidents, more than 1,600 victims. It's because of this knife, right? That knife is gone. You can now relieve me of my position. I do not need to continue wasting my mind over this anymore. Hearing that, the bald man angrily turned around and left, saying harshly, you will understand how serious things will be tonight. But Thu Sin Made somewhat admired the working environment of Daeho's special department. At this time, the subordinates next to him reported, Captain, some clues were found in the surveillance footage. It may be the person who took the magic knife. Thu Sin Made took it, looked at it, immediately widened his eyes, then turned around and told his subordinates to go delete all documents related to this photo. His subordinates were a bit confused. Captain, why should we be afraid of them? Even though we do not want to cause conflict, it's only logical that we take back the murder weapon from the case. Thu Sin Made waved his hand. For us, the best news is that Monk Daeho can destroy this blood-sucking demon knife. At the same time, Vong Sin and the others also returned to the hotel and saw the magic knife that Tae Lian had picked up. In the moment of approaching the magic knife, Vong Sin felt the same feeling as that year and asked Thai Thien Chuang if he still remembered. It was the night Quach Thien Han was captured while at the hospital. At this time, the Thien Chuang had already retreated from the world of saints and sages, his whole body looking weak and weak. It seems to be that knife, but has not it been confiscated by the government for research? Probably not the same bar, but having said that, the Yin-Yang sect is still harsh. Vong Sun nodded. According to intelligence, a certain organization of Dami Quok received this research project. There were at least a dozen similar blood swords in his hand, and this sword in front of him had at least swallowed up the lives of more than 1,000 people, barely taking on the original shape of a magic knife. At this time, the sister sent a text message asking, we already know these things, why do not we stop them? Hoi Kim next to him explained, this is not that simple. If we want to go abroad to practice chivalry, there will be many obstacles. But now how to deal with this sword is a problem. Senior Brother Chu thinks it's better to destroy it. This thing does not harm people lightly, but it faces strong opposition from many people. Why? I picked this thing up. On what basis do you say it's destroyed? This knife is very powerful. Furthermore, knives are similar to martial arts. Is not it important to sharpen a good knife, to see what you use it for? Vong Sun turned his head and laughed loudly. Big sister, you should sit down first. This knife is really impossible to keep. Mak Van Hyen then returned to the sofa and spoke in a low voice. It's okay to listen to you. Really, people work hard to find a treasure. But Vong Sin said, although this knife cannot be kept, if you destroy it like that, the clues about more than a dozen other knives will also be broken. Maybe we can use this knife as bait. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Before he could take it out, the call was connected. The teacher directly asked him if he had gotten a magic knife. Regarding this, Vong Sun was a bit speechless. This broken phone not only monitored the user, but also forcibly made calls, waiting for this matter to end. The old man immediately changed another one. The man originally thought that the monk did not understand foreign languages and wanted to trick him into helping him fight. Unexpectedly, the monk secretly watched the anime and learned it, and even listened and understood it. Faced with the monk's straightforward question, Vong Sen also honestly declared that the knife was at his place. But before he finished speaking, the nun quickly spoke first, telling him to immediately destroy the knife. Vong Sin sighed and reluctantly agreed. He originally intended to use this knife as bait to see if he could lure out other magic knives. But the monk has spoken, so let's just cancel it. So Vong Sin directly swung his sword and slashed at the magic knife, with one sword cutting the magic knife in half. Immediately, the murderous aura in the magic knife began to overflow. The senior sister raised her hand to operate the Tai Chi dual knee method, collecting all the evil energy that was released, then turned into a condensed Tai Chi pattern in her hand, and threw it straight out. Just hearing a bang sound, the Tai Chi project exploded. This magic knife seems to have been completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, the nun on the other end of the phone also nodded with satisfaction. That's good. We do not need to use this knife for research. Previously, this type of magic knife was found to be rampant everywhere, especially in Africa. From time to time, related news comes back. Vong Sin has some doubts. So who do these magic knives belong to now? The teacher said it was Garrington Fire Group, which is a technology supplier for the black market. Magic knives are considered criminal assets that the Yin-Yang Van Viet sect has not yet completely liquidated, but this matter will be discussed later. Your current situation may be in trouble. Although we have not received any related information, this magic knife will definitely implicate the Garrington Group. After listening to the teacher's introduction, Brother Chu muttered in a low voice, "Is not this Hindu?" Hoi Kin nodded. Wherever there is a military base of the Dami Empire, there is a shadow of this group. The enemy has definitely left a retreat route, and now they've probably locked their target on us. At this time, Mak Van Hyen also continued, saying one sentence, "The guy who came into contact with us was climbing the building. Recently, there were 74 monks with weak strength who also sensed the movement and dragged them to this hotel." As soon as the teacher heard it, she immediately said, "Now let the old professors move out, lead the officials, and do not wake up at an important time. Remember, this Garrington group is an enemy from head to toe. The last time I encountered it in Day Tayat Garden, it was their corporation's low-level experimental product. If they want revenge, this matter must be carefully considered and handled, trying not to hurt civilians. But either do not fight, or if you do, you have to hit them until it hurts." Vong Sen nodded, showing that he understood. At the same time, outside the hotel building, a group of people in black clothes were climbing up the wall. Vong Sin hung up the phone, told his eldest sister to protect those old gentlemen later, and try to secretly move them to a safer hotel. The best hotel is opened by Chinese people. Then he asked senior brothers Chu and Hecklin along with the Thian Chong to help big sister. But at this time, Thian Chong really could not do it anymore. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell asleep like death. Suddenly, a dark shadow jumped onto the rooftop from below. The sister just snapped her fingers. Immediately, a Tai Chi pattern was placed on his body. Thu Sin Ma Dai quickly spoke up, "Everyone, it's me, Vong Sin," and everyone looked at each other and nodded. Sister then snapped her fingers again, removing the Tai Chi from the top of Thu Sin Madai's head. Losing the oppression of the Tai Chi design, Thu Sin Madai breathed a sigh of relief, politely took off his shoes, then slowly walked into the house and spoke. Everyone, I really do not dare to hide it. I took photos of 2 female scholars appearing at the crime scene. I just came here to confirm whether the other knife has been destroyed or not. Vong Sin nodded and calmly replied, just now, my eldest sister went out to buy things, and on the way she picked up a magic knife and brought it back. I found this knife too evil, so I destroyed it. Hearing that, Thu Sin Madai also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I will immediately change hotels for you to avoid causing unnecessary conflicts and troubles. Unable to provide you with a comfortable and safe living environment, I am truly sorry. But Vong Sun was interested and smiled. Thu Sin, is not your current position a bit awkward? When Thu Sin Madai heard that, he turned around with some doubts and discovered that at this moment, the balcony was full of people in black clothes, led by a short old man. Thu Sin Madai stepped forward in surprise and asked, Teacher, why are you here? The old man replied in a low voice, Thu Sin, leave the next job of contacting Dai Ho Kwok monks to us. You have worked very hard. The next things do not need you anymore. Things are no longer under your control. Let us take over the work behind. Do not worry. We will definitely not do anything to offend this country, but the people of the Greater Mexico Empire are urging us to give them an explanation. Listening to the tone of the 2 people, although Vong Sin did not understand English, he also felt that the current situation did not seem very optimistic. It's just a pity that the translator was sleeping soundly like the dead. Otherwise, at least he would have known what they were saying. At this time, the old man in charge suddenly slapped Thu Sin Madai away and said angrily, Now get away from me immediately. If we cannot balance, we can only make choices. Vong Sin also came out of the house. In my heart, I thought to myself that I had regretted not being able to participate in the Great War between India and Dai Ho that year, but not expect that a battle would be arranged at this time. But this was just a thought. Vong Sun still felt it was better to love peace, so he decided to see what they said first. So Vong Sin asked, Are you guys here because of that demon knife? The old man gently tiptoed, hovering in the air, coldly saying, Please cooperate with our work. The cultivator of Dai Ho Kingdom, seeing the other party's tone, Vong Sun already had an answer in his heart. It seemed he still had to take action. Seeing this, Thu Sin Madai, who was next to him, quickly advised, Doist Vong, please be a little more restrained. My teacher has no malicious intentions. At the same time, he also silently cried that something was wrong. I do not have the habit of watching news or going online, and I do not know anything about Dao Vong. If the teacher persists in making things difficult for their leader Vong, the consequences will be unpredictable. Although he said so to stop Vong Sun, he could not stop his sister. Just seeing the senior sister raise her hand, the palm of her hand immediately appeared an illusory image of Tai Chi. Immediately after that, the Yin-Yang Che Ho Yuan Great Formation started, like a vertical washing machine, rolling everyone on the balcony into it, then saw the senior sister's small hand clasp. The men in black fell down one by one like dumplings. Thu Sin Madai saw this and quickly stepped forward to check the teacher's situation, only to discover that their teacher did not fall, but was like Spider-Man clinging to the wall. At this time, Vong Sun walked up to him, said in a deep voice, This is just a warning. This time we only came to escort our country's scientists. Not to declare war, but if you want to fight, we are ready, even if we get scolded after returning. Thu Sin, there are some things that I think you completely understand. How things happen is sometimes just a matter of a few people's ideas. While talking, Vong Sin's headset suddenly rang out Senior Brother Chu's voice. The senior scientists have entered the elevator under our escort. Senior Tae Lion is on guard outside the high-rise building. After listening, Vong Sun immediately said, Okay, we should leave. Sister Hoi Kim, do not be too far away from me. But Hoi Kim frowned, seemed to sense something, and spoke in a low voice. Phi Vu, It seems there is a large number of modern troops moving towards us. Vong Sin carried Nugo Lin and said coldly, "This Endao country is indeed wearing the same pants as the Dami Empire." After that, the old man had difficulty crawling up from below and prepared to look for Vong Sun and the others. Thu Sin Ma Dai spread his hands to stop them, asking, "Teacher, do we really want to injure Dai Ho Nation? Right now the best way is to avoid conflict, or even stop the Great Mi Empire army. They are arbitrarily trampling on our sovereignty, using the lives of our people for shameful research." But before he could finish speaking, the knives of two men in black were already placed on his neck. The old man turned around and said coldly, "Thu Sin Ma Dai, you have been controlled by the Daeho Kwok monks. Do not hinder us anymore. Otherwise I will liquidate the gate here." Along with the old man's voice rang out, Thu Sin Ma Dai was like a deflated balloon, kneeling on the ground and giving his final advice. "Teacher, those young monks of Daeho Nation are not simple. Their strength is far beyond our imagination. Please do not underestimate them." But the old man snorted coldly, "Thu Sin Ma Dai, in front of Daeho Kwok, your head can no longer be raised." Having finished speaking, he led the group of men in black and jumped down, leaving only Thu Sin Ma Dai alone on the rooftop. Then Thu Sin Ma Dai took out his cell phone from his pocket, looked at the content on it, and muttered under his breath, "How will things develop? Is it just because of the thoughts of a few people?" At the same time, Vong Sen and the others were taking the elevator downstairs. In the elevator, Vong Sen had a serious look on his face. He did not expect that this time, not only would they confront Andao Kwok, but even Dami Kwok would come to cause trouble. Sure enough, they were still the same. How many years has it been like that? At this time, the Thien Chuang carrying Ho Kim on his backpack finally woke up. Vong Sin conveniently threw him a medicinal pill, telling him to eat it to replenish his soul's strength and prepare to fight later. The Thien Chuang smiled and took the medicine, said "Thank you then, brother," and without hesitation stuffed the medicine into his mouth. After finishing eating the medicinal pill, the Thien Chuang immediately returned to his bloody state and began rubbing his hands in anticipation, finally being able to do big things with Than brother. This bunch of cute little guys from Andao Kingdom really understand people's hearts, but Hoi Kim on the side corrected. This time it was mainly Senior Taelian and Fairy Batgu who picked up a magic sword returned. It does not count as them taking the initiative to cause trouble. Do not say anything wrong later. We must fight properly. Vong Sen nodded. That's right, we have to fight and take advantage so that the other side can only bow their heads and admit mistakes and be condemned by all sides. But we must be careful. We absolutely cannot hurt civilians. Looking at Vong Sin seriously arranging the task, the senior sister on the side blushed a little, and at the same time felt a little lost in her heart. Junior brother is becoming more and more trustworthy. I gradually cannot keep up with junior brother after turning 30, with the sound of the elevator door opening. As soon as Vong Sin and others stepped out of the elevator, the old man led a group of men in black who descended from the sky, blocked the door, and said, "A few powerful monks from the Great Flower Kingdom. Please wait here for a moment and cooperate with our work." Van Engen, the Thien Chuang, laughed directly. "Cooperating with your work? What is your job? Being a dog for the Dami Empire? Or making artillery pieces?" The old man looked at the Thien Chuang and coldly snorted. Thien Chuang Quan's words still rumors, bit harsh. "But if we do not talk about other things today, there will be quite a few people who will settle old accounts with you." The Thien Chuang grinned. "Am I afraid of you?" Then he turned his head and looked at Ho Kim with a cunning expression. "Ho Kim, it's like they just said they want to burn down your Thien Long 2 pagoda, and also want to pull out your network cable and destroy your model wardrobe." As soon as these words were said, even the black-clothed people opposite were bewildered, quickly waving their hands to explain, "I do not have it. I do not have it. Do not talk nonsense." And Hoi Kim took out the magic item from his chest. Do you really think I do not know English? Okay, I accept this case. You were cuter when you were surrounded by aura. Do you know how powerful a monk who knows foreign languages is? When you open your mouth and close your mouth, you are all a mataba buddha, and when you hit someone, you do not show any mercy. This was Hoi Kim's attitude towards Monk and Dao. Seeing that his people were easily dealt with by Hoi Kim, the old man immediately ordered the remaining black-clothed men to use the formation to attack. Hoi Kim saw that the other person stubbornly refused to wake up, recited a Buddha's name, and decided not to hold back anymore. At this time, the Thian Chung did not know where to get the megaphone from and started to spread hatred. "You idiots, listen here," my Zen master said. "Your techniques are just learning a little bit about the Doist arm of our Daiho nation." Seeing Thy Thian Chung being so shameless, Vong Sin and his sister could not help but take 2 steps back, keeping their distance from him, and at the same time wondered where the speaker came from. The Thian Chung turned around and grinned. "Then, brother, my hands are itching too. Is that okay?" Vong Sin smiled. "It's up to you." However, Vong Sin also felt a bit strange. The armored units of the Dami Empire seemed to be stopped by the Mdao police. Could it be that there are also conflicts within Mdao? These policemen dared to stand in front of the Great Mi Empire army, which was truly surprising. At the same time, the Saint Madai was in the elevator contacting the government, expressing that it was absolutely impossible for Daiho Quack monks to be attacked tonight. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. But the phone numbers that could be called have all been called. But there is no one who can lend a helping hand. Now he can only rely on himself to comfort Executor Thiet and temporarily stabilize the situation. Therefore, though Sin Madai aggressively slapped himself twice to stay awake, now he must stop their teacher and protect his country. Even if the teacher and his brother are both killed, he must endure. We cannot let that young monk vent his anger on the whole city. No matter what the situation, he cannot collapse. Absolutely not. But when he came out of the elevator, he was immediately bewildered. I only saw his teacher and a group of people in black with talismans on their bodies, following the rhythm of the psalms and dancing on the spot. Vong Sin and the others were boringly filming on the side. Though Sin Madai knew that if this scene was posted online, it would definitely cause the anger of the monk and Dao. But now these are all small matters. The urgent matter is still to transfer these Daiho nation monks first, so he hurried forward, bowed towards Vong Sun and senior sister. "Everyone, please follow me. I will lead you to a new temporary residence." But just as they were about to leave, the sound of police sirens suddenly came from far away. Though Sin Madai suddenly could not help but knelt down and muttered, "Are you still one step slow?" Could it be that their group leader chose to side with the Dami Empire from the beginning, preparing to continue to oppose the Daiho nation? However, Vong Sun knew that things were probably not that simple. I'm afraid that from the beginning, An Dao Quoc did not think about having to rely on anyone. Even though they have been militarily restrained by the Dami Empire for nearly 100 years, they still continue to struggle. If it were not for the fire of practice being destroyed by the Doist with a single palm, the ninja army is estimated to have gone to cause trouble everywhere. The events happening today have probably been planned by the leadership class for a long time. In this conflict, blowing the wind ignites the fire, causing the conflict to escalate. But when the conflict accumulates to a certain level, they can benefit in the middle. For example, in front of the Great Mi Empire, they gained more speech rights and took back their belongings. For example, by constantly showing kindness to Daiho Quoc, skillfully accepting opinions, and making every effort to develop. But if you want to be a successful fisherman, you still have to see if you have this body or not. This is Hoi Kim asking Vong Sin how to fight this battle. Vong Sin told him, and the Thian Chung to take the lead. Senior sister was next to respond and protect the two of them while I circled around in the air with the fastest speed, knock out the enemy's targets that pose a great threat. However, this group of Endao Bo army did not think it was right. He even threatened loudly, "Executioner Thian Kiet, we know what your strength is, but the so-called cultivators in front of our weapons are not worth mentioning at all. Now immediately hand over the things that do not belong to you. Vong Sun did not pay attention to their ignorance. Turning around, he asked Hui Kim and Thi Chuang a question. Is there anything on your body that does not belong to us? For them, the two immediately understood and prepared to fight immediately, but Thi and Chuang actually took out the storage bag and rummaged through it. Finally, he threw out a magazine he has just picked up on the front steps. This move, senior sister, accidentally hit the right target, creating a tone of satire. This immediately angered the military officers opposite. They took out laser guns and shot straight at Vong Sin and the others. Fortunately, Vong Sun reacted promptly, erecting a shield to block this attack. He also did not expect that one day he would have to confront modern weapons head-on, but seeing that the opponent dared to use a laser to shoot Vong Sun, the Thien Chong could not bear it anymore. She shouted loudly and then rushed forward with Hui Kim. Punch and kick these soldiers, but guns cannot hurt them at all. Even the protection layer cannot break it. Seeing that assault guns are ineffective, the Indao Nation side launched 4 missiles at Vong Sin. This time, even senior sister could not bear it anymore. Immediately my steps slackened. Both hands turned into a circle, and immediately 2 tornadoes of true essence rose from the ground, sweeping the soldiers and tanks ahead into the sky. Seeing that the front line was destroyed, the military officers behind decided to mobilize heavy weapons. At all costs, we must keep these Day Ho Nation monks here, but we have not had time to send weapons yet. A great sword pierced through them. Immediately after that, Vong Sin spontaneously released countless sword energies that shot downwards, creates a burst of large-range damage, destroy most of the soldiers on the spot. Seeing this scene, the psalmist directly exclaimed, "Woof!" Vong Sin is also very strong, and Hui Kim said, "Do you know how to talk? What is so buffalo? Is this clearly a game hack?" A few minutes later, the battle ended. Hui Kim looked at the bodies of these soldiers and muttered an Amitabha Buddha phrase. I hope the donors will soon pay off all their karma in this life, soon return to the realm of bliss. Hearing that, the Thien Chong could not help but tease. Now they have defined us as evil cultivators through the Sound Dao Nation radio station. In this situation, monk, do you still have the compassion to recite sutras of salvation for them? Do you really consider all living beings equal? While teasing Hui Kim, the Thien Chong turned to ask Vong Sin again. We're already gloating when we fight, but what happens after that? Hui Kim is a bit worried that this will turn into an international dispute, but Vong Sin spoke again. They were refining magic knives, and we discovered them. They even sent the army to attack us. Should not we counterattack? Everyone has to explain a word of reason. If they are not used to preaching, we'll get them used to it. I recently contacted Big Sister. The scientists were preparing to return home that night. Let's pack up our things and leave here. But just as Vong Sun and the others were about to leave, Du Van suddenly flew out of his sword sheath. Wait, there's a military base over there. Inside it seems some evil activity was being carried out. Now something is flying towards us. It's a lot of strange flying devices. Tremendous. A certain girl who does not sleep late at night and flies a plane with her bare hands. I still hit a dozen at a time. Now look at the flying devices flying from afar. Vong Sen also did not expect it. The opponent pulled out his secret weapon again. It seems that the Dami Empire wants to exterminate them. Then he turned to ask the Thien Chuang next to him, do you want to go to their base to investigate the reality? The Thien Chuang has some doubts. Investigate what? But Hoi Kim understood that Vong Sin wanted to collect evidence of their crimes to announce to the world, so everyone decided to split into two paths. Hoi Kim and the Thien Chuang went to attract the other person's attention. The Thien Chuang silently responded. Vong Sin attacked from the air to see if it could cause a big commotion, but right when Vong Sun was about to leave, the Niam's phone suddenly rang again. Say that they already know the specifics. Ask Vong Sin what he wants to do next. Currently, the situation is still under control. Vong Sin clasped the sword with his hand and replied, "We do not cause trouble." The Niam said, "Of course not. We have publicly and vehemently condemned the Daimi Empire, criticized them for using the army to deal with the four of you, carry out the normal activities of the Great Flower Nation. Next, just keep standing as much as possible." But she did not wait for Thanong to finish the second half of her sentence. Vong Sun immediately decided to choose hard of hearing. "The Nuong's signal is not very good." "What did you say just now?" "Continue standing possible. Then we will not be polite anymore." Then only a loud noise was heard. Countless lightnings fell from the sky. In an instant, it destroyed the tree frame flying device in front. Seeing this scene, the Thean Truong immediately shouted for cows and buffaloes. The birth has not yet arrived in Gaian, and, having really reached that realm, would not you have trampled our old heavenly master under your feet? Hoi Kim spoke next to him. Amitabha Buddha, thousands of times, do not say that. Phi Vu respects his seniors very much, but right now, Phi Vu feels like he picked up an extra shell. I have not finished my degree yet, and I've already put it on Graduation Equipment Hack version 8. Regarding this, the Psalms chapter also strongly agrees. Your analogy could not be more accurate. At this moment, a bunch of flying devices rushed towards the people. Sister took a step forward. Do not think too much, just one palm at a time. Start hitting the plane with your bare hands. Not long after, Vong Sun arrived at the military base of Daimi Quoke. Looking at the base below, I could not help but ponder. Dao Van flew out from the sword sheath. Ask him what he's thinking. Vong Sin said, "How much I want to do it. Now we are proactively attacking. There is no need to completely slaughter the enemy, but we need to consider the issue of public opinion later. Therefore, we must find evidence of Daimi Quok's crimes. There is no evidence. We will forever be in a passive position. Regarding this, Dao Van does not think it is right. Just cleaning up a few worms. There's still so much to consider. How can your spiritual heart be worthy of these 4 words of freedom?" Vong Sin smiled embarrassedly. Now is not ancient times anyway. More than 7 billion people. Their relationships with each other are also very complicated. That's right, Dao Van. The earth here is divided into several races according to skin color. So what about in the endless star field? Is there also this division of races? Van Ian Dao Van raised her head and looked towards the starry sky, slowly opening her mouth. This is related to the change of forces in the endless star region. A bit complicated. Before heaven arose, the places with the most prosperous elemental energy from ancient times to the present are all occupied by Taoism. But there are also people who do not acknowledge Tamthan, do not practice the Great Path, but practicing with the beliefs of sentient beings, cultivators of gods. But the strength of these people has an upper limit. Perhaps it is only equivalent to Thai at Kantian. That year, when Theoden encountered disaster, there was an army of 2 then. As a result, he was destroyed by Emperor Tuvai one by one. Waiting for you to leave this fairyland. When entering the 3 realms, you will probably encounter them. Compared to the outside, this place is really so peaceful and peaceful. Outside the star field, you are a killer star, and no one hates you, because all living beings are competing for resources. If you do not adjust your mind well, I will not let you go out and die. Do not tell me you brought Ho Than with you. You know, Vong Sin smiled embarrassedly. Yes, the boy takes the teachings. At this moment, several laser beams suddenly shot out. Vong Sin quickly avoided Nu Kiem. He also did not expect the Daimi Empire to even bring out weapons like laser cannons, but this cannon did not hit him at all. On the contrary, It recharges Dao Van's energy. This is probably the attack on the thunder that will increase the power of the thunder. So Vong Sun decided to pull Vo Lin out from behind his back, begin to mobilize the power of lightning, tribulation. At the same time, inside the military base below, also once again lock the laser cannon's target on Vong Sin. Along with the commander's loud shout, the laser cannon officially opened fire. But after Vong Sin gathered his strength and saw that they were confused and could not be enlightened, he also decided not to hold back anymore. Resolutely swing the sword, countless thunders thundered down. In just a moment, the entire military base was destroyed. At the same time, Vong Sin and others in Daeho once again made the front page of the press. Tu Miu sat on the bed watching the news, muttering to herself, I did not expect that the magic talisman used by the master's palm would be so powerful. So what about the monk brother who often plays games with me? He's so cool. Is the future sister-in-law who fights someone as beautiful as that? But the most handsome is still my old brother. Old brother is majestic. At this time, on the phone suddenly appeared the live broadcast room of Thai Thean Chung. The title is First-Person Perspective of the Dragon and Tiger Psalm. Livestream leads you to explore the Dami Empire military base. After clicking on the live broadcast room, I saw the Thai Chung eloquently recount this experience in front of the camera, then began to frantically drag out hatred. But because the matter is still not resolved, therefore, the Psalms chapter was broadcast live about halfway and then paused. After Tu Miu finished watching the video, she only felt a little nauseous, although she had some psychological preparation. But when he saw that the Dami Empire used living people to research the body, after the plan to fuse the genes of living humans, she still felt disgusted by the things the Psalms filmed. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out outside the door. Mom, we're home. It turned out that Vong Sin brought his sister home, but as soon as he entered the door, Vong Sun immediately lay down on his sister's lap and closed his eyes to meditate. The old man was a little worried and asked, Tu Sin, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Vong Sun picked up an apple and smiled. It's no big deal. It's just a little mental drain. But the old mother was still a little worried and asked a question. Is the story in the newspaper you're doing? Received a positive answer from the senior sister. Both husband and wife were silent, with worried expressions on their faces, and they could not help but exclaim in their hearts, 13 years ago, he sacrificed heroically, but just a few days after returning, he caused so many problems. Our Tu Sin has really changed a lot, but as soon as they saw Vong Sin lying on his sister's lap, the couple immediately felt that iron hatred cannot become steel. This kid has really changed. He's even learned how to pretend to enjoy himself, but just enjoying it without taking actual action is okay. We must quickly take the next action. The demon fox of the half-immortal realm arbitrarily gave demon knives to others. I originally thought that most Ma Dao could only help the opponent reach the peak of Kim Dan, which was no big deal, but unexpectedly, their country did not even have the peak Golden Dan, and the result directly turned into a chicken and chicken chaos. At this time, Tu Miu walked out of the room, looked at Vong Sin curiously and asked, brother, why did you come back so quickly? Vong Sin smiled and replied, after finishing work, of course we will go home. If you have something to say, just say it. When he said this, Vong Sun was also secretly proud in his heart. Looking at Tu Miu's appearance, is it possible that after watching yesterday's video, your opinion of me has increased dramatically at this time? Tu Miu suddenly opened her eyes wide and began to ask repeatedly, brother, how did you know that the military base had a problem? But if so many black materials are discovered, will it cause a full-scale war between the two powers because this incident, old brother? An underworld kingdom forced to endure pressure from public opinion will certainly put pressure on the great empire. Perhaps the Nation of Sound will soon organize a protest. Next, a series of monks attacked all military bases of the Dami Empire in the Vagina, thereby forcing the Dami Empire to withdraw part of this military force. In the short term, it is beneficial for us but lacks the restraint of the greater Mekong Empire. The Indao nation has a group of people who can cultivate and attack our cultivators. Have they become a threat to our hearts? Old brother, your big moves are so cool. But if you have a big move, why do not you just use it? Why do we have to fight back and forth with the opponent? So gradually, faced with these sudden questions, Vong's son was caught off guard and finally had to pretend to faint to avoid the problem. The father and mother, who were next to him, heard Tiu Miu ask the question and were also stunned, looking at their daughter in disbelief. Is this still their 13-year-old daughter Wang Xiao Miao? Luckily, my sister is doing well. I did not expect the consequences. Tiu Miu is thinking carefully, right? But all of these things were taken care of by their teacher, and this action was also ordered by their teacher. It probably would not be a big problem, but I have seen your sister to help answer the question. Vong Xin finally stopped pretending to faint, opened his eyes and chimed in. Yes, the teacher said we could continue fighting. At this time, Mother suddenly grabbed Tiu Miu's ears and scolded, Vong Tiu Miu, you usually do not study properly at school, but instead you study the world's great world. How old are you to care about these things? Why do not you see that I got good marks in the political exam? Tiu Miu argued, Mom, what about our teenagers today who care about the international situation? There are still experts on the screen, right? Seeing that, Vong Sen quickly said, Dad, Mom, Tiu Miu, this is just a question. That's right, Master and Big Sister will probably come here in the afternoon. Let's order food for them. Hearing that there was a guest coming, the old man immediately ignored Tiu Miu and ran out to prepare. Very quickly, in the afternoon, then Nam Tu and the others also came to Vong Sun's house and expressed their affirmation of Vong Sin's behavior this time, but still felt that this time his hand was a bit soft, not killing those researchers, so they would definitely continue their research. And Uncle Tin Van is a little curious about what the lightning link that Vong Sen summoned is. It does not seem like an ordinary thunder spell. Is there something special inside? Regarding this, Vong Sun was also a bit helpless. Uncle, if I could talk about this matter, I would definitely say it all. I can only say that I accidentally realized it. As soon as I realized it, I was warned by the divine power, because every time I said it, it was a warning from divine power, so I could not continue to research further. If heaven warns you 3 times, you will be abandoned by the great path. His Highness Diu Van said so before he passed away, but as soon as Vong Sin said this, the sword sheath behind him hit him hard. It was clear that Diu Van was angered by his words. Van Nam Tu coughed twice, signaling that this matter should end for now, then let Mu Gayat talk about the latest current situation. After listening, Mu and Gayat immediately took out her phone and began explaining. Currently, Mi Empire is gathering a fleet in the waters of an island nation, pretending to want to declare war on us. And inside the Sound Island nation, all kinds of protests broke out. The 4 great hidden villages seemed to want to do something. In other aspects, most countries began to condemn the greater Mekong Empire. The Dami Empire has spoken out, saying they were also deceived by the Jialamdon group. After hearing what Mu and Gayat said, Vong Sin and his sister both praised Tiu Miu for being so powerful. Their guess was right. Tiu Miu laughed out loud, thanks to the comments on the screen's commentators, who analyzed it correctly. At this time, Van Nam Tu spoke again. Tiu, Sin, what are your plans next? Teacher, if you think I should practice with peace of mind, would it be better? The last 2 warnings from heaven were enough to deter these villains. It's better for you not to show up than to show up. But Vong Sin said, Master and disciples are worried about the blood transformation god, knives scattered everywhere. Those 2 newly discovered magic knives. Surely the Thean Chung asked her big sister to give them to Mu Ingayat. Hearing that Mu Moongayat was a little confused. 2 sounds, not 1 sound. Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately looked at Tai Lian, knowing it was definitely her fault. Tai Lian felt a little guilty and turned his head away, not daring to look at Vong Sun. After a while, he put his hands on his hips and said eloquently, Do not look at me. It's not with me. I gave it to someone. This made Vong Sin's face darken. Big sister, you gave that magic knife to someone. Who did you give it to? Tai Lian somewhat shyly turned his head and replied. Well, is not there a very pitiful vagina monk? It was the name Thu Sin, Ma Dai or something. As soon as I understood a little about QI, refining, I changed the magic knife so that only the soul of the person holding the knife could exert its power. And then gave it to him, but you can rest assured, at most he can only display his peak golden Dan strength now, and Wu not cause any major kiaos. Hearing this, Vong Sun turned to his master and asked, does the Yin Dao kingdom have a peak golden Dan expert? Than Nam too thought for a while, as if he had never heard of it. Hearing this answer, Vong Sin could already imagine what would happen next. This time it's good. If that guy does something revolutionary, maybe blood will flow like a river. But Tai Lian said indifferently, why are you worrying about that mine? It's better to let them suffer. Let's eat quickly. I'm very hungry. Vong Sin sighed. That's right. There are no tigers or goats. The problem is not big. A man who has been a human for 2 lifetimes is still a virgin because at the age of 17, he went to the mountains to become a Doist monk and still does not understand that. Yet I need my father to share study materials. At this time, Vong Sun and the others were eating. Than Nam2 picked up the food and said to Vong Sun, Teen quiet Thuan Dong cultivates the Aninian and An realm. Must pursue the Gaian An realm. Must pursue the Nungian An realm. If you can realize this realm, your path of practice will be of great help, and it can also help you in the Goyan An realm gain considerable benefits. As for the so-called Yang spirit turtle, it is best to refine a mouthful of pure Yang energy. I still have this pure Yang energy right now, which also saves me a lot of effort. Hong Vai, because of your teacher, you have to squeeze in a bit. Hearing this, Tin Van next to him was so angry that he broke his chopsticks. As for Vong Sun, he always felt that his master was bragging about something, but there was no evidence. Suddenly, Muangayat's eyes lit up and said, Director Vong, we want to raise your position on the Thean board a bit. Is it okay to put it at the 8th position? As soon as these words came out, Vong Sun was startled and had no time to react, but then Nam too smiled and nodded. This is not bad. Even if Tu Sinsin's strength is ranked in the top 3, no one can say anything, and relying on you is better than relying on the Supreme Elder returning from the 18th level of hell. Hearing that, Vong Sun was a little doubtful. Grand Elder, were those monks from Bitch Ingok's son that year? Mu Ingayat smiled wryly. That year, the Tungan 2 incident was made public by the investigation team. Therefore, the superiors decided to establish a special affairs group, mainly responsible for managing crimes who commit, preventing, and popularizing the practice to the entire population. Recently, the Public Affairs Department has continuously proposed several projects, all of which want to take advantage of the elders of the sects to reduce pressure on the surrounding environment. But just when the superiors were about to agree, Vong Dao An suddenly appeared, causing all these projects to be shelved. Perhaps this matter is related to the plans and intentions of some people. They will be a little dissatisfied with Elder Vong Dao. Hearing Moon Gayat say that, Vong Sin could not help but ponder, and this was seen by Than Nam too. So he smiled and advised, Tu Sin, you do not need to take this matter to heart. Just practice with peace of mind. If the country is not in danger, let the horse go back to the mountains. Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately woke up and nodded firmly. Yes, master, I understand. After eating, Vong Sun lay on the sofa, watching TV. On TV, there was news about him destroying the military base of the Daimi Empire. When Vong Sin saw the news, he could not help but laugh. The experience of seeing yourself like this is truly a bit magical. Dad looked at Mom, smiled, brought a plate of fruit, and asked Vong Sun if he wanted to eat something. Looking at his father's smile, Vong Sun instinctively took a step back, always feeling that his father was suppressing something bad. After that, I saw my father put his arm on his shoulder and ask Tu Sun, how long will you stay home this time? I know that the energy in the world is not as pure as in the mountains. If it delays your practice, Then you can stay with us for these 2 days and then go up the mountain. Hearing his father ask this, Vong Sun also breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and smiled and replied, Dad, it's okay. I'm currently in a rough patch. Need to calm down for a while, probably at home for a month or 2. After all these years, you should stay by your parents' side for good, as he said. Vong Sun did not forget to poke and tease Dad in the stomach, but Dad has to practice more. The current progress of ordinary exercises can only be considered satisfactory. Dad smiled and scratched his head. I know, you can rest assured. Your father and mother can now live to be 150, 160 years old. Still young men, but I said, to you sin. To you Miyu said she wanted to practice with you. You see what to do about this? Hearing this, Vong Sin stopped. Then she opened her eyes with excitement. To you Miyu wants to practice now. This is a good thing. Although her aptitude is only average, her understanding is definitely not bad. In the future, maybe she can really cultivate into an immortal. Dad, do not worry. I will ask my master to help me find a trustworthy kondao. Then I will take Tu Miyu to Mashavorster to learn the Dharma. We now have this condition. We must choose for Tu Miyu a suitable method for her to practice. Seeing Vong Sin so excited, my father was by my side advising him to calm down. Actually, Tu Miyu wants to practice with me. Let me give her some pointers. I heard that she wants to practice with me. Vong Sun immediately did not know what to say. Although his current strength seems to be okay, he really does not know how to teach people to practice. Dad said, since Tu Miyu wants to practice, then in the future you should help her more, but do not put too much pressure on her. Also, I want you and Tu Miyu to be together more, to nurture your relationship. In fact, that year we wanted to have a child, also because we thought that in the future you would truly become a fairy. Without anyone to accompany you, you are very lonely. Hearing this, Vong Sun could not help but feel a little touched. His eye sockets also gradually became wet, and his father slowly stroked his head, said, let's wait until Tu Miyu worships the master. You and Tu Hyun should take her along. Let her learn the basic exercises. Wait until she has a little bit of fire, and then let her practice with the master. She's still young. If she waits for her to get a little older and meets a handsome guy, she'll be far away from me. Vong Sen smiled. Dad, do not worry. I'll take good care of Tu Miyu. I'll go find someone tomorrow about worshipping this teacher. Moreover, perhaps in the future, the whole people's martial arts can continue to make breakthroughs. Dad and Mom's lifespan is still very long, but Dad really does not pay much attention to this matter. Even though when he was young, he also dreamed of immortality, but people will eventually grow up. Now, he does not have too many pursuits. After all, living is already a very tiring thing. You should still enjoy life well. That's okay. Seeing that Dad is too Buddhist, Vong Sin suggested that Dad try Buddhism. Maybe he could become a Buddha, but his father directly interrupted him, telling him not to talk nonsense. These things were all very effective. At this time, Mother suddenly turned her head and winked at Father, telling him to quickly get the main topic. Father then coughed twice. Then he smiled and said, but after all, Tu Miyu is my younger sister. She will eventually get married. There will still be some distance between the two of us on our life path. So what is the situation between me and Tu Hoyen now? Even though Mom and Dad's relationship is still long, I still want to hold my grandchild and hold my great-grandchild. Hearing this, Vong Sun let out a loud cry for Dad. It turned out he was here waiting for me, so he started to change the subject, asking Dad how his relationship with Mom was that year, but I did not expect my father's answer to be, what else can I do? Talk, love each other, go to bed, then get married. Is not this a very natural process? Listening to these simple, unflattering words from my father, Vong Sen's face turned red. He asked a little embarrassedly, is there any specific method between the second and third steps? Seeing his son ask that, his father was also a bit surprised. Only then did he remember that his 17-year-old son had gone to the mountains to practice and did not understand it at all. so he took out his phone from his pocket and began to share with Vong Sin his study materials that year, telling Vong Sin to ask him if there was anything he did not understand. Anyway, we did not need to hide anything. Mom, who was far away, saw this scene and also gave him a thumbs up, indicating that he had done well. The man took a long time to get the senior sister to bed. Just when he was about to attain righteous fruition, someone stood up and said that they'd not yet clarified the reason for not being compatible. At this time, Vong Sin stood in front of the room door, looking at the precious contents that my father gave me. I could not help but blush, thinking to myself that these treasured contents are too stimulating for newcomers. But I'm almost 70 years old in my 2 lifetimes. How can I not understand these things? But the main problem now is that senior sister does not understand, so why would she trick senior sister into doing bad things? But just facing his senior sister, Vong Sin felt his heart pounding as if a sword had pierced his heart. His face turned red. He was so scared that he quickly turned away, thinking to himself, could this feeling be caused by the pure Yang Chai's power becoming more and more pure? The positive energy being too strong? That's right. My master once said that after entering the 4 realms of Vietnam, breaking the body will no longer be an obstacle to practice. But if my sister cultivates a balanced path, she probably does not need to wait until the 4 realms of Vietnam. But in the end, Vong Sin still decided to stop. Just wait slowly. After all, I'm not without manly charm. The days are still long, and I will soon cultivate to the right fruition with my sister. I immediately crawled under the blanket, turned my back to my sister, not daring to say a word, and my mother was squatting at the door, a bit confused. Why has there been no movement for so long? Have not you given him all the things you've treasured for many years? Dad laughed. This needs atmosphere and opportunity. Do not rush. But after waiting a while longer, there was still no movement inside. Mom sighed helplessly. Could it be that cultivating the religion has reduced the need in this regard? The old man comforted and said, probably not. The wife should go to sleep first. The children will have their own blessings. Let's not worry too much. But listening to the 2 of them talking, Vong Sun also sat up from the bed, could not help but let out a sigh, thinking to himself that my parents are also treating me kindly. Poor salary, right? At this time, sister also saw that Vong Sun was awake. Vong Sun was a little shy and asked sister, did she make noise to bother her? Unexpectedly, the sister sat directly on the bed, then placed her hand on his hand. The atmosphere had come. Vong Sun also raised her hand, gently caressing the sister's face. Then they both closed their eyes, prepared to give each other a passionate kiss. But right at the crucial moment, from the sword sheath suddenly came a cold snort, interrupting their good conversation. Right after that, Du Van flew out from the sword sheath, speaking fiercely, is not it a bit wrong that we have not even gotten married yet and are already so intimate? Vong Sin was also angry when a good thing was ruined and responded directly, My Highness, what era is it now? I have long since stopped being picky about this matter. But Du Van said seriously, if it makes no sense, then it will not work. What does this have to do with the times? Van Hyen is a fairy of our heavenly court. On Teen Sach you have a name and surname. You have not had a marriage contract, no bride price, have not reported to heaven and earth. Hearing this, Vong Sun was so angry that she could not bear it, but the senior sister next to her said word by word, Van Hyen is not Ho Than. After hearing that, Du Van fell into silence for a moment, then left a sentence which was not appropriate anyway, okay? I do not care about you. You just keep going. I will block the spiritual sense from outside. Having finished speaking, Du Van returned to the sword, but the atmosphere was gone. Vong Sun did not know how to continue. But the most depressed person was not him, but Tai Lien, who was secretly listening at the wall, at this time impatiently scratching the wall. Even the spark had been scratched out. The feeling of being interrupted at this important moment was so unpleasant. If she had not been able to fight back, now she would have wished to go over there and seal that sword, and Tu Miu was a little doubtful. Why does that sword know how to talk? Talion angrily explained. Sword's origin was not small, inside was a big man. Just now, it was this big man who interrupted Tiu Hyan's good deeds. Really, these days, unmarried people have already given birth to many children. Why is she meddling? But Tiu Miu felt that what the sword said was not wrong. After all, their brother is not married yet. Is it reasonable for everyone else to do the same? Regarding this, Talion expressed, what you said is not wrong, but I just saw their hesitant appearance. Uncomfortable, it seems that in order for them to go one step further, the script has to promote some racial talent. Hearing that, Tiyumi was a little curious. What racial talent? Talion smiled proudly. Miu, this is a fox demon who has been cultivating for thousands of years. Did not anyone tell you? Miu shook her head in disbelief. Big sister, stop teasing me. Talion coldly snorted and immediately turned back to his original form to prove that he had unexpectedly fallen for Miu's trick. It turned out that Miu deliberately tricked her into returning to her original form, then returned to test the feeling. In the next period of time, although Vongsun does not need to rest, his sister cannot stay on Earth for too long, so a week later, he advised his junior and senior sister to go back to the mountains to rest, while he stayed at home to continue living with his parents and Miu. On the other hand, Miu also started walking and slowly said goodbye to her classmates. After all, she had to go practice with him. During this time, in addition to going to school, you also need to learn about religious practice to prepare to worship a monk. As for Vongsun, these 13 years of siege were actually a rare blessing. In just a short time, he could no longer suppress his realm. His original plan was to wait for the storm to subside, then find a quiet place to break through to Nguyen and Can. But the plan did not keep up with the changes. It's been a few days since he returned, and he's already in the news again. The ranking on the Thean table was also renewed once again, reaching the top 10, directly threatening the old Thean master Long Ho's son. That's why foreign forces joined forces to reach and create a lightning-proof war hammer, this time using it to target him. This made Vongsun feel very speechless. It's been 2 months. Why is there still no peace? But thinking back, it was quite ironic. At first, he considered simulating tribulation to be a throwaway skill. Unexpectedly, it has now become an important part of Daeho Kwok's foreign deterrence. It seems that if you want to live a secret life, it will take a while longer. But despite the storm outside, it still has not subsided. But Vongsun still decided to leave, to prepare for seclusion to practice. This time Miu will also leave with him. Of course, my parents also showed some reluctance. But Vongsun knew the morality of breaking up, otherwise it would be even more confusing. So he quickly set a date to leave. This time he took a trip in the secular world, and although he did not become a fairy, he saw hope. In addition to a few reasons, Daeho's deterrent power has increased significantly, and for the time being, nothing will affect his practice. Now the only thing he's worried about is who should he find to be Miu's teacher. Now he also seems to have some influence. Miu in the eyes of outsiders has also become a fairy. Surely someone wants to accept Miu as a disciple. Moreover, he and his master and sisters still do not have a mountain gate yet. Any religion that attracts Miu will likely attract all of them. In other words, whoever they choose also means whose family's master values their religion more. This matter cannot be ignored either. Vongsun originally wanted Miu to directly worship Master Vodang, but Master Ka was also honest enough, said there is not any good Kandao on the mountain. But Miu can borrow the techniques. As for Mao Sun, Liu Vanqi will definitely care about Miu, but it will easily affect Miu's practice and harmony with fellow students. As for Long Ho Sun, Vongsun directly did not consider it. After all, prevent fire and prevent theft in Thian Chong's room. He did not want his sister to be led astray by the Thai Thian Chuong, so in the end, Vongsun felt that if it did not work, he should just let Miu practice Thuan Duong Tien quiet. After all, has not seen your sister been cultivating for so many years? Anyway, I do not want to become a woman. But at this moment, Du Van's voice suddenly rang out. If it's just a practice method, I also have a few immortal methods here that can help your sister practice. Do you know how domineering an immortal who accepts disciples can be? The disciple who wanted to learn imperial sword art was worried that the Shu Mountain sword sect would not agree, so she went directly to find the opponent's ancestor to reason with her to see if the situation was not good. At this moment, I suddenly heard Du Van Vong Sun's voice and was a bit surprised. Immediately asked Du Van in his mind, "Do you want to accept disciples?" Unexpectedly, Du Van asked the opposite question, "Why? Am I not worthy to be your sister's teacher?" Vong Sin scratched his head and hastily replied, "Hey, how could he not be worthy? I was just a little surprised. You have this idea. Of course, I'm overjoyed." Du Van nodded. "I also need to find a disciple or two for myself. Now, this kind of me does not know when it will disappear, so it's good to leave a little behind." Hearing that, Vong Sin thought, Du Van is now soulless and does not know when he will be able to escape. In this situation, it is no wonder that the thought of passing it on to the next generation is inevitable. So he smiled and agreed. "Okay then, when I get back to the villa, I will let Tu Miu officially worship you as a monk. Until then, are there any rules? How many times do you have to stamp your head? What clothes should Tu Miu wear? What must the monk present?" Du Van expressed that there was no need to be too exaggerated. Everything is simple. Find a place without people to show yourself, let it stamp a few times, and you're done. Hearing everything simple, Vong Sin immediately turned pale and could not help but mutter in his heart. But at this time he did not say anything about the rules. That night, why do not you be a little simpler? Do you know that after that night, the number of times my sister and I held hands decreased? But just thinking about it, just consider the official stuff first, and then consider other things later. Afterwards, Vong Sun immediately took Tu Miu for a general health checkup. Professor Ma looked the results of the physical examination and said that his sister's qualifications were not bad. But there were only two weaknesses. The purity of the elemental energy was 90 points, but among the elemental purity, only the gold and fire earth reached the standard. Water and wood only get 20 or 30 points. This is very important. Anyway, when choosing a practice, you still have to refer to this. After hearing this, Vong Sin immediately took out the storage bag and put away the health checkup report. But when he saw the storage bag used by Vong Sin, Professor Mao was not happy. Is not this a storage device that was researched more than 10 years ago? Do you only have this treatment now? The official representative of Thien Qiu, Daeho's national guardian, uses this outdated storage bag. Are not you embarrassing the country? Come on, I'll take you to find a better magic weapon to store, and you and your sister's combat robes are also prepared. Remember to bring them later." Vong Sin said gratefully. "Then thank you, Uncle Ma." A moment later, Vong Sun changed into a brand new set of robes. The material of this robe was a bit worse than his previous one, but the technology was much more advanced. Not only could it withstand magic bombardments, but it could also increase the speed of absorbing true essence and reduce kinetic energy impulses. In addition to the body tempered by Thien Keep, in Hoi Kim's words, he is now a jar of meat. At this time, Professor Ma brought a sword sheath and said, "Now Faivu's identity is different from before. Even the headquarters over there has announced that we must give you the highest treatment, so I will not introduce the other small toys in detail anymore. This is the focus today. This is a sword sheath made specifically for the Volin sword. The price can be the latest equipment for a regiment. Above asked us to not care about the budget. Use the best materials to make the sword sheath for Volin Kim. Boy, you are highly respected by the superiors." Vong Sin could only respond with a forced smile, at the same time thinking to himself, the superiors gave such an order to Uncle Ma. It seems that the high-ranking people already know that Du Van has become Volin Kim. Without saying anything, if they are strong, the treatment is really good. After the sword was sheathed, Du Van also said, they also have the heart, using so much good Ngayat Lungok. It is much more comfortable here than in the sword. After that, Vong Sen chose a storage ring for Tu Miu that could hold 7 cubic meters of stuff. Then he and Professor Ma left the research institute. As they walked, Professor Ma advised Vong Sen if he wanted to choose a little more, but Vong Sen felt that it was enough, so he thanked Uncle Ma for his good intentions, and Tu Miu also said, I do not need it either. I will not use it for now. My practice depends on my own efforts, not on these external supports. Professor Ma nodded appreciatively, real enlightenment, worthy of being the younger sister of Representative Thian Q. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from the front. Director Vong, hello, I am Tan Nhat Sein, head of the Special Affairs team. First time meeting, nice to meet you. Literally raising his bare hand and smiling, Vong Sin shook each other's hand. Tan Nhat Sein said enthusiastically, I just came here on business. I heard that Vong Dao Truong was also coming here, so I'll wait here for a while. Wants to associate with heroic heroes like Vong Dao Truong? Vong Sin smiled and nodded. Captain Kyun is willing. At the same time, he also thought to himself, could this special affairs team be the newly established department that Mu Gayat talked about? Previously, I heard from Mu Gayat that their affairs team and investigation team, their combat team, have now become the general department of Tu Dao Affairs Supervision, and the nun has been promoted to director. But to put it bluntly, the affairs team is there to control the investigation team. At this time, Tan Nhat Sein took out a business card from his chest, smiled, and said, our special team and the investigation team can only complement each other. They all contribute part of their strength for the prosperity of Daiho Kingdom. But if Director Vong has any needs, just come to me. This is my business card. Vong Sen received the business card, smiled, and nodded. If Team Leader Tan has a chance, we can find a place to talk, but right now I have something urgent to do, so I'll take my leave. Having finished speaking, Vong Sen put away the business card and at the same time thought to himself, now that scientific and technological tricks are appearing, will this card ever have a tracking device? And Tan Nhat Sein also very consciously turned around and made an inviting gestures, saying, it's me suddenly, you three can relax. If Director Vong needs anything in the future, you can contact me directly. Vong Sen politely responded with a word of thanks, then directly led Tu Miu away. Then, looking the direction Vong Sen left, the smile on Tan Nhat Sein's face gradually disappeared, and he said in a deep voice, this Vong Dao leader is indeed a bit prejudiced against us. This is not a good thing. The assistant next to him reminded group leader. This Dao leader Vong is quite close to the captain of the investigation team, Mu Ungayat. We actually do not need to waste any more effort on him. We can just take advantage of the monks who are easier to recruit. Tan Nhat Sein turned around and shook his head. You do not understand. He is a key figure for us. We and the investigation team still have a cooperative relationship. It's all for the country and the people. Sometimes the religious world is not just about high status. High cultivation level has more rights to speak. Doist Vong, this person has stood at the pinnacle of the young cultivators. His one sentence has the weight of 10 seniors, so I want to gain his sympathy. Let us promote reform and not stand in the way. As for Vong Sen, his first impression of this Kun leader was not bad, but the relationship probably stops here. Half an hour later, Vong Sen returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. If it were not for knowing that Big Sister persistently recited Buddhist sutras and chants to purify demonic energy every day, he would have almost suspected that Big Sister had begun to fall. Otherwise, how can we explain this pile of models and comics that fill the house? Then Vong Sen bent down and asked Tu Miu, are there any requirements regarding the cultivation method? Tu Miu replied unimportantly, it's okay. Vong Sen coughed twice, took out the health examination report and explained, cultivation is a very serious matter. I am not compatible with the water mo element, but the compatibility with fire and metal is not bad. Hearing that, Tu Miu's mood immediately became nervous. Fire and metal. Can I just follow your muscular path? Vong Sin quickly waved his hand and explained, it's okay. This just has a little more or less effect with some magic. Well then, in the future I will also follow the path of sword cultivation. Swordsmanship is very cool. Hearing that Tu Miu wants to learn swordsmanship, Vong Sin was a bit awkward. After all, a Diu Van wanted to accept Tu Miu as his disciple, so he could not bring her to Kiem Tong. But Diu Van said, I'll just teach him swordplay directly. If the people of the sword sect blame you, I will go find their ancestors, ask them whether they can practice or not. Hearing these words, Vong Sin could already imagine the scene of Diu Van searching for Doist Than Fong. At the same time, I could not help but mutter in my heart, Your Highness, you are too enthusiastic. You go find Patriarch Than Fong. Does he not agree? If he were still alive, he would personally teach Tu Miu, originally intending to help his sister find a path to practice. He unexpectedly aroused the interest of the sword immortal, and even proactively offered to accept his sister as a disciple, directly causing his sister to receive double buffs. At this time, after seeing Diu Van's dominance, Vong Sin also agreed to teach Tu Miu swordplay, and said he would find a super strong master for her. After that, I let my big sister take Tu Miu to take a bath and change her clothes, and let her first pay her respects to the master. As soon as he heard that he was worshipping a master, Tai Lian thought that Tu Miu wanted to worship him as his master, and immediately laughed loudly with pride. I'm about to have a disciple. No, no. But not long after she was happy, a cold snort came from the sword hole. Only then did Tai Lian realize that it was actually worshipping this big man, and he was truly overjoyed. Then he turned around and led Tu Miu take a bath to prepare to worship the monk. Not long after, everything was prepared. Vong Sin took out the Vo Lin sword and placed it on the altar, then called his master so that he could testify. Next, Tu Miu held the tea and faced Vo Lin Kiem to pay his respects to the master. The ritual of worshipping the master simply ended. Diu Van also flew out from the sword, opened his mouth, and said, Today I plan to accept Tu Miu as a disciple. Teach her the mysterious method of longevity. Let her pass on a little to me. Please bear witness. In the future, if someone asks where this disciple of mine came from, do not let them not believe it. Hearing that, Than Nam Tu in the video nodded. Senior, do not worry, it's just a senior. If others ask who Tu Miu's master is, how should we answer? Diu Van closed her eyes and replied faintly, I was originally the daughter of heaven and earth of heaven, attained enlightenment among Dao Tri and Gok Lion, practiced for more than 100,000 years, wanted to taste the fruit of immortality. Since Tu Miu wants to worship me as a monk, she must remember 3 things. These 3 things are very important. Today, I tell you clearly, you can also know what path you should take in the future. Tu Miu bowed her head and bowed to show that she understood. Diu Van then opened her eyes and continued to say, First, I am now only a spirit body. I can teach you to practice, but cannot pass. On your cultivation, your future practice path will be very difficult. Second, Thien Din is now facing a great disaster. After getting out of this sword, there will be enemies everywhere. If you worship me as a monk, there may be fewer ways to retreat in the future. Third, since you are my disciple, in the future if you can find Thien Din again, you must take the revival of the great cause of Thien Din as your responsibility. Are you willing? Tu Miu closed her eyes and bowed her head to express her agreement. Diu Van also opened his eyes. In that case, today I accept you as a personal disciple. In the future, you must remember to respect your master, respect the world, respect your parents, respect Tam Than, respect the gods of heaven. Do not disobey the master's wishes. Do not disobey your elders. Do not bully the weak. Do not be cruel. Remember to be kind. Remember to be filial. Remember that the growth of all living things is not easy. Remember that the great path is merciless for the sentient. In the future, if you can pick the fire of eternal life, then do not disappoint me. Having finished speaking, Diu Van extended his hand towards Tu Miu. Vong Sin felt that this must be a type of empowerment in Buddhism. Du Van must have poured thing into Tu Miu to improve Tu Miu's enlightenment. It must be said that the fairy's tricks are truly unpredictable. After a moment, Du Van retracted his hand, looking tired, and said, "I'll rest for a while. You guys take good care of Tu Miu." Vong Sin clasped his hands and bowed to show his gratitude, then signaled his eldest sister and senior sister to look after Tu Miu. After that, several people arrived outside the villa. Than Nam too said that they were worried that Tu Miu's qualifications were not so outstanding, but they did not expect that her qualifications could be improved, but the price that Fairy Du Van must pay is not small, right? Vong Sin grinned. "Master, do not worry. I prepared more than a dozen good swords. After a while, let Volin's sword swallow them all, and it will help Du Van quickly recover his physical strength." "That's right, Master. Can you please excuse me from cutting you?" Speaking of this, Than Nam too immediately became gloomy. Killing is killing, but she said something that husband and wife can enjoy together. "So she sent me to do a few tasks, so the master can also have a few days free." As soon as these words were said, all three people fell into silence. A moment later, the senior sisterly decisively pressed the button to turn off the call, completely not giving the teacher a chance to assign tasks. Vong Sin gave his sister a thumbs up, show he did a good job, making Tay Lion could not help but exclaim, "You two kids really have a great chemistry." Soon it was evening. Tu Miu finally gradually woke up from the empowerment state, but when she opened her eyes, she realized that the master was nowhere to be seen. Then with a bewildered face turned around and asked the old brother, "Where is my master?" Vong Sin pointed to the sword sheath behind him and smiled, "Here. How do you feel now?" At the same time, in his heart he was also happy for his sister to have a heavenly immortal as her teacher. After all, this ceremony to introduce the master can make many people cry out of jealousy. The spiritual body state is already like that. If a heavenly immortal truly collects things, then how many more benefits will there be? As for Tu Miu, she touched her forehead and said somewhat vaguely, I feel like I have a lot of things in my head, and I cannot digest them at the moment." Vong Sin also understood this. "Let Tu Miu sleep for a while and study later. The room has been cleaned, so let the sister lead Tu Miu to her room to sleep. At the same time, I happily thought, Tu Miu sleeps in my old room, so I have no place to sleep. So finding a senior sister to sleep with, meditate together, and practice together is also reasonable, right?" A can of soft drink suddenly pressed close to her face, immediately pulling her back to reality, only to see Tay Lion casually opening the can, then calmly said, "Tu Miu and your Princess Thien Din have a bit of a problem. Last time she interrupted the good things between you and Tu Hoyen Hyen. I felt something was wrong. There are many rules in Thien Dun, but she knows about you and Tu Hoyen Hyen and still does that. It's a bit incomprehensible. This time it's because Tu Miu spent so much effort. Is it because of you that she's like this?" Looking at Big Sister getting closer and closer, Vong Sen quickly waved his hand and explained, "Big Sister, you've thought too much. How could Fairy Du Van pay attention to a little conception? Realm monk like me?" However, despite that, Tay Lian still did not give up and directly pinched Vong Sen's ear. "You still dare to say that Tu Hoyen Hyen is my family? See if I will not twist your ear." Vong Sen was suddenly pinched in pain by Tay Lian and cried out, "Big Sister, how can I help my master? Just be gentle." But Tay Lian said, "I'm quite confident about you, but the girls around you all have great damage. It's hard to guarantee that one day you will not be drunk and have a temper tantrum, cannot control yourself or be coerced." Hearing these words, Vong Sin was immediately speechless. What exactly is in this Big Sister Ho Bantine's mind right now? Then she changed to a smiling face, patted Tay Lion's shoulder and said sincerely, "Big Sister, maybe you're being influenced by Morgan. So you pay too much attention to these things. From now on, stop playing games. Wait for Tu Miu to wake up around this time. You went to play games again, right? According to research, if you stay at home for too long, it's easy for your mind to become rigid." Van Leyen suddenly turned around and asked, "Is it true or not?" The game we play is also about communication, right? Vong Sun turned around and sighed. I cannot blame you. Before, neither you nor senior sister were here. These years have made you miserable. I'll go clean up the room. Do not stay out too late. Van Leyen turned around and waved his hand. Looks like you still have some conscience. I know my big sister has been worried about you and Tiu Honhyun lately. Okay, you go. If you need any help, just say, Big sister will definitely help. But just after walking a few steps, Taelian stopped and fell into deep thought. Only then did he react to Vong Sin scolding him, and immediately responded aggressively, Are you stupid at home too much? Vong Sun laughed. Ha, I never said that. And compared to the bottleneck that Vong Sun and their family were facing over here at the same time, a revolution was taking place in Mdao. Thu Sin Ma Dai brought a magic knife and caused a bloody storm in Mdao to change this seriously ill country. He sacrificed his soul and blood in exchange for the power to change this country. At this time, he was surrounded by a group of black-shirted ninjas. The leader ninja loudly questioned him. What exactly did he want to do by killing so many officials? Thu Sin Ma Dai took off his straw hat, looked crazy and said, Do you still not understand what I want to do? This country is finished. Only by overthrowing everything can we build a truly beautiful and peaceful Indao nation. It seems that the Amdao nation is destined to not be peaceful tonight. It's only been more than 20 years since the recovery of heaven and earth's vitality. Vong Sin already wants to break through Vian realm. The so-called Vian is the perfect crystallization all over the body, condensing the Thi-infused spirit stone, breaking the golden Dan, gathering the three souls, gathering the spirit and having the opportunity to become an immortal. Currently, although Vong Sin's primordial spirit is close to perfection, he cultivates the way of swordsmanship. He needs his primordial spirit and physical body cultivation to be balanced and wants to develop his swordsmanship to the limit. In addition to pure magic power and strong primordial spirit power, you also need a relatively strong physical body so that you can withstand the shock of your own magic power. Now, although he has learned how to use Thean Keep to refine his physical body, this method has its limits. Although Diu Van knows a lot of exercises, he does not have any great methods of cultivating his physical body. Therefore, Vong Sun must also start thinking from now on how to continue to train his physical body in the future. Of course, Diu Van also suggested that he give up cultivating swords and follow the path of primordial spirit, but he flatly refused, because if you do not trust the sword, how can you practice the sword? If you do not believe in the Tao, how can you practice the Tao? Since the primordial spirit has been condensed, it is necessary to guide Tiu Miu's spirit body so that she can perfectly inherit and fuse her illusion. Next is to lead the soul into the sea of air, starting to break through the Vian realm. At this moment, senior sister pushed the door open and walked in. Vong Sin said a little shyly to senior sister, Senior sister, I'm preparing to break through Vian and Can I stay in retreat nearby? Sister took out her phone and texted back, If you break out of retreat here, I can also be by your side to watch over you. But Vong Sin felt that it was still okay. After all, if they broke through Vian and there might be some movement. If they destroyed this place, they would have no place to live in the future. So the senior sister immediately suggested that Vong Sin go to the nearby mountain. She could also go and help look after the Dharma protector. Regarding this proposal, Vong Sun also feels that it is feasible. It just needs to be arranged a little more by then, and everything will be fine. Then the two of them went downstairs to have breakfast together. While eating, Vong Sun asked Tiu Miu if she had any practice techniques. Tiu Miu took a bite and smiled and said, Master gave it to me. Yesterday he touched my forehead, and there were many more things in my mind. There are cultivating methods, and there are also some Doist techniques to fight people. Furthermore, what should I practice in each realm? The master has already written down for me. Hearing this, Vong Sin felt a bit of admiration. Indeed, it was convenient for the immortal to impart the Dharma. Then he placed his hand on Tiu Miu's head and advised, being able to have these cultivation techniques is considered your destiny. But there's one thing you cannot forget. Last night, I ordered a complete set of 9-year compulsory education textbooks for you, and every day you have to spend at least 4 hours studying. Hearing these words, Tiu Miu's whole body was stunned. Brother, you are so cruel. At this time, Tay Lion also came down from upstairs, proudly letting everyone guess what she had achieved. Tiu Miu instinctively asked, eldest sister's so happy, has the bomb you buried in Dao exploded? Tay Lion patted Vong Sun and only praised Tiu Miu for being smart. Then he cleared his throat twice and started talking about last night. According to international news reports, a serial killer in Yindao Nation last night killed 172 people, including 68 government officials and more than 100 hermits. This is after the mass murder last month. He acted again, sweeping 3 cities in just one night. Hearing Tay Lion say these things, all 3 people fell into silence for a moment. Vong Sin felt that, although using this method to consume the strength of the Yin Island nation's cultivators sounded extremely despicable. Moreover, though Sin Madai did not arbitrarily kill ordinary people, so just leave him alone. As for Tay Lian, he said proudly, how's my plan to borrow a knife to kill someone? Regarding this, Vong Sun can only say, helplessly, although the plan is not bad, it's best for Big Sister to do less in the future, lest she cannot control herself. Hearing that, Tay Lion lost patience and replied, I know you're babbling. If you want to go to retreat, then go to retreat. I'll take care of Tiu Miu. I definitely will not let him starve to death. Hearing these words, Tiu Miu felt a bit unreliable and muttered in a low voice, maybe on the basis of not starving to death. Do you have a little more need for food? Tay Lian smiled. Of course, first, let your brother leave, then Big Sister will take you experience the prosperity of the human world. Hearing these words, Vong Sen always felt a premonition, thinking to himself, Big Sister, do not ruin Tiu Miu, who is trying to study. After that, Vong Sun and her sister went out to find a place to retreat, because there were no natural caves near the villa. She could only choose a mountain forest to retreat. To ensure his safety, Senior Sister immediately arranged 6 magic formations nearby, and at the same time patrolled the magic formation within a range of 300 meters outside the formation. Only then did she feel secure in letting him go into seclusion. However, this advancement of Vong Sin is not only about breaking through the realm, but also recording the dangerous phenomena that can occur when breaking through, to serve as a reference for the Master and Sister to make a breakthrough in the future. The danger of the Purity Dao, the Origin Soul Spirit area, the most difficult step to become Vian An, is how to perfectly combine the completed primordial spirit with one's own Dao. Controlling the fate of the virtual spirit due to the false return, Thuan Duong completely destroys Dan into, and Day 9 becomes Vian An. Her talent will also continue to evolve, eventually turning into a magic word in which the primordial spirit resides. From then on, her path will go one step further, wishing her son to live long and not be reincarnated. Quickly half a month passed. Tiu Miu looked a little worried towards Vong Sun's retreat and asked, Big Sister, the energy nearby seems to have all gone to the place where brother is in retreat. Old brother has been in seclusion for half a month. Will he be okay? Tay Lion lay on the sofa wearing ver glasses, playing games, and replied, Tiu Miu, do not worry, Big Sister is an experienced person. Vian Enkan's breakthrough is easy to cripple yourself, but your brother's breakthrough is as certain as a nail. But Tiu Miu felt that cultivating the Tao inherently entails many misfortunes and misfortunes, none of which could be said in advance. But she had not even waited for her to finish her sentence. Tay Lion directly interrupted her. What a lot of misfortunes and misfortunes. My brother is full of bad luck. Do not worry. You will not die if you jump into the hellscape. If you want to die in the future, it will be difficult. That is, if you do not die in a great tribulation, you will definitely have a happy ending. This is not an empty talk. Just sit there obediently. If you do not want to practice, then watch movies with your big sister. Worrying like this is completely redundant. Hearing that, Tiyumi was completely reassured and went with Tae Lion to watch anime and play games. At the same time, inside Mao Mountain, Liu Van Chi came to a house in the back of the mountain and said very respectfully, "Master, this is the Hoi Gaian Kim Dan that I refined for you." As soon as the words fell, the door opened with a creak. The box containing the Kim Dan flew inside, accompanied by a sigh. "It really bothers you?" Liu Van Chi respectfully replied, "Master, what are you saying? If there is nothing wrong with Master, I would like to return and obey." But the Master asked again, "Van Chi, in the past when I practiced, my heart was overflowing with spirit, listening to the disciples discussing, said that there is now a monk who has begun to break through the Nian An realm. That person is about your age. Is this true?" Liu Van Chi nodded and replied, "Yes, this disciple and the monk who is about to enter the Nian An realm also seem to have a good relationship. It's just that the disciple's cultivation base is shallow, and it's hard to compare with that person." When he said these words, Liu Van Chi's expression was a bit lost, and the master in the room said, "With such qualities, it would have taken hundreds of years for a person to exist thousands of years. Ego, you do not need to worry too much. The next wave collides with the previous wave. This old body of mine is about to be buried on the sandy shore. That way you do not have to worry about cultivation anymore. You go down first." Hearing that, Liu Vanchi turned around and returned to obey, but the master in the room revealed a cold smile. "Ngaian, although this matter is not something to worry about, but after more than 20 years of cultivating the Renaissance, Nyan An has reached the Gaian An stage and really cannot help but be on guard. It seems like you have a plan and cannot delay any longer." The man was clearly not dead yet, but his sister had already cried first and said that his brother was about to die. At this time, Vong Sun had been in seclusion for 27 days. During this time, his sister had always silently protected him outside. Master Than Nam Tu also called after hearing the news, and before arriving, he asked the Great Thean Master of Long Ho Mountain, but the Great Thean Master also did not understand. Vong, Ong, Nuga, and An were all condensed quickly after the golden pill broke. Lion had a vision of heaven and earth, and Vong Sin had previously absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth's vitality. When promoted, it is true that Lion will not be as calm, but because she is the first monk to attack Nian realm today, no one can predict what difficulties she will encounter. But it has been delayed for so long, but it still has not condensed into Nguyen An, which is indeed a bit strange, and people who also feel this strange include Vong Sin, who is making a breakthrough. He also did not know what the word broken in Broken Dan Than and meant. Could it be that the Kim Dan did not just crack and break, and then a little wolf jumped out from inside? But now why is it like this? My Kim Dan turned directly into a baby. Could this be Nguyen An's original form? Although he did not know what was going on, Vong Sun could still feel that this Kim Dan and was helping him promote Nguyen An. It seems to be much more superior than the method of breaking Dan into An, and also much more suitable for Nguyen An. Currently, there is no situation occurring, proving that this method has no problems. Then just follow nature and continue moving towards enlightenment. Very quickly, another 9 days passed. This time, even Tiu Miu and Tae Lian were a bit restless. Going outside the town to take a look, Tae Lian suggested, "Let's go over there and take a look. I heard Taoist Than Lin say that many monks, when they broke through to Gaian and suddenly accidentally merged into their own Tao." This statement startled Tu Miu. "Big sister, do not scare me. Brother will be okay." But Than Lin Tu next to him said, "Vong Sen has a very thorough understanding of his own religion and follows the path of sword cultivation. Moreover, before the retreat, he was already at the perfect Thean Fu realm and could not be harmed by his own Tao, but he really could not continue to wait any longer. We should at least go see him." Having said that, he immediately ordered the senior sister next to him to remove the formation nearby. Everyone came in to see. Suddenly there was a loud noise in front. A thunderbolt fell straight down. instantly destroying the protective formation. Seeing this, Than Lin Tu's face changed dramatically, and he quickly shouted towards Taelion below, "Quickly go! If Heavenly Tribulation decides that we are Vong Sin's accomplices, I'm afraid it will increase our power several times." After that, several people used their fastest speed to fly into the distance. On the way, Than Lin Tu turned around and asked Taelion, "Can the predecessor who broke through Gaian and lead to a Heavenly Tribulation?" Regarding this, Taelion is also not very clear. He had indeed heard that if the golden pill reached a certain quality, it would lead to the formation of a golden pill. But the monks of ancient times could only count on the fingers of one hand to make a golden pill form. He had never really heard of Gaian in this life. Hearing that, Than Nam Tu sighed, wanting to see Thean keep making it clear that he had encountered a natural disaster. The cause of that little student was definitely not trivial. It seemed like this also a good thing. But Taelion was an enthusiastic viewer. At this time, he still had the leisure to jokingly say, "Thean Keep's great speaker, Do Thean Keep, is a bit interesting. I must take a commemorative photo." But as soon as his words fell, a thunderstorm several tens of meters long descended once again. Its strong influence even affects them hundreds of meters away. Not long after, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the powerful thunderstorm left a large hole several dozen meters wide on the ground. Vong Sin sat cross-legged in the center of the giant pit, his body filled with sword light, seemingly unharmed. Seeing Than Nam Tu's condition is also a lot more reassuring. Seems that Vong Sun is really overcoming calamity. After this child came out from the Forbidden Earth Spirit Seal, he could no longer use common sense to guess. At this time, another thunderbolt descended, directly bombarding Vong Sin. Came Trung Te Lion took out his phone to film, then said, "This guy dares to ignore Thean Keep, even cooler than our chief Than Lin Dao. If I were Thean Keep, I absolutely could not bear it. I must destroy his arrogance." But as soon as he finished speaking, another thunderclap rang out in the sky, even louder than before. Listening to it, Taelion directly cursed, "Damn it, are you hearing me babble? Are you ready to hold back a big one? Surely Tiu Favu will be able to withstand it." As for Vong Sun, an insider, he is feeling the power of this heavenly thunder. I discovered that the power of this heavenly tribulation and the heavenly tribulation that I had simulated before were actually at the same level. But the structure of the heavenly tribulation was quite interesting. Who knows? Maybe you can improve your sword intent. The disaster that has been accumulated for a long time has once again descended. In just a blink of an eye, Vong Sin was engulfed in a sea of lightning. The lightning was so blinding that people could not open their eyes. Tiu Miu pulled the hem of Taelion's shirt. Her eyes filled with tears, and she said, "Big sister, you said your older brother is dead." Taelion was immediately speechless. "This matter has nothing to do with me. Vong Sin is currently in a state of transcending tribulation." Du Van's voice suddenly rang out in his head. "Let your Yun An go to the next world. For you, this is a great opportunity." Hearing that, Vong Sun immediately summoned the villain Guan An from his body. Control the villain to fly towards Vong Sin's heavenly tribulation. Execute the Thean Keep purple sword, facing Thean Keep. Immediately 2 streams of powerful power collided. The blinding light illuminated the entire land. Everything finally returned to quiet. Vong Sin successfully broke through to Gaian An realm. But after making a breakthrough, he discovered a problem. That's what brought this place to this state. The teacher probably will not be angry, right? For example, blame him for destroying the environment and force him to pay some compensation.